Chapter 1, The Elder God System. So much for the so-called genius Lee Moran, huh? The title of genius is gone now. An F-level beast taming talent? Might as well say goodbye to beast taming right now. If he can successfully contract a beast, I'll eat standing on my head. What's the use of good grades? Awakening a trash talent means you're still screwed either way. Despite both his parents having S-grade beast taming talents, how did they end up with such a useless son? Look at how close he is with teacher Jiang, calling her sister Rose so affectionately. Let's see if he can still call her that now. 3 days from now, during the major beast taming exam, I bet he'll score 0. As everyone knows, Qingyue High School in Yuelin City has 4 top geniuses. Zhou Yancheng from Class 3, the eldest son of the Zhou group in Yuelin City. Lin Jiang from Class 4, an inspiring young man who rose from the slums. Lu Jinghong from Class 2, the aloof campus belle with a military background. And Lee Moran from Class 1. These 4 individuals consistently dominate the top 4 positions in the entire school. Whether it's assessments on beast taming knowledge or various theoretical tests, their scores are all top tier. The school rankings fluctuate every time, but these 4 maintain their positions unshakably. Among them, Lee Moran stands as the foremost of the 4 prodigies. The second, third, and fourth places might fluctuate, but whenever Lee Moran makes a move, he is undoubtedly the first. No suspense at all. For 3 years, discussions about the 4 great talents have been everywhere. But when it comes to Lee Moran, countless people hold him in awe. The so-called 4 great geniuses, but the other 3 were overshadowed by Lee Moran for a full 3 years. Who is the strongest is no longer up for debate. But now, everything has changed. This is a world where everyone can tame beasts. After turning 18, everyone can awaken their beast taming talent. Through the beast taming talent, one can form contracts with corresponding beasts, thereby becoming a beast tamer. The talent ranks range from the lowest F grade to the highest SSS grade. Lee Moran, a prodigy at Qingyue High School in Yuelin City, awakened the lowest grade talent mystery. This is an extremely unique talent. Beast masters who possess this talent have exceptionally powerful mental strength and are unaffected by any external forces. However, it inherently makes it difficult to gain the favor of spirit beasts. As is well known, beast mastery isn't just about forming contracts with spirit beasts, it also requires nurturing goodwill and raising the beasts to help them continuously grow and become stronger. If the bond with the tamed beast is insufficient, not only will the beastmaster find it difficult to command the beast, but it may even lead to the beast's betrayal. This is the world of beast taming, where battles are fought with tamed beasts, not mental strength. Thus, the mystery talent brings no benefits whatsoever, only disadvantages. It has even been ranked by the Xia Kingdom's authorities as the number 1 among the top 10 useless talents. Lee Moran, who awakened this talent, could bid farewell to beast taming for the rest of his life. In this era of alien uprisings and abyssal invasions, beast tamers without sufficient strength struggle even to survive. The vast majority of low-tier talents can only barely scrape by in the slums, never seeing tomorrow's sun. Some are even worse off, forcibly taken by gangs or cults to become mining slaves. That is true despair. Lin Jiang from Class 4 has awakened the A-grade beast taming talent, Feathered Wings. At that moment, an exclamation drew everyone's attention. An A-grade beast taming talent is already quite impressive. Especially the Feathered Wings talent, which resonates with countless bird species, giving Lin Jiang a significant advantage in contracting avian beasts. After awakening his talent, Lin Jiang stepped down from the stage and glanced in Lee Moran's direction. Throughout the 3 years of high school, he had always followed Lee Moran around, practically acting as his lackey. Not only did he massage his back and legs, but he also served tea and water. But now, all of that was in the past. So for the past 3 years, I've been currying favor with a worthless person. Now, you and I are no longer on the same level. Lin Jiang's gaze was cold, determined to draw a clear line between himself and Lee Moran. Zhou Yancheng from Class 3 has awakened an S-level beast taming talent, Tiger's Roar. Another announcement followed, stirring even more excitement among the crowd. S-class beast taming talent, this is already considered top-tier beast taming aptitude. Especially the Tiger's Roar talent, once contracted with a suitable tiger-type beast, it can even intimidate other beasts during battles, making them afraid to attack. Countless envious gazes fell upon Zhou Yancheng. He laughed heartily and, after stepping down from the awakening platform, also looked in Lee Moran's direction. What's the big deal about being first for 3 years? Commoners will always be commoners. At that moment, Lin Jiang came scurrying over, fawning, "Brother Zhou, congratulations. With your S-tier beastmaster talent, you might even get into the Imperial Capital Academy." The Imperial Capital Academy is the most prestigious institution in the Great Xia Kingdom. Zhou Yancheng puffed up with pride. "Good eye. Why don't you tag along with me? I'll take care of your beastmaster needs." Lin Jian was overjoyed to hear this and eagerly agreed. Zhou Yancheng was none other than the eldest son of the Zhou group, whose family wealth was beyond measure. By attaching oneself to him, one would never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their life. The awakening ceremony had not yet ended. Class 2's Lu Jinghong has awakened the SSS level beast taming talent 9 Heaven's Divine Phoenix. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire venue erupted in excitement. SSS level. This is the highest tier beast taming talent possible. In an instant, countless gazes were drawn in her direction. Lu Jinghong, clad in a crimson dress, descended the awakening platform with serene composure. Amidst the surrounding congratulations, she merely nodded slightly, neither pleased nor displeased. It wasn't until her gaze fell upon Li Moran that a hint of emotion finally colored her expression. For 3 years, I've always aimed to reach you, but now with this sudden change, what choice will you make? Her gaze seemed to sigh. Li Moran didn't know what people were thinking. At that moment, he was staring blankly at everything before him. Because his awakening was not yet complete. Ding! Detecting host's talent. Detection successful. Host's talent is mysterious. Mysterious, you possess an air of mystery, and your spirit cannot be influenced by anything, but you find it difficult to build rapport with tamed beasts. Matching the corresponding system for the host. Match successful. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound the Elder God's system. Hearing this voice, Li Moran froze for a moment before bursting into excitement. Damn it, system, you finally showed up. Do you know how I've lived these past 18 years? Li Moran was not originally from this world but a transmigrator. 18 years ago, he was reborn here through fetal transmigration. A few years ago, when the border was in crisis, Li Moran's parents resolutely decided to join the military. Only Li Moran remained. At most, the neighbor's elder sister, Jiang Yuro, who was also Li Moran's homeroom teacher, would occasionally look out for him. His parents had high hopes for him, waiting for him to become a beast master. Originally awakening an F-grade talent had left Li Moran somewhat troubled. But now it's fine. This system, 18 years overdue, has finally arrived. What functions does the Ancient One's system have? As if sensing Li Moran's confusion, the voice in his mind spoke again. The Elder God's system periodically assigns tasks to the host. Completing these tasks grants Elder Bloodline. Elder Bloodline, the deepest, greatest, and most mysterious bloodline in the universe. When fused with a tamed beast, it transforms the beast into its corresponding Elder God. Upon seeing this bloodline, Li Moran was stunned. Is it really this overpowered? The old ones, he was all too familiar with these beings. Before crossing over, Li Moran had been a die-hard fan of Cthulhu mythos fiction. The so-called Old Ones are a class of deities within the Cthulhu mythos. They are ancient and powerful entities in the cosmos, beings beyond human comprehension, existing above the laws of the universe. Ordinary humans would go insane just from glimpsing them, as they catch sight of a fragment of cosmic truth. They are not even bound by time and space, nor affected by the laws of physics. With these things around, what's the point of playing with tamed beasts? This is practically a dimensional downgrade attack. Detected host's first system binding. Would you like to claim the beginner's gift pack? There's a beginner's gift pack? Of course I'll claim it. Claim successful. Congratulations, host has obtained. Congratulations, host has obtained. Eye of the Great One, one drop of ancient bloodline. Chapter 2. Has Li Moran gone mad? As the voice faded, Li Moran suddenly felt a change in his eyes. It seemed he could now see many incredible things. Eye of the Great, a gaze surpassing the Old Ones, capable of piercing through all secrets and identifying beasts that can become Old Ones' familiars. Reading this description, Li Moran was filled with delight. Isn't this several levels higher than detection magic? Moreover, the beginner's gift pack directly bestowed the ancient bloodline. A vast and expansive space appeared in Li Moran's mind. Within this space, a single drop of blood took form. Ancient, profound, great, unseeable. This is the bloodline of the olden days. Li Moran was overjoyed. With this, he only needed to find a tamed beast to fuse with this drop of ancient bloodline. However, this secret must not be carelessly revealed to others. Li Moran stepped down from the awakening platform with a disappointed expression. As soon as he descended, another wave of mocking laughter erupted. Li Moran, how does it feel to go from genius to trash? Ha! Thought he was so impressive, 3 years as the top student, so glorious. Turns out it was all a facade, collapses at the slightest push. Enough! At that moment, a sharp shout cut through the murmurs of the crowd. Class 1's homeroom teacher, Jiang Yuro, frowned slightly and scolded, Li Moran is still your classmate after all. Is this how you treat your peers? Many students shrank their necks. Despite being the youngest homeroom teacher at Qingyue High School, Jiang Yuro still commanded considerable respect in Class 1. Though the mockery stopped, many eyes still gleamed with amusement. Seeing this, Jiang Yuro had no choice but to relent. He comforted her, Moran, don't lose heart. Even an F-grade talent doesn't mean you'll achieve nothing. In our nation's history, there have been generals with F-grade beast-taming talents. You must never give up on yourself. Li Moran felt warmth in his heart. After his parents left, Jiang Yuro had been the one who cared for him the most. Every day, she comes to cook for him and does many things apart from not being related by blood. She is exactly like a real older sister. Lee Moran said softly, Rojia, don't worry, I won't give up on myself. Jiang Yuro also felt heartbroken, but there was little she could do about Lee Moran's innate talent. After some thought, she said, Moran, the school is holding a mock exam tomorrow. If you don't have a beast companion, I've saved up some money, you can go check out the beast companion store. Just then, a sharp voice rang out. Teacher Jiang, why bother wasting your efforts? Heh, the genius in your class is already finished. As soon as the words were spoken, Jiang Yuro's expression darkened immediately. Lee Moran's brows also furrowed slightly. A middle-aged man slowly walked over, his face wearing a somewhat proud expression, and beside him stood a young man. It's Zhou Yancheng, the genius from Class 3. Jiang Yuro said sternly, Teacher Wu, this has nothing to do with you, does it? Wu Ming said smugly, our class's Zhou Yancheng has awakened an S-level beast taming talent Tiger's Roar. But the genius in your class doesn't seem to be much, does it? Hearing this, Jiang Yuro's face showed a hint of anger. I said, Teacher Wu, this has nothing to do with you. Wu Ming snorted coldly. Next up are the placement exam and the beast taming grand exam. If the results are poor, Teacher Jiang, your performance bonus might be revoked. I heard you're 2 months behind on rent TSK, what a predicament. Zhou Yancheng sized up Jiang Yuro with a gaze that carried a hint of fervor. Teacher Jiang, my parents have prepared 5 million gold coins to purchase a top-tier tiger-type tamed beast for me. The beast taming grand exam is coming soon. Why don't you quit your job at the school? Come be my private tutor, I can have my father pay you a daily salary of 100,000 gold coins. Of course, you know the conditions, so no need to rent a place. How about I arrange a room for you? Ha ha. Jiang Yuro is the youngest female teacher at Qingyue High School, just 25 years old this year. Not only is she beautiful, but she has also remained single. Many teachers at the school have pursued her, but all were rejected. Zhou Yancheng clearly had intentions toward her as well. These blatant words immediately provoked Jiang Yuro's anger. Just as she was about to reprimand him, she saw Lee Moran beside her step forward. Without a word, Lee Moran directly kicked Zhou Yancheng. Due to Lee Moran's sudden movement, Zhou Yancheng had no time to react. By the time he saw it, it was already too late. Lee Moran kicked him down squarely, leaving him face first in the dirt. Who dares kick me? You looking for death? Zhou Yancheng was both shocked and furious. His family held power and influence in Yuelin City. Who would dare treat him like this under normal circumstances? Lee Moran looked down from above and said, how dare you even think of laying a hand on Sister Ro? Only then did the crowd realize it was Lee Moran who had acted. Everyone around was utterly shocked. Has Lee Moran gone mad? He actually dared to kick Zhou Yancheng. Could it be that you've awakened some trash-tier talent and started giving up on yourself? Zhou Yan immediately jumped up, furious, how dare you kick me? Wu Ming, standing nearby, also darkened his expression. Lee Moran, do you have any idea what you're doing? Lee Moran sneered coldly, I'm teaching a scumbag a lesson, what's the problem? Zhou Yancheng's face twisted with rage, are you looking to die? Believe me, with just one word from me, I can make your life a living hell today. Throughout the 3 years of high school, all his achievements had been overshadowed by Lee Moran time and again, filling him with deep-seated hostility toward Lee Moran. And now, Lee Moran actually dared to lay hands on him. This was absolutely intolerable. Lee Moran paid no heed at all and shouted, go ahead and strike, but I swear even if I die, I'll take a bite out of you. With that, he actually charged forward again, delivering a fierce slap across Zhou Yancheng's face. The stinging sensation left Zhou Yancheng's mind completely blank. He dares to strike again? Are you crazy? Zhou Yancheng shouted, but suddenly froze. He noticed that Lee Moran's gaze was unusually cold, filled with murderous intent. He's serious. Judging by the look of it, Lee Moran was truly determined to perish together with him. Although he had awakened the beast taming talent, he hadn't yet contracted a tamed beast, making him no different from an ordinary person. If Lee Moran were to fight to the death, he might really meet his end here. Not satisfied with just a slap, Lee Moran grabbed Zhou Yancheng by the collar and threw another punch at him. Zhou Yancheng wanted to resist. But how could a pampered young master like him compare to Lee Moran, who had been training daily for 3 years? Panicked, Zhou Yancheng quickly shouted, help! This guy's a madman. Nearby, Wu Ming was also startled and rushed over to restrain Lee Moran, trying to make him stop. But Lee Moran was clearly even more ruthless. Even while being restrained, he still managed to kick Zhou Yancheng in the crotch. Zhou Yancheng, pale with fear, stumbled backward repeatedly, barely managing to dodge Lee Moran's kick. Yet it missed his vital area by mere centimeters. The excruciating pain forced a sharp cry from Zhou Yancheng. Even a foul, yellowish liquid began to trickle from between his legs. Lee Moran's behavior completely terrified those around him. Even Jiang Yuro was frightened and quickly shouted, Moran, don't act recklessly. Stop it now. But Lee Moran grew even more ruthless, turning a deaf ear to her pleas. He actually broke free from Wu Ming and rushed forward again, grabbing Zhou Yancheng by the collar and delivering another slap. At this moment, Zhou Yancheng finally felt fear. He repeatedly shouted, stop hitting me. Stop. Li Moran, I was wrong. Teacher Jiang is yours. I won't compete with you. Please let me go. After all, he was a rich second-generation heir, with hundreds of millions in family fortune waiting for him to inherit. Judging by Li Moran's appearance, he was clearly too devastated and on the verge of losing his mind. He still has a bright future ahead. Trading his life for Li Moran's, a madman, would be such a waste. Seeing him yield, Li Moran finally threw him down but still shouted, "Not sincere enough. Kneel and apologize to Sister Ro." Zhou Yancheng's face turned pale and flushed alternately. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly knelt with a thud. I was wrong. Li Moran, I apologize, I truly know I was wrong. And, Teacher Jiang, please forgive me. I'll never dare to do this again. Chapter 3, A Lucky Find. The dying spirit touched beast. Seeing Zhou Yancheng back down, everyone around was stunned. Even Wu Ming wore an exaggerated expression. Lin Jiang, who had just been currying favor with Zhou Yancheng, now turned deathly pale. He couldn't understand at all. Was Li Moran throwing his life away? Don't be fooled by Zhou Yancheng's current submission. He's still the eldest son of the Zhou group. Having offended him, how will this situation be resolved? Lu Jinghong frowned slightly and shook her head. Has he given up on himself? If that's truly the case, then I've misjudged him. In her eyes, Li Moran's actions were too impulsive and completely unnecessary. He wasn't like this before. Perhaps the F-grade talent really dealt him too heavy a blow. A flicker of disappointment flashed through Lu Jinghong's eyes before she turned her gaze away from Li Moran. Jiang Yuro was also stunned, and only snapped out of it when she met Li Moran's gaze. She quickly said, "Moran, that's enough. Let's stop here." Li Moran looked down at Zhou Yancheng and snorted coldly, "I'll spare your life." Then, he turned and left the school. Jiang Yuro stood frozen for a moment before hurriedly chasing after him, calling out, "Moran." Li Moran had just stepped out of the school when Jiang Yuro caught up with him. Seeing him, Li Moran no longer showed the frenzied demeanor from earlier. Instead, a gentle smile appeared on his face. Sister Ro. After their parents passed away, Jiang Yuro became an invisible pillar of support for Li Moran. Li Moran would never allow anyone to insult her. Zhou Yancheng's words had touched Li Moran's reverse scale. Jiang Yuro pursed her lips and said, "Moran, you're too impulsive. What if Zhou Yancheng retaliates against you for teaching him a lesson like this?" Li Moran replied, "Sister Ro, don't worry. I'll be fine." Others thought he had completely become a useless waste. But he awakened the Elder God system. With this system, he wouldn't fear someone like Zhou Yancheng. What's the Zhou Corporation anyway? Could they possibly be stronger than the Elder Gods? Jiang Yuro sighed and said, "Moran, I know you're feeling down. That." She took Li Moran's hand and suddenly handed him a bag. "This is the salary I've saved up over this period, 3,000 gold coins in total. Use it to buy a better beast. Don't lose heart. So what if you have an F-grade talent? I believe in you." Seeing Jiang Yuro like this, Li Moran felt deeply moved. Everyone else mocked him, but she remained steadfast as always. However, Li Moran shook his head. "Sister Ro, you still owe rent. You don't need to give me this money." Before he could finish, Jiang Yuro forcefully shoved the money into Li Moran's arms. "Moran, don't refuse. I promised your parents I'd make sure you become a beastmaster. If you reject this, I'll just donate the money instead." Seeing her like this, Li Moran had no choice but to accept it with a sigh. He nodded heavily and said, "Sister Ro, don't worry, I will definitely become an outstanding beastmaster." With that, he took the money and left immediately. Watching Li Moran's retreating figure, Jiang Yuro's eyes were filled with tenderness, her mind still replaying the scene where he had stood up for her moments ago. As she thought about it, a faint blush gradually spread across her cheeks. She still remembered when Li Moran was little how he loved to snuggle in her arms, sweetly calling her Sister Ro over and over, even promising to marry her someday. Her parents had passed away when she was very young. If not for the support of Li Moran's parents, she might never have had the chance to become a beastmaster or teach at Qingyue High School. At the thought of Zhou Yancheng, a sharp glint suddenly flashed in her beautiful eyes. "Moran, I won't let anyone hurt you, absolutely not." Li Moran didn't hear Jiang Yuro's soliloquy. By now, he had already reached the street. The bustling crowd, accompanied by all kinds of spirit beasts. Some are clever and adorable, some fierce and menacing, some can soar through the skies or burrow underground, while others are towering and mighty, each one dazzlingly diverse. In this world, there are essentially only 3 ways to obtain a spirit beast. First, venture into the wild to capture one, but this is extremely dangerous and makes it hard to ensure the captured beast's loyalty. Second, purchase a beast companion and raise it from a young age. Third, earn merits and receive a beast companion as a reward from the state or a major corporation. For Li Moran, purchasing is the only available option. In Moonfall City, there is only one official beast companion store, the Beast Companion Exchange. This is the only place in Moonview City where you can buy royal beasts. Li Moran took the bus and quickly arrived at his destination. It was a vast and bustling exchange, crowded with people and full of activity. Inside, royal beasts of all sizes were on display. Countless areas are divided according to bloodline levels. There are 9 types of beast taming bloodline levels, categorized as low grade, common, elite, epic, transcendent, commander, monarch, overlord, mythical. Among these, the highest bloodline level that appears in the exchange is the transcendent bloodline. However, Lee Moran obviously couldn't afford it. He immediately activated the Eye of Greatness, wanting to inspect the condition of these spirit beasts. Not every spirit beast can fuse with ancient bloodlines. There must be a certain degree of compatibility. At the very least, the compatibility cannot be lower than 30, or the fusion will fail. Ice Scale Leopard, Ancient Bloodline Compatibility, 17. Corrupt Blood Bat Ancient Bloodline Compatibility, 22. After reviewing them all, Lee Moran noticed that most of the tamed beasts had compatibility ratings no higher than 10. The highest one only reached 16. This left Lee Moran somewhat disappointed. At that moment, a voice caught his attention. Are we really going to throw away this spirit touch beast? Who told this thing to get sick? It doesn't eat, doesn't move, probably can't be sold anyway. Lee Moran saw 2 staff members carrying a large water tank out of the exchange. Splash! The octopus was directly thrown out onto the street. People just glanced at it and then paid no further attention. In the trading house, there were often sick beast companions that would be abandoned outright because treatment wasn't worth the cost. Lee Moran's great eye had already opened, instantly spotting the octopus. Spiritual touch beast. Ancient bloodline compatibility, 90. Upon seeing this information, Lee Moran was instantly stunned. 90% compatibility with ancient bloodline? He immediately perked up. Isn't this exactly the tamed beast he's been looking for? And this tamed beast was even discarded by the staff. Isn't this a perfect opportunity to get a bargain? After the staff left, Lee Moran dashed forward in an instant. The spirit touch beast was already on its last breath, its tentacles feebly writhing at the moment. Lee Moran crouched down and whispered softly, "Little one, would you like to become my tamed beast?" The spirit tentacle beast waved its tentacles, signaling agreement. Although it disliked the aura emanating from Lee Moran, it was on the verge of death. No matter who it was, as long as they could save it, it would follow them away. Seeing this, Lee Moran was overjoyed and immediately reached out his hand to touch the spirit tentacle beast. A burst of light emerged from Lee Moran's hand, then merged seamlessly with the spirit touch beast. Bloodline contract established. Congratulations, you have successfully obtained the tamed beast, spirit touch beast. Those around them rolled their eyes in unison at the sight. Who would even contract a spirit touch beast? That type of tamed beast has practically no compatibility, it's barely fit to be food. And it's even a dying spirit touch beast. Have you lost your mind? Lee Moran ignored these discussions and immediately opened the Eye of the Great to check the information about the spirit touch beast. Name, Spirit touch beast. Growth stage, juvenile period. Bloodline low grade. Talent none. Skills adhesion, entanglement. Favorability 3-2, moderate chance of defection. Status on the verge of death, expected to perish within an hour. How utterly pitiful. This spirit touch beast's panel information is downright abysmal. Forget being sick, even if it were perfectly healthy, this spirit touch beast would likely be unsellable. But none of that matters. Once the ancient bloodline is fused, everything will change. Lee Moran wasn't foolish enough to attempt the fusion in the wild. He immediately stored the spirit touch beast into his taming space. After awakening their beast taming talent, everyone gains a corresponding beast taming space. However, Lee Moran discovered that his beast taming space was enormous, almost limitless, as if it were a universe. It seemed to be a benefit brought by the system. Without giving it much thought, he quickly returned home. Lee Moran closed the doors and windows securely, ensuring no one was watching before releasing the spirit touch beast. It appeared even weaker now, barely able to move, likely to die within half an hour. Fuse with the ancient bloodline? Fuse. As Lee Moran's thoughts stirred slightly, a peculiar drop of bloodline immediately merged into the spirit touch beast. Fusion successful. Your tamed beast, the spirit touch beast, has evolved. Spirit touch beast low-grade Cthulhu forbidden. Chapter 4, Fusing Bloodlines, Cthulhu is born. It's actually Cthulhu? The bloodline directly evolved from initial to forbidden level, a bloodline rank never seen before. Lee Moran felt a chill run down his spine. In the next moment, the psychic tentacle beast immediately underwent a transformation. The originally dying psychic touch beast suddenly began to thrash violently. Then, its body continuously expanded until it grew over 2 meters tall. It transformed into a monstrous creature with an octopus head, a human body, and bat wings, shrouded in swirling black mist that made it hard to see clearly. Without a doubt, this was the Great Cthulhu. One of the great old ones. However, the current Cthulhu is still very small. The true Cthulhu is taller than mountains. A single swipe could even shatter continental shelves. Yet even this miniature Cthulhu gave Lee Moran quite a shock. Just looking at it makes one's mind feel utterly chaotic. It's as if countless ghosts and monsters are whispering in one's mind, nearly driving them to madness. But soon, a peculiar force emerged, instantly calming Li Moran's mind. Before his eyes, Cthulhu slowly lowered its massive form, as if surrendering to Li Moran. Done. Li Moran was exceptionally excited and hurriedly checked Cthulhu's information. Name, Cthulhu. Title, Lord of Raya, Master of the Spiral Abyss, the Great Cthulhu. Growth stage, juvenile. Race, Great Old One hidden, visible only to the Beastmaster. Attribute, water cannot be countered by beasts with bloodlines below the forbidden level. Bloodline forbidden. Avatar unawakened. The first avatar can be awakened upon reaching maturity. Talents. Immortality, immune to aging and diseases. The concept of death is ineffective. Even if destroyed, its consciousness can reconstruct its body through the Beastmaster without any side effects. Regeneration, severed limbs or organ damage can be restored within seconds, while energy-based attacks such as flames or radiation can only temporarily suppress the regeneration speed. Abilities. Tentacle attack LV1, tentacles can extend up to hundreds of meters with growth potential. Mass hysteria LV1, releases psychic waves that induce collective hallucinations in creatures within range, manifesting as self-harm, sacrificial acts, or chanting in unison. Phnglui MGLW NAF Cthulhu Royo Gunegelftain. Disadvantage constantly emits intense mental interference, inflicting unparalleled torment on the Beastmaster's psyche. Affection max locked. Immortal. Regeneration. Seeing Cthulhu's talent, Li Moran simply didn't know what to say. This meant that his Cthulhu would never die. For other Beastmasters, if their tamed beasts suffered severe injuries or died, there was basically no way to revive them. Even if they paid a huge price to resurrect the beast, it would most likely require retraining from scratch. But Li Moran is different. Even if Cthulhu dies, it can reassemble its body and revive through him. Even when severely injured, it can quickly recover. Truly worthy of being a great old one even in its juvenile stage, it's already this formidable. Once it grows up, how formidable will it become? Beastmasters can be categorized by their growth stages: infancy, growth period, maturity, complete form, awakening period, evolution period, transcendent form, beast king form, and chaos form. Now, Cthulhu is merely in its infancy, yet already so powerful. If it continues to grow, wouldn't it become a true elder god by the time it reaches the chaos form? As for the attribute being water, it aligns with Cthulhu's setting. In the Cthulhu mythos, Cthulhu itself is water attributed. Its minions are mostly aquatic creatures as well. After all, Cthulhu's appearance is that of a giant octopus. But surprisingly, it can't be countered by other attributes? This way, there's no need to fear attribute suppression. Every tamed beast has its own attribute. In this world, tamed beasts possess many different attributes. Besides the common metal, wood, water, fire, and earth attributes, there are also derived attributes like grass, ice, and rock. There are even rare attributes like dragon, light, and darkness. A beast tamer may possess more than one attribute, often combining 2 or 3, or even 4 or 5. The various attributes interact with each other, each having its own strengths and weaknesses. Beyond attributes, the skills are also formidable tentacle attacks, mass hysteria, very Lovecraftian. Moreover, the favorability is maxed out and locked in. No need to worry about betrayal at all. The system is too powerful. Although Cthulhu has its flaws, it exerts an extremely intense mental interference on Beastmasters. But what is Li Moran's talent? Mysterious. This talent grants immunity to all mental interference. A perfect match. With Cthulhu, who else but me can dominate the beast taming exam? The so-called Beastmaster examination is a nationwide test held in the Great Xia Kingdom, equivalent to the college entrance examination. In the Great Xia Kingdom, there are countless higher education institutions where one can learn more profound Beastmaster knowledge. A prestigious institution can even change a Beastmaster's entire life. To enter higher education institutions, one must pass the Beastmaster examination. At this moment, a voice echoed in Li Moran's mind. Mission name: enroll in the Imperial Capital Academy. Reward: 1 drop of ancient bloodline. Accept? The mission is already here? Imperial Capital Academy, this is the most prestigious institution in the Great Xia Kingdom. Countless geniuses would give anything to enter this top-tier academy. Accept. Li Moran naturally accepted the task without hesitation. With the sound of "task accepted" appearing, Li Moran was instantly filled with motivation. However, the beast taming exam hasn't arrived yet, and there's still a mock exam tomorrow. He looked at the Cthulhu before him, examining it from left to right, and the more he looked, the more he liked it. After watching enough, he finally put Cthulhu back into the beast taming space. Some were happy, while others were miserable. While Li Moran was thrilled here, Zhou Yancheng was having a terrible time. Dad, that Li Moran is too arrogant. Not only did he hit me in front of everyone, but he also nearly made me lose my chance to have descendants. You must avenge me. Zhou Yancheng sat across from his father, Zhou Wenliang, pouring out his grievances with tears and snot streaming down his face. He had never suffered such immense humiliation before. At this moment, his mind was consumed by thoughts of how to kill Li Moran. The Zhou group held immense power in Moonfall City, while Li Moran was merely a beastmaster with an F-grade talent. Eliminating him would be as easy as lifting a finger. Zhou Wanliang raised his hand to quiet his son and said, Yancheng, I've always taught you to remain calm in the face of major events. Look at you, once anger takes hold, you lose your composure. Killing a Li Moran is easy, but what comes after? Moonview City prohibits murder. Once our Zhou group violates this, the city lord's office will step in to investigate. Do you realize they've been wanting to dismantle our Zhou group for a long time? You are the heir to the Zhou group. You can't just think about personal gains and losses, you must consider the bigger picture for the entire group. Between a dead good-for-nothing and the Zhou group, which is more important? Hearing this, Zhou Yancheng was stunned. He really didn't think that much about it. After careful consideration, his father's words indeed made a lot of sense. After understanding the stakes involved, Zhou Yancheng gritted his teeth and said, I get it, Dad, I won't go looking for trouble with Li Moran anymore. Zhou Wanliang shook his head again, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. No, you still don't get it. Ha! Zhou Yancheng was stunned, not understanding what his father meant. Zhou Wanliang said sternly, Moonview City prohibits killing, but it has never prohibited accidental deaths. Hearing this, Zhou Yancheng immediately understood and exclaimed in his heart, brilliant. I get it now. As long as I find a way to make Li Moran die accidentally without implicating the Zhou group, it's fine. Dad, what should I do? Zhou Wanliang wore a mysterious expression, as if everything was under his control. Tomorrow is the mock exam, and without taking this test, one cannot register for the college entrance examination. The exam location is set in a secret realm filled with numerous exotic beasts. For an F-level beastmaster, even a minor accident would seem quite normal, wouldn't it? Zhou Yancheng was overjoyed. But soon, he realized a problem. Dad, what if Li Moran doesn't take the exam? Zhou Wanliang sneered, then he can only be a mining slave. By then, without you lifting a finger, he'll wish he were dead. Chapter 5, Simulation Assessment, Initial Secret Realm. The next day, Li Moran arrived at the school. Many people kept their distance from him, their gazes filled with both disdain and fear, an exceptionally complex mix of emotions. Having awakened an F-level beast-taming talent, it was only natural that many looked down on him. But his violent beating of Zhou Yancheng yesterday had truly frightened quite a few people. Everyone believed Li Moran must have been under too much mental pressure and given up on himself, otherwise, how could he have dared to lay hands on Zhou Yancheng? Silence. As usual, Jiang Yuro approached Li Moran with a hint of concern in her eyes. Seeing her, Li Moran's gaze softened slightly. Good morning, Sister Ro. At that moment, a sparrow's chirp caught everyone's attention. Next, Lin Jiang, with a smug expression, appeared before Li Moran. Perched on his shoulder was a sparrow the size of a basketball, its feathers dark in color, but most strikingly, its eyes were unnaturally bewitching. Lin Jiang gloated, Li Moran, my bewitching-eyed sparrow is a high bloodline tamed beast. Young Master Zhou spent 800,000 gold coins to buy it for me. Don't be too envious. Oh, right, you have an F-grade beast taming talent. Even if you're envious, it's useless. You couldn't contract with it even if you tried. Ha! Zhou Yancheng also walked over, equally sarcastic and mocking. A trash with an F-grade talent dares to come for the exam today? Aren't you afraid of dying? Li Moran's gaze turned colder. What, didn't get enough of yesterday's lesson? Want another beating? Zhou Yancheng immediately shrank his neck, Li Moran's glare nearly triggering his fight or flight response. But I quickly came to my senses. Damn it, yesterday I didn't have a tamed beast and got bullied by him. Now that I have one, how could I still let him push me around? Wouldn't that make this beast contract completely pointless? Instantly, Zhou Yancheng's expression turned ferocious. I've already contracted the top-tier tiger-type beast, Blazing Sky Tiger. Do you really think you can still stand against me? As soon as the words fell, Zhou Yancheng immediately summoned his beast. Roar! A tiger nearly 1 meter long, its entire body engulfed in flames, appeared before everyone's eyes. Though still a cub, it already bore the initial majesty of a king. A single tiger's roar startled many, causing their expressions to change dramatically. What a showy beast! As expected from the eldest son of the Zhou Corporation. This beast must have cost a fortune, right? I recall the standard market price is no less than 4 million gold coins. Hearing these comments, Zhou Yancheng was immensely proud, looking down at Li Moran with disdain. How about that? My Blazing Sky Tiger is of epic bloodline. Even in its juvenile stage, tearing you apart would be effortless. He had hoped to see panic or fear on Li Moran's face. That way, he could thoroughly humiliate Li Moran and reclaim the pride he lost yesterday. Yet, Li Moran's expression remained calm, completely unperturbed. Is that all? This Blazing Sky Tiger is indeed impressive, but compared to Cthulhu, it's like night and day. You don't actually think this paper tiger can scare me, do you? Li Moran's expression instantly infuriated Zhou Yancheng. If it weren't for the school's prohibition on fighting, he would have probably sent the Blazing Sky Tiger to charge forward and kill Li Moran. Keep talking tough all you want when the mock exams come, I advise you not to kneel and beg me for mercy. At that moment, a sharp cry echoed across the entire Qingyue High School. Dressed in a red gown, Lu Jinghong descended slowly, standing atop a giant golden-flamed bird. Her appearance instantly captured the attention of the entire school. What is that? Could it be the Golden Phoenix? Oh my god! This is the legendary sacred beast. Lu Jinghong actually managed to contract a sacred beast cub? I declare, Lu Jinghong is the most talented genius in Qingyue High School. The appearance of Lu Jinghong completely overshadowed Zhou Yancheng's brilliance. Compared to her, Zhou Yancheng's blazing sky tiger seemed like a sickly kitten. As for Lin Zhang's demonite sparrow, it was so frightened that it chirped frantically, even pretending to be dead in Lin Zhang's arms, trembling all over and not daring to show its head. Even Li Moran couldn't help but take an extra glance, even secretly activating the Great Eye to check the information of the golden-plumed Divine Phoenix. Name, Golden-plumed Divine Phoenix. Race, Divine Phoenix Clan. Attributes, Fire, Gold. Bloodline, Monarch. Talent, Flame Monarch, Divine Phoenix. Skills, Blazing Fireball LV1, Flamestorm LV1, Body Burning Inferno LV1. Seeing such detailed information, Li Moran was genuinely startled. Truly worthy of the Great Eye, it almost saw through the golden-feathered Divine Phoenix's every secret. It seems I can rely on the Great Eye to obtain a lot of information. Soon, Lu Jinghong landed and simultaneously withdrew the golden-feathered Divine Phoenix. But the astonishment he brought to the people was far from fading. At that moment, an elderly man slowly walked over. He was in a good mood, with a smile on his face the whole time. It was none other than Zhao Deli, the principal of Qingyue High School. This year, the school has truly produced an abundance of talented individuals. Especially Lu Jinghong, who awakened an SSS-level beast-taming talent. Although Li Moran, the acknowledged genius, underperformed, fortunately, the others did quite well. There's a good chance the school might produce a few candidates for the Imperial Capital Academy this year. If that happens, his career as a principal would be truly fulfilled. Alright, everyone, pay attention. The mock exam is about to begin. Please gather according to your class seating. I'll announce the exam rules now. Hearing this, the crowd quickly assembled. This mock exam serves as the qualification test for the beast taming grand exam. Only those who pass the mock exam will be eligible to participate in the subsequent beast taming grand exam. The mock exam is set in the Moonlit City Secret Realm. You will enter the secret realm alongside examinees from other schools to take the test. The secret realm has been populated with a large number of low-level spirit beasts. You need to defeat these beasts to help your tamed beasts grow. As long as your tamed beast reaches the growth stage, you will pass the exam. The secret realm will remain open for 2 days, so please keep track of the exam time. Hearing this, many people began to feel eager to try. In this world, for a beastmaster's creature to grow, it needs to kill various spirit beasts and demonic creatures to obtain spiritual substances from them, also known as spiritual power. The standard for evaluating whether a beastmaster's creature is powerful depends on how strong its spiritual power is. Of course, the spiritual power of a beastmaster's creature is not fixed. It fluctuates with emotions and states, but generally remains within a standard range. A tamed beast generally needs to accumulate over 1,000 points of spiritual energy to transition from its juvenile stage to its growth stage. The more powerful the tamed beast, the more exaggerated the spiritual energy required for its growth. I wonder how much spiritual energy Cthulhu needs to grow. Li Moran gradually began to feel excited. At this moment, the principal's voice continued, "Alright, everyone, please follow me to the secret realm." Outside the school, several buses were already prepared, and each class boarded them one after another, heading together to the secret realm. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. A large number of students had already gathered here, forming a long queue. Yuelin City had several high schools, but there was only one initial secret realm, so it was inevitably overcrowded. Li Moran stood at the front of Class 1, with the students of Class 2 lined up beside him. Lu Jinghong also stood at the front of Class 2, maintaining his usual aloof demeanor. The line slowly moved forward until they reached the entrance of the secret realm. Lu Jinghong suddenly turned his head and said, "Li Moran, I permit you to team up with me for this assessment." Li Moran turned around with a surprised expression and smiled, saying, "Why would the school belle Lu have the mood to invite me?" Lu Jinghong replied indifferently, "For 3 years in high school, I worked tirelessly to catch up to you. Now that you have no future left, I'll lend you a hand. From now on, we will no longer belong to the same world." Her words were spoken coldly and arrogantly. That was just her way. But such words made Li Moran feel very uncomfortable. How is this helping? It's clearly charity. He said coldly, "No need. I don't need your charity yet." As soon as the words fell, he took a step ahead of Lu Jinghong and directly stepped into the secret realm. A trace of disappointment flashed in Lu Jinghong's eyes. Those who cannot accept their own weakness are doomed to never become strong. Since you refuse to recognize what's good for you, don't blame me for standing by and doing nothing. Chapter 6, A Brutally Simple Battle. A flash of light flickered, and Lee Moran found himself in an unfamiliar environment. It was a forest, with a serene and quiet surroundings, but from time to time, the menacing roars of beasts reminded him of the terror of this place. Random teleportation? Not bad, it avoids exposing Cthulhu's secret too early. Lee Moran's tamed beast, Cthulhu, would undoubtedly appear extremely exaggerated in front of others once revealed. Of course, he couldn't hide forever. But before the beast taming grand exam arrives, it's best not to expose himself if possible, to avoid becoming the target of public criticism. Lee Moran opened his left hand, and a special rune appeared on his palm. Emitting a faint yellow glow, it looked like a magic circle. His spirit could communicate with the runes with just a thought. He could teleport away from the novice secret realm. But once he left, he wouldn't be able to enter again afterward. If he left without completing the trial, he wouldn't even be able to participate in the beast taming grand examination. Lee Moran had only taken a few steps when he heard a commotion. Hiss! Hiss! A transparent snake-like monster, with its blood vessels and bones clearly visible, slowly slithered over. It flicked its crimson forked tongue, yet appeared utterly adorable and harmless. Ah, it's a phantom serpent. Lee Moran recognized it immediately. Despite its cute and cuddly appearance, this snake's venom was extremely potent. A single bite could lead to anything from full-body necrosis to outright death. The phantom serpent was still curiously sizing up Lee Moran, almost as if it were playfully coquettish. It seems they're trying to lure Lee Moran closer. Pretty clever, but it won't work on me. With a thought, Lee Moran immediately summoned Cthulhu. Huff huff. The great Cthulhu has descended. A 2-meter-tall monster with an octopus head, human body, and bat wings landed beside Lee Moran. A sky full of black mist enveloped him, making it hard for the outside world to see him clearly. Hiss! The appearance of Cthulhu instantly terrified the void serpent. Trembling all over, it no longer retained any trace of its previous adorable appearance. It tried to flee immediately, as if flying away. But how would Cthulhu give it such a chance? In an instant, a long tentacle shot out like lightning, swiftly coiling around the void serpent. With just a slight exertion, the phantom snake instantly turned into a mist of blood. As expected of Cthulhu, truly formidable. Although the phantom snake is a rather weak spirit beast, its speed is exceptional, making it quite difficult for ordinary people to kill. Yet Cthulhu effortlessly resolved it with just a single tentacle. After the phantom serpent died, a stream of light emerged from its corpse and flowed into Cthulhu. Cthulhu killed a level 1 phantom serpent and gained 10 points of spiritual power. Only 10 points of spiritual power for killing one phantom serpent? If I need 1,000 points to reach the growth stage, I'd have to kill 100 phantom serpents. This efficiency is way too slow. Just then, Lee Moran suddenly received a message from the system. Cthulhu growth stage, 1,010,000. Cthulhu requires 10,000 spiritual power points to level up? That's 10 times more than other spirit beasts? Reading this, Lee Moran's face turned green. Well, now it's not 100, but 1,000. This means that if he only kills the void serpents, he would need to slay 500 of them in a single day to level up Cthulhu. Lee Moran was truly on the verge of tears. Well, anyway, Cthulhu is practically invincible in this place, might as well just slaughter his way through. With this thought, Lee Moran's movements became even swifter. Cthulhu killed a level 2 Gale Wolf and gained 20 spiritual power points. Cthulhu killed a level 2 Claw Panther and gained 23 spiritual power points. Wild spirit beasts differ from tamed ones, as they have a hierarchical level system. The lowest is level 1, and the highest is level 99. Different levels correspond to different stages of beast growth. Among them, a level 110 spirit beast strength is roughly equivalent to the infancy stage of an ordinary beast. In this initial secret realm, there are not only spirit beasts below level 10. Deep within the secret realm, spirit beasts above level 10 can actually appear, possessing immense strength and aggressiveness. They were even specifically marked as a warning to candidates not to go there, as it could easily lead to trouble. However, this only applied to others. As for Lee Moran, of course, he had to go. Lee Moran kept killing as he advanced deeper into the initial secret realm. Such low spiritual energy from level 1 or 2 spirit beasts, how long will it take for Cthulhu to level up if I keep killing them? If I don't go deeper into the secret realm, I might not even complete the assessment. From then on, Lee Moran pushed forward relentlessly. Cthulhu killed a level 4 Windblade Wolf, gaining 48 spiritual energy points. Cthulhu killed a level 5 Twin Clawbear, gaining 56 spirit points. Cthulhu killed a level 7 Flame-Tailed Lizard, gaining 78 spirit points. Every spirit beast encountered along the way was utterly annihilated by Cthulhu. With just a flick of its tentacles which lashed out like whips, Cthulhu shattered the spirit beasts into pieces, leaving none intact. The combat is simple and brutal, requiring absolutely no skill at all. Lee Moran only needs to watch Cthulhu while cheering 666 to solve all problems. Truly worthy of being a great old one even in its juvenile stage, it's this formidable. These spirit beasts stand no chance against Cthulhu whatsoever. After walking for about 2 or 3 hours, Lee Moran suddenly received a warning. Warning! You are deep within the secret realm, an extremely dangerous place. Leave immediately. The rune in his palm also kept flickering with a faint yellow light, urging Lee Moran to quickly move away. If I leave just because you tell me to, wouldn't that make me look cowardly? I won't go. I insist on staying. With the awe-inspiring Cthulhu in tow, Lee Moran stepped deep into the secret realm. Meanwhile, haven't you found him yet? It's just Lee Moran, it's not like he can fly. Zhou Yancheng was leading a group of underlings, scouring the entire secret realm in search of Lee Moran. They searched all around the periphery of the secret realm but found no trace of Lee Moran. This infuriated Zhou Yancheng greatly. He had personally watched Lee Moran enter the secret realm, intending to kill him inside and then frame the local spirit beasts for the deed. Who would have thought he couldn't even find the man? One of the underlings said with a trembling voice, "Boss Zhou, do you think he might have gone deeper into the secret realm?" Several other underlings also started speaking up. Yeah, we've searched the entire outer area and couldn't find him. There's nowhere else he could be except deeper inside. Hearing this, Zhou Yancheng's expression instantly turned grim. Are you kidding me? That trash with an F-grade talent dares to venture into the depths of the secret realm? Does he have a death wish? At that moment, a man came running in a hurry. It was the underling Zhou Yancheng had sent to find Lee Moran. Boss, I've found Lee Moran. Overjoyed, Zhou Yancheng quickly asked, where is he? He went deeper in this direction. With that, he pointed out the direction Lee Moran had gone. Seeing this, Zhou Yancheng flew into a rage. Damn it, is that trash really courting death? Come with me, even if he's gone deep inside, I'll kill him with my own hands. Also, it seems Lee Moran was carrying a powerful Imperial. The underling wanted to say more, but Zhou Yancheng moved faster, immediately leading the others forward. This left the reporting underling frozen in place, at a loss for what to do. Chapter 7, Collective Madness. Feel the pain. Achoo. Who's thinking of me? Lee Moran scratched his head with a blank expression. Beside him, Cthulhu extended several tentacles, and with a sharp snap, several more spirit beasts perished. Cthulhu killed a level 9 magnetic horn sheep, gaining 99 spiritual power points. Cthulhu killed a level 9 magnetic horn sheep. Several voices sounded in succession, and Cthulhu gained a considerable amount of spiritual energy. Only level 9? It seems I haven't gone deep enough. I should delve further. Lee Moran checked Cthulhu's growth status. Cthulhu growth stage, 3476100000. It grew by 1/3, so if that's the case, one more day of grinding tomorrow should be enough. Today, he spent most of his time fighting monsters on the outskirts, taking a long time to reach the depths of the secret realm. As a result, he lost a lot of spiritual energy. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have gained so little spiritual energy. At this moment, the setting sun on the horizon cast a fiery glow across the sky, painting the clouds in shades of burning red. Lee Moran walked over and saw several magnetic horn sheep lying on the ground, covered in blood, their entrails scattered everywhere. Magnetic horn sheep resemble goats in appearance, but their horns are strikingly similar to magnets, capable of attracting most metal objects and even manipulating them for attacks. In simple terms, they're like a weaker version of Magneto. However, Lee Moran didn't pay attention to these matters. I heard that the magnetic horn sheep's meat is quite delicious, and it seems to be evening already. Why not rest here for a while? With this thought, Lee Moran sprang into action. He took out a small knife and purified water from his beast taming space, cleaning and preparing the magnetic horn sheep's meat as he went. Before long, he had cut off a large piece of the tenderest meat. Then, he chopped firewood, lit a fire, skewered the magnetic horn mutton, coated it with sauce, and slowly roasted it over the flames. Lee Moran's grilling technique was quite good. The magnetic horn sheep had no gamey smell, and the meat sizzled with oil as it roasted, cooking quickly. Lee Moran immediately took a bite. Mouth dripping with oil. Delicious. Gurgle. Beside them, Cthulhu suddenly let out a strange cry. Lee Moran turned his head and saw several of Cthulhu's tentacles twitching slightly. Do you want some too? Gurgle. Seeing this, Lee Moran immediately handed it a piece of mutton. Cthulhu didn't even mind the heat, simply rolled it up and swallowed it whole. A man and a Cthulhu were feasting heartily when several figures began to approach. It's Firelight, there are people over there. Hurry over. The commotion caught Lee Moran's attention. He turned around and saw several people rushing toward him, flashlights in hand. Spotting the person right in the center, Lee Moran raised an eyebrow. Zhou Yancheng? Upon seeing Lee Moran, Zhou Yancheng was instantly overcome with wild joy. Ha! Damn it, Lee Moran, you thought hiding deep in the secret realm would keep me from finding you? Now that I've caught you, let's see where you can run. Lee Moran tossed the skewers onto the fire and wiped the grease from his lips. Run? Why would I run? If you're not running, then today is your last day. Oh, are you here to kill me? Hee hee, don't you know killing is forbidden within the city walls? Zhou Yancheng said smugly, of course I know. But accidental deaths in the city aren't illegal. There's only you here, no one else. As long as I make it look like you were killed by a spirit beast, who would know it was me? Hearing this, Li Moran was instantly intrigued. So that's how it can be done, Zhou Yancheng, you're truly a genius. Zhou Yancheng laughed even harder upon hearing this. Now you understand. My father has always praised my cleverness since I was a child. At this moment, a subordinate nearby reminded him, Boss Zhou, he's indirectly calling you stupid. Zhou Yancheng froze for a moment before flying into a rage. Damn it. How dare he insult me? Li Moran, you're dead today. Blazing Sky Tiger, attack. Roar roar. With a roar erupting, the blazing Skyfire Tiger, its body engulfed in flames, was directly summoned by Zhou Yancheng. However, not long after its appearance, the majestic Skyfire Tiger suddenly trembled all over, filled with terror. It was as if it had seen something horrifying. Zhou Yancheng was greatly shocked. Skyfire Tiger, what's wrong with you? Hurry up and attack, kill that trash for me. The blazing Sky Tiger not only didn't advance, but instead trembled and crouched down, even letting out a feeble meow. This scene left Zhou Yancheng and the others utterly shocked. Li Moran sneered coldly, it seems your tiger doesn't dare to step forward. Fine, how about I go instead? A pitch-black tentacle shot out like lightning, actually coiling around the blazing Sky Tiger in an instant. With a forceful twist of the tentacle, the blazing Sky Tiger was instantly torn apart. An epic bloodline beast, not even a single cry of pain escaped its lips. Zhou Yancheng watched in horror. What is this thing? No! My blazing Sky Tiger. Boss, look at Li Moran's beast, quick! At this moment, the group finally saw clearly that standing beside Li Moran was a massive monster. Its entire body was shrouded in black mist, with tentacle-like appendages extending outward. What kind of monster is this? Zhou Yancheng and the others felt their scalps tingle, unable to believe their eyes. The creature before them filled them with a fear akin to facing death itself. Li Moran sneered, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his lips. Since you've gone to such lengths to kill me, then you shall die here. Immediately afterward, Li Moran commanded Cthulhu. Release mass madness. As waves of sound spread outward, Zhou Yancheng and the others were horrified to discover their bodies completely disobeying their commands. Their eyes were filled with terror, their mouths agape as if trying to speak, yet not a single word could escape. Then, even their gazes grew vacant and unfocused. Afterwards, they all chanted the incantation like prayer in unison, as if they were fervent believers. They danced and gestured wildly. A few seconds later, the people before me actually began engaging in extremely exaggerated acts of self-harm. As the intensity of their self-harm increased, the wounds on their bodies multiplied. About half a minute later, a burst of light emerged from their bodies. Their bodies then disintegrated, ultimately dissolving into nothingness, as if it had never existed at all. Successfully sacrificed 7 humans, your Cthulhu has gained a slight amount of fearful devotion. Fearful devotion? What is this? Li Moran was somewhat puzzled. Soon, the system provided a prompt. Host, please cultivate Cthulhu to its complete form as soon as possible to unlock more functions. Do I have to wait until it reaches its complete form to know its uses? Never mind, I'll think about it later. Li Moran shook his head and pushed these thoughts aside. As for sacrificing Zhou Yancheng and the others, Li Moran felt no psychological burden at all. After all, it was Zhou Yancheng who wanted to kill him. If he were still that F-grade talented beast tamer, he would have been doomed today. No matter what, Li Moran couldn't possibly let Zhou Yancheng off. Besides, there were no surveillance cameras in the secret realm. After Zhou Yancheng and the others were sacrificed, nothing would remain. Who could have known that it was Li Moran who did this? After extinguishing the bonfire, Li Moran left the place with Cthulhu. After all, someone had died here, and Li Moran found it unlucky, unwilling to stay any longer. A sharp cry rang out as golden flames erupted continuously, instantly engulfing several avian spirit beasts in bursts of fire. Golden Plumed Divine Phoenix killed a level 7 Crimson Feather Bird, gained 76 spiritual power points. Golden Plumed Divine Phoenix killed a level 8 Frost Sparrow, gained 88 spiritual power points. As the two announcements faded, the red-clad maiden atop the Golden Plumed Divine Phoenix revealed a faint smile. Well done, little gold. The girl was none other than Lu Jinghong. She had fought her way through and now reached the depths of the secret realm. By now, the setting sun had completely vanished into the clouds, and the black night was descending like a tide. Evening already? It's time to find a place to rest. Lu Jinghong rode the Golden Plumed Divine Phoenix, scanning the area below, and soon spotted an open clearing. This place looks good. Let's rest here for the night. She then commanded the Golden Plumed Divine Phoenix to descend. The pair, one human and one bird, landed steadily on the ground. Lu Jinghong was just about to put away his beast when he suddenly froze. Beside him, the golden feathered phoenix's body began to tremble slightly, revealing an expression of fear. Lu Jinghong was greatly surprised. Little Gold, what's wrong? The golden feathered phoenix actually wrapped its wings tightly around itself, trembling even more violently. Lu Jinghong quickly checked the condition of the Golden Plumed Divine Phoenix and soon noticed something unusual. Status: combat ability lost due to the effects of intense residual mental interference. Residual mental interference, what is this? Could there be a powerful spirit beast lurking nearby? However, the golden-plumed divine phoenix possesses an exceptionally strong bloodline, reaching the level of a monarch. Even little Jean is afraid, so this spirit beast's bloodline must at least reach the level of a ruler or even a myth. Lu Jinghong's face suddenly turned a shade paler, his eyes filled with shock. An initial secret realm couldn't possibly have a beast with a ruler's bloodline. This must be someone else's tamed beast. Could it be that Moonfall City has produced a peerless genius I don't know about? Chapter 8. I, Lu Jinghong, have never been inferior to anyone in my life. If Li Moran were to witness this scene, he would probably look utterly innocent. The place where Lu Jinghong stood was precisely where he had just committed murder. It seemed the golden-feathered divine phoenix had been thoroughly frightened by the lingering collective madness of Cthulhu. Cthulhu, as one of the great old ones, is among the most supreme entities in the cosmos. Not to mention royal-blooded spirit beasts, even those with mythical bloodlines cannot raise their heads in his presence. If it were the true Cthulhu, ordinary humans would descend into madness from just a single glance. Lu Jinghong watched the trembling golden-plumed divine phoenix, feeling utterly at a loss. Fortunately, the mental residue dissipated quickly. After about a minute, the trembling of the golden-plumed phoenix gradually ceased. The golden-plumed phoenix cried out twice and finally returned to normal. Little Gold. Lu Jinghong let out a sigh of relief and quickly hugged the golden-feathered divine phoenix. Xiao Jin also chirped, meaning, sorry for making you worry. Lu Jinghong shook her head, it's not your fault. I never expected such a powerful tamed beast to exist here. At this thought, her earlier panic vanished, replaced by a glint of excitement in her eyes. Lu Jinghong murmured, my father once said there are always people beyond people, and skies beyond skies. Now I see it's true. After Li Moran's fall, I thought there was no one left here who could pique my interest, but it seems I was wrong, there's another. In my life, Lu Jinghong has never been inferior to anyone. No matter who you are, I will find you and surpass you. Lu Jinghong surveyed his surroundings and discovered a recently extinguished campfire, along with the corpses of a few magnetic horned sheep. There also seemed to be traces of a campsite, but they had already been cleared away. Seeing these traces, she concluded that this powerful figure couldn't have gone far. Little Gold, let's go. She took the golden-plumed divine phoenix and headed in the direction Li Moran had left. Roar roar. A piercing beastly roar rang out, followed by a burst of blood mist. Cthulhu killed a level 14 saber-toothed wolf, gaining 189 spiritual energy points. Li Moran, accompanied by Cthulhu, continued to slay numerous spirit beasts along the way. By now, not a trace of sunlight remained on the horizon, as moonlight descended like a delicate veil. The stars were also scattered across the sky. Is it already this late? Li Moran stretched lazily, lying on Cthulhu's back. After watching Cthulhu slay monsters for several hours, he felt a bit tired. Time to rest. We'll continue farming tomorrow. At this thought, Li Moran jumped down and began setting up camp. Before long, a simple tent was erected by him. Meanwhile, Li Moran gathered firewood and lit a bonfire. Once everything was ready, he recalled Cthulhu. Suddenly, a commotion caught Li Moran's attention. A spirit beast? He frowned slightly and was about to raise his hand to summon Cthulhu. But soon, he spotted a familiar figure, and the summoning gesture froze mid-air. A girl in a flowing red dress with long hair appeared before Li Moran, accompanied by a golden-feathered divine phoenix. Who else could it be but Lu Jinghong? It's you? Lu Jinghong slightly furrowed her brows. She had come to find that mysterious genius, but instead, she encountered Li Moran. What are you doing here? Li Moran, an F-grade talented beastmaster, had ventured alone into the depths of the secret realm. Wasn't he afraid of death? Lu Jinghong surveyed the surroundings and was surprised to find that Li Moran had even set up a tent. This only deepened Lu Jinghong's confusion. Li Moran was equally astonished. We meet again. As expected of the renowned campus belle Lu Jinghong, you've actually made it deep into the secret realm. Lu Jinghong had no patience for pleasantries and cut straight to the point. Li Moran, tell me, have you encountered a powerful beastmaster whose contracted beast specializes in psychic abilities? My little Gold was terrified by the residual psychic energy left behind by his beast. Mental type? Where would you find a mental type beast here? The only thing remotely similar is his Cthulhu. Could it be that the golden-plumed phoenix was scared by Cthulhu? Mass hysteria is indeed a mental type skill and also leaves behind mental residue. At this thought, Li Moran's expression suddenly turned peculiar. Could this girl be talking about him? Li Moran pondered in his heart, should he summon Cthulhu? After some consideration, Li Moran decided to give up. Since this girl is so fond of scouring the streets for strong opponents, let her keep searching. Li Moran also wanted to see how long it would take for her to find him. So, Li Moran decisively replied, don't ask me. I don't know. Never seen him. This swift and resolute triple denial left Lu Jinghong somewhat annoyed. But she had no intention of pestering Li Moran further. With a cold snort, she turned to leave. After taking just a few steps, he turned back and said, I advise you to leave the secret realm as soon as possible. With your talent, staying here would only mean waiting for death. After all, Li Moran had suppressed her for 3 years. He was once the figure she vowed to surpass. Though he had now fallen from grace, Lu Jinghong couldn't bear to see him die in such a wretched manner. Otherwise, wouldn't my 3 years of chasing become a joke? Li Moran said indifferently, just mind your own business. You don't know what's good for you. You'll suffer for this later. Once again, her kind reminder was ignored by Li Moran. Lu Jinghong felt a surge of anger and decided to ignore him as well. Anyway, whether Li Moran lives or dies, what does it have to do with her? Carrying the golden phoenix, Lu Jinghong immediately departed. Li Moran shook his head helplessly, entered the tent, laid out his sleeping bag, and was just about to enjoy a good night's sleep. A loud cry. At that moment, a sharp cry rang out. This made Li Moran jump in surprise. Was a spirit beast invading? As soon as he stepped out of the tent, Li Moran froze in place. All he could see was Lu Jinghong, standing on the golden-feathered divine phoenix, soaring into the sky. Just as he had taken off, several giant eagles suddenly emerged from all directions, relentlessly attacking the golden-feathered divine phoenix. Those are the azure-feathered giant eagles? Li Moran recognized it immediately. The azure-feathered giant eagle is a highly ferocious spiritual beast. In the beginner's dungeon, even the lowest level Sangyu giant eagle exceeds level 15, and there may even be individuals as high as level 18 or 19. Although Lu Jinghong's golden feather divine phoenix bloodline is extremely powerful, he is still in his juvenile stage and lacks significant strength. Facing the ferocious Sangyu giant eagle, it was completely unable to put up a fight. Especially when facing several of them at the same time. Screech! The golden-feathered divine phoenix let out a piercing scream as its golden feathers were plucked out in large clumps. Lu Jinghong could no longer maintain his balance in the sky and, with an agonizing cry, plummeted straight down. Given the girl's physique, falling from such a great height would undoubtedly be fatal. Damn it, always causing trouble. Damn it, always causing trouble. Li Moran saw this and didn't bother anymore. He directly summoned Cthulhu, had Cthulhu use its tentacles to carry him, and then charged forward. Only Cthulhu could be seen, with black mist constantly rising from its body, enveloping Li Moran within it. Then, the figure flickered on and off, moving at an incredibly exaggerated speed, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived below Lu Jinghong. Several tentacles shot toward the sky like lightning, instantly piercing through the few Sangyu giant eagles. Cthulhu defeated a level 15 azure-feathered giant eagle, gaining 280 spirit points. Cthulhu defeated a level 16 azure-feathered giant eagle, gaining 320 spirit points. One after another, the sounds reached Li Moran's ears, but he wasn't paying much attention to them. He summoned Cthulhu into action, extending a tentacle to catch Lu Jinghong as he was about to hit the ground. Then, he placed her gently on the ground. Ling! The golden-winged phoenix swooped down, intending to protect its master. But suddenly, as if it had seen something terrifying, it trembled violently and wrapped itself in its wings. Lu Jinghong struggled to open his eyes and looked around in confusion. Am I okay? What's wrong with you, Xiaojin? Seeing the golden phoenix trembling again, Lu Jinghong was startled. Turning around, he witnessed a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. Chapter 9, You Can Call Me Bapa. A monster. Over 2 meters tall, with an octopus head, a human body, and bat wings. Its entire body is shrouded in black mist. Beside him stood a figure whose face was obscured by the black mist. The monster constantly emitted intense mental interference. Lu Jinghong merely glanced at it once more and suddenly felt his mind grow chaotic, nearly plunging him into madness. She quickly looked away, her expression utterly shocked. It's you? Lu Jinghong couldn't fail to recognize that this was the genius she had been searching for. Li Moran scolded angrily, have you wasted all the knowledge you've learned over the past 3 years? Nighttime is when the Sangyu giant eagles are most active. You dare to fly in the sky? Do you want to die? This voice, transmitted through the Cthulhu mist, sounded unusually mysterious and ethereal. Combined with the black mist enveloping him, Lu Jinghong couldn't even recognize the person before him as Li Moran. She was startled by the sudden outburst. She bit her lip and said, I. But she quickly came to her senses. She didn't know this person at all. Who was he to scold her like that? Lu Jinghong slowly stood up, clenched her teeth, and her expression betrayed a hint of grievance, but she suppressed it and said, thank you for saving my life, but I can make my own decisions. The person before her was the genius she aimed to surpass. She refused to show any weakness in his presence. Li Moran was so angry he couldn't help but laugh. You're the one making decisions? If I hadn't noticed in time, you would have fallen from such a height and died for sure. Isn't that just stupid? Lu Jinghong turned his head away, refusing to speak or back down. Li Moran saw this and felt utterly helpless. After 3 years of high school, he knew this girl's personality well. She was stubborn to the core, like a stubborn donkey that would never turn back even if it hit a brick wall. Li Moran said impatiently, fine, do whatever you want. If something happens later, don't blame me for not warning you. As he spoke, he turned to leave. Seeing that Li Mo was about to leave, Lu Jinghong grew anxious and hurriedly called out, "Wait! What else is there?" Li Moran asked coldly. Li Moran turned around, "Is there something else? Please tell me your school and name. I, Lu Jinghong, always repay kindness. This life-saving favor, I will never forget." Upon hearing this, Li Moran's expression immediately became quite interesting. "Don't you recognize who I am?" Lu Jinghong was also a bit confused, but Li Moran was completely shrouded in mist, and she could only vaguely make out a silhouette. She shook her head. At that moment, Li Moran realized that he was standing very close to Cthulhu, and the mist surrounding Cthulhu had also enveloped him. Since Cthulhu was his beast companion, the black mist did not affect his vision. However, in Lu Jinghong's eyes, his own appearance became shrouded in mystery. But there was still sound, wasn't there? Soon, Li Moran also realized it. His voice, as it traveled through the mist, might have changed as well. No wonder the girl, who was so close, didn't recognize him. Thinking of this, Li Moran suddenly felt like playing a prank, as a small lesson for Lu Jinghong's lack of gratitude. "You may call me Ba Pa. As for the school, why bother knowing? When the beast taming exam comes, my true identity will be revealed." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Moran made a stylish turn and left with Cthulhu. Baba? Hearing this strange name, Lu Jinghong couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. But as she watched Li Moran's receding figure, a surge of determination welled up within her. "Baba, though I am not your match now, I will catch up step by step. I will first repay your life-saving debt, then defeat you. I, Lu Jinghong, will never be inferior to anyone in my lifetime." Li Moran listened, unable to suppress a smile. This scene was so reminiscent of his 3 years in high school. Back then, this young girl had also declared war on him in the same way. I wonder what her expression will be like when the Beast Master exam finally arrives, and she realizes that the person she has been so determined to surpass is none other than herself. Li Moran thought to himself, 3 years ago, you were chasing after my footsteps. 3 years later, you'll still be chasing after my footsteps. After Li Moran left, the trembling of the Golden Phoenix gradually subsided. Little Jean. Upon hearing Lu Jinghong's call, the Golden Phoenix, a beast of the royal bloodline, displayed a dejected expression, behaving as docile as a kitten. Lu Jinghong stroked Xiao Jin's feathers and said, "Don't be afraid, Xiao Jin. Rest assured, one day, we will definitely defeat that person. You are my beast companion, you must not be weaker than anyone else." However, the golden feathered phoenix cast a highly unusual glance. If Lu Jinghong could interpret that gaze, he might have heard the golden winged divine phoenix's meaning, "You're asking for trouble. Don't drag me into this." If it weren't for wrapping itself in feathers just now, the golden feathered divine phoenix felt it would have gone mad by now. The next morning, as the sky began to grow faintly light, Li Moran, who had just turned 18 a few days earlier, set out once again with Cthulhu to continue their rampage. His growth progress was already halfway done. Killing a few more hours should allow him to level up. Li Moran sat on Cthulhu's back, letting it carry him forward. The scenery in this secluded place was truly beautiful, with clear waters and lush mountains, a perfect spot for a vacation. "Hey, little leopard, are you here to play with me?" Snap! Cthulhu's tentacles erupted like lightning, instantly killing several three-eyed leopard cats that had just sensed something was wrong. Cthulhu kills a level 16 three-eyed leopard cat, gaining 268 points of spiritual power. Cthulhu kills. "Huh, why did you act so quickly?" Little leopard was killed instantly. Cthulhu waved his tentacles, indicating that it was all your orders and had nothing to do with him. Although the spiritual beasts in the depths of the secret realm are of a high rank and possess great power, no matter how strong they are, they simply cannot compare to Cthulhu. Wherever Cthulhu goes, no spirit beast dares to show its face. Show your face and you're dead. Cthulhu's tentacles move at lightning speed, almost as fast as lightning itself, and can extend to over 100 meters in length. Unless the spirit beast is observing from hundreds of meters away, there is no chance of escape. If anyone witnessed this scene, they would likely burst into curses immediately. They're all struggling to hunt spirit beasts in the secret realm, and it's so hard to level up. Meanwhile, Li Moran just lies there lazily, and his beast tamer does all the work for him. That's not fair. Time passed, and several hours went by. As Li Moran killed another spirit beast, a voice suddenly rang out. "Your beast master Cthulhu has met the conditions and is about to enter the growth phase." Upon hearing this voice, Li Moran felt a surge of excitement. Finally, he had leveled up. Soon, Li Moran noticed that Cthulhu had changed. The black mist surrounding it suddenly became exceptionally dense, and its aura grew incredibly intense. Even the mental attacks became incredibly powerful. All the spiritual beasts within hundreds of meters began to tremble violently and scatter in all directions. Meanwhile, Cthulhu's form continued to grow larger and larger. Starting at 2 meters tall, it gradually grew larger until its size increased by a full circle, now standing nearly 3 meters tall. This transformation did not take long. A few minutes later, the growth came to an end. Your summoned Cthulhu has successfully entered the growth phase. Its group-wide madness skill has become stronger and now has a certain chance to convert targets into fanatical followers. His tentacle attacks have become stronger and can now extend up to 200 meters. Cthulhu has gained a new skill, Summon Deep Ones. Chapter 10, Cthulhu Upgrades, Minion Deep Ones. Seeing this series of prompts, Liam Oran was thrilled. The deep divers have arrived. How far can the stars chosen be behind? Cthulhu isn't the only servant of his kind. As a die-hard fan of Cthulhu-style novels, Liam Oran knows Cthulhu inside out. He is well versed in Cthulhu's abilities, minions, and incarnations, among other things. I wonder how the summoned Deep Ones compare to the mythos setting. He immediately ordered Cthulhu to summon the Deep Ones. Woo-woo. As an eerie sound echoed, Liam Oran noticed that the environment beneath Cthulhu's feet had suddenly changed. The once solid ground had transformed into a vast expanse of black water. Then, one by one, monsters with fish heads and human bodies, standing nearly 2 meters tall and with muscular builds, slowly emerged from the black water. There were 10 in total, the Deep Ones, servants of Cthulhu. Upon their arrival, they all prostrated themselves before Cthulhu, murmuring various incantations, completely resembling fanatical devotees. Judging by their appearance alone, Liam Oran was fairly satisfied. Then, Liam Oran continued to review the various details about the Deep Diver. Deep Diver LV1, this is a direct descendant of Cthulhu, possessing the ability to breathe underwater and immortality. Unless killed, it cannot be destroyed. Deep divers can fight for you, perform rituals which slightly enhance Cthulhu's power, influenced by scale and duration, and recruit followers of Cthulhu. Special ability: deep divers have no time limit on their existence and can communicate with Cthulhu without delay, regardless of distance. Limitations: a maximum of 10 Deep Ones can exist simultaneously. This number can be increased through upgrades. Impressive. It's even stronger than I imagined. Liam Oran was very pleased. The special abilities of deep divers are not something ordinary summon creatures can match. Although there are quantity restrictions, none of these are insurmountable challenges. Hurry up and check out the combat capabilities of the deep divers. Liam Oran immediately issued the order, and 10 deep divers swiftly rushed toward various locations within the secret realm. Although the Deep One's figures quickly vanished, Cthulhu could still observe every one of their movements at all times. As Cthulhu's master, Liam Oran could also see many things through the deep divers. 2 of the Deep Ones had entered the territory of the Earth Bear. This is an extremely powerful spirit beast, possessing unparalleled strength. Even at just a dozen levels, it can shatter a large tree with a single palm strike. Under Liam Oran's watchful gaze, the 2 deep divers maneuvered skillfully, one on the left and one on the right, circling the Earth Bear in a tactical dance. Using their sharp claws, they continuously tore at the Earth Bear's skin. Immediately afterward, they charged forward, clinging tightly to the Earth Bear, relentlessly biting and tearing at its flesh. After a few minutes, the Earth Bear let out a mournful cry and collapsed. Seeing this, Liam Oran was very satisfied. Though his power was far inferior to Cthulhu's, it was still powerful enough. Such a massive Earth Bear was killed in just a few minutes. Cthulhu kills a level 15 Earth Bear, gaining 336 spirit points. Do the monsters killed by Deep Ones also count toward Cthulhu's tally? Makes sense, since they're his minions. The remaining Deep Ones quickly found their prey and, after a fierce battle, also killed their prey. Before long, Cthulhu had once again gained a significant amount of spiritual energy. Upon seeing this, Liam Oran immediately ceased his observation of the deep diver. While the deep divers were heading in all directions to kill monsters, Liam Oran also took Cthulhu with him and headed deeper into the secret realm. Although they had already completed their assessment objectives, the secret realm was far from over. Every extra kill counts. With greater strength, Liam Oran would have a better chance of passing the beast taming exam. Suddenly, Liam Oran received a notification. Deep diver has been killed. How did I get killed? Liam Oran was extremely surprised. The strength of a deep diver is on par with that of a 17th or 18th level spirit beast, yet it was killed? Liam Oran immediately contacted Cthulhu and retrieved the surveillance footage of the deep diver's death. This deep one had fled far away, all the way to the deepest part of the secret realm. Here, it saw a pack of black wolves, the largest nearly 3 meters long, and the smallest over 2 meters in length. There were quite a few of them, numbering around 30 to 50. When the deep diver spotted the giant wolf also noticed it. Dozens of giant wolves pounced simultaneously, and the poor deep diver had no chance to defend itself, being killed instantly. Liam Oran recognized them immediately. There are actually so many black giant wolves? Black giant wolves are extremely powerful spiritual beasts, several times larger than ordinary wild wolves, with speed and strength that are truly astonishing. Most importantly, this is a gregarious spiritual beast, and once spotted, it always appears in packs. There can be as few as a dozen or so, or as many as several dozen, or even over 100. Even a single black giant wolf is a nightmare for most novice beast tamers, let alone a pack of them. The depths of the secret realm are indeed dangerous. With such numbers, anyone would have fled in panic. However, Liam Oran wore a murderous expression. Dare to kill my kin?
If I don't teach these fools a lesson, they'll think the Cthulhu King has no temper.
Liam ran, accompanied by Cthulhu, advanced toward the giant wolf's territory with an intimidating presence. Before long, Liam ran arrived at his destination. Woof! Woof woof! A series of melodious wolf howls echoed in succession. Liam Ran's arrival immediately aroused the wolves' vigilance. Roar! A few low growls served as a warning. There are so many wolves. I wonder how much spiritual energy we can get if we kill them all. Liam Ran's lips curled into a sinister smile. Immediately afterward, the mist of Cthulhu began to slowly spread. Awah! Awah! The wolves' howls suddenly became unusually short, as if they sensed danger, and they all began to bristle. Release the collective frenzy. At Liam Ran's command, Cthulhu immediately sprang into action. Hum! A series of trembling sounds spread out in all directions, followed by eerie and dangerous spiritual fluctuations, like a large net directly covering the group of black giant wolves. The black wolves were immediately thrown into a frenzy by the collective madness, beginning to emit various strange cries and perform all manner of bizarre movements. Shortly thereafter, a large number of giant wolves began attacking one another. Cthulhu killed a level 17 black giant wolf, gaining 389 spirit points. Cthulhu kills an 18th level black giant wolf, gaining 428 points of spiritual power. In the midst of mutual slaughter, one black giant wolf after another was killed. Streams of spiritual energy continuously poured into Cthulhu's body. However, strangely enough, the main culprits, Liam Ran and Cthulhu, remained motionless, standing in place as if watching a play. These massive black wolves had all been killed by their own kind. However, their spiritual energy belongs to Cthulhu. If anyone were to witness this scene, they would likely find it utterly unbelievable. About half an hour later, as the last black giant wolf fell, Liam Ran finally revealed a satisfied smile. What a great show! Unfortunately, it wasn't as good as Zhou Yancheng's performance. The black giant wolf that died left no corpse behind it was all sacrificed. Liam Ran didn't care either. With Cthulhu in tow, he continued his rampage. The outside world. People kept being teleported out from the initial secret realm. Although this mock exam only lasts 2 days, for many people, it feels like an eternity. The students who came out were either in ragged clothes or covered in blood, not a single one was clean. However, every pair of eyes sparkled with excitement. This was their first battle, and it was a valuable experience for them. Without going through this battle, they would never become qualified beast tamers. Every time a candidate emerges, a teacher steps forward to scan their beast taming space to confirm whether the beast has entered its growth phase. The vast majority of candidates pass the assessment and are eligible to participate in the subsequent beast taming examination. A small number who did not pass all looked dejected. No one knew what fate awaited them. Crow! A piercing cry echoed throughout the surroundings. Lu Jinghong, standing on the golden-feathered divine phoenix, flew out of the secret realm and landed in the area of Qingyue High School. Her appearance immediately drew the attention of countless people. Chapter 11 hasn't been released yet, and Liam Ran is already dead? Wow! Her beast taming is so cool. That's the golden-winged phoenix. I saw it in my textbook. After evolving to the chaos form, it can even become a sacred beast. That must be Lu Jinghong from Qingyue High School, right? I heard she awakened an SSS rank beast taming talent. This year's Qingyue High School is really lucky. Principal Zhao Deli of Qingyue High School listened to the buzzing conversations around him, his smile never fading from his face. Beside him stood the principals of several nearby schools. Ha! This is strange. I didn't even publicize it, so how did everyone find out that Qingyue High School has a SSS-ranked beast tamer with a natural talent for beast taming? Ah, Principal Wu, what do you think? Is this genius someone who can't be hidden anywhere and will become famous everywhere he goes? Seeing Zhao Delia's smug expression, the other principals were seething with envy. But there was nothing they could do about it. Who can blame Qingyue High School for having such good luck, producing an SSS-ranked beast tamer? As everyone clenched their fists, ready to pounce on him, Zhao Deli smiled broadly and ran up to Lu Jinghong. Lu, how do you feel? Lu Jinghong said, thank you, principal, but I don't need it. Ha, I knew this mock exam was no big deal for you. At that moment, a staff member from the secret realm approached and said, student, please come over here to register. Lu Jinghong nodded and proceeded to register. Several principals gathered around. In this exam, the teleportation marks in the candidate's hands will record the number of spirit beasts each candidate has killed. The results of the mock exam will be calculated based on this. Zhao Deli grinned smugly and chuckled to the principals around him. Oh my, colleagues, how many spirit beasts do you think our school's Lu Jinghong can defeat? He shouldn't have said that. Once he did, the other principals were even more annoyed. Principal Wu, with a sarcastic tone, said, humph. I don't think you can kill many. Having high talent doesn't mean you have high combat power. The monster-killing record in the mock exam in Yuelin City was created by someone with only an S-rank beast taming talent. The other principals, hearing this, also got excited. How many did he kill? I think it was over 300 spirit beasts. It was 351. Later, a few SS-ranked beast tamers emerged in Yulin City, but none of them broke that record? By the way, Principal Wu, I heard that person is from your high school, right? Principal Wu said proudly, of course. Ha, I even chatted with him for a while last week. He's already contracted his third beast, and the strongest one has already reached the awakening stage. Upon hearing this, the other principals all gasped in astonishment. A beast in its awakening phase already possesses the initial power of destruction. In the entire city of Yulin, there are only a handful of people with such power. Zhao Deli saw that everyone's attention had been drawn to Principal Wu, and he immediately puffed out his cheeks and glared, snorting, "Humph. We'll see about that. Maybe this record will be broken by our school today." Just then, Lu Jinghong had already finished registering. At the same time, the number of spirit beasts she had slain was also announced. Qingyue High School, Lu Jinghong. Number of spirit beasts slain, 589. Upon seeing this record, several principals stared in disbelief. Especially Principal Wu, who had just been boasting about how amazing his students were and the high records they had achieved. But then, he was quickly proven wrong. This isn't scientific. How could so many be killed? Principal Wu stammered, his face filled with shock. Ha! Old Wu, I told you our students were amazing, but you didn't believe me? Ha, now you know, right? Zhao Deli was in a great mood. Lu Jinghong's achievement has really made him proud. My father has given birth, so I must take my leave. My Sao gave birth today, so I need to go back and take care of her. Me, old man, I've got my period, I'll go first. Faced with this situation, the principals couldn't stand there anymore. They all made up various excuses and fled. Ha! Colleagues, our school is currently organizing a celebration for Lu Jinghong's admission to the Imperial Capital Academy. Be sure to come. As soon as he said that, the principals hurried off even faster. Once they had left, Zhao Deli immediately rushed over to Lu Jinghong and said earnestly, "Mr. Lu, is there anything I can assist you with? Feel free to ask the principal, there's no need to be formal." Lu Jinghong thought for a moment before speaking. "Principal, is there anyone named Baba at any other schools in Yulin City?" Zhao Deli said, "Baba? What an unusual name. I've never heard of it, and I'm certain no one else in the other schools goes by that name." Several schools in Qingyue High School were in competitive relationships with each other, and each principal was well informed about the students from other schools. Zhao Deli is even able to remember the names of all the students from every school. Therefore, when Lu Jinghong asked him, he could answer immediately. Lu Jinghong furrowed his brows slightly. How could there not be? The initial secret realm could only be entered by students from a few high schools in Yulin City. Baba absolutely couldn't be an outsider. Seeing Lu Jinghong's brows furrow slightly, Zhao Deli felt a bit puzzled. "Lu, why are you asking that question?" Lu Jinghong shook his head and said, "Nothing." The matter of being ruthlessly suppressed by Bapa was something Lu Jinghong did not wish for others to know. This was her pride. Zhao Deli saw this and said nothing more. Students kept coming out one after another, and most of them had already left, but Lu Jinghong had not left. She planned to wait there and see if she could catch up with Baba. Every student who came out registered the number of monsters they had killed. Some killed as few as 40 or 50, while others killed over 100. Rarely did anyone exceed 200. Qingyue High School, Linjiang. Number of spirit beasts slain, 236. At that moment, another voice caught everyone's attention. That must be Lin Jiang, one of the 4 geniuses of Qingyue High School, right? Killing over 200 spirit beasts, he truly lives up to his reputation. Hearing the people's discussions, Lin Jiang was overjoyed, walking with a spring in his step. Soon, he returned to the school grounds and met the principal. Zhao Deli said indifferently, "You did well, but there is still room for improvement." Compared to Lu Jinghong, Zhao Delin only offered Lin Jiang a general encouragement. By this time, the sky had already turned to evening. There was only half an hour left before the initial secret realm closed. Fewer and fewer people are coming out. Other schools have even started packing their belongings and preparing to leave. Lu Jinghong was still waiting for the mysterious person named Bapa to appear. But as the secret realm was about to close, there was still no sign of him. Principal, Lu, have you seen Liam Oran?" Just then, Jiang Yuru rushed over, looking worried. Zhao Deli saw this and hurriedly said, "Oh my, Ms. Jiang, what's the rush?" Jiang Yurua whispered, "Liam Oran has been in the secret realm for 2 days now. His talent is poor, and he hasn't come out yet. I'm a bit worried." Upon hearing this, Zhao Deli furrowed his brows. He had always been very concerned about this student, Liam Oran. But who would have known that fate would intervene, and he unexpectedly awakened an F-rank talent. It was said that teacher Jiang and Liam Oran had a close relationship, and she could even serve as Liam Oran's guardian, so her concerns were understandable. Lu Jinghong said, "I saw him in the depths of the secret realm. At that time, he was still alive, but now I don't know what happened to him."
As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yurua's face turned pale, and she screamed, "What did you say?
The depths of the secret realm?"
Even Zhao Deli was startled.
He's just an F-rank beast tamer. What was he doing venturing deep into the secret realm? Was he trying to get himself killed? The monsters in the depths of the secret realm are one more dangerous than the next.
Even Lu Jinghong nearly met his end there, let alone Li Mo Ran. Only 3 minutes remain before the initial secret realm closes.
At that moment, a voice echoed through the air.
Zhao Deli said solemnly, "Master Jiang, the secret realm is about to close."
If Li Moran hasn't emerged yet, then it's likely. He didn't finish his sentence. But the meaning was already clear. Li Moran is probably dead.
There's no hope for him. Jiang Yurua's face grew even paler, her heart pounding wildly, and she felt as though she couldn't breathe.
Lu Jinghong also furrowed his brows. Could that former genius really have died in the initial secret realm? Time's up. The secret realm is closing. As the administrator's voice echoed, the initial secret realm closed its gates.
At the same time, a figure emerged from the secret realm.
Chapter 12, Breaking the Record. Lu Jinghong's confrontation. Making a grand entrance, the main character's style. As the secret realm closed, Li Mo Ran emerged with a relaxed expression. Mo Ran. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Li Mo Ran looked up and saw Jiang Yurua, who was beaming with joy.
Seeing her, Li Mo Ran also smiled, "Sister Rong." Jiang Yuru immediately ran over, grabbed Li Mo Ran's hand, and said with a look of relief on her face, "That's great, Mo Ran, you're out.
You've been gone for so long, I thought you."
She bit her lip, her eyes red.
Seeing her like this, Li Mo Ran couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. "Sorry, Rong Jia, for worrying you. It's okay, as long as you're safe. It's okay, as long as you're okay." Jiang Yuru sighed in relief.
At the moment the secret realm closed, she had been so worried she nearly fainted.
Thank goodness, Li Mo Ran came out.
Lu Jinghong glanced at Li Mo Ran, his gaze filled with a hint of confusion. That Li Mo Ran had emerged unscathed was beyond her expectations. However, what puzzled her was that she still hadn't seen Baba.
"Baba, where are you?" Lu Jinghong murmured.
Principal Zhao Deli walked over and said, "Li Mo Ran, since you're out, go register your grades."
Li Mo Ran nodded and immediately walked toward the staff. Soon, his results were announced. Li Mo Ran, Xingyue High School. Number of spirit beasts slain, 1,368. Silence. Dead silence.
When the results were announced, the entire venue fell silent.
Zhao Deli couldn't believe it and stammered, that, you must have made a mistake in the calculations, right?
The staff member replied firmly, "Our magical array markings have been specially enchanted. There is absolutely no possibility of an error." In fact, when he saw Li Mo Ran's results, he was also surprised and checked them several times. No matter how he checked, he confirmed that there were absolutely no statistical errors.
"This is impossible!" Lu Jinghong exclaimed. "You're just an F-rank beast tamer. How could you possibly kill so many spirit beasts?"
Li Mo Ran glanced at Lu Jinghong and said indifferently, "Over the past 3 years, although you've always been dissatisfied with me, you still had the courage to catch up.
Now, can't you even accept my achievements?" Lu Jinghong's eyes widened.
In that moment, she felt as though she had once again seen the genius who had suppressed her for the past 3 years.
Zhao Deli was also greatly surprised. "Li Mo Ran, how did you manage to do that? A beast tamer with an F-rank talent could never achieve such results under any circumstances." Even Jiang Yuru was both shocked and delighted. In response, Li Mo Ran had already prepared his response. He knew he couldn't keep it hidden forever, but the matter of his ancestral bloodline was something he couldn't reveal. Li Mo Ran pondered, "Principal, how do you know I only awakened an F-rank talent?" "What do you mean? Are you saying you've awakened dual talents?" Li Mo Ran nodded. "It's not just dual talents, but also chain talents.
My second talent combines with my first talent to unleash power far surpassing that of an SSS rank talent." Upon hearing this, Zhao Deli could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter.
"Ha, ha! Heaven bless Xingyue High School! Chain talent!"
When he heard those 4 words, Zhao Delin couldn't have been happier.
This was an even more extraordinary talent than having dual talents.
Dual talents can at most achieve a 1 + 1 = 2 effect, but chain talents produce an effect where 1 + 1 = 11.
Throughout history, any prodigy who possesses chain talents has always been a figure who leaves an indelible mark on the ages. Jiang Yurua was equally filled with surprise. "Moran, you've truly awakened the chain talent?" Li Mo Ran nodded, "Of course. Otherwise, how could I have achieved such excellent results?" "Great job, Mo Ran."
Jiang Yurua was even happier than him. She had been worried that Li Mo Ran, who had awakened his F-rank talent, might give up on himself, but she never expected things to take such a turn for the better.
Zhao Deli hurried over to flatter him. "Li Moran, is there anything the principal can assist you with?"
"Oh, and Zhang teacher, you deserve credit for teaching Li Moran. This year's Outstanding Teacher nomination is already reserved for you, and your bonus and performance-based pay will be doubled." Additionally, Liam ran, this year's national scholarships and grants the principal will make sure you receive them all. He knew that Jiang Yurua and Liam ran were close friends, so he took this direct approach. Of course, Liam Ran's reward couldn't be overlooked either. We can't play favorites, can we? Jiang Yurua kept thanking him repeatedly. Liam Ran naturally didn't refuse such flattery. Jiang Yurua's salary was already low, and she had even fallen behind on her rent because of him. With these bonuses, she should be able to live a better life. After exchanging a few polite words with the principal, Liam Ran said directly, "All right, principal, I'm going home now." Zhao Deli hurriedly nodded, no problem. Go home quickly. Oh, and Moran, don't forget tomorrow's college entrance exam. If you need anything, the principal can personally come to pick you up." Liam Ran couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. This principal seemed to be a bit too good at handling people. He quickly refused, "No need, Sister Ro will call me." He didn't want to stay here too long, so he quickly said goodbye to the principal and turned to Jiang Yurua, saying, "Let's go, Sister Ro. There's nothing to eat in there these days, and I'm starving." Jiang Yurua's eyes lit up with joy. "All right, let's go back. I'll cook for you." Jiang Yurua's eyes crinkled with laughter. "All right, let us go back. I'll cook for you." Then, the two were about to leave. At that moment, Lu Jinghong suddenly stepped in front of Liam Ran, her eyebrows furrowed, her face as cold as ice. Li Moran frowned and said, "Lu, the school beauty, why are you blocking my way?" Lu Jinghong bit her lip, her face showing a hint of grievance, and shouted, "Liam Ran, you're that bully, aren't you?" Liam Ran looked down on her with disdain. "What Bao Ba? What a ridiculous name. I don't know who you're talking about. But if you call me dad, I might respond." You, Lu Jinghong, were furious. From childhood to adulthood, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. "That's Liam Ran. Only Liam Ran." She clenched her teeth and said, "You still won't admit it? The person who saved me in the depths of the secret realm, who else could it be but you?" Li Machin shook his head again. "I don't remember meeting you, Lu Daxioa. You wouldn't be imagining things, would you? Rongjia, let's go." Saying that, Liam Ran directly pulled Jiang Yurua away. Watching Liam Ran's receding figure, Lu Jinghong felt increasingly familiar with him, and the more he looked, the angrier he became. The moment he thought of the chaotic name Baba, Lu Jinghong suddenly felt like he was being toyed with. The sense of injustice in her heart grew deeper, but soon, it turned into stubbornness. Seeing that Liam Ran had already walked away, Lu Jinghong said angrily, "Humph. You dare not admit it, do you? Liam Ran, do you think you can hide from me forever? When I expose you, I'll see how you hide then. When that day comes, I will definitely defeat you." In her heart, she was already determined to see this through. With heavy footsteps, Lu Jinghong also left. Zhao Deli watched the scene with interest and sighed, "Youth is truly wonderful." As he spoke, he was about to leave. But suddenly, he collided with someone head-on, causing Zhao Deli to wince in pain. "Ouch! Who's that young man with no eyes? Don't you know to respect the elderly? What are you doing blocking an old man's way?" Zhao Deli covered his nose with one hand and blinked his eyes repeatedly before finally spotting the person blocking the way. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe, exuding an air of nobility, his face twisted in anger. Zhao Deli immediately recognized him. "Isn't this Mr. Zhou? What are you doing here?" The man who had arrived was none other than Zhou Wanliang, the mastermind behind the Zhou group. "Principal Zhao, why hasn't my son Yancheng come out yet?" Chapter 13, The Beast Mastery Exam begins. Upon hearing Zhou Wanliang's accusatory question, Zhao Deli's heart sank, and he thought to himself, "This is bad. Zhou Yancheng hadn't come out? How could this be? The initial secret realm has already closed. Everyone who was supposed to come out has already done so." Zhao Deli carefully recalled and realized that he indeed hadn't seen Zhou Yancheng's figure. Zhou Wanliang, seeing Zhao Deli's expression, his face turned icy. "Principal Zhao, I entrusted my son to your school and invested a large sum of money. Is this how you repay me?" Zhao Deli hurriedly said, "Mr. Zhou, please calm down. It must be a technical issue. It's possible that Zhou Yancheng was accidentally trapped in the secret realm. I'll contact the city lord's mansion immediately to reopen the secret realm and send people to search for him." Over the years, there have been cases where students were trapped in the secret realm, and some even died in the initial secret realm. However, most of them were ordinary students with little natural talent, so their demise was not surprising. In fact, upon learning that Liam Ran was also heading to the secret realm, Zhao Deli had already mentally prepared himself for the possibility of dying there. In the end, Li Moran survived, but Zhou Yancheng met with an accident. Something's not right. Something is very wrong. Zhou Wanliang said coldly, "Principal Zhao, you had better bring my son Yancheng back safely by tomorrow. If anything happens to him and he is unable to participate in the Imperial Beast exam, you can forget about all your investments in Qingyue High School." He hadn't even considered the possibility that Zhou Yancheng might die in the secret realm. He had complete confidence in his son. With an S-rank beast taming talent and the top-tier beast taming technique, Flaming Heavenly Tiger, there's no way he could get into trouble in the initial secret realm. He had also reminded Zhou Yancheng repeatedly not to venture into the depths of the secret realm. Zhou Wanliang might have thought that the teleportation mark had malfunctioned, preventing Zhou Yancheng from teleporting out.
This has happened before.
Zhao Deli hurriedly agreed and rushed off to the city lord's mansion. The morning sun shone down on the earth, sparkling like and looking particularly beautiful. Within Xinyue High School, people had already gathered in the square.
Today is the day of the Beast Master exam.
It is the day that will determine the fate of countless novice beast tamers.
People have been eagerly awaiting this moment for a long time.
In the past, Principal Zhao Deli would definitely have stepped forward to deliver an encouraging speech, but strangely, he didn't show up today. The academic director stepped forward. Everyone, the principal has an urgent matter and cannot be here.
He is currently at the city lord's mansion. Today's college entrance exam will be led by me as we accompany you to the exam hall.
A fleet of buses was already waiting. Under the guidance of the principal, people boarded the buses in order of their classes. On the buses, people chatted animatedly, some excited, some calm, and some confident. Some were discussing the principal's situation.
Where was the principal? He didn't even show up on the day of the college entrance exam.
I don't know, maybe he went on a blind date.
Forget it. He's so old, can he still get it up? These exchanges only lasted a moment before everyone's attention was drawn to the college entrance exam. About 15 minutes later, everyone arrived at the college entrance exam venue.
It was an exceptionally large square, with countless massive stone pillars erected around its perimeter, likely numbering in the dozens. In the distance, there is also a pavilion.
From the attic, one could observe everything happening in the examination hall below.
A voice suddenly rang out from above. Candidates, I am Zhou Zhang, the chief examiner for this exam. I will now announce the rules for this exam.
No one is permitted to speak, or else you will be disqualified. No sooner had the words left his mouth than someone murmured in dissatisfaction, no speaking? How can there be such a rule?
Before he could finish speaking, a stone pillar suddenly emitted a beam of light toward him. Immediately afterward, a cold, impersonal verdict was delivered. The candidate has violated the regulations and will be disqualified from the college entrance examination.
He was then escorted out of the exam hall.
Seeing this, everyone was utterly astonished. Some people even covered their mouths tightly, afraid that they might accidentally speak and violate the rules.
After the brief interruption, Zhou Zhang continued to announce the college entrance exam rules.
This college entrance examination will be divided into 3 stages.
Phase 1, Comprehensive Ability Assessment.
All candidates will undergo a comprehensive ability assessment, including 10 tests: beast taming rank, bloodline, strength, combat proficiency, theoretical knowledge, and more. Each test is worth 30 points, with a total score of 150 points.
Second stage, Practical Assessment Phase.
All candidates will be randomly transported to a wilderness area for a 3-day survival challenge. We will closely monitor each candidate's performance and assign scores accordingly. This phase is worth a total of 300 points. Third stage, Trial Tower Phase. The trial tower will appear, and all candidates will enter the trial tower to participate in trials, with scores based on their performance. During this phase, admissions officers from the top 10 universities will be present to monitor all candidates' performance in real time. The total score for this phase is 300 points. After the 3 stages are completed, the candidates' college entrance exam total scores will be calculated, and rankings will be determined to identify this year's provincial top scorer. Among these, candidates must pass all components of the first stage and achieve a total score exceeding 120 points to qualify for the second stage. The second stage must be successfully completed, with a total score exceeding 240 points, to qualify for the third stage of the assessment. The rules are very clear, and everyone has heard them clearly.
Next, please line up and enter the light beam to begin the exam. People rushed forward, quickly forming one line after another. Each candidate approached the beam of light, and as a beam of light descended, the candidate was directly transported into the beam. Soon, Li Mo Ran also entered it.
Inside the beam of light was an extremely unique space. There was only Li Mo Ran inside the space, surrounded by a pale, lifeless expanse. After a flash of light scanned the area, Li Mo Ran's information appeared before his eyes.
Candidate name, Li Mo Ran. Exam ID, 0216-017-5280. Beast Taming Talent, Mysterious F Rank. Registered Beast, Cthulhu.
On the attic outside the exam hall, an old man in white robes kept his eyes fixed on the light columns below, observing the status of each candidate. This was none other than Zhou Zhang, the chief examiner of the current examination. As flashes of light flickered, several middle-aged men appeared behind the old man. They were also examiners for this exam, tasked with assisting Zhou Zhang.
Mr. Zhou, all the students have entered the exam room.
One examiner spoke up.
Zhou Zhang nodded, I understand.
Soon, a series of messages appeared before the examiner's eyes.
Among them, Liemo Rant's information stood out prominently at the top. This is the top scorer in this year's mock exam. How could he be rated as F-tier talent?
According to his principal, this student seems to have awakened a chain talent.
Chain talent? That's incredible.
Yuelin City is about to produce another prodigy this year. His beast taming is a bit unusual.
I've never heard of it before. It might be related to his chain talent.
I heard that his chain talent allows his beast tamers to mutate.
After a brief discussion, the examiners all expressed great interest in Liemo Ran.
Zhou Yancheng spoke up. Alright, let's start with the spiritual energy test first and see how high Liemo Ran's spiritual energy index is.
Soon, the test instructions were issued.
A test stone tablet appeared in the examination space, and all the candidates began the test.
Candidate Zhao He, talent grade B, spiritual power index 1276. Candidate Lu Minmin, talent level C, spiritual power index 1003.
Candidate He Guizhang, talent level S, spiritual power index 2038.
One by one, the spiritual power indices appeared before the examiners.
The spiritual energy index of a beast tamer is directly related to the strength of the beasts they control. Generally speaking, once a beast reaches its growth stage, the spirit power index of its beast master typically exceeds 1000. If it does not, it is generally due to the beast master's lack of talent or the low quality of the beast. This year's college entrance exam also has its own classifications. Students with a spiritual power index of 1000 or below will be deemed to have failed this assessment. At this moment, Lu Jinghong confidently placed his hand on the testing stone tablet.
Candidate Lu Jinghong, talent grade SSS, spiritual power index 4216. A spiritual power index exceeding 4000? This figure must have broken the all-time record, right? That's correct.
The previous record was set 10 years ago by a candidate with an SS tier talent, and it was only just over 3000.
That's incredible. Lu Jinghong's performance left the examiners in awe.
However, at that very moment, a record caught their attention, causing them to widen their eyes in astonishment.
Candidate Liemo Ran, talent grade F, spiritual power index 12678. Chapter 14, perfect score in all categories.
Exceeding the standard Cthulhu.
12,000.
This spiritual energy index left several examiners completely speechless. You see, a spiritual energy index over 10,000 is something only a fully matured beast tamer would possess.
This can't be possible.
A spirit power index of over 10,000 has never been recorded in history.
Could the test stone tablet be broken?
Zhou Zhang furrowed his brows and hurriedly checked. Soon, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed broken. I'll replace it with a test stone and have him test it again. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the examiners also relaxed considerably.
That's more like it. How could the spiritual energy index be so high?
It turns out the testing stone tablet was broken.
No wonder, no wonder.
Li Moran, who had just finished the test, quickly received a request to retake it. He was completely baffled and had no choice but to take it again.
Candidate Liemo Ran, talent level F, spiritual power index 18,762. 18,000? This is not scientific.
Upon seeing this value, several examiners couldn't sit still, staring at Limo's test results in disbelief. Zhou Zhang checked the test stone tablet again, but the results were all normal.
The stone tablet is intact. Test results confirm it's genuine. How did he do it?
A spiritual power test score of 18,000 on the college entrance exam. This has never happened in history.
Don't even mention 18,000, not even 8,000 has ever been recorded. They thought Liemo Ran's numbers were too high. But it turned out to be lower instead. Several examiners looked at Zhou Zhang. Mr. Zhou, what should we do?
Zhou Zhang sighed helplessly. Give him full marks for this test. Record it first, then continue with the subsequent exams.
Upon hearing this, the others could only comply.
The next exam was then announced.
The beast summoning bloodline test is now underway. All candidates, please summon your beasts. The exam instructions were issued, and the candidates summoned their beasts. Liemo Ran also summoned Cthulhu. Then, a scanning beam fell upon Cthulhu. Beast name, Cthulhu. Bloodline, mythology? Sigh.
Was the sound of someone gasping in shock. After seeing Cthulhu's various metrics, the examiners were even more astonished than before.
Mythical bloodline, did I see that correctly? My goodness.
The mythical bloodlines beast tamers, there are fewer than 100 of them nationwide.
Zhou Zhang had sharp eyes and immediately noticed the blind spot. Something's off, its bloodline is questionable. It might even be more than just mythical. The examiners looked at each other, speechless. As a beast tamer of mythical bloodline, Liemo Ran naturally scored full marks in this test.
Zhou Zhang suppressed his shock and continued, let's take a look at its strength rating.
Soon, more information about Cthulhu appeared before the examiners. Cthulhu power rating. Strength, SSS. Agility, SSS. Spirit, beyond limits, undetectable. Physical constitution, beyond the limits of detection. Skill, SSS. Overall rating, SSS. All of them have surpassed the evaluation limits. The evaluation in the exam space has a limit, which is the theoretical maximum level of a beast during its growth phase. If this limit is reached, the rating will be SSS class. However, Cthulhu's metrics clearly exceed the theoretical maximum level, so an additional number is appended to the rating. However, several of Cthulhu's metrics clearly exceed the theoretical maximum levels, so an additional number has been added to the rating. In fact, its mental and physical attributes have surpassed the detection limits of the testing environment, to the point where it cannot be detected. This beast is so powerful? Now I understand why Liam O'Rant's spiritual power index has reached 18,000. His beast taming is simply too incredible. Both his strength and agility have reached the testing limits. Mental strength and physical constitution have even surpassed the upper limits and cannot be tested. This was something they had never seen before. The examiners felt as though their common sense was being thoroughly challenged by Liam O'Rant. Their entire worldview began to crumble. If Liam O'Rant were to discover their true thoughts, he would surely dismiss them with contempt. Nonsense, Cthulhu is a deity, his mental capacity is limitless. Moreover, Cthulhu is immortal, so his physical constitution also has no limits. Zhou Yancheng took several deep breaths before finally recovering from his shock. Record his score and give him full marks. Then Zhou Yancheng continued, let's see how his combat abilities are. At that moment, the exam space underwent a transformation. A wooden dummy appeared before all the examinees. Candidates, please use your most powerful beast summoning skill to attack the wooden stake. Most powerful skill? Liam O'Rant's Cthulhu has only 3 skills, and the most powerful one is the tentacle attack. Therefore, Liam O'Rant immediately ordered Cthulhu to attack. Click. All that could be heard was a series of cracking sounds. Cthulhu wrapped his tentacles around the wooden stake, gave it a gentle squeeze, and the stake crumbled into dust. Liam O'Rant saw this and couldn't help but sigh in frustration. How did it break so easily? This wooden stake is way too fragile. He had no idea that the examiners outside were even more shocked than he was. Good job. This wooden stake could withstand the full force of a mature beast's attack, yet he managed to break it. His beast taming strength rating has clearly exceeded the standard. Breaking the wooden stake seems pretty normal to me. This is unbelievable. He's like a freak. After the exchange meeting, Liam O'Rant's scores were recorded, and they were all perfect. Following that, Zhou Yancheng proceeded to announce the next exam. The comprehensive ability test consists of many items. Additionally, the candidate's affinity with the beasts, combat synergy, emergency response, and other aspects were also tested. Without a doubt, Liam O'Rant scored perfect marks in all categories. Time kept passing, and the tests were conducted one after another. The exam space changed once more, and a fierce-looking spirit beast appeared before each candidate. Roar! Liam O'Rant was facing a tiger covered in sharp blades. When it grew enraged, the blades on its body seemed to glow, making it extremely terrifying. He recognized it immediately. It's actually the fierce tiger blade? I heard that these spiritual beasts are at least level 20 when they first appear. They really think highly of me. Final test, candidates' emergency response skills. All candidates are required to endure an attack by a fierce tiger for 3 minutes using any means necessary to pass. Upon hearing this, the candidates immediately sprang into action. The sharp blades and fierce tigers before them were extremely powerful, clearly specially selected, far surpassing the candidates' own beasts. This test is designed to assess how candidates will handle situations where they face an insurmountable crisis. Liam O'Rant also immediately took action. Brush. Cthulhu's tentacles erupted like lightning, instantly piercing through the sharp blades of the ferocious tiger. The tiger didn't even have time to launch an attack before being torn to pieces by Cthulhu. Clean and efficient. Several examiners watched the scene and were stunned. He actually killed the fierce blade tiger? The fierce tiger with the sharp blade he was assigned was already at level 25. Mr. Zhou, how should we handle this? Zhou Yancheng sighed helplessly, give him full marks. I think they were testing his emergency response skills, but that's impossible now. The other examiners saw this and also looked helpless. There was no other way to handle it. Next up is the final theoretical exam, right? That's right. I think he'll probably get full marks. Full marks? This examiner wasn't entirely convinced. After all, the theoretical exam requires an extremely deep understanding of beast taming knowledge. Generally speaking, it is very difficult for anyone to achieve a perfect score. Zhou Yancheng shook his head. You don't know, this student has been first in the theory exam for 3 years in high school, and he's always gotten full marks. Don't look at how easy his other exams are. I think the theory exam is actually his strong point. The examiners were even more surprised and felt even greater admiration for him. A candidate with such formidable strength and such a solid theoretical foundation is indeed a rare find. It seems that this year's Imperial Capital Academy has gained a worthy member. Only the Imperial Capital Academy? I think he could become this year's national top scholar. The national top student has to compete with top students from other provinces. That's no easy feat.
Soon, the comprehensive ability test was nearing its conclusion. The final theoretical exam also posed no challenge to Li Mo-ran.
He picked up his pen and quickly finished writing the answers. In the final grading, he received a perfect score. Several examiners looked on, all expressing their admiration.
The comprehensive ability exam has now concluded.
Please exit the exam room in an orderly manner. The exam results will be announced shortly. Candidates exiting the examination hall were all eagerly anticipating the results. Soon, Zhou Zhang announced the exam results and rankings. Chapter 15, while others are working hard on their exams, you're sleeping soundly? First place, Li Mo-ran. Total score, 150 points. Second place, Lu Jinghong. Total score, 148 points. Third place, Zhao Feihua. Total score, 142 points. Fourth place, Wu Guo. Total score, 141 points. Fifth place, Zhang Sen. Total score, 140 points. Among them, Li Mo-ran and Lu Jinghong's scores were particularly impressive. One achieved a perfect score. Almost a perfect score. Lu Jinghong looked at the grade rankings, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. A perfect score? Having gone through exams herself, she knew all too well how difficult it was to achieve a perfect score. Even she couldn't do it, but Li Mo-ran did. Thinking of this, Lu Jinghong grew increasingly certain. I knew it. The person I encountered that day was definitely you. During the upcoming practical assessment, I will definitely expose your true colors and see how you try to hide them. After all, there was no such thing as a dominant candidate in the exam. Different exam results led to different expressions among the candidates. Zhou Zhang's words once again echoed in the ears of every candidate. The comprehensive ability test has concluded. Candidates who scored below 120 are kindly requested to exit the premises in an orderly manner. Candidates who scored 120 points or above are requested to assemble promptly. The second phase of the examination will commence shortly. As soon as the words were spoken, a large crowd of candidates began to leave the venue in a scattered manner. Each of them sighed deeply, but there was nothing they could do. Failing the assessment means failing the assessment. After all the candidates had left, only fewer than 300 remained in the examination hall to continue the test. This year's college entrance exam saw approximately 3,000 candidates in Yulin City. In the first phase alone, 90 were eliminated. This shows how high the elimination rate was. All candidates are requested to gather in the center of the square. The teleportation array has a limited range and will only activate once. Those who fail to board the teleportation array will also be disqualified from this major examination. Upon hearing this, the candidates hurried over. Having finally passed the first stage of the assessment, they certainly didn't want to lose their eligibility over such a minor mistake. Soon, the light of the teleportation array erupted. All the candidates vanished from their original positions. When they reappeared, Li Mo-ran discovered that he had been teleported to the wilderness. However, there was not a single person in sight. Attention all examinees! You have been transported to the outdoor exam site. You must undergo a 3-day survival trial within the testing grounds. At the end of the trial, your scores will be calculated based on your performance. The weighting of the scores is as follows: number of spirit beasts killed, injury status, and wilderness survival performance. In the wilderness exam area, the lowest level of spirit beasts is 15, and the highest is 30. If you encounter life-threatening danger, you may choose to abandon the exam. Proctors stationed throughout the exam site will immediately initiate rescue operations. Remember not to leave the examination venue under any circumstances, otherwise, you will be held responsible for any consequences. I now declare the Wilderness Survival Assessment officially underway. The second phase of the beast taming exam is now underway. The outdoor exam site was vast, but there were few students participating in the exam. Additionally, all students were randomly teleported to the exam site. As a result, the vast majority of people are acting alone. This is also the deliberate intention of the beast taming exam. If teaming up were allowed, it might prevent the examiners from fully assessing the maximum potential of the beast tamers. Li Mo-ran surveyed the surroundings and found the area to be picturesque, making it an ideal spot for a vacation. Hoo-hoo! But the good times didn't last long. A beastly roar interrupted his enjoyment of the scenery. Li Mo-ran turned around and saw a giant lizard nearly 3 meters long, its body pitch black and engulfed in a special black flame. Wow! It's a demon flame giant lizard? That's truly rare. The flame-breathing giant lizard is a highly vicious spiritual beast. The flames on its back can reach temperatures of over 1,000 degrees, capable of melting even ordinary iron armor. Most beast tamers find it nearly impossible to even get close to them. After all, its temperature is far too high. Li Mo-ran thought to himself, Cthulhu shouldn't get burned by the flames of this demonic flame lizard, should he? If he gets burned, wouldn't he end up like grilled octopus tentacles? Just as he was thinking this, the demonic flame giant lizard let out a furious roar. Immediately afterwards, he rushed over. Liemo Ran didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately summoned Cthulhu.
Upon seeing his master in danger, Cthulhu immediately launched an attack, and its massive tentacles instantly engulfed the magical flame lizard.
Sizzle.
Just then, Liemo Ran suddenly noticed that the flames on the back of the magic flame giant lizard had become extremely intense.
Cthulhu's tentacles were actually being burned red.
However, Cthulhu felt no pain. With a forceful squeeze of its tentacles, the giant flame lizard was crushed to pieces.
Cthulhu defeats a level 20 magic flame giant lizard, gaining 428 spirit points. After the magic flame giant lizard died, Cthulhu retracted his tentacles. Liemo Ran sniffed the air. What's that smell? It's so fragrant.
He immediately stared at Cthulhu's roasted tentacles, feeling his mouth water.
Cough cough. Liemo Ran immediately dismissed the thought. Damn it, this is my own beast. And it's Cthulhu. What's going on here?
Cthulhu shook his tentacles, and a surge of power flowed through them. The tentacles that had been roasted were instantly restored to their original state, as if nothing had ever happened. At this stage, to achieve a high score, you must kill as many spirit beasts as possible.
Cthulhu, summon the deep ones. Liemo Ran certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to go kill it himself.
After his orders were issued, Cthulhu immediately summoned 10 deep ones and sent them to assist in killing the spirit beasts. As for Liemo Ran, he found a picturesque spot and set up camp there. He placed Cthulhu outside the tent to guard the entrance, then rushed inside, took out a fully charged smart electric fan, laid out a cool mat, and lay down. Spring isn't the season for reading, summer's heat is perfect for sleeping.
Exams are so exhausting, how could you not get a good night's sleep to recharge your energy? Soon, Liemo Ran closed his eyes. A few minutes later, faint snoring sounds could be heard. Outside, several examiners were checking the situation inside the examination hall. Soon, they spotted Liemo Ran. What on earth is going on here? Everyone else is working hard for the exam, and he's sleeping like a log?
One examiner's eyes widened in disbelief.
Another older examiner, frowning and glaring, shouted, how could he sleep? At his age, how could he sleep? Does he have any ambition? Does he not care about his grades anymore?
Zhou Yancheng, with his sharp eyes, quickly spotted the key point. Liemo Ran's beast companion could actually summon a powerful spirit beast. These spirit beasts were running rampant across the exam grounds, slaughtering other spirit beasts, and the casualties were all counted against Liemo Ran. He doesn't have to do anything, just relying on his summoned creatures, he might even achieve a good result.
At that moment, the other examiners also noticed. The deep diver was dominating the exam hall.
The deep diver's power increases as Cthulhu's power grows. Once Cthulhu enters its growth phase, the deep diver is already equivalent to a spirit beast of around level 20.
If placed in an exam hall, wouldn't they be unstoppable, defeating gods and Buddhas alike? Moreover, while Liemo Ran was resting, Cthulhu released a vast cloud of black mist.
These black mists carried extremely intense mental interference, so much so that no spirit beasts dared to approach.
An examiner growled angrily, this won't do. I can't stand it anymore.
I can't just watch him pass the exam so easily.
Mr. Li, what are you going to do?
Humph.
He must feel the danger.
He's so young and already so comfortable.
How can that be acceptable? The other examiners all agreed. Exactly. When we took the college entrance exam, we were tortured to death by this test. How dare he? Today's young people can't handle hardship. At the slightest difficulty, they give up. I think they've just been spoiled.
Let him experience the hardships we endured back then, and then he'll understand our good intentions. Immediately, the examiner surnamedly exercised his authority as an examiner, summoning a level 30 spirit beast and directing it to attack Liemo Ran.
Zhou Zhang saw this and furrowed his brows slightly, but did not intervene. Chapter 16, Who dares to stand in my way? Only I, General Ku. Who dares to stand in my way? Only I, the great General Ku. Huff. Huff.
The scorching sun was like a burning fire. Inside the tent, Liemo's breathing grew louder and louder, clearly indicating that he had fallen into a deep sleep. Although the sun was intense, Cthulhu's black mist absorbed the heat, making Liemo Ran feel comfortable inside the tent, even a bit cool, prompting him to cover himself with a small blanket.
However, he was unaware of the danger approaching. A whoa! A tiger's roar echoed through the air, catching Cthulhu's attention.
Eerie tentacles immediately slithered across the ground like long snakes.
A massive, fiery red tiger was summoned near Liemo Ran.
It was clearly starved for a long time, its eyes bloodshot, and it was in a ferocious state. The tiger seemed to have caught a scent and immediately charged toward Liemo Ran's direction. However, just as it was about to get close, several tentacles suddenly shot out and swiftly wrapped around the tiger.
A loud howl echoed through the air.
The tiger was swept into the air by the tentacles, furious beyond measure, roaring and struggling violently. Its claws were incredibly powerful, even tearing through Cthulhu's tentacles. The severely damaged parts were nearly severed.
But for Cthulhu, who possesses immortal power, this was nothing.
The injured parts healed at a visible speed, while the tentacles continued to tighten. The tiger struggled even more violently, but it was clearly no match for Cthulhu. This time, Cthulhu did not crush the tiger as it had before, but instead a stream of liquid flowed from its tentacles. They landed on the tiger's body and immediately emitted a sizzling sound. And then they actually began to corrode the tiger's body. In the next instant, the tiger's body rapidly dehydrated, turning into a desiccated corpse.
Cthulhu defeated a level 30 blood red fierce tiger, gaining 2,360 spirit points.
Lee Moran, who was sound asleep, had no idea about Cthulhu's achievements. He simply smacked his lips, then rolled over and settled into a more comfortable position to continue sleeping.
How could this happen? A level 30 blood red fierce tiger was killed in an instant. His beast taming skills are way too over the top.
The examiner surnamed Lee widened his eyes, clearly unable to accept this scene.
Level 30 was the maximum level at which spirit beasts could be deployed in the examination hall.
But even such a powerful spirit beast couldn't last 10 seconds against Cthulhu. The other examiners were also stunned. They looked at each other, momentarily unsure of what to do.
The Lee surnamed examiner was clearly unconvinced. I don't believe it. His beast taming skills can't possibly be that good.
Zhou teacher, I request to deploy a small beast horde. Upon hearing this, all the other examiners were completely stunned.
Is that really necessary? Mr. Lee, that's going too far.
We need to be cautious about small-scale beast swarms.
Exactly, Mr. Lee, we need to stay calm.
A small-scale beast tide refers to the simultaneous release of over 100 spirit beasts, forming a beast tide to overwhelm the examinees. Such matters have always required the utmost caution.
Because, if handled improperly, it could result in the death of the examinee.
Although death in the beast taming exam is the responsibility of the candidate, if too many candidates die, the examiners cannot escape responsibility either.
The Lee surnamed examiner insisted, no matter what, these candidates must feel the pressure. Mr. Zhou, you don't want to see that Lee Moran get the provincial top scholar just by sleeping all day, do you?
Zhou Zheng pondered for a moment and eventually agreed.
He also felt that Lee Moran needed some polishing. Such a lack of discipline is simply unacceptable. A good student shouldn't be so idle. After receiving Zhou Zheng's approval, the examiner surnamed Lee was overjoyed. He immediately began to release the spirit beasts. Deploying a level 25 Swiftwind Leopard. Deploying level 27 Black Feather Wolves. Deploying.
One by one, the spirit beasts were deployed near Lee Moran's tent. These spirit beasts were at least level 25, with some as high as level 30, and there were quite a few of them. If any other candidate were to face such a massive horde of beasts of such high levels, they would likely be unable to withstand the onslaught. However, the examiners didn't intend to use them against other candidates. All of these were specifically designed to target Lee Moran.
Getting the top spot just by lying around and sleeping is simply too far-fetched.
Although Cthulhu can kill 30th level spirit beasts as easily as slicing vegetables, the examiners remain highly confident.
No matter how you look at it, 100 to 1 the advantage is clearly on our side. Roar! Woof woof! Ling!
A large number of spirit beasts flying in the sky, running on the ground, and burrowing underground rushed toward Lee Moran's direction. If there hadn't been a lake nearby, even those that swam in the water would have joined in as well. The examiners released a total of 134 spirit beasts, their momentum overwhelming, determined to teach Lee Moran a lesson. To make him understand that this exam wasn't going to be a walk in the park.
Cthulhu still lurked outside Lee Moran's tent.
100 spirit beasts charged simultaneously, creating a tremendous commotion. However, Cthulhu shielded Lee Moran from these sounds, preventing them from disturbing his master's rest.
As a result, when these spiritual beasts arrived, Lee Moran slept even more soundly. Several examiners saw this and coldly remarked, "None of this woke him up? This only proves that I was right. A candidate with such a lack of attention to detail will inevitably suffer in the future if they don't learn their lesson.
I hope he can understand our good intentions were doing this for his own good."
A small wave of beasts is approaching.
Cthulhu, who had heard the commotion, had already grown wary.
Its tentacles shot out one after another. Swish! Each tentacle carried tremendous force, instantly whipping and shattering one spirit beast after another.
At the same time, Cthulhu also gained a significant amount of spiritual energy. With Cthulhu's power, killing these spiritual beasts was child's play. However, after all, its tentacles are limited, and the number of spirit beasts arriving is too great. Cthulhu was unable to kill them all at once. In the blink of an eye, a large number of spirit beasts were already charging toward the tents. Cthulhu, seeing this, made his own decision.
Without Lee Moran's command, Cthulhu unleashed a mass frenzy on its own.
A massive wave of mental interference radiated out from Cthulhu's body. Like countless whispers, or like murmurs echoing from every direction. The spirit beasts that had been charging forward suddenly came to a halt. One by one, they fell into a frenzy, unable to control themselves, and began to dance wildly out of control. The more severely affected spirit beasts even began to kneel before Cthulhu at extremely twisted angles. These spirit beasts emit various sounds from their mouths, as if they were fervent believers praying. This frenzy did not last long. Under the influence of the collective frenzy, these spiritual beasts began to turn on one another. They collided with one another, fighting and tearing at each other. Even when severely wounded, they would crawl back up to attack nearby spiritual beasts. Until they die. Various roars and beastly cries intertwined, forming a bloody symphony. Amidst the massive slaughter of the spirit beasts, Cthulhu simultaneously gained a significant amount of spiritual energy. The original small-scale beast tide was gradually destroyed piece by piece. About half an hour later, the small beast horde had been reduced to just the last remaining spirit beast. Cthulhu's tentacles pierced through it, killing the last spirit beast as well. Throughout this process, Liemo Ran remained completely unaffected. However, since Cthulhu did not sacrifice these spirit beasts, a large pile of corpses accumulated in the area, with blood filling the sky and rivers of blood flowing everywhere. At this point, the examiners were speechless. This scene left them completely speechless. Zhou Zhang sighed and said, "Alright, stop fussing. Let Liemo Ran sleep if he wants to. He has earned it." Given the current strength of the spirit beasts in the exam hall, they pose no threat to him. Cthulhu is simply too powerful. The examiners looked at each other in disbelief, then reluctantly nodded in agreement. Liemo Ran and the other candidates were clearly not on the same level. An examiner asked, "So, how do we account for the spirit beasts we've deployed?" Zhou Zhangdao, "They all count toward his score, and since the examiners deployed them voluntarily, according to the exam rules, they should be counted as double points." Even the examiner surnamed Li couldn't say anything. He was truly convinced. Even a small wave of beasts couldn't affect Li Moran. Forget it. It's not a big deal for young people to relax a little. Trust in the wisdom of future generations. However, this beast tide was not without its effects. Some highly perceptive candidates have already noticed the abnormalities. Ling. Lu Jinghong was directing the Golden Feather Divine Phoenix to slay the monsters when he suddenly noticed that Xiao Jin was trembling violently, exhibiting highly unusual behavior. She rushed forward. "Xiao Jin, what's wrong?" Chapter 17, "You still say that wasn't you that day?" Soon, Lu Jinghong noticed that the body of the Golden Phoenix began to tremble slightly. In fact, it even seemed to be wrapping itself in its feathers. Seeing this, Lu Jinghong knew exactly what was going on. It was him. He must be nearby. Lu Jinghong saw Ba Pa's figure in her mind. She clenched her teeth, feeling deeply resentful. She had already concluded that Ba Ba was none other than Liemo Ran. "Xiao Jin, stay focused, don't lose face, good job. Let's go together and tear off Liemo Ran's mask." Saying this, she immediately set off toward Liemo Ran's direction, accompanied by the Golden Phoenix. "Ah, who was the first to awaken from this great dream? Only I know the truth of my life." Liemo Ran yawned deeply, stretched his arms wide, and finally woke up. Stepping out of the tent, he saw that the sky had brightened considerably, and the sun on the horizon was slowly beginning to set. Is it already evening? It's time for dinner. Liemo Ran had Cthulhu dispel the black mist and was about to go hunting when he suddenly froze. The area around the camp was covered in blood. There were also bodies, scattered corpses on the ground, emitting a strong smell of blood. There were all kinds of monsters, some already shattered, others with bones still connected to flesh, and some with complete bodies intact. Liemo Ran widened his eyes in shock. What on earth happened while I was asleep? The sight of so many spirit beast corpses truly startled Liemo Ran. However, at least I won't have to go hunting now. Liemo Ran looked around, picked the tastiest spirit beast, and tossed it into the beast taming space, then packed up the tent. The place was filled with the stench of blood. It was no longer habitable. We need to find another place. Liemo Ran got on the Cthulhu and quickly moved to another location. The exam venue was indeed picturesque, with mountains and clear waters, and every corner was a beautiful spot. Before long, Liemo Ran found another prime location. The area was open and spacious, with a small lake nearby. The air was fresh and free of any trace of blood, making it an ideal spot to spend the night. Liemo Ran took out the spirit beast's corpse and began to process it. After cleaning it, he quickly started a fire and began grilling the meat. Sizzle. Soon, the aroma of grilled meat began to waft through the air. Liemo Ran tossed a piece to Cthulhu and began to devour it himself. On the other side. Xiao Jin, pull yourself together. As the golden-feathered phoenix trembled even more violently, Lu Jinghong had no choice but to temporarily store it in his beast taming space. The smell of blood was overwhelming. Lu Jinghong suddenly froze, startled by the scene before her. The ground was covered in blood, already congealed. Bodies lie scattered everywhere, piled on top of one another. All of them were the corpses of spirit beasts. They're piled up like a small mountain. She had never seen such a scene before, and for a moment, her mind went blank. Scream. Li. Just then, several sharp cries echoed through the air, snapping Lu Jinghong back to his senses.
She looked up and saw several vultures circling in the sky. Are those Medusa vultures?
Right, they must have been drawn here by the blood.
The Mingyu vulture isn't uncommon in the wild.
They are a type of spirit beast that primarily feeds on carrion, and wherever there are corpses, their presence is often felt. Several Medusa vultures immediately swooped down, feasting greedily in this sea of corpses and blood. They paid no attention to Lu Jinghong.
For the Mingyu vultures, this place was a paradise.
Screech!
Another cry rang out.
Lu Jinghong saw more and more Mingyu vultures approaching from the distance.
Xiao Jin is not in good condition.
If a battle breaks out, I'll be in danger.
We should leave immediately. With that thought, Lu Jinghong quickly left the area.
The Mingyu vultures showed no interest in living creatures and were not particularly aggressive, but no one could guarantee they wouldn't attack living beings, so leaving quickly was the best course of action.
Lu Jinghong ran while deep in thought.
These spiritual beasts had clearly been killed, and in Lu Jinghong's understanding, there was only one person capable of killing so many spiritual beasts at the same time.
Is it you? Baba or Liam Oran? Ah, Chu. Who's thinking about me? Z.
The oil on the grilled meat began to boil.
Liam O saw this and quickly removed the meat.
It almost burned.
Come on, Xiao Ko, want another bite? Cthulhu took the grilled meat from Li Moran's hand and then put it into his mouth.
Liam Oran, meanwhile, focused on preparing the next piece of grilled meat.
Eating grilled meat all the time might not be very healthy.
Unfortunately, there aren't many vegetables around here, and I forgot to bring the tools when I came. Otherwise, a hot pot would have been great.
As soon as he mentioned hot pot, Liam Oran suddenly thought of something. Would it be tasty to dip the tentacles of Cthulhu into the pot and stir-fry spicy octopus tentacles?
Cough, stop it. Liam Oran stopped himself from drooling and quickly pushed the thought out of his mind.
This was his own beast companion. What was he thinking? After eating his fill, Liam Oran set up his camp again.
By then, the sky had grown dark.
Liam Oran lay on the grass, gazing at the bright moon in the sky. Wow, it's so white. As white as milk, but why is the moon getting longer and longer? That's not the moon.
It's clearly two long legs.
Liam Oran jolted awake and sat up immediately.
A young girl dressed in a red dress walked up to him. Her white thighs were exceptionally smooth, and the more he looked at them, the more he couldn't resist wanting to touch them. However, the young girl's expression was not pleasant, and her chest rose and fell with each breath.
Liam Oran greeted her. Nice to see you again, Lu Daxioa. It seems we really are meant to meet.
The person who arrived was none other than Lu Jinghong.
Liam Oran, I knew it was you.
She shouted angrily, you said it wasn't you that day, then what about this beast? Cthulhu shook his tentacles and adopted a helpless expression. With an octopus head, a human body, bat wings, and his entire body shrouded in black mist.
Everything matches perfectly. Liam Oran coughed and said seriously, how could that be? Maybe you just saw two people who look similar. Why don't you call me Dad, and I'll tell you the truth.
Lu Jinghong was so angry that he couldn't say a word for a moment. Seeing that Lu Jinghong was about to burst into tears, Liam Oran hurriedly said, all right.
It was me that day. I admit it. Is that good enough? Come on, don't be angry. How about some grilled food? As he spoke, Liam Oran quickly pulled out the grilled meat he hadn't finished eating. You know your place.
Lu Jinghong snatched the grilled meat, disregarding any notion of ladylike behavior, and began to devour it greedily. To be honest, she hadn't eaten anything all day and was starving.
Liam Oran watched her eat, finding her rather adorable. Don't let her usual aloof demeanor fool you, this is her true self.
During her 3 years of high school, aside from Liam Oran, no one else has ever seen her like this. Noticing Liam Oran's gaze, Lu Jinghong shot him a sharp glance, as if silently warning him not to look.
But Liam Oran remained unfazed, continuing to stare at her.
Seeing this, Lu Jinghong lowered her head and stopped paying attention, focusing instead on eating.
After she had eaten her fill, she finally spoke up and asked, Liam Oran, what exactly is this beast you're controlling? Why is my little Jean so scared that it dares not come out? Liam Oran replied with a sincere expression, it must be because I'm too handsome. Your little golden beast isn't as handsome as me, so it feels ashamed and doesn't want to come out to face me. Lu Jinghong's eyebrows shot up in anger, be serious. And Xiao Jin is a girl. Chapter 18, while others are taking exams, you're bringing your sister to fight monsters? Liam Oran couldn't help but laugh. Alright, I'll just say it. My beast has a skill that emits an extremely intense mental disturbance, which can drive spirit beasts into a frenzy. Moreover, ordinary spirit beasts that stare at my beast companion for too long will also go mad. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinghong finally understood. She bit her lip, still feeling a bit reluctant. She still wanted to surpass Liam Oran, but now she couldn't even bring herself to face her own beast, let alone surpass him? Seeing her silent, Liam Oran teased, what's wrong? Is the school beauty in a bad mood? Lu Jinghong whispered, why did you hide your identity that day? Liam Oran smiled, there's no reason. I just thought it was interesting.
Lu Jinghong felt it probably wasn't that reason, but since Liam Oran didn't say, she knew asking wouldn't get her anywhere.
But regardless, at least Liam Oran's true colors had finally been revealed.
In Lu Jinghong's heart, this was a victory over Liam Oran. After all, she had been suppressed by Liam Oran for the past 3 years, and it had been brutal.
Liam Oran noticed she hadn't summoned her beast companion and asked, "You came all the way here. Where's your golden feathered phoenix? Why didn't you summon it?" He shouldn't have said that. As soon as he did, Lu Jinghong grew even angrier and glared at Liam Oran. "It's all because your beast was scared away by yours." To be honest, Lu Jinghong was also quite troubled. After all, Xiao Jin had always bravely faced other beasts with higher bloodlines. Yet, when faced with Liam Oran's beast tamer, he is so timid.
She had been counting on Xiao Jin to defeat Liam Oran, but now it seems highly unlikely.
Liam Oran sighed helplessly, raised his hands in surrender, and said, "Alright, it's my fault. Is that okay? Li."
At that moment, a piercing cry rang out. Several figures flew across the sky, swiftly passing over Liam Oran and his companion before heading toward the horizon. The direction they were flying in was precisely where Liam Oran had set up camp earlier.
Liam Oran looked up and was greatly surprised. So many Mingyu vultures? Lu Jinghong suddenly remembered and immediately fixed his gaze on Liam Oran's eyes, demanding, "Are these the corpses of the spirit beasts from the group of Mingyu vultures I encountered earlier? Did you do this? Spirit beast corpses? Oh, you mean those?"
Liam Oran innocently spread his hands and pointed at Cthulhu, saying, "It wasn't me.
It was him." "The Cthulhu?" Lu Jinghong glared at him. "What's the difference?" "There's a huge difference. Lu, the school beauty, you can't just make up lies and pin the blame on me." "Humph, you did it." "Alright, I did it. It's all my fault. Is that okay?"
Lu Jinghong's mood improved slightly, and she said, "At least you have some sense.
"And don't call me Lu the school flower. Is my name really that hard to say?" "Alright, Jinghong, how about that? That's more like it." Lu Jinghong's gaze swept over Cthulhu.
After just a few glances, he felt dizzy and disoriented, with a buzzing sensation in his head, as if countless voices were whispering inside his mind. Finally, she couldn't help but turn away, feeling slightly better.
Lu Jinghong couldn't help but ask, "How did you endure such mental interference?" Liam Oran replied, "Have you forgotten my natural talent?"
At that moment, she finally remembered and realized she had asked a stupid question. Mysterious talent, immune to all mental interference.
Liam Oran suddenly became interested. "Would you like to give it a try?" Lu Jinghong was puzzled. "Try what?"
"I'll team up with you, and I'll take you to kill monsters.
Anyway, your beast won't dare to come out, so I'll take you to kill monsters, and it'll definitely be more efficient than you doing it alone. Is that okay?"
Lu Jinghong hesitated a bit.
Liam Oran didn't ask for her opinion again, but instead grabbed her hand. "Come on, stop talking nonsense." Then, he half forced her to get on the Cthulhu with him. Cthulhu's massive body bent forward slightly, its enormous back just large enough to seat 2 people.
Sitting on Cthulhu's back, Lu Jinghong felt an extremely strange sensation. She couldn't quite put her finger on what it was.
Moreover, Liam Oran was sitting right in front of her, very close to her.
This caused Lu Jinghong's fair face to gradually flush with a hint of crimson.
"Candidate Liam Oran is requesting to join your team. Do you agree?"
After some hesitation, Lu Jinghong finally agreed to join Liam Oran's team.
Once the team exam began, any points earned from defeating spirit beasts would be split evenly between the two. "Hold on tight." Liam Oran spoke up. "What?"
Lu Jinghong was still puzzled when Cthulhu had already begun to move. Only its wings began to spread outward, then flapped continuously.
A powerful storm formed around Cthulhu, and using this wind, Cthulhu actually took flight. Cthulhu's speed was incredible, and in an instant, it was off the ground.
Lu Jinghong felt as though he was about to be thrown out, instinctively clinging tightly to Liam Oran's waist.
But this was not Cthulhu's limit. Its speed is still increasing. This speed is countless times faster than Lu Jinghong's golden feathered phoenix. That's way too fast.
Lu Jinghong watched in astonishment as the scenery below turned into blurry lines, his eyes filled with shock.
Liam Oran smiled and said, "It's not just that."
Suddenly, Cthulhu darted forward like a bolt of lightning, extending countless tentacles. One by one, the spirit beasts didn't even have time to react before they were killed by it. Team up to defeat 20 level 20 red feathered chickens and obtain 200 spirit power. Team up to defeat 18th level swift wind wolves and obtain 162 spirit points. You killed it so quickly? Lu Jinghong couldn't believe it. She hadn't even seen where the spirit beast was, and yet Cthulhu had already struck.
Compared to Cthulhu, her golden feathered phoenix was utterly powerless.
Soon, Cthulhu flew to the previous campsite.
The area was already swarming with Medusa feather vultures, numbering around 30 or 40.
Only Cthulhu slowly reduced its speed, its tentacles erupting swiftly.
Snap! One after another, tentacles like long whips struck the body of the Mingyu vulture with great force. The Medusa vultures had no ability to resist and died quickly. In less than a minute, all the ghost-winged vultures here were killed by Cthulhu. Then, Cthulhu continued flying toward other locations.
Along the way, whenever it encountered a spirit beast, Cthulhu's tentacles would wrap around it, and it could easily kill its target. Such an effortless way of dispatching monsters left Lu Jinghong utterly astonished. Watching Liam O'Ran, who was full of confidence and vigor, she felt that the man before her seemed more charming than he had been during their 3 years in high school. And this scene also caught the attention of all the examiners.
What kind of behavior is this? He's here to take an exam, not to go on a date. Ha, Mr. M.O., don't you think these young men and women make a good couple? It's perfect they were also first and second in the last round of exams. Mr. Lee, didn't you think that Liam O'Ran sleeping all the time was a bad influence? Now he's really buckled down and is studying hard for the exam.
The examiners chatted among themselves, smiling as they watched the scene unfold.
Zhou Zhang also laughed. This guy has finally gotten serious. Let's see how far he can go. Additionally, everyone, make sure to record this. His beast is a species that has never been seen before. We need to report this later.
The examiners all nodded in agreement.
Chapter 19, Shortage of Spirit Beasts. Liam O'Ran goes on a killing spree.
After bringing Lu Jinghong along, Liam O'Ran's motivation to kill monsters clearly increased significantly.
He spent the entire night slaying monsters with Lu Jinghong.
Along the way, wherever Cthulhu went, not a single spirit beast could survive.
Lu Jinghong only saw lightning-like tentacles extend outward, and then, there was nothing more. She didn't even see the spirit beast's body.
Whether it was a low-level spirit beast or a fierce one, none could stand a chance against Cthulhu.
The massacre continued until the early hours of the morning. Firstly, Liam O'Ran searched the entire surrounding area but did not find any new spirit beasts.
Secondly, the two of them were simply too tired.
Thus, they finally stopped.
Liam O'Ran and Lu Jinghong each set up camp, rested for the night, and got up early the next morning to continue fighting monsters.
I might have killed all the monsters here. Let's head to another area and keep killing,
Liam O'Ran said, then led Lu Jinghong to another region.
Cthulhu flew for about 10 minutes before finally encountering a new spirit beast.
It was a spirit beast resembling a deer, leisurely grazing on the grass.
Snap!
Cthulhu's tentacles extended and pierced directly through the body of the deer. It kicked its legs and ceased to breathe.
Team up to defeat level 22 Bhutan Deer and obtain 268 spirit points. Keep grinding? Great name.
After Liam O'Ran's evaluation, Cthulhu continued flying toward the distance. Along the way, the two also encountered many other candidates. Some were in the middle of fighting monsters when they suddenly saw a shadow dart past. Before they could react, their monsters had already turned into corpses.
Of course, some candidates were being chased by spirit beasts.
Liam O'Ran saw this and casually killed the spirit beast.
I'm such a good person, helping them out like that. What do you think, Jinghong?
Lu Jinghong shot him a disdainful glance and said, anyone could be a good person except you.
Oh, the person closest to me doesn't understand my heart. Jinghong, I'm so hurt. Lu Jinghong just rolled her eyes at this. Cthulhu was still flying.
After killing many more spirit beasts, Liam O'Ran suddenly spotted a familiar figure.
Ha, isn't that Lin Jiang? Upon hearing Liam O'Ran's words, Lu Jinghong also looked over.
Soon, he spotted a young man in blue robes who was controlling a demonic-eyed bird, relentlessly attacking the spirit beast before him.
Lu Jinghong immediately recognized it. That was the Earth Bear. Judging by its appearance, its level should be close to 30.
Lin Jiang couldn't possibly be a match for this Earth Bear. This Earth Bear must be severely injured. It seems like Lin Jiang is trying to take advantage of the situation. Liam O'Ran observed that the Earth Bear was moving very slowly and had numerous wounds on its body. Meanwhile, Lin Jiang ordered the demonite sparrows to continuously engage in attack, denying the Earth Bear any opportunity to counterattack. It must be said that this tactic was quite clever. If this continues, Lin Jiang might actually be able to snatch this Earth Bear.
Liam O'Ran's lips curled into a sly smile. Ha, Lin Jiang, you're really lucky to have met me. If I let you snatch this Earth Bear, I'll change my last name.
Lu Jinghong saw this and knew that Liam O'Ran was up to no good.
However, she didn't care. She also didn't think much of Lin Jiang.
Being born in a slum wasn't his fault, but Lin Jiang had developed an extremely sycophantic personality, which Lu Jinghong found utterly despicable.
Liam O'Ran ordered Cthulhu to move forward, and soon they arrived above Lin Jiang. At that moment, Lin Jiang was still unaware of Liam O'Ran's arrival.
His eyes were fixed intently on the Earth Bear before him.
Almost there. Almost there. A level 30 Earth Bear, if I can kill it, I'll definitely get a high score. And maybe even have a chance to enter the Imperial Capital Academy.
The demonite sparrow kept attacking, and Lin Jiang's heart grew more and more excited.
Just then, shoo! A tentacle appeared like lightning and instantly pierced the Earth Bear.
The Earth Bear, already on the brink of death, died instantly, its blood spattering everywhere.
Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Jiang was completely stunned, and in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. Damn it! Who the hell dares to steal my kill?
I worked so hard to get this much health.
Damn it.
Lin Jiang followed the tentacle upward and suddenly froze. A gigantic monster with an octopus head, a human body, and bat wings slowly descended.
2 people emerged from the monster's body.
Lin Jiang stared intently, his eyes wide with shock.
Li Mo Ran? And Lu Jinghong, you guys? Li Mo Ran smiled mockingly, his tone unusually relaxed. Ha, I've set my sights on this earth bear. I'll take your kill. What do you say?
Lin Jiang immediately felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. However, he dared not vent his anger and could only endure it. He had always thought Li Mo Ran was a good-for-nothing, but who would have guessed that he had awakened a chain talent? Later, Lin Jiang even regretted it deeply.
He had been licking Li Mo Ran for 3 years straight. Why didn't he just keep going? If he just grits his teeth and holds on, wouldn't he get through it?
Lin Jiang forced a strained smile. No, that's not true.
You did well, you did well. Li Mo Ran sneered coldly, you know your place.
Then, he continued to sit with Lu Jinghong on the Cthulhu and flew back into the sky. Watching Li Mo Ran's departing figure, Lin Jiang seethed with hatred.
Go ahead and be arrogant. One day you'll fall flat on your face. In this world, it's all about power.
Just wait until Zhou Gongzi comes back, he'll definitely have a way to deal with you. However, Lin Jiang had no idea that Zhou Gongzi would never return.
In contrast, Li Mo Ran was happily killing monsters.
In the proctoring area, the examiners all wore expressions of distress.
Report. The number of spirit beasts in the southeast zone is insufficient. Request reinforcements. Report. Report. The number of spirit beasts in the western direction is rapidly decreasing.
It is estimated that the spirit beasts in that area will be in short supply within 10 minutes.
Report. There is a shortage of spirit beasts in the northern region.
One after another, reports of spirit beast shortages reached Zhou Zhang, who promptly deployed new spirit beasts to address the shortages. Generally speaking, the number of spirit beasts within the examination hall should never be insufficient. This is because the number of spirit beasts released each year is several times the number of examinees. Generally speaking, each candidate can kill no more than 10 spirit beasts during the 3-day exam.
Even the most outstanding candidates can only manage to kill around 20 or 30. The vast majority of candidates can't even kill 5.
After all, this isn't a beginner's dungeon. The spiritual beasts within the exam area have all been carefully selected and are extremely powerful.
Otherwise, the theme of this exam would not be wilderness survival, but hunting.
But this year is a bit special.
This Li Mo Ran is still killing. He's still killing. Another 10 spirit beasts have been killed here.
I think the spirit beasts in that area are almost gone.
We'll have to deploy more soon. Doesn't he get tired? He's been killing them for almost a day now. Li Mo Ran led Lu Jinghong through the exam hall at an exaggerated speed.
Wherever he went, it was like a swarm of locusts had passed through, leaving nothing behind. All the spiritual beasts, whether flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the water, or burrowing in the earth, any that could be found were mercilessly slaughtered by Cthulhu. Most importantly, there have already been reports from examinees complaining that they have encountered paranormal phenomena. They were preparing to kill the spirit beast, but suddenly a dark figure appeared and snatched the head away.
How frustrating is that?
Faced with this situation, the examiners were truly helpless.
They couldn't very well expel Li Mo Ran, could they?
In fact, once, Zhou Zhang flew into a rage and directly unleashed a small-scale beast horde. As a result, Cthulhu went into a frenzy, and within half an hour, they were all wiped out. This left Zhou Zhang speechless with grief and dared not continue deploying the beast horde. If he deployed any more, the reserve of spirit beasts in the exam hall might be depleted.
Is this person a freak? I've been an examiner for so many years, and I've never seen a candidate like this before. Several examiners looked at the Li surnamed examiner with a look of resentment. Mr. Li, did you provoke him? I thought he was sleeping peacefully. You insisted on interfering, and now he's gone on a rampage. What should we do?
Chapter 20, I'm so strong now, I could summon Cthulhu himself.
The Li surnamed examiner also looked constipated, not knowing what to say. His original intention was not to let Li Mo Ran get too comfortable, but to keep him busy. As a result, Li Mo Ran really did get busy, but he wasn't happy about it. Li Mo Ran has gone from one extreme to another. Report. The number of spirit beasts in the central area is insufficient. Request reinforcements. Another report came in. Zhou Zhang was almost numb, and replied instinctively, add 200 spirit beasts, distribute them evenly.
As soon as his order was given, 200 spirit beasts of varying ranks were evenly distributed across the central region of the examination hall.
However, before long, Li Mo Ran arrived with Cthulhu in tow. He was sweeping through the central area at an extremely exaggerated speed.
It won't be long before Li Mo Ran sweeps away all the spirit beasts in the central area.
Sure enough, his prediction was spot on. In less than an hour, Li Mo Ran had swept away all 200 spirit beasts.
Zhou Zhang was both furious and anxious, nearly unable to contain himself from cursing aloud.
This beast is still killing. He could only keep replenishing. Time kept passing, and the next day quickly turned into night.
After seeing that Liu Moran and Lu Jinghong had both gone to rest, the examiners finally let out a sigh of relief.
Zhou Zhang hurriedly asked, "How many spirit beasts are left in the exam warehouse?"
Soon after, someone came to report.
"There are less than 300 left." Upon hearing this, several examiners were shocked.
You must understand that there were as many as 2,000 spirit beasts prepared in the warehouse.
And yet, how much time has passed since then? We're almost being wiped out by Liu Moran.
Zhou Zhang shouted, "Quick, contact the main hospital and have them send over another 1,000, no, 2,000.
He was afraid that even 1,000 wouldn't be enough for Liu Moran to kill.
The examiners were at a loss for words. They've lived most of their lives, what kind of situations haven't they seen?
This scene, however, was truly unprecedented. As it turned out, Zhou Zhang's concerns were not unfounded.
On the third day, the final day of the exam, Liu Moran performed even more impressively than the previous 2 days.
Cthulhu absorbed a massive amount of spiritual energy, continuously enhancing his power.
Liu Moran continued to fight while keeping a close eye on Cthulhu's growth progress.
Cthulhu growth stage, 176,849,300. No wonder they're the ancient ones. The spiritual energy required for their growth is simply outrageous.
Generally speaking, from the growth stage to the mature stage, ordinary beast tamers require roughly 10,000 spiritual energy units. Even some spirit beasts with top-tier bloodlines only require around 40,000 to 50,000 spiritual energy. However, Cthulhu's spiritual energy surged to 300,000 in an instant.
Liu Moran could imagine that the spiritual energy required for Cthulhu's subsequent upgrades would be absolutely astronomical. But upon considering Cthulhu's combat prowess, Liu Moran felt a sense of relief. Just as Liu Moran was in the heat of battle, Lu Jinghong tugged at his sleeve and said, "Moran, could you please stop for a moment?
What's wrong?
Are you tired from watching from the back? Why don't you come sit in front, and I'll hold you?"
These inappropriate words made Lu Jinghong blush, and she scolded, "No, it's not.
It's Shao Jin. It needs to be upgraded. It's about to level up?"
When teaming up to kill monsters, the spiritual energy obtained is naturally split evenly between the two beast tamers. Although the golden feathered phoenix did not participate in the battle, it still received a significant portion of the spiritual energy.
Moreover, unlike Cthulhu, it does not require such a vast amount of spiritual energy to level up. Liu Moran immediately found an open area and went down. "All right, summon your beast. I'll protect you."
Lu Jinghong bit her lip and whispered, "Can you please recall your beast? It's nearby, and Shao Jin dares not come out."
At this, Liu Moran felt helpless.
After all, the golden phoenix is a sacred beast.
Yet, in the presence of Cthulhu, it behaved as meekly as a quail.
There was no choice. Liu Moran had no option but to recall Cthulhu. Only then was Lu Jinghong able to summon the golden feathered phoenix.
The phoenix let out a piercing cry.
The golden feathered phoenix reappeared and let out a long cry, its entire body engulfed in intense flames. These flames were no ordinary flames, they were the natural flames of the golden feathered divine phoenix, radiating a noble golden hue. It stretches its body to the limit, its massive wings seeming capable of unleashing fiery storms. Soon, the flames grew more intense, completely enveloping the golden feathered divine phoenix. The entire golden feathered divine phoenix had completely transformed into a ball of fire.
Crackling and popping. Fireworks erupt, distorting the air. Scream!
A long cry erupted from the flames.
The golden feathered divine phoenix, reborn from the flames. Who?
The flames dissipated with a gust of wind, and the upgraded golden feathered phoenix emerged. It was now much larger than before, with a body length exceeding 3 meters, and even appeared larger than Cthulhu.
Moreover, it emanates an aura of nobility and sanctity from head to toe. Great! Lu Jinghong hurried forward and embraced the golden feathered phoenix.
The golden feathered divine phoenix let out a joyful cry and gently flapped its wings against its master, expressing its excitement. Suddenly, its gaze grew sharp, and it let out a cry directed at Liu Moran.
Liu Moran was completely baffled. "What are you looking at?"
Lu Jinghong said, "Shao Jin said it's incredibly powerful now and wants you to summon Cthulhu so it can teach that arrogant Cthulhu a lesson."
Liu Moran looked puzzled. "Are you sure?" The golden phoenix was extremely proud and let out another cry.
Liu Moran saw this and, without a word, immediately summoned Cthulhu.
Black mist, tentacles, and eerie. When Cthulhu appeared, the air around him seemed to twist and the environment became eerie.
The golden phoenix was quite brave, daring to lock eyes with Cthulhu. After growing up, the golden-winged divine phoenix truly no longer fears Cthulhu's mental interference. After locking eyes for a few seconds, the golden-winged divine phoenix, feeling confident that everything was fine, saw its self-confidence soar.
Ling! With a long cry, it actually charged toward Cthulhu. Whoosh! The flames erupted, about to engulf Cthulhu.
But Cthulhu remained motionless, merely extending its tentacles. A few seconds later. Clack clack clack. A large number of bird feathers flew everywhere. Cthulhu's tentacle wrapped around the golden feathered phoenix, while another tentacle plucked its feathers one by one. The once majestic golden feathered phoenix was reduced to a pitiful sight, no better than a chicken. After scolding it for a while, Cthulhu finally released its tentacles. The golden feathered phoenix struggled to escape, looking particularly disheveled.
It even hid behind Lu Jinghong, trembling as it wrapped its wings around itself, looking utterly dejected. Liemo Ran shrugged his shoulders, looking utterly helpless. You saw it yourself. It told me to do it. I've never encountered such a request in my entire life.
Lu Jinghong's face turned red instantly, feeling utterly ashamed of his beast-taming skills.
Xiao Jin, you can't do this. Pull yourself together, don't lose face, and don't be afraid of it.
The golden phoenix goddess kept her head down, not daring to move a muscle.
Completely submissive.
Lu Jinghong had no choice but to store it in the beast-taming space.
How utterly embarrassing.
Even though it was a royal beast of the imperial bloodline and was even one rank higher than the opponent, it still couldn't win.
At least it didn't retreat out of fear of mental interference. That's progress, at least. The upgrade of the golden phoenix is just a minor side note.
However, this scene still left the examiners stunned.
You murderer! You've slaughtered all the spirit beasts in our warehouse.
There were enough of them to level up our beast tamers.
But why did only Lu Jinghong's beasts level up? Why didn't Liemo Ran's beasts level up? It's probably because his spiritual energy isn't sufficient.
After all, it's a spirit beast of mythical bloodline. Seeing the golden feathered divine phoenix upgrade, the examiners were at a loss for words.
Under Liemo Ran's guidance, Lu Jinghong's number of slain spirit beasts continued to rise.
It seems likely that her achievements will also reach an astonishing level. The examiners were at a loss for words.
This girl is so lucky.
The scene of the golden phoenix's battle also caught the examiners' attention.
The golden feathered divine phoenix is at least a sacred beast, right? Even though it was one rank lower, it still couldn't match Cthulhu. It's hard to believe. How on earth were these beast tamers created?
This scene is not only something they've never seen before, but they've never even heard of it.
There is no record of it in history.
Zhou Zhan was so shocked multiple times that he almost became numb, able only to keep recording what he saw.
A genius like Liemo Ran would naturally attract attention after the college entrance exam. Time continued to pass. Finally, the last day has come to an end.
Fortunately, Liemo Ran showed mercy today, and the 2,000 spirit beasts transferred from the main hospital were not all killed.
By the time the sun set on the third day, a voice echoed in the ears of all the candidates. Attention all examinees, this phase of the exam has concluded. Candidates are requested to leave the examination hall immediately. Chapter 21, Protest Ineffective. Lin Jiang expelled. When the bell signaling the end of the exam rang, the candidates in the hall all breathed a sigh of relief. They quickly activated the teleportation marks in their hands and teleported out of the exam hall. Upon returning to the square, the vast majority of the candidates were disheveled and in a sorry state. Some candidates were even in ragged clothes, looking utterly pitiful. This exam is no joke, it's a real wilderness survival test. Some candidates who have always lived a pampered life finally experienced one of the most challenging periods of their lives. However, Liemo Ran and Lu Jinghong remained unscathed. Especially Lu Jinghong. The look she gave Liemo Ran was extremely complicated. She had even said she wanted to surpass him. Over the past 2 days, she had truly come to understand the gap between herself and Liemo Ran. They're both geniuses, so why is the gap between them still so huge? Lu Jinghong couldn't accept it. She felt that it might be because her beast-taming bloodline wasn't strong enough. Once she obtained a beast with mythical bloodline, she was certain she could surpass Liemo Ran. Zhou Zhang's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Now, I will announce the scores for this round of exams. Soon, everyone's scores were posted. First place, Liemo Ran. Total score, 300 points. Second place, Lu Jinghong. Total score, 300 points. Third place, Zhao Feihua. Total score, 280 points. Fourth place, Wu Gu. Total score, 277 points. Fifth place, Zhang Sen. Total score, 276 points. When this result was announced, countless candidates were utterly astonished. Full marks. Double full marks. This score is almost unmatched compared to everyone else. Especially Lin Jiang, who was so envious of Liemo Ran and Lu Jinghong's results that he was practically grinding his teeth in frustration. Because his score was only 230 points, not even enough to make it into the top 100. Thinking about this, Lin Jiang felt very uneasy. Especially since the Earth Bear he had been longing for had been snatched away by Liemo Ran. If that kill hadn't been stolen, his score would have been at least 10 points higher. In fact, he might even have had a chance to directly enter the top 50. At this thought, Lin Jiang's heart twisted with hatred, his eyes filled with anger. He immediately objected, I protest. Why did these two get full marks? Their scores are too high, I'm sure they cheated. As soon as he said this, others began to agree with him. Especially at Qingyue High School, those who had always disliked Li Moran were quick to follow suit. That's right. Third place only scored 270 points, so how did they get a perfect score? Cheating. They must have cheated. These voices naturally reached the ears of the two. Lu Jinghong's face was as cold as ice, his gaze growing even colder, as if he were about to explode. Li Moran, however, sneered coldly, taking note of everyone who was stirring up trouble, especially Lin Jiang. Seeing that Li Moran and the other two did not protest, especially since the chief examiner had not spoken up immediately, Lin Jiang suspected that there was definitely something fishy going on. He immediately perked up and continued his protest. All proctors, someone is cheating. You must not cover for them. In the proctoring room, several examiners stared coldly at the protesting crowd. One person said, Mr. Zhou, what should we do? Should we explain? Zhou Zhangdao, I'll handle it. Soon, his voice echoed throughout the entire examination hall. After unanimous confirmation by all proctors, Li Moran and Lu Jinghong were found to have committed no acts of cheating. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiang was immediately speechless, as if a duck had been grabbed by the neck. Zhou Zhang had witnessed Li Moran's ruthless dominance firsthand. He couldn't handle even several waves of beasts. Accusing Li Moran of cheating is just a roundabout way of calling Zhou Zhang incompetent, isn't it? Lin Jiang immediately earned a poor reputation in Zhou Zhang's eyes. He whispered to the examiners around him, this student has ulterior motives. After the college entrance exam, give him a poor evaluation. Several examiners nodded in agreement, clearly disapproving of Lin Jiang. With the examiners intervening, the protests about cheating died down considerably. Li Moran quickly spotted Lin Jiang in the crowd. Without a word, he walked up quickly. Lin Jiang quickly spotted Li Moran, who was brimming with hostility, and was startled. What are you doing? Li Moran sneered, you're accusing me of cheating, aren't you? It seems you're asking for a beating. Are you tougher than Zhou Yancheng or something? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Moran immediately raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Lin Jiang's face. Smack! The burning sensation on his face left Lin Jiang stunned. You dare hit me? Lin Jiang suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of injustice and couldn't speak for a moment. Just as Li Moran was about to act, Zhou Zhang's warning came. No fighting allowed in the exam hall. Stop immediately, or I will revoke your exam eligibility. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Jiang immediately clung to it like a lifeline and hurriedly shouted, Examiner, he started it. He violated the exam rules. You must disqualify him. Someone like him doesn't deserve to take the college entrance exam. However, before the chief examiner could speak, Li Moran kicked Lin Jiang in the chin again. Li Moran's force was immense. Lin Jiang was kicked flying by Li Moran in an instant, even losing 2 teeth, with his mouth filled with blood. Ah! Lin Jiang covered his mouth and let out a wail. Li Moran looked at him coldly, then shouted at the examiner, no private fights are allowed in the exam room. What's the logic behind accusing someone of cheating? Inside the proctor's room, several examiners looked helpless. This Li Moran is causing too much trouble. What should we do? Should we cancel his exam eligibility? Zhou Zhang shook his head, we can't cancel it. If we cancel the eligibility of such a candidate, the 10 colleges will be in an uproar. Li Moran's performance was truly astonishing. Once his college entrance exam results are released today, the top 10 universities will definitely be scrambling to recruit him. A student like this, if Zhou Zhang dares to revoke his college entrance exam eligibility, the people from the top 10 universities will tear down Zhou Zhang's house tomorrow. But letting Li Moran act recklessly isn't a solution either. Zhou Zhang's gaze suddenly took on a murderous glint. The instigator was still this Lin Jiang. With such a dark heart, even though he got into university, he's no good either. Let's make him the first to go. The examiners immediately reached a consensus. Soon, Zhou Zhang's voice fell again. Candidate Lin Jiang, accused of defaming others for cheating, has been disqualified from the college entrance examination by a unanimous decision of the examination committee. Candidate Li Moran engaged in a physical altercation in the examination hall. Considering that this was a first offense and the circumstances were understandable, a warning has been issued. If such behavior occurs again, the candidate will be immediately disqualified from the examination. Upon hearing the disciplinary action, Lin Jiang's face turned deathly pale. In that moment, he felt as though the sky had fallen. He had actually been disqualified from the exam? And Li Moran, just a warning? Isn't that effectively no punishment at all? I protest. Lin Jiang shouted. This is unfair. Why not revoke Li Moran's eligibility? I protest. The protest is invalid. As the cold words fell, Lin Jiang was immediately teleported out of the exam hall. With his college entrance exam eligibility revoked, Lin Jiang's life was effectively over. Without passing the Gaokao, he would be unable to attend a higher education institution, and his future life would likely gradually descend into mediocrity. This action also made those who had earlier joined in accusing him of cheating tremble in fear. Now, no one dared to question Li Moran anymore. Lin Zhang's incident was just a minor setback.
After this incident, Zhou Yancheng continued to announce the next phase of the exams. Candidates who scored 240 points or above in this phase are eligible to participate in the next phase of the assessment.
Eligible candidates are requested to remain in the examination room. All other candidates may leave the examination room in advance.
Soon, a large number of students left the examination room. In the end, only 82 candidates remained in the hall. Out of the original 300 and more candidates, more than 2/3 were directly eliminated. Those who remained were essentially the most talented individuals in Yulin City.
Zhou Zheng announced, "All candidates, step aside. The trial tower is about to descend." Chapter 22, The Final Test, The Trial Tower. Boom! A deafening roar echoed across the sky, and the surroundings suddenly transformed.
The sky darkened, and lightning flashed across the sky. The sky seemed to have a black hole from which a bright light shone. A majestic tower descended from the black hole, emitting a strong glow. Everyone's expressions changed, and they hurriedly moved to the sides. This tower made them feel an overwhelming sense of grandeur and majesty. It continues to descend. Finally, it landed steadily in the center of the square. But it wasn't over yet. Ha! Like a flash of lightning, 10 beams of light suddenly erupted.
Zhou Zheng continued to announce, "The admissions directors of the 10 great academies are about to arrive." Immediately afterward, the 10 beams of light transformed into 10 human figures. They stood suspended in midair, each standing atop various beasts. Their powerful aura and extraordinary demeanor left the candidates watching in awe. Roar! A middle-aged man riding a black-colored beast descended first.
Upon landing, the beast beside him let out a furious roar, causing the surrounding candidates to tremble in fear.
The middle-aged man summoned the beast back and spoke in a resonant voice, "I am Zhao Wu, the admissions officer of the Tianwu Academy." "Oh, whoa!" A loud cry rang out, and an old man riding a giant wolf appeared. "I am Su Liqing, the admissions officer of the Central Plains Academy." Horse. Immediately afterward, a towering man emerged, striding forward atop a massive serpent. "I am Yushan, the admissions director of Qingshan Academy." One after another, powerful figures landed and gathered before the trial tower. Upon hearing their names, every student present felt a chill run down their spine. They were actually the admissions officers from the top 10 universities. Wow, are the top 10 universities actually coming to the exam hall to recruit students? The top 10 universities are the 10 most prestigious higher education institutions in the Great Xia Kingdom. For countless beast tamers, attending any one of these academies is enough to change their lives forever. The college entrance exam has evolved to this point, and the heads of the top 10 academies have even come personally to recruit students. Many people are thrilled. If one of the top 10 universities were to take notice of them, wouldn't that change their fate? Shout! At that very moment, a furious roar echoed throughout the entire exam hall. An old man riding a massive black dragon slowly descended. Upon seeing the black dragon, countless examinees felt a chill run down their spines. That's the dark blood black dragon. Oh my god, if I'm not mistaken, isn't that the beast tamed by the Overlord's bloodline? That's right. The lowest ranked dragon beasts are all from the Overlord bloodline, and there are even many from the mythical bloodline. Being able to use dragons as beasts of burden is simply too cool. The black dragon descended slowly, and the old man stood at the front, speaking, "I am Jiang Ru, the admissions officer of the Imperial Capital Academy." The Imperial Capital Academy. Upon hearing the old man's name, people immediately understood why. The Imperial Capital Academy was the most prestigious academy in the Great Xia Kingdom, boasting the richest resources in the entire kingdom and ranking first among the 10 great academies. In fact, even if you combine the resources of the other 9 major academies, they still cannot match those of the Imperial Capital Academy. This academy is the ultimate institution that countless beast tamers have always dreamed of attending. However, the Imperial Capital Academy only admits the most elite beast tamers. Many people know that they likely have no chance of being admitted to the Imperial Capital Academy. The admissions directors of the top 10 universities have all arrived, and their seats have already been arranged inside the exam hall. The officials proceeded to their respective seats to rest. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhang immediately began to announce, "Next, we will conduct the final assessment trial of the trial tower for this college entrance examination." This trial tower was modeled after the Forbidden Tower of the Imperial Capital Academy and consists of 5 floors. Each floor features a different environment and challenges. All candidates must strive to reach higher floors and earn corresponding scores based on their performance in climbing the tower. Only those who pass the 3rd floor will be considered to have passed the exam and will have the opportunity to be admitted early to one of the top 10 universities. Upon hearing this, all the candidates present were eager to try. Those who had made it to the 3rd round of exams were all geniuses in their respective schools. Here, even the least talented are at least A level. Those who lacked the necessary strength were eliminated in the first 2 rounds. Boom! With a loud rumble, the gates of the trial tower swung open. The candidates quickly lined up and entered the trial tower.
Meanwhile, the admissions officers from the 10 major academies watched the scene unfold, and some had already begun to exchange whispers. After all, the top 10 universities frequently hold various exchange events and are well acquainted with one another.
Mr. Zhao, which promising new talent has your Tianwu Academy set its sights on this year? We'll have to see. If there are any good prospects, Mr. Su, you can't see them from us, okay? You two teachers are in such a good mood. Qingshan Academy also wants to recruit some promising candidates. As they chatted, the conversation turned to Jiang Ru. Old Master Jiang, the Imperial Capital Academy actually sent you here this year? Could it be that a genius has emerged in Yulin City? Jiang Ru holds a high position at the Imperial Capital Academy.
In the past, he was always directly assigned to the provincial capital for recruitment.
A place like Yulin City is usually only sent young teachers. However, this year, they actually sent Jiang Ru here, which is clearly unusual.
Jiang Ru chuckled and said, I don't mind telling you. I heard that a SSS-ranked beast tamer has emerged in Yulin City, so I came to take a look myself. If he is a promising talent, I will bring him back to the academy for proper training.
Those around him were all taken aback upon hearing this. Congratulations!
It seems that the Imperial Capital Academy is about to gain another genius this year.
Mr. Jiang is truly blessed. Ever since you arrived, geniuses have been flocking here. Other academies also want SSS-ranked beast tamers, but they know they can't compete with the Imperial Capital Academy. Therefore, no one dares to compete with Elder Jiang. Furthermore, in terms of seniority and strength, Jiang Ru is the strongest here. Moreover, in terms of seniority and strength, Jiang Ru is the strongest here.
If you provoke Old Master Jiang, you're sure to face dire consequences.
Soon, all the candidates entered the trial tower one by one.
At the same time, the information about these candidates appeared before the various academies. The vast majority of them possess S-rank or A-rank talent.
Among them, Lu Jinghong's SSS tier talent stands out particularly.
She was the only one with an SSS tier talent in the entire exam hall, and everyone immediately realized that this was the person Jiang Lao was looking for. They all tacitly agreed not to compete with him. Other academies mainly looked for suitable geniuses. If they performed well, they could aim for the top spots.
How did a beast tamer with an F-rank talent end up here? Among them, someone noticed Li Mo Rant's information and immediately raised an objection. What's going on? How could a beast tamer with an F-rank talent advance to the third stage?
The admissions officers who witnessed this scene were all deeply astonished. Even Jiang Ru frowned.
Could it be a display error? That's impossible. Jiang Ru declared firmly. The trial tower is the iconic tower of the Imperial Capital Academy, constructed at immense cost and effort. It is absolutely impossible for such an error to occur.
Hearing this, the crowd grew even more confused.
Jiang Ru was right.
After all, the trial tower has been part of the college entrance exam selection process for decades and has never encountered any issues. The trial tower that appeared at the exam site in Yulin City was not the main structure. It was merely a subsidiary tower imbued with a fragment of the trial tower's power. Similar subsidiary towers have also descended across the country, with countless towers collectively shouldering the crucial responsibility of the college entrance examination selection process. Although they are branch towers, they are all extensions of the main tower's power.
Therefore, unless the main tower malfunctions, the sub-towers will not malfunction.
The trial tower is not only the iconic tower of the Imperial Capital Academy, but also undoubtedly one of the national treasures of the entire Great Xia Kingdom.
Such a national treasure would never make a mistake in a novice beast master's talent assessment. You might as well believe I'm Emperor Qin Shi Huang.
Jiang Ru pondered, perhaps the student has some secret that neither you nor I know about.
But what does that have to do with me? After all, he's just a beast tamer with an F-rank talent. There's no way he could ever enter the Imperial Capital Academy. He quickly put Li Mo Ran out of his mind and began to examine Lu Jinghong. The others were much the same, unwilling to pay much attention to a beast tamer with an F-rank talent.
Chapter 23, First Level, that's it? You have entered the first floor of the trial tower.
A voice echoed, and Li Mo Ran entered the trial tower.
Though it was called the trial tower, the surroundings were an open field, indistinguishable from the wilderness.
Li Mo Ran looked up and could even see the sun.
The spiritual beasts and monsters inside the trial tower are exceptionally ferocious.
If you cannot face them, exit immediately. Remember. Monsters are exceptionally ferocious? Li Mo Ran immediately became interested.
I'll see just how ferocious they can be.
Rustling. A commotion erupted, and Li Mo Ran looked up to see a purple-skinned monster with an elongated head and a human-like body. Oh, the monster, holding a wolf's tooth club in its hand, spotted Li Mo and immediately let out a threatening growl. Purple-skinned orc? Li Mo recognized it immediately. This was a relatively common type of monster and did not belong to the category of spiritual beasts.
They are far more intelligent than ordinary beasts, have their own tribes, and have even developed a primitive civilization, much like the era when humans were still eating raw meat and drinking blood.
Moreover, these monsters often travel in packs. As expected.
After discovering the first purple-skinned beastman, the surrounding bushes rustled. Soon, several more purple-skinned orcs emerged.
There were 5 of them in total, each holding a wolf's tooth club in their hands.
It seems that these are the guardian monsters of the first floor of the trial tower.
Ah!
5 purple-skinned orcs revealed their vicious expressions and charged toward Li Moran. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Moran summoned Cthulhu.
The purple-skinned orcs were not intimidated by Cthulhu's mental interference. Upon seeing Cthulhu appear, they became even more ferocious.
One after another, they swung their wolf tooth clubs and charged toward Cthulhu. Though these purple-skinned orcs looked fierce, each stood only 1.5 to 1.6 meters tall. Not to mention facing a Cthulhu over 3 meters tall, even facing Li Moran, they wouldn't stand out much. Therefore, Cthulhu didn't even bother to use its tentacles to attack.
Its body was shrouded in black mist, and it suddenly slammed its fists forward, striking 2 of the purple-skinned orcs with a single blow.
The force was so immense that the bodies of the 2 purple-skinned orcs were shattered on impact. Seeing this, the other 3 purple-skinned orcs finally felt fear. They screamed and shouted, their faces filled with terror, and immediately dropped their wolf tooth clubs, apparently intending to flee.
But how could Cthulhu give them that chance? Shoo!
Tentacles erupted like lightning, and Cthulhu instantly killed the remaining 3 purple-skinned orcs. Cthulhu kills 20th level purple-skinned orcs, gaining 308 points of spiritual power.
Cthulhu kills. Although purple-skinned orcs are not spirit beasts, Cthulhu can still obtain a significant amount of spiritual energy after killing them. That's not that brutal, is it? The first floor of the trial tower, and that's it? Li Moran thought it would be a powerful monster, but it turned out to be so easy to kill. It wasn't even as challenging as the small-scale beast horde they faced in the second stage. Thinking of this, Li Moran lost interest. Since the purple-skinned orcs were patrolling nearby, their tribe was likely not far away. Li Moran instructed Cthulhu to lead the way and search for more purple-skinned orcs. Soon enough, they spotted a tribe.
The purple-skinned orcs were still quite capable. They used wood to build fences and enclosed a large area. Inside the fences, there are numerous wooden huts, watchtowers, and roadblocks, with groups of purple-skinned orcs patrolling the area constantly. Li Moran also spotted a purple-skinned beastman whose size was significantly larger than the others. It seemed that this was the leader of the purple-skinned orc tribe.
Li Moran led Cthulhu forward. Wow! The purple-skinned orc patrol immediately noticed something was wrong.
With a strange cry, a large number of purple-skinned orcs turned their attention to this place.
Wow!
Soon, one strange cry after another echoed through the air. All the purple-skinned orcs wore menacing expressions. Faced with this scene, any other beastmaster would have turned pale with fear. But Li Moran not only showed no fear, but instead let out a sinister smile as he carefully examined these purple-skinned beastmen.
Let me count how many monsters are there in total? Li Moran counted them one by one and quickly confirmed the approximate number. There were probably 30 or 40 of them. That's quite a few. I guess I'll have to go on a killing spree. Whoosh! Whoosh!
At that moment, the purple-skinned orcs on the watchtower immediately drew their bows and arrows, and an arrow shot toward Li Moran. The arrow suddenly appeared, catching Li Moran off guard, but that was the extent of it.
Cthulhu's speed was extremely fast.
Just as the arrows were about to hit their target, they were shattered by its tentacles.
Li Moran glared at the purple-skinned orc archer. Dare to attack me? Then you'll be the first to go. He immediately ordered Cthulhu to attack.
Upon receiving the order, Cthulhu sprang into action, a tentacle emerging from the black mist and instantly wrapping around the purple-skinned orc archer. As the tentacle gently wriggled, the archer let out a piercing scream. Then, in despair, they dehydrated completely, turning into desiccated corpses. Cthulhu defeated a level 21 purple-skinned orc, gaining 330 spirit points. Seeing their comrade fall, the other purple-skinned orcs rushed forward.
Li Moran saw this and had nothing to say. Cthulhu's tentacles immediately extended and transformed into long whips, lashing out at the countless purple-skinned orcs. Slap!
The sound of whips cracking echoed through the air as countless purple-skinned orcs were torn to pieces by Cthulhu's tentacles, their bodies left in disarray. The massive purple-skinned orc at the front, seeing this, let out a furious roar and charged forward. This purple-skinned beastman wielded a flail in his hands, and as he ran, the ground trembled slightly. However, for Cthulhu, such enemies were nothing to worry about. Numerous tentacles swirled around the massive purple-skinned beast, then snapped together like lightning, trapping it in place. The meteor hammer in its hands fell to the ground. Roar! The purple-skinned orc roared, struggling and bellowing, but to no avail. Cthulhu's tentacles oozed a steady stream of viscous fluid, continuously corroding the purple-skinned orc. Moments later, it dehydrated completely, rotted away, and died. Cthulhu defeated the level 24 purple-skinned orc chieftain, gaining 780 spirit points.
The spiritual energy was quite substantial? Is it because it was the leader? Seeing the spiritual energy given by the purple-skinned orc leader, Liam O'Ran was somewhat surprised. With the leader dead, the remaining grunts posed no threat. Liam O'Ran ordered Cthulhu, and in no time at all, they were all dealt with. That's it? Liam O'Ran looked around the base and was truly disappointed. Congratulations! You have successfully cleared the first floor of the trial tower. You have obtained skill stone. There's loot too? Soon, a transparent crystal stone the size of a thumb appeared in Lee Moran's hand. Skill stone, a common quality skill stone. When used on a beast, it allows the beast to learn the skill Frenzy Attack. Frenzy Attack increases the beast's strength by 50, then unleashes a powerful strike. Learning restriction, none. Attribute restrictions, none. It's actually a skill stone. Liam O'Ran was overjoyed. Skill stones are extremely valuable items. Even the most ordinary one can fetch tens of thousands of gold coins on the trading market. They allow tamed beasts to learn a wide variety of skills. If they acquire the right skills, they can even significantly enhance the beast tamer's abilities. However, can Cthulhu be learned? Liam O'Ran expressed his doubts. But it's worth a try. Soon, Liam O'Ran tried using the skill stone on Cthulhu. The quality of the skill stone is too low. Your beast companion Cthulhu refuses to learn it and gives you a disdainful glance. Chapter 24, Sweeping Away the Weak, Speedrun Trial Tower. Damn it! I was actually looked down upon by Cthulhu. Liam O'Ran felt a surge of irritation. However, it seems that ordinary skill stones are ineffective against Cthulhu. No wonder how could the ancient powers of Cthulhu possibly be interested in such trashy skills. Liam O'Ran tossed the skill stone into the beast taming space and didn't give it another thought. He'd just sell it for money later. After Liam O'Ran cleared the level, a teleportation gate appeared ahead. Liam O'Ran immediately stepped inside. You have entered the second floor of the trial tower. As the voice faded, the surroundings changed simultaneously. The forest around him had vanished, and Liam O'Ran found himself in a barren desert. The landscape was desolate and lifeless, with not a blade of grass in sight. Even the sand swirled in the air, making it difficult to keep one's eyes open. Liam O'Ran surveyed his surroundings, looking puzzled. What's strange? Around the desert, he didn't see any monsters. Boom! Suddenly, the ground trembled, and Liam O'Ran discovered that the sand beneath his feet was beginning to shake violently. It felt just like an earthquake. Upon seeing this, Liam O'Ran immediately realized something. Could it be that the monster is underground? Just then, Liam O'Ran felt the vibrations growing stronger and stronger. The sand beneath his feet was steadily sinking. His expression changed slightly, and he immediately ran around. At the same time, the sand and soil where he had been standing began to collapse at an accelerated rate. Immediately afterward, a massive sand pit formed. Boom! A dark figure burst out from beneath the ground, kicking up a cloud of yellow sand. The dark figure turned out to be an enormous sandworm, its mouth constantly rotating and firing out countless grains of sand. Upon seeing Liam O'Ran, it let out a hideous, menacing screech. Could it be a monster I don't recognize? Liam O'Ran was utterly astonished. During his 3 years of high school, he had studied every aspect of beast taming knowledge. Essentially, any information about spiritual beasts or monsters recorded in the school's archives was deeply ingrained in his memory. However, he had no recollection of the monster before him. Li Machin immediately activated the Great Eye. Soon, information about the sandworm appeared before his eyes. Name, Earth-Eating Sandworm. Level 2-6. Race Sandworm Clan. Attributes Earth. Attributes Earth. Talent Earth Devouring. Skills Burrow, Break Ground and Devour, Sandstorm. Is it a spirit beast of the Sand Centipede tribe? No wonder I don't recognize it. If I recall correctly, there are very few records of this type of spirit beast in school. The spiritual beasts of the Sand Centipede clan typically only appear in deserts. Yuelin City is located in the south, where deserts are completely absent, so there are virtually no records of such spirit beasts. However, after reviewing the information provided by the Great Eye, Liam O'Ran had finally come to terms with the earth-devouring sand centipede. It was just a spirit beast that could burrow into the ground, nothing to make a fuss about. Liam O immediately summoned Cthulhu. Attack it! Kill it! As Liam O'Ran gave the order, Cthulhu's tentacles erupted instantly, aiming to kill the earth-eating sandworm. However, the earth-eating sandworm possessed an extraordinary ability to sense danger. In the very instant the Cthulhu tentacles struck, it swiftly burrowed deep into the ground. Moreover, as it burrowed, the large pit that had been exposed was also filled in. Everything around it looked normal, as if the earth-eating sandworm had never appeared at all. Liam O'Ran sneered, "Do you think you can escape like this?" He immediately ordered Cthulhu to unleash a wave of collective madness. As a tremor erupted in all directions, it was immediately followed by a mental attack as overwhelming as a tidal wave. Boom! The earth shook once again. Countless tons of sand and soil collapsed, forming a massive crater once more.
The earth-devouring sandworms broke through the surface, emitting a series of hissing sounds.
Its body lay on the sand, trembling constantly, looking extremely painful. The next moment, the earth-devouring sand centipede began to bite into its own body. From its massive, swollen body, yellow blood began to flow out, looking extremely disgusting. The earth-eating sand centipede relentlessly ravaged its own body, appearing unusually agitated. After a few minutes, its movements grew weaker and weaker, until it finally fell completely silent. Cthulhu defeated a level 26 earth-eating sandworm, gaining 1,100 spirit points. Congratulations! You have successfully cleared the second floor of the trial tower. You have obtained Skill Stone. Another skill stone? Liemo Ran glanced at the skill stone given on the second floor. Earth drill technique, burrow into the ground to hide one's tracks. Drill into the ground technique, drill into the ground to hide your tracks. Learning restrictions sandworm type, earth attribute beasts. Learning restrictions, sandworm type, earth attribute beasts. The limitations are too severe, it's useless. Moreover, even if it were useful, Cthulhu couldn't possibly learn it. Liemo Ran shook his head. Another useless skill stone.
At that moment, the teleportation gate appeared again, and Liemo Ran immediately stepped inside.
Upon entering the third layer, the environment of the trial tower changed once more.
Liemo Ran found himself in a deep, dark lair. There was not a single ray of light, and one could not see their hand in front of their face. Liemo Ran saw this and immediately took out a powerful flashlight from his beast taming space. As the bright light illuminated the area, Liemo Ran could barely make out his surroundings. In this dark, dingy den, Liemo Ran saw many huge shadows. They clung to the walls of the lair, weaving one large web after another. The largest shadow among them was over 2 meters long.
It's the dark poison spider. Liemo Ran recognized it immediately.
The dark poison spider is a spirit beast with extremely potent venom. They typically appear in large groups and dwell in extremely dark caves so pitch black that one cannot see their own hand in front of their face. These spiders are extremely averse to any kind of light. As soon as a light source appears, they immediately go into a frenzy. Horse. As a series of sharp screeches echoed through the air, Liemo Ran noticed that the pitch-black dark poisonous spiders before him were beginning to turn blood red all over their bodies.
At the same time, they became extremely violent.
It seems to have gone mad. Wherever the flashlight shone, the dark poisonous spiders all became enraged. They formed a series of red shadows, rushing toward Liemo with an incredibly exaggerated speed.
In the blink of an eye, they were already by his side. The speed was so fast that Liemo Ran was taken aback, even forgetting to have Cthulhu release his skill. Despite the lack of orders from Liemo Ran, Cthulhu quickly sprang into action. Its tentacles spread out in all directions in an instant, lashing the ground like whips and instantly killing a large number of dark poisonous spiders. Sizzle.
The dark poisonous spider of death, carrying a deadly toxin, continuously corrodes Cthulhu's tentacles. If it were any other beast tamer, they would have been poisoned to death by now.
But Cthulhu isn't afraid at all.
The corroded tentacles quickly returned to normal and continued to kill the other dark poison spiders. A large number of dark poison spider demons were killed by Cthulhu's tentacles. Their prideful toxins were completely ineffective against Cthulhu. Cthulhu never gets sick or poisoned, and even if injured, it can recover to its original state within seconds. Even if he is blown to pieces or his body is destroyed, he can be reborn within Liemo Ran's dreams.
Cthulhu has no concept of death.
Under the relentless attacks of dozens of tentacles, these dark poisonous spiders were nearly wiped out. Even the largest dark poison spider's venom jets were too slow to pose any threat to Cthulhu. Without its venom, the dark poison spider is actually not very dangerous. Cthulhu's tentacles wrapped around it, ultimately corroding and dehydrating the dark poison spider. Cthulhu kills a level 28 dark toxin spider, gaining 1,680 spirit points.
Congratulations! You have successfully cleared the third floor of the trial tower. You have obtained Antidote Potion. Isn't it a skill stone this time? Liemo Ran looked at the newly acquired loot.
Antidote Potion, when consumed, grants immunity to most toxins for 30 minutes, including all toxins from the dark poison spider.
Immunity to toxins? That's a useful thing, but Cthulhu doesn't need it. The loot from the trial tower is a once-in-a-lifetime treasure for most people. Unfortunately, for Cthulhu, they're not that important. But after all, antidotes aren't that common, so they can still fetch a good price. Liemo Ran still put it away.
Next, it was time for the fourth layer.
The teleportation gate appeared, and Liemo Ran immediately stepped inside. Chapter 25, everyone else is on the first level, how did he end up on the fifth level?
While Liemo Ran was on his way to the fourth layer, Lu Jinghong had already completed the trials of the first layer.
Her performance was all observed by Zhang Ru and the others.
Within the first layer, Lu Jinghong, wielding the might of the golden feathered phoenix, swept through nearly everything in his path. Various flames consumed the purple-skinned orcs one by one. The fiery red figure was exceptionally graceful, even exuding the allure of an empress.
Her performance left everyone in awe.
True to her SSS tier talent, her expressiveness is truly astonishing. The golden-winged phoenix she has contracted with is no less impressive. This is a beast of the sacred beast lineage.
Zhang Ru watched Lu Jinghong's performance and was equally delighted.
Given his status, coming to Yuelin City to recruit students was a complete waste of his talents.
But he didn't have a single objection. If he had gone elsewhere, he might not have encountered such a stunning student as Lu Jinghong.
Unless something unexpected happens, the early admission spot I have in my hands should go to this young lady. Upon hearing this, the people around them all looked surprised. Since they had come in person to recruit students, they certainly wouldn't just stand by and watch. The admissions officers from the top 10 universities all had pre-approved admission spots, allowing them to bypass the application process and directly admit students to their respective institutions.
For example, Zhang Ru has one such early admission spot.
Generally speaking, this spot must be used with caution. After all, exam performance does not represent everything. If a student is admitted to a school but performs poorly and is eventually expelled, the admissions staff who originally admitted them may even face disciplinary action. When Zhang Ru spoke those words, it was as though he had already decided that Lu Jinghong would undoubtedly shine brightly at the Imperial Capital Academy. People began to shower him with praise.
Congratulations to Mr. Jiang. It seems that the Imperial Capital Academy has gained another top-tier genius.
Mr. Jiang truly has profound blessings wherever he goes, he attracts geniuses. Listening to the flattery, Zhang Ru was also very pleased. Although other academies were somewhat disappointed at failing to recruit Lu Jinghong, they also knew that for a top-tier genius like Lu Jinghong, the Imperial Capital Academy was almost certainly his first choice.
Lu Jinghong was not a student they could afford to covet.
At that moment, Lu Jinghong unleashed a series of flamestorms, completely annihilating the massive purple-skinned orc. The teleportation gate leading to the second layer had already appeared.
People checked the time, 10 minutes and 7 seconds. 10 minutes was already an exceptionally fast completion time.
That's right, in previous years, even the most talented contestants would need over 13 minutes to clear the first level. Keep in mind that the other students who entered the trial tower hadn't even reached halfway through the first level. Seeing Lu Jinghong enter the second floor, everyone turned their attention to the others. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out.
Candidate Li Mo Ran has entered the 5th floor of the trial tower. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? Who is this Li Mo Ran? Isn't he the beast tamer with F-rank talent?
The exam has only been going on for less than a quarter of an hour. How could he have already reached the 5th layer?
Even Zhang Ru couldn't believe his eyes.
He had lived nearly a century, yet he had never heard of anyone who could enter the 5th floor of the trial tower within a quarter of an hour. In the 100 years since the college entrance exam was established, it had never happened before. He immediately spoke up, "Examiners, please broadcast Li Mo Ran's real-time exam scene for us."
Upon receiving Zhang Ru's request, Zhou Zhang immediately broadcast Li Mo Ran's footage. Only Li Mo Ran could be seen standing before the teleportation gate leading to the 5th floor.
Beside him stood a monstrous creature with an octopus head, a human body, and bat wings, shrouded in black mist, exuding an air of mystery.
What kind of beast is this? I've never seen anything like it before. Li Mo Ran's beast taming abilities caught everyone's attention.
Even Zhang Ru, who had seen it all, couldn't recognize what kind of beast Li Mo Ran had contracted. At that moment, he had already entered the 5th layer. Everyone stared wide-eyed, examining closely.
I wonder if the 5th floor will be more interesting.
The first 4 floors were just so-so.
Li Mo Ran muttered to himself. On the 4th floor, Li Mo Ran found himself in a large lake. The boss guarding this level was a water monster. It stands 4 or 5 meters tall and is extremely ferocious. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be in a bind. After all, their beasts couldn't go into the water. But what is Cthulhu? Cthulhu's attribute is water. Entering water is almost as easy for Cthulhu as returning home.
This water monster was completely outmatched by Cthulhu in the water, toyed with like a plaything.
In fact, by the end of the battle, the water monster dared not even look Cthulhu in the eye. Clearing the 4th layer was a breeze for Li Mo Ran. After clearing the 4th level, Li Mo Ran obtained a water repelling ring. Water repelling ring, when worn, you gain the ability to breathe underwater. This item is quite useful. After all, Cthulhu can go underwater, but Li Mo Ran cannot. With the water repelling ring, water is no longer a problem for Li Mo Ran. The surroundings kept changing. Li Mo Ran finally entered the 5th layer. Just then, the external broadcast of Li Mo Ran was abruptly cut off. What's going on? Why did the footage disappear? Where's the examiner? Fix it.
Soon, Zhou Zheng's voice came through. Teachers, according to regulations, if any student manages to enter the 5th floor of the trial tower, their exam footage must be sealed immediately.
Neither you nor I, as the examiner, will be able to view it. This regulation left everyone puzzled.
Zhang Ru spoke up. Indeed, there is such a rule, but generally speaking, it is extremely rare for any candidate to reach the 5th layer. As far as I know, no candidate has ever reached the 5th layer of the trial tower in Yulin City, so it is understandable that you are unaware of this rule. The others looked at each other, unsure of what to say.
Well, how should we go about finding out more about this candidate named Liam Oran? Can we view the video recordings of his previous exams? Zhou Yancheng, I'm afraid I can't agree to that. The college entrance exam recordings are confidential and won't be declassified for at least a year. However, the recordings from the trial tower can be released in advance, but only after the college entrance exam admissions process is completed. By the time the college entrance exam admissions are finished, it'll be too late.
Upon hearing this, the admissions officers were all at a loss.
What should we do?
A candidate who had managed to reach the 5th floor of the trial tower was right before their eyes, yet they knew nothing about this candidate's circumstances. Zhang Ru pondered for a moment and said, "My goal remains unchanged. I still aim for Lu Jinghong, this student."
Although Liam Oran was able to reach the 5th layer, he ultimately possessed only F-rank talent. Even if he might be slightly better than Lu Jinghong, Zhang Ru was unwilling to take the risk. Lu Jinghong was a sure bet.
Liam Oran, on the other hand, carries the risk of making a misjudgment and failing. Others also began to ponder.
Should they use their university's early admission spots for Liam Oran? After all, he was able to reach the 5th floor of the trial tower. But he was only an F-rank talent. Liam Oran was unaware of these circumstances. Upon entering the 5th layer, the surroundings changed once again.
Liam Oran found himself in a battlefield like open field. The surroundings were filled with the stench of blood and a sense of desolation. Bones and broken weapons littered the ground everywhere.
Congratulations, you have entered the 5th floor of the trial tower.
Next, you will face the ultimate trial of this trial tower. This trial is extremely difficult, but if you complete it, you will receive the hidden reward of the trial tower.
Chapter 26, Ultimate Test, Black Wind Bear King. The ultimate trial? Sounds interesting. Liam Oran raised his eyebrows, quite curious about how ultimate this ultimate trial could be. Ha! Who?
A fierce gale suddenly swept across the entire battlefield. The broken weapons and decaying bones that had been scattered everywhere began to tremble slightly in the face of the gale. They were swept up by the gale, as if rejuvenated with new life. Then, they began to gather continuously. The various debris and traces from the battlefield, swept up by the howling gale, gradually coalesced into a massive black figure.
This figure gradually took on a tangible form. It formed into a massive black bear.
Its fur was entirely black, and its body was likely over 4 meters tall.
With each step it took, it seemed as though it could crack the earth beneath its feet. What kind of monster is this?
The black bear before him was still unfamiliar to Liam Oran.
However, he immediately activated his great eyes and saw the information about the black bear before him. Name, Black Wind Bear King. Level 3-5. Name, Black Wind Bear King. Race, Earth Bear Clan. Attributes, Wind, Earth.
Talents, Black Wind Body Wind attribute attacks increased by 50%, battlefield soul damage taken is blocked by battlefield weapons and remnants, reducing damage by 50%. Skills transform into Black Wind, Earth Shattering Strike, Black Wind Roar, Black Wind Blade, Storm Devour. Upon seeing the information about the Black Wind Bear King before him, Liam Oran finally took it seriously.
It seems like this isn't going to be easy.
The Black Wind Bear King before them had gained a battlefield bonus, significantly boosting its attack and defense power, making it far stronger than an ordinary Earth Bear.
Moreover, it possesses an unusually wide array of skills. There are a whopping 5 skills.
Additionally, the Black Wind Bear King has reached level 35.
This is the strongest monster Liam Oran has ever faced. I wonder how Cthulhu would fare against it. Roar! It's been ages since any humans came here. I'm going to kill you and eat your flesh.
The massive Black Wind Bear King actually spoke in human language, its eyes gleaming with savage intent. In the next instant, it charged straight toward them.
Liam Oran saw this and immediately ordered Cthulhu to attack. Brush! Swish! Cthulhu's tentacles shot toward the Black Wind Bear King like lightning.
As always, this move would have been effective. After all, there were few spirit beasts that could withstand Cthulhu's attacks. However, just as the tentacles were about to reach their target, the Black Wind Bear King suddenly transformed into a black whirlwind, sweeping toward them.
Liam Oran saw this and his pupils contracted slightly.
The target of that black wind was none other than him. However, Cthulhu acted faster. A tentacle immediately wrapped around Liam Oran and dragged him onto its back. At the same time, Cthulhu's wings spread out and flapped continuously, lifting his massive body into the air. The black wind attempted to sweep Cthulhu away, but the storm was unable to disperse the black mist surrounding Cthulhu, rendering it powerless to inflict any harm. However, the Black Wind Bear King in its black wind state is also no easy foe. At least, Cthulhu's tentacles cannot reach it. Little Cthulhu, use mass madness. Cthulhu received the order and immediately launched the attack. Hum. With a burst of trembling sound, Cthulhu's mental interference spread outward in all directions. The once fierce black wind suddenly became chaotic. After a moment of chaos, it revealed its true form.
What kind of move is that?
The Black Wind Bear King lay on the ground, clutching his head, feeling as though countless voices were whispering to him.
Its eyes widened in disbelief. In the eyes of the Black Wind Bear King, it seemed as though it were in the midst of a great miracle. The great, unseeable, and indescribable deity Cthulhu, whose body towered higher than mountains, slowly rose from the center of the ocean, along with the magnificent city of Raya. It became a follower of Cthulhu. Unable to resist, they kneel down and offer themselves as sacrifices, hoping to follow Cthulhu and attain eternal life. Seeing the Black Wind Bear King in this state, Liam Rant's lips curled into a faint smile. Mass hysteria, it truly is the strongest force. To date, no spirit beast has been able to withstand the power of mass hysteria. Roar! Just then, the Black Wind Bear King suddenly let out a furious roar, sending powerful sound waves rippling out in all directions. The chaos among the Cthulhu horde grew even more chaotic. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Black Wind Bear King managed to break free from the collective madness's illusions. Humans, I remember you. The Black Wind Bear King left a menacing remark before transforming into a black whirlwind and swiftly retreating from the battlefield. This scene left Liam Rand somewhat surprised. Had he managed to escape the influence of the collective frenzy? He furrowed his brows slightly before snapping out a cold command. Go after him. Who? The wings of Cthulhu flapped, chasing after the Black Wind. The Black Wind Bear King, transformed into a black wind, moved at an incredible speed. At first, Cthulhu couldn't keep up. But Liam Rand remained unfazed. Cthulhu's stamina was almost limitless. In the second stage of the exam, Liam Rand flew all over the exam hall with Cthulhu, who showed no signs of fatigue. As long as he wasn't shaken off, once the Black Wind Bear King's stamina was depleted, victory would naturally be Liam Rand's. Both sides are chasing each other, neither giving an inch. At first, the Black Wind Bear King mocked Liam Rand, saying he was too slow and couldn't catch up. Liam Rand paid no attention to this at all. Time continued to pass. About an hour has passed. Cthulhu's speed showed no signs of slowing down, but the Black Wind Bear King was beginning to struggle. Humans, why persist in this futile pursuit? We have no quarrel with one another. Would it not be better for us to part ways and go our separate ways? Liam Rand sneered coldly. If you die sooner, I won't chase you anymore. The Black Wind Bear King flew into a rage. You don't know what's good for you. I'll see how long you can keep chasing me. Time continued to pass, and another hour went by. At that moment, outside the trial tower, the results of the candidates were also being announced one after another. Candidate Zhou Yancheng stopped at the 3rd floor of the trial tower. Candidate Wu Go has been stopped at the 4th floor of the trial tower. Candidate Zhang Xin has stopped at the 4th level of the trial tower. Candidate Zhao Feihua has stopped at the 4th level of the trial tower. As one candidate after another finished their exams, the admissions officers couldn't help but smile with joy. This year, Yulin City has no shortage of promising candidates. Besides Lu Jinghong, Zhao Feihua, Wu Go, and Zhang Xin are all quite talented. All three possess S-rank beast-taming talent. With proper cultivation, they are sure to achieve great things in the future. Apart from Zhang Ru, the other admissions officers have already begun taking action. Because, at present, only 2 people remain in the trial tower. One is Liam Ran, and the other is Lu Jinghong. Liam Ran is still on the 5th floor. I don't know what's going on. As for Lu Jinghong, he was fighting on the 4th floor. The water monster on the 4th layer was putting immense pressure on Lu Jinghong. Water overcomes fire, and even Lu Jinghong's beast, the golden feathered phoenix, was struggling against this water monster. However, she never gave up and continued to search for an opportunity. In fact, she nearly dealt the water monster a severe blow on multiple occasions, but unfortunately, the water monster was lucky and managed to dodge the attacks. However, this also meant that Lu Jinghong was not without opportunity. Zhang Ru had been observing her performance all along, growing increasingly pleased. He believed this young girl was undoubtedly a raw gem, and if brought back to the Imperial Capital Academy for proper cultivation, she would undoubtedly become a highly influential beast tamer in the Great Xia Kingdom in the future. The other admissions officers knew they couldn't compete with Zhang Ru for this talent, so their attention shifted to Wu Ge, Zhang Sen, and Zhao Feihua. After a heated discussion, the 3 students' destinations were finally decided. Congratulations to candidate Wu Ge for securing early admission to Tianwu Academy. Congratulations to candidate Zhang Sen on securing early admission to Qingshan Academy. Both of them have been granted early admission to the top 10 universities. As for Zhao Feihua, he declined the offer. He wanted to go to the Imperial Capital Academy. Although it is not impossible for someone with an S-rank beast taming talent to attend the Imperial Capital Academy, the competition is extremely fierce. His application may not necessarily be accepted. Several admissions officers advised him against it, but he remained determined. In response, the admissions officers had nothing more to say. Currently, only 2 individuals have been granted early admission to Yulin City. While others are naturally disappointed, there's little they can do about it.
They still had the opportunity to apply to the top 10 universities, and as long as their rankings were high enough, they could also gain admission through the volunteer application process.
The exams have not yet concluded.
Only after everyone has emerged from the trial tower will the college entrance exams truly come to an end.
At that moment, a voice echoed through the air. Candidate Lu Jinghong has entered the 5th floor of the trial tower. Chapter 27, Clearing the Trial Tower and Obtaining Divine Powers. Another person has entered the 5th floor?
Lu Jinghong entered the 5th floor of the trial tower, drawing everyone's attention. Zhang Ru smiled with satisfaction and exclaimed, "I made the right decision coming here today. This young woman has innate talent. With the education of the Imperial Capital Academy, she will undoubtedly become a pillar of the Great Xia Kingdom in the future."
Upon hearing Zhang Ru's conclusion, the admissions teachers were all utterly astonished. What is a pillar figure?
They are the elite individuals who form the backbone of the Great Xia Kingdom's national strength.
Even if you were to randomly pick one out, they would be world-renowned top-tier beast tamers. Take, for example, the war god of the Great Xia Dynasty, Zhang Zhuyuan, the slaughter god of the Great Xia Dynasty, Xiao Duanhong, and the Dragon Knight Marshal, Qin Jian. Each of them is a household name. And yet Zhang Ru actually believes that Lu Jinghong has the potential to become such a figure. This undoubtedly astonished those around him. Zhang Ru didn't explain. He watched Lu Jinghong's 4th-level battle in its entirety.
The talent and wisdom Lu Jinghong demonstrated in this battle left Zhang Ru deeply impressed. Even though she wasn't the first to enter the 5th layer, Zhang Ru had already made up his mind.
This was the person he wanted.
Whether they were admissions officers or those who had already emerged from the trial tower, everyone was eagerly awaiting to see how far Lu Jinghong could go. About half an hour later, a voice rang out.
Candidate Lu Jinghong, halt at the 5th floor of the trial tower. Not long after, Lu Jinghong emerged from the trial tower. Her gaze was filled with disappointment, and her face showed signs of fatigue. She sighed. Despite giving it her all, she still hadn't managed to pass the 5th floor. The Black Wind Bear King was truly too powerful. Seeing this, the others reacted in various ways. Some looked disappointed, some relieved, and some even seemed to take pleasure in others' misfortune.
The admissions officers' eyes all held a hint of disappointment. They hadn't expected even a SSS-tier beast tamer to fail the 5th layer. But this was to be expected, as the 5th floor of the trial tower had remained untouched for a full 13 years.
Zhang Ru was quite satisfied.
Although Lu Jinghong hadn't managed to clear the stage, reaching the 5th floor had already met his expectations.
This student is quite promising. Lu Jinghong thought to himself, I wonder if he'll pass?
If anyone could pass the 5th floor of the trial tower, Lu Jinghong almost believed that only Liam Oran could do it. Just as she was pondering this, an old man approached her and smiled. You did very well, Lu.
In all my years, I've rarely seen a student like you.
Lu Jinghong looked up, saw the old man, and froze for a moment before hurriedly saying, This student is Lu Jinghong.
I have come to pay my respects to Elder Jiang.
Zhang Ru was renowned as a top-tier beast tamer, not only at the Imperial Capital Academy but throughout the entire nation.
Not to mention Lu Jinghong, even Lu Jinghong's father would have to bow to Zhang Ru. Zhang Ru smiled and said, Lu, would you like to accompany me back to the Imperial Capital Academy?
If you agree, I can secure an early admission spot for you.
Upon hearing this, Lu Jinghong felt a surge of excitement.
The Imperial Capital Academy was the institution everyone aspired to attend. Her goal is no different. However, entering the Imperial Capital Academy through the college entrance exam is not the same as being admitted in advance. Early admission not only grants access to superior academic resources but also allows students to begin their studies at the Imperial Capital Academy 1 week earlier. For many gifted individuals, a week's time is more than enough to create a significant advantage. But Lu Jinghong hesitated. But Master Jiang, I haven't cleared the 5th level yet.
Zhang Ru laughed heartily. No problem. Your performance has already proven you're qualified.
Lu Jinghong heard this and immediately said, Master Jiang, I'm willing.
The other admissions officers, seeing this, couldn't help but express their admiration.
It seems that the early admissions process here has reached its final stage. Unfortunately, aside from Lu Jinghong, there aren't many geniuses, and only the Tianwu Academy and Qingshan Academy managed to find promising candidates.
Isn't there still one person left in the trial tower? Why don't you take a look at the remaining person?
Sai, an F-rank talent making it to the 5th floor, must have used some tricks.
But that's as far as he'll go. He can't possibly clear the tower. Exactly. If he can clear it, I'll eat standing on my head tonight.
On the desolate battlefield, a man and a bear continue to chase each other.
Why are you chasing me? After nearly 3 hours of relentless pursuit, the Black Wind Bear King was finally on the verge of collapse.
Behind him, Liam Oren clung to him like a leech, impossible to shake off no matter how hard he tried. As his strength began to wane, the Black Wind Bear King felt a surge of fear.
Liam Oren sneered coldly, I want your bear head.
The Black Wind Bear King was filled with despair.
As his strength was depleted, Cthulhu finally caught up with him. Cthulhu unleashed another wave of mass hysteria. This time, the Black Wind Bear King couldn't break free. After a brief struggle, the Black Wind Bear King was finally killed by Cthulhu. Cthulhu kills the Black Wind Bear King and gains 4,090 spiritual power. Congratulations! You have successfully cleared the 5th floor of the Trial Tower. You have obtained Divine Power Stone. Divine Ability Stone, a stone that records powerful divine abilities. When learned by a beast, it grants the beast the corresponding divine ability. Divine abilities? Upon seeing the reward for clearing the 5th stage, Liamo-Ran's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined that he would actually receive the Divine Power Stone as a reward. Speaking of the Divine Power Stone, one must first mention Divine Power. Divine abilities are a type of beast taming skill, but they are far more powerful than ordinary skills. Unlike skills, which require constant upgrading, divine abilities grow alongside the beast tamer as they develop. Even the most ordinary divine ability can be 10 to dozens of times more powerful than a beast of the same level. However, this also means that the conditions for unleashing supernatural abilities are extremely stringent. First, the Beastmaster and the beast must be in perfect harmony. Second, the beast tamer's spiritual energy index must be sufficient. To achieve the level of mind reading, the beast tamer's affinity must be no less than 90 out of 100, which is already a condition that many beast tamers find difficult to achieve. The spiritual energy index, however, is an even greater obstacle. A beast tamer's spiritual power index remains fixed until their beast reaches the next stage of growth. For example, Lu Jinghong's spiritual power index is over 4,000. Meanwhile, Liamo-Ran's spiritual power index is 18,000. If Cthulhu were to learn the Black Wind Howl, even with Liamo-Ran's current spiritual energy index, he would barely be able to unleash it once. Although the conditions are stringent, it is not impossible for Liamo-Ran. His Cthulhu affinity is locked. As for the spiritual energy index, most supernatural abilities consume several thousand units of spiritual energy, with only a small portion reaching over 10,000. With Liamo-Ran's current spiritual energy index of 18,000, it should be sufficient. However, this also raises another issue. Once the spiritual energy index is depleted, it cannot be restored on its own and can only be replenished through special spiritual energy potions. If the spiritual energy index remains depleted for an extended period, the beast's own spiritual energy will begin to dissipate, leading to a decline in its combat effectiveness and, in severe cases, regression. A single bottle of spiritual energy restoration potion costs at least several thousand gold coins. And a potion that can restore 10,000 spiritual energy points would likely cost 3 or 5,000 gold coins. This means that using a divine ability once would cost tens of thousands of gold coins. However, compared to the power of the divine ability, this is nothing. Let's first take a look at what this divine ability actually is. Liamo-Ran immediately examined the divine ability stone and quickly obtained the information about the divine ability. Black Wind Howl, transform into a black storm, relentlessly ravaging and tearing apart enemies within the storm until they are completely devoured. Releasing Black Wind Howl in different terrains will yield different effects. Spiritual power consumption, 10,000 spiritual power. Learning restrictions, Beastmaster Spirit Power Index must be no less than 15,000, and Beast Affinity must be no less than 90. Attribute restrictions, wind. Upon reading this, Liamo-Ran widened his eyes and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful. Damn it! How is it wind attributed? I'm Cthulhu, water attributed. I can't learn that. Liamo-Ran was at a loss for words. The divine abilities didn't match up, which was truly a headache. Does that mean this divine ability can only be sold for money? Although it was not a bad idea, Liamo-Ran still felt it was too much of a loss. This is a divine ability. Just then, Liamo-Ran suddenly heard the system's voice in his mind. Ding! This ability is incompatible with Cthulhu. The system can provide a modification service. Do you wish to proceed? Chapter 28. What? Liamo-Ran has cleared the game. Can it actually be modified? Liamo-Ran was filled with surprise. After the Cthulhu can use supernatural powers? He wouldn't refuse, and immediately had the system modify his supernatural abilities. Detected, host has undergone his first ability modification. This modification is free of charge. Detected that the host is modifying their divine ability for the first time. This modification is free of charge. Detecting the host's first divine ability modification. This modification is free. Modifying divine ability Black Wind Howl successfully completed. The host's divine ability has been detected for the first time. This modification is free of charge. Congratulations, the host has obtained the divine ability Lele's Wrath. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the divine ability Lele's Wrath. Lai's Wrath. Cthulhu summons the ethereal form of Lai's City, which descends from the sky to strike all enemies within range, dealing devastating damage. If released at sea, it also triggers additional tsunamis and hurricanes. Spell cost, 15,000 mana. Upon seeing the transformed divine ability, Liamo-Ran's eyes widened in astonishment. How cool is that?
As a die-hard fan of the Cthulhu mythos, Liam Oran naturally knew all about the city of Lalai. It is a massive, long-destroyed underwater city and the place where Cthulhu sleeps.
The wrath of Laya has arrived. Will the city of Laya ever truly emerge? Liam Oran shook his head and cleared his mind of these thoughts.
Although it consumed more spiritual energy, it was completely worth it.
The wrath of Lalayi, I wonder how many dimensions higher it is than the Black Wind's howl. Liam Oran immediately had Cthulhu study it. Learning achievement. Cthulhu has obtained the divine ability Lalay's Wrath. Upon hearing the announcement of his learning achievements, Liam Oran was overjoyed and almost asked Cthulhu to demonstrate his divine ability to add to the festivities. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. The divine power consumption was too high, it would be better to save it for a critical moment. After the exam, he'll probably need to prepare quite a few potions to restore his spiritual energy. After all, this is the foundation of his supernatural abilities. After mastering the divine ability, Liam Oran immediately left the trial tower. Outside.
Alright, the enrollment procedures have been completed.
You may depart for the Imperial Capital Academy in 3 days.
Upon arrival, be sure to inform me, and I will send someone to greet you.
Zhang Ru spoke to Lu Jinghong. He had already completed Lu Jinghong's early admission procedures.
This means that Lu Jinghong does not need to submit a college application and can confirm his admission to the Imperial Capital Academy.
Moreover, Zhang Ru has secured her a trial opportunity to enter the top academy of the academy.
Zhang Ru holds Lu Jinghong in very high regard.
Thank you, Master Jiang. Lu Jinghong was overjoyed. Zhang Ru said, is there anything else I can assist you with? If not, I must return to the academy. Lu Jinghong asked, Master Jiang, there is a man named Liam Oran who took the exam with me. Was he also admitted to the Imperial Capital Academy? Liam Oran? Zhang Ru paused for a moment before quickly recalling, isn't that the candidate with F-tier talent? Didn't he come out?
Zhang Ru almost forgot about this person.
Just as Zhang Ru was thinking about how to respond, a voice suddenly rang out. Candidate Liam Oran has successfully cleared the 5th floor of the trial tower. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone in the arena froze in shock.
Even Zhang Ru suddenly stood up, his eyes wide with disbelief. Someone had cleared the 5th floor of the trial tower.
It's the candidate with the F-rank talent. Goodness.
In the entire city of Yilan, no one has ever managed to clear the 5th floor of the trial tower in all of history.
Who just said that Liam Oran cleared the 5th floor and then ate while standing on his head? Step forward. Cough, cough. I didn't say anything about eating. Why are you all looking at me?
A series of noisy sounds filled the air, and the crowd's hearts were far from calm.
Zhang Ru's mind went completely blank.
A candidate with an F-rank talent had cleared the 5th floor of the trial tower, an unprecedented achievement. Even Zhang Ru, with his exceptionally high mental resilience, was nearly overcome by emotion. Under the gaze of everyone present, Liam Oran slowly emerged from the trial tower.
Finally, I made it through.
That damn black bear spirit was so fast. If I hadn't been one step ahead, it would have escaped me. But compared to divine abilities, this is nothing. After exiting the trial tower, Liam Oran swept away his previous frustration and felt exceptionally happy. The reward for the 5th floor was truly amazing. However, it takes a lot of time. Will I be able to get a perfect score this time? Never mind, I'll just go with the flow. Liam Oran, who had just emerged from the trial tower, quickly noticed the astonished glances of the crowd. He blinked, wanting to speak but unsure of what to say, his expression seeming to ask, what are you looking at?
Is there something on my face?
Just then, a middle-aged man suddenly snapped out of it.
He quickly stepped forward to Liam Oran and said, Liam Oran, I am the admissions officer from Zhongyuan Academy. Would you like to join our academy?
If you agree to come, I will personally arrange for you to receive a scholarship of 10,000 gold coins. At that moment, the other admissions officers also reacted. Regardless of Liam Oran's natural talent, the fact that he had passed the 5th level was proof of his ability. If we could recruit him into the academy, that would be a great achievement. Others rushed over and crowded around Liam Oran. Classmate, if you're willing to come to our school, I'll pay for you to buy a beast with an extraordinary bloodline.
Liam Oran, if you come to our school, I guarantee you'll get the largest scholarship every year. Our school guarantees employment and will recommend you to the Grand Beastmaster Guild.
To lure Liam Oran, one recruitment officer after another offered various enticing conditions. They even began to secretly compete with one another.
Liam Oran was speechless. Am I really that sought after? Seeing this scene, Liam Oran couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time.
Not far away, Zhang Ru saw the scene and his expression looked as if he were constipated. A genius capable of clearing the 5th floor of the trial tower hadn't appeared in the country for over a decade. Such a genius, regardless of their natural talent, would be welcomed anywhere they go. Zhang Ru even began to feel a hint of regret. Since he had already recruited Lu Jinghong in advance, he was currently unable to continue recruiting Liam Oran ahead of schedule. If he had known this earlier, he should have requested an additional early admission spot from the school. Li Mo-ran was surrounded by admissions officers, their enthusiasm nearly overwhelming him. But he quickly shook his head and said, "Gentlemen, I'm truly sorry, but my goal is the Imperial Capital Academy."
Upon hearing this, several teachers all wore expressions of disappointment. However, some people still wanted to try, but Li Mo-chen refused them all. Seeing that Li Mo-ran was insistent, the teachers also left one after another. Many of them glanced back at Zhang Ru, their expression seeming to say, "Damn it, you've recruited another genius to the Imperial Capital Academy." Once the admissions officer had left, Li Mo-ran finally let out a sigh of relief. At last, he had escaped. At that moment, Zhou Zhang's voice came at just the right time. The college entrance examination has concluded, and I will now announce the total scores of all examinees. The candidates all became tense. The college entrance exam results were being released on site, and whether they could get into a good university now depended on this moment. First place, Li Mo-ran. Total Gaokao score, 750 points. Second place, Lu Jinghong. Gaokao total score, 740 points. Third place, Zhao Feihua. Total Gaokao score, 702 points. Fourth place, Wu Guo. Gaokao total score, 700 points. Fifth place, Zhang Sen. Gaokao total score, 697 points. As the scores were announced one after another, some rejoiced while others were disappointed. However, this is the final outcome of the college entrance exam, and it cannot be changed. After the results were announced, another voice rang out. The college entrance exam results for the entire province have been confirmed. Congratulations to candidate Li Mo-ran, who achieved the only perfect score and became the top scorer in the college entrance exam in Tianfang province. Chapter 29. The entire city is abuzz with excitement over the provincial top scorer. The provincial top scholar. The news quickly spread throughout Tianfang province, and Yuelin City also received the latest updates on the college entrance exam results. Li Mo-ran's name also spread far and wide. When they heard the title of provincial top scholar, the surrounding candidates were utterly astonished. One after another, they rushed forward to congratulate him. Among them, many students from Qinghua High School felt a pang of envy. After all, Li Mo-ran had just awakened his F-rank talent, only to fall from genius to a useless. In the end, it was Li Mo-ran who won the provincial top scholar title. Many people even mocked Li Mo-ran. Now they've all been proven wrong. Moonlit City. Did I hear that correctly? Our Moonlit City has actually produced a provincial top scholar. That Li Mo-ran, why does he feel so familiar to me? The principals of several top high schools in the city were discussing the matter of the provincial top scorer. Just then, Principal Zhao Delin of Qingyue High School burst into laughter and walked into the crowd. "Colleagues, hello. Oh, I can't keep it a secret anymore. How did you find out that our school produced a provincial top scholar?" Seeing Zhao Deli's expression, the other principals felt as if their throats had been squeezed shut, unable to utter a word, their faces as tense as if they were constipated. "Who asked you?" Zhao Deli didn't notice their expressions at all and pointed to the cloudless sky. "Principal Zhou, Principal Wu, look at that cloud in the sky. Doesn't it resemble our school's provincial top scholar, Li Mo-ran?" "Put." Principal Wu, who was drinking water, suddenly choked on a mouthful, turning his face as red as a pig's liver. "Zhao Deli, don't you dare act so arrogant. You're just a provincial champion, what's there to boast about?" "Exactly. How do you know our school can't produce a top scholar? When the tables turn, I'll see how you handle it." The other principals immediately found an opening and stood up one after another, their voices filled with indignation. Zhao Deli, far from being intimidated, smiled broadly and said, "The wheel of fortune turns? Sorry, colleagues, but I'm moving to the Education Bureau next year. I won't be at the high school anymore." "Damn it!" The faces of several principals grew redder and redder. Zhao Deli, seeing their angry expressions, quickly found an excuse and left. A gentleman doesn't stand under a crumbling wall, after all. Similar incidents occurred throughout the city of Yulin. Even Li Mo-ran's neighbors and relatives who had once held him as a child were now beaming with pride, sharing in the glory. There is no need to elaborate further on this matter. After the enthusiastic crowd had dispersed, Li Mo-ran glanced around and spotted Lu Jinghong. He greeted her, "Hey, isn't this Miss Lu, the school beauty? Your grades are pretty good, only 10 points behind me." Lu Jinghong scolded, "Didn't I tell you? Just call me by my name. Don't address me like that." "All right, Jinghong, Jinghong. Is that better?" Lu Jinghong snorted coldly, clearly not very satisfied. But she knew that Li Mo-ran was just like that, so she didn't say anything else. "Congratulations, you have passed the 5th level of the trial tower." Looking at Li Mo-ran, Lu Jinghong's gaze was extremely complex. She had a feeling that the gap between herself and Li Mo-ran seemed to be widening further. Even greater than the 3 years of high school. Li Mo-ran said, "You didn't pass? No wonder, that black bear demon was too fast. Sigh, after all, the trial tower doesn't allow teaming up, otherwise I would have definitely helped you clear it." I don't need your help. Even if I have to rely solely on my own strength, I'll eventually clear it. As the two were talking, Jiang Ru slowly walked over and carefully examined Liam Moran. Li Moran also noticed him and looked puzzled. Jinghong, who is this old man? Lu Jinghong shot him a sharp glance and scolded, what are you talking about? This is Master Jiang from the Imperial Capital Academy. Master Jiang? Li Moran blinked his eyes, looking as though he hadn't processed the information yet. After a moment, he finally spoke. Oh, it's old Jiang. Long time no see, long time no see. Jiang Ru's lips twitched slightly. He felt that Li Moran was dismissing him, but he didn't mind. He sighed, I never expected that such a small town like Yulin City could produce two young talents like you two. You are truly exceptional, like dragons and phoenixes among men. Master Jiang, you really know how to speak, but please don't say that again next time. Jiang Ru always felt that Liam Moran was hinting at something, but he didn't like to overthink it, so he changed the subject and said, Liam Moran, I have a question. Are you really only an F-rank talent? As far as I know, an F-rank talent is impossible to clear the 5th floor of the trial tower. Liam Moran waved his hand dismissively, looking calm and unconcerned. It's nothing special. I just awakened a chain talent, and I cleared the 5th floor effortlessly. I just happened to get the top score. Chain talent? Upon hearing these 4 words, Jiang Ru's eyes widened instantly. His eyes flickered with disbelief. The power of the chain talent need not be elaborated upon further. Jiang Ru was almost caught off guard. A few seconds later, he finally let out a relieved smile. Jiang Ru sighed, no wonder, no wonder. It was the chain talent all along. He naturally didn't think Liam Moran was lying. Passing the 5th level of the trial tower was proof enough. Jiang Ru felt deeply regretful. The chain talent was far rarer than an SSS rank talent. He only had one early admission spot, and he gave it to Lu Jinghong. But Lu Jinghong didn't know. She spoke up, Old Master Jiang, could you also arrange for him to be admitted to the Imperial Capital Academy early? Jiang Ru shook his head, I'm sorry, I only have one early admission spot available. Lu Jinghong frowned slightly, feeling a bit disappointed, but Liam Moran remained unfazed. He waved his hand and said, it's okay. If they can't admit me early, then so be it. I can still get into the Imperial Capital Academy through the regular application process. Although the benefits aren't as good as early admission, given his abilities, does it really matter if the benefits are a little better or a little worse? Jiang Ru was truly unfortunate. Liam Moran, I sincerely apologize. I was unaware of your chain talent beforehand. Had I known, I would have insisted the school allocate an additional spot for me. The number of early admission spots at the Imperial Capital Academy is fixed each year. If Jiang Ru takes one more, others will have to take one less. This is simply unavoidable. Not long after, Liam Moran left. Clatter. When Li Moran returned to Qingyue High School, a burst of firecrackers erupted, and one after another, fireworks landed on Li Moran's head. At the same time, a loudspeaker nearby kept announcing, good news. Congratulations to our school's Liam Moran for winning the provincial top scorer in this year's college entrance exam. Ha, our top scorer is back. Come on, Liam Moran, take a rest. You worked hard on the exam. Both teachers and students alike couldn't help but cast envious glances at him. Silence. Jiang Yurua shouted, her eyes brimming with excitement. Just a few days ago, he had been worried about Liam Moran's future, but now, he had become the top scorer in the college entrance exam. This transformation has come as such a happy surprise. Seeing her, Liam Moran's eyes also softened slightly. He smiled broadly and said, Sister Ro, I knew it. I told you I could do it. Now that I've won the provincial top scholar title, you won't be dissatisfied, will you? How could I? Jiang Yurua said softly. I truly didn't expect it. Moran, you did an excellent job. Ha! Ms. Jiang, on this joyous occasion, we should be celebrating. At that moment, Principal Zhao Deli walked over, his face beaming with joy. Jiang Yuru immediately greeted the principal with a loud good morning, Principal. Liam Moran looked at the principal, blinked, and said nothing. Zhao Deli waved his hand and shouted, Li Moran, congratulations on becoming the top student. The principal has decided to award you a school scholarship of 200,000 yuan. As soon as the words left his mouth, Liam Moran's eyes lit up, and he quickly shed his earlier indifference, becoming extremely enthusiastic. Oh my goodness, how could you be so kind? Principal, you've gone to too much trouble. There's no need to give me anything, Principal. When will the money be transferred? Chapter 30, Jiang Yurua is ambushed, a trap set for Li Moran. Zhao Delia's lips twitched slightly. He felt that without this bonus, Liam Moran probably wouldn't even bother to acknowledge him. Cough cough, don't worry. As the principal, my word is final. The money will be transferred to your account within 3 days. Liam Moran's expression immediately softened. Oh, thank you, Principal. Jiang Yurua sighed helplessly and explained, Principal, Marin is just this kind of person. Don't take it to heart, he's actually a very nice person. Zhao Deli waved his hand dismissively. As the principal, he wasn't so narrow-minded that he couldn't tolerate such a thing. Mr. Jiang, you will also receive a reward. The school has decided to advance all performance bonuses for this year to you. Additionally, your teacher's salary will be triple, and after 2 more years, you will be promoted to principal. Jiang Yuru heard this and was immediately overjoyed, hurriedly expressing her gratitude. After finishing these matters, Zhao Deli then proceeded to discuss the main business at hand. Liamo Ran, as the top scholar of Tianfang province, you are required to join the top scholars from all other provinces across the country to participate in the top scholars secret realm, where the national top scholar for this year's college entrance examination will be determined. Upon hearing about the top scholars secret realm, Liamo Ran's expression grew more serious. Principal, what is the Zhuang Yuan secret realm like? I'm not sure about that, but one thing is certain, the rewards in the Zhuang Yuan secret realm are extremely generous. It's said that last year, someone obtained a top-tier bloodline advancement stone from the secret realm. Jiang Yuru, standing nearby, immediately looked astonished. Bloodline ascension stones were extremely rare items. When used on a beast tamer, it can enhance the beast tamer's bloodline rank. The top-tier bloodline advancement stone can even elevate a beast tamer's bloodline rank to the royal level. However, this held little interest for Liamo Ran. His beast companion was a Cthulhu, a forbidden bloodline. How could he possibly advance? Zhao Deli hadn't finished speaking. In addition, the national top scholar will receive national sponsorship. Not only will all tuition and fees for 4 years of university be waived, but you will also receive 5 million gold coins annually to purchase beast tamers, equipment, various potions, and more. Liamo Ran's eyes lit up instantly, finally showing some interest. Principal, when will the secret realm open, and how do I get there? The Zhuang Yuan secret realm is located in Tianhai City and will not open for 3 days. At that time, a large teleportation array will be activated, allowing you to go directly there. I will personally notify you when the time comes. After discussing the matters regarding the Zhuang Yuan secret realm, Liamo Ran departed alongside Zhang Yurua. Zhang Yurua was very happy. Not only did she prepare a lavish dinner for Liamo Ran, but she also smiled and said she would often visit him at the Imperial Capital Academy. Mo Ran, do you know? When my uncle and aunt left, they specifically instructed me to make sure you become a powerful beast tamer. I'm truly delighted with your achievements today. Zhang Yuru spoke, her expression filled with tenderness. Liamo Ran listened and suddenly asked, is it just because of my parents, Sister Ro? Zhang Yurua paused for a moment. Liamo Ran stared straight at her and said, was it not because of me? Over the years, without Ro Jie's care, he might not have achieved what he has today. Every little thing they did together is a warm memory. However, Zhang Yurua's constant mention of her parents made Liamo Ran feel a bit uneasy. Could it be that her kindness toward him was merely because her parents had instructed her to do so? Zhang Yurua's face flushed slightly, and she turned her head away to avoid Liamo Ran's gaze. What are you talking about, Mo Ran? Of course it's partly your fault too. What is it then? Liamo Ran slowly walked forward and came to Zhang Yurua's side. The two were now very close to each other. So close that Liamo Ran could smell the woman's fragrance. Zhang Yurua suddenly felt a bit nervous and quickly said, because I want to watch you grow up. Liamo Ran clearly had no intention of letting her off the hook. Is that all? Nothing else? Sister Ro, isn't there a deeper reason? Zhang Yuru felt extremely uncomfortable. She seemed to have just begun to realize that the little boy who had once clung to her had already grown up. She deliberately frowned and said, all right, Marin, it's time to eat. Otherwise, the food will get cold. Liamo Ran shook his head. Roajie, do you remember what I said when I was a child? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuru's face turned even redder and she immediately grew tense. What childhood things? She only remembered that when she was little, Liamo Ran would crawl into her lap and keep saying he wanted to marry her as his bride. Could it be that Liamo Ran now wants to make this a reality? This is simply too sudden and too swift. She wasn't prepared at all. Most importantly, how will her uncle and aunt view her? After all, she is nearly 7 years older than Liamo Ran. Mo Ran, this is really too sudden. Can you give me some time to think about it? Most importantly, we must obtain the consent of your uncle and aunt first. Liamo Ran looked skeptical. Ruojia, what are you talking about? What I meant was, if I get the top score on the college entrance exam, you have to agree to one of my requests. What are you talking about asking my parents for permission? Where did you get that idea? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuru finally realized she had misunderstood. She had made a huge mistake. She immediately wanted to dig a hole and crawl inside. How embarrassing. However, upon realizing that Liamo Ran didn't mean it that way, Zhang Yurua felt a faint pang of disappointment deep within her heart. She quickly composed herself and asked, so what do you want me to agree to? Liamo Ran smiled slightly, suddenly bringing his lips close to Zhang Yurua's ear and whispering a few words. Zhang Yurua, upon hearing this, widened her eyes in surprise, her expression a mix of shock and complexity as she looked at Liamo Ran. In the end, she clenched her teeth and nodded. I understand. Consider yourself lucky.
After this incident, Jiang Yuruwa clearly felt a bit uncomfortable. Most importantly, the way Li Mo-ran looked at her had changed slightly, seeming both admiring and nervous. After finishing her meal, she hurriedly left as if escaping. Following that, Li Mo-ran began working on her college applications. Of course, the only university he applied to was the Imperial Capital Academy. Given his academic performance, there was no way he wouldn't get into the Imperial Capital Academy. However, during the college application process, Li Mo-ran couldn't help but feel distracted, his heart racing uncontrollably. Was he nervous? Li Mo-ran suddenly laughed. I don't even get nervous during exams. Why would I be nervous about filling out college applications? He felt that this emotion came out of nowhere. Time passed, the sun set, and night fell. A full moon gradually rises, casting a soft, moonlit glow that shimmers like a delicate veil, making the entire moonlit city appear even more mysterious. The moonlight was pleasant. Li Mo-ran was just about to rest when he suddenly received a message. It was an anonymous text message sent from a virtual number, making it impossible to trace. This is a multimedia message containing a photo. In the photo, a woman is bound and gagged, looking panicked, and lying on the ground is Jiang Yuruwa. The accompanying text reads, Jiang Yuru is in our custody. Proceed to this location within 10 minutes. Do not leak any information, and do not be late. Otherwise, we will send you photos of her body. Something's happened to Sister Ro? Upon reading this, Li Mo-ran's heart began to race wildly, his emotions simmering like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Besides his parents, Jiang Yuruwa was the most important person in his heart. She is his Achilles heel. If Jiang Yuru were to come to harm, he would even go mad. Boom! Li Mo-ran kicked open the door and immediately rushed to the location shown in the photo. His expression was dark and ominous. Who on earth kidnapped Sister Ro? Li Mo-ran ran while his mind was filled with thoughts of his enemies. During his 3 years in high school, there were many who disliked him. Whether it was within the school or outside of it. For a moment, Li Mo-ran's mind went blank, and he couldn't think of anyone. His eyes flashed with intense murderous intent, yet deep down, he couldn't help but feel a touch of panic. Within minutes, Li Mo-ran arrived at the designated location. This was an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Linshan City. Due to its extremely remote location, it had been deserted for a long time. Inside the factory, weeds have even begun to grow again. Li Mo-ran arrived quickly. I'm here. Where are you? Let them go immediately. Li Mo-ran shouted loudly to the surroundings. Slap. A round of applause echoed through the room, followed by a middle-aged man dressed in a lavish robe emerging from a corner of the factory. Beside him were several bodyguards fully armed. Ha ha. No wonder he's the provincial top scholar, he sure does have some guts. Upon seeing the person who appeared, Li Mo-ran's pupils contracted sharply. Zhou Yancheng? Chapter 31, The Wrath of Lala's Rage. The middle-aged man before him was none other than Zhou Yancheng, the chairman of the Zhou Group. Who else could it be? The bodyguards by his side are all elite members of the Zhou Group. Oh, you actually recognized him? It seems you have some knowledge after all. The moment Zhou Yancheng appeared, Li Mo-ran knew something was seriously wrong. He said in a low voice, Where's Ro Jie? Zhou Yancheng signaled to his men, and then a woman with her mouth stuffed and bound tightly was thrown out. She was thrown heavily to the ground, emitting cries of pain. After rolling around for a moment, she suddenly noticed Li Mo-ran and began struggling violently. A bodyguard nearby kicked her, causing her to scream in pain. Li Mo-ran shouted harshly, Stop! Zhou Yancheng raised his eyebrows and sneered, You're quite loyal, aren't you? It seems using this person to blackmail you is indeed a good idea. Li Mo-ran coldly replied, Zhou Yancheng, if you have any issues, take it out on me. Dealing with a woman, what kind of man are you? Zhou Yancheng sneered, Then when you killed my son Zhou Yancheng, did you ever consider today? I killed Zhou Yancheng? Li Mo-ran instinctively thought that the matter had been exposed, but he quickly realized that when he acted, Zhou Yancheng and those around him had left no trace, not even a body. No one could prove that he was the one who killed Zhou Yancheng. What? The chairman of the Zhou Group is framing me, a student? What evidence do you have to prove that I killed Zhou Yancheng? Zhou Yancheng's tone was icy cold, and his eyes blazed with unhidden murderous intent. My son is dead. The only person who has a grudge against him and the ability to kill him is you. Whether you did it or not, I will kill you. Anyone suspected of killing my son will be buried alive with him. Li Mo-ran said, If you want to deal with me, come after me. Let Rong Jie go. A malicious gleam flashed in Zhou Yancheng's eyes. Let her go? Ha! What gives you the right to bargain with me? Not only will I not release her, but I will kill him right in front of you. You made me experience the pain of losing a child, I will make you witness the agony of watching your loved ones die before your very eyes. As he spoke, Zhou Yancheng immediately pulled out a cleaver. The blade glinted in the moonlight, looking especially cold. He raised his axe and swung it down at Jiang Yuruwa without hesitation. Seeing this, Li Mo-ran's eyes widened. Shao Ku, move. Without hesitation, he summoned Cthulhu. Brush. Swish. The Cthulhu that appeared in an instant immediately began to move. Its speed was lightning fast, and its tentacles immediately lunged toward Zhang Yuru. Zhou Wenliang's machete struck the tentacle of Cthulhu in an instant, but not only did it fail to harm Cthulhu, it was even deflected back. At the same time, Cthulhu swept Zhang Yuru into its tentacles and brought her to Li Moran's side. The tentacles, coated with corrosive mucus, simultaneously dissolved the ropes binding Zhang Yuru.
Li Moran immediately pulled out the cloth ball blocking Zhang Yuru's mouth. Ruojia, are you okay? Zhang Yuru looked panicked and shouted, I'm fine, Moran, hurry up and leave. There are so many of them.
As soon as she finished speaking, a rustling sound echoed from all around. Shortly after, a large number of people emerged from all directions.
There were at least 100 of them.
All of them were security personnel from the Zhou group, and they simultaneously summoned their beasts, completely blocking Li Moran's retreat.
Zhou Wenliang's expression darkened. So you do have some skills after all. But do you really think you can escape?
The Zhou group has over 100 security personnel, and every single one of them holds the badge of a 2-star Beastmaster. A 2-star Beastmaster is a rank title awarded by the Global Beastmaster Association.
The lowest rank is 1 star, and the highest is 9 star.
Among these, to achieve the rank of a 2-star Beastmaster, one must possess at least 1 high bloodline, fully evolved beast and pass the Beastmaster Association's rank examination. Students who have completed the college entrance exam generally have beast tamers at the growth stage. They are still a long way from reaching their fully developed state. Even a 2-star beast tamer would be a significant challenge for a college entrance exam candidate. Let alone the fact that there are over 100 second-rank beast tamers here.
Upon seeing this scene, Zhang Yurua's face paled noticeably. She clenched her teeth and said, Moran, hurry up and leave. I'll cover for you. I'm also a 2-star beast tamer, I can hold them off for a while. You must survive. Li Moran immediately cut her off. Shut up.
Zhang Yurua was startled and stared blankly at the young man in front of her.
Li Moran's expression was extremely fierce as he shouted, Do I need you to cover my back? Just stay behind me and shut up. This was the first time Li Moran had ever acted so domineering in front of her.
However, Zhang Yuru not only showed no resistance but felt a warm current flowing through her. Her heart seemed to calm down a little. As if, whenever she was by Li Moran's side, an intangible sense of security enveloped her. Finally, Zhang Yuru hummed in agreement and said, Moran, let's fight together. As she spoke, she immediately summoned her own beast companion.
Zhang Yurua's beast was a huge butterfly with a blue hue and emitting a dreamlike sound. Its full name is the Whispering Butterfly.
This is a type of spiritual beast, with a bloodline rank of high tier. The Dream Whisper Butterfly has weak combat abilities but strong support capabilities. They can emit various shockwaves that disrupt the minds of beast tamers, and even influence people's dreams, causing them to fall into a prolonged state of mental exhaustion.
Zhou Wenliang sneered, You two really are quite the pair, aren't you? Since that's the case, I'll make you two a pair of doomed lovers. Attack! Over 100 security guards charged toward Li Moran simultaneously.
They all summoned their well-disciplined beast riding units, the Wind Blade Wolves. With a series of wolf howls, over 100 Wind Blade Wolves charged toward the two simultaneously. Zhang Yurua was about to command Meng Yudai to attack when she was suddenly pulled into Li Moran's arms. She let out a startled cry, but before she could comprehend what was happening, Li Moran had already embraced her and leaped onto Cthulhu's back. Immediately afterward, Cthulhu spread its massive wings and actually took to the sky. Roar! Over 100 wind blade wolves lunged forward, only to miss their target. Some even collided with each other, causing several wind blade wolves to turn on one another, letting out a series of agonizing howls.
It can fly. Oh no, boss, he's trying to escape. The wind blade wolves have no ability to fly, so Li Moran and his two companions flew into the air, leaving them helpless. Zhou Wenliang sneered mockingly, Do you think flying can save you? Foolish. My beast is also a flying beast. Let's see where you can escape to. Red Shadow Vulture, go after him. Following that, Zhou Wenliang also summoned his own beast-taming extraordinary bloodline, the Crimson Shadow Fierce Eagle. He mounted the Crimson Shadow Flame Eagle and charged toward Li Moran's direction. Moran, be careful. In Li Moran's arms, Zhang Yurua was extremely worried. The Crimson Shadow Vulture's speed was increasing rapidly, and it was about to catch up. But Li Moran's lips curled into a smile. The truly foolish one is you. Zhou Wenliang suddenly felt a sense of unease. Li Moran shouted fiercely, Cthulhu, unleash the wrath of R'lyeh. Boom! The sky suddenly changed dramatically, and the clouds became exceptionally dark. A magnificent, enormous shadow, seemingly without end, appeared in the sky. What is this? An omen? Zhou Wenliang froze, a sense of fear creeping into his heart. Boom! Lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the sky was filled with clouds. Throughout the entire month, a shadowy figure appeared in the skies above the city. It was an ancient city. A city of death at the bottom of the sea, the city of R'lyeh. Chapter 32, The Vision. A sensation sweeps the city. What on earth is that? A city? My goodness, is it a mirage? But there are no deserts here. Quick, take a photo. I need to post it on my social media tomorrow. The faint outline of the city of Lalai appeared in the sky above Moonlit City, and everyone wandering outside could see the city at that moment. An ancient, dilapidated, dead city submerged beneath the sea. This scene sparked intense discussion among the people of Yulin City. Everyone was utterly astonished. Inside Qingyue High School, Principal Zhao Delan, who had just finished using the restroom, froze in his tracks as soon as he stepped out. What the hell is this? A mirage? The city's shadowy outline in the sky startled Zhao Delan greatly. He had lived this long and had never seen such a scene before. The city lord's mansion. The city lord of Yulin City, Gao Qilong, also witnessed this scene. His demeanor was far more composed than Zhao Delia's. There's no way a mirage could appear within the city walls of Yulin. This is definitely an extraordinary phenomenon. But who could possibly be capable of causing such an extraordinary phenomenon? Gao Qilong furrowed his brows tightly. Celestial anomalies are one of the wonders of this world. Only those with sufficient strength and power are capable of creating such phenomena. Could it be that a 7-star beast tamer has appeared near Yulin City? At the thought of this, Gao Qilong's heart began to race with tension. The 7-star beast master possessed power akin to moving mountains and filling seas. With a single strike, they could even erase Moonlit City from the face of the earth. You must understand that even the city lord, Gao Qilong, is merely a 4-star beast tamer at present. Furthermore, I sensed a powerful force. Regardless, for the safety of Yulin City, we must investigate. Gao Qilong immediately set off for the source of the power. Boom! It was as though a massive dark cloud had obscured the sky, completely blocking out the moonlight and swallowing all the light. At Liemo Ran's command, the city crashed down with a thunderous roar. Zhou Wenliang's face turned pale, and he shouted, "Quick! Stop it!" From the shadowy outline of the city of Laya, he actually sensed a hint of fear. The figure that had been charging toward Liemo Ran suddenly halted mid-air before swiftly landing on the ground. He dared not confront this move head-on. After all, Zhou Wenliang is a 3-star beast tamer. In the entire city of Yulin, aside from the city lord and a few others, there was no one whose rank was higher than his. And now, he was actually backing down in front of a novice beast tamer. At that moment, the security guards of the Zhou group ordered their beast tamers to unleash their skills, attempting to block Liemo Ran's supernatural abilities. However, this was doomed to be in vain. The shadowy outline of the city of Lulia grew ever closer. Finally, it comes to a complete stop. Boom! Hoo! A deafening roar shook the earth to its core. The city of Laya erupted completely. A terrifying aura engulfed all the guards, and their beasts, in the face of this city, appeared utterly vulnerable, instantly turning into pools of blood. Including the beast tamers themselves, who perished in an instant. Brilliant sparks erupted continuously, forming an extraordinary spectacle every second. Liemo Ren held Jiang Yuru in his arms, standing on the back of Cthulhu, admiring everything below. A smile played at the corners of his mouth, and his eyes brimmed with confidence. Jiang Yuru, on the other hand, stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what she was seeing. She even felt like she was dreaming. By the time the wrath of Lala's rage subsided, the ground below was littered with corpses. Even Zhou Wenliang lay in a pool of blood. His beast companion, the Crimson Shadow Vulture, had feathers torn to shreds, revealing bloody wounds that left it barely clinging to life. At that moment, Jiang Yuru finally came to her senses. What on earth had Liemo Ran done? She stared at Liemo Ran's face, and the more she looked, the more she found herself unable to look away. This was the power of supernatural abilities. Liemo Ran lowered his head, looked at Jiang Yurua, and smiled. "Sister Ro, are you okay? Did that Zhou Wenliang do anything to you?" "No," Jiang Yurua said, only then realizing that she was being held by Liemo Ran, her face flushing red. She struggled, trying to break free from Liemo Ran's embrace. At that moment, Liemo Ran suddenly said, "Ruojie, do you remember what you promised me not long ago?" Jiang Yuru's face turned even redder, and she hurriedly said, "That, you said you'd tell me when you went to school." Liemo Ran frowned and said, "I want to collect some interest first." Seeing Liemo Ran's expression, Jiang Yurua was stunned. She bit her lip, her face flushed, and eventually closed her eyes slowly. Liemo Ran was overjoyed, tightly hugging Jiang Yuru, just about to lean down. Their faces grew closer and closer. Huff, huff. Just then, Cthulhu suddenly reacted, interrupting the two men's actions. Liemo Ran looked displeased and was about to say something when he suddenly froze. Someone was coming this way? Jiang Yurua saw that Liemo Ran hadn't moved, and just as she was about to ask, she heard his words and hurriedly asked, "Emo Ran, what should we do now?" Unconsciously, she had already come to rely on Liemo Ran as her pillar of strength. Liemo Ran looked serious. "We've killed so many people from the Zhou family. If we get caught, we're in big trouble. Let's leave first. As for what you promised me, I'll take double when the time comes." Jiang Yuru turned her head away and whispered, "Let's go quickly. Whatever you decide to do later, I'll agree to it."
Li Mo-ran laughed heartily, wrapped his arms around Jiang Yurua's waist, and rode off on Cthulhu immediately.
Shortly after Li Mo-ran left, Gao Qilong arrived. He rode a black stallion, blending almost seamlessly with the moonlight, and approached swiftly. This was the bloodline controlling Beastmaster Xianyu Heavenly Steed, and it was the highest tiered extraordinary bloodline Beastmaster. Shilio LV.
As soon as Gao Qilong arrived, the heavenly horse beneath him grew restless. This surprised him greatly. Because the bloodline of the celestial horse is extremely noble, and for it to appear in such a state, it must be a beast summoned by at least a top-tier monarch or even a overlord's bloodline. He commanded the celestial horse to descend slowly, suddenly catching the scent of a strong, pungent odor of blood. Upon seeing the scene around him, his eyes widened in shock.
Bodies, countless bodies, not only human ones, but also those of beasts.
All of them were the corpses of Windblade wolves, and they were all wearing the security uniforms of the Zhou group.
What's going on here?
Gao Qilong turned his head and froze, his eyes flashing with disbelief.
Is that Zhou Wanliang?
Zhou Wanliang was lying in a pool of blood, unconscious. Beside him, the Crimson Shadow Vulture also showed no signs of life.
Who could this person be who killed Zhou Wanliang? Could it be that the Zhou family had offended someone they shouldn't have?
He recalled that strange phenomenon. It was something no ordinary beast tamer could unleash, and even he felt a pang of fear. After some thought, Gao Qilong decided to ignore the matter. In any case, given that Zhou Wanliang was killed under the protection of over 100 security guards from the Zhou family, the person responsible must be someone he couldn't afford to provoke.
Moreover, the opponent could even summon supernatural phenomena.
But with Zhou Wanliang dead, the Zhou family group is likely to face major turmoil, which is advantageous to me. Gao Qilong's eyes gleamed with a hint of cunning.
Chapter 33, Journey to Tianhai City.
The next day, a sensational piece of news spread like wildfire throughout Yulin City. All major news headlines were reporting on it, and TV screens were filled with related news.
Shocking. Chairman of Zhou Group murdered, security forces eliminated. Accident or something more?
Examining the shadows behind Zhou Group's rise, a look at the bloody and numerous crimes along Zhou Group's path to power. Shocking.
The unknown secrets of Zhou Wanliang. One sensational headline after another appeared boldly on the front pages of newspapers.
If Zhou Wanliang were still alive, such news would never have been published. However, Zhou Wanliang is dead. Over 100 security personnel from the Zhou Group also perished alongside him.
The city lord's mansion has taken photos and reported the incident.
Zhou Wanliang's body was photographed in great detail, making it impossible to fabricate the evidence.
This news sent the entire city of Yulin into an uproar. Ha! Zhou Wanliang is finally dead.
Damn it, my son worked as a security guard at the Zhou Group and was abused to death, yet we had no one to turn to for justice.
Heaven has finally opened its eyes and let him die. Woe is me. My daughter was kidnapped by Zhou Wanliang and has been missing ever since. Now this scoundrel is finally dead.
Zhou Wanliang, you owe me a year's wages and haven't paid me.
Return my hard-earned money. People in the city were overjoyed and ran around telling everyone the news.
Zhou Wanliang had committed so many evil deeds over the years, harming countless people.
After his death, firecrackers in Yulin City were even sold out for a time. The city lord's mansion took immediate action.
Gao Qilong dispatched countless journalists to release all the dirt they had accumulated over the years on the Zhou family group.
This only served to further escalate the emotions of the people in the city. Countless people clapped their hands in delight.
They then made a high-profile announcement that they would launch a law enforcement team in Yulin City and vowed to track down the perpetrators at all costs. However, behind the scenes, they secretly sent people to the Zhou Group with the intention of acquiring it and turning it into an asset of Moonlit City. After all, Zhou Wanliang was dead, but the Zhou family group had not yet collapsed.
This is an enormous piece of meat, enough to satisfy anyone's appetite. Gao Qilong's true purpose was not to investigate or apprehend the murderer.
He lacks the courage to conduct an investigation, but he has more than enough boldness and plenty of it to use the pretext of an investigation to take over the Zhou Group.
However, none of this had anything to do with Li Mo-ran anymore. Time passed, and 2 days flew by in the blink of an eye.
Li Mo-ran arrived at Qingyue High School, where Principal Zhao Deli, accompanied by numerous teachers and department heads, held a grand farewell ceremony for him.
Today was the day to set off for the Zhuan Yuan's secret realm. Ha! Our top scholar has arrived and is now heading to Tianhai City to participate in the top scholar's secret realm. Li Mo-ran, will you bring back the national top scholar title for our city?
Oh, don't put so much pressure on him.
Even if he doesn't become the national champion, what's the big deal?
All the teachers were laughing and joking, and Principal Zhao Deli couldn't help but burst into laughter. Jiang Yuru's eyes were filled with emotion, fixed on Li Mo-ran, never wavering.
Sister Ro, I'm leaving.
Li Mo-ran smiled and suddenly reached out his hand.
Jiang Yuru walked forward and embraced Li Mo-ran tightly. Mo-ran, be careful. I'll be waiting for you at home.
Seeing this scene, the teachers had mixed feelings. The homeroom teacher of Class 3, Wu Ming, had a very gloomy expression but dared not say anything. Their class genius, Zhou Yancheng, had died unexpectedly in the initial secret realm, and even the Zhou group had collapsed as a result, being acquired by the city lord's mansion. Originally, Wu Ming had hoped to use Zhou Yancheng to climb the social ladder, but after these events, he gradually became marginalized at Qingyue High School. Moreover, he received notice yesterday that the principal deemed his teaching performance unsatisfactory and would revoke his eligibility for performance evaluations and awards for the next 5 years. In a more severe case, he might even lose his eligibility to serve as a homeroom teacher. On the contrary, Zhang Yuruo rose to prominence overnight. But no one would speak up for Wu Ming. The teleportation array leading to Tianhai City has been activated. Tianhai City is not located within Tianfang province, and completing such a distant teleportation requires an enormous amount of resources. Zhao Deli had been struggling with this issue, but after the city lord's mansion took over the Zhou family's estate, they simply waved their hand and covered all the costs. Liamo Ran and Zhang Yuru bid farewell to the others, their figures gradually disappearing into the teleportation array. When they reappeared, Liamo Ran found himself atop an incredibly towering city wall. Within the walls lay Tianhai City. This is one of the most prosperous metropolises in the Great Xia Kingdom and a benchmark for the southern province. If the imperial capital is the center of the north, then Tianhai City can, to a certain extent, compete for the title of the center of the south. Looking out from the city walls, one can see towering skyscrapers standing side by side, with streets crisscrossing in all directions and bustling with traffic. Beyond the city walls lie towering mountains, mist-shrouded peaks, and a dark forest. Vaguely visible were various ferocious beasts rampaging and constantly roaring, their voices extremely terrifying. Without these city walls, this bustling metropolis would likely be swallowed whole by countless spiritual beasts in the blink of an eye. Liamo Ran was visiting Tianhai City for the first time. Compared to Yulin City, it was like night and day. In fact, there isn't a single city in the entire Tianfang province that can compare to Tianhai City. Just then, a deep voice came from behind him. "You must be the top scholar of Tianfang province, right?" Liamo turned around and saw a middle-aged man dressed in white robes, with a square face and a stern expression, looking exactly like a teacher. "I am Chen Zhou, the overall coordinator for this year's Top Scholars Secret Realm. You may address me as Mr. Chen." Liamo Ran immediately shouted, "Hello, Mr. Chen." Chen Zhou nodded. "The Top Scholars Secret Realm is about to begin. Follow me." Under Chen Zhou's guidance, Liamo Ran quickly arrived at a square. The area was already crowded with people of all ages and genders. Undoubtedly, they were all the top scorers from various provinces in this year's college entrance exam. Upon arriving, Chen Zhou addressed the crowd, "Everyone, welcome to Tianhai City. The top student's secret realm will begin tomorrow. During this time, you may explore the surrounding area freely. We have arranged accommodations for you at a hotel, with rooms available for your selection. Before the Zhuan Yuan secret realm opens, I advise everyone to find teammates to form a group with. The Zhuan Yuan secret realm is extremely dangerous, and even level 40 or higher spirit beasts may appear. Without a group, you won't be able to move an inch." Upon hearing this, the people around me not only did not back down but instead all showed signs of interest. Those who had come to participate in the Top Scholars Secret Realm were all top scholars themselves. They are all the most talented geniuses from their respective provinces. Danger? Who would dare to take it seriously? Soon, Chen Zhou announced the meeting was adjourned. Many people began to chat among themselves, looking for teammates. Liamo Ran wasn't interested in this and quickly made his way to the hotel room. The room was lavishly decorated. At least, Liamo Ran had never seen such a luxurious hotel in Yulin City. The large floor-to-ceiling windows offered an extremely expansive view, and at a glance, one could almost see the entire city of Tianhai. Liamo Ran sighed in admiration, just as he was about to rest, when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. "Who is it?" As soon as he opened the door, Liamo Ran saw a hotel staff member. The staff member smiled and said, "Are you Liamo Ran, the top scholar from Tianfang province?" The top scholar from the imperial capital, i.e., is holding a meet and greet event and has invited all the top scholars to attend. Liamo Ran furrowed his brows slightly and refused, saying, "It's not worth it. I'm too lazy to go. I won't attend." His decisive denial left the staff standing there speechless. Just as Liamo Ran was about to close the door, the other party immediately said, "Bai is giving all the top scholars a welcome gift, a shopping card worth 10,000 gold coins, which can be used anywhere at the Imperial Capital Academy." Saying this, he handed over a shopping card. Liamo Ran's eyes lit up. "Oh, when does the meet and greet start, and where is it?" "Of course, I'm not here for any meet and greet gifts, I just want to get to know each other better." "You can go there now. It's in the hotel lobby, and you can take the elevator to get there." Chapter 34, Disobedient Children Deserve a Spanking. Liamo Ran got into the elevator and went to the top floor of the hotel. This was an extremely luxurious hall, with numerous tables already set with a variety of dishes, all of which were famous delicacies. The aroma wafted through the air, making one's mouth water. Inside the hall, there were already 2 or 3 dozen young men and women seated. There was no doubt that they were all participants in the current top scholar's secret realm.
Liam Rant's arrival naturally drew a lot of attention. Brother, which province's top scholar are you? How many points did you score on the college entrance exam? Facing these inquiries, Liam Rant lazily replied, full marks. Full marks? Upon hearing Liam Rant's score, many people looked surprised. A perfect score, that's an extremely difficult score to achieve. Among the top scorers present, aside from Bai Yi and a few others, it's unlikely that anyone else could have achieved a perfect score. Liam Rant ignored the stares of the crowd and casually found an empty seat to sit down. Buddha jumps over the wall, 80 mortals crossing the sea, Longjing shrimp. It must be said that the abundance of dishes was overwhelming. Additionally, Liam Rant hadn't eaten for quite some time and was feeling quite hungry. Without caring about his appearance, he began to eat voraciously. Although the people around him were also eating, they were still relatively well-mannered, and compared to Liam Rant, the difference was stark. Before long, Liam Rant had finished the entire dish. At that moment, a tall, muscular young man walked over carrying a plate of large shrimp, ready to dig in. Liam Rant saw this and his eyes lit up. He grabbed a large shrimp, peeled it on the spot, and swallowed it whole. The young man froze for a few seconds, his face showing a hint of displeasure. However, seeing how enthusiastically Liam Rant was eating, he felt a bit competitive. So he grabbed a large shrimp and began eating it as well. Moreover, he ate quickly, much faster than Liam Rant. He didn't even peel the shrimp, he just stuffed it into his mouth. The two of them ate voraciously, their pace growing faster and faster. Before long, there was only one large shrimp left on the plate. Both of them set their sights on the last shrimp. In an instant, like lightning, both hands reached out to grab it. Liam Rant's hand was clearly faster, and he grabbed it first. The last large shrimp was his. However, just as Liam Rant was about to eat it, a hand reached out and crushed the large shrimp in his hand. Immediately afterward, Liam Rant was grabbed by the arm and thrown aside. Everyone around him was stunned. After all, this scene had unfolded far too suddenly. Liam Rant was also greatly startled, but quickly regained his composure, grabbing the other person's arm and pulling him over as well. Both of them fell backwards simultaneously. Liam Rant grabbed the other person and rolled over, using him as a human cushion. Are you trying to get yourself killed? The young man jumped up immediately, glaring angrily at Liam Rant. Liam Rant stood up, slowly brushed off his clothes, and said indifferently, "You're crazy." He wondered if he had done anything to provoke the other person. But for no apparent reason, the other person suddenly attacked him. What else could this be but madness? This statement immediately enraged the young man. "How dare you insult me? Do you know who I am?" Liam Rant coldly replied, "I don't give a damn who you are. You were eating your meal just fine, and now you've ruined my lobster. What kind of lunatic do you think you are?" The young man angrily replied, "This is my lobster. I was being generous by letting you eat it, and you dare to fight me over it? You must be out of your mind." Without another word, he summoned his beast companion. Roar! A monster with the body of a sheep, a human face, tiger teeth, and claws, with 2 eyes growing from its armpits, suddenly appeared in the hall. Its cry sounded like that of an infant, immediately drawing the attention of everyone present. Could this be the legendary monster known as the Tao Tai? That's right. It's the Tao Ye. Someone actually uses it as a beast companion? Who is this person? I know him. His name is Huashan, and he's the top scholar of Hanzhou province. It's said that in the college entrance exam of Hanzhou province, he was only 1 point short of a perfect score. Huashan shouted angrily, "From the day I was born, my mother has never once fought with me over food. You're the first person to do that. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'll change my name." He then ordered the gluttonous monster to attack Liam Rant. Upon seeing this, Liam Rant also summoned Cthulhu. Who? A thick fog suddenly spread in all directions. As the massive Cthulhu appeared, it instantly left everyone around in utter shock. A look of surprise flashed across Huashan's eyes. The Taoye roared furiously, about to charge forward, but Cthulhu's dozen tentacles, like ropes, instantly bound it tightly. Not only that, but as the tentacles tightened, the Taoye let out a series of agonized howls. Huashan's pupils contracted sharply, and his expression finally changed. How is this possible? Liam remained silent, securing the Taoye before Cthulhu extended a tentacle directly toward it. Slap! The tentacles, like whips, landed on the glutton's buttocks. The sound was loud, and the skin was torn open. The monster let out a sudden roar, trying to struggle, but to no avail. Slap! Another loud crack of the whip echoed through the air. Cthulhu was disciplining the gluttonous monster as if spanking a child. The people around them were speechless. This scene was truly astonishing. Huashan couldn't accept it and shouted, "Stop! What are you doing? Stop hitting him! Stop hitting him! This isn't hitting the butt of a glutton. This is clearly hitting him in the face." After a brutal assault, Cthulhu finally tossed the gluttonous monster to the foot of Manhwa, still not satisfied.
The glutton, having been thoroughly disciplined, wore an expression of humiliation, yet his face was slightly flushed, as if he felt a hint of pleasure. Huashan clenched his teeth, glared with wide eyes, but couldn't utter a word.
Liamo Ran spoke calmly. Can you speak properly now?
Cthulhu's tentacles were still swaying, as if ready to wrap up Huashan the moment he uttered a single word of refusal. Seeing this, Huashan finally surrendered, gritting his teeth and saying, I was wrong.
I shouldn't have laid a hand on you. I'm sorry. Seeing Huashan surrender, Liamo Ran finally withdrew Cthulhu.
At the same time, he couldn't help but ask, it's just a shrimp.
There are so many of them here. Is it really necessary?
Huashan remained silent for a few seconds before saying, when I'm eating, any disturbance makes it easy for me to lose control of my emotions.
Oh, so you're protective of your food. Should I contact someone to give you a talking to? Damn it. You're the one guarding the food. Your whole family is guarding the food. After cursing, Huashan was thoroughly convinced by Liamo Ran and couldn't help but ask, which province's top scholar are you? I've never seen your beast before. Huashan believed that Liamo Ran must be the top scholar from a major city. The top scholar of the imperial capital is Bai Yi. This guy before him might be the top scholar of the Magic City, Central Plains Province, or Mountain City.
Don't underestimate these people just because they're all top scholars.
A top scholar is not necessarily the same as another top scholar.
Top students from big cities are naturally stronger than those from less developed areas.
Liamo Ran answered lazily, I'm from Tianfang Province. As for my beast, you've never seen a normal one, and neither have I.
If it weren't for the system, Cthulhu would never have appeared in this world.
How could he have seen it? Tianfang Province?
Huashan was stunned, unable to believe his ears. This was one of the provinces with the worst economy in the country.
How could such a powerful top student come from here? Chapter 35, The Top Scholar Guild. Liamo Ran asked, What is your talent, stranger? This gluttonous creature is no ordinary being.
Huashan immediately puffed out his chest with pride. I possess the SSS-ranked beast-taming talent of the Taotia. As long as I keep eating, I can make the beasts grow stronger.
As for my Taotia, it was prepared for me by my family. No wonder he's so protective of his food, it's because of his Taotia talent. That explains everything. You're the one being possessive. I'm not being possessive at all. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat Liamo Ran, Huashan would have already attacked him based on that statement alone. Unfortunately, he had to hold back for now. Liamo Ran didn't continue speaking. He pointed to the table of food in front of him and asked, Not eating? Let's eat.
Huashan shouted angrily, then swept the food off the table like a whirlwind.
He had almost forgotten everything around him.
The unpleasantness of a moment ago seemed to vanish into thin air. Those around them, upon seeing this, all exchanged surprised glances. The two who had just been fighting fiercely now seemed to be making up. A young man dressed in white robes, with a heroic appearance, slowly walked onto the stage and announced in a loud voice, Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for honoring us with your presence at this gathering.
I am Bai Yi, the top scholar of the imperial capital.
Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned their attention to the stage.
Most of the people in the crowd didn't actually know Bai Yi.
They had come for two reasons. First, the title of Imperial Capital Scholar carried great prestige, and second, they were drawn by the promise of 10,000 shopping cards. Immediately, someone shouted, Brother, thank you for the shopping cards. Ha, no wonder you're the top scholar of the Imperial Capital, you're truly generous. The god of wealth of the Imperial Capital is about to speak. Should we listen?
Liamo Ran was also very curious. What was Bai Yi's purpose in organizing this meeting?
When he saw everyone's eyes turn toward him, Bai Yi was very satisfied. He spoke up, You are all provincial champions, and your abilities are undoubtedly exceptional.
I have invited you all to this meeting for two reasons. First, I would like to get to know you and make friends.
Second, I also wish to discuss important matters with you all.
After the journey to the top scholar's secret realm, we will all head to the Imperial Capital Academy together to study.
I intend to establish a guild called the Top Scholar Guild.
Only the top scorers from each province's college entrance exams may join.
This guild will become the largest guild in the Imperial Capital Academy and will undoubtedly wield immense influence in the Great Xia Kingdom in the future.
Everyone present here is a founder of the Zhuang Yuan Guild. Let us unite to achieve great deeds and create a prosperous era. Are you in? Upon hearing Bai Yi's words, everyone present looked at him in astonishment. No wonder he's the top scholar of the Imperial Capital, he sure talks big. He even knows the name of the Top Scholars Guild. The expressions of the people in the arena varied. Some top students from remote areas began to respond. That sounds good. I think I'll give it a try. I want to join too. Bai Yi is the president, right? But some people are hesitating. Can this guild really be established? It just sounds kind of sketchy.
Bai Yi had anticipated this situation and clapped his hands. Instantly, dozens of female waitresses approached with trays in hand.
Gentlemen, to demonstrate my sincerity, anyone who joins the Zhuang Yuan Guild today will receive a shopping card worth 100 gold coins for the Imperial Capital Academy.
Upon hearing this, the entire crowd was stunned.
What a grand gesture. Just look at Bai Gongzi's generosity. I'm joining the Zhuang Yuan Guild. I'm in too. Hey, I'll join in too. You know, that's 1,000,000 gold coins.
An ordinary family might not even be able to save up 1,000,000 gold coins in 10 years of hard work, yet Bai Yi just handed it out without a word and 1,000,000 each.
Even Liam Ran was utterly astonished and couldn't help but consider joining in.
However, he remained motionless, wanting to observe first and see what Bai Yi was really up to. By Liam Ran's side, Huashan was wolfing down his food, completely ignoring Bai Yi. After the shopping cart scheme was introduced, roughly half of the people present immediately declared their intention to join the Zhuang Yuan Guild.
The remaining people who did not join were mostly like Liam Ran, choosing to wait and see.
At that moment, a young man dressed in luxurious attire and with a haughty expression stood up and shouted, Bai Yi, now that this guild has been established, who will be the guild master? Upon seeing the young man, Bai Yi furrowed his brows slightly.
The people around them were also whispering. This person seems to be Lu Xiaojun, the top scholar of the Magic City, right?
Yes, it's him. I heard that he and Bai Yi have been engaged in a fierce rivalry, and neither of them can emerge victorious. The Imperial Capital and the Demon Capital have always been at odds, neither willing to concede to the other.
Although Bai Yi felt uneasy inside, he still smiled on the surface. Naturally, whoever is stronger becomes the leader. Why not use the results of the Zhuang Yuan Secret Realm as a reference? Whoever comes first becomes the leader. Below that, the vice president and guild leadership will be ranked according to their scores as well. This statement was airtight, leaving Lu Xiaojun with no room to argue. If he disagreed, wouldn't that mean he dared not compete with Bai Yi in terms of achievements?
Thus, Lu Xiaojun snorted coldly, sat down, and tacitly accepted the rule.
Bai Yi was confident. Even though Lu Xiaojun was a formidable opponent, he was certain he could secure first place in the Zhuang Yuan Secret Realm. Does anyone else have any opinions?
The Zhuang Yuan Guild will directly receive investments from the major families of the Imperial Capital and have access to countless resources.
At this moment, many more people joined the Zhuang Yuan Guild. Even Lu Xiaojun joined.
Only 2 people remained in the arena who had not yet joined.
One of them was Liam Ran.
The other is Huashan, who is devouring his food greedily.
Bai Yi looked in Liam Ran's direction and asked, why aren't the two of you joining us? Could it be that you have something against me, Bai? Huashan raised his head, looking completely bewildered. What are you talking about?
Bai Yi immediately explained the matter of the Zhuang Yuan Guild.
Have you joined? Are there any snacks available?
Seeing Huashan pointing at the table full of dishes, Bai Yi's lips twitched slightly.
He waved his hand generously. How much do you want? I'll give you as much as you want. All right, I'm in.
After saying that, he buried his head in his food and ate voraciously.
Bai Yi couldn't help but laugh and cry, then asked Liam Ran, what about you, brother? Liam Ran pondered for a moment and asked, do you have the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund? What is the monthly salary from the guild? Can you guarantee 2 days off per week? Additionally, how many days of annual leave are provided each year, and can you strictly enforce the 8-hour workday and triple pay for overtime? Bai Yi was stunned, his face turning ashen. Do you think this is a regular job? Liam Ran looked serious, isn't it?
At that moment, Lu Xiaojun, who was not far away, sneered, no wonder you're a poor guy from Tianfang province.
You've never seen money in your life. Liam Ran's expression turned icy. Say that again?
Lu Xiaojun said arrogantly, say it 10,000 times, it won't change a thing.
You're nothing but a beggar.
Your parents must have sold themselves to raise you. Before he could finish, Liam Ran picked up the plate beside him and threw it at Lu Xiaojun with all his might. Before he could finish, Liam Ran picked up the plate beside him and threw it forcefully at Lu Xiaojun.
Due to Liam Ran's sudden action, Lu Xiaojun didn't even have time to react.
With a loud crash, the plate shattered, and Lu Xiaojun's forehead was struck, bleeding.
The entire plate of fish-flavored shredded pork was splashed directly onto his face. Ah!
Lu Xiaojun screamed in agony, his expression twisted in anger.
Are you trying to get yourself killed? Liam Ran sneered coldly, you get what you deserve for talking trash. This is all your own doing. Lu Xiaojun was completely enraged, I'll kill you. He was about to summon his beast when, suddenly, a middle-aged man burst in. No fighting allowed here. Anyone who disobeys will be immediately disqualified from participating in the top scholar's secret realm. Chapter 36, The Zhuang Yuan Secret Realm opens, the Tianshu Trial Grounds.
Lu Xiaojun was about to scold them, but upon seeing the arrivals, he froze in place. The middle-aged man speaking was none other than Zhou, the overall supervisor of this year's Zhuang Yuan Secret Realm.
If it were anyone else, Lu Xiaojun wouldn't have cared. But he couldn't afford to not care about Zhou.
After all, Zhou truly had the authority to revoke his eligibility to participate in the top scholar's secret realm. Lu Xiaojun's face turned ashen, and he growled in a low voice, you just wait.
Once we're inside the secret realm, I'll see who can help you then. With that, he swept his sleeves and departed. Chen Zhou saw this and also left. Everyone around him was speechless, unable to utter a word. Huashan, standing nearby, also had his mouth wide open, looking astonished. You're really bold. I've heard of this Lu Xiaojun. His strength is no less than Bai Yi's. If you've offended him, you're in for trouble. Liemo Ran replied calmly, who told him to be so mouthy? Bai Yi, however, gave Liemo Ran a meaningful look. He suddenly spoke up, you must be the top scholar from Tianfang province, right? Ah, Lu Xiaojun is from the Magic City. He's always looked down on people from backward places, so snobby. But don't worry, the Top Scholars Guild treats everyone equally. Do you want to join? If you need social insurance and housing benefits, I can personally offer you a monthly salary of 100,000 gold coins and cover the corresponding social insurance and housing benefits for you. Liam Oran said, no wonder you're the money god of the imperial capital, you're so generous. I'm in. With that, all 34 top scholars had joined the Top Scholars Guild. Bai Yi was extremely pleased. Although Lu Xiaojun had caused trouble, Bai Yi couldn't stand him either. Seeing Lu Xiaojun humiliated, Bai Yi felt a secret sense of satisfaction. Once the guild matters were settled, the banquet began. Bai Yi waved his hand generously. Tonight, the entire bill is on me. As the eldest son of the Bai family in the imperial capital, the Bai family holds immense power and influence. They can easily afford not just a few million or even a few hundred million, but even tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of gold coins. This kind of expenditure is nothing. A banquet where both hosts and guests enjoy themselves. After eating and drinking his fill, Liam Oran returned to his room to rest. The next morning, he heard a knock on the door. He thought it was the staff coming to notify him, but when he opened the door, he was surprised to see Huashan. Brother, I knew you lived here. Liam Oran frowned. Are you investigating me? Huashan hurriedly said, No. I asked the hotel staff, and they told me. Oh. Liam Oran lazily responded and was about to close the door. Huashan panicked and hurriedly said, Brother, don't close the door. I need to talk to you. What is it? Can I team up with you for this secret realm? You seem pretty strong, so we should be able to get a pretty good score together. No, I'm not interested. Let's go. I've prepared a red envelope with 100,000 gold coins. Liam Oran's expression changed instantly. He pulled Huashan into the room repeatedly. Oh my. You're here already, why bring a red envelope? I'm not against teaming up, I just prefer going solo. I told my dad to send me 1,000,000 yuan. This is the sponsorship fee. Liam Oran looked serious. Don't worry, I've got your back for the Top Scholar's secret realm. By the way, when will the 1 million arrive? Send me your bank account number, and it will definitely be transferred before the secret realm begins. Liam Oran wrapped his arm around Huashan's shoulder and exclaimed joyfully, Good brother. The Zhuang Yuan secret realm is all yours. Just relax, I'll take care of everything. Huashan finally smiled. In fact, teaming up with Liam Oran was the result of careful consideration. Although Huashan also possesses SSS tier talent, he is after all only the top scholar of Hanzhou province. In terms of circumstances, he may only be slightly better off than Liam Oran. In the top scholar's secret realm, his performance is likely to be average or below average. Bai Yi established a top scholar guild, and everyone present was an initial member of the guild. After entering the Imperial Capital Academy, their status within the guild would depend on their performance in the top scholar's secret realm. Huashan believed that, given how easily Liam Oran had suppressed him and how he didn't even fear Lu Xiaojun, Liam Oran's strength was likely quite formidable. Although he had been soundly defeated by Liam Oran. But you never know until you try, right? This lesson made Huashan's eyes clear up a lot. That evening, after returning home, Huashan contacted his family. His father was well connected and, after some investigation, discovered that there was a genius in Tianfang province who had reached the 5th floor of the gate-opening trial tower. He was certain that this person must be Liam Oran. Without hesitation, he immediately instructed Huashan to cultivate a close relationship with Liam Oran. After receiving Liam Oran's promise, Huashan left happily. After Liam Oran finished breakfast, hotel staff came to notify him, Is this Mr. Liam Oran? The Zhuang Yuan secret realm is about to begin. Please proceed to the square immediately. Liam Oran immediately went downstairs to gather with the others. The square downstairs was already crowded with people, and Huashan had also come down. Additionally, Bai Yi was also present. Several young men followed him. Though they were all top scholars from various regions, their faces bore a flattering smile when facing Bai Yi. They were all top scholars, but the top scholars from the imperial capital were simply more prestigious than those from other regions. Liam Oran suddenly sensed a cold gaze. He turned around and saw Lu Xiaojun with a dark expression and a murderous intent in his eyes. Liam Oran curled the corners of his mouth into a mocking smile and flipped Lu Xiaojun off with a big middle finger. Lu Xiaojun's face turned bright red, and the murderous intent in his eyes almost solidified into a tangible form. Had it not been for the regulations, he would have already acted.
After all the top scholars had arrived, Chen Zhou also made an appearance. He scanned the crowd and spoke, "Everyone, today is the day the top scholar's secret realm opens.
I'll keep this brief. First, the Zhuang Yuan's secret realm is located in the Tianshu trial grounds.
This is a highly unique secret realm consisting of 9 layers, known as the 9 heavens. As one ascends each layer, the spiritual beasts encountered become increasingly powerful. On the 9th layer, one may even encounter the mythical Tianshu divine phoenix, a spiritual beast of divine lineage. If one can defeat the Tianshu divine phoenix, they will obtain a Tianshu divine phoenix egg. Once hatched, it will become a divine bloodline Tianshu divine phoenix cub. Upon hearing this, everyone looked astonished.
A mythical beast of the divine bloodline.
This is truly a rare sight in this world. Once it appears, who knows how much bloodshed it will cause. Everyone present, even Bai Yi, had a gleam in their eyes, determined to obtain it at all costs. Chen Zhou glanced at the expressions of the crowd and couldn't help but smile inwardly. Chen Zhou glanced at the expressions on the people's faces and smiled to himself. Although they were confident, the Tianshu Xinhuan's level had already reached 40. This is the top-tier guild of the Great Xia Kingdom, deployed into the secret realm by the National Guild itself. Over the past decade, no one has ever been able to defeat the Heavenly Void Divine Phoenix. Moreover, this year marks the peak of the Heavenly Ruins Divine Phoenix's power, because it is about to continue its growth. Once it completes its growth, the Tianshu Divine Phoenix will reach level 60. At that point, these top scholars will no longer have the opportunity to obtain the Tianshu Divine Phoenix egg. Chen Zhou continued, "Secondly, the secret realm will persist for 7 days. During these 7 days, you must eliminate as many spirit beasts within the secret realm as possible. Each successful elimination will be recorded on your identity token with the corresponding points." Chen Zhou continued, "Secondly, the secret realm will remain open for 7 days. During this period, you must kill as many spirit beasts as possible within the realm. Each successful kill will be recorded on your identity token, corresponding to a certain number of points. Additionally, for every level you ascend, the points earned from each kill will increase by 10. Starting from the 6th level, boss-level spirit beasts will appear, and defeating them will grant a large number of points. Upon completing the secret realm, rankings will be determined based on scores, and the national champion for this year will be crowned." When it came to the national champion, Bai Yi immediately became eager to compete. Lu Xiaojun snorted coldly, unwilling to be outdone. Both of them were highly confident in their abilities, especially Bai Yi, who looked as though he had everything under control. Chen Zhou said, "Finally, I must remind everyone. Within the Zhuang Yuan's secret realm, the spiritual beasts are extremely powerful. Everyone must be cautious and prioritize your safety. If you encounter any danger, crush your identity token and leave the secret realm immediately. You are all the pillars of the Great Xia Kingdom, you must return safely." After saying this, Chen Zhou waved his hand dismissively. "Activate the secret realm teleportation array." Chapter 37, "You're killing too slowly, let me handle it." As Chen Zhou finished speaking, the massive teleportation array activated. If you choose to form a team, remember to touch each other when entering the teleportation array, otherwise, you will be randomly teleported to various locations across the trial grounds. Upon hearing this, the people who had formed teams all gathered together. Bai Yi was surrounded by 5 people. Lu Xiaojun, on the other hand, had even more people by his side. Despite the embarrassment he had suffered at Liam Oran's hands, an astonishing 11 people had chosen to team up with him. Lu Xiaojun looked down on them with arrogance and glanced at Bai Yi. He then walked toward the teleportation array. When he approached Liam Oran, Lu Xiaojun gave him a cold glance. "If you kneel down and kowtow 100 times now, I might spare you." Liam Oran remained silent and raised his middle finger once more. Lu Xiaojun was furious. "You refused the offer of friendship, so you deserve the consequences." Then he stormed out. The crowd following Lu Xiaojun watched Li Moran, their expressions varying between sympathy, mockery, and contempt. In their eyes, Liam Oran had offended Lu Xiaojun, and his days were likely to be filled with hardship from now on. Lu Xiaojun is not only the top scholar of Magic City but also the eldest son of the Lu family of Magic City. The family's influence is no less than that of Bai Yi. And Liam Oran, a commoner from Tianfang province, what does he have to compete with Lu Xiaojun? Huashan approached Liam Oran and whispered, "Brother, you've offended Lu Xiaojun like this. That might not be a good idea." Li Moran glanced at him. "Are you scared? What the hell are you afraid of? He's from Shanghai, and I'm from Hangzhou. How could he possibly affect me?" Liam Oran patted Huashan on the shoulder and laughed. "Not bad. Call me Big Brother, and I'll look out for you from now on." "Ah, this. Don't want to? Never mind, then. Let's just skip this team up this time. Big Brother. Li Big Brother, can't I just call you? Now that's more like it." People began to enter the teleportation array one after another, and Liam Oran and Huashan also entered immediately. The light of the teleportation array burst forth. When Liam Oran reappeared, the surroundings had changed. He and Huashan found themselves in an open field. Looking up, they could see faint peaks in the distance, and even a tower piercing through the sky. Huashan also saw the tower and exclaimed in surprise, "I heard that tower is the one leading to the next level, but in previous years, people could only reach the 5th level at most, and few have ever made it into the 6th level."
Liam Ran was puzzled. "Where did you hear about all this?" "Oh, my dad looked it up.
He called me specifically last night to tell me."
"That's great."
The two of them explored the secret realm.
Not far ahead lies a forest.
To reach the tower, they must first traverse this forest. Towering ancient trees block out the sky, and the path through the dense forest is not easy to navigate. Before long, the two heard a series of low growls. Huashan quickly identified the source of the growls and shouted, "It's the thorn wolves."
He pointed ahead.
In the jungle, several monsters with green fur and thorns on their backs were hiding.
Huashan immediately summoned the Taoye. "Big brother, I'll handle it."
Then, the Taoye roared furiously and charged toward the thorn wolf. The two sides immediately engaged in a fierce struggle.
The Taoye's strength was immense, relentlessly tearing into the thorn wolf's body. The thorn wolf couldn't stand a chance against the Taoye. Before long, the thorn wolf was killed by the gluttonous beast.
Your teammate killed a level 22 thorn wolf, granting Cthulhu 220 spirit points. You have earned 10 points.
After killing the thorn wolf, Huashan was very happy. "Big brother, my strength isn't bad, is it? Don't get distracted, it's not over yet." Just then, more thorn wolves leaped out from the nearby jungle.
Liam Ran glanced over and noticed there were at least a dozen of them.
They immediately surrounded the gluttonous beast, their eyes gleaming with malice.
Upon seeing this, Huashan's expression immediately turned serious. "Tao Tai, unleash your..."
As soon as Huashan gave the order, the Taoye roared furiously. Immediately afterward, it swiftly pounced on one of the thorn wolves. Its mouth opened incredibly wide, and in an instant, it swallowed the thorn wolf whole.
Seeing this, the other thorn wolves were filled with rage and charged forward. After devouring their prey, the gluttonous beasts had grown even stronger, holding their own against the thorn wolves. Though the battle was temporarily deadlocked, it was only a matter of time before the gluttonous beasts would slaughter the thorn wolves.
Just then, Liam Ran summoned Cthulhu.
As the massive Cthulhu appeared, black mist immediately began to spread in all directions. Huashan felt a chill run down his spine.
The next second, a dozen tentacles shot forward, instantly killing all the thorn wolves. Upon witnessing this scene, Huashan's eyes widened in shock. He actually defeated him in an instant? In the blink of an eye, the thorn wolf was instantly killed. Liam Ran looked disgusted and said, "You killed it too slowly. Don't embarrass yourself. Let me do it."
Huashan felt ashamed. After all, he was the top scholar of Hanzhou province, yet he had been rejected by someone.
But he couldn't refute it.
Compared to Liam Ran, he was far inferior.
"Big brother, where are we going now?"
Huashan asked eagerly, his use of big brother growing more natural with each utterance.
"To the next floor." "The next floor? But the further we go, the stronger these spirit beasts get. Shouldn't we stay here for a few days to grind monsters and wait until our spirit beasts reach maturity before continuing?"
Liam Ran didn't waste any words. He jumped onto Cthulhu's back and simultaneously wrapped his arms around Huashan. Amidst Huashan's startled cries, Cthulhu carried both of them forward, soaring into the distance. Before long, another massive spirit beast appeared ahead.
Roar!
That spirit beast was over 5 or 6 meters tall, with a body as massive as a small mountain. It was a gigantic black ape, with terrifying fangs protruding from its mouth. Upon seeing this, Huashan was immediately terrified. "It's the fanged black ape."
"Big brother, let's run. This thing is tough to handle." The fanged black ape is renowned for its strength.
A level 30 fanged black ape can even uproot a tree over 30 meters tall, making it extremely terrifying. Even the top student in the college entrance exam would find it nearly impossible to defeat such a monster. Only when their beast tamers reach maturity and their strength is greatly enhanced will they have a chance of defeating it.
However, in the face of the fanged black ape, Liam Ran remained remarkably calm. Brush! Brush! Cthulhu's tentacles immediately lunged toward the fanged black ape.
The giant ape, several meters tall, was instantly entangled by the tentacles, struggling frantically but unable to break free.
Before long, the fanged black ape had turned into a lifeless corpse. You have killed a level 25 fanged black ape. Cthulhu has gained 367 points of spiritual power. You have earned 18 points.
Upon seeing this scene, Huashan was instantly stunned.
"Just kill him like that?" Liam Ran said indifferently, "This is nothing. A black ape with fangs is nothing."
Soon, Huashan witnessed a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. As Cthulhu charged forward at breakneck speed, every spirit beast it encountered was instantly obliterated by its blindingly fast attacks. Those spirit beasts, which had once seemed invincible in his mind, were utterly powerless against Cthulhu. Whether they were level 25, 28, or even 30, they were all useless. Under Cthulhu's relentless slaughter, the two's points were slowly increasing, but Huashan knew he hadn't done a thing. If this continued, wouldn't he be able to follow Liam Ran and slaughter his way through the secret realm?
By then, Liamo Ran will be the MVP.
And he's just the lucky one who reaps the rewards without lifting a finger.
But if you can just lie around and win, why bother trying?
This million was well spent, Huashan thought to himself with a smile. Just then, Cthulhu suddenly came to a halt. Due to the sudden stop, Huashan collided directly with Liamo's back, and his nose was struck forcefully.
Oh my god, what happened?
Why did you stop?
Liamo Ran didn't say anything.
Huashan looked up, and his expression changed instantly.
A dozen or so people were ahead, all glaring at the two of them with hostile looks. The leader was none other than Lu Xiaojun. Chapter 38, You are all surrounded by me. Ha, what a small world.
Liamo Ran immediately jumped off Cthulhu, and Huashan looked left and right before getting down as well. Up ahead, Lu Xiaojun's gaze was as cold as a knife, filled with murderous intent. With a flick of his wrist, the dozen or so people beside him immediately scattered, surrounding Liamo Ran and the others. At the same time, all of them summoned their own beasts. Roar! Lions, tigers, and various beasts let out a series of roars, and their very breath alone was enough to fill the air with a sense of oppression.
Lu Xiaojun grinned savagely, You've been hard to find. Liamo Ran, didn't you expect me to be waiting for you here?
The moment they entered the secret realm, Lu Xiaojun led his men to quickly rush to the front of the tower and block the path. Unless Liamo Ran had no intention of entering the next level, he would inevitably pass through here.
And now, will they meet soon? Ha! This Liamo Ran actually dares to provoke our Lu Gonzi? He's asking for trouble. He was so arrogant earlier, but can he even speak now?
He probably never imagined that Lu Gonzi would be waiting for him here on the main road.
Now Liamo Ran was in for a world of pain.
The people around him were buzzing with speculation.
In their eyes, Liamo Ran was as good as dead. Having provoked Lu Xiaojun, how could he possibly escape unscathed? Huashan looked tense and hurriedly said, Brother, what should we do now? Should we run away? Liamo turned and glanced at him, Are you scared? Huashan heard this and immediately flew into a rage, afraid of what? How could I, Huashan, be afraid? Even if it's the boss, a hero doesn't take a loss in the moment. Let's just run away quickly. Escape? Do you think you can get away? Lu Xiaojun's lips curled into a mocking smile as he immediately summoned his beast. Roar! As a furious roar echoed through the air, a colossal figure suddenly appeared beside Lu Xiaojun. It was a blood-red dragon, with claws as sharp as knives, wings that obscured the sky, and a form as massive as a small mountain, striking fear into the hearts of all who beheld it. Lu Xiaojun was extremely proud. This is my beast companion, the Azura blood dragon of the Overlord's bloodline. Before it, even if you could ascend to the heavens or descend to the depths of the earth, you would still be unable to escape. Liamo Ran's lips curled into a mocking smile. Do you think I need to run away? Those nearby burst into laughter upon hearing this. Ha, you're not so arrogant as to think you can take on all of us by yourself, are you? I think he's lost his mind. Liamo Ran didn't say a word, he just waved his hand. Cthulhu immediately erupted in a cloud of black mist, which spread outward in all directions, completely engulfing Liamo Ran and Huashan within its grasp. Both of them could see clearly through the black mist. However, Lu Xiaojun and his group lost sight of Liamo Ran and the others. What kind of skill is this? Lu Xiaojun frowned. Just then, a massive tentacle suddenly emerged from the black mist, instantly wrapping around one of the beast tamers. Roar! It was a lion covered in blood, which let out a series of angry roars after being swept up. Its sharp claws relentlessly tore at the tentacles. However, it could not break free. Moreover, as the tentacle's grip tightened, the lion's roar grew louder and more agonizing. The beast tamer beside him panicked. How is this possible? Redstone, fight back! Roar! The blood-red lion roared again, its fur bristling, its strength growing immense at that moment, almost breaking free from the tentacles. But Liamo Ran would never allow such a thing to happen. A tentacle reappeared from the black mist, firmly restraining the blood-red lion. Immediately afterward, the tentacle's power erupted. Amidst a chorus of agonized screams, the blood-red lion was torn to shreds by Cthulhu's tentacles. Ah! The beastmaster beside him was overcome with grief. Redstone! You actually killed Redstone? You must know that his Redstone is the leader of the bloodline. The people nearby turned pale with shock. Once a beast tamer's beast perished, the tamer would also suffer intense pain. Most importantly, a deceased beastmaster is almost impossible to revive. All the efforts of a beast tamer are reduced to nothing in an instant. In the battles between beast masters, few would dare to kill their opponent's beasts, as this would almost certainly lead to a deadly outcome. They never expected Liamo Ran to be so ruthless. How could you do that? You actually killed his beast companion. Liamo Ran, you've gone too far. We were all classmates. How could you do such a thing? Liamo Ran sneered, Classmates? You all came with Lu Xiaojun to confront me, and you still have the nerve to call me a classmate? Rest assured, I am a fair and impartial person. I will kill every beast master here, and there will be no exceptions. Xiao Ku, release the group madness. Buzz.
A burst of trembling sound erupted, followed by intense sound waves spreading in all directions. This sound wave seemed like an invisible ripple, immediately rippling across the bodies of those around them. Before they could figure out what was happening, they suddenly felt their bodies lose control.
Even their beasts seemed to be acting strangely. What's going on? My body is no longer under my control. The crowd began to dance uncontrollably, and even the beast tamers started making all sorts of strange movements.
Even more astonishingly, some began chanting incomprehensible hymns in unison.
PH and Blue Nav Cthulhu Ar Layawan Naglftan. PH and Blue Nav Cthulhu Ar Layawan Naglftan. However, this is only the beginning. In the next moment, the beasts people had summoned began to attack each other. Roar! A white tiger roared angrily and pounced on the beast beside it. The attacked beast master did not back down, splitting open and counterattacking. The two beasts began to wrestle with each other. Some of the beasts began to roar furiously, ramming their heads into the ground or colliding with nearby boulders, instantly leaving their heads bloodied and gash-covered. Xiao Bai. What's wrong with you? Stop it. Don't scare me. Dolly, have you lost your mind? Dolly.
The beast tamers called out to their beasts, but they were already out of control. Weak beasts were no match for the frenzy of the mob. To date, Liamo Ran has only encountered one spirit beast capable of withstanding the frenzy of a mob, and that was the Black Wind Bear King on the 5th floor of the trial tower. Soon after, 2 more beast tamers were killed in a fight among themselves. The remaining beasts were also fighting each other. Not to mention these people, even Lu Xiaojun was so enraged that his eyes were bulging out of their sockets.
Stop it. Liamo Ran, are you trying to take this too far? I won't confront you anymore. Stop it immediately.
At that moment, Lu Xiaojun was truly afraid. His Azura blood dragon was also struggling at that moment. Though not entirely controlled by the collective madness, it was barely able to fight on.
Liamo Ran grinned, revealing a row of clean, white teeth. You're not going to take me on? But I'm going to take you on. Sacrifice. As Liamo Ran uttered the word 0, the crowd's frenzy intensified. The affected beasts began their sacrificial rituals. They continuously inflicted self-harm, plunging into complete hallucinations, tearing at and devouring one another. Before long, these beasts all died, their bodies turning into specks of light that flowed into Cthulhu's body. Successful sacrifice of 13 beasts. You have gained a small amount of fear faith. Among those present, aside from Lu Xiaojuan's Azura blood dragon resisting, all the other tamed beasts had been sacrificed by Cthulhu. Liamo Ran clearly had no intention of sparing Lu Xiaojun. After dispelling the collective frenzy, all of Cthulhu's tentacles struck simultaneously. They tightly wrapped around the Shura blood dragon. Chapter 39, What? Liamo Ran has someone above him? Roar! The Azura blood dragon struggled relentlessly, its roars of fury shaking the very air. However, in the presence of Cthulhu, the Shura blood dragon, despite its dominant bloodline, was as helpless as an infant, incapable of any resistance. As the tentacles tightened, the sound of shattered bones echoed throughout the Shura blood dragon's body. Lu Xiaojun was utterly horrified. Don't kill my dragon. Liamo Ran, I was wrong. I'll apologize to you, okay? Don't kill my dragon. He truly regretted it. If he had known this would be the outcome, he would never have gotten involved with Liamo Ran back then. However, Liamo Ran paid no heed. Countless strands of viscous fluid flowed from the tentacles, continuously corroding the Shura blood dragon. Lu Xiaojun shouted, Liamo Ran, aren't you afraid of the Lu family's revenge? You killed my Azura blood dragon. The Lu family will never let you off the hook. He didn't threaten him before, but once he did, it immediately triggered Liamo Ran's rebellious instincts. Liamo Ran didn't hesitate and immediately exerted his strength. Cthulhu's tentacles continued to corrode, and the dark blood-black dragon, amidst a series of agonizing screams, rapidly dehydrated and transformed into a desiccated corpse. No! Lu Xiaojun was overcome with grief, collapsing to the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. From that moment on, the dozen or so people present were all killed by Liamo Ran. If it weren't for the rule prohibiting killing, Liamo Ran wouldn't have spared them either. Phew, finally settled. Liamo Ran clapped his hands, looking relaxed. Let's hurry up and go to the next floor. Huashan, standing nearby, was already pale with fear. He had expected Liamo Ran to be strong, but he never imagined he would be this twisted. Over a dozen top scholars. The legendary Lu Xiaojun of the Magic City. In his presence, there was no chance of resistance, and the beast tamers were even killed outright. This is a fight to the death. Huashan felt a pang of regret. I'm doomed. Although I didn't intervene, Lu Xiaojun must hate this gentleman to the core. I've been caught in the crossfire. Thinking of this, Huashan hurriedly said, Brother, Li Dage, I think a 1 million gold coin red envelope is a bit too modest for your status. How about this? In a couple of days, I'll have my father prepare a 3 million gold coin red envelope for you. Or even 5 million gold coins, as a sponsorship fee. What do you think? Liamo Ran was pleasantly surprised.
Considering how cooperative Huashan was, he patted the other person on the shoulder and exclaimed, "This young man is worth teaching. Rest assured, I won't let you down." The two immediately headed toward the tower and entered the next level. Outside, Chen Zhou was surrounded by several middle-aged men who were chatting and laughing about this year's top scholar. "I heard that that young man started a top scholar guild. That's not a bad idea. It seems like he's determined to win this year's national top scholar title," Chen Zhou said, "but the national top scholar isn't necessarily him." The few people who were discussing with Chen Zhou were also one of the responsible parties for this year's top scholar's secret realm. Upon hearing Chen Zhou say this, they immediately became interested. "Oh, who are you talking about?" Chen Zhou laughed. "The top scholar from Tianfang province seems to have cleared the 5th floor of the trial tower. This year, he's the only one who made it through." Upon hearing this, the others were immediately filled with astonishment. How could Tianfang province produce such a person? This is truly rare. It seems that our great Xia kingdom is producing a steady stream of prodigies this year. This is truly a sign of national prosperity. The group continued to exchange ideas, the discussion growing increasingly heated. Just then, a dozen beams of light suddenly appeared, catching the attention of Chen Zhou and the others. Shortly after, including Lu Xiaojun, over a dozen people simultaneously left the Zhuan Yuan secret realm and emerged into the outside world. Chen Zhou exclaimed in surprise, "What's going on? The secret realm has just begun. Why did you all leave?" He shouldn't have asked. As soon as he did, many people burst into tears. My beast is gone. Damn Liam Oran, I'll never forgive you for this. Woo. Several responsible persons looked at each other in disbelief. Upon inquiry, they discovered that all their beasts had been killed by Liam Oran alone. This immediately terrified the few people present. Such a thing had never happened in history. Chen Zhou's face turned pale. This was already a major accident. Chen Zhou's expression was grim. This was already a major incident. However, the rules did not explicitly prohibit killing others' beasts. He said in a low voice, "Take them downstairs to rest first. I need to report this to higher-ups and see how to handle it." Lu Xiaojun and the others were immediately taken away. Within the secret realm, exploration continued unabated. Upon reaching the second layer, Liam Oran remained completely unfazed. The environment on the second floor was actually quite similar to the first floor, though the spirit beasts were indeed much stronger than those on the first floor. After defeating the spirit beasts in the second layer, the points earned are also greater. As time passed, the second layer was also completely cleared by Liam Oran. As the sun was about to set, Liam Oran entered the tower and reached the third floor. Not long after, Chen Zhou received orders from his superiors. He gathered several department heads for a meeting. The higher-ups' instructions were to allow these individuals to contract new beasts and re-enter the Zhuan Yuan secret realm. Upon hearing this, the several responsible officials were all taken aback. That's it? No mention of Liam Oran's case? Does Liam Oran have connections who suppressed this matter? Chen Zhou said. The elderly scholar Jiang from the Imperial Capital Academy intervened to protect Liam Oran. Although the Lu family strongly demanded that Liam Oran's status as the top scholar be revoked, their request was denied. Old Master Jiang? Does he even know Liam Oran? Why would he speak up for him? This year, old Jiang was sent to Yuelin City in Tianfang province for recruitment activities, which happens to be Li Moran's hometown. Perhaps they met there. So these people are really unfortunate. Although beast tamers can recontract, they have to start from scratch. One step behind means falling further behind, and they don't have many opportunities left. This matter also surprised Chen Zhou greatly. He never expected that Liam Oran and Jian Lao were actually connected. As a renowned professor at the Imperial Capital Academy, old Master Jian wouldn't be afraid of the Lu family. In that case, the beasts summoned by Lu Xiaojun and the others were all for nothing. But Chen Zhou didn't feel sorry either. He also disliked Lu Xiaojun's arrogant and domineering personality. After this experience, if he could learn from his mistakes and strive to improve, it would actually be a good thing for Lu Xiaojun. Time passed slowly, and 3 days had gone by. Only 4 days remained until the end of the secret realm. Lu Xiaojun and the others recontracted with their beasts and once again entered the secret realm. Apart from the Lu family, who were wealthy and powerful and managed to secure a beast with the bloodline of a dominant ruler for Lu Xiaojun, the other top scholars were all in a dire situation. They couldn't find any decent beasts to tame on short notice, so they had to make do with whatever they could find. However, their beast tamers were not strong enough, and they were doomed to go no further in the Zhuan Yuan secret realm. Even Lu Xiaojun, who was a few days behind, had already been left far behind in the exploration progress of the Zhuan Yuan secret realm. And none of this concerned Liam Oran in the slightest. At that moment, he once again arrived at the tower. He stepped onto the teleportation array. As the teleportation array's light burst forth, the two arrived at a new floor. The 6th floor. Brother, the 6th floor. Goodness, it's only the 4th day, and we've already reached the 6th floor. Huashan looked thrilled.
This speed is simply too fast. Clinging to Liam Rant's leg was the right choice after all. I heard that the boss appears on the 6th floor. I'm curious to see what it's like. Liam Ran raised his eyes and looked ahead. The 6th floor was a vast wasteland. The air here was unusually scorching, the ground seemed to be on fire, and not a single blade of grass grew. Sizzling. A sharp hissing sound echoed through the air, and Liam Ran immediately spotted several monsters. They were giant lizards nearly 2 meters long, their bodies engulfed in flames, their eyes gleaming with malice. Huashan immediately exclaimed, "Big brother, it's a molten fire giant lizard. It's extremely fast, can breathe fire, and comes in packs. The lowest level ones are at least 30th rank. This is going to be tough." Liam Ran didn't say a word, just gave a nod with his eyes. Cthulhu immediately sprang into action, unleashing a dozen tentacles that instantly killed the molten fire lizard before him. Killed a level 32 molten fire giant lizard. Cthulhu gained 780 spirit points. You have earned 62 points. Liam Ran finally turned around and said indifferently, "What did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly." Chapter 40, Another Upgrade. Cthulhu awakens and transforms. Snap. Huashan slapped himself across the face. "Big brother, it's okay, I was just joking." He cursed himself 100 times in his heart for not trusting his older brother. Liam Ran looked at Huashan with a puzzled expression, then ignored him. Continue forward. The scorching desert was unbearable, as if every second spent here was torture. Fortunately, Cthulhu is water attributed. Its black mist not only conceals sounds and forms but can also lower temperatures. Therefore, staying near Cthulhu feels like being in an air-conditioned room extremely cool. As they continued on their way, the two encountered a large number of molten fire lizards. These molten fire lizards always appeared in large groups. There can be as few as a dozen or as many as several dozen. For ordinary beast tamers, they are extremely difficult to handle. In previous years, even the top scorers in the college entrance exams would struggle to advance beyond this stage. Even the top scorers in the college entrance exams of previous years have mostly failed at this level. Because the number of molten fire lizards is simply too large, and their level is as low as 30. For a beast in its growth phase, this is simply too challenging. But for Cthulhu, it's nothing. Liam Ran felt as though he had returned to the days of the college entrance exams, riding Cthulhu forward. Along the way, whenever he encountered a spirit beast, he would lash out with a tentacle, instantly shattering them. Many of the molten fire lizards didn't even have time to react before they were killed. Huashan had even grown numb to such a situation. As Liam Ran continued his relentless advance, he was finally about to reach the tower once again. Just then, Liam Ran came to a halt. "Big brother, why did you stop?" It was getting exciting. Seeing Liam Ran stop, Huashan asked in confusion. Slap. Liam Ran slapped him on the back of the head. "What the hell are you talking about?" He immediately jumped off Cthulhu and pulled Huashan down as well. My Cthulhu is growing. With the slaughter of numerous spirit beasts, Cthulhu has absorbed enough spiritual energy and is about to transition from the growth phase into the mature phase. Upon hearing this, Huashan was even happier than Liam Ran and hurriedly exclaimed, "Congratulations, big brother. Ha, with this, you're sure to become the top scholar in the country." Slap. Liam Ran slapped him hard on the back of the head again. "Don't set yourself up for failure." "Yes, big brother, it's my fault." Ha. The Cthulhu before our eyes is undergoing significant changes. A gray mist began to swirl around it, enveloping the two of them. Within the mist, Huashan felt as though he had entered a fantastical city, one that lay submerged beneath the ocean, having slept for countless ages. Cthulhu's form slowly swelled. At the same time, its body gradually solidified. His back grew broader, and the once tattered wings seemed to be reborn, becoming stronger and more powerful. Tentacles continue to extend from the lower jaw, their numbers becoming increasingly exaggerated. The hands also become even more terrifying. This transformation made Cthulhu appear extremely terrifying, shrouded in mystery. It seemed that just one glance would compel one to join in praise and become his follower. Huashan felt a chill run down his spine and immediately averted his gaze. Over the past few days of teaming up with Liam Ran, he had basically figured out the situation with Cthulhu. This beast tamer can't even look it in the eye. Otherwise, one's mind would become chaotic, as if countless voices were whispering within one's head. Over time, one might even descend into madness. Cthulhu's body eventually grew to nearly 6 meters in height. Standing before the two of them, it appeared exceptionally massive and imposing. As Cthulhu's growth came to an end, Liam Ran also heard the system's voice. "Your pet Cthulhu has successfully entered the mature stage. Its group-wide madness skill has become stronger, allowing it to abandon sacrifices and convert targets into Cthulhu's fanatical followers, maximum of 100 followers. If the number exceeds this limit, no further conversions will be possible unless followers die. His tentacle attack skill has become stronger, now extending up to 800 meters. His skill, Minion Summon, has become stronger.
Each deep diver now receives a significant boost, currently equivalent to a level 35 spirit beast, and up to 30 can exist at once.
Cthulhu has gained a new skill, Abyssal Breath. Cthulhu gains an avatar, Bimbo. A series of sounds filled Liam ran with delight.
As Cthulhu leveled up, its various abilities also improved. The three skill groups Madness, Tentacle Attack, and Minion Summoning have all received epic level enhancements.
Among these, Group Madness can even directly convert targets into followers of Cthulhu. Liam Ran was extremely excited inside.
You see, in the original novel's setting, Cthulhu was part of a massive, ancient religious cult.
Could it be that he can also establish his own religion in this world? But these things are all too far in the future. I've also acquired new skills. Let's take a look. Breath of the Abyss LV1. Cthulhu releases his own breath, which spreads in all directions.
Anyone caught within the breath will have their bodies filled with seawater, unable to breathe, and will either suffocate to death or explode violently.
Special condition, if released underwater, it can create a powerful vortex, potentially triggering a tsunami. Upon reading this skill description, Liam Rant's expression remained unchanged. It's a group skill, and it looks pretty good too.
If you encounter too many spirit beasts and Cthulhu's tentacles can't keep up, the Breath of the Abyss is a very convenient skill.
Its true power lies in its underwater application. After all, Cthulhu is water attributed. In addition to skills, you also gain an avatar. Upon seeing the avatar, Liam Ran finally revealed an expression of surprise. Baimong, one of Cthulhu's avatars. Appearance, a cold, swirling cloud of blue, green, or yellow fluorescent mist. Ability, anyone enveloped by the Baimong mist falls into a terrifying nightmare. Baimong can use this to control the target's mind, read the thoughts of any animal or human, and gradually envelop and consume their consciousness with layers of mist, leaving them completely mindless and under its control. Baimong space, those or objects controlled by Baimong can remain in this space in a state of eternal slumber, waiting to be summoned at any time to serve Baimong in battle. Impressive! Impressive! Liam Ran couldn't find any other words to describe this incarnation.
Reading minds, devouring consciousness, manipulating self. Additionally, the controlled target can be sent into the Baimong space for eternal slumber and summoned at will.
If he has enough controlled targets, wouldn't Liam Ran be able to establish his own army of loyal warriors?
Imagine this: on the battlefield, the two sides are engaged in fierce combat. Suddenly, Liam Ran summons tens of thousands of loyal followers who charge forward without fear of death, launching suicide attacks. The previously deadlocked battle would be turned upside down in an instant. If the first avatar is already this powerful, how much more formidable must the others be? Liam Ran, who had read extensively in the Cthulhu genre, naturally knew that Cthulhu was not limited to a single avatar. Bimbo is merely a tangible manifestation of Cthulhu's spiritual power. He also has two other incarnations, Krashen and the Father of the Sharks. The former is the embodiment of Cthulhu's primal will, while the latter symbolizes Cthulhu's violence and destruction. These two together are the true manifestation of Cthulhu's power.
After reading the description of the avatar, Liam Ran couldn't help but burst into laughter. Huashan, standing nearby, curiously asked, "Brother, what are you laughing at?" "I'm thinking about something that makes me happy." Huashan looked completely bewildered, but he dared not ask.
Liam was in a great mood and said, "Let's go, keep fighting the monsters. I'll show you something you've never seen before."
Then, he led Huashan forward.
At maturity, Cthulhu's body had grown even larger.
Its back can now accommodate more people.
Riding on Cthulhu's back, you feel as though you're aboard a small spaceship. In mythology, Cthulhu can grow as large as mountains and possess the power to destroy planets.
I wonder when my Cthulhu will ever reach that level. Though it's still a long way off, Liam Ran seems to have already glimpsed the future.
Soon, the two of them arrived at the base of the tower.
Liam Ran immediately came to a halt. "Boss, did you find anything?"
As Huashan opened his mouth, he followed Liam Ran's gaze and immediately saw a huge monster. Its size was nearly as large as Cthulhu's, with a humanoid form, covered in rough scales, and blood-red skin, resembling a lizard. The creature's body was engulfed in flames, emitting a scorching heat. Upon seeing this, Huashan's pupils suddenly contracted sharply.
"Is this the Flaming Demon Commander?" Chapter 41, The Mist of Baimong. The Flame Demon Commander is an extremely powerful monster. It is the second form evolved from the Molten Fire Lizard. After evolution, the Flaming Demon Lord's strength, speed, and attack power have all been greatly enhanced.
Most importantly, the Flame Demon Overlord now possesses the ability to summon Molten Fire Lizards. Attacking the Flame Demon Overlord often means facing dozens, or even hundreds, of Molten Fire Lizards at the same time.
Huashan whispered, "Brother, should we keep fighting? The Flame Demon Overlord is way stronger than the other monsters. It's no easy foe. Hard to deal with?" Liam Ran chuckled lightly. "Then just watch and see." Then, he immediately ordered Cthulhu to land. Roar! Roar!
The Flame Demon Commander sensed the commotion and let out a low growl, immediately spotting the two. The flames on its body became extremely intense, and its gaze was filled with aggression. Horse. The flame demon commander let out a sharp screech, and as its sound spread, countless shadows suddenly appeared from all directions. They were molten fire lizards, rushing in from all directions with overwhelming force. Upon seeing this, Huashan's expression changed slightly. "Leader, we should leave immediately. The flame demon commander can't fly, so we should still be able to escape." The arriving molten fire lizards numbered at least 100, and with the principle of drowning applying, the two of them would have a tough time dealing with so many spirit beasts. Huashan couldn't help but feel uneasy. Liu Ran remained unfazed. "Xiaoko, transform into a behemoth." "Who?" A breath of air spread out in all directions, followed by a wave of grey mist rising from Cthulhu's body. Its body swiftly merged into the grey mist, as if it had vanished into thin air. From within the grey mist, various colors of light began to emanate, and the mist instantly turned icy cold. The intense fog engulfed the surroundings in an instant. The flame demon commander roared, ordering the molten fire lizards to attack. At that moment, Baimong suddenly emitted a powerful mental fluctuation. Immediately afterward, all the attacking molten fire lizards came to a sudden halt, as if they had been frozen in place. Sizzle. Wave after wave of thoughts surged from the molten fire lizard into Cthulhu, and Liu Ran, through Cthulhu, could even read the thoughts of the molten fire lizard. This molten fire giant lizard was deeply disappointed it had been abandoned by its mother. This giant lizard had heard a legend that one of its ancestors had been attacked by a two-legged creature from another kingdom. A flood of thoughts rushed in, and the sensation was utterly novel. Even more astonishingly, Liu Ran managed to read the thoughts of the flame demon commander. This flaming demon commander had lost both parents at a young age and was ostracized by his clan. After being attacked by a two-legged beast in an accident, he took shame as motivation and began rigorous demonic training. Finally, she completed her evolution and became the leader of her tribe. As the leader of the flame demons, it seems to take pleasure in attacking its own kind, though it is unclear whether this stems from psychological trauma from its youth. It's also unclear which realm this two-legged creature hails from, as it even dares to attack giant lizards. That's truly impressive. After reading a large amount of giant lizard thoughts, Liu Ran turned his attention to Huashan. Should he try to read Huashan's thoughts? After thinking it over, Liu Ran gave up. Although he could access it, one wrong move could erase Huashan's consciousness, and that would be the end of him. As the mist from the Baimong continued to dissipate, all the giant lizards, including the flaming demon commander, had their consciousness erased. When Cthulhu returned to its true form, Huashan was shocked to discover that all the molten fire lizards around him were lying prostrate on the ground. The humanoid flame demon leader even walked up to Liu Ran and knelt down on one knee. Its expression was devout, as if it would follow Liu Ran's orders to the death. "Big brother, what's going on here? What's wrong with these giant lizards?" Huashan stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what he was seeing. Liu Ran laughed. "Of course I subdued him. Learn from me, your older brother has plenty of tricks up his sleeve." Huashan couldn't say a word. The astonishment he felt toward Liu Ran was simply too overwhelming. Although he desperately wanted to know how Liu Ran had done it, he dared not ask. Liu Ran didn't seem inclined to explain either. He waved his hand casually, and the Baimong space opened instantly. These giant lizards, including the flame demon commander, were all sent into the Baimong space. They are all exceptionally excellent cannon fodder. Let's go to the next level. After the flame demon lord was defeated, the 6th floor was no longer obstructed, and the two quickly entered the 7th floor. The 7th layer remained a barren wasteland. The main monsters here are still molten fire lizards, but they are significantly stronger than those on the 6th layer. In addition, the wasteland now contains other monsters. For example, there are various poisonous scorpions, venomous snakes, and sandworms that could emerge at any moment. Overall, the 7th layer is significantly more dangerous than the 6th. As he made his way through, Huashan was filled with fear and trepidation. If he had been alone, he would never have survived the 7th layer. However, the monster that looked utterly terrifying was easily crushed by Cthulhu with a single swat. The speed that seemed capable of melting flesh and bone had no effect on Cthulhu. On the 7th layer, Liu Ran still had Cthulhu transform into a behemoth. Through the mental fluctuations of the behemoth, he directly erased the consciousness of numerous spirit beasts, transforming them into mindless minions. As a result, Liu Ran recruited several hundred more mercenaries. These loyal followers were all dormant in the Baimong dimension, and Liu Ran could summon them instantly at any time. Before long, the 7th layer was also conquered by Liu Ran. He brought Huashan with him and arrived at the 8th level. The 8th layer remained largely unchanged, but the monsters had grown significantly stronger. If it were the unevolved Cthulhu, it might feel significant pressure and might not even be able to pass this layer. However, as Cthulhu enters its mature phase, its power has been greatly enhanced. Even the 8th layer poses no challenge to Cthulhu. He still charges recklessly through the 8th layer. During this time, Huashan even took the time to bring the glutton to maturity. He didn't do anything at all.
The gluttonous monster was able to grow so quickly solely because of Liam O'Rant's influence.
This only strengthened Huashan's resolve to cling to Liam O'Rant's coattails. Time passed slowly, and the final day of the Zhuang secret realm had arrived.
Chen Zhou and several other officials waited at the secret realm's teleportation array.
The group exchanged words among themselves.
By the end of today, the national champion will be announced. Unfortunately, we cannot see what is happening in the secret realm, otherwise we could find out who the national champion is in advance. I think Bai Yi is the most likely candidate.
After Lu Xiaojuan's accident, almost no one can compete with him.
Who said that? Liam O'Ran could even kill Lu Xiaojuan's beast companion. He might also be a possibility.
People were buzzing with speculation. Although everyone in the secret realm is a top scholar, the officials are almost all workers.
The national top scholars are basically between Bai Yi and Liam O'Ran, with no other possibilities. Humming.
A burst of light erupted, and several figures emerged from the secret realm. They were covered in dust and dirt, looking disheveled and exhausted, as if they had gone without food for days. As they appeared, the stone tablet nearby immediately displayed their scores.
Chapter 42, way ahead. Bai Yi is definitely in first place? Name, He Yueng highest level, 2 points, 3,280.
Name,
Guizhan highest level, 2 points, 3,631. Seeing these points, everyone looked surprised. How could the results be so poor? The highest level is only 2, that's impossible.
In previous years, the top-ranked students were at least on the 4th level in the secret realm.
Even the lowest-scoring students had over 10,000 points.
Chen Zhou sighed. They were all unlucky souls whose beasts were killed by Liam O'Ran. They later re-contracted with beasts and entered the secret realm. The newly contracted beasts are only in their juvenile stage and can't go far in the top-ranked secret realm.
Upon hearing this, the others immediately understood. Ah, it's all Liam O'Ran's fault. Ah, it's all Liam O'Ran's fault.
Among these people, those with poor mental resilience have even started crying out loud.
But no one felt sorry for them. If they hadn't followed Lu Xiaojun in attacking Li Moran, how would they have ended up in this situation today? It's all their own doing. Not long after, Lu Xiaojun also came out.
Surprisingly, his highest level had reached the 5th tier, and his points had exceeded 20,000. Although it was significantly higher than everyone else's, based on past experience, this achievement was only considered above average and would not qualify for the top 5.
Lu Xiaojuan's expression was unusually gloomy, his eyes brimming with suppressed hostility. Liam O'Ran, I will never let you off the hook. If it weren't for Liam O'Ran, how could his Azura blood dragon have died? If the Azura blood dragon hadn't died, how could his grades be so poor?
In fact, he only managed to reach the 5th layer because his family spent a fortune to find him a beast tamer with the bloodline of a dominant ruler.
Lu Xiaojun initially aimed to clear the 6th layer and secure the national championship title. But now, that's completely out of the question. After Lu Xiaojun, more people gradually came forward. Especially those who had no prior conflicts with Liam O'Ran, their performance remained unaffected.
They quickly pulled ahead of the others. On the stone tablet nearby, the rankings kept changing. Most people's scores were around 20,000 points, and the number of layers they had advanced through in the secret realm had also stalled at the 5th layer. A select few have managed to enter the 6th layer, with their points reaching as high as 30,000 or even 40,000. Such a score would have been sufficient to rank among the top 5 nationally in previous years. As time passed, the vast majority of people emerged. The rankings by the stone monument also began to stabilize.
Buzz. Hum.
Another flash of light appeared, and several people led by Bai Yi also emerged from the secret realm at the same time.
Ha! Bai Gongzi is the best in the world. Thanks to Mr. Bai, our grade should be pretty good too.
When Bai Yi emerged, the people around him showered him with compliments. They were overjoyed, as if victory were already assured.
Bai Yi also smiled and said, the dust hasn't settled yet, don't get too cocky. My results might not be the best yet.
Though he said this, the proud expression on Bai Yi's face betrayed him.
Soon, Bai Yi's results appeared on the stone tablet. Name, Bai Yi highest level, 7th level points, 98,600. 90,000 points. When everyone saw this score, they gasped in astonishment. Even Chen Zhou couldn't help but look on in astonishment. Is this real? Bai Yi, you actually scored such a high score. Bai Yi laughed, I just did my best.
As soon as the 90,000 points were announced, Bai Yi instantly rose to first place. His score far surpassed everyone else's. Lu Xiaojun stared intently at the score, his eyes bulging with anger. This score should have been his. He should be first.
It's all Liam O'Ran's fault. Ha! Bai Gongzi is way ahead in his grades.
This year's national top scorer is already Bai Gongzi's for the taking.
This result is a sure thing. President Bai Yi, when will our top-ranked guild be established? There are already quite a few people boasting about Bai Yi. Bai Yi said, don't rush. It's not over yet. The secret realm hasn't been completely sealed off.
Right, who else is still inside the secret realm?
Shenzhou said, there are only two people left in the secret realm, Huashan and Liam Oran. Shenzhou said, there are only two people left in the secret realm, Huashan and Liam Oran. Ah, Chu. Who's thinking about me? Liam Oran sneezed, shook his head, and cleared his mind. At that moment, he had already reached the 8th floor of the tower. As the light of the teleportation array surged, he officially entered the 9th floor. Huashan was extremely excited. The 9th level of the secret realm of the top scholar. This was something he had never even dared to imagine before, yet now he had achieved it. After the teleportation ended, the two arrived at the top of a high mountain. On the mountainside not far away, a massive phoenix was perched. Its entire body radiates an ancient golden glow, and anyone who dares to gaze upon it would likely feel ashamed of their own appearance. Is this the heavenly ruined divine phoenix? Brother, we've actually seen it. This is a mythical beast of divine lineage. Liam Oran nodded. As long as we defeat the heavenly ruined divine phoenix, we can obtain its egg. Liam Oran has been wanting it for a long time. Just then, the gaze of the heavenly void divine phoenix swept over, instantly spotting Liam Oran and the other. Screech! The heavenly ruins divine phoenix let out a sharp cry, and in an instant, the air around them seemed to surge. From all directions, it seemed as though a series of storms were forming. The celestial phoenix slowly flapped its wings, and its golden wings shone brilliantly in the sunlight, appearing exceptionally majestic. Huashan hurriedly exclaimed, Brother, we've been discovered. What should we do? Liam Oran said expressionlessly, Go eliminate it. Huashan's face turned deathly pale as he pointed at himself in shock. Me? Remove it? The heavenly ruined phoenix? Are you serious? Nonsense, of course it's fake. Hurry up and find a place to hide, it's coming after us. Huashan felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He hurriedly ran into the mountains and deliberately found a large rock to hide behind, peeking out only half his head to cheer for Liam Oran and shout 666. The heavenly void divine phoenix, radiating a murderous aura, charged forward. Liam Oran was not to be outdone and immediately summoned Cthulhu. Who? After the massive Cthulhu appeared, Liam Oran jumped onto its back and rode it into the sky. Little C, attack with your tentacles. Under Liam Oran's command, a large number of tentacles immediately charged toward the Tianqiu divine phoenix. These tentacles moved like lightning, aiming to pierce the heavenly ruins divine phoenix. Screech! Facing the tentacles, the heavenly ruined divine phoenix let out a piercing cry, and its entire body suddenly emitted intense golden flames. The tentacles of Cthulhu, upon making contact with the heavenly ruined divine phoenix, were instantly incinerated by the flames, reducing them to ashes. Upon witnessing this scene, Liam Oran couldn't help but be startled and immediately backed away. Fortunately, Cthulhu possessed the ability of infinite regeneration. Although its tentacles had been burned off, they would regrow within a few seconds. Liam Oran's expression grew serious. This guy is going to be a tough opponent. The mythical beast of the divine bloodline was indeed not as simple as he had imagined. Ling! The heavenly ruined divine phoenix let out another cry, spewing a massive fireball from its mouth. With a terrifying sense of heat, it charged toward Liam Oran. Chapter 43, System Task Subdue the Heavenly Void Divine Phoenix. As the fireball was about to strike, Cthulhu quickly twisted his numerous tentacles together to form a barrier. Boom! Fireballs erupted from Cthulhu's body, and intense flames continued to burn his flesh. Its tentacles were also reduced to ashes by the fireball's attack. Even half of Cthulhu's body was charred. Huashan, who was watching from below, was so frightened that his face turned pale. Is the boss going to lose? In his view, Cthulhu had suffered such severe injuries that there was no doubt he was going to lose. However, what he saw next was a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. There, half of Cthulhu's body, charred and burned, began to regenerate at a speed visible to the naked eye. The charred tissue automatically shed, giving way to new bodily tissue. Damaged organs also regenerate rapidly. This was simply unimaginable to Huashan. Liam Oran had no time to care about what Huashan was thinking. At that moment, he was directing Cthulhu to continue battling the Tian Sushin Huang. The tentacle attacks seemed ineffective. This Tianqiu divine phoenix was truly powerful. Liam Oran then tried group madness. However, the spiritual will of the Tianqiu divine phoenix was extremely powerful. Even the mass madness released by a mature Cthulhu was still withstood by it. When faced with the attacks of the Tianqiu divine phoenix, Cthulhu found it difficult to respond effectively. Without the ability to regenerate infinitely, Cthulhu might have been doomed. The heavenly phoenix let out a loud cry, raising its head high, revealing its innate noble demeanor. Li Machin spoke in a deep voice. Since that is the case, Xiaoko, transform into a Baimong. It was clear that ordinary methods would be insufficient to defeat the heavenly ruined divine phoenix. At Liam Oran's command, Cthulhu swiftly landed, safely bringing Liam Oran to the ground before an intense gray mist began to swirl around its body. Cthulhu also immediately plunged into the gray mist. The gray mist rapidly changed, emitting a blue glow and becoming extremely cold. This was the Baimong mist. The heavenly phoenix sensed this mist and instinctively felt uneasy.
It let out a cry, and intense flames erupted from its entire body. As its wings flapped, it transformed into a series of fiery storms, swirling around the mist and attempting to dispel the Baimong mist. However, the Cthulhu that had taken the form of a bimbo had no physical form. How could an ordinary storm possibly dispel it? Baimong emitted a powerful spiritual force in all directions. This mental energy immediately surged toward the mind of the Tianshu divine phoenix, causing it to let out an agonizing scream in unbearable pain. Screech! The heavenly ruined divine phoenix was enraged, flames erupting continuously and surging outward in all directions. The surrounding trees, rocks, and even the ground were being scorched by the terrifying flames. It wanted to completely dispel the annoying mist. However, this couldn't hurt the Baimong at all. Baimong's spiritual power grew even stronger, and the Tianshu divine phoenix let out another agonizing scream. This time, it could no longer hold on and plummeted from mid-air. It tried to resist Baimong's spirit, but it simply couldn't. Gradually, the cries of the Tianshu divine phoenix grew weaker and weaker. Baimong was attempting to erase its consciousness. Once successful, the Tianshu divine phoenix will be completely controlled by Cthulhu, becoming an absolute mercenary and puppet. At that moment, Liamo Ran suddenly sensed a hint of pleading in the Tianshu Shinowang's thoughts. The Tianshu divine phoenix's gaze was fixed intently on a spot not far away. There was its nest. Within the lair lies an egg emitting a red and golden glow. It is the egg of the heavenly void divine phoenix. It was pleading, begging Liamo Ran to spare it. If it dies, the egg will likely become a dead egg. Before its death, the Tianshu divine phoenix displayed a strong maternal instinct. Upon seeing this, Liamo Ran fell silent. Sigh. Liamo Ran sighed and hesitated. Killing the heavenly ruined divine phoenix was an easy task. All it takes is a single command from him. However, the thoughts of the heavenly ruined phoenix reminded Liamo Ran of his own parents. Just then, the system's voice echoed in Liamo Ran's mind. Detecting that the host is facing an important decision, system task assigned. Option 1, kill the heavenly ruined phoenix. Reward, fire attribute divine ability automatically learned when the host obtains a fire attribute ancient ruler. Option 2, subdue the heavenly ruins divine phoenix and make it a Cthulhu follower. Reward, early access to the faith feature. When the system voice appeared, Liamo Ran was immediately filled with excitement. The system has assigned a task? He carefully reviewed the two tasks. Can the heavenly ruined divine phoenix still be subdued? Upon seeing this option, Liamo Ran's eyes lit up instantly. The heavenly ruined divine phoenix was a mythical beast of divine bloodline, whose power rivaled even Cthulhu. If he could subdue it, wouldn't that be a tremendous boon? Liamo Ran immediately made his decision. Although killing the heavenly ruined divine phoenix would grant him a divine ability as a reward, it was a fire attribute divine ability, which was incompatible with Cthulhu. It will only be effective once he obtains a fire attribute ancient one. In comparison, the benefits of capturing it are simply too numerous to ignore. If one could subdue the Tianshu divine phoenix, then the Tianshu divine phoenix egg would naturally be obtained as well. Liamo Ran immediately spoke up. Alright, I have spent my life doing good deeds and accumulating virtue. I do not delight in taking lives. I will not kill you. I will not kill you. However, I want you to become my follower. Rest assured, believing in me will bring you many benefits, including eternal life. As a mythical beast of divine lineage, the heavenly ruined phoenix possesses extraordinary intelligence. It naturally understood Liamo Ran's intentions. Liamo Ran could tell that the heavenly ruins phoenix was hesitating. It wasn't sure whether what Liamo Ran had said was true or false. Moreover, the noble bloodline of the heavenly ruins divine phoenix made it difficult for it to accept the idea of believing in others. In fact, it was contemplating that once Liamo Ran let go, it would immediately rise up and attack, utilizing the Phoenix clan's ability to rise from the ashes, to destroy Liamo Ran along with itself, and then use the opportunity to be reborn. However, the heavenly void divine phoenix was unaware that, under the influence of the Baimong mist, all of its thoughts had been transmitted directly into Liamo Ran's mind. Liamo Ran threatened menacingly, I'll give you 1 minute to decide. Agree to my terms, and both you and the egg will live. If you refuse, I'll kill you first, then boil the egg. Scream. The heavenly ruined divine phoenix let out a sharp cry, attempting to resist. But it was immediately met with an even more intense suppression than that of the Baimong. Its consciousness began to gradually dissipate and grow fuzzy. It felt as though it would be erased in the next second. At that moment, the heavenly ruined phoenix finally surrendered. It let out a cry and bowed its head, signifying its submission to Liamo Ran. It slowly raised its hand, allowing the Baimong to end its transformation and revert back to Cthulhu. But it wasn't over yet. Liamo Ran jumped onto Cthulhu and slowly approached the heavenly phoenix. Release the mass frenzy. At Liamo Ran's command, Cthulhu immediately unleashed the mass hysteria. However, this mass madness was non-lethal and instead carried the countless whispers of Cthulhu.
The heavenly ruined divine phoenix sensed these whispers and instinctively sought to resist. However, under the threatening gaze of Li Mo-ran, it had no choice but to submit. Ultimately, the frenetic madness of the crowd surged into the body of the Tianshu divine phoenix, and the mental imprint of Cthulhu began to take effect within its mind. The Tianshu divine phoenix let out a piercing cry and began to crawl before Li Mo-ran. Congratulations! You have successfully tamed the heavenly ruins divine phoenix. Chapter 44, The System of Belief. Ling. Li. After being subdued, the heavenly ruins divine phoenix let out a cry. Its gaze grew unusually focused, as if it were a devotee, and its head bowed before Li Mo-ran. Is this considered a success? Just then, the system's voice came through. The celestial phoenix has been successfully subdued. Congratulations, you have successfully activated the faith system. Would you like to view it? Faith system? Li Mo-ran perked up immediately. Of course he wanted to see it. Soon, a virtual interface appeared in Li Mo-ran's mind. Name, Li Mo-ran. Deity worshipped Cthulhu. Number of followers 11000. Faith value 3, 860. Faith ability telepathic communication to deliver divine edicts, transfer damage and death, skill bestowal imprint. Li Mo-ran carefully examined the faith panel, and countless pieces of information were transmitted to his mind through the system. After finishing, Li Mo-ran couldn't help but let out an expression of surprise. All the followers Li Mo-ran had subdued through the former rulers could be counted among his own followers. Once the number of converted followers is sufficient, Li Mo-ran can establish a faith system centered around himself. Within this system, he is the supreme being. The Cthulhu he wields is the divine messenger sent by Li Mo-ran to the faithful. Through rituals and sacrifices, the followers continuously provide Li Mo-ran with faith points. In turn, Li Mo-ran can obtain numerous benefits through these faith points. For example, he can spend faith points to communicate telepathically with his followers, regardless of spatial distance. He can also issue divine decrees to his followers. Once completed, he will gain a large amount of faith points. However, divine decrees have special trigger conditions. Of course, this is merely the most basic ability. The key point is that he can consume faith points to transfer the damage he receives onto his followers. If he faces a fatal attack, he can even have his followers take the hit for him. The same applies to Cthulhu. Once Cthulhu's physical form is destroyed, it can be reborn within the dreams of its followers. Additionally, Li Mo-ran can consume faith points to perform skill imprints. Take the heavenly ruined divine phoenix as an example. If Li Mo-ran has enough faith points, he can even directly allow Cthulhu to learn the skills of the heavenly ruined divine phoenix. Unfortunately, the Tianshu divine phoenix is fire attributed, which conflicts with Cthulhu. But it's no big deal, there will always be followers of the water element. Moreover, he might not necessarily lack fire attributed former rulers. Of course, on the other hand, Li Mo-ran can also consume faith points to grant skill blessings. This allows followers to temporarily gain certain abilities of Cthulhu, such as immortality or regeneration, or even grant followers the ability to manifest Cthulhu's avatar directly. Most importantly, the more followers there are, the faster Cthulhu grows. Additionally, Li Mo-ran also received a system prompt. Cthulhu must obtain enough followers to grow into its complete form. To continue growing afterward, the number of followers required will also increase. If I want Cthulhu to grow to its full form, I must obtain at least 1,000 followers. Upon hearing this, Li Mo-ran's expression grew serious. Of course, the capabilities of a belief system extend far beyond this. However, due to Li Mo-ran's insufficient strength, these are the only functions currently visible. Once Cthulhu has fully evolved, we may be able to see more. With faith established, will a divine realm emerge in the future? The city of Laya that Li Mo-ran has always longed for, will it truly appear in this world? After all, the Cthulhu mythos is an extremely vast mythological system. Currently, Li Mo-ran has only mastered one of the old ones, Cthulhu. There are far too many more old ones like Cthulhu. Beneath them lie the ancient gods and mythical creatures. Above them are the three pillars of the gods and the outer gods. Li Mo-ran shook his head and cleared his mind. These matters were too distant, they were not something he should be thinking about now. He cast a glance at the heavenly phoenix with his great eyes. Name, Heavenly Ruins Divine Phoenix. Level 40 fully evolved. Attributes fire, light. Bloodline mythical. Bloodline mythical. Bloodline mythical. Talents immortality and rebirth, elemental domination, divine aura. Skills divine fire feathers LV1, blazing sun shackles LV1, world burning flames LV2, heavenly void rage LV2, silent nirvana LV3. Ancient bloodline affinity 176. Upon seeing the panel of the heavenly ruins divine phoenix, Li Mo-ran couldn't help but drool. This interface was simply too powerful. It actually has 3 talents. Immortal rebirth, capable of resurrecting the heavenly void divine phoenix. Elemental domination increases the elemental damage of the heavenly void divine phoenix by 500 and reduces all elemental damage by 50.
Divine Pressure directly suppresses the target's all attributes and has a chance to prevent the target from using their skills. It can be said that, as a combat-type beast, the Heavenly Ruin Divine Phoenix is the pinnacle of the pinnacle.
Unfortunately, its compatibility with the ancient bloodline is only 176, which is insufficient to qualify it as an ancient dominator.
Although the Heavenly Ruin Divine Phoenix cannot become an ancient ruler, it has at least become a follower of Cthulhu.
For Liam Oran, this was equivalent to gaining an additional Tianqiu Shenhuang as a henchman. After putting away the Great Eye, Liam Oran glanced at Huashan and motioned for him to come over. Huashan hesitated slightly, seemingly concerned about the Tianqiu Divine Phoenix. But upon seeing Liam Oran's expression, he immediately dared not delay and rushed over. Brother, did you win? What's the deal with this Tianqiu Shenhuang? Oh, it's already been subdued by me. Tamed? Huashan couldn't believe his ears. This is the Heavenly Ruins Divine Phoenix. A mythical tier spirit beast, can it really be subdued? Liam Oran ignored him and walked straight toward the lair of the Heavenly Ruin Divine Phoenix. Cthulhu and the Heavenly Ruin Divine Phoenix followed closely behind.
Huashan watched the massive Divine Phoenix pass by him and felt a chill run down his spine.
If the Tianqiu Divine Phoenix suddenly attacked, wouldn't it be reduced to a pile of ashes in an instant?
Seeing Liam Oran so composed, he clenched his teeth and immediately followed suit.
The nest of the Heavenly Ruin Divine Phoenix was enormous and extremely clean, with no unpleasant odors. It resembled a cave. As Liam Oran entered the nest, he saw an egg half a person's height, emitting red and golden light. This was the egg of the Heavenly Void Divine Phoenix. Liam Oran glanced at it with his great eye. Heavenly Ruins Divine Phoenix Egg. Health status good. Hatching progress 867. Incubation progress 867. Ancient Bloodline compatibility 231.
The compatibility of the ancient bloodline has not reached the required standard, so it cannot become a new ancient ruler. However, regardless of that, it is still a celestial phoenix of the heavenly ruins, at the very least a mythical beast of divine bloodline.
Liam Oran was deep in thought. If he were to unleash a mass madness spell from Cthulhu, could he turn this egg into its follower?
At that moment, the system prompt appeared immediately.
You may place the Tianqiu Divine Phoenix and its egg into the Baimon space.
Within this space, the faith of the followers toward Cthulhu will continue to deepen, but no faith-related activities can be performed.
Is there such a good thing? Liam Oran was pleasantly surprised.
So, as long as the egg is placed inside the Baimon space, once the Shao Tianqiu Divine Phoenix hatches, it will naturally become a follower of Cthulhu. The only drawback is that faith-related activities cannot be performed within the Baimon space, meaning that faith points cannot be generated.
Liam Oran didn't mind. At present, he only had one follower, the Heavenly Ruins Divine Phoenix, so whether or not faith points could be generated was irrelevant.
Therefore, Liam Oran immediately stored the Tianqiu Divine Phoenix and the Divine Phoenix egg in the Baimon space.
Chapter 45, National Champion. He actually subdued the Heavenly Ruins Divine Phoenix. Brother, what's going on? Where did the Heavenly Ruins Divine Phoenix go?
The disappearance of the Heavenly Ruin Divine Phoenix and the Divine Phoenix eggs left Huashan stunned.
Liam Oran waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry about it.
Huashan saw this and, though filled with doubts, dared not ask. At first, he had some grievances toward Liam Oran.
However, after 7 days in the secret realm of the top scholar, Huashan was completely convinced by Liam Oran. Not only did he unlock the Zhuang Yuan secret realm, but he even defeated the Tianqiu Divine Phoenix. This is an unprecedented feat that no one has ever achieved before. Liam Oran said, "Alright, it's time to go out."
Huashan was extremely excited and nodded repeatedly. At that moment, everyone outside was still waiting for Liam Oran and the others.
A tall, slender young man complained, "What are those two doing?
They've been in there for so long.
Could they have died inside?" The others also looked impatient. Today was the last day of the secret realm. Everyone else has already come out, leaving only Liam Oran and Huashan. People had been waiting for them for nearly an hour, but there was still no sign of movement. Buzz.
The light of the teleportation array suddenly burst forth.
Immediately afterward, two figures appeared. Liam Oran's voice echoed faintly, "Who said I'm dead?" Seeing the two of them appear, everyone sighed in relief. The tall, slender young man snorted coldly, "Even if you didn't die, so what? Do you think spending a few more hours inside will get you first place?" Liam Oran raised an eyebrow, "If I come in first, what will you do?"
The tall, slender young man sneered, "If you can come in first, I'll kneel down and kowtow to you." After Bai Yi's results were announced, everyone had already accepted that Bai Yi was the national champion. With a score of 98,000 points, he even set a new record for the highest score in history. Even Shinzhou couldn't believe that Liam Oran's score could possibly be higher than Bai Yi's. Liam Oran laughed loudly, "Alright, remember what you said." Just then, the names of the two appeared on the stone tablet beside them. First was Huashan.
Name, Huashan highest level, 9th level points, 97,600. 9th level. 90,000 points. Only 1,000 points lower than Bai Yi. This result left everyone speechless. How is this possible? Over 90,000 points? He's almost caught up to Bai Yi, and he's even reached the 9th level. He's just a provincial top scholar from Hanzhou province, how could he possibly score so high? Upon seeing his own scores, Huashan burst into laughter. Big brother. 900,000 points. I got 900,000 points. Thank you, big brother. You're like my own father. Huashan was overcome with gratitude. If it weren't for the crowd, he would have even hugged Li Mo Ran's leg tightly. Of course, he couldn't have achieved this on his own. It was all thanks to teaming up with Li Mo Ran. At that moment, Li Mo Ran's results were also announced. Name, Li Mo Ran, highest level, 9th level points, 309,200. 300,000 points. That's 3 times Bai Yi's score. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could there be such a score? People couldn't believe it, and Bai Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he were in a dream. Chen Zhou and the others were almost speechless. Li Mo Ran coldly glanced at the tall, slender young man and said in a deep voice, "Alright, the results are out. Hurry up and kneel down and kowtow." The tall, thin young man shouted, "I don't believe it. Your results must be rigged. How could anyone possibly score 300,000 points?" At that moment, the others also realized what was happening. Especially Lu Xiaojun, who seemed to have found something to hold over Li Mo Ran, exclaimed excitedly, "Right. He must have cheated. Mr. Chen, I want to report him. Li Mo Ran cheated in the top scholar's secret realm. I propose that his college entrance exam scores be cancelled." Around Lu Xiaojun, the other top students who had a grudge against Li Moran also joined in the commotion. Li Moran must have cheated. Recommend a thorough investigation. Investigate Li Mo Ran's cheating behavior thoroughly. I have never seen such a brazenly shameless person. Li Mo Ran sneered coldly, glancing at them and taking note of each one. Chen Zhou saw this and hesitated a bit. To be honest, he didn't believe Li Mo Ran could score so high either. Could there really be something going on? Chen Zhou asked, "Li Mo Ran, can you explain your points?" Li Mo Ran said, "No need to explain. I just got that many points." Lu Xiaojun immediately shouted, "I dare not explain. You're feeling guilty, aren't you? I knew it. You must have cheated." Chen Zhou also furrowed his brows. Beside him, Huashan saw Li Mo Ran being slandered and was even more anxious than Li Mo Ran himself. If Li Mo Ran was cheating, what was he? An accomplice? Huashan hurriedly shouted, "Damn it, shut up. My older brother cleared all 9 levels of the trial arena and even subdued the Heavenly Ruins Divine Phoenix. What's wrong with getting these points?" As soon as he finished speaking, the entire crowd was stunned. Chen Zhou immediately jumped to his feet, glaring intently at Li Mo Ran and shouted, You've subdued the Heavenly Ruin Divine Phoenix?" Li Mo Ran sneered and waved his hand casually. A piercing cry rang out. The celestial phoenix of the Heavenly Ruins immediately appeared before everyone. The immense pressure caused those around them to feel as though they were about to kneel down. It hovered beside Li Mo Ran, its gaze fixed on the people around him, as if it were filled with a murderous intent as intense as flames. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone's expressions changed. Chen Zhou was even more excited. "It's really the Heavenly Ruin Divine Phoenix. You actually did it?" He took a deep breath. Li Mo Ran's score was correct. After defeating the Heavenly Ruin Divine Phoenix, the current points would be doubled. Li Mo Ran's points were the result of the doubling. Upon hearing this explanation, everyone finally understood. No wonder Li Mo Ran's score is so high. It turns out it's doubled. Li Mo Ran glanced at everyone. "Who else accused me of cheating? Come forward." The people who had been shouting just moments ago now stood silent, as if they had been grabbed by the throat, unable to utter a single word. Lu Xiaojun's eyes bulged with rage, and jealousy nearly burst from his eyes. Why him? Even the spoiled rich kid from the metropolis couldn't do it, yet some penniless nobody from Tianfang province managed to pull it off. He refuses to accept it. Li Mo Ran walked up to the tall, slender young man and said calmly, "Enough. Kneel down and bow your head. My patience is running thin." The tall, slender young man turned pale. I'll apologize to you, okay? I was just joking earlier. I'll say this one last time, get down on your knees and kowtow to me." Seeing Li Mo Ran forcing him so much, the tall, thin young man finally gave in. Gritting his teeth, he collapsed to his knees with a thud and began to kowtow to Li Mo Ran. "I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken to you so disrespectfully. I'm sorry." Seeing him like this, Li Mo Ran snorted coldly and let him go. Chen Zhou and the others watched the scene coldly, showing no intention of intervening. He was filled with emotion. He never expected that someone had managed to tame the Heavenly Ruins Divine Phoenix. This is even more shocking than defeating the Heavenly Ruin Divine Phoenix. You must understand that the Heavenly Ruin Divine Phoenix is extremely arrogant. Unless it is raised from a young age, it is almost impossible to tame it. Even if raised from a young age, if the master is not powerful enough, they will never gain the recognition of the Tianshu Divine Phoenix. Chen Zhou announced, "The rankings for the Zhuang Yuan Secret Realm points have been revealed. I hereby declare that Li Mo Ran has achieved the highest score and is awarded the title of National Zhuan Yuan for this year.
This journey through the Zhuan Yuan secret realm has come to an end.
Everyone else may disperse. The top 5 scorers are requested to remain. The nation has prepared generous rewards for you. Please follow me to claim them.
Chapter 46, the National Top Scholar Reward worth 10 billion. Although Chen Zhou said that everyone else could disperse, not a single person actually left. Even Lu Xiaojun remained in place, staring intently at Li Moran. Several staff members brought over several trays covered with red cloth. Chen Zhou announced, the 5th place winner, Zheng Qichon, the top scholar of Donghai province, please come forward to receive your award. A young man with a well-proportioned build, dressed in blue, immediately shouted, here I am.
Then, a staff member approached with a tray.
Chen Zhou continued, congratulations. You have been awarded a national scholarship of 300,000 gold coins and a common skill stone. Zheng Qichang was overjoyed and immediately claimed his reward. Chen Zhou continued to announce, 4th place in points, Lin Jianqing, the top scholar of Zhongyuan province, come up to receive your award. A young woman dressed in a light green long dress immediately shouted and gracefully walked toward the podium. The girl was exceptionally beautiful, exuding an intellectual charm that made her the epitome of a graceful young lady, causing many to glance at her repeatedly.
Even Li Mo Ran couldn't resist.
Chen Zhou smiled at the young girl, good grades. Congratulations on winning the national scholarship of 500,000 gold coins and a rare skill stone. A rare skill stone. Upon hearing this reward, the crowd immediately grew restless.
The government is actually willing to give out rare skill stones? Damn it, why didn't I make it into the top 5?
A single rare skill stone is worth at least tens of millions of gold coins. Once learned, it grants a level 2 skill.
This is only the 4th place reward. How much better must the rewards for the top 3 be?
In this world, there are 5 levels of beast taming skills.
They are level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, and level 5.
The higher the level, the more powerful the skills. Based on level, skills can be categorized into 5 types: common, rare, legendary, mythical, and forbidden, totaling 5 types.
Each skill's level is fixed from the start and is almost impossible to improve.
Among these, the vast majority of spirit beasts and beast tamers possess only level 1 skills, and only a small fraction can have 1 or 2 level 2 skills, which is already considered top tier. Even the mythical bloodline Tianshu Divine Phoenix only possesses a single level 3 skill.
And this is still considered part of the mythical bloodline's inheritance. Only beasts with mythical bloodlines are born with a level 3 inherited skill.
Apart from that, there are only 3 ways to obtain level 3 or higher skills. First, spirit beasts of royal bloodline or higher must successfully awaken and evolve into extraordinary beings to unlock level 3 skills.
Most spirit beasts awaken extraordinary skills after becoming extraordinary beings.
Most of these skills are of a higher level than their original skills. When switched to Tianshu Shinuan, its extraordinary skill is a level 4 mythical skill. Second, learn it through legendary skill stones or even higher tier skill stones. Third, use skill evolution stones to evolve skills. Among these, the first method is the simplest, while the latter 2 are quite challenging. A legendary skill stone is priced at no less than 10 billion gold coins on the market, yet it remains in high demand with no buyers. As for legendary tier skill evolution stones, their market price can even reach 2 or 30 billion. Lin Jianqing accepted the reward and politely said, "Thank you, Mr. Chen," before walking away.
In the crowd, someone couldn't help but exclaim, "What a refined demeanor. That's exactly my type."
No matter where they are, beautiful women always attract attention. Chen Zhou then announced, 3rd place in the rankings, Huashan, the top scholar of Hanzhou province, come forward to receive your award. Huashan was extremely excited. He ran up without caring about his appearance, even tripping on the steps and nearly falling, causing people to laugh. Originally, given his academic performance, he had no chance of making it into the top 5. Yet, by clinging to the right connections, he managed to secure 3rd place. Chen Zhou announced Huashan's reward with a smile, "Congratulations. You have been awarded a national scholarship of 600,000 gold coins, a rare skill stone, and a secret elixir." Upon hearing his reward, Huashan was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly. A scholarship of 600,000 gold coins was still considered average. What's most important is that he not only obtained the rare skill stone but also acquired the secret elixir. The secret elixir can enhance the potential of beast tamers. The higher the potential, the stronger the beast will become after it grows. Sometimes, even a slight difference in potential can lead to a world of difference in the future. This reward doesn't need to be a rare skill stone.
Chen Zhou joked, "Don't get too excited, young man. You still have a long way to go."
Sometimes, choice matters more than effort.
Huashan nodded repeatedly, "Yes. Yes. Mr. Chen is right."
Many people looked at Huashan with complex expressions. Some feel envy and jealousy, others look down on him, while some pretend not to care at all. But deep down, they probably all hated themselves for not being the one who teamed up with Li Mo Ran in the first place. To have made it all the way to the 9th layer and even subdued the Heavenly Ruins Divine Phoenix.
Liemo Rant's strength is truly remarkable.
Following him, even if you just coast along, you can still end up in the top 5 in points. Following him, even if you just coast along, you can still end up in the top 5 in the rankings.
Take Huashan, for example. He was once an unknown figure, and Hanzhou province isn't exactly a leading province. But by following Liemo Ran, his scores are now almost as high as Bai Yi's. Isn't that just proof that choice matters more than effort? Huashan happily took the reward and walked away, repeatedly saying to Liemo Ran, "Big brother, I love you so much." He even wanted to lean in for a kiss. Liemo Ran looked disgusted. "Get lost, I'm not into that."
Huashan gave a sheepish smile and hurriedly stood beside Liemo Ran, looking every inch the loyal subordinate. Next, please invite the second place winner, the top scholar of the imperial capital, Bai Yi, to come forward to receive his award.
Scroll. Brush.
When the name Bai Yi was called out, everyone's gaze turned sharply in that direction.
Some felt pity, others schadenfreude. Bai Yi cast a complicated glance at Liemo Ran.
After all, with his grades, becoming the national top student was a foregone conclusion.
But then Liemo Ran suddenly emerged out of nowhere.
Although he was deprived of the top spot, Bai Yi did not feel jealous. Instead, he was impressed. To break into the 9th layer and subdue the Heavenly Ruins Divine Phoenix, that was something he could never achieve.
After Bai Yi took the stage, Huashan announced his reward. "Congratulations!
You have been awarded a national scholarship of 1.2 million gold coins, 2 rare skill stones, and 2 bottles of secret elixir. This reward is twice as much as what Huashan received."
Bai Yi nodded and said, "Thank you, Mr. Chen." Then he walked away.
His expression was calm, neither humble nor arrogant, neither happy nor angry, just like a cloud.
There is no need to say more. Chen Zhou's gaze fell on Liemo Ran. Everyone else was also looking at Liemo Ran.
Next, please welcome our national top scholar from Tianfang province, Liemo Ran, to come up and receive his award.
Huashan hurriedly shouted, "Big brother, you're amazing." After this incident, he had become Liemo Ran's loyal follower. Under the gaze of the crowd, Liemo Ran walked up to the podium.
Chen Zhou looked deeply moved. "I never expected that this year's national top scholar would come from Tianfang province.
Liemo Ran, you have brought me so many surprises.
I hope you will continue to study hard and strive to become a pillar of the great Xia kingdom."
These words of encouragement left some people feeling rather uneasy.
Especially those who had a grudge against Liemo Ran.
"Thank you, Mr. Chen. I will." Chen Zhou patted Liemo Ran on the shoulder and nodded with satisfaction. "Congratulations!
You have been awarded the national scholarship of 5 million gold coins, along with the exclusive legendary skill stone of the Tianshu Divine Phoenix, Stone Extinction Red Lotus."
Chapter 47. I originally intended to decline, but he offered too much. Legendary skill stone.
When this reward was announced, everyone present was unable to remain calm.
Even Bai Yi was filled with disbelief.
A legendary skill stone worth at least 10 billion.
The government actually awarded the national top scholar a prize worth 10 billion?
Chen Zhou explained, "This legendary skill stone has been sealed away since the top scholar's secret realm was formed. The nation has been waiting for a top scholar who can defeat the Heavenly Ruin Phoenix to appear, so that it can be handed over. Over the years, no one has been able to do so until today."
Liemo Ran took the skill stone and said, "Thank you, Mr. Chen. With this skill stone, the Heavenly Void Phoenix will become even more powerful." This is an immense boost for Liemo Ran.
After Liemo Ran stepped down, Chen Zhou announced, "The national top student selection for this year has come to an end. We hope that all of you will continue to grow and develop in your university life and become the pillars of our nation. You are the future of our country." Clap. As Chen Zhou led the applause, the surrounding staff followed suit. The exploration of the Zhuang Yuan's secret realm has come to a successful conclusion.
At this moment, Bai Yi addressed the crowd, "Everyone, would it be possible for us to stay here for one more day?
Tonight, I would like to hold a meeting regarding the matters of the Zhuang Yuan Guild to determine the arrangements for our future activities." Most of the people nodded in agreement.
Lu Xiaojun, however, didn't give a damn about saving face. He coldly said, "The top scholar guild? I don't give a damn about that." Then he turned and walked away.
Seeing Lu Xiaojun leave, some people hesitated for a moment before saying, "Mr. Bai, perhaps we should also withdraw from the Zhuang Yuan Guild."
"Right, we're not participating either." These people are all those who have had conflicts with Liemo Ran. They all withdrew from the Zhuang Yuan Guild and followed Lu Xiaojun as he departed.
This scene caused Lu Xiaojun's brows to furrow deeply.
As a result, the Zhuang Yuan Guild had lost over a third of its personnel. Everyone else was watching Bai Yi. With something like this happening, can the Zhuang Yuan Guild still continue? Mr. Bai, what should we do now? Is the guild still going to operate?
Bai Yi was still hesitating, unsure of how to proceed. At that moment, Liemo Ran suddenly spoke up, "The guild should proceed as planned."
"What, now that Zhang the Butcher is gone, are we supposed to eat hairy pigs? The Zhuang Yuan Guild doesn't necessarily require a Zhuang Yuan to join, does it?" There are many people whose abilities are no worse than a Zhuan Yuan, can't they be admitted? Liemo Ran's words immediately gained the support of many people. That's right, Bai Gongzi, if they want to withdraw, let them withdraw. Don't bother with them. Bai Yisong sighed in relief, gave Liemo Ran a grateful glance, then said, alright, we'll continue the meeting at the original location tonight at 8 o'clock. I'll treat everyone again. This generous gesture also earned him quite a bit of support. It is already evening today. Everyone returned to the hotel. Liemo Ran took a good shower and had a light meal. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? As Liemo Ran opened the door, he saw a young man in white robes. It was Bai Yi. Upon seeing Liemo Ran, Bai Yi spoke up. Liemo Ran, may I have a word with you? I have something I wish to discuss with you. His words were sincere and lacked the arrogance of a young nobleman. Liemo Ran hummed in acknowledgement and said, come in. After entering the room, Liemo Ran sat lazily on the sofa and pointed to the teapot on the coffee table, saying, pour yourself some tea. If one were a petty person, they might have been annoyed by Liemo Ran's dismissive attitude. But Bai Yi merely smiled, showing no sign of anger. After pouring himself a cup of tea, he said, I never expected this. The national champion this time is actually you. I always thought that Lu Xiaojun was my biggest rival. Indeed, there are always people better than you. I was too narrow-minded. As he spoke, he poured a cup of tea for Liemo Ran. Let's drink tea instead of wine. How about a toast? Congratulations on becoming this year's national top scholar. Liemo Ran saw this and clinked glasses with him. After they finished their tea, Bai Yi got straight to the point. I came to see you to discuss the matter of the Zhuan Yuan Guild. Liemo nodded. I had a feeling you would. When Bai Yi took the initiative to establish the Top Scholar Guild, he once said that whoever becomes the national top scholar would serve as the guild's leader. This was originally a competition between him and Lu Xiaojun. However, unexpectedly, Liemo Ran emerged as the national champion, leaving Bai Yi completely caught off guard. Bai Yi spoke earnestly. The head of the Top Scholar Association is crucial to my family's plans. I must become the head. Liemo Ran, although I said that whoever becomes the national top scholar would be the head, this position is mine. Please do not contest it with me. Is that acceptable? Liemo Ran flopped onto the sofa, interlacing his fingers and said, this is the guildmaster's position. A single call from you could rally thousands. Your request is a bit difficult for me. Bai Yi smiled slightly, holding up 2 fingers, 2 million gold coins, and I guarantee you the position of vice president, with control over the guild's core powers. Additionally, the salary for the vice president will be 1 million gold coins annually. In the future, if you wish to settle in the imperial capital, I will handle all the necessary arrangements for you and even gift you a villa in the imperial capital. Are you trying to buy me with money? This is an insult to me. Liemo Ran had intended to shout this at him, but the money was simply too much. Chairman Bai, I believe that under your leadership, the Zhuan Yuan Guild will surely rise to great heights. Bai Yi smiled. He slowly extended his hand, and Liemo also reached out his hand. Their hands clasped tightly together. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the banquet was held as scheduled in the hotel's top-floor ballroom. At the banquet, Bai Yi announced the official establishment of the Zhuan Yuan Guild. Everyone present would become part of the core management team of the Zhuan Yuan Guild. Bai Yi was elected guild master by a unanimous vote. Liemo Ran was elected as the vice president. As for the specific positions of the other members and the detailed structure of the guild, those details have not yet been finalized. Bai Yi suggested that after the opening ceremony of the Imperial Capital Academy, the guild would hold an official meeting. At this meeting, the guild's organizational structure, operational rules, functions, and the positions of all members will be formally established. Once all these matters are finalized, recruitment can begin. This not only requires time but also significant funding. However, the Bai family is a prominent clan in the imperial capital, and Bai Yi's father even has influence at the highest levels of the court. Funding is therefore no issue for the guild. After the guild was preliminarily established, Bai Yi still needed to apply to the Imperial Capital Academy and the imperial capital's official authorities. However, this is merely a formality. The eldest son of the Bai family wants to establish a guild. Who dares to obstruct his process? A banquet where both hosts and guests enjoyed themselves thoroughly. The next morning, everyone departed. Liemo Ran also stepped onto the teleportation array. As the light of the teleportation array enveloped him, Liemo Ran's figure vanished. The top scholar has returned. Ha! Come here, let me touch the top scholar and absorb some good fortune. Goodness gracious! The national top scholar? Our Yuelin city no, our Tianfan province has never produced even a single national top scholar. Upon returning to school, Liemo Ran discovered a large crowd waiting for him. It wasn't just Principal Zhao Deli and others, even the city lord of Yuelin city, along with prominent businessmen and major company executives from across the city, had gathered near the school. When Jiang Yuru saw him, she was overjoyed and almost rushed toward him. Gao Qilong quickly walked over and patted Liemo Ran on the shoulder. Excellent! 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 You truly are the talented youth of Yuelin City. You actually won the national top scholar title. You are the pride of Yuelin City. Li Moran blinked his eyes. Uncle, who are you? The area suddenly fell silent. Gao Qilong didn't seem the least bit angry. It's okay if you don't recognize me, little one. I'm Gao Qilong, the city lord of Yuelin City. You can call me Uncle Gao. Oh. The city lord's mansion has decided to award you 1 million gold coins as the national top scholars prize. Additionally, all items you purchase in the Moonlit City trading house in the future will be available at a 50% discount. Hello, Uncle Gao. Gao Qilong's lips twitched slightly. He had already heard that Li Moran was a very pragmatic individual. Sure enough, without mentioning the reward, he wouldn't even bother to call him Uncle Gao. However, he achieved his goal. Gao Qilong then announced to those around him, to celebrate the fact that our city has produced the national top scholar, the city lord has decided to host a 3-day banquet, open to all citizens of the city. During these 3 days, all goods at the Moonling City Exchange will be discounted by 30%. Oh. The crowd erupted into chaos, shouting in admiration of the city lord's generosity. However, just then, the situation took a sudden turn. A dark cloud descended from the sky. A hoarse voice echoed from within the clouds. Hey, humans, it seems you're in a festive mood. But unfortunately, today this place will become a battlefield. Everyone was startled. Gao Qilong looked up, his pupils contracting sharply. The Abyss Demon? Chapter 48, The Abyssal Demon attacks someone is trying to kill me? When the words Abyssal Demon appeared, everyone present wore expressions of sheer terror. The Abyssal Demons are humanity's sworn enemies. There is no room for compromise with these sworn enemies. They dwell in the dark, bloody depths, feeding on human flesh. Whenever the Abyssal Demons appear, it often foretells the arrival of a bloody disaster. Gao Qilong's expression grew unusually somber. Abyssal Demons? How could they appear here? Each Abyssal Demon was incredibly powerful. Even the weakest Abyss Demon far surpasses the strength of a human 4th-rank beast tamer. Within the black mist, a figure gradually took shape. This figure was particularly hideous, though it bore the appearance of a human. Its entire body was covered in blood-red patterns, and countless sharp spines protruded from its back. Its mouth was filled with sharp teeth, and its gaze was terrifying. It walked through the air with a look of contempt. Why am I here? Good question. A human sent me coordinates, and I never expected it to be above a human city. At those words, the entire crowd was stunned. How is that possible? Sending coordinates to the demon of the abyss? That's treason. Could this be a scheme by the demons of the abyss to cause internal strife among us? As the crowd began to stir, Gao Qilong shouted harshly, Monster! Don't stir up trouble. Leave this place immediately, or else you'll face the consequences. The demon from the abyss sneered, I've come all this way with great difficulty, how could I leave so easily? As soon as the words left his mouth, the black clouds in the sky began to gather faster and faster. Immediately afterward, a powerful aura of oppression enveloped the city of Yulin. Gao Qilong, seeing this, clenched his teeth and said, All enforcement team members, follow me into battle immediately. All civilians, evacuate the area at once. Zhao Deli, you are responsible for protecting Li Moran. Under no circumstances must he be harmed. Immediately send a distress signal to the city authorities and request reinforcements. As the Lord of Yulin City, Gao Qilong was still able to make a calm judgment in an emergency. After issuing the order, he immediately summoned his beast companion. Roar! Several angry roars erupted. A massive black eagle, a leopard with a spotted coat, and a white tiger were all summoned by Gao Qilong. The 3 beasts roared in unison, and a powerful aura erupted in all directions. These were Gao Qilong's 3 most powerful beasts, 2 of which had reached the awakening stage, and 1 had even reached the evolution stage. Zhao Deli rushed to Li Moran's side and shouted, Li Moran, come with me quickly. Li Moran nodded. He knew that the Abyss Demon was not something he could handle. Instantly, he was about to leave with Zhao Deli. However, the Abyssal Demon in the sky let out a mocking laugh. Can you escape? As soon as the words left his mouth, the demon immediately a black beam of light and charged toward the fleeing crowd. Boom! A violent explosion erupted among the crowd. Countless people fleeing the scene were instantly killed in the explosion. How dare you! Gao Qilong's eyes bulged with fury, and he immediately charged forward on the giant eagle. However, a flash of black light suddenly appeared. In the blink of an eye, Gao Qilong collapsed to the ground like a bird with broken wings, spitting blood from his mouth. After struggling for a few moments, he fainted. City Lord! Bad news! The City Lord is seriously injured and in critical condition. Gao Qilong's severe injuries have caused the already panicked crowd to become even more chaotic. People screamed and ran in all directions, as if the end of the world had come. The demon from the abyss sneered, this is merely a trivial manifestation of this king. In your human power system, it is roughly equivalent to a 4-star beast tamer. You cannot even resist this much power. Humans are still too weak. Those who heard these words nearly lost all hope.
The city lord, Gao Qilong, was also a 4-star beast tamer, and among the 4-star beast tamers, he was one of the best.
However, he was unable to withstand a single blow from the Abyss Demon. He was already the most skilled warrior in Moonlit City. If it were anyone else, how could they possibly face such a powerful abyssal demon? Fear me, humans. The more you fear me, the more I enjoy it. The demon of the abyss let out a chilling laugh, scanned the area with his gaze, and curved the corners of his mouth into a smile. I've found you. Then, it immediately dived downward. Its target was none other than Liam Ran, who was fleeing. Ha! You're the national top scholar of the Great Xia Kingdom this year? If you were allowed to grow, you might pose a threat to my clan in the future, but unfortunately, you won't live to see that day. The Abyss Demon immediately launched an attack on Liam Ran.
Zhao Deli, seeing this, shouted fiercely and summoned his beast to step forward and block the attack. However, the Abyss Demon casually waved his hand, sending Zhao Deli and his beast companion flying.
A black aura immediately enveloped Li Moran. Mo Ran.
Jiang Yuru, who was not far away, shouted loudly and rushed over immediately. However, the intense impact sent the surrounding crowd flying, and Jiang Yurua was also knocked back by the force.
At that critical moment, Cthulhu was summoned. Upon its arrival, it immediately extended its tentacles, enveloping Li Moran tightly, completely surrounding Li Moran within the tentacles. Boom! The intense explosion subsided, and the surrounding buildings seemed to have been completely flattened. Some people who were closer were even killed instantly by the shockwave. The enforcement team in Yuelin City could only evacuate the crowd and dared not approach to confront the situation. The figure of the Abyss Demon slowly descended. Though it's just a small county town, I should be able to have a hearty meal here. He looked toward the direction of the explosion. What a pity. The flesh of human geniuses is usually quite delicious. That blast probably reduced him to ashes. The black smoke dissipated. The next moment, the Abyssal Demon froze in place. The area where Liam Ran stood was completely covered by countless black tentacles. These tentacles had already been severed and destroyed. There was also a massive figure none other than Cthulhu. Its body was destroyed more than half, looking utterly horrifying. This is the price paid for enduring the attack of a demon from the abyss. Whoosh! The severely injured Cthulhu was automatically retrieved into the beast taming space and began to slowly recover. Under Cthulhu's protection, Liam Ran remained unscathed. He didn't die? The abyssal demon stared in astonishment. If that had been Gao Qilong, he would have been blown to smithereens by now. And Liam Ran is just a novice beast tamer. He actually managed to withstand it. Liam Ran said in a deep voice, "How do you know I'm the national champion?" The demon from the abyss sneered, "You humans are always so fond of infighting. This information was naturally sold to me by someone who specifically requested that I kill you. The price is that all the humans in this city will become my food." Who would do such a thing? Oh, that human said his name is Bai Yi. Bai Yi? Liam Ran was stunned. Bai Yi wants to kill him? How is that possible? Just as Liam Ran was stunned, the Abyss Demon launched another attack. The black aura erupted. At this moment, Cthulhu had suffered severe injuries and would require some time to recover. If this attack hits its mark, Liam Ran will surely die. Scream! At the critical moment, the heavenly void phoenix burst forth from the Baimon dimension. It immediately grabbed Liam Ran and Cthulhu and charged toward the sky. Boom! The abyssal demon's attack missed its mark, charging toward the distant streets and immediately triggering a powerful explosion. Trying to escape? The corner of the abyss demon's mouth curled into a cold smile, and he immediately gave chase. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached the heavenly ruin divine phoenix. However, Liam Ran, who should have fled, remained frozen in place. The demon of the abyss sneered, "Why aren't you running away? Human, I will allow you to escape for 3 more minutes. That way, killing you will be more entertaining for me." Liam said calmly, "It's no longer necessary." Then, he summoned Cthulhu once more. Despite his severe injuries, Cthulhu had fully recovered, as if he had never been hurt at all. The abyssal demon exclaimed in shock, "I clearly killed it. How can it be intact like this?" Liam remained silent. In response, an immense black mist engulfed him, along with the faint outline of a city. Shao Ku unleashed the full fury of Lai. Chapter 49. Great! It's the city lord of the provincial capital. We're saved. A massive shadow once again engulfed Yulin City. The ethereal form of the city of Laya descended slowly, resembling the end of the world. Those fleeing looked up at the sky, their pupils contracting sharply. What is that thing? A supernatural phenomenon. It's a supernatural phenomenon. It appeared 10 days ago. I remember now. It was the night the Zhou family group was destroyed that such a phenomenon appeared. Look up at the sky. That's Liam Ran. Oh my goodness, could he have caused this phenomenon? A hint of fear flashed in the eyes of the abyssal demon. This illusory figure actually made him feel a hint of threat. It's nothing but a desperate struggle. Humans, prepare to die.
The abyssal demon roared, his body erupting with black light, and a powerful energy surged toward Liam O'Ran. At the same time, Liam O'Ran amplified the power of the Lia's wrath to its maximum. The power of supernatural abilities is not static. As the spiritual power index of a beast tamer increases, the power of supernatural abilities also becomes more terrifying. Correspondingly, the amount of spiritual power consumed when releasing these abilities also increases. Once Cthulhu reaches maturity, Liam O'Ran's spiritual energy index also increases to 200,000. As a result, the spiritual energy required to unleash the wrath of Lia has increased tenfold. Naturally, its power has become utterly terrifying. As the light of the abyssal demon was about to fall upon Liam O'Ran, the wrath of Lia erupted. Boom! 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 A massive city plummeted from the sky, crashing down onto the demon of the abyss. He instantly felt an overwhelming pressure he couldn't resist. The energy he had released was actually repelled by the wrath of Lala's rage. How is this possible? You're just a novice beast tamer, how could you possibly possess such immense spiritual power? You must know that even a 4-star beast tamer like Cao Qilong would be no match for a demon from the abyss. Liam O'Ran's lips curled into a cold smile. There are plenty of impossible things in this world. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. The abyssal demon could feel this energy erupting non-stop, and his body felt as though it were about to be crushed. The strange phenomenon once again engulfed the entire city of Yulin. The shadowy form of the city of Lia appeared once more, this time more solid than ever. At the moment he unleashed his divine power, Cthulhu's form filled the entire sky. It felt like a forbidden gaze. The illusory shadow dissipates. The figure of the abyssal demon reappeared. However, it was covered in wounds, with multiple gashes across its body, having lost one hand and one leg. Its skull had been shattered, revealing the dark, putrid flesh beneath, a sight so repulsive it made one want to vomit. It's still alive? Liam O'Ran's expression grew serious. The wrath of Lala's rage didn't even kill this abyssal demon? However, the abyssal demon was even more enraged than Liam O'Ran. How is this possible? How could I, the king, be injured so severely by a mere human? It gritted its teeth and roared, "Human, remember this. I am Abaddon, the demon of the royal family. If the true king were to descend, he would tear you to pieces." Then, dark clouds gathered once more in the sky. The severely wounded abyss demon immediately charged toward the dark clouds. A pitch-black portal opened in the sky, and the abyssal demon was about to rush inside. "It's trying to escape," someone shouted from below. Just then, a loud, clear voice rang out. "Demon, you've killed countless of my kind, and you still dare to try to escape? Roar!" As a flash of lightning erupted, a middle-aged man dressed in gray, riding a celestial horse that soared through the air, charged forward. The lightning struck the abyssal demon, instantly reducing it to ashes. Not only that, but the intense lightning also surged toward the teleportation array, aiming to completely destroy the dark cloud. Boom! A series of explosions erupted, completely obliterating the black clouds and the teleportation array. From within the dispersing black clouds, the furious roars of the abyssal demons echoed, filled with unwillingness. "Humans, dare to shatter my avatar? This grudge, this king shall avenge." Then, a bolt of lightning erupted, and the dark cloud dissipated completely. Upon seeing the figures in the sky, the people were immediately filled with joy. It was Su Guanping, the city lord of the provincial capital. Great news! Lord Su has arrived, we're saved. Under Su Guoping's fierce attack, the dark clouds in the sky were finally completely dispersed, and the fear brought by the demons gradually dissipated. Su Guanping bowed deeply to the crowd from the sky and said, "Fellow countrymen, I arrived too late. It is all my fault for being careless and allowing the demons from the abyss to take advantage of the situation. I sincerely apologize to all of you." The people below were deeply moved. As someone of Su Guanping's stature, he had no need to go to such lengths, but he was still willing to bow to the common people. "Lord Su, this is not your fault. It is all the fault of the cunning demons of the abyss. Without you, Lord Su, we might all have died here. We are grateful beyond words. How could we possibly blame you? One day, we will definitely eradicate the abyss demons completely." Upon seeing this, Su Guanping nodded slightly, then immediately announced, "Carry the injured away for treatment. Compile a list of the casualties from this incident as quickly as possible. All economic losses will be borne by the provincial capital. Everyone, you may return. I will personally remain in Yulin City until this matter is completely resolved." The people finally breathed a sigh of relief and dispersed. Although the threat of the abyss demons was quickly subdued, the city of Moonlit City suffered significant casualties. Many houses in the vicinity were also destroyed. Silence. As Liam O'Ran touched down, he heard a burst of excited voices. It was Jiang Yurua. She looked disheveled, having fallen to the ground and torn her clothes, but she didn't seem to care as she rushed over. "Sister Ro." Seeing that she was okay, Liam O'Ran finally let out a sigh of relief and smiled. "That's great. I was so worried something had happened to you." Liam O'Ran laughed, "My life is as tough as nails.
Roge, yeah, let's go back first. Alright, let's go back. Although the joy of being the national top scholar was overshadowed by this incident. Fortunately, everyone is safe and unharmed. You can't leave. Just then, a cold voice suddenly echoed through the air. Liemo turned around and saw several middle-aged men glaring at him. Strangely, Liemo didn't recognize any of them. What's the matter? Do you want something? The middle-aged men turned to the city lord of the provincial capital, Su Guoping, and shouted, Lord Su. Liemo Ran is a heinous criminal. He maliciously murdered Zhou Yancheng, the chairman of the Zhou group, and over 100 security personnel of our group, and even directly caused the downfall of our group. His actions are more heinous than those of a demon from the depths of hell. We implore Lord Su to investigate this matter thoroughly, apprehend this man, and mete out the appropriate punishment to serve as a deterrent to others. Upon hearing these words, the entire crowd was stunned. People found it hard to believe. Zhou Wanliang was killed by Liemo Ran? That's impossible, right? He's just a rookie beast tamer, how could he? How is that impossible? The strange phenomenon Liemo Ran created just now was the same one that appeared on the night Zhou Wanliang died, wasn't it? Damn it! Even if Li Moran killed him, so what? Zhou Wanliang deserved to die. Besides, if it weren't for Li Moran intervening just now, we would all be dead by now. You can't say that. The Deep Abyss Demon was driven back by Su Chengzhu. Su Chengzhu deserves the most credit. He also killed so many innocent security personnel, isn't that a heinous crime? People were talking about it and pointing fingers. Even Su Guanping frowned and asked, is that really true? Chapter 50, The Truth Comes Out? Liemo Ran is arrested. Upon hearing Su Guoping speak in such a manner, the middle-aged men immediately rejoiced. That is the truth. We implore Lord Su to investigate thoroughly. Su Guoping immediately ordered, transmit my orders, arrest the suspect Liemo Ran and detain him at the Moonlit City Detention Center, awaiting further disposition. Everyone around was completely stunned. Especially the members of the enforcement team from Yulin City, who looked at each other in confusion, unsure whether to act. Zhao Deli hurried over and shouted, Lord Su, there must be a misunderstanding. Li Moran is just a novice beast tamer, how could he possibly be the murderer of Zhou Wanliang? Jiang Yurua also shouted, if it weren't for Liemo Ran intervening just now, many people here would have been killed by the abyss demons. Now you want to arrest him? Is that how you intend to act as the city lord? Even the people around them were deeply dissatisfied. After all, they had witnessed Liemo Ran take action and severely injure the abyss demon. I don't believe Liemo Ran is the murderer. Zhou Wanliang is a heinous criminal, he deserves to die. Liemo Ran saved my life. If you want to arrest him, you'll have to step over my dead body. The crowd was in an uproar, and many people even gathered around Liemo Ran. Those who follow the right path gain many supporters, while those who stray from it have few allies. Several middle-aged men saw this and immediately grew anxious, shouting, what are you doing? Are you interfering with Lord Su's enforcement of the law? Someone in the crowd immediately pushed them aside. Stop pretending. Do you think we don't know? You're just a few lackeys around Zhou Wanliang, managers of the Zhou group? Damn it, Zhou Wanliang is dead, and you guys aren't keeping your heads down and behaving yourselves. You're here to slander others, aren't you? Seeing that their threats weren't working, the others quickly turned to Su Guoping. Su Guoping furrowed his brows slightly but did not speak. Liemo Ran suddenly spoke up, Lord Su, there is no evidence or witnesses to prove that Zhou Wanliang was murdered. Why are you so eager to lock me up in the detention center? Su Guoping replied calmly, are you resisting law enforcement? I, Su Guoping, have always acted fairly and impartially. Merits and demerits cannot be offset. Since you are a suspect, you must cooperate fully with the investigation. If it turns out to be a misunderstanding, I will ensure that you are apologized to. Li Machen sneered, so you're saying I can slander others and spread rumors at will? Even if I'm exposed, all I have to do is apologize afterward? Liemo Ran's words only made the people around him even more agitated. Everyone began to speak, and the area became lively. Seeing this scene, Su Guanping's eyes flashed with anger. He coldly demanded, what are the law enforcement officers doing? Hurry up and arrest the criminals. Anyone who dares to interfere will be arrested as well. If you don't act, I will take matters into my own hands, and don't blame me for being ruthless. Su Guanping flew into a rage, and the members of the enforcement team dared not hesitate, rushing forward. The crowd grew even more enraged and tried to block the enforcement team. At that moment, Liemo Ran shouted, everyone, please listen to me. The area fell silent instantly. Everyone knows what Zhou Wanliang did in his daily life. On the day he died, who in Yulin City didn't cheer with delight? The demon of the abyss has just been driven back, yet Lord Su wants to arrest me for this matter. Am I truly a criminal deserving of the harshest punishment? Heaven must be watching. However, the law of the nation must not be trampled upon. I will go to the detention center today. Please do not try to stop me, and do not let this matter involve you. After a few words, the crowd not only refused to disperse but became even more agitated. Liu Ran whispered to Jiang Yurua, Sister Ro, they're coming to arrest me. Don't try to stop them. I've been set up, and the people behind this are likely very powerful. Once I'm taken away, you must immediately contact Jing Hong and have the Lu family get in touch with someone named by E in the imperial capital. I'll be fine. Jiang Yuru was about to say something, but seeing Liu Ran shake his head, she could only bite her lip and nod. As more and more people crowded in, Su Guanping shouted harshly. Enforcement team, aren't you going to arrest them? Several members of the enforcement team immediately stepped forward to apprehend Liu Ran. Those around them tried to stop them, but were all persuaded to step back by Liu Ran. In the end, under everyone's gaze, Liu Ran followed the law enforcement officers onto the vehicle. Before long, explosive news stories began flooding the headlines. The truth comes out? The top scholar becomes a criminal. Liu Ran arrested. Unmasking the hypocrites and murderers hiding among the people. 3 sentences to expose and condemn Liu Ran, no chance of appeal. Who killed the conscientious entrepreneur? Today's verdict, exposed. The true face of criminal Liu Ran. These news reports seem to have been orchestrated. As soon as Liu Ran was arrested and taken to the detention center, the news flooded the headlines of all major media outlets in Yulin City. Magic City, the Lu family. Father, Liu Ran has been captured. Your prediction was correct, the Abyss Demon couldn't kill him either. Lu Xiaojuan's eyes flashed with hatred. Before him sat a middle-aged man in a suit, sitting on the sofa with a dignified demeanor. He spoke in a lecturing tone. I've told you many times before dealing with someone, you must thoroughly investigate everything about them. This Liu Ran is the only person this year to have cleared the 5th floor of the trial tower, and the first person in history to have cleared the 9th floor of the Zhuan Yuan secret realm. If you use ordinary methods, how can you possibly defeat him? The once arrogant and domineering Lu Xiaojun now behaved as meekly as a quail, hurriedly saying, Father is correct. The deal with the demon of the abyss was not the doing of Bai Yi of the imperial capital. It was the work of Lu Xiaojun. After the Zhuan Yuan secret realm ended, he harbored a grudge in his heart. He swore he wouldn't rest until he killed Liu Ran. Fortunately, the Lu family had established a special communication channel with the demons of the abyss during their battles there, allowing them to conduct transactions with the demons through this channel. Originally, the Lu family was just a small clan in the demon city. Due to a deal with the demons of the abyss, they caused the deaths of countless rivals. In the end, he managed to rise to the pinnacle of the demon city and become one of the top families in the Great Xia Kingdom. Not only do they wield immense influence in the demon city, but they have also secretly gained control over numerous political figures in other provinces through various means, including placing bets on multiple sides and collecting compromising information. Among them is Su Guanping, the city lord of the provincial capital of Tianfang province. The plan for this demonic attack from the abyss was orchestrated by Lu Xiaojuan's father, Lu Jianming. According to the original plan, the abyss demons were supposed to cause chaos in Yuelin City, confirm the death of Liu, and then Su Guanping would step in to restore order and save Yuelin City. Demons causing chaos, the top scholar dying suddenly, how pleasing to the ear. Unfortunately, the demons from the abyss were useless and couldn't kill Liu Ran. Fortunately, upon learning that Liu Ran could subdue the Heavenly Ruins Divine Phoenix, Lu Jianming had already prepared a contingency plan. This contingency plan involved using Zhou Wenliang's death as a pretext to launch an investigation, framing Liu Ran as a suspect, arresting him, and then slowly constructing a case against him. Originally, Su Guoping had planned to come up with another reason. But once the wrath of Shintan Lalai was unleashed, he immediately had a ready-made excuse. A flash of determination crossed Lu Xiaojuan's eyes. Now, can we kill him? Lu Jianming shook his head. No, he can't die. Why? He killed my Azura blood dragon. If I don't kill him, I'll never forgive myself. The martial arts world isn't about fighting and killing, it's about human relationships and social conventions. He's this year's national champion. How many people want to recruit him? The charge of murder won't keep him locked up. If this escalates, the Imperial Capital Academy might even get involved personally. What will you do then? Lu Xiaojun clenched his teeth and said, so we just let him run wild? Lu Jianming's lips curled into a cold smile. My son, when will you ever grow up? Liu Ran is just a greenhorn. Being arrested out of the blue, his heart must be in turmoil. If you put aside past grievances and go to win him over now, making him your right-hand man, wouldn't he be overwhelmed with gratitude? But what if he agrees insincerely and then turns against you afterward? The abyss has a curse that controls people. Once you plant this curse on him, no matter how much he resists, he won't be able to escape. Lu Xiaojun was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. Chapter 51. Who wants to kill me? What? Liu Ran was arrested? Upon hearing this news, Lu Jinghong at the Imperial Capital Academy was utterly shocked. If it weren't for Jiang Yurua's phone call, she would have thought it was someone's prank. It wasn't until she opened the news about Yulin City that she realized something was wrong. Jiang Yurua told Lu Jinghong everything Liu Ran had said to her last.
Mo Ran felt that this might be a plot targeting him, asking me to find someone named Bai Yi, who seems to be the top scholar in the imperial capital.
Can you get in touch with him?
Lu Jinghong said, my father has some friends in the imperial capital, we should be able to get in touch with him.
Mr. Jiang, rest assured. Even if we can't get in touch with anyone, I will never let Mo Ran come to harm.
After hanging up the phone, Lu Jinghong immediately went to find his father. Upon learning that Mo Ran had become the national top scholar, Lu Jinghong felt a mix of reluctance and joy. She was genuinely happy for Mo Ran's achievements. In fact, she had already begun to look forward to her life at the Imperial Capital Academy with Mo Ran.
And now that Mo Ran has gotten into trouble, how could she possibly bear it?
Meanwhile, Mo Ran has already been locked up in a cell. The cell was equipped with a special energy array that continuously emitted a shielding energy, which constantly interfered with the beast tamers, preventing them from summoning their beasts.
The expressions of the enforcement team members guarding Mo Ran were grim.
One of them whispered, young man, we really don't want to do this. High Lord Gao is seriously injured and unconscious, and has not regained consciousness yet.
Lord Su has taken full control of all affairs in Yuelin City.
His orders must be followed. The enforcement teams in each city are almost entirely composed of locals.
Now that a national top scholar has finally emerged in Yulin City, it is good news for everyone in the city. This is a matter of pride for Yulin City. And now it's become a criminal who could bear that? Moreover, the Zhou group is notorious in Yulin City, with everyone calling for their downfall. Using this pretext to detain Mo Ran is something no one can accept.
Mo Ran laughed, don't worry, I won't hold a grudge against you. Perhaps Lord Su Cheng has been deceived by a villain.
We must trust the law. Several members of the enforcement team looked at Mo Ran gratefully.
After Mo Ran was detained, Su Guanping immediately established a special investigation team for the Zhou family group massacre case, vowing to handle the case with all available resources. Regarding the Zhou group massacre, Su Guanping emphasized, we must handle each case with high quality and efficiency, striving to ensure that the people feel fairness and justice in every judicial case. This is the fundamental value pursuit of prosecutorial duties in the new era and on the new journey. Time passed slowly, and before long, it was evening.
Mo Ran lay in his cell, appearing idle, but his mind was racing.
From the moment he returned to Yulin City, to the invasion of the Abyss demons, and finally to Su Guanping capturing him and throwing him into prison, the entire incident was shrouded in an air of mystery. The Abyss demon had stated that a man named Bai Yi had revealed his location, enabling him to descend here.
The only person Mo Ran knew named Bai Yi was one person. Could it be that Bai Yi wants to kill him? No matter how he thought about it, Mo Ran couldn't believe it was possible. He and Bai Yi had no conflicting interests whatsoever. However, those who have conflicts of interest with both him and Bai Yi have a clear target. Could it be Lu Xiaojun? Mo Ran hesitated.
If it were Lu Xiaojun, from a motivational standpoint, there seemed to be no issue.
But Mo Ran couldn't figure out two things. Why would the Lu family collude with the demons of the Abyss? How could the Lu family influence Su Guanping? Does Su Guanping know the inside story?
He doesn't believe this was all planned by Lu Xiaojun alone.
Even Su Guoping got involved. It must be the work of a powerful family or faction. If it was indeed the Lu family behind it, how did they convince Su Guoping to cooperate with this matter? What is the Lu family's objective? Do they want to kill me?
Mo Ran thought it was highly likely, but upon further reflection, he found some inconsistencies.
If they intended to kill him, why go to the trouble of fabricating charges and imprisoning him here?
In the end, Mo Ran couldn't help but think that perhaps this wasn't orchestrated by the Lu family, but by the family behind a certain top scholar.
For now, he could only speculate. However, no matter how you look at it, Mo Ran is certain that someone is behind this. If Su Guanping hadn't fabricated charges against him, he would still think this was just a coincidence. But now, there is no need to say more. Squeak! The cell door was opened, and several law enforcement officers approached. Mo Ran, it's time to eat.
They walked over carrying a tray and placed it on a simple table nearby. A member of the enforcement team whispered, brother, I added 2 pieces of braised pork for you.
Eat quickly. Su Chengzhu has transferred a new enforcement team from the provincial capital. They will take over our work. Get ready for what's coming. Mo Ran heard this and nodded solemnly. Thank you for the reminder.
Subsequently, several members of the enforcement team departed. The new enforcement team dispatched from the provincial capital was clearly targeting him. After all, Su Guanping might have felt that the local enforcement team wasn't up to the task.
But now Mo Ran is also unable to resist. No matter how strong he is, he could never be a match for the city lord of the provincial capital. I wonder if Sister Rong has managed to get in touch with Bai Yi yet. Mo Ran felt that this matter was most likely related to the Lu family. Even if the Lu family wasn't the mastermind behind it, there was definitely someone with connections to the Lu family involved. Now, if he wanted to break the deadlock, he could only wait for the Bai family in the imperial capital to make their move. Let's just hope the Bai family acts quickly. Soon, Mo Ran cleared his mind and began to eat.
The prison food was actually quite bland, but the enforcement team added 2 pieces of braised pork, which contrasted sharply with the plain meal.
Li Moran picked up a piece, and the aroma immediately filled the air. Sniff, sniff. What's that smell? Neighbor, what are you eating?
At that moment, a voice suddenly came from the cell next to Li Moran's. Li Moran turned his head and saw a man with a sharp nose and sunken cheeks, thin and tall, leaning against the iron bars, his eyes gleaming and drooling.
Ko-ro, what's wrong?
The man jumped up suddenly. That's not fair. Damn it, I've been eating plain cabbage with boiled water every day, and my stomach is so bland it's like water.
Why do you get to eat braised pork? Li Moran took a big bite of the pork belly, the rich meat aroma spreading in his mouth.
He ate while saying, I have connections.
You're not happy about that, are you?
Brother, you sure are straightforward.
Since I called you big brother, could you give me a piece? No, half a piece? The one in your mouth is fine, I don't mind the drool. Put. Can you stop being so gross? You don't mind, but I do. Brother. Dad. Can I call you dad? Just let me have a bite, just one bite. Li Moran was truly helpless.
He used his chopsticks to pick out a small piece of braised pork and tossed it to him. The tall, thin man immediately acted as though he had tasted the most delicious thing in the world, devouring it with such enthusiasm that he even licked his fingers repeatedly. After finishing, he still felt unsatisfied. However, Li Moran had already finished all the remaining pork belly, leaving none for him to eat. The tall, slender man struck up a conversation. Brother, you look so young.
How did you end up here?
Oh, they think I killed Zhou Yancheng and took out over 100 security guards from the Zhou family group.
Chapter 52, Dead End. Su Guoping's Coercion. What? You killed Zhou Yancheng?
Ha, I'd rather believe I'm Emperor Qin Shi Huang than that.
The tall, thin man burst into laughter upon hearing Li Moran's words. Li Moran sighed and said, Sigh, I think so too.
If you can figure this out, your brain could be the governor of the provincial capital.
By the way, how did you get in here? When Li Moran asked, the tall, slender man felt a pang of sadness.
Well, I used to be a live streamer, doing game content streams.
I caught the wave and became pretty popular for a while. Oh, I see. Did you get involved in gambling? The CEO of a certain platform was arrested for running an online casino, and you got caught up in it, right? You're full of it. The tall, slim man glared at Li Moran. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Oh, then why did you come in? Well, it's a long story.
The tall, thin man began to reminisce about the past.
I once had a love that was deeply etched in my heart.
My wife was a woman with a round face, a pointed chin, thin lips, and a short, slightly plump build. She pursued me after I became famous, and at the time, I thought I had found love, so I agreed without hesitation.
We got married in a hurry. After marriage, I took charge of live streaming to make money. My wife, on the other hand, was more into having fun. She would go out early every morning and come back late at night. I also had 5 cats at home, all of which I took care of. I worked hard every day live streaming to make money, earning around several 100,000 gold coins a month, all of which I spend on her. You tell me, what is wrong with a man spending money on his wife?
Even though she can spend 40,000 gold coins in 3 days, has a bad temper, and never does any housework, and even scolds me for not taking good care of the cats, I still feel very happy. But then, because of an online argument with someone, she actually wanted to divorce me. Not only did she take all my money, but she also made me quit the internet and pay her 7 million in compensation for emotional distress. Most importantly, she also sued me for defamation.
Li Moran fell silent. He finally figured out how this guy had gotten in. Typical. All I can say is, the world is a big place, and there's nothing you won't find in it. A tall, slender man cried out, Tell me, what did I do wrong?
Li Moran replied indifferently, Whether you're wrong or not doesn't matter to me, but men who chase after women will never end well.
What? I'm not a turtle man. And you can't talk about her like that. She's different. She must have her reasons. Li Moran's lips twitched slightly, and after a few seconds, he finally spoke. Then when will you jump off the bridge after you leave? I'll order you some takeout. The tall, thin man started crying again. Bang. A loud, harsh sound echoed through the room as 2 towering law enforcement officers burst in. Li Moran, step forward. The voice abruptly cut off the tall, thin man sobbing. Li Moran also raised his eyes and looked at the 2 of them. What's the matter? The 2 snorted coldly, one on each side, and handcuffed Li Moran. Come with us. Wait. Li Moran shouted. Where are you taking me? What do you want? You deliberately murdered the renowned conscientious businessman Zhou Yancheng. The evidence is irrefutable. No trial is necessary. You are sentenced to death immediately. The execution will take place tomorrow. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Moran hadn't said a word, but the tall, slender man froze in place. You really killed Zhou Yancheng? 2 law enforcement officers shouted, Get back to your cell. Do you want to be executed too? The tall, thin man shrunk his head and dared not speak. Li Mochen said coldly, Death penalty? You have some nerve.
Even the Supreme Court of the nation hasn't stated that there are cases where the death penalty can be carried out without a trial. How dare you place yourselves above the laws of the Great Xia Kingdom? Still trying to wriggle out of it? Lord Su has already signed the order. Your excuses are useless. 2 enforcers roughly dragged Li Mo ran away and threw him into a solitary cell. The cell was extremely cramped, with a suffocating atmosphere, and there were even broken torture instruments and bloodstains on the walls. If an ordinary person were brought here, they would likely have been terrified out of their wits by now. After throwing Li Mo ran inside, the law enforcement officers paid no further attention to him. This was Su Guanping's intention. Carrying out the death penalty was obviously meant to scare him. Su Guanping has no authority to carry out the death penalty on anyone, and even if he did, he wouldn't dare. Li Mo ran is the national top scholar, no one dares to kill him casually. Otherwise, if the Imperial Capital Academy intervenes in the investigation, things will get very serious. By doing this, he was essentially torturing Li Mo ran, making him feel afraid and desperate, which would make it easier to control him later on. Time passed slowly, and before long, it was deep into the night. Rustling sounds. A faint sound caught Li Mo ran's attention, followed by footsteps. Soon, a tall, muscular figure slowly approached. He casually opened the cell door and glanced at Li Mo ran. The national champion is actually locked up in this cramped cell? How tragic. Li Mo ran glanced at him. What? Are you here to mock me? The burly man coldly replied, Kid, do you want to go outside? No. Great. As long as you agree to one request, I can do anything? You don't want to go out. Nonsense. I feel like I'm at home here. Everyone here is talented and speaks so nicely. I absolutely love it here. The burly man's expression darkened. You're going to be executed tomorrow. Aren't you afraid? Li Mo ran mocked. You believe I'll be executed tomorrow? You might as well believe I'm Emperor Qin Shi Huang. The burly man grew furious. Threatening seems to be a dead end. Li Mo ran seemed to have seen through their intimidating tactics. But soon, the burly man sneered, Good. Very good. You're indeed the national champion, you do have the courage. Li Mo ran raised an eyebrow. What? You're not pretending anymore? I thought you were really going to set up an execution ground to scare me. The burly man said, We did intend to scare you, but it seems we couldn't scare you after all. What exactly are you trying to achieve by doing this? And who is it that wants to target me? Even the city lord of the provincial capital, Su Guanping, is cooperating with you. The person behind this must be quite powerful, right? The burly man snorted, Humph. Asking me won't help. I'm just a lowly henchman hired by Lord Su. I know nothing. Lord Su specifically instructed that if you cooperate, you can leave and continue your life as the national champion, living in glory. What if I refuse? The burly man said menacingly, Then I will kill you with my own hands, and Lord Su will use me as a scapegoat. Although I will die, my family will rise to prominence and transcend our social class, becoming people above others. As soon as he finished speaking, the burly man immediately summoned his beast. Roar! This is a humanoid beast rider covered in black flames, with horns on its head. The flames on its body seemed to come from hell, instantly turning the surrounding environment into a place of despair. Li Mo ran furrowed his brows. Is this the dark magic sheep? The burly man said, That's right. It's a dark magic sheep with an extraordinary bloodline, and it's already reached the extraordinary physique stage. This is a beast that Lord Su personally found for me to contract with. If you die by its hands, you'll die with no regrets. Li Mo ran's expression finally changed. The burly man's gaze was resolute, even borderline fanatical. Li Mo ran sensed that his words might not be entirely false. I'll ask you one last time, will you cooperate or not? If we do, what would I need to do? Let us place a curse upon you. Rest assured, you will not die, but if you betray us, this curse will cause you unbearable suffering. Hearing this, Li Mo ran probably figured it out. The person behind this must have wanted to kill him from the start. The Abyss Demon was a big player. However, after the Abyssal Demon's plan to kill him failed, the other party may have developed the idea of recruiting him, which is why they imprisoned him in a cell, intending to force him to comply. Currently, the other party likely has little patience left. If I refuse, they will kill me even if it means taking risks. The dark magic sheep of the supernatural realm is far beyond the current Cthulhu's ability to handle. This nearly drove him to the brink of despair. Li Mo ran thought for a moment and said, May I consider it and give you an answer tomorrow? If I refuse, you can kill me tomorrow. The burly man coldly replied, There is no tomorrow. Lord Su's meaning is clear, you must make your choice tonight. Whether you live or die is up to you. Chapter 53, Military Intervention. The burly man stared intently at Li Mo ran. That gaze seemed to say that if Li Mo ran dared to say a single word of refusal, he would immediately strike him down. Faced with this situation, he had to find a way to save himself. At least let me make a phone call, just 1 minute. You know, I'm the national champion. If I die here under unclear circumstances, the government will investigate, and they might uncover the truth.
At that point, Lord Su's promise to you might not hold any weight. Are you threatening me? No, I'm just discussing it with you. Let me make a phone call, and after that, I'll agree to cooperate with you. The burly man hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Li Mo-ran saw this and immediately contacted Jiang Yuruo. Because the burly man was watching him, Li Mo-ran couldn't explain the situation. However, since they had known each other for a long time, Li Mo-ran only asked a few casual greetings, and Jiang Yuru immediately realized that Li Mo-ran's situation was likely quite dire. She contacted Lu Jinghong again. A minute later, the call was disconnected. Li Mo-ran said indifferently, I can cooperate with you, but you must tell me what that curse is. I've never heard of it before. The burly man, seeing that Li Mo-ran had agreed, relaxed his expression slightly. I don't understand that curse either. It was Su Chengzhu who told me about it. You should go ask him. Alright then. By the way, I haven't had dinner yet. Can I eat first? I've already agreed to help you, so there's no rush. Don't try to pull a fast one on me. Despite his words, the burly man still had the enforcement officers bring him dinner. This time, there was no braised pork. Li Mo-ran deliberately chewed slowly to stall for time. He certainly wasn't willing to become a puppet controlled by Su Guanping or some other powerful figure. Now that the news had spread, what he needed most was time. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man arrived in a hurry with several people in tow. Upon seeing the arrivals, the burly man instinctively felt uneasy. He had just stood up, intending to walk toward Li Mo-ran, when a cold shout came from the side. I am Lu Jiwen, commander of the 9th Military Region of Tianfang Province. I'm here to take someone away. This is an official document from the military region. Division Commander? Upon hearing this title, the burly man froze in place. He glanced at the middle-aged man's shoulder insignia 2 bars and 4 stars. Colonel. His mind went blank. Lu Jiwen didn't even acknowledge the burly man, instead opening the cell door directly. You're Li Mo-ran? Li Mo-ran immediately stood up, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. He knew he was saved. Taking a deep breath, Li Mo said, I have met General Lu. Lu Jiwen smiled and said, you and Jinghong are close. I'm his third uncle. Just call me Uncle Lu. Alright, come with us for now. Li Mo-ran nodded and immediately called out, Uncle Lu. He then prepared to leave with Lu Jiwen and the others. The burly man grew anxious and hurriedly said, does Lord Su know about this matter? Lu Jiwen coldly replied, this is a matter for the Supervisory Commission and the Disciplinary Commission. I am here only to escort them away. Anyone who dares to obstruct us is declaring war on the military. The group moved through unimpeded and quickly left the prison. Once outside, Lu Jiwen smiled and asked, how was it inside the cell? Li Machen replied, it was terrible. That's exactly right. You're young, so acting impulsively is understandable. However, through today's incident, you should also understand that next time you kill someone, don't make such a big commotion. Hearing this, Li Mo-ran was at a loss for words for a moment. Judging by his expression, Lu Jiwen was certain that Zhou Wanliang had been killed by him. Although this was indeed the case, Li Mo-ran still felt a bit awkward. He decided to change the subject and said, during the recent invasion of the Abyssal Demons, it was mentioned that someone had intentionally revealed the coordinates of Yuelin City. I suspect that this incident is related to Su Guoping, right? Li Mo-ran nodded, but then shook his head. I don't know about that, and it's not something I can handle. Although the Lu family holds many important positions in the Tianfang Province military region, their influence is limited to Tianfang Province. A young man named Bai Yi from the imperial capital came to our house and specifically asked for you. If you have anything to discuss, you should go talk to him. Upon hearing that Bai Yi had also arrived, Li Mo-ran finally felt a weight lifted from his heart. With Bai Yi here, he was completely safe. Soon, Li Mo-ran was taken to the Lu family's residence. Upon arriving at the Lu family residence, Li Mo-ran also met Lu Jinghong's father, Lu Ziyuan, the commander of the Tianfang provincial military region. And Bai Yi had also arrived. So this is the national champion? I've heard Jinghong mention you many times, but I've never seen you before. Now that I see you, the younger generation is truly formidable. You may call me Uncle Lu. Li Mo-ran nodded and said, hello, Uncle Lu. Then he turned to Bai Yi. Bai Yi smiled and said, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Ziyuan dismissed the others. In the living room, only Lu Ziyuan, Bai Yi, and Li Mo-ran remained. Lu Ziyuan also put away his smile, his expression turning serious as he spoke. Tell me about your experiences and thoughts over the past 2 days. Li Mo-ran, upon hearing this, began his account from the moment the demonic forces first invaded. He recounted every word the demons had spoken to him during the invasion, as well as all the experiences he had endured after being imprisoned, including the attempts by that burly man to recruit him, leaving out not a single detail. After finishing his account, Li Mo-ran spoke up, I am certain that someone is targeting me. Bai Yi said, indeed, your manager and everyone around him are acting strangely. If no one planned this, I wouldn't believe it either. Lu Ziyuan said, what do you think? Li Mo's expression immediately darkened. I suspect it might be related to the Lu family of Magic City. The Lu family of Magic City? Upon hearing those words, both Bai Yi and Lu Ziyuan's expression shifted slightly. Lu Ziyuan spoke in a solemn tone, you must think this through carefully. This matter involves colluding with the demons of the abyss. It's not something to be taken lightly. Especially when it comes to the Lu family, such a powerful and influential clan. Without decisive evidence, you could easily be accused of slander. Li Machen pondered, I do not have evidence, but considering the family that has both a conflict with me and such immense power, after much thought, the Lu family is the only possibility. Bai Yi frowned and said, this matter is of great importance. I need to report it to the family. Moreover, this matter is not yet resolved, and you still have cases to handle. As he spoke, Li Mo Ran's expression grew more serious. Lu Ziyuan said, tell me the truth. Did you really kill Zhou Wanliang? Bai Yi also looked at him. A 3-star beast tamer, along with over 100 2-star beast tamers, had been killed in a single night. The killer was a novice beast tamer. This situation is truly baffling. In fact, it's even more outrageous than Liamo Ran subduing the heavenly ruins divine phoenix. Liamo Ran remained silent for a long time before saying, that's right, I killed it. As soon as the words left his mouth, both Lu Ziyuan and Bai Yi looked at him in shock. Chapter 54, both sides make their moves, the dust settles. How did you manage that? After Lu Ziyuan asked about it, Li Machen revealed that he had obtained a divine ability as a reward for reaching the 5th floor of the trial tower. My spiritual power index is nearly 10 times that of a beastmaster of the same rank, so the power of the divine ability I release is also 10 times that of a divine ability of the same rank. As Li Mo Ran spoke, he demonstrated his spiritual power. Currently, my spiritual power index has reached 200,000. Lu Ziyuan immediately took out a device to measure spiritual power index. Soon, the corresponding values appeared on the screen. 200,000. At that moment, the two were even more shocked than when Liamo Ran demonstrated his supernatural abilities. Bai Yi found it hard to believe. After all, his spiritual energy index was only 60,000, which was already far beyond his peers. And Liamo Ran's spiritual power index is more than 3 times his own. Lu Ziyuan sighed, no wonder, no wonder. With such a high spiritual energy index, combined with the power of divine abilities, it is indeed possible. Zhou Wanliang died a just death. Both of them had already believed it. Liamo Ran asked, Uncle Lu, regarding the matter of me killing Zhou Wanliang, how do you plan to handle it? Lu Ziyuan replied, the military must not interfere in local administration. Bringing you out of prison is the most I can do. This matter ultimately requires the intervention of other forces. Liamo Ran understood. How should this matter be handled? Perhaps only Bai Yi could help him. Bai Yi paused for a moment before speaking, my father has connections with the top official in Tianfang province. I will contact him shortly and have Zhou Wanliang's death classified as a gang-related incident, with no connection to you. Liamo Ran sighed in relief. With that, the matter was finally settled. What will I have to give in return? With the Bai family's influence, this matter can certainly be resolved with ease. But this is still a favor. Liamo Ran wasn't some clueless newbie. Bai Yi smiled and said, the Zhuan Yuan Guild is crucial to the Bai family's future plans. Now that you are the deputy leader, all you need to do is work hard to establish the guild's reputation and develop it properly. That will be sufficient. Alright, I understand. After saying this, Bai Yi took his leave and departed. After Bai Yi had left, Liamo Ran said, thank you for your help, uncle. If there's anything I can do for you, please don't hesitate to ask. I'll do my best. Without Lu Ziyuan's intervention, he would still be in prison right now. He couldn't forget this favor. Lu Ziyuan smiled and said, I actually have something I need to ask of you. Liamo Ran sat up straight, his expression respectful. I can tell that Ginghong really likes you. Now that you've both entered the Imperial Capital Academy, I hope you can maintain a good relationship with her. The Lu family has many enemies. If something were to happen to me one day, you must promise to do everything in your power to protect Ginghong. Liamo Ran widened his eyes. This sounded like a last will and testament. He hurriedly said, Uncle, how could you possibly meet with misfortune? Lu Ziyuan said, I am a soldier. Every year, I spend a significant amount of time fighting in the depths of danger. The deeper I go, the stronger the sense of impending doom I feel. Don't be fooled by the Lu family's current prosperity. For a military family, a single war could mean the end of the entire clan. Jinghong's mother died young, and I have no desire to remarry. She is my only bloodline, the sole heir of Lu Ziyuan. These heartfelt words left Liamo Ran deeply moved. He replied earnestly, I understand, uncle. I will definitely protect her. Lu Ziyuan smiled and nodded. Then, he had someone send Liamo Ran back. Shortly after Liamo Ran left, Lu Jiwen walked in. Big brother, you just let him go like that? Is there a problem? I thought you'd at least bring him into the army. They say he has a talent for chain attacks and is on good terms with Jinghong.
In the army, he could become your loyal subordinate.
The military in Tianfang province isn't a monolithic entity.
The Lu family is one faction, and the other families form another. The Great Xia Kingdom may lack many things, but it has no shortage of factions. Therefore, each military faction seeks to cultivate its own loyal followers to strengthen its own power.
If Liu Ran could be recruited into the military and properly nurtured, this would bring immense benefits to the Lu family.
If Liu Ran were to rise to a higher position, he could even enable the Lu family to outshine other factions and solidify the military in Tianfang province into a cohesive unit. Achieving this would give the Lu family the qualifications to compete for the title of top-tier family, wielding influence on par with the Lu family of Magic City and the Bai family of the imperial capital. Lu Ziyuan sighed wryly. Actually, I had originally intended to bring him into the military, but others have also set their sights on him.
Who? The Bai family. Lu Ziyuan said, i.e. is the heir to the Bai family of the imperial capital.
He came here personally, which means the Bai family has set their sights on Li Moran and wants to bring him over to their side. Although only Bai Yi came, I cannot afford to take this lightly.
Lu Jiwen immediately felt unjustified. How could they do this? This is nothing but kidnapping. We weren't entirely without gains.
The young man from the Bai family, holding his father's written order, promised me that if we handed over the Zhou Wenliang case to the Bai family for handling, they could influence the higher-ups to increase this year's military budget for the Tianfang province military region by 3 percentage points.
Upon hearing this, Lu Jiwen's eyes widened in disbelief.
After all, Tianfang province's annual military budget was already in the hundreds of billions of gold coins.
An increase of 3 percentage points would amount to tens of billions. Is the Bai family really saying that? Do they place such importance on Liu Ran? Lu Ziyuan nodded. That's right.
So competing with the Bai family is irrational.
In fact, how could Lu Ziyuan not handle the Zhou Wenliang case? The claim that military personnel are not allowed to interfere in local politics is merely an excuse. It's all just a deal. In fact, our Lu family is not without opportunities.
If he and Jinghong were to come together, our Lu family would naturally have an advantage over him. A person with a chain talent who can already repel the demons of the abyss. Even the Bai family is actively courting him. How far he could rise in the future is beyond my imagination.
Big brother, aren't you just selling your daughter? Are you asking Jinghong to use her beauty to seduce him? What are you saying? They've been childhood sweethearts, innocent and pure. This is a military matter. How can you call that selling? Liu Ran was unaware of their conversation. After leaving the Lu family's residence, he hurried back home.
Silence. When Liu Ran returned home, he immediately saw Zhang Yurua looking anxious. Upon seeing Liu Ran, she was so overjoyed that she nearly threw herself into his arms. Although it had only been less than 2 days, for Zhang Yurua, it felt like an eternity.
Ruwa Jia, I'm back. Upon seeing Zhang Yurua, Liu Ran's heart instantly softened. That's great, Mo Ran. Are you okay? Did those people do anything to you?
Zhang Yurua asked, pulling Liu Ran's hand and showing concern.
I'm as tough as nails. How could anything happen to me? Don't worry, it's all over now.
He got so excited that he immediately hugged Zhang Yuru tightly.
Feeling Liu Ran's embrace, Zhang Yurua felt a little reassured. As long as everything is okay. The next day, all the negative reports about Liu Ran were taken down.
At the same time, the relevant newspapers were also investigated. A single piece of news dominated the headlines that day. Su Guanping, the city lord of Zhongning City and the provincial capital of Tianfang province, has been investigated. The news of Su Guanping's investigation came as a complete surprise to everyone. Combined with the withdrawal of the negative news about Liu Ran, this incident has sparked endless speculation. People are buzzing with speculation, all eager to find out what really happened. But they couldn't possibly know. On this day, after 2 days of treatment, the city lord of Yulin City, Gao Qilong, had stabilized his injuries and had already regained consciousness. Upon learning of the events that had unfolded over the past 2 days, Gao Qilong was deeply shocked, even finding it hard to believe. If he hadn't personally sent a message to the military to inquire, he wouldn't have believed it. Following this incident, Gao Qilong was commended by the top official of Tianfang province for his outstanding performance during the invasion of the Deep Abyss demons, and was hinted that his name would be included in the next round of promotions. It was a case of turning misfortune into fortune. Upon learning that Liu Ran had returned, Principal Zhao Deli of Qingyue High School rushed over to visit him that very night. This was the school's pride and joy. If anything were to happen to him, Zhao Deli's promotion this year would be out of the question. Liu Ran's safe return surprised many people. Many people actually thought Liu Ran was in trouble. Su Chengzhu personally ordered an investigation. Isn't that intimidating enough? In the end, after all the investigations, Lord Su ended up investigating himself. It can only be said that fate is cruel. On the morning of the 3rd day, Gao Qilong led the enforcement team from Yulin City to pay a visit to Liu Ran. Despite his own injuries, he disregarded his condition and insisted on coming over, even personally apologizing to Liu Ran. Although this matter had nothing to do with him, his attitude still touched Li Mo-ran a little. Li Mo-ran, I also bear some responsibility for this matter. If you want any compensation, just speak up. As long as I, Gao Qilong, can do it, I will not refuse. Oh, when will my 1 million yuan National Top Student Award be transferred? It's been 3 days already. Interest will start accruing. Gao Qilong. Chapter 55, Journey to the Imperial Capital Academy. Time flew by, and 3 more days had passed. Moonlit City Teleportation Station. Here are the washed clothes, 3 sets in total. These are your favorite candied chestnuts. I picked the best ones for you. This is a family photo of your uncle, aunt, and you. These are the dumplings I just made. I specially added 2 pieces of pork belly as filling. The imperial capital is in the north, so the food there might not suit your taste. Zhang Yuru packed everything into large and small bags, stuffing everything inside. The large travel backpack was stuffed to the brim. Even so, she still felt like there wasn't enough space and kept wondering if she had forgotten something. Li Mo-ran was truly helpless. Roajia, I'm just going to school, not moving house. Zhang Yuru bit her lip and said, you'll be gone for months and won't be able to come back. Without me to take care of you, I'm worried you won't be able to adjust. Li Mo-ran felt both amused and touched, and carefully put all these items into his spatial storage. Besides Zhang Yurua, the city lord Gao Qilong, the principal Zhao Deli, and others had also come to see them off. At Li Mo-ran's reminder, Gao Qilong finally distributed the 1 million yuan bonus and additionally gave Li Mo-ran an extra 50,000 yuan as interest. Over the past few days, Yulin City hosted a 3-day grand banquet. Not only was it to celebrate Li Mo-ran becoming the national top scholar, but also to express gratitude for his significant contributions in defeating the Abyss demons. The provincial government even awarded him a commendation medal. Today is the day the Imperial Capital Academy opens its doors. The teleportation array leading to the Imperial Capital Academy has been activated. As soon as Li Mo-ran enters, he will be transported directly to the academy. Standing before the teleportation array, Li Mo-ran looked at the crowd. When he saw Zhang Yurua's tender gaze, his nose couldn't help but grow slightly sore. His parents had joined the military and had not been in contact for a long time. It has always been Zhang Yurua who has been taking care of him. For this older sister who was 7 years his senior, Li Mo-ran harbored feelings that were anything but ordinary. As he grew older, this feeling gradually changed. Over the past 3 days, he had even been pestering Zhang Yurua to fulfill her promise from back then. The feelings they had for each other were quietly changing. The teleportation array has been activated. Please enter immediately. The imperial capital is far from Tianfang province and requires a large teleportation array to reach. Large teleportation arrays consume a significant amount of resources each time they are activated, so they have a time limit. Li Mo-ran waved vigorously at Zhang Yurua. Sister Ro, I'm leaving. Zhang Yuru bit her lip and nodded firmly. Then, Li Mo-ran stepped into the teleportation array. Watching Li Mo-ran's disappearing figure, Zhang Yurua felt a sense of emptiness in her heart. This world was vast, countless times larger than the earth Li Mo-ran remembered. The territory of the Great Xia Kingdom was also dozens of times larger than its original size. The journey from Yulin City to the imperial capital spans tens of thousands of miles. Along the way, there are dangerous wildernesses and countless monsters roaming about. With ordinary transportation, it would probably take a year or more to reach the destination. Only large-scale teleportation arrays can handle such transportation functions. Large-scale teleportation arrays typically have a transmission range of 100,000 kilometers, which is sufficient for most needs within the borders of the Great Xia Kingdom. For international travel, however, an ultra-large-scale teleportation array is required. Of course, this is not something Li Mo-ran should be thinking about right now. A few minutes later, as a flash of light illuminated the area, Li Mo-ran finally arrived at his destination. At that moment, Li Mo-ran saw an unexpected person. Mo-ran. Up ahead, Lu Jinghong, dressed in red, stood with his hands behind his back, smiling at Li Mo-ran. Her smile was absolutely stunning, like the bright summer sun, exceptionally radiant. Li Mo-ran asked unexpectedly, "Did you come here specifically to wait for me?" Lu Jinghong snorted coldly, "Who would go out of their way to wait for you? It's just a coincidence. But you've just arrived at the Imperial Capital Academy, so you probably don't know anything yet. I could show you around." In fact, after school started today, she had come here early in the morning to wait for Li Mo-ran. In fact, after seeing Li Mo-ran hadn't shown up for a long time, she grew increasingly worried, fearing something might have happened to him. "I even contacted my father specifically and only felt relieved after learning that Li Mo-ran was on his way." Li Mo-ran smiled and said, "Then thank you very much, Colonel Lu." "Didn't I already tell you? Don't call me that." "Why can't I call you that? You're the school beauty of Qingyue High School. Now that you've come to Daijing Academy, have you lost your confidence?" Lu Jinghong shot him a disdainful glance. "You're the one who lacks confidence. Get out of here." The two quickly entered the Imperial Capital Academy. Just ahead of the main gate was a small teleportation station, where various teleportation arrays were available. Lu Jinghong said, these teleportation arrays can transport you to various areas of the Imperial Capital Academy. The academy is very large, and without teleportation arrays, traveling back and forth would be extremely inconvenient.
As she spoke, she led Liamo ran onto the teleportation array.
As soon as the card was swiped, the teleportation array activated immediately. The scene before him shifted rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, Liamo Ran found himself in another area of the academy. Here stood row upon row of luxurious apartments, with people constantly coming and going.
This is the school dormitory. Teikyo Gakufu offers many types of dormitories, all of which require rent, with prices varying.
The cheapest option is a 6-person dormitory, which costs only 2,000 gold coins per year. The next option is a 4-person dormitory, which costs 5,000 gold coins per year. And finally, there are double rooms, which cost 20,000 gold coins per year.
Liamo Ran asked, what kind of dorm do you live in? A single dormitory. I don't like sharing with others. Liamo Ran smiled. Lu Jinghong's personality probably isn't very social either. Then I'll just stay in a single dorm room. How much is the rent?
Single dorm rooms are divided into several tiers. The cheapest tier costs 50,000 gold coins per year. The most expensive tier costs 600,000 gold coins per year.
60,000 gold coins. Liamo Ran didn't hesitate for a moment. Lu Jinghong looked at Liamo Ran suspiciously. Do you really have that much money? The rent needs to be paid in full up front. Liamo Ran laughed heartily. What's that? Are you doubting my capabilities?
What he lacked most at the moment was gold coins. Not only does he have all the rewards from being the national champion, but he also has over 10 million gold coins he's managed to get from Huashan and Bai. To put it bluntly, he is now considered a millionaire. Earning 60,000 gold coins a year is no problem for him.
Seeing Liamo Ran like this, Lu Jinghong didn't say anything.
She quickly handled the paperwork for Liamo Ran and rented an apartment. Lu Jinghong handed him a card. This is your student ID. It contains your basic information, and you'll need it to access any part of the Imperial Capital Academy.
You can also deposit gold coins into it and use it like a bank card. Liamo Ran nodded, put the card away, and then asked, what should I do next?
You were supposed to handle the enrollment procedures, but old Master Jiang has already taken care of everything for you.
I was supposed to go handle the enrollment procedures,
but Mr. Jiang has already taken care of it for you.
Mr. Jiang? Liamo Ran froze for a moment, then suddenly remembered, wasn't that the Mr. Jiang from the college entrance exam?
Lu Jinghong shot him a disdainful glance. Who else could it be? He's been sighing every day because he couldn't get you admitted early. After hearing you were coming, he messaged me in the middle of the night to bring you to see him.
Liamo Ran was surprised. That's so exaggerated? I'm not a gold coin. Lu Jinghong chuckled. Alright, do you have anything else to do? If not, let's go see Mr. Jiang together. Alright. Chapter 56, Becoming a Disciple of Zhang Ru, The Legend of Tianqiu. Upon arriving at the office, Liamo Ran once again encountered Zhang Ru. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Lu Jinghong greeted Zhang Ru first. Liamo Ran saw this and also called out. Zhang Ru was very enthusiastic and said repeatedly, sit down. Ha, we parted ways after the college entrance exam, and I never imagined that you would become the top student in the country.
If I had known this, I would have risked my life to get the school to make an exception and admit you early.
Oh, it's nothing.
The noble don't hold grudges against the lowly.
Mr. Jiang, I don't mind.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Ru was immediately speechless. Lu Jinghong couldn't help but glare at him and hurriedly said, Mr. Jiang, he's just like that.
Don't mind him.
Lu Jinghong couldn't help but shoot him a sharp glance and hurriedly said, Old Master Jiang, he's just like that.
Don't take it to heart.
Zhang Ru smiled awkwardly. It's no problem, no problem.
Geniuses are always different from others.
Young friend Liamo Ran's way of speaking is quite unique, and I actually quite like it.
At first, Zhang Ru had called him Liamo Ran, classmate.
When they met again, he directly called him young friend. Zhang Ru took out several documents and said, Young friend Liamo Ran, I have already taken care of your enrollment procedures. There is no need for you to trouble yourself further.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Jiang. After taking his documents, he put them away and didn't say anything else. After all, Zhang Ru had called him over. It couldn't possibly be just for such a trivial matter. Sure enough, Zhang Ru spoke up shortly afterward, his tone sincere. Young friend Liamo Ran, I have a favor to ask of you. Would you be willing to grant it? What is your request? May I be your disciple and allow you to become my mentor at the Imperial Capital Academy?
Upon hearing this, Liamo Ran remained silent, while Lu Jinghong, standing beside him, looked astonished.
Liamo Ran had only just enrolled, and Zhang Ru was already offering to take him as a disciple. Such treatment is simply too generous. After all, Zhang Ru was a highly renowned professor at the Imperial Capital Academy, and even when compared to the entire Great Xia Kingdom, he is among the top professors. He has mentored countless disciples, the vast majority of whom have gone on to become the backbone of the Great Xia Kingdom. Whether in the military, political, or business spheres, his influence is truly far-reaching.
If Zhang Ru were to announce that he was taking disciples, countless people would rush to sign up at the Imperial Capital Academy.
Lu Dinghong even felt a touch of jealousy.
After all, she had been admitted early, though she had also studied under Master Jiang, she had not been taken as his disciple.
This request left Liam Ran speechless.
Though he had been somewhat careless before, he now took it seriously. Mr. Jiang, could you please explain the reason?
And what do I need to do?
The reason is actually quite simple. You have cleared the 9th layer of the Tianshu trial ground and subdued the Tianshu divine phoenix. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Jinghong jumped up immediately.
What? Ran, you actually subdued the heavenly ruined divine phoenix?
Her eyes were filled with disbelief. The news did not spread.
Due to the matter involving the Zhuang Yuan secret realm, it was kept confidential externally.
Unless one is a prominent figure like Zhang Ru, no one else knows what Liam Ran has done beyond the fact that he is the national top scholar. Lu Jinghong naturally had no idea what great deeds Liam Ran had accomplished. Seeing her surprise, Liam Ran hurriedly said, it's just a small matter.
Jinghong, sit down quickly. Old Master Jiang is still watching. How can you behave so improperly? Oh. Lu Jinghong's mind went blank, and he unconsciously followed Liam Ran's instructions. Zhang Ru smiled and said, it seems that Lu Jinghong doesn't know yet.
Never mind, when you return later, have your young friend tell you about it.
He did something quite remarkable in the Zhuang Yuan secret realm.
Lu Dinghong finally snapped out of it, apologized repeatedly, and fell silent. Nevertheless, her heart was still in turmoil.
Liam Ran continued to ask, Mr. Jiang, are these two matters related? Zhang Ru said, do you know the legend of Tianshu?
Tianshu?
Of course he knew.
After all, there were records of it in the library of Qingyue High School. Originally, this world had no spiritual energy, nor were there any other races or spiritual beasts. As for the abyss, that was pure nonsense.
Until one day, an ancient ruin fell from the sky, causing the entire world to undergo a massive transformation.
Various plants and animals began to mutate, some transforming into spiritual beasts, others into monsters. The earth began to expand and grow larger, as if the entire world had been magnified dozens of times over.
Space frequently shattered, and various alien races emerged from the cracks.
Even passages leading to the abyss have appeared. Since the ancient ruins were located at the farthest northern point of this world, they were named Heavenly Ruins. People ventured there to explore and discovered the most ancient creatures, including mythical beings like dragons and phoenixes, all of which dwell within its walls.
The heavenly phoenix of Tianshu is actually the divine phoenix born within Tianshu.
In addition, there are also the heavenly void divine dragon, the heavenly void white tiger, and the heavenly void celestial horse, among others. All beasts with the words Tianshu in their names are of royal bloodline from the very beginning. It was also from that day onward that the world was filled with countless spiritual energies. People discovered they could form contracts with various spirit beasts to command them in battle, and even gain extraordinary power through this means.
Liam Ran asked, could this be related to Tiansu?
Zhang Ru nodded. In the nearly 1,000 years after Tianshu's appearance, it was a golden age for the entire world. That period was known as the Tianshu era. During that time, top-tier beast tamers emerged in droves, and beasts tamed by kings and overlords were a common sight.
Even beasts with mythical bloodlines were not uncommon. The spiritual energy concentration in the Tianshu era was countless times stronger than it is today.
What are now considered incredibly precious divine abilities were simply referred to as beast master skills in the Tianshu era, foundational abilities that every beast master must master. This piece of history left Liam Ran deeply astonished. After all, he had never come across such records in any classical texts. 5,000 years ago, an unknown disaster caused Tianshu to vanish, and a prophecy foretold that Tianshu would return 5,000 years later. According to the prophecy, only 3 years remained before Tianshu's return. Furthermore, based on divinations and calculations from various sources, this rumor was highly likely to be true.
Upon hearing this, Liam Ran and Lu Jinghong both perked up. Tianshu is to be reborn in this world?
Zhang Ru laughed. Once the heavenly ruins reappear in the world, it will undoubtedly be a world-shaking event.
Since you have managed to subdue the heavenly ruins phoenix, if you enter the heavenly ruins, you must surely achieve great things. If you choose to take me as your master, I shall guarantee that you will enter the heavenly ruins within 3 years. Upon hearing this, Liam Ran no longer hesitated and immediately became his disciple.
Even without the matter of Tianshu, given Zhang Ru's status, becoming his disciple would only bring benefits to Liam Ran, with no drawbacks whatsoever. Zhang Ru stroked his beard, looking particularly pleased. At that moment, he noticed Lu Jinghong standing nearby with a slightly gloomy expression.
He immediately laughed and said, Lu Jinghong, you and Ran get along well. Why not also become my disciple? From now on, the two of you will join my school and become my last disciples.
Lu Jinghong, upon seeing this, was overjoyed and immediately bowed to become his disciple. Although she knew she might only be a secondary disciple to Liam Ran, she had at least become a disciple of Master Jiang together with him. She, Lu Jinghong, had not lost to Liam Ran. After she finished her initiation, Li Mo Ran teased her, I was the one who became your master first, so you have to call me senior brother from now on.
Lu Jinghong puckered her lips and said, no way.
Watching the two of them full of youthful energy, Zhang Ru felt in a great mood inside. Youth is truly wonderful.
Li Mo Ran asked, teacher, is there anything else I need to do next? Zhang Ru said, tomorrow is the opening ceremony. You two should prepare yourselves first. There will be a trial during the opening ceremony. Do your best to perform well, as this will be of great benefit to you. Chapter 57, It's over. The joke went too far. Chapter 57, It's over. The joke went too far. Back to school trial? Oh, I see. Li Mo Ran didn't really care much about this trial. After discussing the trial, Zhang Ru dismissed the two of them. As soon as they stepped out the door, Li Mo Ran noticed Lu Jinghong staring intently at him, his eyes filled with a hint of displeasure. What's wrong now, my little junior sister? Don't call me junior sister. Lu Jinghong glared at him before asking, how did you subdue the heavenly ruin divine phoenix? Why didn't you tell me? Well, the Tianshu divine phoenix is a bit of a flirt. I went to show off a bit, and when it saw how dashing I was, it couldn't resist bowing down to me. Do you think I'd believe that? Do you really think I'd believe that? Sai, if you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do about it. The two bickered as they walked toward the dormitory.
Along the way, Lu Jinghong remained somewhat hesitant.
As they neared the dormitory, she finally couldn't help but speak up. Mo Ran, can you let me take a look at the Tianshu divine phoenix? Li Mo Ran blinked, you really want to see it?
Lu Jinghong hesitated for a moment before nodding. Her innate talent was that of the 9 heavenly phoenixes, granting her an innate, exceptionally high compatibility with phoenix-type beasts. The heavenly void phoenix has always been the contract beast she has dreamed of. Little did she know that she couldn't obtain it, but Li Mo Ran did. Even if she couldn't form a contract with him, she wanted to take one more look at him.
Even just one glance.
In fact, out of fear that Li Mo Ran would refuse, her gaze carried a hint of pleading.
However, Li Mo Ran agreed readily, sure. Come on, let's go inside. Ah, okay. Lu Jinghong was very happy and followed Li Mo Ran into the dormitory.
The dormitory, which cost 60,000 gold coins a year, was quite spacious.
Not only is it lavishly decorated, but it also features various zones and functional areas. Li Mo Ran and Lu Jinghong entered the training room.
He immediately communicated with the Cthulhu in the beast control space and instructed it to release the Tianshu divine phoenix.
Lean. L. A massive celestial phoenix suddenly appeared in the training room.
Its golden wings, shimmering with an ancient aura, gleamed brilliantly under the light, exuding an air of unparalleled nobility.
Standing before it, Lu Jinghong couldn't help but feel as though he were in the presence of an all-powerful sovereign. Is this the heavenly void divine phoenix?
Her eyes were filled with longing.
Silently, I asked, can I touch it? Yes, you can.
Upon hearing this, Lu Jinghong immediately walked forward and approached the heavenly void divine phoenix. After hesitating for a moment, seeing that the heavenly ruins divine phoenix seemed unresponsive, he gently stroked its feathers. The feathers of the Tianshu divine phoenix were not prickly at all, but rather extremely soft. After touching them, one can feel a flame-like warmth emanating from them, with a very high temperature. From every angle, the heavenly ruined divine phoenix had already surpassed her golden feathered divine phoenix in every way. Unfortunately, this is not her beast companion. Lu Jinghong suppressed the urge in his heart, forcing himself not to look at the Tianshu divine phoenix anymore, and then said, alright, that's enough.
Take it back, Mo Ran. Oh, you're not going to keep watching? It's okay, it won't bite you. What do you mean it doesn't bite? Do you think it's a dog? Oh, come on. I said that's enough. Li Mo Ran smiled and put the Tian Su Shin Huang back.
Although Lu Jinghong tried her best to appear unconcerned, the lingering sadness in her eyes betrayed her true feelings.
Li Mo Ran watched her expression and, for a moment, felt an urge to play a prank.
He suddenly said, actually, besides the Tianshu divine phoenix, I also obtained a Tianshu divine phoenix egg.
A divine phoenix egg? Lu Jinghong's eyes widened in astonishment. Li Mo Ran spoke gently, this divine phoenix egg is about to hatch. Soon, a young divine phoenix of the heavenly void will be born. If you take advantage of this opportunity to form a contract, wouldn't you then be able to possess a divine phoenix of the heavenly void as your mount? Lu Jinghong bit his lip.
Li Mo's words struck a deep chord in her heart.
You don't want to make a contract? Li Mo Ran looked disgusted. I have Shao Ku. What's this Tianshu Shen Huang? Can it compare to him? Moreover, Jinghong, don't you think the Tianshu Shen Huang might need a more suitable master, like a young girl with the 9 heavenly phoenix talent? Lu Jinghong couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, enough. Stop talking. Mo Ran, you just name your price. I'll buy the Tianshu divine phoenix egg. No matter the cost. Li Mo Ran's expression suddenly turned serious. Jinghong, this egg is the offspring of the Tianshu divine phoenix. It's a beloved relative, a blood relative. More money? No sale. Lu Jinghong was stunned. If you won't sell it, then what are you talking about?
Lu Jinghong felt like he had been played for a fool. Thinking back to his earlier embarrassing behavior, a flood of grievances welled up inside him, and tears threatened to spill from his eyes.
You're bullying me?
Seeing her about to cry, Liam Oran hurriedly said, Don't cry, don't cry. What I meant was that the Tianqiu Divine Phoenix Egg is priceless and cannot be measured in money, but it can be measured in other things, right?
Lu Jinghong finally managed to hold back her tears. What else? What else?
Liam Oran frowned. For example, family ties.
If my parents came back, I would definitely give it to them.
Or, if it were Rojia, I could give this thing to her as a pet. Or, I could give it to my future wife as a gift. That's not out of the question either. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jinghong's face flushed red instantly, like a ripe apple. In that moment, the sense of injustice in her heart quickly turned into shyness.
Her mind was almost completely blank. A few seconds later, she finally spoke in a soft voice. Are you serious?
Liam Oran hadn't noticed her change of heart and replied, Of course. Lu Jinghong seemed to be going through an intense internal struggle. She recalled her experiences with Liam Oran in her mind.
These little moments.
The feelings I had while chasing after him. The joy he felt when he played pranks.
Whether it was well thought out or impulsive. Lu Jinghong bit her lip and said, I'm willing. At this, Liam Oran was taken aback. Willing to do what?
Lu Jinghong seemed to muster all her courage and said, I'm willing to be your future wife.
Is that okay?
These were the first two words that popped into Liam Oran's mind. Immediately afterward, he thought to himself, this is bad.
The joke seemed to have gone a bit too far.
This girl took it seriously.
In fact, even if Lu Jinghong refused, Liam Oran could still give her the Tianqiu Shinhua egg.
Firstly, the Tianqiu Divine Phoenix Egg had already been purified by the Baimon space and had become a fervent follower of Cthulhu. Whether or not it formed a contract with someone else would not affect its devotion to Cthulhu. Second, the ancient bloodline compatibility of the Tianqiu Divine Phoenix hatchling is insufficient, and Liam Oran himself cannot form a contract with it. Secondly, the ancient bloodline compatibility of the Tianqiu Divine Phoenix hatchling is insufficient, and Liam Oran himself is unable to form a contract with it. Thirdly, Lu Jinghong possesses the divine talent of the 9 heavenly phoenixes, making him the perfect candidate to contract the Tianqiu Divine Phoenix. Most importantly, without the Lu family, he might have already been killed by Su Guanping. The Lu family had saved his life, and the Tianqiu Divine Phoenix Egg was actually something Liam Oran had intended to give to Lu Jinghong as a token of gratitude to the Lu family. Little did he expect that a prank would lead to such consequences.
Liam Oran looked closely at Lu Jinghong.
The young girl was dressed in a red dress, her head bowed, her face blushing with shyness. This was something he had never seen in her before. It was beautiful, truly beautiful.
Liam Oran stared, almost unable to tear his eyes away.
Her face seemed to have been painted onto a canvas, flawless and even dreamlike. She could be described as the dream girl of countless young men.
Liam Oran was no exception.
Upon thinking this, his heart began to race.
What should he do now? Should I clarify to Lu Jinghong that it was just a joke? Liam Oran couldn't bear to part with it. He steeled his resolve. Fortune favors the bold. Lu Jinghong had already agreed to it. If he were to clarify the situation, wouldn't that be going against the woman's wishes? Criminal law does not permit men to go against a woman's wishes. That's a crime punishable by imprisonment.
He stared straight at Lu Jinghong and said, This isn't something you can just say with your mouth.
Lu Jinghong widened his eyes. What do you want to do? I have no experience. And it's too sudden. Give me some time. At least wait until after graduation, okay?
Li Machen chuckled, No problem.
The principal doesn't need to be repaid yet. Let's just collect some interest first.
He grabbed Lu Jinghong's chin and kissed her passionately.
Chapter 58. 3 words turn a beautiful girl into his future wife. Lu Jinghong's eyes widened, his mind going blank.
In this sudden situation, she felt as though she were being controlled, unable to resist, and allowed Liam Oran to do as he pleased. All she could think of was the first kiss she had cherished for 18 years gone. The gentle touch caused the temperature of the surrounding air to rise slowly.
It feels like a dreamlike flame.
Lu Jinghong also felt something soft moving around in his mouth. When their tongues touched, she trembled all over as if she had been electrocuted, and then her body gradually went limp.
Liam Oran held her in his arms.
The young girl's soft body felt like a pillow. The kiss lasted over a minute before Liam Oran finally let go of her, still reluctant to part. Lu Jinghong's legs were trembling so much that if Liam Oran hadn't been holding her, she would have collapsed to the ground.
Her gaze was vacant.
All of this had come too suddenly, and she was completely unprepared. Upon catching Liam Oran's gaze, her face flushed bright red.
This is my first kiss, Lu Jinghong murmured, unsure whether she felt wronged or angry.
Li Machen chuckled, Come more often, and you'll get used to it.
She glared at Liam Oran, You want to come again? You've already agreed to be my future wife, so asking for a little interest isn't too much, is it? What kind of fiancé doesn't even let her fiancé kiss her? Lu Jinghong lowered her head, feeling both shy and angry. Liam Oran was really too direct.
Although she's not the type of girl obsessed with romance, nor does she desperately pursue it like most girls.
But who just comes out and says it like that?
She felt as though she had sold herself to Liam Ran for a very cheap price.
I want to back out. Is that okay? Liam Ran immediately frowned. No way. Once you've made a promise, you can't go back on your word. We've already kissed, and now you want to deny it? Lu Jinghong felt like crying but couldn't.
He couldn't help but feel like he had been deceived.
Fortunately, Liam Ran quickly retrieved a divine phoenix egg as tall as half a person. Alright, don't be upset. This egg is for you. You should be ready to contract your second beast companion by now, right?
Upon seeing the divine phoenix egg, Lu Jinghong's mood finally improved slightly.
Is it really for me? She still felt a bit like she was dreaming. This was the egg of the divine phoenix, after all. It's just a mythical bloodline. It's nothing to me. Take it. Giving away the divine phoenix egg didn't bother Liam Ran much.
After all, the one he intended to form a contract with was the former ruler. Their rank is unknown, but it is undoubtedly far higher than that of the heavenly ruined phoenix. Furthermore, the phoenix eggs have been influenced by Cthulhu for an extended period, and their devotion to Cthulhu was deeply ingrained in their very being. Whether they are given away or not makes no difference. Moreover, Lu Jinghong is one of us. He carefully recalled what his uncle Lu had said to him, analyzed it, and came to a conclusion. The Lu family likely also intends to facilitate this matter. Protecting his daughter, even to the point of protecting her in bed, isn't that also protection? Isn't this a done deal, a double blessing? Although Liam Ran didn't know why the Lu family was going to such lengths to court him, it wouldn't hurt him either way. Lu Jinghong finally stopped crying and smiled, staring at the divine phoenix egg and touching it, his eyes filled with delight. Liam Ran stood behind her and smiled. You like it, don't you? I love it. Lu Jinghong was overjoyed. A mythical beast with divine blood was what she had always dreamed of. She never imagined that it would be right before her eyes now. Suddenly, she felt that there was nothing left to be sad about. Moreover, she also had feelings for Liam Ran, and being with him didn't seem so bad after all. Thinking of this, Lu Jinghong suddenly turned around and stammered, Morin, I promised you, so I won't regret it. It's just, let's be boyfriend and girlfriend first. You can kiss me, but as for that kind of thing, can we wait a little longer? I'm not ready yet. Liam Ran was overjoyed. This was one of the things he liked about Lu Jinghong. This girl actually has a very straightforward personality. She sticks to her principles, always takes her promises seriously, and never jokes around with others. With just a casual joke, he ended up marrying a future beauty for Liam Ran. It was a huge win. Of course. After all, we haven't met the parents yet. Liam Ran laughed, but you did say you were okay with getting married, right? Seeing Liam Ran's intense gaze, Lu Jinghong's face turned red again. She didn't dodge his gaze, but simply nodded shyly. Liam Ran didn't hesitate and kissed her again. Fortunately, with the first time under their belts, Lu Jinghong wasn't as flustered this time around. Even so, it was entirely under Liam Ran's control. After all, she was a girl from a prominent family who had never experienced the outside world. Even now, she was still as innocent as a blank sheet of paper in many ways. Such a fine young woman. Now that he had her, Liam Ran would never let her go, no matter what. After a round of kissing and touching, Lu Jinghong ended up blushing fiercely. Fortunately, Liam Ran didn't go any further, otherwise, she wouldn't have known what to do. Liam Ran was also restraining himself, only rubbing her gently. He was afraid that if he went any further, he might scare the girl away. After all, things take time. Afterward, Lu Jinghong asked Liam Ran how he had managed to do it. Liam Ran didn't hide anything and told her everything about the Zhuang Yuan's secret realm. Upon hearing about Lu Xiaojun and the others attacking him, Lu Jinghong's eyes were filled with concern. She wasn't stupid through this incident, she immediately connected it to Liam Ran's ambush in Yulin City. Ran, you were framed in Yulin City. Could this be the Lu family's revenge? Liam Ran's expression grew colder. It's quite possible, but I have no evidence. The Lu family is one of the top families in the Great Xia Kingdom. Even your background wouldn't stand a chance against them. Whether it was the Lu family or not, for now, I can only assume it wasn't them. Lu Jinghong's face turned pale, and his body trembled slightly with anger. Lu Jinghong's face turned pale, and his body trembled slightly with anger. From Liam Ran's words, she was almost certain that this matter was somehow connected to the Lu family. Ran, I'll go find my father and ask him to help investigate this matter. If it was the Lu family who did it, I will definitely not. Before she could finish, Liam Ran placed her index finger on her lips. Before she could finish speaking, Liam Ran placed his index finger on her lips. Jinghong, don't do anything foolish. Liam Ran's expression was extremely serious. As long as I'm at the Imperial Capital Academy, the Lu family wouldn't dare lay a finger on me. On the contrary, if you let your uncle investigate, what if the Lu family retaliates or ambushes him? Before we are strong enough, the most important thing is to bide our time and build our strength. Lu Jinghong was unwilling, but then, won't you be? Enough.
Liamo Ran frowned and cut her off. This is how it will be. Or are you even ignoring your future husband's words?
Lu Jinghong felt a bit wronged, but upon seeing Liamo Ran's gaze, she eventually nodded in agreement.
I understand. I'll do as you say, okay? That's my good wife. Don't say that about us, we're not there yet. Sooner or later, it's bound to happen. Chapter 59, The Forbidden Tower arrives. The newborn trial begins. The next morning, the sky was just beginning to grow light. Liamo Ran had just gotten out of bed, finished washing up, and was about to go get something to eat. After all, the opening ceremony was set to begin at 8 o'clock. All new students must arrive on time.
Those who are late will not only be unable to participate in the new student trial but will also receive a warning. In subsequent assessments, even if they achieve the same results, they will be ranked lower, and the consequences of this are quite severe. As Liamo Ran opened the door, he saw the red-clad young woman standing there. In her hands, it seemed like she was holding a boxed meal.
A fleeting glimpse? Upon seeing Liamo Ran, Lu Jinghong smiled. Then, with a touch of shyness, she said, I made breakfast for you. Liamo Ran was very surprised. You can cook too?
Yeah, I learned from my dad when I was little.
I've done it a lot, so I know a little. Oh, try some. After you finish, let's go to the opening ceremony together. Liamo Ran felt a warm glow in his heart and smiled. Sure, by the way, did you eat breakfast this morning? I already did. I got up very early. Upon hearing this, Liamo Ran didn't say anything either. Lu Jinghong's cooking wasn't anything special, just ordinary home-cooked dishes.
Despite this, Liamo Ran found the food to have a unique flavor. This girl's cooking skills are surprisingly good. Liamo Ran was as though he had discovered a new continent.
It's delicious.
Upon hearing Liamo Ran's evaluation, Lu Jinghong also let out a sigh of relief and smiled sweetly. After finishing their meal, the two headed toward the school's central square together. The square was bustling with people and filled with noise, all of them this year's freshmen.
Soon, the two arrived at their destination.
Before long, almost all the freshmen had arrived and gathered in the square. There was a loud rumbling sound. A deafening roar echoed around the vast square, followed by an extraordinarily magnificent tower suddenly descending from the sky. The tower was utterly awe-inspiring, resembling a towering mountain reaching into the heavens. Looking up, one cannot see its end. In the arena, all the newcomers let out a collective gasp. Lu Jinghong also introduced Liamo Ran. This is the trial tower of the Imperial Capital Academy, also known as the Forbidden Tower or the World Tower. It is the real trial tower, not the small mock tower we used during the college entrance exams. Will this year's freshman trials take place in the trial tower?
Yes.
And I heard from Elder Jiang that this year's new student trial will last a very long time. The trial tower has 9 levels, and each level is said to be a separate world. The territories within each level range from the size of a city to the size of a country. It is said that the territory of the 9th level is already equivalent to the world we live in.
Upon hearing this, Liamo Ran was greatly astonished. How on earth was such a thing constructed?
Lu Jinghong shook his head. Old Master Jiang told me that the trial tower doesn't seem to have been constructed. Instead, it has existed within the borders of the Great Xia Kingdom since ancient times. No one knows how it came to be, and no one has ever fully explored the 9 levels of the trial tower.
Ha!
At that moment, a sudden gust of wind erupted. Immediately afterward, a figure began to descend from the sky alongside the trial tower. It was an old man with white hair and a white beard, dressed in a white robe, exuding an air of otherworldly grace, as if he were a reclusive sage living in the mountains. He stood atop a crane, and when he spoke, his voice was loud and clear.
Greetings, everyone.
I am Xiao Wujiu, the principal of the Imperial Capital Academy.
Welcome to the Imperial Capital Academy.
As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous round of applause erupted. After the applause died down, Xiao Wujiu continued, Today is the opening day of the Imperial Capital Academy, and it is also the first day of your studies here. Seeing all of you so full of youthful vigor, I am deeply heartened. Xiao Wujiu's words echoed through the air, ensuring that every corner of the square could hear them clearly. Everyone had expected him to deliver a lengthy speech like other leaders, but after a brief opening, Xiao Wujiu got straight to the point.
This opening ceremony will also include a trial for the new students. This trial will determine which of you will be admitted to the various colleges of the Imperial Capital Academy. Everyone must take it seriously. Upon hearing the word college, all the new students became serious. Entering the Imperial Capital Academy does not mean one can rest on their laurels. To acquire advanced beast taming knowledge and gain access to more resources, one must enroll in the academy. The Imperial Capital Academy consists of 9 colleges: the Creation God College, the Supreme College, the Ninely College, the White Dragon College, the Sovereign College, the Cloud Rising College, the Spirit Core College, the Azure Cloud College, and the Ancient College. Among these, the Creation God Academy has been ranked as the top academy of the Imperial Capital Academy for 30 consecutive years. The Supreme Academy and the Jolie Academy, though their rankings fluctuate frequently, have consistently held the 2nd and 3rd positions over the past 2 decades. These three academies are collectively known as the three great academies of the Divine Summer Academy.
Especially the Creation God Academy, where only the top geniuses in 10,000 can gain admission.
You must understand that this academy admits fewer than 100 students each year. Xiao Wuzhou said, in previous years, those who wished to enter the academy had to undergo extremely rigorous academy examinations. However,
this year, the situation has changed.
You no longer need to take the examinations. As long as you rank sufficiently in the new student trials, you may enter the corresponding academy.
For example, the Creation God Academy plans to admit 80 students this year. If you can rank among the top 80 in the new student trial, you will be admitted directly to the Creation God Academy without needing to take the exam. Upon hearing this, the entire crowd was stunned.
Oh my goodness! Is there really such a thing? No need to pass an exam to get into the academy? That's awesome! Don't pop the champagne just yet. You must know that the Academy's entrance exams were once extremely rigorous. Now that they've been abolished, doesn't that mean the difficulty of the new students' trials will be hellish?
You're right. The situation is definitely not that simple.
People were chattering and discussing the matter. Quiet! As Xiao Wuzhou raised his hand, the surroundings fell silent instantly.
Although one could enter the corresponding academy without passing the assessment, this year's freshman trial had also undergone changes. This year, the freshman trial would take place in the Forbidden Tower of the Imperial Capital Academy, also known as the Trial Tower. As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd grew even more excited. The Trial Tower is a national treasure. For the Imperial Capital Academy, there is nothing more important than the Trial Tower. In the past, even students of the Imperial Capital Academy faced immense difficulties in gaining access to the Trial Tower for exploration.
Now, however, they can enter without having to pay anything. Many are already eager to give it a try. Next, I will announce the rules for the newcomer trial. During this period, no one is permitted to discuss the matter, otherwise, they will be disqualified immediately. As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire hall fell silent, so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard clearly. They were all selected through the rigorous college entrance exam, so naturally no one would make such a basic mistake. This new student trial will take place in the first layer of the Trial Tower, the 10,000 Phenomena Wasteland Secret Realm. This layer spans nearly 3 million square kilometers, an extremely vast expanse featuring forests, grasslands, mountains, and desolate wastelands.
It is home to hundreds of species of spiritual beasts and monsters, as well as various rare treasures and extraordinary opportunities. The Wanxiang Huangshu Secret Realm will be open for 1 month. Upon the start of the trial, all participants will be randomly teleported to various regions. You must reach the central altar of the Wanxiang Huangshu Secret Realm within 1 month to complete the trial. Those who fail to arrive by the deadline will fail the trial and receive no score. After the trial begins, every day at sunset, a large map will appear in the sky. All newcomers can use the map to check their current location and adjust their future plans. Battles are not prohibited within the Trial Tower, nor is killing. The wasteland of 10,000 phenomena is protected by special restrictions. If you die, you will be teleported out and revived through the Trial Tower's special power. The scoring system for this trial is as follows: defeating ordinary spirit beasts earns 1 point, defeating elite spirit beasts earns 30 points, and defeating bosses earns 500 points. If you can find ancient treasures or inherit ancient techniques, you will directly receive 2,000 points. Various materials and rare treasures found in the secret realm can also be exchanged for corresponding points. Every evening, after the map sky screen appears, a real-time ranking sky screen displaying all students' scores will be displayed. During this period, anyone can mark the location of the corresponding student based on the ranking, which will continue until the ranking sky screen ends. After the trial concludes, the final rankings will be determined based on points, and college admissions will be processed in real time. The rules for the new student trial are not complicated, and everyone has understood them. However, many faces were solemn. This trial was not only crucial, but also did not prohibit killing. It is easy to imagine that this will undoubtedly be a bloody and chaotic ordeal. Liemo Ran remained relatively calm, but Lu Jinghong's expression grew solemn. He tightly grasped Lu Jinghong's hand and smiled. "Don't worry, I'm here." Lu Jinghong snorted lightly. "I'm not nervous at all. I'm very strong." Liemo Ran didn't believe him. Although he had already given her the divine phoenix egg last night, the egg hadn't hatched yet, and Lu Jinghong's current beast companion was still the golden feathered divine phoenix. Even if it hatches, she will still need some time to cultivate the Tianshu divine phoenix to full strength. Although Lu Jinghong's strength is not lacking, this is after all the Imperial Capital Academy. Those who can come here are all geniuses from various regions. This trial will involve random teleportation, so the two will not be together at the start. This introduces many variables into the trial. Liam Oran said, "Once the rankings are out, we'll mark each other and meet up as soon as possible." Lu Jinghong nodded. At that moment, Xiao Wuzhou's voice fell silent. "I hereby declare the newcomer trial to begin." Chapter 60, Day 1 Rankings First Place.
Boom!
The gates of the Forbidden Tower opened, and beams of light shone out in all directions. All new students, enter the Forbidden Tower. After Xiao Wuzhou's voice faded away, all the new students entered the Forbidden Tower in an orderly manner.
Not long after, Liamo Ran and Lu Jinghong also entered.
As a flash of light illuminated the area, Liamo Ran suddenly found himself in an unfamiliar environment. This was a vast grassland, almost devoid of any signs of civilization. Only faint traces of high mountains can be seen in the distance. Although it was called a grassland, Liamo Ran did not sense any moisture in the air. On the contrary, the air around him was extremely dry. Barren deserts also appeared all around the grassland.
Is this the true trial tower?
The surroundings were completely silent, with not a single person or spirit beast in sight. Just as Liamo Ran furrowed his brows, a sudden sense of foreboding arose in his mind. He felt puzzled, for when he looked around, he saw nothing dangerous.
Confused, Liamo Ran immediately activated the Great Eye. As his eyes scanned the surroundings, Liamo Ran suddenly froze in place. There, not far ahead, on a barren patch of grass, lurked a massive venomous snake. Its entire body blended seamlessly with its surroundings, changing color more skillfully than even the most advanced chameleon. Without the scanning capabilities of the Great Eye, Liamo Ran would have never spotted the venomous snake with the naked eye. Li Moran did not recognize the venomous snake, but through the Great Eye, he immediately obtained its information. Name: Sand Wasteland Venomous Snake. Level 30. Name: Sand Desert Venomous Snake. Race: Sand Snake Clan. Attributes: Earth, Grass. Talent: Environmental Stealth. Skill: Sand Drill, Venom Spray, Sandstream. Skill: Sand Drill, Venom Spray, Sandstorm Blast. It doesn't look very impressive, but because it can hide, you might get ambushed by it if you're not careful. It's no wonder it's a spirit beast from the Forbidden Tower. Without the Great Eye, Liamo Ran would never have discovered this Sand Wasteland Venomous Snake. He immediately summoned Cthulhu. Hoo! Cthulhu's intense mental interference spread out in all directions, disrupting the sand desert venomous snakes that had been lurking in hiding. Their colors immediately changed. Liamo Ran also saw its original color.
The sand desert venomous snake is a yellowish-brown snake resembling a viper, but it is much larger, with a body length of perhaps 7 or 8 meters, resembling a python.
SSSSS. It was instantly enraged by Cthulhu, constantly spitting out its tongue, and immediately launched an attack. Whoosh! The poisonous snakes in the sandy wasteland continuously swayed their tails, immediately firing several arrows as swift as flowing sand. They looked exceptionally fierce. If they struck a person, they could even feel like a shotgun blast, causing one's heart to race. However, in the presence of Cthulhu, such an attack is doomed to fail. The tentacles swayed, and Cthulhu immediately blocked the sand desert viper's attack. Little C, use the breath of the abyss. At Liamo Ran's command, Cthulhu immediately unleashed his skill.
As a peculiar aura enveloped the sand desert venomous snake, the once lively creature suddenly began to struggle violently. It opened its mouth wide and continuously spat out seawater, appearing to be in extreme agony. In the next instant, the sand desert venomous snake's body suddenly exploded, sending a massive amount of seawater and blood flying everywhere, leaving behind a pile in its wake. Cthulhu defeated a level 30 sand desert venomous snake, gaining 1,780 spirit power.
Your points: 1. Can the sand desert venomous snake only add 1 point? Liamo Ran felt a bit disappointed. It seems that to achieve a higher score, simply killing ordinary spirit beasts isn't enough. You must seek out elite spirit beasts and leader spirit beasts to defeat whenever possible. If you happen to encounter a rare opportunity, that would be even better. But Liamo Ran wasn't in a hurry. The trial would last an entire month, and he had plenty of time. Soon, Liamo Ran found himself seated on the Cthulhu. As he scanned the surroundings with the Great Eye, he headed toward the faintly visible mountains ahead. In the desert grassland region, many spirit beasts tend to hide.
Therefore, Cthulhu's flight speed is very slow, and Liamo Ran continuously scans the area with the Great Eye. Once a hidden spirit beast is detected, Cthulhu is immediately ordered to attack. A mature Cthulhu can extend its tentacles up to 800 meters, an extremely exaggerated distance.
Any spirit beast discovered by Liamo Ran is utterly unable to hide. Cthulhu slays the sand desert venomous snake, you earn 1 point.
Cthulhu slays the sharp-toothed otter beast, you earn 1 point.
Cthulhu kills the sand rat, you earn 1 point.
Various spiritual beasts are powerless against Cthulhu.
Liamo Ran pointed out that the surrounding spirit beasts were all being attacked. Before long, Liamo Ran had earned several dozen points.
Although they were all ordinary spirit beasts, Liamo Ran still fought with great enthusiasm.
As he grew more skilled, Liamo Ran's speed in slaying the monsters increased steadily.
In less than half an hour, he had already earned over 100 points, averaging 3 or 4 monsters killed per minute.
At this rate, he could even earn thousands of points in a single day.
Time passed slowly, and the sun soon set. Attention all new students, the map will appear shortly and will be displayed for 3 minutes. Xiao Wuzhou's voice echoed throughout the entire secret realm, and all the new students heard it. People immediately stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky. Before long, a huge map appeared in the sky. The map also detailed the various regions and the locations of the people. Liam Ran looked closely at the map and immediately spotted the area where he was located. I've actually ended up at the very edge of the map? The area he was in was the quicksand grassland. On the surface, it looked like a grassland, but beneath the grass lay vast stretches of quicksand. Various toxins and monsters lurked beneath the quicksand, ready to strike at any moment. In fact, it wasn't just Liam Ran, all the newcomers had been teleported to the quicksand grassland. However, due to the vastness of the grasslands and the small number of newcomers, they did not encounter one another. Looking at the map, to reach the central region, I must continue eastward. After confirming the direction, Liam Ran silently memorized the map. The map is about to disappear. Next, we will announce today's points rankings. All new students, please get ready. As the words fell, today's points rankings were officially announced. First place, Liam Ran, total points 428. Second place, by E, total points 339. Third place, Zhou Yancheng, total points 287 points. Fourth place, Zhou Yancheng, total points 260 points. Fifth place, Zhu Cheng, total points 257 points. As the rankings were announced, expressions varied among everyone within the secret realm. However, the vast majority were utterly shocked. How could Liam Ran's score be so high? No wonder he's the national champion. Liam Ran scored an impressive 428 points, securing first place by a landslide. Even the second place finisher, Bai Yi, was nearly 100 points behind him. However, Bai Yi's strength is also formidable, as he has also surpassed the third place finisher, Zhou Yancheng, by a significant margin. As for fourth place, it came as a great surprise to Liam Ran. Zhou Yancheng, the top scholar of Zhongyuan province. If Liam Ran remembered correctly, she had also secured the fourth position in the top scholar's secret realm. She should have been third, but Hu Shan rode on Liam Ran's coattails and ranked higher than her. It seems like there's no shortage of talent after all. I wonder what rank Jinghong is. Liam Ran scrolled down and finally saw Lu Jinghong's name. 48th place, Lu Jinghong, total points 176. Only 48th? Liam Ran was greatly surprised. After all, without him, Lu Jinghong would undoubtedly have been the top scholar of Tianfang province. Moreover, her abilities have already surpassed those of the top scholar of Tianfang province in previous years by a significant margin. The Imperial Capital Academy truly is a place where dragons and tigers lie hidden. He immediately marked Lu Jinghong's location and quickly obtained the exact coordinates. The distance wasn't very far, only about 10 to 20 kilometers. Liam Ran got into the Cthulhu and rushed over immediately. Chapter 61, A Sweet Beginning. 3 minutes later, Tianmu's ranking disappeared from the screen. Although it was only the first day's ranking, it still provided a general indication of the situation. Most people have a good idea of Liam Ran's performance. As the national top scorer, Liam Ran is indeed the most outstanding among the new students this time. Even Bai Yi remained calm upon seeing Liam Ran's grades. He knew full well that this was far from Liam Ran's limit. Once Liam Ran really got going, the gap between them would only grow wider. However, I won't give up so easily. Bai Yi's lips curled into a smile, still full of confidence. As for Zhou Yancheng, upon seeing that he had only ranked third, his gaze grew unusually cold. The thought of his deceased Azura blood dragon filled Zhou Yancheng with hatred that he could not contain. Liam Ran, I will kill you. Zhou Yancheng roared. Through the celestial rankings, he had already pinpointed Liam Ran's location. However, the mere thought of Liam Ran's beast-taming abilities sent a chill down Zhou Yancheng's spine. Although after the death of the Azura blood dragon, his family had helped him contract a beast with the bloodline of a dominant ruler, and even spent a fortune to have someone take him to clear secret realms to accelerate the beast's growth, ensuring he wouldn't fall behind others. However, Zhou Yancheng knew all too well that, with his current strength, he was still no match for Liam Ran. He had to think of other ways. Liam Ran was unaware of Zhou Yancheng's thoughts. At that moment, he was rushing toward Lu Jinghong's location based on his position. Cthulhu's speed was extremely fast, flying through the air like a black afterimage. Some of the spirit beasts in the vicinity only felt a gust of wind pass by, unable to discern what had just gone by. If they knew the truth, they might have been relieved. After all, if Liam Ran hadn't been in such a hurry to find Lu Jinghong, none of these spiritual beasts on the road would have escaped. Before long, Liam Ran spotted a familiar figure dressed in red. She was riding a golden-winged divine phoenix and was also heading toward Liam Ran. A fleeting glimpse. Liam Ran shouted. Lu Jinghong looked in the direction of the voice and immediately revealed a look of surprise. It was Liam Ran. The two quickly met up. Silence. Lu Jinghong was very happy after all, it was only their first day meeting each other. Originally, she had thought it would take a long time to find Liam Ran. Squeak, squeak. As for the golden phoenix, upon seeing Cthulhu, it shrunk its neck and emitted a harmless sound. It could sense that Cthulhu had grown even stronger. Last time, it foolishly challenged Cthulhu and nearly had all its hair pulled out. Now, upon seeing Cthulhu again, the golden feathered phoenix is nearly overcome with stress. Little Jean, don't be afraid, don't be afraid.
Marin won't harm you.
After coming down, Lu Jinghong saw that the golden phoenix was still trembling and immediately comforted it. The golden-winged divine phoenix looked at him with a look of deep resentment.
He wouldn't harm himself, but Cthulhu would. At least after reaching maturity, the golden phoenix no longer trembles uncontrollably due to Cthulhu's mental interference. Otherwise, Lu Jinghong would have had to take it back. You're first again. Lu Jinghong felt a bit emotional. Though he was happy inside, he also felt a bit down. The gap between himself and him seemed to be widening step by step. Liam Oran laughed. What's first or second? You're the most important. What are you talking about?
Lu Jinghong's face turned slightly red. Though shy, she felt a touch of sweetness in her heart.
Alright, it's getting late. Let's find a place to rest first.
Yeah. Before long, the two found an open area and set up a tent. After going through mock exams and the college entrance exam, almost everyone had gained a basic understanding of wilderness survival skills. Before entering the secret realm, everyone had also prepared tents, compressed biscuits, and other wilderness survival supplies.
Some well-prepared individuals even brought enough boxed meals to last for a month.
After a busy period of work, the two set up their camp and began to eat dinner. The light from the campfire shone brightly in the pitch-black night.
Under normal circumstances, this would easily attract the attention of ferocious beasts. But Liam Oran was completely unfazed.
He had already released Cthulhu, allowing it to form a vast black mist to disperse the surrounding spirit beasts.
Moreover, Cthulhu's mist also possesses insulating properties. It keeps you warm in winter and cool in summer, just like an air conditioner.
Under the protection of Cthulhu, the two slept soundly.
The next morning, Liam Oran took Lu Jinghong and continued their monster hunting adventure. Xiao Ku summoned the deep diver.
Before leaving, Liam Oran ordered Cthulhu to summon the deep ones.
30 massive deep ones suddenly appeared, emanating a dangerous aura. Upon seeing the deep divers, Lu Jinghong was taken aback. What are these?
Oh, these are Xiao Ku's followers. They can be summoned to help kill monsters, and the kills are credited to Xiao Ku.
Followers?
Lu Jinghong was a bit puzzled, but after thinking about it, he figured it might be some kind of summon creature. After all, there were summoning-type creatures in beast taming as well.
She didn't dwell on it further.
Since Cthulhu was nearby, the golden phoenix wasn't very comfortable, so Lu Jinghong didn't bring it along this time. The two continued to sit together on Cthulhu's back, just like they were taking the college entrance exam. The difference was that last time, Liam Oran had maintained some distance, but this time, he directly embraced Lu Jinghong in his arms, not even allowing her to refuse.
She tried to protest, but Liam Oran looked serious. I'm protecting you. What if you fall?
Lu Jinghong had no choice but to let him hold her.
What was even more infuriating was that Liam Oran's hands were also restless. He was groping around everywhere in her arms. This made Lu Jinghong both ashamed and angry, and she couldn't help but give him a fierce glare.
Liam Oran, however, laughed carelessly. Were an old married couple.
What's wrong with a little touch? Who's an old couple with you? This person is really something. Give him a little sunshine, and he'll shine.
Lu Jinghong began to feel that he had agreed too rashly. Fortunately, Liam Oran was still somewhat restrained and stopped teasing her after a while.
Liam Oran did want to take things further, but first, this was inside the trial tower. Who knew if anyone could see what was happening inside?
Secondly, their relationship was, strictly speaking, still in its early stages. Lu Jinghong, after all, is a pure young woman who was still very conservative when it comes to matters of the heart and simply cannot let go.
If he acted too boldly, Liam Oran was genuinely afraid of scaring her away. Time passed slowly, and 5 days went by.
During those 5 days, the two of them had been constantly hunting monsters on the shifting sands of the grassland. Almost all the spirit beasts visible on the grassland had been defeated by Liam Oran. Since they were in a two-person team, the points they earned were shared, so Liam Oran and Lu Jinghong's points were almost equal. The only difference was that on the first day, the two hadn't teamed up yet.
Thanks to Liam Oran's help, Lu Jinghong's grades improved significantly in just a few days. From his original ranking of 48, he gradually rose to the top 20, then into the top 10, and now, he has climbed all the way to third place. Liam Oran dropped from first place to second due to the points sharing system.
Bai Yi, on the other hand, ascended to the top spot. Upon seeing Liam Oran's points overtaken, Lu Jinghong initially considered suggesting they split up to fight monsters, as she didn't want to hold him back.
However, this suggestion was firmly rejected by Liam Oran. Are you kidding me?
This month was the perfect time for him and Lu Jinghong to build their relationship.
He hadn't even had enough time to kiss her or touch her, and now he's letting her go? How could that be acceptable?
Of course, he couldn't say that out loud.
He said angrily, "What, you don't believe your man can take you to the top? What are you talking about? That's not what I meant." That's exactly what you meant.
Mention breaking up again, and watch out for my butt.
Do you think I'm a child? Lu Jinghong didn't continue speaking because he was forcefully kissed by Li Mo Ran. Chapter 62, The Sand-Throated Poisonous Python, Recruiting More Followers. Li Mo Ran discovered that Lu Jinghong had a rather interesting weakness. That was, once kissed, her body would quickly go limp. If the kiss lasts longer, say 2 or 3 minutes, when they part, she might even experience a blackout. Her head feels dizzy, and her body feels weak. It's just like being drunk. This discovery left Li Mo Ran deeply shocked and overjoyed. Some people get drunk on alcohol, others on milk, but Li Mo Ran had never before encountered someone who got drunk on kissing. Therefore, whenever Lu Jinghong protested against something, Li Mo Ran would pull her close and force a kiss on her. After kissing her until she was dizzy and disoriented, she would submit to Li Mo Ran's whims. Li Mo Ran had once mentioned this matter to her, but Lu Jinghong refused to acknowledge it. There's nothing to it. Panting like that, can that even be called drunk?
Then came more arguments, and the more they talked, the more embarrassed they became. In the end, they could only lower their heads in shame. The air around them was filled with joyful energy. After being forcefully kissed by Li Mo Ran, Lu Jinghong said nothing and left, staying by Li Mo Ran's side with a peaceful mind. To be honest, she found her own docile behavior over the past few days utterly unbelievable.
Li Mo Ran was not the ideal husband she had once imagined. For Lu Jinghong, the ideal husband in her mind should be like her father, a man of integrity and courtesy, standing tall and upright. The two of them would treat each other with respect and reverence, like a divine couple. But Li Mo Ran was not like that.
He was domineering, arrogant, and sometimes completely unreasonable, never backing down from his decisions. Moreover, Li Mo Ran sometimes chooses to ignore her opinions and instead uses his actions to force her to accept certain behaviors of his. If it were the old her, she might never have been able to accept such a thing. However, faced with Li Mo Ran's forceful kiss, his unreasonable demands, and his constant advances, she couldn't muster even a hint of anger. Her blushing was merely due to shyness.
Is this what it means to like someone? Lu Jinghong murmured. When did it all begin? She didn't know what it felt like to like someone.
This high-achieving student had studied many subjects, but she had never studied love. Perhaps that was the case. Anyway, at least she doesn't dislike me.
Brush. Cthulhu's tentacles continued to flail, killing several more spirit beasts.
Immediately afterward, both of them saw a notification about their points appear in their minds. According to the map, we should be leaving the quicksand grasslands soon.
Can you see the fog ahead? Upon hearing Li Mo Ran's words, Lu Jinghong immediately looked up.
Ahead lay a mist-shrouded expanse, the fog obscuring the view so completely that nothing could be seen.
That must be the soul-devouring lake, right? Based on the map in her memory, she immediately determined their location. Li Mo Ran nodded. There's still about 20 kilometers left. Sue. Just then, the sand around them suddenly erupted into chaos.
Moments later, a massive black tail emerged from the sand, as thick as a pillar, and struck toward Li Moran and his companion in midair. This sudden turn of events startled both of them. Fortunately, Cthulhu reacted swiftly, and a dozen tentacles erupted, tightly wrapping around the tail. However, the tail was incredibly powerful. Using the immense force of its thrashing, it managed to tear through Cthulhu's tentacles and escape back into the underground. Fortunately, Cthulhu's regenerative abilities were incredibly powerful, and it quickly grew new tentacles.
It seems there's a big one coming. Li Mo Ran's expression turned serious. Jinghong, hold on tight. Lu Jinghong nodded and hugged Li Mo Ran tightly. In terms of combat ability, she and Li Mo Ran were not even in the same league.
In this situation, she just needs to stay by Li Mo Ran's side.
After the big guy went underground, it didn't show up again. The surrounding sand and soil showed no signs of movement whatsoever, as if it had simply vanished into thin air. Li Mo Ran snorted coldly and immediately activated the Great Eye. His gaze instantly pierced through countless grains of sand, penetrating deeply into the earth below. Immediately afterward, he saw an enormous monster. This monster looks like a python, with a body that is dozens of meters long and a diameter of over a meter. Through the Great Eye, Li Mo Ran immediately detected its presence. Name: Sand-Throat Venomous Python. Level 40. Race Sand Python Clan. Attributes Earth, Grass. Attributes Earth, Grass. Talents Desert Lord, Poison Lord.
Skill Sand Drill, Venom Spray, Quicksand Shot, Sandstorm Assault, Life and Death Entanglement. Skill Sand Drill, Venom Spray, Sandstorm Shot, Sandstorm Assault, Sandstorm Surge, Life and Death Entanglement.
Upon seeing the information about this monster, Li Mo Ran immediately understood.
It seems we've encountered a boss-level monster. With two powerful innate abilities and such a vast array of skills, there's no doubt that the Sand-Throat Venomous Python is the true ruler of the Sandstorm Plains.
Lu Jinghong hummed in agreement. She wasn't worried about Li Mo Ran, because she knew his capabilities. However, looking at the calm ground, Lu Jinghong asked, what should we do if it doesn't come out? Li Mochen laughed heartily. Does it dare not come out? Jinghong, today I'll show you something amazing. As soon as he finished speaking, Liemo Ran immediately commanded Cthulhu to descend. The two also stepped down from Cthulhu. Lu Jinghong was still puzzled about what Liemo Ran was planning to do. Suddenly, Liemo Ran shouted harshly, "Shaoko, transform into a Baimon." Under Liemo Ran's command, Cthulhu's body began to swell rapidly. As it expanded, it also became increasingly ethereal. Moments later, Cthulhu's body vanished completely, transforming into a hazy mist. The mist spread out in all directions, with Liemo Ran at its center. Any area shrouded in mist was part of Baimon's domain. Intense mental interference emanates from all directions, constantly spreading outward. Lu Jinghong widened his eyes, revealing an expression of disbelief. "What kind of skill is this?" Liemo Ran smiled and said, "It's called Baimong, one of Shaoke's avatars." Baimong possesses extremely powerful mental strength, not only able to read the thoughts of humans and spiritual beasts, but also capable of destroying their consciousness, turning them into empty shells and making them Shaoke's puppets. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinghong was rendered speechless. Such a skill was completely beyond her imagination. Who would have thought that Cthulhu was so powerful? The mist of Baimong continued to spread outward, its spiritual power growing stronger and stronger. Ultimately, the sand-throat venomous python lurking underground also succumbed to the impact of this mental force. Boom! The sand and soil ahead suddenly erupted into chaos, and moments later, a massive sand-throated poisonous python burst forth from the ground. Boom! Its massive body crashed heavily onto the ground, causing a violent tremor. Lu Jinghong stumbled, nearly falling, but Liemo Ran acted swiftly, catching her before she hit the ground. She didn't have time to feel shy, her eyes fixed firmly on the front. The sand-throat viper let out a painful hiss, twisting its body violently as it struggled fiercely. Its venom was even splashing out in all directions. Some of the venom was about to splash toward Liemo Ran, but it was immediately blocked by the Baimong, which used the surging mist to blow the venom away. Could it be that it will simply die like this? That's right. Even the golden-winged phoenix cannot withstand the consciousness devouring of the Baimong, let alone the sand-throat poisonous python? I see. Is that how you subdued the golden-winged phoenix? You figured it out. You're really clever. Are you complimenting me or insulting me? No way. I'm definitely complimenting you. As long as Meng's power continues to grow, Liemo Ran will be able to destroy the sand-throat venomous python's consciousness. However, Liemo Ran suddenly changed his mind. He shouted at Cthulhu, "Little Cthulhu, ask it if it's willing to become a follower. Give it half a minute. If it refuses, kill it immediately." Cthulhu needs a certain number of followers to grow into its fully evolved form. Liemo Ran could influence various ordinary spirit beasts at will through mass hysteria, but he refused to do so. The belief system is of utmost importance, and Liemo Ran would rather have none than have something inferior. 100 cannon fodder are no match for a single leader-level spirit beast. Not long after, Liemo Ran received the response from the sand-throat venomous python. Willingly. This humble servant is willing. Please, Master, quickly take back your divine power. Chapter 63, The Inheritance Cave. Clouds gather from all directions. Under the threat of Cthulhu, how dare the sand-throat venomous python refuse? It was terrified of dying. Upon seeing that the sand-throat venomous python agreed, Liemo Ran split open, allowing Cthulhu to retract its form while simultaneously unleashing a wave of collective madness. The sand-throat venomous python had initially intended to resist, but upon sensing this terrifying mental power, it immediately dared not move another muscle. As the collective madness erupted, the sand-throat venomous python was ultimately transformed into a follower of Cthulhu. SSSSS. The massive sand-throated venomous python rose to its feet and crawled before Cthulhu. Li Machen laughed. "Alright, the sand-throat venomous python is also subdued." Watching this scene, Lu Jinghong's eyes were filled with awe that lingered for a long time. Liemo Ran's ability was something she had never heard of before. Lu Jinghong asked, "After subduing it, will you bind it to you?" Liemo shook his head. "It doesn't deserve it." Through the great eye, Liemo Ran could see that the sand-throat venomous python's old bloodline compatibility was only 97, which was far from sufficient. After completing his enrollment at the Imperial Capital Academy, Liemo Ran had already fulfilled the system's tasks. Now, a single drop of ancient blood lies within his beast taming space. As long as Liemo Ran finds a beast that meets the contract conditions, he will be able to obtain another ancient ruler. Unfortunately, however, Liemo Ran hasn't seen a single one in the past few days. He wasn't in a hurry, though. Cthulhu was already powerful enough he didn't desperately need a second ancient one. Lu Jinghong said, "No contract? Then how do you plan to handle it?" Lu Jinghong said, "No contract? Then what do you plan to do?" "Shaoko will handle it." Under Liemo Ran's command, Cthulhu sealed the sand-throat viper into the Baimong space to sleep. Your beast tamer can actually seal other beast tamers into a spatial realm? Shaoko possesses a special spatial realm where all his followers can sleep within it. That's amazing. Lu Jinghong exclaimed in admiration.
She felt that all the knowledge she had acquired over the years was completely useless here with Liam Oran. The moment the sand-throated venomous snake was sealed into the Baimong space, a voice suddenly echoed through the sky. The sand-throat venomous python, the spirit beast leader of the sand grassland, has been slain. The inheritance cave of the sand grassland has been opened. All newcomers are urged to explore it promptly. Those who obtain the inheritance will be able to learn advanced divine abilities. This voice echoed in everyone's ears. As people were still in shock, a sudden burst of intense light erupted from somewhere on the shifting sand plains. The light shot skyward, forming a towering pillar of light that pierced the heavens. Everyone within the secret realm witnessed this pillar of light. The inheritance cave? Obtaining an inheritance and actually being able to learn divine abilities? This is way too exaggerated. That pillar of light must be where the inheritance cave is located, right? Hurry over there. Be the first to obtain the inheritance before anyone else. Upon hearing the news, people rushed into action. Who wouldn't want to inherit the cave mansion and learn divine abilities? In this world, who doesn't know the power of supernatural abilities? Bai Yi and Lu Ziyuan had originally doubted how Liam Oran could have killed Zhou Wanliang, but upon hearing the term supernatural powers, they all understood immediately. One can only imagine how terrifying the power of divine abilities truly is. If a beast tamer masters divine abilities, defeating 10 or even 100 opponents alone would not be an unbelievable feat. Even Lu Jinghong, upon hearing of divine abilities, couldn't help but gaze at them with a look of longing. Silently, let's hurry over there too. I'm afraid many people will rush to claim the divine abilities. Liam Oran nodded. Let's go, to Cthulhu. The two immediately mounted Cthulhu's back. With a howling gust of wind, Cthulhu transformed into a black shadow and soared into the sky. The pillar of light appeared at the edge of the shifting sand plains. After several days of travel, the people were almost out of the shifting sands grassland, so the distance to the inheritance cave was not far. Some lucky individuals had even reached it after taking only a few steps. Liam Oran was still some distance away from the inheritance cave, but Cthulhu's speed was simply too fast. About a quarter of an hour later, the two of them had also arrived. At this point, a crowd had already gathered here. What is that? The bizarre Cthulhu appeared and immediately caught the attention of countless people. That beast, I'd never seen anything like it before. Hey! Ah Chang, what's wrong? Why is this happening? Ah Jin, don't shake. What's wrong with you? As Cthulhu landed, the intense mental interference immediately caused many of the beast tamers to tremble in fear. In fact, once beast tamers reach maturity, they become immune to most of Cthulhu's mental interference. As long as they avoid making eye contact with Cthulhu, they should be fine. Although this is the Imperial Capital Academy, there are actually quite a few people here who aren't particularly outstanding. The beast tamers are still in their growth phase. Lu Ginghong watched all this unfold, feeling a strange sensation in his heart. Back then, the Golden Phoenix had looked exactly the same. However, Liam Oran paid no heed to them and continued walking forward with Lu Jinghong. The people on the side all made way for them. Before long, the two of them caught sight of the situation at the ancestral cave. Up ahead was a massive cave residence with its doors tightly shut. Before the gates, two fully armed door guardians stand sentinel, seeming almost alive. As soon as anyone approaches, they emit a powerful aura of danger. In front of the door gods, there were even fresh bloodstains, clearly the result of a recent battle. Lu Jinghong asked, "What is that?" Someone nearby immediately explained. "Those two attack anything that tries to get close to them. Not long ago, some unlucky person tried to get through, and the beast almost killed him." Liam Oran asked in confusion, "Can't you two team up to take care of the door god?" The man glanced at Liam Oran but said nothing. But Liam Oran quickly understood. It seems that people don't really trust others. After all, who knows if someone might pull a fast one when the time comes? Even if they don't shoot from the shadows, if they don't put in the effort, that's still dangerous. Therefore, people gathered around the cave entrance, but no one dared to approach. Just then, a joyful voice rang out, "White young master has arrived." Roar! With a loud dragon's roar, a young man riding a white dragon slowly arrived at the scene. It was Bai Yi. The white dragon he rode was not the winged dragons of the west, but a standard eastern dragon. Soaring through the sky, riding clouds and mist. Seeing the white dragon he was riding, many people couldn't help but gasp in awe. Goodness! That white dragon, could it be of mythical lineage? I heard that these white dragons are born with the bloodline of a ruler, and once they complete their evolution, they directly ascend to the mythical bloodline. No wonder you're the eldest son of the imperial capital. Your beast taming skills are truly impressive. Compared to the mystery of Cthulhu, people clearly hold the white dragon in much higher esteem. Soon, the white dragon landed nearby, and Bai Yi jumped down from its back. He spotted Liam Oran at once, walked toward him slowly, and smiled. "Liam Oran, we meet again." Chapter 64, The Cave Mansion opens, the top scholar guild assembles. Upon seeing Bai Yi, Liam Oran nodded. Bai Long followed him slowly forward. Upon seeing Cthulhu, he suddenly tensed and let out a low growl, his eyes flashing with a hint of hostility.
Noticing Bai Lon's unusual behavior, Bai Yi immediately furrowed his brows and asked, Li Yuan, what's wrong? Li Yuan was the name Bai Yi had given to the white dragon.
But Bai Long ignored him, staring intently at Cthulhu.
Bai Yi also noticed something was amiss and frowned, saying, Li Moran, what's going on with your beast? Oh, you mean Xiaoku? Li Moran turned around and saw Bai Long's unusual behavior, immediately understanding the situation. Alright, Xiaoku, calm down. Don't scare them.
Cthulhu's tentacles flickered slightly, and the mental interference surrounding him gradually weakened. As the mental interference weakened, the white dragon let out a low growl and gradually returned to normal. Seeing this, Bai Yi was greatly startled. His white dragon was a genuine dragon, possessing the complete bloodline of the dragon clan.
Don't underestimate it now that it's only a dominant bloodline.
But once it successfully evolves, it will become a complete mythical bloodline beast. This is almost the pinnacle of beast tamers. The white dragon of mythical lineage is even capable of standing toe-to-toe with the heavenly void divine phoenix. Bai Yi had never seen the white dragon spare a single glance for any demon beast, yet it was so tense around Li Moran's Cthulhu. This was truly a most peculiar occurrence.
Bai Yi couldn't help but ask, Li Moran, what bloodline is your beast?
Li Moran shrugged his shoulders, I don't know either. Seeing that Li Moran didn't say anything, Bai Yi didn't ask any further questions and gradually suppressed the doubts in his heart. His gaze shifted to the cave dwelling in the distance.
Bai Yi frowned, why isn't anyone going forward? Li Mo explained the situation, and Bai Yi immediately understood.
It turned out that no one was willing to be the first to act, hoping instead to wait for others to engage the guards in combat while they reaped the benefits. Seeing this, Bai Yi suddenly stepped onto the white dragon and rose into the air.
Where are the members of the Zhuang Yuan Guild?
As Bai Yi shouted loudly, many people responded from all around.
President, I'm here. Hey, I'm here too, President. The members of the Zhuang Yuan Guild in the arena responded enthusiastically.
The rest of the crowd, upon hearing this, were all filled with confusion.
The Zhuang Yuan Guild? What is the Zhuang Yuan Guild? Is there such a guild at the Imperial Capital Academy?
Bai Yi ignored the voices and continued shouting, members of the Zhuang Yuan Guild, follow me and Vice President Li Mo ran to deal with the cave guardians.
Once the task is completed, members of the Zhuang Yuan Guild will enter the cave first.
As soon as he finished speaking, several members of the Zhuang Yuan Guild responded immediately.
Li Mo saw this and did not refuse. Lu Jinghong, standing nearby, was greatly surprised and hurriedly asked, Moran, what's going on? When did you become the deputy head of the Zhuang Yuan Guild?
Oh, during the Zhuang Yuan secret realm, Bai Yi set up a guild called the Zhuang Yuan Guild.
He invited all the top scholars from every province across the country to join.
Since I'm the best, Bai Yi made me the vice president.
Another thing she doesn't know about. Lu Jinghong was puzzled. How many more things did Li Moran know that she didn't? Let's go, Jinghong. Li Moran didn't explain anything, he simply grabbed Lu Jinghong and got into the Cthulhu.
Once the newcomer trials are over, the guild will be officially established.
I'll invite you to join then. Alright. Upon hearing the invitation, Lu Jinghong's unpleasant feelings instantly dissipated.
Soon, the members of the Zhuang Yuan Guild gathered together.
However, not everyone had arrived yet, at least Li Moran hadn't seen Huishan. There were probably only about a dozen people present. Bai Yi said, everyone, follow me and eliminate these two guards.
Under Bai Yi's leadership, the people responded in unison, summoning their own beasts. Bai Yi, true to his reputation as the president, took the lead and charged toward one of the guards. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the heavens, and a powerful aura radiated outward. Bai Yi rode the white dragon, his pupils narrowing, and the dragon's claws, like swords, instantly tore downward. Feeling Bai Yi's aura, the guards immediately reacted. It raised its great sword and swung it down toward the white dragon. But the white dragon erupted with a powerful surge of water, transforming into a towering wall that blocked the sword's strike. At the same time, the dragon's claws tore through the guard's body, leaving a gaping wound. Seeing this, the other guards rushed forward.
At the same time, the other members of the Zhuang Yuan Guild also rushed forward.
Each relying on their own skills, they all launched attacks on the guards. These two guards were no pushovers, in fact, they were far stronger than the majority of people present.
However, under the relentless assault of the Zhuang Yuan Guild, they were forced to retreat steadily.
Li Moran also ordered Cthulhu to wrap its tentacles around the guards and shouted, charge directly.
Don't worry about these tentacles. My beasts can recover quickly after being injured.
The others, hearing this, also attacked without mercy. Various attacks landed on the guards. Cthulhu's tentacles were also caught in the crossfire, but every time a tentacle was hit, Cthulhu would quickly regenerate within seconds, completely unaffected.
The guards entangled by Cthulhu were furious, attacking relentlessly, yet they could not break free. Even if a large sword severed one tentacle, there were still a dozen more waiting behind it. A fully mature Cthulhu can summon over 100 tentacles at once.
Boom!
With a loud explosion, both guards were eliminated.
Their bodies exploded, turning into a shower of flesh and bone fragments.
Boom!
Immediately afterward, the previously tightly sealed entrance to the cave residence swung open.
The door opened. Hurry up and go in. Ha! The legacy is mine.
Upon seeing the gate open, the crowd that had been watching eagerly began to stir, eager to rush into the crowd. At that moment, Liam Ran barked, "I'll see who dares to come forward." A piercing cry rang out.
Ling!
As soon as he finished speaking, the heavenly ruins divine phoenix soared into the sky, spewing intense flames that created a sea of fire ahead. Those who had rushed forward halted in their tracks.
The appearance of the heavenly ruined divine phoenix caused many faces to pale in shock. Liam Ran, what are you doing? Do you want to keep the cave for yourself?
Before Liam Ran could speak, Bai Yi's voice echoed throughout the area. This guard was defeated by the Zhuang Yuan Gong Society, so this cave must be entered by members of the Zhuang Yuan Gong Society first. Everyone, please wait outside for a moment.
Once we have entered, it will be your turn.
Bai Yi's words left many feeling unwilling. However, one was the deterrent of the heavenly ruined divine phoenix, and the other was Bai Yi's own authority.
Neither dared to act rashly. Liam Ran and Bai Yi exchanged glances and both smiled.
Although the two had not communicated beforehand, they acted in unison at that moment.
Someone below shouted, "Mr. Bai, how can we join the Zhuang Yuan Guild? If we join the Zhuang Yuan Guild now, can we go in with you?" Bai Yi said, "The recruitment details for the Top Scholar Guild will be announced after the new student trials are over. Everyone, please prepare as soon as possible. As for now, everyone should wait outside for a while.
Otherwise, our guild's vice president, Tianxiu Shenhuang, will not hesitate to kill anyone.
All guild members, follow me into the cave." Soon, the members of the Zhuang Yuan Guild entered the cave. Liam Ran also entered swiftly, simultaneously instructing the Heavenly Void Divine Phoenix to guard the entrance for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes had passed, the others were allowed to enter. After all, he couldn't stop others from coming in, nor could he hold them back for too long. 3 minutes, not too long, not too short, just right. Chapter 65, The Principal is Impressed. Is Liam Ran really that strong?
Upon entering the inheritance cave, people did not feel the eerie, dark atmosphere they had imagined. Instead, it was surprisingly bright, not like an ordinary cave, but more like an old, dilapidated hall. The entire cave had only one path leading straight ahead. Liam Ran and Bai Yi led the way, with the others following closely behind. I wonder what treasures lie within the cave. If I could obtain the inheritance, I'd be set for life. This is divine power. I heard that even the lowest tier supernatural ability on the market costs over 100 million gold coins.
You're not kidding.
5 years ago, the Demon City auctioned off a divine ability stone, and it fetched a staggering 13 billion gold coins.
When it comes to divine power, everyone's heart races with excitement.
Soon, the people passed through the corridor and entered a spacious hall. At the front stood a large altar, with an enormous tombstone at its very center. The tombstone is engraved with various inscriptions, but they appear to be ancient text, and none of the people present can recognize them.
Welcome to the Inheritance Cave.
Place your hand on the stone tablet to test your spiritual power index. Your index must exceed 10,000 to unlock the inheritance trial. After completing the trial, you will receive rewards based on your performance, with the highest reward being a high-level divine ability. However, please note that there are only 49 inheritance trial rewards available. As soon as the words were spoken, the people around them erupted in excitement.
The rewards for the inheritance trial are not limited to one.
Although there are entry requirements for participating in the trials, these are not particularly high for top students from various regions. As long as one's innate talent is sufficiently high, once the beast is cultivated to maturity, the spiritual energy index can generally exceed 10,000. Take Lu Jinghong, for example. Her current spiritual power index has already surpassed 40,000, which is higher than many geniuses.
Li. Suddenly, a cry rang out.
The heavenly phoenix returned to Liam Ran's side.
Upon seeing the heavenly ruins divine phoenix appear, the members of the Zhuang Yuan Guild all furrowed their brows.
This was what Liam Ran had sent to hold off the rear. Its return now meant that the others had also arrived here.
Liam Ran shouted, "There's no time to waste. Let's start the trial immediately and try to get the rewards before the others do."
As soon as he finished speaking, everyone snapped into action and rushed up to the altar.
Liam Ran retrieved the heavenly ruins divine phoenix and joined Lu Jinghong on the altar. All the talents of the Zhuang Yuan Guild immediately displayed their spiritual power indices on the stone tablet. Everyone met the standard.
As a burst of light enveloped them, everyone vanished from their original positions. At the same time, people from the outside world began to rush over. Upon seeing the altar before them, they too received the message of the trial.
Is there a reward for completing the trial?
There are only 49 rewards available.
Hurry up, or someone else will beat you to it. Damn it! Why is the test requirement 10,000 spirit power index?
Ha, you don't even have 10,000 spiritual power index points.
You'd better go home quickly.
Those who met the conditions rushed madly toward the altar.
As beams of light flashed, one after another, the newcomers began the trials to inherit the ancestral halls. At the same time, outside, the principal of the Imperial Capital Academy, along with various senior officials and the deans of the 9 colleges, were also observing the freshmen's trials. The top scholar guild?
The young man from the Bai family has certainly made a name for himself.
Does he intend to recruit all the top scholars?
A middle-aged man with a square face chuckled, his eyes gleaming with approval.
I don't think it'll be that easy.
The young man from the Lu family probably won't be too fond of him.
Bai Yi and Lu Xiaojun have never gotten along well.
On one hand, the Lu family, as one of the top families in the Demon City, has always been at odds with the imperial capital. The Bai family, on the other hand, is one of the top families in the imperial capital, so the relationship between the two families is easy to imagine. Principal Xiao Wujiu said, but in my opinion, the most conspicuous ones aren't even the two of them.
The principal agreed that Li Mo Ran from Tianfang province is truly talented.
Even with shared points, he still manages to stay in second place.
I think he's still got plenty left in the tank.
If he hadn't held back, Bai Yi might not have been able to keep the top spot.
When it came to Li Mo Ran, both the principal and the deans of various departments couldn't help but praise him. After all, Li Mo Ran's performance was truly outstanding. Who do you think will inherit the cave mansion this time? Bai Yi and Lu Xiaojun might have a chance, and Li Mo Ran should also be able to obtain it. As for the others, it's difficult. The total number of people who will ultimately receive the reward will not exceed 20.
Principal Xiao Wujiu spoke up. Upon hearing this, the others were all taken aback.
Is it really that difficult this year? That's right, I've increased the difficulty by 50%.
Why is that? If the difficulty isn't raised to this level, there's no point in testing Li Mo Ran as a student. His abilities are already far beyond those of the others. Upon hearing this, the crowd was even more astonished.
Does the principal really think so highly of Li Mo Ran? Although Li Mo Ran is indeed widely recognized as the strongest, how much stronger he is compared to Bai Yi and others remains open to debate. However, Xiao Wujiu's words subtly hinted that Li Mo Ran was a whole level above Bai Yi and the others. The others also began to discuss whether Li Mo Ran was really as strong as the principal had said.
Within the Creation God Academy, Zhang Ru laughed heartily. Gentlemen, please don't flatter him too much. I am but a humble disciple and still have much to learn. As soon as Zhang Ru finished speaking, he immediately drew a wave of sideways glances.
Some professors nearby abruptly stood up and shouted, Zhang Ru, what are you talking about? When did Li Mo Ran become your disciple?
Seeing everyone's surprise, Zhang Ru's smile grew even broader as he repeatedly said, this is nothing worth mentioning. A few days ago, I had a pleasant conversation with that young friend Li Mo Ran. After some consideration, we both felt that our relationship could be taken to the next level. So, I decided to take him as my last disciple.
Unfortunately, I accidentally entered the mentor information too early. Everyone should be able to see it when they log in to the school website.
Several professors hurriedly logged onto the school's official website.
Not long after, they found a mentor listed under Li Mo Ran's information, Zhang Ru. You big-eyed guy, you were hiding such thoughts? Zhang Ru, you dare to secretly take on a disciple behind our backs? You're too calculating, you're unworthy of being a teacher.
Li Mo Ran's outstanding performance has impressed many professors on campus, especially those from the Divine Creation Academy, who are all scheming about how to recruit him into their own department.
His potential seemed even more extraordinary than Bai Yi's.
If one could recruit such a student, it would be a tremendous boon for their own career. Little did he expect that Zhang Ru, who had always been so quiet and obedient, would suddenly spring a surprise. Before the new student trials began, he had already recruited Li Mo Ran. Several professors slapped their thighs and sighed deeply. Once the mentor information at Imperial Capital Academy was entered, it could never be changed.
This means that in the future, Li Mo Ran will undoubtedly belong to the Zhang Ru lineage. They have no chance now. Time slowly passed. Those whose spiritual energy levels failed to meet the requirements left the cave dwellings, while those who qualified quickly joined the inheritance trials. More people continued to arrive afterward.
Among them were Lu Xiaojun, Hua Shan, and Lin Jianqing.
Over an hour later, almost all the new students had arrived at the inheritance cave.
Among them, many had failed the inheritance trial and were therefore unable to receive their rewards. They all showed expressions of disappointment.
Those who couldn't participate in the trial asked one another, Brother, how was the trial?
Those who emerged were all sighing and groaning.
It's so hard. This is impossible for humans to accomplish. I don't think anyone can pass the inheritance trial. Everyone who comes out says the same thing.
By now, over 100 people have left the succession trial, but not a single one has passed. This clearly demonstrates the extreme difficulty of the trial. Seeing this, those who were unable to participate in the trial felt a bit better.
After all, they didn't lose anything either.
Most people have already left the ancestral cave, but some have stayed behind to see who can make it through.
Chapter 66, 200 Consecutive Victories. The ultimate trial begins. Time continued to pass, and another hour had gone by. The sound of a bird's cry. A red-clad maiden, her feet adorned with golden phoenix feathers, completed the inheritance trial. Congratulations to Lu Jinghong for completing the inheritance trial and obtaining the Cave Mansion Inheritance Skill Level 2, Wind and Clouds.
Someone has completed the trial? And it's her. The news that Lu Jinghong had completed the inheritance trial came as a surprise to many. After all, she wasn't well known at the Imperial Capital Academy. In fact, people only know her because of Liam O'Ran, as she teamed up with him, and the two have consistently maintained the second-place ranking. It's hard not to notice. However, no one thought she was particularly strong. After all, she came from Tianfang Province. Now that Lu Jinghong has completed the trial, it has truly surprised many people. What a pity, just a little more, and he could have attained divine abilities. Lu Jinghong felt a bit disappointed. She wasn't strong enough yet, otherwise, the reward for the inheritance trial wouldn't just be a level 2 skill. Though it couldn't compare to divine abilities, a level 2 skill was still extremely valuable to Lu Jinghong. This will significantly enhance the combat power of the golden feathered phoenix. I wonder how Mo Ran is doing. He must have obtained a high-level divine ability, right? Just thinking about Liam O'Ran made Lu Jinghong's face flush slightly, and a wave of sweetness washed over his heart. She hadn't left, she was waiting here for Liam O'Ran to appear. Not long after, another person completed the inheritance trial. Congratulations to Huishan for completing the inheritance trial and obtaining the Cave Mansion Inheritance Skill Level 2, Devouring Storm. Ha! I've completed the inheritance trial. As soon as I stepped out, Huishan burst into laughter. He was in an extremely good mood. Although it was only a level 2 skill, it was already good enough. I wonder what kind of reward the boss will get. Damn it, since the trial started, I haven't even seen the boss yet. The rewards from the Zhuang Yuan secret realm have granted Huishan a massive boost in power. And all of this was made possible by Liam O'Ran. Huishan had been constantly thinking about his older brother Liam O'Ran in his mind these past few days. He even marks him every night, hoping to reunite with his older brother, but alas, he can't catch up. After Huishan, a few more people completed the inheritance trial. However, they were mostly provincial champions. Time passed slowly, and another half hour had gone by. The rewards for the trials are becoming increasingly scarce. So far, 16 have already been distributed. Almost everyone has left the trial, and the vast majority have been unable to obtain the rewards. Only 3 remain. Congratulations to Lu Xiaojun for completing the inheritance trial and obtaining the Cave Mansion Inheritance Divine Stone. Congratulations to Lu Xiaojun for completing the inheritance trial and obtaining the Divine Stone of the Cave Mansion Inheritance. It's actually a divine ability stone? The first divine power. Lu Xiaojun has succeeded. The inheritance trial, he's truly manifested a divine ability. Before long, Lu Xiaojun emerged, charging forward atop the Azura Blood Dragon. This demon blood dragon was even more bloodthirsty and ferocious than his previous one, with eyes that seemed capable of killing. Ha! Who else but me? Lu Xiaojun looked down on everyone with disdain, feeling extremely satisfied. He had finally attained supernatural powers. With these supernatural powers, I'm not afraid of you anymore, Liam O'Ran. When Lu Xiaojun saw that Liam O'Ran hadn't left the inheritance trial yet, his gaze instantly turned icy cold. He immediately ordered the Azura Blood Dragon to learn the divine technique, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. At the same time, he had the Azura Blood Dragon quietly prepare. He planned to wait until Liam O'Ran emerged and then deliver a decisive blow. At that moment, Lu Jinghong, who was not far away, also spotted Lu Xiaojun, and a flash of coldness crossed his eyes. But she quickly recalled Liam O'Ran's words and shifted her gaze away. At present, she was no match for Lu Xiaojun. If she provoked him, it might cause trouble for Liam O'Ran later on. Time continues to pass. A few minutes later, another sound rang out. Congratulations to Bai Yi for completing the inheritance trial and obtaining the Cave Mansion Inheritance Divine Stone. Congratulations to Bai Yi for completing the inheritance trial and obtaining the Divine Stone of the Cave Mansion Inheritance. Divine Ability Stone. Another Divine Ability Stone. No wonder he's the White Prince. The appearance of Bai Yi caused a stir among the crowd. He also obtained supernatural abilities. Upon his arrival, Bai Yi immediately drew the hostility of Lu Xiaojun. Feeling Lu Xiaojun's gaze, Bai Yi merely sneered coldly and paid no heed. After leaving the Zhuang Yuan Guild, the conflict between Bai Yi and Lu Xiaojun no longer needed to be concealed. Lu Xiaojun naturally wanted to settle the score with Bai Yi at this moment, but whenever he thought of Liam O'Ran, a surge of hatred filled his heart. Compared to Bai Yi, he clearly cared more about Liam O'Ran. Time continues to pass. Everyone is waiting for Liam O'Ran's appearance, while also wondering what reward Liam O'Ran will ultimately receive. Is it the Divine Stone, or the Advanced Divine Stone? The two stones are quite different. Common divine power stones can only grant basic divine powers, while advanced divine power stones are required to obtain advanced divine powers. Although it is merely a higher tier designation, the power of advanced divine abilities is often several times, or even 10 times greater than that of ordinary divine abilities. However, the energy consumption is also extremely excessive. Even the weakest advanced divine ability would likely require tens of thousands of spiritual energy to activate just once. If the spiritual energy index is insufficient, it simply cannot be unleashed. While everyone waited, Liam Oran continued to fight within the trial space. This was a special space, shrouded in darkness, with only a massive arena in the center. From this arena, various monsters emerge, constantly battling the challengers. By defeating the first 30 rounds of monsters, you will obtain the base reward of level 2 beast taming skills. This was nothing to Liam Oran. His goal was the highest reward. If he can complete 60 rounds of combat, he will obtain a divine ability stone. If you can complete 100 rounds of combat, you will obtain an advanced divine power stone. Su. As Cthulhu's tentacles tightened, the monster before him finally dissolved into a cloud of blood mist. Congratulations! You have successfully completed the 100th battle. You have obtained the reward, Advanced Divine Stone. Do you wish to end the trial? Upon hearing this voice, Liam Oran finally smiled. Finally finished. The difficulty of the battles within the trial grounds will increase over time. By the 100th round of combat, Liam Oran could already feel significant pressure. He had originally planned to leave with the Advanced Divine Artifact Stone, but suddenly changed his mind. What would happen if he continued fighting? Li Machin immediately shouted, "If I choose to continue fighting, what will happen?" However, there was only an echoing silence around him, and no one answered. Li Mo saw this and became even more interested. The 100th round of battle seemed far from over. He immediately chose to continue fighting. You have chosen to continue fighting. If you can complete another 100 rounds of combat, you will unlock the ultimate trial. After the voice faded, Liam Oran felt a surge of excitement. There's an ultimate trial? It seems the Advanced Divine Stone isn't the main focus after all. He immediately ignited his fighting spirit and continued the battle. The 101st round of combat was even more challenging than the 100th round. But for Cthulhu, it was still manageable. Before long, Liam Oran defeated his enemies. Subsequent enemies also appeared one after another. Round 102, victory. Round 110, victory. Round 120, victory. As time passed, Liam Oran's battle pressure grew increasingly intense. By the 150th round, relying solely on Cthulhu, the combat pressure had already become overwhelming. Although it was still possible to fight, a single battle at this point could take nearly half an hour. Liam Oran had no choice but to summon the Heavenly Ruins Divine Phoenix. Although the Heavenly Ruins Divine Phoenix was not Liam Oran's summoned beast, it had become a follower of Cthulhu, so it still counted as part of Liam Oran's summoned beast system. After the Tianqiu Divine Phoenix appeared, the combat pressure suddenly eased. 2 against 1, the advantage is ours. Liam Oran quickly moved backward again. Time continued to pass, and approximately 3 hours had elapsed. Congratulations! You have successfully completed the 200th battle. You have met the conditions for the ultimate trial. Do you wish to begin the ultimate trial? Chapter 67, Ultimate Reward, Seed of the Small World. Unlock. Upon hearing the ultimate challenge, Liam Oran did not hesitate. As his words fell, the ultimate challenge began. At the same time, the surroundings underwent a drastic transformation. The original stage had transformed into a vast battlefield, with shattered walls, debris, and scattered limbs littering the ground everywhere. The air was thick with the smell of blood, and looking into the distance, the horizon was shrouded in a blood-red haze. Ultimate Challenge content. In the first 200 rounds of the challenge, all objectives will appear simultaneously and attack you. Simply eliminate them all to complete the ultimate challenge. Upon hearing this, Liam Oran was immediately taken aback. The ultimate challenge? That's hardcore. You have to understand that completing 200 rounds of challenges was almost torture for Liam Oran. The monsters he would face next were even more powerful than the Heavenly Ruin Phoenix. And the ultimate challenge is a siege. At this thought, Liam Oran immediately felt an immense pressure. Boom! A series of rumbling sounds echoed through the air, and numerous figures appeared all around, all of them the monsters that Liam Oran had faced in the first 200 rounds of the challenge. Now, they had gathered around him, completely surrounding Liam Oran. The challenge begins. As the voice faded, the monsters immediately charged toward Liam Oran. The sound of countless footsteps shook the earth, and dust filled the air. Facing such a fierce horde of beasts, even with Cthulhu and the Heavenly Void Phoenix, Liam Oran would likely find it difficult to emerge victorious. Because, after the 150th round, the spirit beasts themselves have already become extremely powerful, with many capable of interrupting Cthulhu's group madness spellcasting. Under normal circumstances, this is an almost impossible challenge to overcome. However, Liam Oran's expression remained calm. He leaped onto Cthulhu, and as its massive wings flapped, Cthulhu soared into the sky. Little C, unleashed the wrath of Raya. At Liemo Rant's command, Cthulhu immediately unleashed his divine power. As Liemo Rant's spiritual energy erupted throughout his body, the wrath of Laya continued to gather. The sky suddenly changed color, and the faint outline of Laya's city began to appear. To deal with such a massive horde of beasts, one could only rely on supernatural abilities. Who? A massive amount of spiritual energy flowed out of Liemo Rant's body and surged into Cthulhu's body, ultimately forming a terrifying supernatural ability. Under Liemo Rant's command, the city of Raya crashed down with a thunderous roar. Boom! Like a colossal explosion, intense smoke and clouds engulfed everything around them. In the midst of the explosion, all the spiritual beasts caught in its aftermath were instantly killed. Whether powerful or weak, flying in the sky or running on the ground, none could withstand the might of Lala's wrath. This is Liemo Rant's most powerful divine ability. Even the demons of the abyss can be repelled, how much more so these spiritual beasts? Once the dust settled, the area below was a scene of utter devastation. Not even a single body could be seen, only a pile of rubble. All the spirit beasts were killed by the wrath of Laya. Who? Liemo Rant exhaled deeply, feeling as though his entire body had been drained of energy. The massive loss of spiritual energy left him utterly exhausted. He quickly took out a potion to replenish his spiritual energy and drank it down in one gulp. One bottle of potion could restore 5,000 points of spiritual energy, priced at 30,000 gold coins. Liemo Rant just used his divine ability, consuming 100,000 points of spiritual energy. To fully replenish all this spiritual energy, a total of 20 bottles of potion are required. A total of 600,000 gold coins. Nima's abilities sure are expensive. He spends tens of thousands each time. If Cthulhu grows to its full form, wouldn't each use consume millions or even tens of millions of gold coins? Liemo Rant suddenly felt like his money wasn't that much after all. Fortunately, he passed the trial. Congratulations on passing the ultimate trial. You have obtained the ultimate reward, Golden Dragon Egg Mythical Bloodline and a small world seed. Upon seeing this reward, Liemo Rant was utterly stunned. Another mythical bloodline beast egg? And there's even a seed to a small world. The Golden Dragon Egg needs no further explanation. Once hatched, it will be another beast of the same caliber as the Heavenly Void Divine Phoenix. Once converted into a follower, Liemo Rant's combat power will receive a massive boost. However, even the Golden Dragon Egg pales in comparison to the rewards that follow. A seed for a small world. As the name suggests, once planted, this seed can form a small world. This small world is quite different from the beast taming space. The beast taming space can only store a few miscellaneous items besides the beasts themselves. Life forms other than beasts are naturally repelled by the beast taming space. Moreover, the beast taming space is generally very narrow, and even tamed beasts cannot endure staying inside it for extended periods. Many top beast tamers often choose not to keep their beasts in the space for extended periods but instead allow them to come out for fresh air or to roam freely. But the small world is different. This is the real world. Once you've nurtured it properly, you can even create your very own secret paradise. This reward is far more precious than any supernatural ability. Supernatural abilities can at least be bought with money, but a seed for a small world? No matter how rich you are, it's almost impossible to obtain. Liemo Rant directly stored the Golden Dragon Egg into the Baimong space. He examined the seed of the miniature world carefully. Although it was called a seed, it actually looked more like a crystal, emitting an indescribable mysterious glow. Detected that the host has obtained a small world seed. Should it be transformed into a faith-based divine realm? Can it still be transformed into a faith-based divine realm? System, explain this to me. In the Divine Kingdom, believers can engage in activities such as prayer, cultivation, and daily life. Faith points obtained through prayer can be used to expand the kingdom's territory, construct sacred buildings, and even establish resurrection pools, allowing believers to be resurrected within the kingdom. The host holds absolute control over the Divine Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Liemo Rant did not hesitate, established the faithful kingdom. With the Divine Kingdom, he would no longer have to send his followers to sleep in the Baimong space. As a result, he could also obtain an endless supply of faith points. You must understand that Cthulhu's faith possesses numerous functions, none of which he has unlocked yet. Ding! Unlocking the Faith Realm. Estimated time, 1 month. After the realm is established, the system will no longer make any sounds. Liemo Rant didn't rush either. A month had already passed happily. Once he completes the newcomer's trial, it should be about the same. Soon, Liemo Rant also left. Congratulations to Liemo Rant for passing the ultimate trial of the Ancestral Cave and obtaining the ultimate reward, a 5-clawed golden dragon egg and a seed to a miniature world. Liemo Rant has earned 20,000 points. Soon, a voice echoed throughout the entire secret realm. Especially those waiting in the inheritance cave, who heard it first. Everyone's first reaction was astonishment, even disbelief. However, they had no choice but to believe. By this time, it was already late, and a points ranking board also appeaed in the sky. Liam O'Ran, who had earned 20,000 points, suddenly surpassed by E and reclaimed the top spot.
Meanwhile, Lu Jinghong dropped to third place.
Upon seeing the points standings, they finally had no choice but to believe it.
What's going on? The Inheritance Cave and the Ultimate Trial? I've never heard of them. Goodness. The reward for the Ultimate Trial is a 5-clawed golden dragon egg?
That's the pinnacle of mythical bloodline beasts. He also obtained a seed of a small world.
How is that even possible? Sigh, now who can rival Liam O'Ran? Liam O'Ran's name once again spread far and wide. Even Bai Yi was left speechless with shock.
This was even more shocking than when he heard that Liam O'Ran had subdued the heavenly ruins divine phoenix. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaojun, not far away, was as grief-stricken as if he had lost his parents.
Under the gaze of the crowd, Liam O'Ran's figure finally appeared on the altar. Chapter 68, The Business-Savvy White-Collar Gentleman. He's out. Liam O'Ran is out.
His appearance immediately sparked a flurry of whispers, with people turning their heads to look at him.
Liam O'Ran looked around, a faint smile curving his lips. What's going on? So many people are here to welcome me? It's getting dark, everyone should go home and sleep.
These words not only failed to ease the tension but only made everyone more anxious. Especially Lu Xiaojun, who, upon seeing Liam O'Ran remain so composed, quietly abandoned his plan to ambush him.
He was unsure of Liam O'Ran's current strength.
A reckless ambush could easily backfire and result in a loss greater than the gain.
Bai Yi couldn't help but ask, Liam O'Ran, how exactly did you complete the ultimate trial? And what exactly was the content of the ultimate trial?
Liam O'Ran waved his hand dismissively. You just need to win 200 rounds in a row to enter the final trial. As for the content, 200 spirit beasts will attack you simultaneously. Winning is all that matters, it's quite simple.
As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the arena couldn't help but gasp in shock. 200 consecutive wins.
Just these few words are enough to strike fear into people's hearts. The trials of the Inheritance Cave are extremely challenging, and anyone who enters can feel it. For ordinary people, winning 10 consecutive rounds is already extremely difficult, let alone 200. After all, even Bai Yi, a master of the game, could only reach 90 rounds.
However, Liam O'Ran not only achieved this but also managed to eliminate the beast tide composed of 200 spirit beasts. This is simply too incredible. People looked at Liam O'Ran as if he were a monster. Let's go! Lu Xiaojun suddenly snorted coldly and turned to leave.
Seeing him leave, many others followed suit, including several top scholars, all of whom had chosen to follow Lu Xiaojun. If what Liam O'Ran said was true, then his strength had already far surpassed everyone present. Lu Xiaojun was certain that he would never be a match for Liam O'Ran. His supernatural abilities were useless. After leaving, Lu Xiaojun coldly muttered to himself, Liam O'Ran, I will never let you off the hook. Just wait and see.
Big brother.
Liam O'Ran had just stepped down from the altar when a figure scrambled over, rolling and crawling. He turned around and saw Huashan pounce like a starving tiger. Liam O'Ran frowned, turned around, and delivered a flying kick, sending Huashan flying through the air.
Ah!
Huashan rolled on the ground several times before getting up, looking very wronged.
Big brother, why did you hit me? Liam O'Ran said disdainfully, act normal. I'm not into guys. Cough, cough. It's just that I'm so excited to see you, big brother. Huashan was truly very excited. Especially after hearing that Liam O'Ran had completed the ultimate trial. Everyone in the Zhuangyuan secret realm knew that Huashan had already become Liam O'Ran's loyal follower. The stronger Liam O'Ran becomes, the more formidable he becomes. Now that Liam O'Ran is so formidable, as his subordinate, he also takes pride in his association with him. Liam O'Ran waved his hand dismissively, get out of here. If you want to see me, I don't want to see you. Hey! I'm leaving right now.
Huashan stood at attention, raised his hand in a salute, and then left smoothly, looking quite comical.
After dismissing Huashan, Liam O'Ran approached Lu Jinghong. O'Ran.
Lu Jinghong's eyes sparkled with surprise.
You're truly amazing.
Although she had always wanted to surpass Liam O'Ran, it now seemed almost impossible.
Li Moran smiled and said, alright, let's go. The trial continues. Lu Jinghong hummed in agreement. Just as the two were about to leave, Bai Yi suddenly walked over and said, Liam O'Ran, can we talk alone? What's the matter? I can't talk about it here.
Liam O'Ran frowned slightly and said to Lu Jinghong, wait here for me.
Then, he walked away with Bai Yi to another location.
Lu Jinghong was puzzled but said nothing.
After arriving at a secluded spot, Bai Yi spoke up, congratulations, you've completed the ultimate trial. You're the strongest once again. He sighed inwardly. He had been so confident, but now it was clear he still had a long way to go before he could match Liam O'Ran. Liam O'Ran merely gave a faint nod. He knew that Bai Yi hadn't come just to congratulate him. Sure enough, Bai Yi cut straight to the point, Liam O'Ran, how about we make a deal? A deal? Liam O'Ran was taken aback, then immediately thought of something. You want to buy my dragon egg?
Bai Yi shook his head. Dragon eggs from the mythical bloodline are indeed rare, but with our Bai family's full efforts, we can still find one or two.
Is that a seed from a small world?
That's not for sale.
No, it's not.
The little world seed is a priceless treasure.
Even if I wanted to buy it, I doubt I could offer a suitable price. What is it then?
Neither dragon eggs nor small world seeds. Li Mo truly had no idea what else he could trade with Bai Yi. Bai Yi finally revealed his purpose. I'll buy your first place in the newborn trial.
How about it? What? Li Mo was completely taken aback. Bai Yi was actually offering to trade this? This is cheating, isn't it? Bai Yi chuckled. Financial strength is also a form of power.
The Imperial Capital Academy has seen such situations in the past. While we don't encourage it, we don't prohibit it either.
Li Mo frowned. Are you so sure I can come in first?
Bai Yi laughed heartily. If you can't win, then no one else can either. Even if you bring your girlfriend along and the points you both earn afterward are shared, I'm afraid I'd still struggle to maintain first place.
Little girlfriend. Li Mo's lips twitched slightly. Could Lu Jinghong and he really tell so easily? After a moment's hesitation, Li Mo said, I heard that the reward for first place in the new student trials is quite generous. Your request is a bit difficult for me.
Bai Yi waved his hand dismissively. I don't want the reward for first place in the new student trial.
It's all yours.
You don't need to give me the reward for second place either, keep it for yourself. On top of that, I'll give you an extra 10 million gold coins.
Li Mo's eyes lit up.
He immediately grabbed Bai Yi's hand and squeezed it tightly, saying, No wonder you're the eldest son of the Bai family.
You're so generous and know how to do business. I accept this deal. Money talks. With such generous terms, how could Li Mo possibly refuse? Bai Yi saw this and also smiled. Then, let's hope our deal goes smoothly. To outsiders, this deal seemed like a complete loss.
After all, Bai Yi gained nothing but the prestige of winning first place in the newcomer's trial, with no tangible benefits to show for it. However, Bai Yi's thoughts were different from theirs. He was from one of the top families in the imperial capital. Though he was the eldest son of the Bai family, his family included other uncles and elders besides his father. There were also numerous cousins and siblings. Although he was the first in line to inherit the Bai family, his position was not very secure.
How many people are eyeing his position?
The moment he shows any sign of weakness, he will inevitably face a barrage of criticism. Therefore, he must come in first, and he can only come in first.
As long as he can secure his position as the heir to the Bai family and give Li Mo some benefits, it really doesn't matter at all.
In fact, aligning with someone like Li Mo, a prodigy, could greatly benefit his future actions within the Bai family.
Moreover, there are methods to be employed when recruiting allies. Simply giving money is too crude. By attaching the label of a transaction, Bai Yi can maintain his good reputation, and trading with Li Mo for the sake of the top spot sounds much more reasonable, doesn't it? Soon, the two of them left. Li Mo led Lu Jinghong out of the cave, and the others gradually dispersed. The competition for the cave residents' inheritance had come to an end. However, the shock Li Mo had caused others was far from over. Especially those on the outside, such as Principal Xiao Wuzhou and others, were at a loss for words to describe Li Mo at that moment. Chapter 69, Zombies. Are there such things in the Beastmaster world? This kid isn't human. This kid isn't human. Xiao Wuzhou repeated this exclamation over and over again. He had thought Li Mo would be strong, but he never imagined he would be this strong. He had even passed the ultimate trial of the ancestral cave. This is truly astonishing.
Ha, my disciple's performance is still normal, nothing special.
Everyone, there's no need to be surprised. Hey, why are you looking at me? Zhang Ru was overjoyed.
At his age, he was laughing like a child, constantly boasting to everyone around him about Li Moran's various achievements, as if he were the one who had done them himself.
The few elderly professors around him were all cringing in embarrassment. Damn it, such a promising candidate, how could Zhang Ru have beaten us to it? If Li Mo were their disciple, that would be unthinkable. Alas! Zhang Ru, that guy, he's got such good luck. Li Mo was unaware of the outside world's exclamations. At that moment, he brought Lu Jinghong to an open area and set up a camp. As the sky grew darker, after finishing their dinner, the two went to bed.
The next day, they resumed their monster hunting adventure. After all, the cave was just a minor detour.
The trials are the real battlefield.
However, Lu Jinghong noticed that Li Mo seemed distracted and wasn't as enthusiastic about fighting as he had been in the previous days. After completing the ultimate trial, his points had surpassed Bai Yi by a significant margin. However, this gap is slowly narrowing. Lu Jinghong couldn't help but ask, Moran, what's wrong? You don't seem very energetic. I want pure white snowflakes.
Only pure white snowflakes can give me energy. Lu Jinghong's face turned bright red. What did you say? Li Mo suddenly attacked, grabbing her fiercely. Yeah.
Lu Jinghong let out a piercing scream.
Now I'm feeling more energetic. She's both angry and helpless. Liemo Rant's actions were becoming increasingly outrageous. With a flushed face, Lu Jinghong was so angry he could barely speak. Seeing that Lu Jinghong was about to explode, Liemo Ran hurriedly said, "Don't get angry, don't get angry. I'll tell you a secret." "What secret?" Liemo Ran then revealed the deal he had made with Bai Yi.
When the deal was first discussed, Bai Yi didn't emphasize the need for confidentiality, so Liemo Ran felt no psychological pressure in revealing it.
Is that even possible? Lu Jinghong was utterly astonished, even forgetting Liemo Ran's earlier insult. Wouldn't that violate the rules?
Liemo Ran shrugged his hands. "I don't know either."
Anyway, he said it wouldn't.
"Even if a teacher asks later, I'll just say he told me to do it, and it has nothing to do with me."
"You're being too harsh, Imo Ran." Liemo Ran stiffened his expression, grabbed Lu Jinghong's face, and said, "Jinghong, what are you saying? You don't even acknowledge your future husband?"
Lu Jinghong was still furious and turned her face away, refusing to acknowledge him. Liemo Ran saw this and immediately grabbed her cheeks with both hands, forcing her head back toward him.
"What are you doing?" Lu Jinghong couldn't say another word. She was kissed forcefully by Liemo Ran again.
A few minutes later, Lu Jinghong, looking completely intoxicated, lay in Liemo Ran's arms, utterly satisfied.
This was a small lesson. Let's see if you dare to make up stories about your husband again. I won't dare anymore.
Lu Jinghong's voice was soft and faint, tinged with a hint of grievance, yet it seemed to carry a touch of sweetness. Time passed, day after day. Over the next few days, Liemo Ran barely managed to get through the ordeal. Since he was aware of the arrangement, Lu Jinghong did not object. The two of them headed toward the center of the map at a leisurely pace. It was more like sightseeing than a trial. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Bai Yi began his all-out effort to catch up. In just 5 days, he closed the 20,000-point gap and reclaimed the top spot. Once Bai Yi returned to first place, Liemo Ran finally took things a bit more seriously. But we must only maintain our second-place ranking, paying particular attention to Bai Yi's performance and not chasing too closely, lest we accidentally overtake him. As for Lu Jinghong, he naturally remains firmly in third place. Fourth place goes to Lu Xiaojun. Seeing his own results, Lu Xiaojun was furious but helpless. After Liemo Ran completed the final trial, he dared not bother him anymore, knowing it was useless. At least he would have to wait until the newcomer trials were over before seeking help from the family. Only then will there be an opportunity. Of course, Liemo Ran wasn't idle either. During this time, he successfully recruited 7 followers through Cthulhu's moral persuasion. 2 of them were leader-level monsters. The other 5 are elite-level monsters. To date, excluding the yet-to-be-born Tianchu Divine Phoenix hatchlings, Cthulhu has already subdued 9 followers. Although the number is still far from the 1,000 required for full completion, Liemo Ran is not in a hurry. The transition of a beast from maturity to its fully developed form is the first major hurdle for a beast tamer. The spiritual energy required at this stage is utterly staggering. Most beast tamers often need several years to progress through it. Even prodigious beast tamers usually take 1 or 2 years to achieve this. Is this the central wilderness? Liemo Ran and Lu Jinghong got off the Cthulhu and looked up. Before them lay a desolate landscape, with countless ruins and shattered ancient buildings intertwined, as if burying history beneath them. Beneath the desolation, however, lurked danger. In the distance, the low growls and roars of various monsters were terrifying, sending chills down one's spine. Liemo said, "According to the map, if we keep going straight ahead, we should be able to reach the altar." At this point, the newcomer trial had already reached its 20th day. Only 10 days remain until the end. Liemo Ran and his group were not the first to arrive at the central wilderness, but their speed was still impressive. The main reason was that Liemo Ran had been taking it easy along the way. Otherwise, he might accidentally end up with more points than Bai Yi. "Let's go," Liemo Ran said, then walked toward the ruins ahead. Lu Jinghong hummed in response and followed, walking side by side with Liemo Ran. Cthulhu followed behind the two, walking slowly. The ruins once appeared to be a city, with dilapidated buildings scarred by the passage of time and covered in the sands of history. Who knows what secrets lie buried here? Roar! Suddenly, the two heard a sharp growl. Liemo Ran initially thought it was a spirit beast and was about to have Cthulhu prepare, but suddenly froze in place. Before him, several people emerged. Some were covered in blood, others were withered and dry, moving toward the two of them in twisted, unnatural postures. Liemo Ran jumped in surprise. "These are zombies, right? Zombies?" Lu Jinghong was puzzled. He had never heard of this concept before. Liemo didn't explain. Zombies were a concept from before he had traveled through time. But how could such a thing exist in this world of beast tamers? Lu Jinghong looked at the zombies before him, his expression slightly changing. Silently, they seemed to be human? She couldn't be sure. Liemo said, "Let me take a look and see what's going on." As he spoke, he immediately opened his great eyes. Chapter 70, The Abyssal Monsters of the Secret Realm. As the great eye opened, information about the zombies also appeared before Liemo Ran's eyes. Contaminated humans.
Species human.
Status severely contaminated by the abyss's powerful forces, unable to fully transform into an abyss creature due to insufficient strength, and thus unable to become an abyss monster. As a result, they can only maintain a bizarre half-human, half-demon state, commonly known as living dead. Characteristics: unyielding endurance, immune to pain, and incapable of death unless the head is shattered.
Abilities: possesses extraordinary physical strength and agility, capable of performing feats that defy human limits.
After reading this information, Li Mo closed the great eye, feeling a sense of heaviness in his heart. These were indeed humans, yet they had all been corrupted by the abyss.
Upon hearing this, Lu Jinghong immediately realized something.
She exclaimed, "I heard that humans contaminated by the abyss do not lose their consciousness, but they cannot control their actions.
They can only watch helplessly as they transform into monsters until death."
Li Mo's gaze grew exceptionally cold.
This is why the abyss is inherently humanity's enemy. No one wants to become this inhuman, ghost-like creature. Not just human spirit beasts are no exception. Li Mo sighed and said, "Xiaoku, give them a way out."
Shoo! A single lash from Cthulhu's tentacle instantly shattered the few people in front of him.
"Let's go," Li Mo said.
Lu Jinghong was a bit worried. "Morin, since there are humans here who have been contaminated, there's a high chance that abyss monsters will appear." Abyssal monsters are creatures that have been corrupted by the abyss and mutated into monstrous beings.
Whether they are humans or spirit beasts.
After mutation, the vast majority of monsters lose their rationality and know only slaughter. However, under the influence of the abyss's power, monsters become several times stronger than spirit beasts of the same level. Some powerful spirit beasts, after becoming monsters, can even regain their consciousness and transform into abyssal demons. However, even if they regain their consciousness, they can never return to their former selves.
Li Mo said, "No matter what happens, we must press forward."
Immediately afterward, he mounted the Cthulhu. Lu Jinghong, seeing this, hesitated for a moment before following suit.
She could tell that Li Mo was in a bad mood.
Especially when she saw these polluted humans.
Ha!
Cthulhu's wings slowly spread out and flew forward.
Li Mo's gaze grew unfocused as he thought of his parents. From the moment they decided to enlist until now, how long had it been since they last saw each other? It's been 7 years. When Li Mo was in 6th grade at elementary school, his parents left him.
He was admitted to university and even enrolled at the prestigious Imperial Capital Academy, yet his parents never contacted him. Back when he first started high school, the principal had told him that his parents had passed the selection process for the Great Xia Abyss Military Academy. This was a highly specialized military unit in the Great Xia Kingdom. It is known as the National Suicide Squad. Because the Abyss Army only goes to one place to fight, the Abyss.
Everyone here is the strongest defense line of the Great Xia Kingdom.
It is precisely because they fight and defend in the depths of the abyss that the demonic creatures of the abyss cannot set foot on the nation's soil, ensuring the safety of all its people. His parents are truly heroes. Heroes are very prestigious. But the families of heroes are indeed lonely, even tragic.
Li Mo didn't even know if his parents were still alive.
Even though he was a time traveler, he had grown up on this land, and this world had long since become Li Mo's new home. The little moments of his childhood and the emotions he has felt over the years are not fake. Li Mo's only solace was that the state had never issued a death notice for him, which meant his parents were probably still alive.
As for the lack of news,
anyone who joins the Abyss Army will be completely cut off from all contact with the outside world.
For they are no longer among the living, but in the abyss.
Cthulhu charged forward, slaughtering everything in his path, not only the ordinary spirit beasts but also many humans who had been corrupted. In the central wilderness, the contaminated humans were particularly common.
There are also quite a few contaminated spirit beasts.
The further forward he went, the more Li Mo felt a suffocating aura, as if a pair of eyes were staring at him from the darkness.
Lu Jinghong also furrowed his brows.
The surroundings were clearly different.
Boom!
Suddenly, a violent rumbling sound echoed throughout the area, immediately catching the attention of Li Mo and Lu Jinghong. They looked ahead and saw a series of black mist erupting from the distance.
At the same time, countless vines and tree branches flew out. Could there be a battle going on there? Lu Jinghong exclaimed in surprise. Let's go check it out. Li Mo immediately ordered Cthulhu to go.
Before long, the two arrived.
Li Mo looked closely and saw a chaotic battle unfolding ahead.
A young girl dressed in a jade green long dress, radiating green light and resembling an elf, sat atop a massive tree spirit, engaged in a fierce battle with a group of monsters. The tree spirit extends countless vines, constantly twisting and lashing out, while releasing clouds of poisonous mist, turning the surrounding area into a desolate wasteland.
However, the number of monsters surrounding them was overwhelming.
One after another, they charged forward fearlessly, tearing at the vines and attacking the tree spirit.
Several black giant birds were even circling in the sky, watching intently, ready to attack at any moment. Li Machin immediately recognized the man. Isn't that Lin Jianqing? Lu Jinghong was puzzled. You know her? She is the top scholar of Zhongyuan province and ranked 4th in the top scholar's secret realm. She is extremely powerful, not much weaker than Bai Yi. Upon hearing this, Lu Dinghong immediately took an interest in the young woman. The tree spirit she had contracted with was extremely powerful, and Lu Jinghong could tell at a glance that it was the Qingxiong ancestral tree of the Overlord bloodline. In terms of bloodline, it was even on par with the white dragon contracted by Bai Yi. Because, once the Qingxiong ancestral tree reaches the transcendent realm, its bloodline undergoes another evolution, becoming a mythical bloodline. Lu Jinghong furrowed his brows, as Lin Jianqing's situation looked extremely dire. Suddenly, she pointed to a spot in the distance and exclaimed, "Moran, look over there." Liam Moran looked over and his pupils contracted sharply. In the distance, several odd-looking creatures were standing there. They were shrouded in pitch-black mist, and their eyes flickered with red light. Those were creatures from the abyss. Brush! 3 abyssal monsters immediately charged forward. Their speed was extremely fast, and they reached Lin Jianqing in the blink of an eye. One of the abyssal monsters leaped high into the air, its claws extending to nearly a meter in length. These claws moved as swiftly as shadows, deeply piercing the body of the Azure Sky ancestral tree. A hoarse cry echoed through the air. The Azure Sky ancestral tree let out a piercing screech, and a large amount of emerald green wood pulp spurted out from the wound. Lin Jianqing looked up and saw the green vine, his eyes flashing with panic. Xingluo. However, the crisis was far from over. The 2 abyssal monsters on either side immediately charged forward as well. One of them let out a furious roar, clenched its fists tightly, and slammed them viciously into the Azure Sky ancestral tree. Boom! The massive tree spirit was instantly struck by the abyssal monster, and the intense shockwave reverberated throughout the entire body of the Azure Sky ancestral tree, nearly causing it to crack. Lin Jianqing's body was also torn away from the Qingxiong ancestral tree and flung into the air. Seeing this, the Qingxiong ancestral tree grew anxious and attempted to rescue its master, but it was immediately entangled by 3 abyssal monsters and could not break free. If it were to fall like this, Lin Jianqing might not die, but he would certainly be severely injured. Before a beast reaches full maturity, it provides little nourishment to its master, making the beastmaster extremely vulnerable during this stage. Their physical prowess is only marginally superior to that of ordinary humans. Xiao Ku, save him. Upon seeing this, Liemo Ran immediately ordered Cthulhu to charge forward. Whoosh! Cthulhu charged forward at lightning speed, closing the distance to Lin Jianqing in an instant. Just as Lin Jianqing was about to land, Liemo Ran acted swiftly, grabbing her and holding her tightly. Chapter 71, Final Stage. Ah! Lin Jianqing let out a startled cry. His eyes had been tightly closed, but the pain he had imagined did not come. When she opened her eyes, she found herself lying in a firm embrace, and as far as she could see, there was a side profile. The whistling wind seemed to surround the 2 of them. The world around them seemed to shrink. For some reason, Lin Jianqing's heartbeat suddenly quickened, and a flush gradually spread across his face. It felt as though he were sinking into a warm ocean. Lost forever. Hoarse. Just then, a sharp screech woke her up. Not far away, the Azure Sky ancestral tree was under siege by abyssal monsters, and the situation was already dire. Lin Jianqing exclaimed anxiously, "Xingluo." She immediately broke free from Liemo Ran's embrace and fell onto Cthulhu's back, almost lunging forward. But Liemo Ran grabbed her wrist and said, "Stay put, I'll help you." Then, he immediately ordered Cthulhu to attack. Brush! Brush! One by one, tentacles instantly extended and charged towards several abyssal monsters. One of the abyssal monsters was immediately swept up. Roar! He let out a furious roar, black mist erupting from his body. His sharp claws tore at the tentacle, shredding it to pieces. However, how many tentacles did Cthulhu have? The destruction of a single tentacle had no effect whatsoever. More tentacles continued to wrap around it, completely subduing the abyssal monster. Immediately afterward, the tentacles began to secrete corrosive mucus. Roar! The abyssal monster was corroded by the slime and immediately felt intense pain, struggling frantically. Its struggles caught the attention of 2 other abyssal monsters. They rushed forward, intent on rescuing their comrade. However, the corrosive power of the tentacles was extremely potent. After the 2 abyssal monsters tore the tentacles apart, the corroded abyssal monsters were reduced to nothing but skeletal remains. Successfully killed the abyssal monster. You have earned 1,000 points. Abyssal monsters have been corrupted. Killing them will not grant any spiritual energy. However, you will gain a significant amount of points. After defeating the first one, the remaining 2 abyss monsters posed no threat to Liemo Ran. Although they were far stronger than ordinary spirit beasts and even significantly stronger than leader-level spirit beasts, they were still too weak to stand against Cthulhu. They have no ability to resist at all. In a matter of moments, Liemo Ran swiftly disposed of the remaining 2 abyss monsters. The various monsters surrounding them were also effortlessly eliminated by Cthulhu. Alright, that's taken care of. Liemo Ran instructed Cthulhu to descend slowly. Xin Luo.
Lin Jianqing immediately jumped down and saw the battered Qingqiang ancestral tree filled with heartache.
Fortunately, it was only injured.
The Azure Sky ancestral tree possesses extremely powerful self-healing abilities. After being returned to the beast control space for a few hours, it can fully recover. After retrieving the Qingqiang ancestral tree, Lin Jianqing turned back and said to Liam Oran, "Thank you for saving my life." She was deeply relieved. Without Liam Oran, she would likely have faced a grim fate today. If things had gone wrong, she might have even had to end her trial early.
Liam Oran said, "As long as you're okay, that's all that matters. But how did a deep abyss monster end up here?"
Lin Jianqing shook his head. "I don't know either.
We were surrounded as soon as we arrived nearby. Qingluo's combat abilities aren't strong enough, so I was held back." Hearing her say this, Liam Oran suspected that these abyssal monsters might have been deliberately released by the school. After all, some academic institutions intentionally have students fight abyssal monsters to cultivate their combat abilities. Especially in schools related to the military, this is almost a required course. Seeing that Lin Jianqing had nothing to do, Liam Oran said, "Then we'll be going first." After that, he got into the Cthulhu with Lu Jinghong and slowly drove away. As he watched Liam Oran's departing figure, Lin Jianqing's cheeks gradually flushed a deeper shade of red.
Time passed slowly, and several more days went by.
As Liam Oran had anticipated,
in the central open field area, numerous abyssal monsters began to appear.
They roam freely, attacking any newcomers they encounter without mercy. The power of these abyssal creatures is extremely formidable. Newly born beings are no match for them and can only flee in desperation. Liam Oran and Lu Jinghong fought their way through, killing numerous abyssal monsters along the way.
This action caused his stats to rise rapidly. He was even close to surpassing Bai Yi.
Liam Oran saw this and, upon seeing the abyss demon again, could only sigh and take a detour. After all, he still had a deal with Bai Yi.
The sun gradually set, and the evening glow on the horizon was as vibrant as if it had been set ablaze, exceptionally beautiful. Today's map and rankings appear once again. Among them, Bai Yi remains firmly in first place, with a total score of an astonishing 123,000 points. Liam Oran and Lu Jinghong are close behind, with only a small gap between them. Fourth place was still held by Lu Xiaojun, with 115,000 points.
Fifth place is Lin Jianqing, with approximately 110,000 points.
After that, no one else managed to reach 110,000 points. In fact, the vast majority of people only have around 50,000 to 60,000 points.
This is the norm. Scoring over 80,000 points is already quite impressive.
At this stage, the ranking situation remains largely unchanged. Who will make it to the Divine Academy and who won't is almost crystal clear.
Liam Oran glanced at the ranking list and decided to go to sleep.
Just then, the voice from the sky sounded again.
Starting tomorrow, all monsters in the secret realm will go berserk, their strength will increase by 50%, and a large number of abyss monsters will appear. Killing them will grant a large amount of points.
Upon hearing this announcement, all the candidates in the secret realm were startled. Now, it was almost the final stage of the newcomer's trial. This stage is filled with so many monsters, and killing them grants a large amount of points.
There is no doubt that this is encouraging players to rush to earn points in the final stage.
However, opportunities often come with risks. As your points increase, so do the monster's strength.
Not to mention the abyss monsters. 3 abyssal monsters were enough to put Lin Jianqing, the top scholar of Zhongyuan province, in danger. What about the others? As night fell, people went to rest, each with their own thoughts. Roar! The next morning, Liam Oran was awakened by the sound of a beast roaring. As he and Lu Jinghong got out of bed, they noticed that the area was now swarming with spirit beasts.
Their eyes were bloodshot, and they glared menacingly, looking exceptionally dangerous. Upon seeing the two of them, they immediately charged toward them. Whoosh! Cthulhu's tentacles instantly tore these spirit beasts to pieces, defusing the crisis. Subsequently, the two earned quite a few points.
Liam Oran said, "It seems like the next few days won't be as easy." The two of them quickly gathered their things and set off once more.
Although the monsters had grown stronger, they still posed no real threat to Liam Oran. Anyway, whether they're strong or weak, it doesn't matter, they'll all be instantly killed by Cthulhu.
Cthulhu's power is just that overwhelming. However, while Liam Oran remained calm, the others were far from relaxed.
Facing the suddenly strengthened spirit beasts, many were caught off guard.
Those with sufficient strength might not care, but for those of average ability, it was truly like falling into an ice cave. Hoo-hoo!
Several spirit beasts suddenly appeared from the shadows, instantly tearing apart a newborn.
The newborn didn't even have time to react before losing consciousness.
New student Luo Mingho was killed by the swift wind hunter tiger.
He failed the new student trial.
This was unexpected, leaving everyone stunned. Someone had actually been killed by a spirit beast. After all, anyone who can attend the Imperial Capital Academy is a genius among geniuses. And yet, such a genius met his end at the jaws of a spirit beast. People gradually began to feel a sense of crisis. Luo Mingho was not the first.
Not long after, another new student was killed by a spirit beast. Then came the third, fourth, and fifth. In less than an hour, 12 new students had died. Although the Forbidden Tower can revive new students, this also means that these new students have lost their eligibility to enter the academy early. In addition to being killed by spirit beasts, many new students also perished at the hands of the abyssal monsters. As time went on, more and more newcomers perished. On the first day of the spirit beast's rampage, the number of newborns who died reached 37. Chapter 72, the assessment concludes. I knew it would end like this. Xiao Wuzhou watched the scene of the newcomer's death and sighed. Once the intensity picks up, they can't hold on. The other professors watched from the side and also let out exclamations of admiration. The abyssal monsters deployed were merely the lowest tier ones. These spirit beasts were not highly enraged, but even so, the children were completely helpless. The decision to drive the spirit beasts into a frenzy and release the abyssal monsters was made by Xiao Wuzhou. The purpose was to test how the new recruits would respond under pressure and in desperate situations. However, the results have not been as he had hoped. Apart from Liam O'Ran and a few others, the rest of the team performed poorly. Are we setting the bar too high? After all, they are just high school graduates. Xiao Wuzhou said, these children are the future pillars of the great Xia kingdom. Should the abyss ever invade, the nation will need them to step forward. This performance is simply not enough. Disappointment aside, these are already the most outstanding children in the great Xia kingdom. From Xiao Wuzhou's experience, the children in the past performed even worse than them. Kill. As Cthulhu's tentacles erupted, the abyssal monsters before him were instantly torn to pieces. This must be the 10th one, right? Indeed, the number of abyssal monsters is increasing. After finishing them off, Liam O'Ran spoke up. Lu Jinghong nodded. As the voice faded away, the number of abyssal monsters surged upward like a rising tide. The number of other powerful monsters was even more countless. During his journey to the altar, Liam O'Ran had already slain numerous abyssal demons, and the other spiritual beasts were too many to count. Jinghong, do you think I might have accidentally surpassed by E again? Oh, this is really troublesome. I can't check the scores until evening, so I can't afford to slack off. Hearing Liam O'Ran's self-praising words, Lu Jinghong couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. After spending so many days together, Lu Jinghong had almost figured Liam O'Ran out. Seeing that she didn't want to acknowledge him, Liam O'Ran didn't bother to continue. Cthulhu's wings flapped continuously, and the two could already make out the outline of the altar. At the edge of the altar, a large crowd had already gathered. They were all newcomers who had rushed over from all directions. Many of them looked particularly disheveled. Some were even badly injured. Even if one is a prodigy from their hometown, at the Imperial Capital Academy, prodigies are the last thing in short supply. When the massive Cthulhu loomed overhead, it immediately drew everyone's attention. Liam O'Ran and Lu Jinghong slowly descended. It's Liam O'Ran. He's here too. Many people were whispering. Liam O'Ran had already gained fame among the freshmen, and his reputation as the national top scorer was particularly renowned. With such achievements, it's hard not to attract attention. Big brother. I've missed you so much. As soon as Liam O'Ran arrived, an excited figure rushed over, looking as exaggerated as a starving tiger pouncing on its prey. Cthulhu, acting on instinct to protect himself, swiftly lashed out with a tentacle. Slap. The figure that lunged forward was instantly knocked flying. Ouch, boss, you hit me again. Liam O'Ran turned around and realized that the person who had come was none other than Huashan. Although he had been knocked flying by Cthulhu, his thick skin and tough hide meant he wasn't seriously injured. Moreover, Cthulhu recognized Huashan and wouldn't kill him. Although he had been knocked flying by Cthulhu, his thick skin and tough constitution had protected him, and he was unharmed. Moreover, Cthulhu recognized Huashan and would not have killed him. Liam O'Ran sighed helplessly. I told you, I'm not into that. Just act normal, for crying out loud. Oh, I just got a little too excited. Huashan got up, scratched his head, and laughed. Lu Jinghong frowned and said, is this the little brother you recruited? Liam O'Ran had already informed him about the matters concerning the Zhuang Yuan's secret realm. Lu Jinghong looked up and down at Huashan, revealing a peculiar expression. Liam O'Ran spread his hands helplessly. At that moment, Huashan suddenly ran up to Lu Jinghong, bowed deeply, and shouted, hello, elder sister-in-law. Eldest sister-in-law? Upon hearing this term, Lu Jinghong's face turned bright red. What are you talking about? I just started with him. It's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time. Although Huashan seems carefree, he still has good judgment. Lu Jinghong's name has been mentioned alongside Liam O'Ran's for so many days, who wouldn't guess that these two are closely connected? Sure enough. After hearing Huashan shout that, Liam O'Ran patted him on the shoulder. You've got some good qualities after all. Hee, it's all thanks to your guidance, big brother. After exchanging a few words with Huashan Han, Liam O'Ran and Lu Jinghong arrived at the altar. By climbing the stairs to the altar, one could reach the teleportation gate.
However, the altar portal is currently closed and will remain so until the newborn trial concludes. On the altar, many people have already set up tents to rest. It was clear that people had begun to give up and lie down. After all, there are no spirit beasts or abyssal monsters near the altar, so this place is quite safe. Although lying around for a few days might result in slightly poorer grades, it's still better than being torn apart by abyssal monsters and ending up with no grades at all. Liemo Ran found an open area and set up a tent as well. Lu Jinghong hesitated and asked, "Are we just going to rest here? Aren't we going to go monster hunting? What if someone overtakes us in points?" Upon hearing this, Li Machen burst into laughter. "What's there to fear? I have a deep diver who can kill monsters, and besides, who says I can't kill monsters just because I'm resting here?" As soon as he finished speaking, Liemo Ran immediately summoned the heavenly ruined divine phoenix. Screech! The divine phoenix cries out, startling all in the four directions. People around looked up in astonishment. Liemo Ran ignored their astonishment and shouted, "Go, Tian Sushin Huang!" At Liemo Ran's command, the heavenly ruin's divine phoenix immediately flew off into the distance. Before long, it was out of sight. A few minutes later, a series of messages began to flood into Liemo Ran's mind. The heavenly ruin's divine phoenix has slain the golden-toothed beast. You have earned 20 points. The heavenly ruin's divine phoenix has slain the abyssal demon, earning you 1,000 points. The celestial phoenix slays. As a member of Liemo Ran's team, Lu Jinghong naturally received the news as well. Is that even possible? Her eyes sparkled with a hint of surprise. Li Machen smiled and said, "Learn from him, your husband is quite skilled." Lu Jinghong playfully slapped him. "You've already called him your husband, but he's not even your husband yet." After sending the heavenly void phoenix to fight monsters, Liemo Ran and Lu Jinghong rested in the tent. As for Cthulhu, he remained nearby, guarding the camp. A cold black mist shrouded the area, deterring others from approaching. Time passed slowly, and several more days went by. One after another, the new students arrived at the altar, including Bai Yi and Lu Xiaojun. Everyone was waiting for the new students' trials to end. This month has been a trial for some, but for others, it has been pure torture. Many have been eagerly awaiting the day they can leave. Finally, a voice echoed across the sky. "Time's up. I hereby declare that the newcomer trial has come to an end. The teleportation array is about to activate. You may now enter the array to depart. The ranking list has been finalized. Those who have not left the secret realm within 3 hours will be considered to have failed the newcomer trial assessment." As the voice faded, all the newcomers revealed expressions of surprise. People rushed forward, entering the teleportation array one after another, leaving the secret realm behind. Liemo Ran and Lu Jinghong also left together, hand in hand. Chapter 73, Divine Rewards. The Imperial Capital Academy's generous gesture. Phew, finally done. Phew, finally over. This was definitely the most humiliating ordeal I've ever been through. I never want to go through that again. I hope I can get into a top-ranked college. When they reappeared at the central square of the Imperial Capital Academy, every freshman wore an expression of relief. The month-long secret realm journey had finally come to an end. Many were tortured to the point of death. Soon, a voice echoed through the air. "Attention all new students. I will now announce the overall points rankings. Those who rank at the top will receive generous rewards." Hearing this, everyone finally perked up. Those who were confident in their abilities had a gleam in their eyes. Soon, the points rankings appeared before everyone's eyes. First place, Bai, total points, 208,764. Second place, Liemo Ran, total points, 193,680. Third place, Lu Jinghong, total points, 189,726. Fourth place, Lu Xiaojun, total points, 177,800 points. Fifth place, Lin Jianqing, total points, 174,260 points. Row after row of points rankings keep people glued to the screen. Among them, Bai Yi's points are at the top of the list. 200,000 points, that's amazing. That's a full 30,000 points more than Lu Xiaojun. I hereby declare that the genius showdown between the Imperial Capital and the Magic City has ended prematurely. Bai Yi is the true champion. Why is Liemo Ran not as good as Bai Yi? I always feel that if it were him, he shouldn't have scored so low. Who is Lu Jinghong? How did he get such a high score? I've never heard of him before. People were buzzing with speculation. The current standings have indeed caught many by surprise. Originally, they believed Liemo Ran was the undisputed leader, but unexpectedly, he has dropped to second place. Bai Yi, however, claimed the top spot. After seeing his results, Bai Yi finally let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, seeing Liemo Ran closely following him these past few days had kept Bai Yi on edge. He was afraid that Liemo Ran might accidentally overtake him. That would truly be tragic. Fortunately, he ended up coming in first. Although the cost was high, it was definitely worth it. Silence. The voice of Principal Xiao Wozhou echoed throughout every corner of the square. Upon hearing his voice, everyone fell silent. Next, I will announce the rewards for this year's freshman trial. All those who rank in the top 100 will receive a reward. As soon as he finished speaking, many people cheered. However, many more looked dejected. Rewards are only given to the top 100, meaning that the majority will not receive any rewards. But they can't really say anything about it after all, it's their own fault for not being good enough. The 51,100th place winner receives the following reward: 1 common skill stone and a school scholarship of 10,000 gold coins. The 1,150th participant will receive the following reward: 2 common skill stones and a school scholarship of 15,000 gold coins. The 410th place winner will receive the following reward: 1 rare skill stone and a school scholarship of 50,000 gold coins. These 3 tiers of rewards are progressively more valuable, with each tier offering greater benefits than the previous one. Moreover, the top 10 players will also receive a rare skill stone of level 2. The value of this is far greater than tens of thousands of gold coins. Many people were particularly excited. Only Lu Xiaojun had a particularly grim expression. These rewards were nothing but trash to him. Skill stones, gold coins, his family can get as many as they want with just a little effort. What truly enraged Lu Xiaojun was not just failing to secure first place, but not even making it into the top 3. Liamo Ran's sudden emergence was one thing, but who exactly was this Lu Jinghong? No matter who you are, dare to provoke me, and I will make you pay the price. Lu Xiaojun's eyes flashed with hatred, his fists clenched tightly, and his knuckles even made a cracking sound. But almost no one paid him any attention. Xiao Wujiu immediately announced the rewards for the top 3. Congratulations to Lu Jinghong for securing 3rd place in the freshman trial. The school will award him 3 rare skill stones and a scholarship of 100,000. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Jinghong immediately stepped forward to collect his reward and thanked the principal. Many people looked on with envy. Among them, Hua Shan's expression was particularly striking. He began to realize that his ecological niche seemed to be taken over by his older sister-in-law. Liamo Ran stopped taking him out to play and started taking his younger sister instead. Hua Shan was heartbroken. Congratulations to Liamo Ran for securing 2nd place in the freshman trial. The school will award him 1 legendary skill stone and a scholarship of 50 million. Upon hearing of Liamo Ran's award, the entire crowd was stunned. The legendary skill stone, it's actually the legendary skill stone. The school actually spent so much money on this? My goodness. This must be the 2nd legendary skill stone Liamo Ran has obtained, right? That's right. He came in first in the Zhuang Yuan secret realm and received a legendary skill stone as a reward. Damn it, this thing is worth billions, it's impossible to get it for less than that. Is this the might of the Imperial Capital Academy? When he heard that the reward was a legendary skill stone, even Liamo Ran himself found it hard to believe. Don't let the fact that the legendary skill stone is only 1 rank higher than the rare skill stone fool you. The value difference between the two is dozens of times greater. Once Xiao Wujiu handed the reward to him, Liamo Ran couldn't help but exclaim, "Principal, can I work at the school for the rest of my life? I don't need much pay, just 1 legendary skill stone a month would be enough." Xiao Wujiu's lips twitched slightly. What was he saying? After dismissing Liamo Ran, he continued his announcement. Congratulations to Bai Yi for winning 1st place in the freshman trial. The school will award him 1 divine power stone and a scholarship of $1 million. Divine power. If Liamo Ran's legendary skill stone was already enough to astonish people, then when the divine ability was announced, people weren't just astonished, they were utterly stunned. Is this really the reward for 1st place? This is truly extraordinary. People looked at Bai Yi with envy and jealousy in their eyes. In the secret realm, Bai Yi had already obtained a divine ability inheritance. With another one, wouldn't that make 2? Only Bai Yi himself couldn't help but let out a wry smile. In order to strike a deal with Liamo Ran, he had agreed to give him the 1st place reward as well. However, he never expected that the 1st place reward was actually a divine ability. This truly broke Bai Yi's heart. Despite this, he had no intention of backing down. He was a member of the Bai Yi family, with a vast fortune and extensive holdings. He was certainly not the type to be unable to afford the cost of a divine ability. Alright, the rewards have been distributed. Next, we will announce the admission rankings for each academy. Those who meet the ranking requirements may proceed to the corresponding academy to register. Everyone, the freshman trial has come to an end. We wish you all a bright future and great success in your endeavors. As these words fell, the hall erupted in thunderous applause. Everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. The 1-month-long new student trial assessment has finally come to a successful conclusion. However, just as everyone was about to disperse, Bai Yi rushed onto the stage, exchanged a few words with several teachers, and then shouted to the crowd. Everyone, I am Bai Yi, the top scholar of the Imperial Capital. Now, I am about to establish a guild called the Top Scholar Guild. This guild will receive sponsorship from several powerful families in the Imperial Capital, including the Bai family. I aim to build it into the largest guild in the Imperial Capital Academy and eventually the top guild in the Great Xia Kingdom.
I hereby invite all talented individuals with the necessary skills to join us."
At this point, the crowd below began to stir.
The name of the Zhuang Yuan Guild had caught their attention.
Of course, the most significant development was that the guild had actually secured the power and support of the Bai family. This was no small matter. With the Bai family as its backing, the guild's resources and financial strength are beyond question. Many people immediately began to be tempted. Joining the guild might also be a good opportunity to get closer to the Bai family in the imperial capital. However, just as Bai Yi finished speaking, Lu Xiaojun immediately jumped onto the stage and shouted, "Humph!
What's the champion guild?"
I, Lu Xiaojun, intend to establish a guild called the Overlord Guild.
This guild will be fully funded by the Lu family of the Demon City. Anyone who joins the guild will be rewarded with 1 million gold coins on the spot by me, Lu Xiaojun." Upon hearing this, the entire crowd was stunned. Chapter 74, The Cthulhu Temple. Lu Xiaojun and Bai Yi are actually facing off.
Those who had been about to leave stopped in their tracks, watching the scene with great interest. Bai Yi himself was somewhat taken aback and furrowed his brows slightly.
What's going on with this Lu Xiaojun? Not joining his top scholar guild is one thing, but now he's actually founding his own guild to go against him?
Lu Xiaojun looked at Bai Yi, his eyes flashing with a hint of challenge.
It seemed to say, "Are you in or out?"
However, Bai Yi had no interest in arguing with him.
"Everyone, I have said all I have to say. The specific details regarding the Zhuang Yuan Guild will be announced to everyone in a few days." After speaking, Bai Yi departed.
Seeing that Bai Yi didn't respond, Lu Xiaojun stared intently at him, his eyes filled with anger.
However, Lu Xiaojun hadn't completely lost his composure.
With a cold snort, he too stepped down from the stage. Soon, the crowd split into two groups, one surrounding Bai Yi and the other surrounding Lu Xiaojun, all inquiring about joining the guild. As for Liam Ran, he left directly with Lu Jinghong. Upon returning to the dormitory, Liam Ran took a good shower and then laid down on the bed to rest. A month of constant travel had been a real ordeal for him. Both his body and mind were extremely exhausted. After a good night's sleep, it was already evening. Liam Ran was just about to eat something when he heard a knock on the door. "Hello, your delivery is here." Suddenly, Liam Ran heard a sound. Curious, he opened the door and saw a delivery person bringing a simple package. What was it? The sender is named Bai Yi. Bai Yi? Oh, I see. Just sign your name here. After bringing the package back, Liam Ran opened it directly. Inside was a bank transfer receipt. The amount was 12 million gold coins. Liam Ran checked his phone and found that there was indeed a message. Agricultural Bank of China, your savings card ending in 0473 deposited 12 million gold coins on August 17 at 1409. Available balance. In addition, there was a crystal clear stone that Liam Ran recognized immediately as a divine stone. There was no doubt that this was the payment Bai Yi had given him. Even 1 million gold coins more than the agreed upon price. No wonder he's the son of a prominent family, he's truly generous. Liam Ran had thought Bai Yi wouldn't be willing to give him the divine stone, but he never expected him to just send it over like that. Holding the divine power stone, Liam Ran began to gently touch his new acquisition. Gold coins need no further explanation. Currently, I have 1 divine stone and 2 legendary skill stones. One of them was a reward for being the national champion, originally intended for the upcoming birth of the Tianshu divine phoenix. However, since the phoenix egg was given to Lu Dinghong, it is currently being kept for now. Let's take a look at what divine abilities and skills it possesses. Liam Ran immediately began to check. He first looked at his skill stone. Legendary Skill Stone, a legendary quality skill stone. When used on a beast tamer, it allows the beast tamer to learn the level 3 skill 1000 Layered Wave Surge. 1000 Layered Wave Surge summons powerful waves that strike the target repeatedly, dealing heavy damage and applying a strong knockback effect. The number of strikes is determined by the beast tamer's spiritual power index, with a maximum of 100 strikes. Learning Restriction, Beast Master at the maturity stage. Attribute restrictions, Water. Powerful damage and control skills? That sounds pretty good. Xiaoku, do you want to learn it? Liam Ran summoned Cthulhu and handed the skill stone to him. Cthulhu rolled the skill stone, examined it carefully, and then emitted an odd sound. Though it sounded spine-chilling, Liam Ran knew that Cthulhu meant it was willing to learn this skill. Your beast tamer has successfully learned the level 3 skill 1000 Layered Waves. Upon hearing this news, Liam Ran couldn't help but smile slightly. Only level 3 skills are worth looking at? Hack it, you bastard. After waiting for Cthulhu to finish learning, Liam Ran glanced at the skill panel. 1000 Layered Wave LV3, summon a powerful wave that strikes the target 100 times, dealing heavy damage to hit targets and applying a strong knockback effect. Did it directly reach the maximum skill effect? It seems my spiritual power index is still too high. After learning the skill, Liam Ran looked at the divine ability stone. Upon closer inspection, he saw the detailed information. Divine Power Stone, a stone that records the powerful divine ability of the candle dragon holding the sun. Candle dragon devouring the sun, transforms into a candle dragon, devours the sun with its mouth to release blinding light, temporarily blinding all nearby creatures within a large area, releases extreme heat to incinerate all enemies around it. Alternatively, it can expel the sun, causing devastating explosive damage. Ability cost 30,000 spirit power. Learning restriction: Beastmaster spirit power index must be no less than 50,000, and beast affinity must be no less than 90. Attribute restrictions: fire, metal. Cool. Seeing this divine ability description, Liemo Ran couldn't help but feel excited himself. Unfortunately, the attributes of this divine ability don't mesh well with Cthulhu. On the other hand, if it were by E, it would be a perfect match. Although Bai Long is white, it is actually a metal-type beast. The supernatural stones prepared by the school were definitely selected based on attributes for Bai E. However, Liemo Ran wasn't too concerned. System, help me modify this divine ability. His divine ability, Lele's Wrath, was also modified through the system. If one can be modified, the second one can naturally be modified as well. Ding! Free modification opportunity has been used. To modify the supernatural ability again, you need the special divine nation-building Cthulhu temple and pay faith points for the modification. Damn it! Now it's going to cost money? This system is a total scam. But the system completely ignored Liemo Ran's complaints. What can't be modified simply can't be modified. Liemo Ran sighed helplessly and put away the divine stone. System, when will the divine kingdom be ready? Reply to host. Reply to the host, it will take 5 more days. How do you build the Cthulhu temple? Could you give me an overview? The Cthulhu temple can only be built by followers of Cthulhu. Once the number of followers exceeds 1,500, the temple can be unlocked for construction. During construction, a significant amount of faith points will be consumed. However, once completed, followers can pray within the temple to deepen their faith and continuously generate new faith points. The temple can host various activities, including the modification of divine abilities. However, note that divine abilities modified in a Cthulhu temple can only be used by Cthulhu. If you contract more ancient ones in the future, the host must establish separate temples for them individually. It seems I need to speed up the process of recruiting followers. Currently, there are still too few followers of Cthulhu. Although Cthulhu is currently unable to use his new divine abilities, Liemo Ran is not without options. I still have a 5-clawed golden dragon egg. Once the 5-clawed golden dragon is born, I'll give this divine ability stone to it. However, the 5-clawed golden dragon egg is still incubating and will take some time to hatch. After finishing dinner, Liemo Ran quickly went to rest. The next morning, he heard a knock on the door. As soon as he opened the door, squeak! A bird radiating golden light and exuding unparalleled nobility flew directly into his arms, appearing exceptionally affectionate. Immediately afterward, the voice of a young girl could be heard. Ah, little Red, what's wrong with you? Liemo Ran looked up and saw Lu Jinghong. Seeing the bird in his arms, how could he not understand? Has the heavenly phoenix already hatched? Lu Jinghong nodded. It hatched last night. I've already made a contract with it. So you named it Xiaohong? Lu Jinghong tilted his head. Doesn't it sound nice? Chapter 75, Liemo Ran's first gang education. Liemo Ran remained silent for a moment before speaking softly. As long as you're happy. After letting Lu Jinghong enter, Liemo Ran began to appraise the small Tianshu Shinhua before him. He could sense that although the Tianshu Divine Phoenix was Lu Jinghong's contracted beast, he could still establish a connection with it. Sure enough, it was born as a loyal follower of Cthulhu. Naturally, it felt an intense sense of familiarity toward Liemo Ran from the moment it was born. Even if they were not Liemo Ran's beasts, they would naturally submit to him. If Liemo Ran were to summon Cthulhu, this little guy might even crawl on the ground in submission. After playing with the little guy for a while, Liemo Ran finally put it back on the ground. That's strange. It's the first time it's seen you, so why does it seem so close to you? Need I say more? Its mother has already been tamed by me, so logically, this little guy should call me Dad. Squeak! The little heavenly phoenix immediately let out 2 cries, as if it fully agreed with the title. As for Lu Jinghong, an unpleasant memory suddenly surfaced, causing him to glare fiercely at Liemo Ran. Liemo Ran laughed. What's wrong, Jinghong? Are you in a bad mood? Who made my school beauty angry? Lu Jinghong snorted. You're the one who upset me. Liemo Ran suddenly reached out and pulled her toward him. The young girl let out a soft cry and collapsed into Liemo Ran's arms without much resistance. This scene was not the first time it had occurred. Lu Jinghong's face turned red instantly. You, what do you want to do? Call me Dad, and I'll tell you. Ghost, only a ghost would call you that. I would never call you that. Is that so? I clearly remember a school beauty once shouting at me, Daddy, I'll surpass you. I, Lu Jinghong, will never be outdone by anyone in my life. You. When Lu Jinghong heard Liemo Ran mention this matter, his face turned bright red. She bit her lip, buried her head in Liam O'Ran's chest, and couldn't utter a word, hoping to ease the awkwardness through this method.
Liam O'Ran saw her like this and felt it was enough. If he continued, the young girl might not be able to handle it anymore. Alright, I won't tease you anymore.
After releasing Lu Jinghong, Liam O'Ran picked up the little Tianqiu Xinhuang again. This little one had just been born, it was only right for it to meet its biological mother. Oh. Lu Jinghong hurriedly stood up, smoothed out the slightly wrinkled skirt, and followed after her.
Upon arriving at the training room, Liam O'Ran immediately released the Tiansu Xinhuang. The phoenix let out a piercing cry. A powerful aura filled the air, and the cry of the Tianqiu Divine Phoenix remained as noble and majestic as ever. Squeak! The little Tianqiu Divine Phoenix seemed to sense something and kept calling out to the Tianqiu Divine Phoenix. The Heavenly Void Divine Phoenix also noticed this, turned its head, and fixed its gaze intently on the little creature. Screech! The Heavenly Phoenix cried out again, sounding particularly joyful. Liam O'Ran set the little creature down, and it immediately bounded over to the Heavenly Ruins Divine Phoenix. The Heavenly Ruins Divine Phoenix then enveloped the little creature with its wings. The two Heavenly Ruins Divine Phoenixes, one large and one small, appeared exceptionally close. After exiting the training room, Liam O'Ran tossed a skill stone to Lu Jinghong. The little one just arrived. I don't have a proper gift, so take this. Upon catching the skill stone, Lu Jinghong's eyes widened in astonishment. This is a level 3 skill stone? Yeah, it was a reward from when I won the national championship. Little Ku doesn't need it, and since the little one has been born, it's perfect for him. But isn't that too expensive? How valuable a level 3 skill is, anyone with a brain knows. Lu Jinghong could feel the skill stone in her hand was heavy and valuable. Was she really worthy of accepting such a precious item? Seeing her hesitation, Liam O'Ran got a mischievous idea and walked up to Lu Jinghong, pressing his ear against hers. Seeing her hesitate, Liam O'Ran got a mischievous idea and walked up to Lu Jinghong, leaning in close to her ear. He whispered a few words. Lu Jinghong listened, and before long, her face had turned red all the way to her ears. You're silent, how could you think such a thing? This is, too vulgar. Liam O'Ran kept a straight face and said seriously, then it's fine. You can take the skill stone with a clear conscience. Lu Jinghong bit her lip, unsure whether to take the skill stone or not. Seeing his hesitation, Liam O'Ran decided to push harder. Jinghong, we're practically an old married couple now, just waiting to meet the parents. You won't even do this simple warm-up work for me? But this is really too embarrassing, and... It's okay, we can help each other. Can we do it like this? Isn't it dirty there? How could that be? Liam O'Ran looked serious. Jinghong, have you never known what couples can do? What can they do? Liam O'Ran approached Lu Jinghong again and whispered a few more words in his ear. Lu Jinghong's face turned even redder than before. However, under Li Moran's strong urging, her attitude finally softened slightly. But I don't know anything about this. Could this be? It's okay, you can learn, I'll teach you. Okay. Jinghong, I really love you so much. Liam O'Ran hugged her tightly, overjoyed. Was their relationship finally about to take the next step? It wasn't in vain that he spent the past month in the secret realm testing her and getting to know her, gradually figuring out this young girl. Of course, a breakthrough was still out of the question for now. Lu Jinghong was extremely conservative and had always believed that such matters could only be done after the two were truly married. Although his stance had softened slightly after Liam O'Ran's repeated strong protests, he remained hesitant, and it was unlikely to happen within the next year or two. However, she was unusually tolerant of Liam O'Ran's other attempts to test her. Today was a school holiday, and tomorrow was the day to register at the academy. Since both of them were free, Liam O'Ran took Lu Jinghong out for a day of shopping. Although they were out shopping, both of them were distracted. After all, Lu Jinghong had already agreed to give it a try with Liam O'Ran tonight. She simply couldn't believe it. Such a thing, could actually be said so openly. Don't you feel the least bit embarrassed? After returning home that evening, Liam O'Ran couldn't wait any longer. He even considered inviting Lu Jinghong to take a bath together. But upon further reflection, he decided that it would be excessive. A conservative girl like Lu Jinghong had already found it extremely difficult to agree to do such a thing with Liam O'Ran. It was best not to push her too hard today, lest she change her mind later, which would be troublesome. Are we really going to do this? I'm still a bit. Are you going to back out, Jinghong? I see. I'll come. With a rustling sound, Liam O'Ran hugged Lu Jinghong's head. Don't feel bad. Come on, Jinghong, you can do it. Be careful, don't bump into anything. I know, I'll be careful. Time passed slowly, and about half an hour later. Does this really work for beauty and skin care? Trust me, it can. Alright, then. With a gulp, Lu Jinghong swallowed it down. Chapter 76, Lin Jianqing's Token of Appreciation. The next morning, Liam O'Ran awoke from a spring dream. Lu Jinghong had already returned home. She simply couldn't take it anymore.
Although she had done as Li Mo-ran had instructed, in the end, she had fled in disarray.
But Li Mo-ran was still very pleased.
Because she had already taken the first step. Some things are either never done or done countless times.
Once you've done it once, what's there to fear in the future? Li Mo-ran realized that this young girl was truly a treasure.
She was a bit arrogant, but as long as he could keep her firmly under control, she would become exceptionally interesting. That look of obvious embarrassment yet obedient compliance is simply irresistible. Li Mo-ran even began to feel grateful that he had made that joke that day, as it had allowed him to see clearly how Lu Jinghong felt about him. Otherwise, it would have been like those 3 years in high school, where he thought she was arrogant and uninteresting, so he didn't make much effort to get close to her. And if she ended up with someone else in the future, that would have been truly tragic. Such a wonderful young woman, now that he had her in his grasp, Li Mo-ran would never let her go.
After getting up and finishing breakfast, Li Mo-ran didn't go out.
Today was the day to report to the academy, and his grades had met the requirements, so he could go to the Creation God Academy to register. The reason he didn't rush there was because he was waiting for Lu Jinghong.
That young woman would definitely come looking for him. Sure enough,
about half an hour later, there was a knock on the door.
Li Mo ran to the door and opened it to find Lu Jinghong standing there.
Although she was about half an hour later than usual, she still came. Lu Jinghong's face still bore traces of shyness, and she stammered slightly, I went to register today.
Alright, let's go. Li Mo-ran naturally took her hand. Throughout the journey, Lu Jinghong's body remained tense.
It wasn't because she was nervous, but because she hadn't yet recovered from the events of the previous night. Through the teleportation array, the two quickly arrived at the Creation God Academy.
The academy hall was already crowded with people.
They were all freshmen who had come to register at the Creation God Academy.
Li Mo-ran quickly spotted by Yi, who smiled and nodded at him. Li Mo-ran nodded back in response. Not far away stood Lu Xiaojun.
A hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes.
Upon seeing him, Li Mo-ran's gaze grew colder.
He wanted to teach Lu Xiaojun a lesson right now, but it wasn't the right time yet.
Li Mo-ran. Just then, a faint, ethereal voice called out Li Mo-ran's name.
The voice was very pleasant. He turned around and saw a young girl in a jade green long dress smiling at him.
Are you Lin Jianqing? Li Mo-ran recognized her immediately.
Lin Jianqing nodded. I never had the chance to thank you for saving my life that day.
Thank you so much.
At the time, he had been surrounded by demonic creatures from the abyss and was on the brink of certain death. Had it not been for Li Mo-ran's timely intervention, he would likely have met a grim fate.
Li Mo-ran smiled. No problem, it was just a small favor.
Lin Jianqing shook his head and said, No, it's no trouble for you, but it's very important to me.
Can I call you Mo-ran? Ha? Sure. This request caught Li Mo-ran off guard.
However, Lu Jinghong, who was standing nearby, seemed to sense something. His previously calm gaze suddenly took on a more scrutinizing expression.
Great. Mo-ran, thank you.
Lin Jianqing acted as if he hadn't noticed Li Mo-ran at all. After happily thanking him, he took out a small box.
Upon opening it, there was a jade green ring inside.
In silence, this ring was crafted from the essence of the Azure Sky Ancestral Tree. Once worn, it grants the protection of the Azure Sky Ancestral Tree. From this day forward, you shall be immune to all poisons.
This is my token of gratitude, please accept it.
Saying this, she placed the ring into Li Mo-ran's hands with both hands.
The essence of the Azure Sky Ancestral Tree, I recall this is your beast companion, isn't it? Do you have any of it? It's fine, Mo-ran.
Every time Chang Luo grows, it produces a strand of essence. So this gift isn't valuable at all, it's just my heartfelt gesture.
Upon hearing this, Li Mo-ran nodded, alright then.
Saying this, he took the box. Lin Jianqing saw this and was very happy.
He continued, can I invite you to dinner sometime?
Before Li Mo-ran could respond, Lu Jinghong interrupted, no way.
Her expression turned grim.
For some reason, she couldn't shake the feeling that the woman in front of her had ulterior motives.
Could she possibly have feelings for Mo-ran? No way. Absolutely not. Lu Jinghong's sudden outburst left Lin Jianqing momentarily speechless. Li Mo-ran sighed helplessly and smiled, I've accepted your gift, and I've felt your kindness. As for dinner, there's no need.
We're both at the Creation God Academy, maybe we'll have the chance to meet again in the future. Lin Jianqing smiled like a spring breeze.
Well then, Mo-ran,
please keep me in mind for future guidance. With that, she gracefully took her leave. Lu Jinghong watched Lin Jianqing's retreating figure, feeling increasingly annoyed.
Dangerous, this woman is dangerous.
She's stronger than her, just as good looking, and her figure seems even better than hers. Most importantly, she seems very good at pleasing men. Although she seems normal enough now, Lu Jinghong can't help but feel that she has feelings for Li Mo-ran.
Li Mo-ran glanced at Lu Jinghong and teased, what's the matter? Is my Lu Jinghong getting jealous? Not at all. Though she said that, Lu Jinghong's dissatisfaction was written all over her face. Lia Moran joked, should I write you a guarantee that I'll never speak to another woman again, report my whereabouts to you whenever I go out, and love and pamper you unconditionally, always putting you first? Lu Jinghong's eyes lit up, really? Lia Moran tapped her forehead, you wish. Oh. Actually, if Lu Jinghong could see it, how could Lia Moran not notice it? After all, Lin Jianqing had given her a ring. Who gives a ring as a gift? Doesn't she realize what that means? Lia Moran didn't believe it. While leading Lu Jinghong to the registration line, Lia Moran pondered, could that girl have fallen for me because I saved her? Am I really that charming? After thinking it over, Lia Moran cleared his mind of such thoughts. After all, he and Lin Jianqing had only met once. There was no real deep connection between them. He also had no idea what kind of personality Lin Jianqing, this young girl, truly had, what she was like in public and what she was like behind closed doors. Faced with this unwarranted kindness, Lia Moran chose to accept it and put it aside for now. Let's see how things develop first. As for Lu Jinghong's jealousy, Lia Moran chose to ignore it for now. After all, he still had a soft spot for his older sister back home. If one were to speak of the most important woman in Lia Moran's heart, it would undoubtedly be Jiang Yuru. His feelings for Sister Ro have long since transcended the ordinary. Soon, Lia Moran and Lu Jinghong both completed their enrollment at the Creation God Academy. Here are your new student ID cards. With these cards, you may enter the Creation God Academy and enjoy various benefits provided by the Academy. After receiving their student ID cards, the two left the hall. Just then, Bai Yi sent a message, Lia Moran, the guild meeting is about to begin. Please head to the school conference center. Upon seeing the message, Lia Moran temporarily bid farewell to Lu Jinghong and headed to the conference center. Lu Jinghong was not yet a member of the Zhuan Yuan Guild, so she was not permitted to attend such a meeting. At least she has to wait until the guild is officially established before Lia Moran can invite her in. Using the teleportation array, Lia Moran quickly arrived at the conference center. Chapter 77, The Grand Victory of the Top Scholars Conference. School Conference Center. All members of the Zhuan Yuan Guild have arrived, totaling 18 people. Bai Yi arrived early and took his seat at the head of the conference room. Sitting beside him was an elderly man. Lia Moran looked over and realized it was none other than Zhang Lao. Upon seeing Lia Moran arrive, Bai Yi hurriedly greeted him, Lia Moran, over here. Lia Moran immediately walked over and first said to Jiang Ru, hello, teacher. Then he nodded to Bai Yi. Jiang Ru laughed, ha, good boy. The newcomer's trial was impressive. I'm very satisfied. He first encouraged Lia Moran before continuing. I have come here today to serve as a witness for the establishment of the Zhuan Yuan Guild. You may proceed with your meeting, there is no need to pay any attention to me. Within the school, if a guild is to be established, it must have a professor of high moral character and prestige as a witness. Some guilds even go so far as to invite professors to serve as advisors or honorary presidents to enhance their prestige. However, the top-ranked guild clearly doesn't need to. Lia Moran, as the vice president, sat beside Bai Yi. Seeing that everyone was present, Bai Yi immediately spoke up, I hereby declare that the first General Assembly of the Zhuan Yuan Guild is officially underway. Although the meeting had only just begun, many of the guild's matters had already been decided long ago. The first General Assembly of all members of the Zhuan Yuan Guild, abbreviated as Zhuan Yuan First Assembly. The first agenda item of the meeting was to discuss the establishment of the guild's organizational structure. The current structure includes core management team, guild executive team, elite member tier, and general member tier. The core management team consists of one president, one vice president, one chief financial officer, and one guild council chairman responsible for overseeing and coordinating the guild's daily operations, tasks, etc. The president is currently held by Bai Yi, and the vice president is held by Lia Moran. The financial director is also held by Bai Yi, as the entire guild was established with the financial support of the Bai family. The guild chairman is Lin Jiancheng. The executive body of the guild will consist of 10 divisions, each named after one of the 10 heavenly stems, namely, Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, Wu, Ji, Deng, Xian, Run, and Kuei. However, only the first 3 battalions Jia, Yi, and Bing are currently open. Positions in the remaining battalions will remain vacant for now and will be addressed once the guild has grown stronger. The captain of Team A is Bai Yi, the captain of Team B is Lia Moran, and the captain of Team C is Lin Jiancheng. These 3 individuals, excluding Huashan, are the top scoring participants in the Zhuan Yuan secret realm. Their appointment as squadron captains was met with no objections. In fact, Huashan's performance was also quite good, but everyone knew that his scores were inflated. Unless Huashan can prove that he is strong even without relying on Lia Moran, Bai Yi will not allow him to enter the guild's core management team. Below the captain are the deputy captains. Deputy captains can be promoted by the captain and appointed after approval by the guild assembly. Finally, there is the elite member tier. All attendees automatically become elite members. Those who join the guild later must start as regular members and gradually advance over time.
At the end of the meeting, Bai Yi announced, currently, the Bai family has contributed 100 million gold coins to the guild's funds, which will be used to build the guild's headquarters and various facilities. The Bai family will continue to invest in the future. If any of you have the means, you are also welcome to contribute to the guild's development. Upon hearing this, many people were moved. After all, judging from today's circumstances, the Bai family clearly holds the Zhuang Yuan Guild in high regard. With the Bai family's strong support, the Zhuang Yuan Guild is sure to thrive and prosper. If not now, then when? Currently, the guild's establishment faces its final hurdle. All guilds formed at the Imperial Capital Academy must complete a guild dungeon challenge to prove their strength. The higher the challenge difficulty, the larger the scale of approval the guild will receive. Upon hearing this, everyone grew eager to try. The guild's secret realm was specially established by the Imperial Capital Academy for the exclusive use of guild members. Any guild established within the academy must pay an annual usage fee, after which its members can use these secret realms free of charge. The amount is approximately 3 million gold coins, with higher-tier secret realms requiring more funds. In some cases, it may even require tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of gold coins. As a result, the guild dungeon is only accessible to paying guild members, and others are barred from entering. All newly established guilds are eligible for one free challenge opportunity in the guild dungeon. I heard there are lots of treasures in the guild dungeon. Even so, the difficulty must be really high. We're all top students, what's there to be afraid of? Bai Yi said, there's no time to waste. Everyone, follow me to the school's secret plaza now. Soon, the members of the Zhuang Yuan Guild gathered together and quickly arrived at the Secret Realm Square via the teleportation array. The Secret Realm Square of the Imperial Capital Academy was vast, stretching as far as the eye could see. It is divided into many different areas. Within each area, there are portals that can transport you to various secret realms. The stone tablets beside the portals provide a brief overview of the secret realms. Under Bai Yi's guidance, the group immediately arrived at the guild's secret realm area. Stop! This is the guild's secret realm. You must present your guild identification to enter. Two administrators blocked the group. Bai Yi stepped forward and said, I am Bai Yi, the president of the Zhuang Yuan Guild. I am here to participate in the guild's secret realm challenge. As he spoke, he immediately produced an ID card. The manager took the ID card and looked at it, immediately revealing a respectful expression. It's Mr. Bai. You've already made an appointment, so you can enter. Are these all your guild members? That's correct. Subsequently, the management immediately opened the entrance. Just as people were about to enter, a strange, eerie voice suddenly rang out. What a champion guild. I think it's just a bunch of nonsense. Everyone's expressions changed slightly. Bai Yi also narrowed his eyes and turned to look, only to see a young man dressed in a white and gold robe, accompanied by dozens of people, striding toward them in a grand procession. Lu Xiaojun? Upon seeing him, Bai Yi's expression immediately turned grim. The other members of the Zhuang Yuan Guild also exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with hostility. Lu Xiaojun burst into laughter. Bai Yi, is that all the members your guild has now? With such a bunch of good-for-nothings, do you really think you can pass the guild trials? As he spoke, he pointed to the group of people behind him. My Overlord Guild has now recruited 58 core members. Once my Overlord Guild gains fame, what will your guild use to recruit members? Bai Yi's eyes flashed with anger as he coldly replied, there's no need for you to concern yourself with that. Mind your own business. Lu Xiaojun refused to back down. Then get out of the way and let us go in first. In the guild's secret realm, strength speaks for itself. Following that, the members of the Overlord Guild began to mock and ridicule them. Hey, a guild with just a dozen or so members dares to oppose Lord Lu? What a top-ranked guild. I bet it'll soon be the worst one around. Hey, you guys over there, want to join our guild? Hey, you guys over there, want to join our guild? Lu Gongzi said that anyone who joins the Overlord Guild will receive a 2 million gold coin reward on the spot. This action caused many members of the Zhuang Yuan Guild to grow angry. Just then, a black mist suddenly erupted. Whoosh! The great Cthulhu suddenly appeared before Lu Xiaojun, followed by a dozen tentacles that lashed out like whips. This sudden scene left the members of the Overlord Guild speechless. Roar! Scream! They were in a panic, frantically summoning their own beasts. Lu Xiaojun's face turned pale as the aura of Cthulhu reminded him of an extremely humiliating moment. What are you doing? The two staff members panicked and shouted urgently. No fighting allowed on school grounds. Just as the two were about to collide, Cthulhu's tentacles stopped, and it did not actually attack. However, the members of the Tyrant Guild, overcome by panic, fell into chaos. Many even attacked their own comrades. Liam Oran stood atop Cthulhu, looking down on the group from the Bawang Guild. Then, his gaze locked onto Lu Xiaojun. Lu Xiaojun, have you forgotten how I killed your Ajura blood dragon? Could it be that you want to try again? Chapter 78, Large-Scale Dungeon, Desert Royal Court. The breath of Cthulhu was great and mysterious.
At this moment, Cthulhu is far more powerful than he was during the Zhou Yancheng's secret realm. Lu Xiaojun had every intention of summoning the Azura blood dragon, but the mere thought of Cthulhu's threat sent a chill down his spine. What are you planning to do? Liamo Ran's lips curled into a cold smile. You dare to enter first? Get out of here immediately. Lu Xiaojun was furious.
The murderous intent in his eyes was almost tangible. However, his rationality remained intact. He knew that acting now would not only be futile but also likely result in his own disadvantage. Nevertheless, after enduring repeatedly, Lu Xiaojun was nearly at the end of his patience. But he had to endure it. You'd better remember this, I, Lu Xiaojun, will never suffer such humiliation without a fight. He shouted angrily and stormed out. Liamo remained silent. Bai Yi coldly said, You brought this upon yourself. Lu Xiaojun suddenly turned around and shouted fiercely, And you, just you wait. The members of the Overlord Guild were all stunned, looking at each other in confusion and not knowing what to do. Then, the group hurriedly followed Lu Xiaojun as he left. The 58 members of the Overlord Guild, under the threat of Liamo Ran alone, actually left in disgrace. Who wouldn't feel a chill run down their spine at that sight? Liamo Ran's intimidating presence is truly overwhelming. After jumping off Cthulhu, Liamo Ran clapped his hands and said, Alright, it's finally a bit quieter. Let's hurry inside. The members of the Top Scholar Guild looked at Liamo Ran with admiration in their eyes. Even Bai Yi found it difficult to gain an advantage over Lu Xiaojun. The only person who could make Lu Xiaojun look so helpless was Li Moran, no one else. The group passed through the entrance and arrived at the guild's secret realm. The staff led them to the challenge dungeon. There was a huge teleportation gate here, but it was currently closed. Next to the portal is an introduction to the secret realm. The staff member said, This is your challenge dungeon. There are 3 difficulty levels, normal, hard, and hell. Liamo Ran asked, What are the differences between the difficulty levels? The higher the difficulty, the more member approval quotas the guild receives. How so? Generally speaking, after all the necessary procedures for establishing a guild have been completed, you can proceed to the member recruitment stage. However, guild members cannot be recruited indefinitely. Approval from the school is required. Completing a challenge of normal difficulty grants approval for a guild size of 100 to 200 members, meaning that the total number of guild members, including the guild leadership, must not exceed 200. Completing the hard difficulty challenge grants approval for a guild size of 300,600 members. If you can complete the Hell difficulty challenge, the maximum guild size can even reach 1,200 members. Upon hearing this, Liamo Ran gained a better understanding of the situation. After all, a guild couldn't just have a management team, it also needed other members. If there aren't enough members, how can the guild grow? Liamo Ran looked at the stone tablet beside him, which contained a basic introduction to the secret realm. Secret realm name, Desert Royal Court. Clearance conditions: defeat the tyrannical ruler of the Desert Royal Court, Nium. Dungeon enemies: earth-eating sandworms, yellow sand scorpions, desert horned dragons, etc. Secret realm loot: drop spirit beast eggs, desert fruits, desert materials, rare items, etc. Difficulty selection: normal, hard, hell. Staff member, what difficulty level would you like to choose? Bai Yi said, It's our first time, so let's go with the difficult one. Before he could finish, Liamo suddenly interrupted, Hell difficulty. Bai Yi froze in place. The people around him were also very surprised. The staff advised, Are you sure you want to choose Hell difficulty? You should know that in Hell difficulty, the monsters are incredibly powerful. This dungeon can only accommodate up to 100 people at a time, and you only have 18. Everyone was looking at Liamo Ran. Bai Yi furrowed his brows slightly. Are you sure? Li Machen smiled. What, you can't do it? With those words, who dared to say no? Men fear saying no the most. Humph. If it's Hell mode, then so be it. What's there to be afraid of? President, just follow the vice president's instructions. The Zhuan Yuan Guild: if we don't choose the highest difficulty, what should we choose? Upon seeing this, Bai Yi immediately made his decision. Alright, we'll choose Hell difficulty. After the difficulty selection was complete, the staff immediately opened the secret realm portal. People streamed in one after another, entering the Desert King's court secret realm. Who? A storm of yellow sand swirled through the air, turning the entire world into a sea of yellow. The scorching sun bakes the earth, and the sand feels like molten lava. Standing on it for even a moment is unbearable. Is this the dungeon? My goodness, it's so hot. As soon as we entered the dungeon, many people started complaining. It's just too hot. In a desert environment like this, it's hotter than a furnace during the day. Normal people can't stand it at all. Even Bai Yi couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. Ha! Liamo Ran summoned Cthulhu. Instantly, a gray mist spread out in all directions, enveloping everyone present. Everyone immediately felt a cool sensation. It's cool. Does the vice president's beast have this kind of effect? Everyone was surprised. After Cthulhu appeared, the heat vanished instantly. Huashan burst into laughter. My older brother is incredibly powerful.
There's so much you don't know. You should know that Huashan followed Li Mo Ran through the Zhuan Yuan secret realm for 7 days. The more successful Li Mo Ran becomes, the more honored Huashan feels by association. Bai Yi said, "Alright, let's hurry up and move forward. We need to clear this dungeon as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Then they all summoned their own beasts. Hiss. Not long after, a hissing sound caught everyone's attention. Upon looking, they discovered numerous massive scorpions, which had blended almost seamlessly with the surrounding sand, glaring menacingly at the crowd. If it weren't for the hissing sound, people might not have even noticed them. It's the yellow sand scorpion. I heard it's highly poisonous, so be careful. It's okay. I brought plenty of antidotes. People said, and were about to act. Just then, Cthulhu whipped out its tentacles, lashing out and instantly reducing the sand scorpions to fragments. Sizzle. The highly toxic blood dripped onto Cthulhu's tentacles, instantly corroding large sections of them. But this was of no use to Cthulhu. A surge of energy flooded in, and the tentacles that had been corroded were instantly restored to their original state. Is it dead? No wonder you're the vice president, you're amazing. Li Mo Ran said, "Just follow me. There's no need for you to act. You're too slow. By the time you make your move, it'll be too late." Upon hearing this, many of them felt dissatisfied. "Although you, Li Mo Ran, are very strong, we are at least top scholars. Why do you look down on us like that?" Only Huashan, with a face full of memories. On that day, Li Mo Ran had said the same thing to him. Li Mo Ran didn't even bother to respond to these questions. He leaped onto Cthulhu and immediately took his place at the front of the group. Seeing this, the others had no choice but to follow Li Mo Ran forward. Sigh. Another hissing sound echoed, and about a dozen yellow sand scorpions appeared, launching an attack on the group. They moved at an incredible speed, closing in on the group in the blink of an eye. Just as people were about to act, Cthulhu's tentacles lashed out again, and the dozen or so yellow sand scorpions before it seemed exceptionally fragile and unable to withstand a single blow. Those who had been about to act froze in their tracks. Li Mo Ran had acted too swiftly, they hadn't even had time to claim the kill. The following moments were almost all the same. Discover a monster, Li Mo Ran takes action, and kills the monster. People realized they could only watch helplessly. Even if someone was unwilling to accept this and tried to act first, by the time they even began to move, Li Mo Ran had already finished the job. Even Bai Yi couldn't outmatch Li Mo Ran. What was supposed to be a large-scale guild dungeon run has now completely turned into Li Mo Ran's personal showcase. Some people were dissatisfied and shouted, "Guild leader, do something about him. Are we here to sightsee?" Bai Yi couldn't help but laugh and cry, "I'd like to do something, but what can I do? He can't even compete with Li Mo Ran, so how can he manage it?" In the end, everyone just gave up. Forget it, if we can't control it, we can't control it. Anyway, we came here as a team, so they'll get some spiritual energy too. This slaughter continued for about an hour. Since the massacre went so smoothly, Li Mo Ran and his group encountered no obstacles along the way. Finally, they caught sight of the faint outline of the royal city in the distance. Roar! Just then, a furious roar echoed through the air. Moments later, a dragon suddenly appeared on the massive rock in the distance. Its entire body was shrouded in the color of yellow sand, standing on the rock wall, its eyes fixed intently on the crowd. Upon seeing this, Bai Yi's expression changed slightly. "This is bad, it's the yellow sand horned dragon." Chapter 79, Cthulhu is dead? I'm just kidding. The yellow sand horned dragon is a highly brutal dragon-like spirit beast. This spirit beast is born with an extraordinary bloodline and can evolve to the royal bloodline at its peak. This trait is an exceptionally valuable quality for beast tamers. However, the yellow sand horned dragon is extremely difficult to tame. Even when raised from an egg, it has frequently attempted to escape and attack its tamers. As a wild spirit beast, the yellow sand horned dragon is even more renowned. It is renowned for its extremely aggressive nature and scales that are extremely difficult to penetrate. Even ordinary beast tamers cannot break through its defenses. At that moment, the yellow sand horned dragon was glaring menacingly at everyone. Roar! It let out another angry roar. Bai Yi judged, this yellow sand horned dragon is probably over level 40. Be extremely careful. Level 40 corresponds to the fully evolved form of a beast tamer. Ordinary level 40 spirit beasts are nothing to fear. But the yellow sand horned dragon is special. Its strength far surpasses that of ordinary great or even ordinary bloodline spiritual beasts. Even Bai Yi would likely have to expend considerable effort to kill such a spirit beast. Raspy. The roar of the yellow sand horned dragon suddenly became extremely sharp. Immediately after, its wings began to flap, slowly rising into the air. The roar of the Huang Shijialong suddenly became piercingly sharp. Immediately afterward, its wings began to flap, and it slowly rose into the air. Around it, large swirls of yellow sand were whipped up into the air. These sand grains swirled continuously, eventually forming a dust storm. Immediately afterward, sand arrows shot out from the dust, rushing toward the crowd.
The people immediately activated various skills to defend against the sand arrows. However, this was only the beginning.
Roar! The Huangsheijia long roared, soaring into the sky and circling continuously. People looked up and were immediately struck with awe.
In the sky, the yellow sand horned dragon gathered countless grains of sand from all around, transforming them into a massive yellow sand meteorite. The meteorite continued to expand, casting a shadow below that sent a chill down everyone's spine.
Boom!
The Huangsheijia dragon immediately released the meteorite, which hurtled toward the crowd.
Be careful!
Bai shouted fiercely, simultaneously summoning his own white dragon. This meteorite contained extremely terrifying energy.
If it were to hit the ground, few of the people present would survive unscathed. Just then, Liam-O-Ran jumped off the Cthulhu and shouted, "Little C, go!" Upon receiving the order, Cthulhu immediately charged forward. He actually charged straight toward the meteorite. Countless tentacles expanded, like strands of seaweed, instantly enveloping the meteorite. Boom! Enveloped by Cthulhu, the meteorite exploded prematurely.
Intense energy leaked out from Cthulhu's tentacles, and everyone, including Bai, felt the terrifying power. In the sky, the explosion sent up a thick cloud of smoke that nearly obscured the surrounding sky. As the smoke cleared, Cthulhu's massive form emerged from the haze.
Boom! It seemed as if it had died, falling straight down from the sky and crashing onto the ground, sending up a cloud of yellow sand.
People stared in shock, their faces turning pale. All they could see was Cthulhu's body covered in horrific, gaping wounds. Dozens of tentacles had been blown off by the explosion, and its massive body was riddled with huge cavities. Its wings were nearly destroyed, and its entire body seemed to be splitting apart. Such horrific injuries would be fatal for any beast, no matter what kind.
Is it dead? No way. Liam-O-Ran is so powerful, how could his beast companion possibly die? But it's already so badly injured.
Among the crowd, Lin Jianqing's face turned pale, and he looked utterly disbelieving.
Liam-O-Ran's beast was killed?
The young man who saved her like a hero, could he really have been defeated like that? Even Bai Yi was left speechless, his eyes almost vacant.
However, Liam-O-Ran's expression remained calm, showing no emotion. Xiao Ku, get up!
In the silent yellow sand, Liam-O-Ran's voice was not loud, but it was particularly piercing.
At Liam-O-Ran's call, a faint glow emanated from Cthulhu's body.
Immediately afterward, the once destroyed body began to regenerate at a visible speed.
The tentacles that had vanished also quickly regrew.
This scene left people wide-eyed, as if they had seen something terrifying. Seconds later, the dying Cthulhu was fully revived.
Roar!
Once again, the furious roar of the yellow sand horned dragon echoed through the sky. It never expected that the monster it had nearly shattered could possibly recover.
Liam-O-Ran's lips curled into a cold smile.
Your meteorite is quite impressive, but now it's my turn.
Xiao Ku, use the breath of the abyss. Liam-O-Ran gave the order, and Cthulhu immediately reacted. Gurgling.
From all around Cthulhu, a massive amount of water began to surge forth.
Black water.
Deep and mysterious, as if containing the secrets of the universe. These black waters engulfed Cthulhu's body, then transformed into a water column, rushing toward the yellow sand anguirus.
Roar!
The yellow sand horned dragon roared and charged forward, intent on tearing apart the water columns. Just then, Cthulhu's massive form burst out of the water columns, and immediately, a large number of water columns engulfed the yellow sand horned dragon.
Upon contact with its body, the water columns vanished instantly. Immediately afterward, the powerful yellow horned dragon let out a painful roar.
It struggled in the air before finally crashing down, continuing to struggle and roar on the ground.
As it roared, it even spat out a large amount of black liquid from its mouth.
Roar, gurgle, gurgle. The Huangsha Jiaolong wanted to expel the water inside its body, but this only caused its body to accumulate even more black water. Ultimately, the yellow sand horned dragon's body continued to swell. With a loud explosion, the yellow sand horned dragon's body instantly blew apart. Blood, flesh, and large amounts of black liquid poured out in all directions. Flowing into the desert, it quickly vanished without a trace.
Congratulations! You have defeated the level 42 yellow sand anguirus. Cthulhu has gained 760 spirit points. Upon hearing this voice, Liam-O-Ran smiled. It's done.
The reason why he only gained a few hundred points of spiritual energy is because he is currently in a team, and the spiritual energy he gains is split evenly among the team members.
However, Liam-O-Ran didn't mind. Currently, Cthulhu is not lacking in spiritual energy. What it lacks are followers. He had originally intended to take this yellow sand horned dragon as a follower, but its meteorite angered Cthulhu. Liam-O-Ran decided to just have Cthulhu kill it outright.
After all, there were so many powerful spirit beasts, a single yellow sand horned dragon wasn't that important. The people around him were still in a daze, staring at Liam-O-Ran, unsure of what to say.
Bai stared blankly and asked, Liam-O-Ran, what skill was that you just used? Liam-O-Ran laughed. This skill is called Breath of the Abyss.
It fills the target's body, especially their lungs, with water, making it impossible for them to breathe.
As the water accumulates, the target will explode and die instantly. This skill was something Bai Yi had never heard of before. He exclaimed, "What an amazing skill! Even the yellow sand-horned dragon couldn't withstand it." The people around him gradually came to their senses. Someone asked, "Vice President, your beast looked like it was about to die just now. How did it suddenly become unharmed?" Liam Ran replied calmly, "Because it can regenerate." Does it really have such powerful regenerative capabilities? This is way too extreme. Although Liam Ran explained, the reason was still hard for people to believe. Liam Ran ignored them and jumped back onto the Cthulhu. "Alright, let's go. We haven't finished the dungeon yet."
Upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly followed Liam Ran forward. Soon, they arrived at the core desert court of this secret realm. Ancient, majestic, and towering city walls blocked their path ahead. The city gates were tightly shut, and the surrounding area was deathly quiet.
"How are we going to get in?"
Liam Ran said, "I'll go in first to check the situation and then help you open the door." As he spoke, Cthulhu immediately took to the air and flew over the city walls.
Whoosh! Just as Cthulhu was about to land, countless arrows rained down from within the city. Boom!
Immediately afterward, the previously tightly closed city gates swung open.
"Kill the invaders!"
A large number of soldiers clad in sand-colored armor emerged from within the city walls, moving in perfect formation and exuding a formidable presence. The once empty sections of the city walls were now filled with yellow sand soldiers. Countless arrows and various attacks surged toward the crowd like a tidal wave. Chapter 80, sweeping away the yellow sand army, destroying everything in their path.
This sudden attack caught everyone off guard.
Fortunately, as top scholars, they were no pushovers and quickly regained their composure, summoning various beasts to block the arrows raining down from the sky. At the same time, Bai Yi immediately began to issue commands: maintain formation.
Don't panic. Those with thick skin and tough flesh, charge forward. The rest of you stay behind and attack, following closely behind Liam Ran's footsteps. Under Bai Yi's command, the people gradually calmed down. They each commanded their beasts to unleash skill after skill, continuously attacking the yellow sand soldiers. Boom! A massive burst of flames and lightning, along with various energy blasts, struck the yellow sand soldiers, triggering a series of explosions. Many yellow sand soldiers were instantly engulfed by the energy. Bai Yi mounted his white dragon and summoned a large number of golden dragon scales, which fell like hailstones. With each scale that fell, a sand soldier was reduced to dust. Not only that, Liam Ran in the sky also quickly exerted his strength. Cthulhu's tentacles swept across the sky, instantly destroying countless arrows. These arrows were actually extremely sharp, and ordinary beast tamers couldn't withstand them. However, Cthulhu was too powerful. Under the waving tentacles, the force of the arrows was completely dispersed. Li Machen immediately spotted the large number of yellow-clad soldiers below and coldly snorted, saying, "Shao Ku, use the 1,000-layered wave." Upon receiving Liam Ran's order, Cthulhu immediately began to exert his strength. Boom! Cthulhu, carrying Liam Ran, suddenly dove down with his massive body. With a thunderous crash, he landed on the ground, causing the surrounding area to tremble. Then, Cthulhu emitted a piercing scream. Mysterious and piercing, it seemed to disrupt the mind, nearly driving one to madness. Clatter! Under Cthulhu's feet, the ground transformed into a vast expanse of water, which continued to expand, churning with turbulent waves, resembling a vast black sea. Then, the waves surged upward, forming towering walls of water. They relentlessly crashed outward in all directions. Boom! Was the sound of waves crashing, instantly engulfing the numerous yellow sand soldiers and completely submerging them. Cthulhu slays the sand soldiers. Cthulhu slays the yellow sand soldiers. A series of sounds flooded into Liam Ran's mind as hundreds of yellow sand soldiers were instantly slain by Cthulhu. This was the power of a level 3 legendary skill. And this is just the first strike. Boom! After the first wave crashed, the second wave followed closely behind. More yellow sand soldiers were swept into the whirlwind, perishing instantly. The group of Bai Yi, who had been standing in formation, now all stared wide-eyed. Their enemy had been defeated in a single encounter by Liam Ran. That skill is way too over the top. My goodness! I feel like this skill is on par with divine abilities. This must be a legendary skill. Only a legendary skill could possess such power. The tidal waves unleashed by Cthulhu reached tens of meters in height, resembling majestic walls, striking fear into the hearts of all who witnessed them. The yellow sand soldiers stood before these waves, as helpless as weak humans facing the power of nature. As wave after wave crashed down, countless yellow sand soldiers were swallowed up. Seeing the number of sand soldiers rapidly decrease, Liam Ran shifted the wave's attack target to the city walls. Clang! These waves were like surging beasts, constantly crashing against the towering city walls. After dozens of strikes, the once impregnable walls collapsed with a thunderous crash. The massive royal city was now exposed before everyone's eyes. The waves continued to crash, sweeping away the ruins of the city walls.
Finally, after the thousand-fold waves subsided, the once majestic city walls had been completely leveled by Liam-O-Ran. People watched in silence, almost unable to speak. It's too powerful. Forget about the mature stage. Even if you were to defeat a fully evolved beast, it would still be extremely difficult to possess such power, right? Someone joked, President, I feel like we don't even need to come. He can clear this dungeon on his own. Bai Yi's lips twitched slightly, because he realized that this statement was completely accurate. As soon as Liam-O-Ran made his move, there was nothing they could do. Before Cthulhu, all beings are equal. Liam-O-Ran turned to look at the crowd. What are you all standing around for? Let's go. Oh. Upon hearing this, the people hurriedly followed him, entering the royal city alongside Liam-O-Ran. After Liam-O-Ran had stirred things up like that, there were no more monsters around. Even if there were any, they had likely been scared away. People had originally thought this would be a fierce battle, but now it seems they have underestimated Liam-O-Ran. Along the way, someone curiously asked, Brother M-O-Ran, how did you contract your beast? We've never seen anything like it before. Why don't you tell us about it and broaden our horizons? Liam-O-Ran turned around and smiled. What, you all want to know? The crowd nodded frantically, as obedient as chicks pecking at grain. Bai Yi also asked curiously, Liam-O-Ran, I'd like to hear it too. Why don't you tell us? If you don't mind, I can report it to the family later. They might be willing to invest in you. Even Lin Jiancheng looked curious. M-O-Ran, please tell us. I also want to know. Her face was adorned with a sweet smile, which was a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. Many people watched, feeling a mix of envy and frustration. Could this stunning beauty possibly have feelings for Liam-O-Ran? But doesn't Liam-O-Ran already have a girlfriend? Everyone was curious, but Liam-O-Ran didn't disappoint them. The old bloodline couldn't be spoken of lightly. After some deliberation, Liam-O-Ran said, the name of my beast is very special. It's called Cthulhu. It doesn't belong to any known species. To be precise, it was created. Created by whom? Who else could it be? Of course, it's me. Bai Yi suddenly interrupted, I know. This has to do with your chain talent, right? I remember you mentioned that your chain talent can cause beast tamers to mutate? Everyone was even more astonished upon hearing this. Chain talent. Who would have thought that Liam-O-Ran actually possesses the chain talent? No wonder he can outshine the two geniuses Bai Yi and Lu Xiaojun. Chain talent is that impressive. Liam-O-Ran said, that's right. My first talent is an F-rank mysterious talent, the worst of the 10 worthless talents of the Great Xia Kingdom. If that were my only talent, I would have no future. But the appearance of my second talent changed everything. At that moment, a clever individual stepped forward. I know. Silent brother, is your second talent the ability to mutate beasts and possess extremely powerful mental strength? Is that really the case? No wonder I always felt disoriented when I looked at Cthulhu and dared not look away. Ha! I never expected that a useless talent could undergo such a transformation. Cthulhu has such powerful mental strength. If M-O-Ran's talent wasn't mysterious, he probably wouldn't have been able to form a contract at all. Watching their discussions, Liam-O-Ran couldn't help but smile, thinking that his disciple was finally showing signs of promise. Many things, he actually didn't need to explain at all. Just hint at it a little to maintain an air of mystery. The rest, others will naturally fill in the blanks with their own plausible explanations. Upon learning of Liam-O-Ran's talent, people admired him even more. No wonder it's a chain talent, it's truly impressive. The group continued on their way and soon arrived at the palace. There were no walls here. The magnificent palace, once the epitome of nobility, has been weathered by the sand and wind, adding a touch of grandeur to its grandeur. The crowd moved forward slowly. This is the imperial palace. Commoners are forbidden to approach. Anyone who disobeys will be put to death. A voice erupted in all directions, the sound waves so intense that everyone instinctively covered their ears. Immediately afterward, sand and wind swirled violently in all directions. A powerful tornado appeared on the square in front of the palace, and then transformed into two enormous dragon-like monsters. Roar! The two monsters let out a series of furious roars, shaking the heavens and the earth. Then, flapping their wings, they hovered in the air. Is it a Wangqijialong, or two of them? Upon seeing this, everyone was startled. Bai Yi said, they are probably palace guards. If we want to enter the palace and see the desert tyrant, we must kill them. Everyone turned to look at Liam-O-Ran. After this battle, people had gained immense confidence in Liam-O-Ran. Liam-O-Ran did not hesitate, leaping directly onto Cthulhu. Little Cthulhu, use the breath of the abyss. This time, Liam-O-Ran didn't hesitate, immediately unleashing his ultimate move. Roar! Two yellow-horned dragons soared into the sky, intending to summon meteorites to attack. Just then, a massive amount of black water surged forth from Cthulhu's body, followed by a powerful aura enveloping his entire form. This aura continued to spread outward in all directions.
Liemo Ran ordered Cthulhu to charge toward the two yellow-horned dragons immediately, until the breath of the abyss engulfed them as well. Clatter. The black water grew more and more, and the smell became stronger. Just as the meteorite of the yellow sand-horned dragon was about to form, they suddenly came to a halt. Roar. The Huangshijialong let out a painful roar and struggled in the sky. Immediately afterward, both Huangshijialong were unable to maintain their flight posture and plummeted straight down from the sky. Chapter 81, The Desert Emperor Who Would Rather Die Than Surrender. Boom! With a loud explosion, the two yellow-horned dragons were instantly blown to pieces. Blood and black liquid intermingled, splattering across the ground, mingling with various fragments of flesh, creating an extremely gruesome scene that nearly dyed the earth red. The breath of the abyss is truly that powerful. With just a single glance, the fearsome yellow sand-horned dragon was killed instantly, unable to put up any resistance at all. Those around him, upon witnessing this, seemed almost unfazed by the sight. After killing the Huangsha Jiaolong, there were only a few Huangsha Imperial guards left near the Imperial City, posing no threat at all. There was no need for Liemo Ran to intervene. Bai Yi could eliminate them all with a single skill. Although the Imperial guards were significantly stronger than ordinary yellow sand soldiers, that was the extent of their advantage. For these Imperial guards, Bai Yi's intervention was already beyond their capabilities. After the slaughter, the path to the Imperial Palace was clear and unobstructed. With a loud rumbling sound, as the massive palace gates swung open, Liemo Ran and his entourage rushed into the palace. The lavishly decorated palace was unusually spacious, with the massive throne standing majestically ahead. Seated on the throne was a monstrous creature clad in golden armor, with the body of a bird and the face of a human. It held a golden scepter in its hands, its gaze as sharp as a knife, sending a chill down one's spine. Is this the Desert Emperor? It's the Desert Tyrant. They're all the same. I wonder how strong they really are. Anyway, Silent Brother will definitely handle it. After this battle, many people started calling Liemo Ran Go repeatedly, and it sounded particularly natural. Although Bai Yi was the guild master, people had already begun to regard Liemo Ran as their leader. Even Bai Yi himself often looks to Liemo Ran for his opinion. Regarding this, Bai Yi didn't find it particularly difficult to accept. Liemo Ran's strength speaks for itself logically. The guild master should be Liemo Ran. However, since the Zhuang Yuan Guild is tied to the Bai family's arrangements, the position of guildmaster cannot be relinquished. Otherwise, why would Bai Yi spend tens of millions to buy the guildmaster position? Liemo Ran opened his great eyes to examine the information of the monster before him. Name, Desert Tyrant Nium. Level 4-5. Name, Desert Tyrant Nium. Attributes Earth, Wind. Bloodline Overlord. Bloodline Overlord. Talent Desert Lord, Sovereign's Might. Skill Sultan Sai, Fierce Assault, Summon Sand Soldiers, Sandstorm Illusion, Sacrifice Sand Soldiers, Raging Sandstorm. After reviewing the information about the Desert Tyrant, Liemo Ran concluded his session with the Great Eye. At the same time, the Desert Tyrant finally reacted. Sigh. A long sigh, as if crossing through history, fell upon everyone. Many felt a pang of sadness, almost to the point of tears. Some even trembled slightly and were about to kneel down. Upon seeing this, Bai Yi shouted harshly, "Snap out of it." This cold shout snapped everyone back to their senses, and they were all startled. What just happened to me? Did I just cry? People looked at each other in astonishment. Liemo Ran said, "This monster's mental power is extremely strong. If we're not careful, we might be influenced by it." Upon hearing this, everyone grew serious. Shah. On the throne, the Desert Tyrant leaned on his scepter and rose slowly. It was incredibly tall, estimated to be 5 or 6 meters in height, appearing exceptionally majestic. After rising, the Desert Emperor spoke slowly, "Humans, you should not have come here. Anyone who dares to enter my palace will meet only death." That's a bold statement. Silent Brother, can you handle it? Li Gu, it's up to you. Ha, with Silent Brother stepping in, what Desert Tyrant? Let's turn it into a desert chicken. You know what? You're right, this thing really does look like a yellow chicken. The chatter of the crowd naturally reached the ears of the Desert Tyrant. These words immediately enraged it. "Humans, you will pay with your lives for this insult." It roared furiously, and a series of intense sandstorms erupted all around. Immediately afterward, a large number of sand soldiers emerged from the dust. "Kill the invaders." The yellow sand soldiers shouted a loud slogan, their movements in perfect unison, charging forward to kill. Liemo Ran saw this and immediately sprang into action. Swish! Dozens of tentacles erupted simultaneously, instantly extending into lightning-like whips that struck the soldiers in the yellow sand. Before the yellow sand soldiers could even get close, they were instantly whipped into dust. Several of the thick-skinned yellow sand soldiers spun around like tops, their arms spread wide in parallel, forming a large T-shape as they spun. Seeing that all the sand soldiers he had summoned had been killed, the Desert Tyrant erupted in anger. It raised its scepter high and roared, "Human, I will kill you." Then, a blinding light erupted from its scepter. Instantly, the figure of the desert tyrant multiplied into 7 or 8, surrounding Li Mo ran in all directions around the palace.
These illusions attacked simultaneously, summoning a massive cloud of sand once more.
Countless grains of sand continued to coalesce, eventually forming a terrifying storm.
The storm seemed capable of tearing everything apart, swiftly engulfing Li Mo ran.
However, Li Mo ran remained completely calm, showing no signs of panic on his face. Xiao Ko, transform into a behemoth.
Under Li Mo ran's command, Cthulhu's body instantly expanded, then turned into mist and spread out in all directions. In its bimbo form, Cthulhu had no physical form. Though the storms were powerful, they had no effect whatsoever against the bimbo mist. The desert tyrant's eyes widened in shock, just as he was about to continue his attack, but he suddenly froze in place.
Baimong erupted with an extremely powerful mental force, instantly enveloping the desert tyrant.
Its mind was in complete chaos, and its thoughts nearly ground to a halt. The skill it had begun to unleash was immediately interrupted.
In its Baimong state, Cthulhu's mental power reached its maximum.
No one can withstand the impact of this mental power.
What is this thing? How can it influence my thoughts?
The desert tyrant gritted his teeth, clutching his head, his eyes almost vacant. Li Mo ran had originally intended to kill it, but upon second thought, he decided that this desert emperor might be worth subduing. Thus, he spoke, "Become my follower, and I will spare your life."
A follower? The desert tyrant burst into laughter. Ha! A lowly human being dares to ask me to believe in you? I would rather die than submit. Then, even more intense sandstorms erupted from the desert tyrant's body.
The whirlwinds around it grew increasingly violent.
They were even beginning to shake the Baimong mist. Li Mo ran saw this and snorted coldly, "If you won't take the wine, you'll have to drink the punishment." Xiao Ko, use mass hysteria to force the transformation.
Upon receiving the order, Cthulhu immediately began to unleash mass hysteria. Immediately afterward, intense psychic energy surged into the body of the desert emperor. It had intended to continue its attack, but to its horror, it discovered that its body was beginning to lose control. It seemed to witness an utterly terrifying sight. Within the sleeping city at the bottom of the sea, the great Cthulhu was awakening. It was indescribable and unseeable, and with its emergence, the entire world descended into chaos. Under the influence of the collective madness, the desert tyrant could no longer resist. Li Mo ran opened his great eyes and could see that the desert tyrant's will to resist was being steadily weakened, and it would soon be forcibly converted into that of a believer.
No! I would rather die than surrender.
The desert tyrant suddenly roared, and immediately afterward, his body began to gather terrifying energy. Feeling this energy, Li Mo ran's expression immediately changed.
This is bad.
It's about to self-destruct.
Everyone, get out of the way.
Upon hearing Li Mo ran's words, the people behind him were immediately filled with panic and began to retreat. Li Mo ran immediately ordered Cthulhu to return to its original form and charged forward, enveloping the desert emperor in countless tentacles.
Boom!
A terrifying explosion echoed through the palace, and the energy that escaped filled the entire structure.
Many walls were shattered by the force, and Li Mo ran was directly blown away by the explosion.
Fortunately, a tentacle shot out instantly, wrapping around Li Mo ran in mid-air, preventing him from being thrown out of the palace.
But the others weren't so lucky.
The explosion came suddenly, leaving them little time to react. They were all blown away and fell to the ground, grimacing in pain. Fortunately, they were far enough away and were not affected. Of course, the most important thing was that Cthulhu acted quickly and took the brunt of the explosion, absorbing most of the damage. This explosion was even more intense than the meteorite from the yellow sand-horned dragon. After the explosion subsided, Cthulhu's body was nearly torn to pieces, his head shattered, and his limbs were indistinguishable, shrouded in a mass of flesh and blood. In such a state, for an ordinary beast tamer, this was a death beyond death.
The self-destruction of a level 45 boss monster is that powerful. However, this is nothing to Cthulhu.
Li Mo ran called out in his heart, and immediately, the Cthulhu before him began to rapidly recover. The shattered body and tissues rapidly reorganized, and within seconds, it was completely restored. Others also regained their composure and rushed over to Li Mo ran's side.
It actually self-destructed? Silent brother, what did you do? Oh my goodness. I thought I was going to die just now.
Thank goodness for Li Gu, otherwise we would have been in serious trouble.
Li Gu is amazing. People exclaimed in admiration. Li Mo ran felt a pang of regret.
The desert tyrant was undoubtedly an excellent follower, but alas, it was too proud to even submit by self-destructing. Never mind, Li Mo ran muttered to himself.
This one won't work, I'll just find another follower. After the self-destruction, the desert tyrant was naturally dead.
The surrounding palaces were also left in ruins due to the explosion.
Though people were a bit disheveled, they still wore smiles on their faces.
After all, despite the twists and turns, they had managed to clear this dungeon.
Soon, a voice echoed in everyone's ears. Congratulations!
You have successfully cleared the large-scale secret dungeon, Desert Royal Court. Clear rewards: 1 yellow sand anguirus egg, level 2 Beastmaster equipment, desert scepter, level 2 skill stone, sandstorm, 20 desert crystals, 20 desert fruits.
Chapter 82, Clear the Desert Royal Court, Beastmaster equipment. After the sound of clearing the stage, Liam O'Ran also gained quite a bit. There's actually Beastmaster equipment? Liam O'Ran found it quite intriguing.
The so-called Beastmaster equipment was naturally the gear worn by Beastmasters.
This equipment contains a considerable amount of spiritual energy.
When worn, the beast tamer's own strength is greatly enhanced, and the equipment also greatly strengthens the skills of the beasts they tame. Furthermore, the power of the supernatural abilities released through the equipment can also be greatly enhanced.
Bai Yi laughed, that's not surprising.
The Desert Royal Court dungeon is typically designed for second and third year students who have been rated as 2-star beast tamers. The criteria for a 2-star Beastmaster include owning a beast with bloodline quality no lower than high grade and growth progress no lower than fully developed, as well as completing the corresponding star-rated assessment trials.
The minimum requirement for a Beastmaster's equipment is to possess a fully evolved beast. This is because the equipment of a beast tamer contains a large amount of spiritual energy.
This spiritual energy greatly increases the physical strain on the beast tamers. For ordinary people, even wearing them for just a few minutes would leave the body exhausted, with fatigue comparable to running a marathon. To withstand such demands, physical training alone is simply insufficient.
Only when the beast is fully grown will the Beastmaster's body undergo corresponding changes.
Their physical prowess becomes extremely powerful, making them impervious to ordinary swords and blades, and even falling from great heights will not result in death. Most importantly, at this stage, the Beastmaster's body can withstand the strain of the Beastmaster's equipment.
The more powerful the equipment, the higher the load it imposes. Some equipment can only be worn by 5-star or even 7-star beast tamers. Liam O'Ran immediately began inspecting the loot. First came the equipment. Desert Scepter. Equipment level 40. Equipment attributes: Earth, Wind. Equipment quality: LV2 rare. Contains 80,000 points of spiritual energy. Spiritual power contained: 80,000 points.
Load level: level 2 corresponding to a 2-star beast tamer.
The spiritual energy contained within has actually reached 80,000 points?
This means that if Liam O'Ran were to use this equipment to unleash his divine ability, the strength of the divine ability would increase by 8,000 points on top of his own base power. Even without using divine abilities, such a massive amount of spiritual energy bestowed upon the beast taming skills would make them incredibly powerful.
What a pity the attributes don't match up. This is where Liam O'Ran feels most disappointed. However, among the old ones, there are also beings with wind attributes.
The most famous of these is undoubtedly the yellow-robed King Hastur.
However, up until now, Liam O'Ran has yet to find a second ancient one capable of forming a contract. Let's look at something else. Yellow Sand Horn Dragon Egg. After hatching, you can obtain a Yellow Sand Horn Dragon hatchling with an extraordinary bloodline. Ancient Bloodline Compatibility 6-3. Note, the Yellow Sand Horn Dragon has an extremely temperamental nature and is extremely difficult to tame. After glancing at it, Li Machin shook his head. The compatibility wasn't high, and they weren't easy to cultivate, but they could be converted into followers of Cthulhu. Skill Stone, Sandstorm Sweep. Upon use, grants the level 2 beast taming skill Sandstorm Sweep. Sandstorm Surge, summon a whirlwind of sand, forming a sandstorm that sweeps across the area, continuously inflicting pull, damage, and tear effects on targets within the sandstorm. Attributes: Earth, Wind. Liam O'Ran's evaluation: useless. The attributes are wrong to begin with. Even if the attributes were correct, Cthulhu wouldn't bother with a level 2 skill. Desert Crystal. Upon use, enhances the skill effects of Earth and Wind attribute beasts by 10, lasting for 3 minutes. Desert Fruit. Consuming this item restores 10,000 points of spiritual energy. Desert Crystals are also not very useful. However, upon seeing the Desert Fruits, Liam O'Ran's eyes lit up. Could they actually restore spiritual energy? What a valuable item. Every time he unleashed his divine abilities, he would inevitably consume a large amount of spiritual energy. And the potions that can restore spiritual energy are extremely expensive, costing tens of thousands of dollars per bottle. Even someone as wealthy as Liam O'Ran finds it difficult to afford them. The appearance of the Desert Fruit came as a timely relief for Liam O'Ran. Moreover, a single Desert Fruit could restore 10,000 points of spiritual energy. This restoration amount is far superior to that of potions. After examining the loot, Liam O'Ran didn't hesitate and put it all away. Many others present did not object to Liam O'Ran's actions. After all, it had been Liam O'Ran who had been killing the monsters all along. He took care of the Huangsha Jiaolong, killed the Huangsha soldiers, and even the Desert Emperor's self-destruction was because of Liam O'Ran. In fact, it was Cthulhu who absorbed all the self-destruction damage, preventing everyone else from being caught in the explosion. It can be said that the people did nothing, they relied entirely on Liam O'Ran to get this far. All the combat power belongs to him, so there's nothing more to say. Even if some people feel a bit resentful, they dare not say anything at this moment. Li Mo-ran doesn't care what others think either. After all, he was the only one doing the work in the dungeon, so the rewards were naturally all his. Who dares to object? Bai Yi said, "Alright, we've cleared the level. Let's get out of here quickly." Everyone nodded and left the dungeon. Before long, members of the Zhuang Yuan Guild appeared in the square. "You're already here?" The staff were surprised to see them come out so quickly and all looked astonished. After all, the time required to clear a large-scale dungeon typically starts at 10 hours. The Desert Royal Court is even more challenging. Even a well-prepared guild with a full complement of members would need at least 20 hours to clear it. Currently, Li Mo-ran and his group have only been inside for a few hours. Could they have failed? Just then, several lines of information appeared on the stone tablet nearby. Congratulations to the Zhuang Yuan Guild for successfully clearing the Desert Court dungeon. Clear difficulty, Hell. Time to complete, 4 hours, 38 minutes, 7 seconds. Passed? The staff were completely shocked when they saw the result. They stared at Li Mo-ran and the others in disbelief. How did you do that? 4 hours? That's an unprecedented achievement. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Everyone felt incredibly relieved. This is the true strength of our Zhuang Yuan Guild. 2 teachers, we hope you can help us spread the word. Earlier, some people doubted we could clear the hell difficulty. How about now? All I can say is, Silent Guy is amazing. The staff couldn't believe it. The Top Scholar Guild is that powerful? But no one explained it to him. Bai Yi said, "Teachers, it's time to announce the results of our trial, isn't it?" "Oh, right." The 2 snapped out of their daze and immediately began announcing the results. The top-ranked guild had passed the trial with outstanding results, earning the maximum recruitment quota of 1,200 new members. As they spoke, the 2 quickly produced a certificate and handed it to Bai Yi. "Congratulations, Mr. Bai. From today onwards, the Top Scholar Guild is officially established and can begin recruiting members." After receiving the certificate, Bai Yi was overjoyed. "Thank you both teachers." After completing the trial, Bai Yi led everyone back to the conference room. In the presence of Jiang Ru, the establishment of the Zhuang Yuan Guild was officially announced. At the same time, the guild's on-campus headquarters were also announced. The Bai family specifically rented a large building at the Imperial Capital Academy to serve as the location for the Zhuang Yuan Guild. The building has already been equipped with various facilities, including training rooms, a guild task center, meeting rooms, and more. Upon arriving at the guild headquarters, everyone was amazed by the building's opulence. Bai Yi led everyone to the top floor of the building and held another celebratory banquet. After the banquet, Bai Yi announced, "Starting tomorrow, the Zhuang Yuan Guild will officially enter its recruitment phase. Everyone must seize this opportunity. The growth of the Zhuang Yuan Guild depends on all of you." Regarding the recruitment process, Bai Yi already had a clear plan in mind. He first allocated a certain number of reserved spots to everyone present, meaning that people could directly recommend candidates without going through the guild's assessment process, allowing him to recruit new members who met his standards. Among them, Bai Yi, Li Mo-ran, and Lin Jianqing each had 3 reserved spots. All other members have 1 pre-selected spot. As for others, they must apply uniformly and undergo an interview. Only those who pass the guild's assessment will be eligible to join the guild. As for the assessment content, it is quite straightforward. As long as your spiritual power index reaches 20,000 points, you will pass. Of course, all of that is beside the point now. After attending the celebratory banquet, Li Mo-ran was about to head home when a crisp voice called out to him. "Mo-ran." Li Mo-ran turned around and saw Lin Jianqing smiling sweetly as she walked toward him. "Do you need something?" Lin Jianqing smiled without speaking, then walked up to Li Mo-ran and suddenly took out a handkerchief. Under Li Mo-ran's surprised gaze, Lin Jianqing gently wiped the corner of his mouth with the handkerchief. "Hee, there's half a grain of rice stuck here," Lin Jianqing said, unfolding the handkerchief, and sure enough, there was half a grain of rice on it. But Li Mo-ran knew in his heart that there was no rice there. He had just finished eating and wiped his mouth. Despite this, Li Mo-ran did not expose him, but smiled and said, "Thank you." "No need to thank me." Lin Jianqing put away the handkerchief, placed both hands behind his back, and bowed slightly. "I should be thanking you. If it weren't for you that day, I might have died." By the end, her voice had grown softer, and her gaze had softened considerably. It was like a gentle spring breeze, bringing a touch of warmth. Lin Jianqing, in this state, was beautiful and enchanting. Her pale green dress, bathed in moonlight, seemed to transform into a flower blooming in Li Mo-ran's heart. His gaze was involuntarily drawn to her, as if he couldn't bear to look away from the young girl. Lin Jianqing suddenly grabbed Li Mo-ran's wrist and smiled sweetly again. "Mo-ran, the moonlight is so beautiful tonight. Would you like to take a walk with me?" "Sure." Chapter 83, The Establishment of the Divine Kingdom. The moonlight was as delicate as silk, and the breeze was as misty as fog. 2 shadows stretch out long in the moonlight. The mottled tree shadows around them added a touch of romance, and even the air seemed to warm up. Li Mo-ran and Lin Jianqing walked side by side along the forest path.
Lin Jianqing maintained a gentle smile, constantly asking about Li Mo-ran's past with great interest.
Li Mo-ran didn't hide anything either, he basically told him everything he could.
His past wasn't a secret anyone with the right connections could find out. Upon hearing that Li Mo-ran's parents were soldiers of the Deep Abyss Army of the Great Xia Kingdom, Lin Jianqing's eyes flickered with surprise before giving way to a look of admiration.
Mo-ran, you haven't seen your parents in a long time, have you? About 7 years. Sorry, I didn't mean to bring it up. It's okay, I'm used to it.
I just hope they come back safely and don't die in the abyss.
They definitely can.
They're the heroes who protect us. Li Mo-ran also asked about Lin Jianqing's family situation.
Her family was much better off than Li Mo-ran's, but surprisingly, it wasn't a large family.
Although they had some influence in the vast Plain province, the Lin family was actually quite inconspicuous.
Lin Jianqing's ancestors were from a scholarly family.
It is said that hundreds of years ago, one of their ancestors had been a top-ranking scholar in the imperial examinations. The entire family had a strong emphasis on family values and cultural traditions. As a result, Lin Jianqing was raised to be a well-educated and refined young lady. Despite this, Lin Jianqing did not particularly enjoy it.
Because there were many family rules.
Fortunately, after entering university, she finally gained some freedom. The two walked and chatted, starting with casual small talk, but by the end, they found they actually got along surprisingly well. Whether they talked about the past, present, or future, they found they had a lot in common. Before they knew it, time had flown by. When a cold breeze swept by, Li Mo-ran realized it was already late at night.
Li Mo-ran said, "It seems pretty late already. Let's call it a night for tonight, shall we?"
Lin Jianqing smiled slightly and said, Mo-ran, I had a great time tonight.
Thank you for chatting with me. Li Mo-ran smiled but didn't say anything.
Suddenly, Lin Jianqing noticed Li Mo-ran's hands and saw that they were empty.
He asked, Mo-ran, didn't you put on the ring I gave you? You mean this? What's wrong with it?
Li Mo-ran flipped his hand, and the ring crafted from the essence of the Qing Xiong Zumu appeared in his palm.
Mo-ran, may I place this ring on your finger? Li Mo-ran was taken aback and didn't know how to respond.
Lin Jianqing didn't wait for him to speak, but directly picked up the ring and slowly slipped it onto Li Mo-ran's ring finger.
As he watched the ring being placed on his finger, Li Mo-ran's gaze grew unfocused.
Lin Jianqing smiled brightly, that's good.
Mo-ran, good night. With that, the young girl turned and left. Watching her departing figure, Li Mo's gaze grew complex. Was she doing it on purpose?
A young girl put a ring on her own finger, and it was a gift from her.
This action left Li Mo-ran puzzled.
The emerald green ring on her hand emitted a faint glow, the power of the azure sky ancestral tree protecting her in the night, a token of the young girl's feelings.
Never mind, who cares? Li Mo-ran shook his head, clearing his mind. Regardless of what Lin Jianqing has in mind, at least he hasn't suffered any losses, has he? Li Mo-ran also left quickly. As soon as he returned to the dormitory, the system notification sounded. The Divine Kingdom has been successfully established. Do you wish to enter? Has the Divine Kingdom been successfully established? Li Mo-ran was filled with joy. Calculating the time, it had indeed been a month. He immediately chose to enter. Entering the Kingdom of Faith. A burst of light enveloped Li Mo-ran, and in the next instant, his body vanished from where he had been standing. When he reappeared, Li Mo-ran found himself in another world. Li Mo-ran discovered that this was a vast continent, with an enormous expanse of space stretching endlessly in every direction. On the other side of the continent lay an endless ocean. The sea is calm, as if hiding the universe. Is this the realm of the divine? The entire continent was still very primitive, covered in vegetation, but no living creatures could be seen. Li Mo-ran immediately opened the Faith of the Divine Realm panel to check. Divine Kingdom. Ruler of the Divine Kingdom, Li Mo-ran. Divine Being of the Divine Realm, Cthulhu. Divine Realm Architecture, none. Total faith points, 7,860. Faith points earned, none. How crude. Looking at the panel, Li Mo-ran shook his head helplessly. The current faithful kingdom was practically destitute, with nothing to its name. How does the system work in the Divine Kingdom? Recommendation: hosts should first construct a Divine Kingdom altar. Believers can worship and make sacrifices at the altar to continuously obtain faith points. Divine Realm Altar? Just as Li Mo-ran was pondering, the system immediately displayed a construction panel. Divine Altar Small, can accommodate 100 believers for religious activities. Construction cost, 5,000 faith points. Construction time, 160 days calculated based on the number of believers participating in the construction. 5,000 faith points is still acceptable, so let's start by building the altar first. With that thought, Li Mo-ran immediately released all the believers. Li. Roar. Horse. Various spiritual beasts were released by Li Mo-ran and appeared one after another within the Faith God realm, including the heavenly ruined Divine Phoenix, totaling over a dozen. Upon their arrival, they all prostrated themselves at the feet of Cthulhu.
Given that the host has established a divine realm for the first time, a construction gift package will be offered.
Would you like to claim it? Another gift package? I'll take it.
Congratulations, host.
You have obtained the Divine Realm Altar Construction Blueprints, the Divine Realm Church Construction Blueprints, the Divine Realm Training Ground Construction Blueprints, and the Divine Realm General Building Set Blueprints.
Congratulations, host. You have obtained the construction blueprints for the Divine Realm Altar, the Divine Realm Cathedral, the Divine Realm Training Ground, and the Divine Realm Standard Building Set. Soon, one after another, the blueprints flooded into Liam O'Ran's mind.
With these blueprints in hand, he could now issue direct orders. The followers will construct the corresponding buildings according to the blueprints.
Among these, except for the standard building sets of the Divine Realm, which do not require faith points, all other buildings require faith points to be constructed.
For example, the training ground requires 20,000 faith points.
A church requires 100,000 faith points.
Liam O'Ran doesn't have that many faith points, so for now, he can only build an altar. He immediately issued a divine decree to his followers: build the divine nation's altar with all your might. Upon the decree's issuance, a massive influx of faith points was bestowed upon all the believers. Soon, the believers who received the divine decree began to act. Some chopped wood, others dug stones, and still others compacted the earth. The scene was bustling with activity, resembling a construction site. The Divine Nation altar is under construction, estimated completion time, 2 days. Only 2 days? Seeing the construction time, Liam O'Ran was a bit surprised, thinking it would take much longer. The stronger the followers, the faster the construction. I see. It seems I need to find more believers. Liam O'Ran left the kingdom of God.
Once the altar was completed, he would have an endless supply of faith income. At this thought, Liam O'Ran couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. He soon fell asleep. The next day, the news of the Zhuang Yuan Guild's recruitment was released, causing a stir throughout the Imperial Capital Academy, especially among the freshmen.
Many people rushed to inquire about how to join.
Liam O'Ran immediately enrolled Lu Jinghong into the Zhuang Yuan Guild, added her to his own squad, and appointed her as deputy squad leader.
Huoshan felt a pang of resentment.
Since Liam O'Ran had Lu Jinghong, he seemed to have grown indifferent toward him.
This leg wasn't as easy to hold onto as he had imagined. Liam O'Ran naturally didn't care what Huoshan thought. The guild was currently in its recruitment phase, and Bai Yi was handling everything. Liam O'Ran had nothing to do. Just as he left the guild, Jiang Ru sent him a message. You and Jinghong, come to my office immediately. Chapter 84, Jiang Ru's Test. Creation God Academy, Jiang Ru's office. Liam O'Ran and Lu Jinghong had already arrived. Upon seeing the two, Jiang Ru immediately smiled. Ha, you're here? Please sit down. After sitting down, Liam O'Ran asked, Teacher, what did you need us for? Teacher, did you call us here for something? Jiang Ru replied, both of you have successfully entered the Creation God Academy and have become my students. Today, I will take you to see the academic life at the Creation God Academy. The days ahead will be tough, be prepared. Upon hearing this, both of them adopted a serious expression. Jiang Ru immediately led the two out of the office. The Creation God Academy has over 300 students. This year, it admitted 80 freshmen, making it the college with the fewest admissions among all colleges. As a result, the Creation God Academy does not conduct classroom instruction but instead provides personalized guidance directly from mentors. Generally, a mentor teaches 7 or 8 students, but I am of high standing, so I only need to teach the 2 of you. Your academic performance over the next few years will also be evaluated personally by me. Liam O'Ran and Lu Jinghong were both taken aback. Jiang Ru was actually only teaching the 2 of them? It seems that Jiang Ru's status at the Imperial Capital Academy is even higher than he had imagined. Liam O'Ran asked, Teacher, where should we go next? Jiang Ru replied, I will take you to the dungeon square for a detailed assessment of your abilities. After the test, I will personally evaluate your Beast Master star rating. Once you have your star rating, you will be able to proceed with the subsequent series of tasks. Beast Master star rating. Liam O'Ran thought it would be farther away, but he didn't expect it to be here today. The star ratings for Beast Masters start at 1 star. The criteria for a 1-star beast tamer are straightforward: possessing at least 1 beast with a high-grade bloodline and in its mature stage is sufficient to qualify for evaluation. Lu Jinghong was puzzled. Teacher, why do we need to rate ourselves? In school, it doesn't seem like we need beast tamers' star ratings, does it? Master Jiang, you're joking, right? Lu Jinghong asked, looking at Jiang Ru with a puzzled expression. You're not serious, are you? Jiang Ru laughed heartily. Who told you that all activities within the academy take place solely within the school grounds? The Imperial Capital Academy has numerous tasks that require venturing to other locations, and some may even necessitate traveling abroad to complete. At such times, without a star rating, you wouldn't even be able to enter many places. Upon hearing this, the two immediately understood. It seems that life at the Imperial Capital Academy is not easy. Before long, the three of them arrived at the academy's dungeon square. "Hello, old Jiang." "Good morning, Professor Jiang." Students nearby saw Zhang Ru and greeted him one after another. Zhang Ru also nodded in greeting. Within the Imperial Capital Academy, Zhang Ru's reputation was by no means insignificant. Even at the Creation God Academy, many teachers and professors would greet Zhang Ru with respect upon seeing him. Before long, the three arrived at a relatively remote area, where there was only a single dungeon portal. Zhang Ru said, "This is a dungeon specifically designed for newcomer tests." Inside is a long corridor with many spirit beasts guarding it, arranged from easy to difficult. You will enter separately, advance forward, and kill the guards until you fail the challenge, at which point your maximum strength will be determined. Upon hearing this, Liamo Ran immediately showed signs of interest. Zhang Ru said, "Who will go first?" Liamo Ran was about to speak when Lu Jinghong interjected, "I'll go first." Seeing this, Liamo Ran did not continue speaking. Lu Dinghong was full of confidence. She had recently formed a contract with the Tianshu Divine Phoenix and had even cultivated it to the growth stage just yesterday. Although it had not yet reached the mature stage, the Tianshu Divine Phoenix had already demonstrated extraordinary combat prowess. Lu Dinghong was filled with confidence. She felt that even if she couldn't surpass Liamo Ran this time, the gap between them should narrow significantly. She decided to go first. Zhang Ru nodded and said, "All right, go ahead." As the dungeon portal opened, Lu Jinghong immediately entered it. Soon, an image appeared before the two of them. From here, they could see Lu Jinghong's progress in clearing the dungeon in real time. It appears to be a cave, unusually dimly lit, though not so dark that one cannot see their hand in front of their face. There was only one path leading forward, with no way to retreat. As soon as he entered, Lu Jinghong summoned both the Golden Feathered Phoenix and the Heavenly Ruined Phoenix at the same time. Ha! Upon seeing the Heavenly Ruins Divine Phoenix, Zhang Ru was greatly surprised. Is that the Heavenly Ruins Divine Phoenix? How did Lu Jinghong obtain this beast? Zhang Ru seemed to have guessed something, glancing at Liamo Ran with a look of surprise. Li Moran smiled and said, "I gave her the Divine Phoenix egg I obtained from the Zhuan Yuan secret realm. This Tianshu Divine Phoenix was hatched from it." "You actually gave her something like that?" Zhang Ru was extremely surprised. He knew that Liamo Ran and Lu Jinghong were close, but this was a mythical bloodline beast egg. It seems their relationship is even closer than he had imagined. After learning the full story, Zhang Ru no longer dwelled on it and watched Lu Jinghong fight. Lu Jinghong's strength was already formidable, and with the addition of the Heavenly Ruins Divine Phoenix, he had become even more powerful. Lu Jinghong was already extremely powerful, and with the addition of his contract with the Heavenly Ruins Divine Phoenix, he had become even stronger. When faced with the spirit beasts blocking her path, she could kill them with a single strike. Moreover, to help the Tianshu Divine Phoenix grow faster, Lu Jinghong took special care to give the heads to the Tianshu Divine Phoenix. As they continued forward, Lu Jinghong swept through everything in his path, unstoppable and unimpeded. This crimson figure became a striking sight in the long corridor. However, as Lu Jinghong charged forward, the spiritual beasts he encountered began to grow increasingly powerful. After about half an hour, Lu Jinghong could no longer maintain his overwhelming momentum and had to engage in a prolonged battle before finding an opportunity to kill his enemies. Another half-hour passed, and Lu Jinghong's battle gradually became more difficult. Relying solely on the Golden Phoenix, she would likely be unable to continue forward. Fortunately, with the Heavenly Ruins Divine Phoenix by her side, the two of them were able to defeat the enemy. However, as she ventured further along her path, the challenges she faced grew increasingly evident. In the end, even with the Heavenly Ruined Phoenix and the Golden Feather Phoenix attacking together, she was unable to kill the enemy before her. Instead, she found herself dodging their skills, looking particularly disheveled. There was no doubt that this was almost Lu Jinghong's limit. Zhang Ru was highly satisfied. He had persevered for nearly 2 hours before finally stopping upon encountering a level 46 spirit beast. This achievement would be considered outstanding even at the Creation God Academy. Soon, Zhang Ru summoned Lu Jinghong out of the dungeon. When he emerged again, Lu Jinghong looked somewhat dejected. "I'm sorry, I can only go this far." Liamo Ran smiled and said, "It's okay, that's already great. Once the Tianshu Divine Phoenix reaches maturity, you'll be able to go even further." Lu Jinghong heard this and perked up immediately. I won't lose to you." After they came out, Zhang Ru asked Lu Jinghong to rest nearby. Meanwhile, the dungeon portal opened again, and Liamo Ran immediately stepped inside. Chapter 85, All Elite Spirit Beasts, Recruiting Followers in Droves. Having already witnessed Lu Jinghong's journey through the levels, Liamo Ran had a decent understanding of this corridor. Upon entering, he immediately summoned Cthulhu. Although Cthulhu was enormous, the cave before him was even more vast, and Cthulhu walked through it without feeling the slightest bit cramped. Liamo Ran jumped onto Cthulhu and slowly moved forward. Before long, he spotted the first guardian monster. It was a giant wolf covered in sharp spikes. Though it was a wolf, its size was larger than that of a tiger, making it look extremely terrifying. However, such a massive form holds no advantage against Cthulhu. The giant wolf facing Cthulhu was like a puppy encountering a human. Brush. Brush. Tentacles strike out, instantly killing the giant wolf, blocking the path.
Cthulhu kills a level 30 spiked wolf, gaining 1,200 spirit points. These spiritual beasts at the beginning were so weak that even Lu Jinghong could kill them with ease, let alone Cthulhu.
Liemo Ran remained completely unfazed and continued forward.
Before long, he spotted the second guardian beast.
It was killed by Cthulhu without any effort. Next came the third and fourth ones.
These guardian beasts were completely powerless against Cthulhu.
Their tentacles strike out, only to be instantly shredded. Liemo Ran didn't even bother to consider converting them into followers.
After all, they were just ordinary spirit beasts, of little value.
Outside, Jiang Ru and Lu Jinghong were also watching.
However, the guardian beasts in the early stages were not very powerful, so there was nothing remarkable about them. As a result, the expressions on the two men's faces remained relatively calm. Time passed slowly, and about half an hour had gone by.
Lu Jinghong's eyes suddenly flickered with a hint of disappointment as he muttered, "He's overtaken me."
She had been silently keeping track of the time in her heart. Half an hour later, Lu Jinghong had killed 23 guardian beasts on her own.
Meanwhile, Liemo Ran had already killed nearly 40. There is no doubt that the gap between the two remains significant.
Moreover, by the time Lu Jinghong arrived here, he had already begun to feel considerable pressure.
However, Liemo Ran remained as calm as ever, showing no signs of stress whatsoever.
Originally, he had thought that with the Tianqiu Divine Phoenix, the gap between the two of them could be narrowed, but now it seemed that it was still impossible. Despite this, a hint of stubbornness flashed in Lu Jinghong's eyes. At that moment, she was just like she had been during her 3 years of high school, striding relentlessly to catch up with Liemo Ran's footsteps.
Time continued to pass. Liemo Ran continues his slaughter.
From here on out, all the spirit beasts you encounter will be elite level.
Proceed with caution. Upon hearing this voice, Liemo Ran finally smiled. Have the elites arrived? It seems that I can finally start recruiting followers. Xiao Ko, transform into a behemoth.
At Liemo Ran's command, Cthulhu immediately transformed into a behemoth, enveloping the area in a massive fog that nearly covered the entire cave.
Jiang Ru witnessed the scene and was utterly astonished. What was happening? Where was his beast companion? He had never seen the Cthulhu form of the Baimon before, so he was completely taken aback.
Lu Jinghong explained, "Teacher, the silent beast tamer possesses the ability to transform into a formless mist, rendering it intangible and immune to any physical attacks." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ru was even more astonished.
There was such a skill? My understanding of him was still insufficient. The Cthulhu transformed into a Baimon followed Liemo Ran's footsteps forward, and finally encountered another spirit beast blocking their path. Roar! A massive tiger with a completely white and spotted coat blocked the path. With collective madness, Liemo Ran's voice was unusually cold and harsh.
Immediately afterward, Cthulhu channeled the power of the behemoth to unleash mass hysteria. A powerful spiritual force surged forward, causing the once ferocious giant tiger to freeze in place. Its mental strength was not powerful, and it was quickly branded by the collective frenzy. Half a minute later, the giant tiger slowly crawled to its knees before Cthulhu, emitting a frenzied growl. Successfully subdued a level 38 blood-white giant tiger. You have obtained 158 faith points.
Upon hearing the result, Liemo Ran couldn't help but smile. Not bad. Only elite-class spirit beasts can grant Liemo Ran over 100 faith points. If one were to convert ordinary spirit beasts, a single one might not even provide a single point of faith value. Furthermore, the faith value obtained through prayers and sacrifices involving ordinary spirit beasts is far inferior to that of elite spirit beasts. The number of Cthulhu's followers is limited, and having too many ordinary spirit beasts will occupy the spots reserved for elite spirit beasts.
Furthermore, once a follower has entered into a contract with Cthulhu, he cannot be abandoned at will. If a follower renounces their faith in Cthulhu or dies, it will result in Liemo Ran losing faith points.
Although the loss is not significant, it still constitutes a loss for Liemo Ran. This is also why Liemo Ran refuses to convert ordinary spirit beasts into followers. These spirit beasts can only be used by Baimon to erase their spirits and turn them into puppets. After the transformation was complete, Liemo Ran sealed the blood-white giant tiger within the faith divine realm. Outside, Jiang Ru saw Liemo Ran's actions and was once again astonished. What was going on? Had he somehow subdued the blood-white giant tiger?
Lu Jinghong explained again, "Teacher, silent beast taming is a mental ability, possessing extremely powerful mental influence. If the enemy's mental strength is not strong enough, his tamed beast can subdue the opponent."
Jiang Ru sighed, "I see. Was the previous Tianqiu Divine Phoenix also subdued in this manner?" "Jinghong, it seems you know him well."
Lu Jinghong's face flushed slightly, "Not at all.
We just spend more time together."
Jiang Ru chuckled, "Youthful love is so beautiful.
What's wrong with spending more time together?
Jinghong, as an experienced teacher, if you like him, you should seize the opportunity.
That guy Mo Ran isn't ordinary. With his talent, which woman wouldn't want to pursue him? Lu Jinghong's face flushed even redder.
But soon, she remembered someone, Lin Jiancheng. That woman was smarter than her, just as attractive, and most importantly, she knew how to win men over.
If she truly had feelings for Mo Ran and even went out with him behind her back, what would she do?
Thinking of this, Lu Jinghong immediately felt a sense of pressure. She, Lu Jinghong, had never been outdone by anyone in her life. Even when it comes to chasing men, she would never admit defeat. While Lu Jinghong was lost in her thoughts, Mo Ran continued to gain followers, adding another dozen or so to his ranks. No spirit beast could withstand the power of a crazed mob. One by one, the believers were absorbed into the divine realm, participating in the construction of the divine altar. This place is truly remarkable. Elite spirit beasts that are rarely seen in ordinary times appear one after another here.
It seems I will gain many followers today.
Time passed and another half hour went by.
Mo Ran had already gathered around 40 or 50 followers.
At that moment, a voice rang out once more. From now on, all the spirit beasts you encounter will be leaders.
Please proceed with caution. Have you reached the leader level? Good job. Mo Ran not only didn't feel nervous, but his eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 86, the trial is complete. Each of these boss-level monsters is far more powerful than any other monster of the same level.
Moreover, their size is also significantly larger. This type of spiritual beast is extremely rare in the wild, and once it appears, it is sure to become the dominant force in the area. Even in various secret realms, at most only one or two would appear. Now, walking down this corridor, as long as one keeps moving forward, there will be an endless stream of leader-level spirit beasts.
This is absolutely a good thing for Mo Ran. He continued on his way. Roar!
With a sudden burst of beastly roars, the first leader-class monster appeared. It was a gigantic bull covered in rock-like armor, standing nearly 5 meters tall, panting heavily before Mo Ran, exuding a menacing aura.
Moo! The giant bull let out a furious roar and charged toward Mo Ran. Upon seeing this, Mo Ran did not immediately use the mass hysteria spell.
Instead, he transformed Cthulhu back into its original form and charged forward.
Whoosh! Whoosh!
A large number of tentacles erupted, instantly enveloping the giant bull. However, its strength was immense, and under the impact, it managed to snap each of Cthulhu's tentacles one by one. Not only that, but the giant bull charged forward, its 2 massive horns piercing straight into Cthulhu's chest. If it were an ordinary beast tamer, such a blow would have been fatal, or at least left them half dead.
However, Cthulhu showed no reaction at all.
There was no sign of pain or groaning. Instead, it clung tightly to the massive bull before it, with countless tentacles extending outward like seaweed. Cthulhu's hands gripped the bull's horns, his eyes glowing with an intense light.
His mental power was spreading outward. Moo moo!
The giant bull immediately sensed a threat, bellowing furiously as its horns pierced and churned through Cthulhu's body, even tearing apart large amounts of internal organs.
Yet Cthulhu remained unmoved.
Tentacles tightly wrapped around the giant bull's body, its mental energy steadily eroding its defenses.
The giant bull felt the pain and struggled desperately, but it was utterly unable to break free.
Cthulhu's tentacles continuously released corrosive mucus, leaving the giant bull covered in wounds. The giant bull's struggles grow increasingly fierce, but this also depletes a significant amount of its strength.
After a few minutes, the struggle finally begins to subside. Mo Ran saw this and immediately said, "Shao Kro, release the group frenzy."
Soon, the group frenzy spread.
The exhausted giant bull was completely unable to resist and was immediately converted into a believer. Successful contract with level 40 Rock Mountain Black Ox. You have obtained 330 faith points. Nice. Mo Ran made a brief comment before continuing on his way. Cthulhu's injuries healed at a visible rate, quickly returning to their original state.
As they continued forward, the leader-level monsters proved to be significantly stronger than the elite-level ones, and some of them were even able to break free from Cthulhu's group madness.
However, this merely caused Mo Ran to spend a bit more time. Mo Ran preferred to first weaken the monsters until they were nearly defeated, then forcefully convert them into followers.
Most monsters are forced to become followers, as becoming a follower of Cthulhu is not an unacceptable fate compared to death.
Of course, there are also some monsters that are extremely arrogant.
Mo Ran has no choice but to let Cthulhu erase their consciousness and then toss them into the bimbo dimension to serve as puppets.
However, overall, the process of recruiting followers went smoothly.
Time quickly passed, and it was now the 4th hour. At this point, the contract leader-level monsters under Mo Ran's control had already numbered over 50 or 60. Including those from previous contracts, the number of Cthulhu's followers had already exceeded 100.
The followers of the new contract have also been sent by Mo Ran to the Divine Realm to build altars. However, by this point, Mo Ran finally began to feel the pressure. The further they go, the stronger the monsters become. Now, the monsters Liam Ran is facing are even approaching level 50. Level 40 is equivalent to the awakening stage of beast tamers.
40 is the awakening stage of beast tamers.
Especially when it's a leader level monster, its power is even more terrifying. Even Cthulhu is starting to feel the strain.
Finally, after recruiting 7 more followers, Liam Ran finally encountered the level 50 boss monster.
This monster was several times stronger than the previous ones.
Not only can it withstand the effects of group madness, but even the Baimong mist struggles to completely eradicate its consciousness.
Liam Ran almost exhausted all his strength before finally finding an opportunity to severely wound the monster. He then took advantage of the situation to force Cthulhu to undergo a transformation. Phew!
Once the news of the successful transformation arrived, Liam Ran finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had used every trick in his arsenal, except for his divine abilities.
It seems I've reached my limit as well. With that thought, Liam Ran didn't feel like continuing any further.
This time, he had made a good haul, gaining over 100 high-quality followers.
Ding!
Due to the large number of followers, the construction progress of the Divine Kingdom altar has been significantly accelerated.
The Divine Kingdom altar has been completed.
The system voice suddenly rang out, filling Liam Ran with excitement.
Has the Divine Nation altar been completed already? Indeed, having many believers is a good thing.
He immediately checked the situation in the Kingdom of God. All he saw was a vast altar that had suddenly appeared on the once empty ground. It was as large as 2 or 3 basketball courts, with a massive statue of Cthulhu placed at its center, lifelike and exuding immense authority. After the altar was completed, a large number of devotees rushed forward and began praying near the altar. However, since the altar could only accommodate 100 believers, some were unable to pray and appeared to be idle.
Liam Ran split open to inspect the altar. Divine Nation Altar. Deity of Faith, Cthulhu. Follower capacity, 100.
Faith points earned, 3,000 points per day.
Can an altar only produce 3,000 faith points per day? Liam Ran felt that was a bit too low. The host's faith value is sufficient. Do you want to build a Divine Realm training ground? System, what is the purpose of constructing a training ground? The host's faith points are sufficient. Should we construct a Divine Realm training ground? Believers training within the training ground can continuously enhance their strength. Meanwhile, the host can consume faith points to forcibly level up believers. Additionally, the host can use the training ground to train believers into a disciplined, orderly army that follows commands without question. Can they also train troops? Liam Ran was immediately intrigued. He glanced at his faith points.
Having gained many followers, his current faith points had accumulated to over 23,000. A training ground requires 20,000 faith points.
Liam Ran thought about it and decided to build it. Ding! Construction command received. As the divine decree was issued, the idle followers once again began working with renewed vigor. The Divine Realm training ground is under construction, estimated completion time, 7 days. 7 days? That's fine.
Although it's longer than the time it took to build the altar, it's not unacceptable.
Liam Ran still cares deeply about the believers.
Don't underestimate them now. They may just be followers of Cthulhu, but when Liam Ran needs them, they will become his personal army. If we were fighting in the abyss, while others would personally take to the battlefield, I could simply summon an army of thousands or even tens of thousands of spirit beasts.
How would that scene unfold? Thinking about it, Liam Ran began to look forward to it. Pulling his gaze back, Liam Ran immediately left the secret realm. Ran. Upon seeing Liam Ran emerge, Lu Jinghong immediately broke into a sweet smile.
The young girl took out a handkerchief and approached him intimately to wipe the sweat from his forehead.
This scene left Liam Ran somewhat surprised. Why has she become so enthusiastic today? If I had been more affectionate yesterday, she probably would have been shy.
Seeing Liam Ran's strange gaze, Lu Jinghong's face turned slightly red. Why are you looking at me like that?
Is there something on my face? Liam Ran laughed. I was just marveling such a gentle woman. How wonderful it would be to marry her. Who is the lucky man? Lu Jinghong blushed even more. What are you talking about? Marriage? We're still in school.
In truth, she was also a bit reserved.
But whenever she thought of Lin Jianqing's enthusiastic demeanor, Lu Jinghong felt a sense of crisis.
She felt that even though her relationship with Liam Ran had been officially confirmed, if she didn't pay attention, his man might be lured away by another woman. Lu Jinghong was naive in matters of the heart, but once she had committed to Liam Ran, she would not give up. To get Liam Ran to notice her more, she had no choice but to sacrifice her appearance.
Ah, you two are really close.
Beside them, Jiang Ru gave a gentle smile.
Lu Jinghong jumped in surprise, realizing that Jiang Ru was still there. He stopped wiping his sweat, his small hands suspended in the air, unsure whether to lower them or not.
Liam Ran pulled her wrist and stepped forward, saying, "Teacher, I have completed the trial in the secret realm."
Jiang Ru said,
I see.
Your performance was quite impressive.
Though I had already overestimated you as much as possible, your actual performance still surprised me. Your strength may already be approaching that of a 3-star beast tamer.
Chapter 87, The Battlefield of 10,000 Beasts First Update. Chapter 87, The Battlefield of 10,000 Beasts First Update.
The standard for a 3-star beast tamer is to possess a beast with a bloodline no lower than epic and a growth stage no lower than the awakening phase. Beast masters who have reached this rank have already surpassed over 90% of the population in the entire Great Xia Kingdom. After all, even Zhou Yancheng of the Zhou group is merely a 3-star beast tamer.
It can be said that Zhang Ru's evaluation of Liu Moran is already extremely high. Lu Jinghong, standing nearby, hurriedly asked, "Teacher, what about me?"
Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. But Jiang Ru quickly dashed her hopes. Your strength is equivalent to that of an average 2-star beast tamer.
You still have a long way to go before you can match Moran. Keep working hard. Lu Jinghong nodded.
Although she understood the difference, hearing Jiang Ru say it made her feel a little down.
Just then, a staff member approached. "Professor Jiang, the star-shaped medal is ready."
Saying this, he handed the 2 medals to Jiang Ru.
Jiang Ru nodded and dismissed the staff. "This is your star-rated medal. From today onward, you are all 1-star beast tamers." As he accepted the star-rated badge, Lu Jinghong's earlier disappointment vanished instantly. The star-shaped medal was exquisitely crafted and emitted a faint white glow. On it is a star, along with the design of a sparrow-like beast.
From 1 to 7 stars, the colors of the Beastmaster's insignia are white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, and gold. For Beastmasters above the 7th rank, the badge is specially crafted by the Global Beastmaster Association and does not follow a specific design. This is because there are only a few hundred Beastmasters of this rank worldwide, making them among the world's elite. Jiang Ru smiled and said, "Congratulations to you all, you have officially become Beastmasters."
With the medals, Jiang Ru could register their beast tamers' identities and enter their information into the system.
They thus bid farewell to their status as novice beast tamers and entered a brand new realm.
Liu Moran and Lu Jinghong spoke in unison. "Thank you, teacher." Jiang Ru said, "Very good. Today's test is now over. You may all go back and rest. However, before that, I have a task to assign to you."
"What task?" A hint of a smile flashed across Jiang Ru's eyes, but it was a smile tinged with danger. "Within 2 months, you must cultivate your beast companions to their fully evolved forms.
This task is non-negotiable and must be completed.
If you fail to do so by the deadline, I will regretfully have no choice but to evaluate your performance this year as unsatisfactory, resulting in automatic failure of the course."
Upon hearing this, both Liu Moran and Lu Jinghong looked stunned. 2 months to bring a beast into its complete form? Are you kidding me?
You must know that the amount of spiritual energy required for a beast to transition from the growth stage to its fully evolved form is utterly staggering.
Even with years of effort, ordinary individuals might not achieve it.
Even for a genius, the time required would still be well over a year.
However, Jiang Ru only gave them 2 months. No matter how one looked at it, this was simply too harsh. Moreover, for Liu Moran, spiritual energy was secondary. What his Cthulhu needed most to grow into its complete form was a sufficient number of followers. Unless Liu Moran is willing to convert inferior spirit beasts into followers, this means he must forcibly convert nearly 1,000 elite and even leader-level spirit beasts within 2 months. These spirit beasts aren't just commonplace creatures, you can only get 1 or 2 of them in a single dungeon. Does that mean he plans to clear hundreds of dungeons in the next few months? Liu Moran couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, are you serious?" Jiang Ru replied seriously, "Of course not. My teaching style has always been to push students to their limits to unlock their potential. Otherwise, do you think why I'm so famous yet only have 2 students?
Back in my prime, I took on 30 students, and 29 of them failed.
Don't even think about cutting corners or trying to get by. Once I assign a task, there's no taking it back. If you can't complete it, you'll fail the course, no exceptions." Damn it! We've been tricked by this old man. Liu Moran cursed under his breath.
He suspected that Jiang Ru was doing this on purpose, seeking revenge for his previous offense.
Damn it, I never expected this. This Jiang Ru, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, is actually so petty? I'm his student now.
The Imperial Capital Academy operates on a mentor system, where mentors have almost complete authority over their students. This means that over the next few years, Jiang Ru can freely manipulate the grades of the 2 students. At the thought of this, Liu Moran felt a twinge of pain in his teeth. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth, saying, "All right, I understand." Seeing Liu Moran like this, Lu Jinghong could only nod in agreement. "Teacher, I understand." Jiang Ru smiled and nodded, feeling particularly pleased, even a bit secretly delighted.
"Humph, Liu Moran. You were so arrogant in front of me earlier, but now you have to bow your head obediently?" His task, of course, is extremely demanding. However, it was not impossible to accomplish. After observing the two's trial, Jiang Ru had formed a rough judgment in his mind.
If the two were to split up and fight monsters separately, Li Mo-ran would only need to maintain a daily monster killing intensity of over 10 hours, and he should be able to reach his full potential in about a month.
Lu Jinghong is a bit behind. She needed to first cultivate the Tianqiu Divine Phoenix to maturity.
Then, she must spend at least 10 hours each day defeating monsters. This should allow the Golden Feather Divine Phoenix to reach its complete form by the deadline, while the Tianqiu Divine Phoenix simultaneously accumulates at least 1/3 of its spiritual energy. Therefore, as long as the two are willing to give their all, this task can still be completed.
Zhang Ru said, "That is the task I have assigned to you. Do you have any further questions?" Li Mo-ran asked, "Can we still enter the secret realm we tested today? Is there any place with enough elite level and boss level spirit beasts? Preferably with thousands of them." Zhang Ru thought for a moment and replied, "The secret realm we tested today is no longer accessible. The school needs time to replenish the spirit beasts you killed. As for the place you mentioned, there is actually one such location." Li Mo-ran's eyes lit up. "Where is it?" If such a place truly existed, he would definitely go there. As long as he keeps converting elite and leader level spirit beasts into followers, his Cthulhu will grow rapidly. By then, forget about 2 months. Li Mo-ran could complete the task in just 1 month.
It wasn't just Li Mo-ran. Lu Jinghong, standing nearby, also perked up his ears and listened carefully. Zhang Ru said, "That place is called the Battlefield of 10,000 Beasts, a special ruin in the center of the Pacific Ocean, covering an area of approximately 300,000 square kilometers. Due to the presence of various rare and exotic beasts, including mythical beasts with divine bloodlines, it is regarded as the Holy Land of beast tamers. However, this also makes it a highly contested battleground, attracting beast tamers from all over the world, resulting in intense competition." Li Mo-ran grew more and more excited as he listened. This place was exactly the battlefield he had always dreamed of. Moreover, with so many spirit beasts in the battlefield of 10,000 beasts, there might even be a beast tamer with a high enough bloodline compatibility from the past. His second drop of ancient bloodline has been waiting in the beast taming space for who knows how many days. "Teacher, how do we get to this place?" Zhang Rudeo, "Generally speaking, students like you are not allowed to enter the 10,000 beasts battlefield. After all, the minimum requirement to enter that battlefield is a 2-star beast tamer." "What about exceptional circumstances?" Zhang Ru chuckled, "I could arrange a special permit for you to enter the 10,000 beasts battlefield. But I have my principles. I don't make exceptions under normal circumstances." Li Machin hurriedly bowed. "Master Jiang." "No, Master. Please accept your disciple's bow. I've already bowed to you. You don't want your student to be disappointed because they can't go to the 10,000 beasts battlefield, do you?" Lu Jinghong watched from the side, startled. She had never seen Li Mo-ran like this before. But then she thought better of it and immediately followed Li Mo-ran in bowing. "Master, please accept this disciple's bow. Please allow this disciple to go to the battlefield of 10,000 beasts." If Li Mo-ran was going to the 10,000 beasts battlefield, she naturally had to go with him. Otherwise, wouldn't the gap between us and him just keep growing wider and wider? Seeing that both of them were so well mannered, Zhang Ru stroked his long beard and smiled with satisfaction. "Not bad, not bad. Since you both are so well mannered, I suppose I can make an exception. However, there is one condition." Li Mo-ran stood straight and asked earnestly, "Master, what is the condition? Please speak freely. I will go through fire and water, even if it means dying 1,000 times. Chapter 88, Lu Jinghong's Jealousy Second Update. Zhang Ru waved his hand dismissively. "It's not that serious. I just need you to collect some materials." Saying this, he handed Li Mo-ran a list. Dragon Teeth 30. Dragon Man Claws 30. Dragon Man Bone 30. Dragon Core 10. Upon seeing this list of materials, Li Mo-ran immediately looked surprised. "Dragon people?" Zhang Ru explained, "In the northern part of the battlefield of 10,000 beasts, there is a Dragon Man tribe. Many dragon men live there. If you go there and hunt them, you will be able to collect enough materials." Lu Jinghong frowned and said, "But I've heard that the dragon men are extremely powerful and highly united. If even one of them is attacked, the entire tribe will come out in force, fighting to the death." Zhang Ru laughed heartily. "That depends on your skills. If you can collect all the materials for me, I will arrange for you to obtain long-term access permits to the 10,000 beasts battlefield. If you fail to do so, then I can only apologize." Li Mo didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. "Excellent. Processing the documents will take some time, so please come back tomorrow." After receiving the task, Li Mo-ran and Lu Jinghong immediately left. Don't let Zhang Ru's usual gentle demeanor fool you. He doesn't hold back when assigning tasks. Truly, one can't judge a book by its cover. Lu Jinghong asked, "Moran, what should we do next?" Li Mo-ran laughed, "Leave it all to me. It's just a dragon tribe. Let's wipe them out." Seeing Li Mo-ran's confident expression, Lu Jinghong felt a little reassured. Unbeknownst to her, she seemed to have begun to rely on Li Mo-ran. Although she occasionally still had the urge to chase after him, it was no longer as intense as it once was. The two didn't return to the dormitory but went to the cafeteria together for a meal. The cafeteria at Imperial Capital Academy was extremely luxurious, with a variety of dishes that could rival those of a five-star hotel. Moreover, the prices were very affordable, and there was a wide selection of options. One could eat something different every day for 4 years without getting bored. Compared to other universities, the treatment at Imperial Capital Academy is far superior.
Silence. What a coincidence. We meet again.
At that moment, a crisp voice rang out, followed by a young girl dressed in a light green dress carrying a tray of food, who sat down naturally across from Liam O'Ran.
Upon seeing the young woman, Lu Jinghong's expression changed instantly.
The person who arrived was none other than Zhou Yancheng.
What a coincidence. Good evening, Liam O'Ran smiled and greeted her. Lu Jinghong furrowed his brows slightly and whispered, "What are you doing here?"
Zhou Yancheng seemed oblivious to Lu Jinghong's expression, smiling as he said, "I'm here to eat."
You're Lu Jinghong, right? Can I call you Dinghong? Of course, you can also just call me by my name, or call me Ching if you prefer.
This response left Lu Jinghong at a loss for words, and he can only eat a few bites of rice with a sour expression.
Silence. Have you all chosen your mentors at the Creation God Academy yet? Everyone who enters the academy must choose a mentor. Of course, some mentors are not ones you can simply choose. Take Jiang Ru, for example.
He decides how many disciples he wants to teach based entirely on his mood. Sometimes, he doesn't take any students for a year or two, and other times, he might take in a dozen or even 2 dozen at once.
Liam O'Ran nodded. We've already made our choice.
Both Jinghong and I have become students of Professor Jiang Ru.
Lin Jiancheng looked surprised. Professor Jiang Ru? The renowned one? Congratulations to you both. I heard he's one of the top mentors at the Imperial Capital Academy. Liam O'Ran sighed helplessly. Don't congratulate him. I don't know if he's the best, but the first day's warning was certainly enough.
Lin Jiancheng tilted his head slightly, his expression filled with confusion.
Li Machen then explained Jiang Ru's task.
Upon hearing that the beast must be brought to its complete form within 2 months, Lin Jiancheng couldn't help but cover his mouth, his eyes filled with astonishment.
Isn't that too harsh?
Li Moran sighed helplessly. That old man just wants us to work ourselves to death.
If we're lazy, he won't approve.
Lin Jiancheng chuckled. Moran, you're so mean.
He's a professor, how can you just call him old man? If Professor Jiang finds out, won't he be angry with you?
The two chatted and laughed, growing more and more cheerful as they talked. Lu Jinghong watched from the side, his expression growing increasingly somber.
Here he was standing right beside her, yet Liam O'Ran was chatting so happily with another woman. What was going on?
With a heavy heart, Lu Jinghong could only silently pick at her food.
A few minutes later, Lu Jinghong suddenly said, "I'm full. I'll go first."
As he spoke, he started to get up. Liam O'Ran finally noticed her and grabbed her wrist as she stood up.
What's the rush?
Lu Jinghong bit her lip and said nothing.
Liam O said, "Wait for me to finish eating, then we'll leave together."
Then, in a half-forced manner, he pressed her down onto the seat.
Noticing Lu Jinghong's unusual behavior, Lin Jiancheng also spoke less.
A few minutes later, Liam O'Ran had also finished eating.
"We'll go first."
"You eat first."
"Okay, goodbye." Soon, the two left the cafeteria. Just as they stepped out, Liam O'Ran suddenly tapped Lu Jinghong on the head. "What are you doing?"
Lu Jinghong winced in pain, immediately clutching his forehead, and glared at Liam O'Ran.
Liam O'Ran said nothing, then suddenly slapped her buttocks with a loud smack. "I'm disciplining you." Lu Jinghong was both angry and wronged. "Teach me a lesson? What gives you the right? Who told you to be so jealous?" "I didn't." "Which eye did you see that with?"
Liam O'Ran laughed heartily, then suddenly grabbed her hand and dragged her away quickly. Lu Jinghong gasped, trying to struggle, but Liam O'Ran held her wrist tightly, leaving her no choice but to follow.
Before long, the two arrived at a secluded spot. Liam O'Ran didn't say a word. He embraced Lu Jinghong's head and kissed her immediately. Lu Jinghong's eyes widened, and his body quickly went limp.
A few minutes later, Lu Jinghong, looking completely intoxicated, collapsed into Liam O'Ran's arms.
"And you said you weren't jealous? Isn't that your fault?" "I'm just jealous, so what?" Liam O'Ran pinched her cheek and said, "Enough. Do you have so little confidence in yourself?
One Lin Jiancheng has turned you into this.
Where has the unyielding Lu Daxiawa I used to know gone? Are you so certain that you're not as good as her?"
Lu Jinghong buried her head in Liam O'Ran's chest and didn't say a word. However, Li Moran's words had also stirred her competitive spirit. Lu Jinghong snorted coldly and suddenly struggled to get up from Liam O'Ran's embrace. Then, under Liam O'Ran's astonished gaze, she actually initiated a kiss with him.
Liam O'Ran held her waist, watching as the young girl went from being proactive to her body growing weak again, until she could only lean on Liam O'Ran to stay upright.
It was clear that she was drunk again.
Lu Jinghong whispered, "I won't lose." Liam O'Ran couldn't help but laugh and feel helpless at the same time. "That's more like it. This is the Lu Daxieva I like."
When she heard the words "I like you," Lu Jinghong's lips curled up slightly, and she felt very happy inside.
Li Ran also felt a sense of relief.
Now that he had stirred up Lu Jinghong's competitive spirit, this matter should be temporarily resolved.
Actually, to be strictly accurate, the fault really doesn't lie with Lu Jinghong.
He and Lin Jianqing had indeed become quite close.
But Li Ran had bigger plans. His gaze would not linger solely on Lu Jinghong. At home, there was also Ro Jie.
At school, Lin Jianqing also clearly had feelings for him. There was also Lu Jinghong, who had already established a relationship.
All three are top-notch beauties. Which one should I choose? Li Ran clearly couldn't make a decision.
Take Jiang Yuruo, for example. After her parents enlisted in the military, she had taken care of him for years, and their feelings for each other had grown incredibly deep.
Asking Li Ran to give her up was clearly impossible.
Therefore, Li Ran's strategy was to stall for time.
To drag it out until the end of time. At present, the most difficult issue to resolve is actually Lu Jinghong. However, she is still relatively obedient and easy to appease. Jealousy is not a major concern. Spending more time with her should prevent the situation from escalating. Anyway, things are just getting started. Who knows what will happen next? After appeasing Lu Jinghong, Li Ran took her back. Remember to come early tomorrow, I still want to eat the breakfast you make. Humph. Who would make breakfast for you? Not me.
Chapter 89, Heading to the Battlefield of 10,000 Beasts. Third update, please vote. Though she claimed she wouldn't tea, when she knocked on Li Moran's dorm room door, she had brought breakfast with her.
Li Moran finished eating with a smile and then left with Lu Jinghong.
The two did not head straight to Jiang Ru's office but instead went to the school's trading hall to purchase supplies. After all, the 10,000 Beasts battlefield was overseas, and the two of them would definitely have to stay there for an extended period of time. Therefore, all necessary supplies must be fully prepared.
After completing the procurement, the two finally headed to Jiang Ru's office. Are you all ready? Ready. Jiang Ru nodded and led the two away.
After passing through several teleportation arrays, they finally arrived at a huge square. At the center of the square stood another massive teleportation array. This teleportation array was extremely massive at first glance. Li Ran almost couldn't see the top. It emitted various sacred lights, as if there were gazes watching them. Compared to the teleportation array, Li Ran and the others seemed as insignificant as ants entering a square, appearing exceptionally small. Lu Jinghong couldn't help but exclaim, "This teleportation array is way too big."
Jiang Ru explained, "This is an ultra-large teleportation array.
Across the entire Great Xia Kingdom, there are no more than 10 such arrays. Among all the higher education institutions, only the Imperial Capital Academy possesses an ultra-large teleportation array." Upon hearing this, both of them were greatly surprised.
The government's support for the Imperial Capital Academy is really exaggerated, isn't it?
Li Ran said, "I heard that constructing a super-large teleportation array requires resources worth hundreds of billions of gold coins." Jiang Ru chuckled, "It's not as simple as you think. To be precise, it's 137.9 billion gold coins.
Over 137 billion. This investment was so staggering that even Li Ran couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Lu Jinghong couldn't help but ask, why spend so much money to build such a teleportation array?
Because teleportation arrays have limited range. Even large teleportation arrays cannot transmit beyond 100,000 kilometers.
Only ultra-large teleportation arrays can handle global teleportation.
This ultra-large teleportation array has a range of 1,320,000 kilometers, nearly covering the entire world.
1 million kilometers. This transmission distance is truly mind-boggling.
The straight line distance from here to the battlefield of 10,000 beasts is hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Without using a super-large teleportation array, you simply cannot reach it.
As he spoke, Jiang Ru led the two of them into the teleportation array.
As the teleportation light enveloped them, their figures quickly vanished.
The transmission speed of the super-large teleportation array was extremely fast. Just 1 minute had passed when Li Ran saw a flash of light.
When they reappeared, the three of them had arrived at an unfamiliar place.
It was an island, not very large.
The waves crash against the rocks by the roadside, producing a crisp sound.
Li Ran looked around and noticed that there were quite a few people around the island.
A tall tower had been erected nearby, appearing to be 30 or 50 meters high, with people constantly entering and exiting it. At the edge of the island, there is a barrier that seems to be blocking people from entering or exiting. However, when some people flew to the edge of the barrier, it seemed to sense something and automatically opened, allowing them to leave the area.
In the distance, the vague outline of a continent could be seen. Perhaps it was the battlefield of 10,000 beasts. Follow me. Led by Jiang Ru, the two headed toward the tower.
Get them both access passes, Jiang Ru said to a staff member.
The man grew impatient and snapped, "Is that all you've got?"
Just as he looked up, he froze in place.
"Are you Professor Jiang Ru?" Jiang Ru did not respond, merely nodding his head. "Oh, I see. Is it these two? Could you please show me your identification? It won't take long." "All right."
The staff worked swiftly and efficiently, processing the access credentials in no time.
A few people nodded in agreement. Jiang Ru took out 2 tokens and handed them to the 2 men. Liamo asked, "Teacher, what are these?" Jiang Ru explained, "These are teleportation talismans. In case of danger, crush them, and they will instantly teleport you back here. However, once used, your identity information will become invalid, and you will no longer be able to return to the 10,000 Beasts battlefield." Upon hearing this, both of them nodded in understanding. After finishing his instructions, Jiang Ru left. "Let's go," Liamo Ran said, then led Lu Jinghong toward the battlefield of 10,000 beasts. To reach the 10,000 beasts battlefield, one must cross a stretch of sea. There were no teleportation arrays available, so those traveling back and forth relied on their own abilities. Some swim directly across, others ride flying beasts to cross, and of course, there are those who take boats. There were even merchants nearby who had brought several boats to provide transportation services specifically for this area. "Hey! You two over there, want to go to the battlefield of 10,000 beasts? I'll take you there for 100 gold coins." Someone was shouting at Liamo Ran and his companion. However, Liamo Ran ignored them and summoned Cthulhu directly. A massive Cthulhu emerged alongside a black mist, immediately drawing the attention of many people. People stared at this odd-looking beast, their expressions filled with astonishment. "What is that thing? I've never seen anything like it before. It looks a bit like an octopus but has wings. Could it be a newly discovered mythical creature? Looking at this mythical creature, I feel like I'm going to lose my mind." Liamo Ran led Lu Jinghong onto Cthulhu. As Cthulhu spread its wings, the 2 of them took off instantly. The island's barrier, sensing their presence, quickly opened to let them through. Cthulhu's speed was extremely fast, and in no time, he arrived at the battlefield of 10,000 beasts. The battlefield of 10,000 beasts was vast and expansive. As soon as they landed, the 2 felt a sense of haze, as if a mist had enveloped the surroundings. Liamo Ran turned to look back and noticed that the tower had become faintly visible. "Let's gather all the materials first, then go back to fight the monsters." "Okay." Liamo Ran took out a map and carefully identified their current location. This was a rough map of the 10,000 beasts battlefield. From here to the Dragon Clan tribe, it was roughly dozens of kilometers away. This distance was nothing to Cthulhu. Just as Liamo Ran was about to hurry on his way, a sound caught his attention. "There's movement." The expressions on both their faces immediately turned serious. However, as they looked around, they saw no sign of any monsters. Liamo Ran, seeing this, immediately activated the Great Eye. Under the gaze of the Great Eye, nothing could remain hidden. Before long, Liamo Ran had locked onto his target. Name, Mist Hiding Snake. Species Snake Clan. Name, Mist Hiding Snake. Attributes Dark. Attributes Dark. Bloodline Epic. Talent Invisibility can hide oneself within mist, invisible to the naked eye. Upon seeing this information, Liamo Ran immediately understood. "No wonder I couldn't see it was the Mist Hiding Snake. This snake is actually extremely rare. Although its bloodline is only epic, its price is significantly higher than that of ordinary epic bloodline spirit beasts. This is solely due to its stealth ability, which allows it to gain the upper hand in combat. Additionally, once this spirit beast reaches its fully evolved form, it can even generate mist on its own to enter an invisible state." "Shao Ku, kill it." At Liamo Ran's command, Cthulhu immediately sprang into action. The fog-shrouded snake before him didn't even have time to react before it was killed by Cthulhu's tentacles. Cthulhu killed a level 37 mist-hidden snake, gaining 768 spirit points. Meanwhile, Lu Jinghong heard the sound and realized they had encountered a mist-hiding snake. She was greatly surprised. "You can see where the mist-hiding snake is?" Li Machen smiled. "Your husband is quite skilled." Upon hearing this, Lu Jinghong seemed to think of something, and her face flushed slightly. Who knows? Slap. Liamo Ran didn't hesitate to pat Lu Jinghong's pert buttocks, causing her to blush. "Jinghong, don't doubt your man." The mist-hiding snake was merely a minor interlude for the 2 of them. Liamo Ran pulled Lu Jinghong and quickly boarded the Cthulhu, soaring into the sky. As they flew, Liamo Ran confirmed their direction and headed swiftly toward the Dragon Clan tribe. On Cthulhu's back, Liamo Ran held Lu Jinghong in front of him, his hands not staying still, occasionally feeling around above, causing Lu Jinghong's face to flush red. Lu Jinghong had grown accustomed to such behavior. At first, she tried to stop him, but as Liamo Ran did it more and more often, she eventually stopped trying. After all, she had already tasted Liamo Ran's thing, and the 2 of them had already been completely open with each other. Apart from the final step, where hadn't she been touched? It was precisely at this moment that Lu Jinghong felt a strange sense of pride welling up inside him. "Humph. Even if you, Lin Jianqing, want to curry favor with Mo Ran, so what? I've already gotten ahead of you by a long shot." Li. Just as Lu Jinghong was lost in her thoughts, a sharp eagle's cry made her spin around instantly.
Immediately afterward, the air currents around her became chaotic, and a surge of heat nearly turned into flames, causing her to feel an intense burning sensation.
Silence. What's happening?
Lu Jinghong turned around and saw that Liemo Rant's expression had grown somewhat gloomy.
It seems we've stumbled into the territory of the Blazing Flame Eagle. Chapter 90, The Believer's First Battle Bonus Chapter 110. Blazing Flame Giant Eagle?
Lu Jinghong jumped in surprise, looking around and feeling as though a sea of fire had surrounded them.
The Blazing Flame Eagle is a type of eagle-like spirit beast with wings ablaze with flames, born with an extraordinary bloodline. This spirit beast is extremely ferocious and attacks humans on sight. Moreover, unlike ordinary eagle-like spirit beasts, the Blazing Flame Giant Eagle is actually a gregarious spirit beast. Once provoked, the entire clan will mobilize. Just look at what happened when Cthulhu invaded the territory of the Flame Eagles.
Hundreds of flame eagles appeared from all directions, surrounding them so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. If there were only 1 or 2, or even 4 or 5 blazing flame eagles, Lu Jinghong wouldn't have been the least bit concerned. However, facing so many blazing flame giant eagles, even though she knew Liemo Ran was extremely powerful, she couldn't help but feel a little worried at this moment.
Liemo Ran, should we escape first? There are simply too many of these blazing giant eagles. Liemo Ran pinched her cheek and pulled it playfully, saying, "What's wrong? Don't you trust your man?" "But." "No buts. Watch me destroy them." Scream.
At that very moment, the fiery giant eagle let out another series of cries. One after another, the flaming eagles charged toward the two of them. Rolling flames formed a fiery path in the sky, as if they were about to set the air itself ablaze. Facing such a large number of fiery giant eagles, unless Liemo Ran used his divine abilities, relying solely on Cthulhu would indeed be difficult to handle. Therefore, Liemo Ran did not hesitate and immediately summoned the Tiansu Divine Phoenix.
And that was not all.
"Believers of the divine realm, come forth and fight for me." At Liemo Ran's call, the flying-type spirit beasts within the divine kingdom suddenly appeared in large numbers, numbering over 2 or 30. They surrounded Cthulhu, ready to launch an attack at any moment.
Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Jinghong couldn't help but gaze in astonishment. Silently, could all of these be the spirit beasts you've subdued? Of course. Now is the time to prove their worth. Under Liemo Ran's command, the Cthulhu cultists, including the heavenly ruined divine phoenix, all charged toward the blazing flame giant eagle. Although the Blazing Flame Giant Eagle was extremely powerful, the followers Liemo Ran had subdued were all elite level at the very least.
While the Blazing Flame Giant Eagles were numerous, they were nothing more than ordinary spiritual beasts.
There is a significant gap between the two.
Therefore, as soon as the battle began, a large number of believers unleashed various skills, instantly killing many of the fiery giant eagles.
Among them, the Heavenly Void Divine Phoenix stood out the most. Its flames are far more powerful than those of the Blazing Flame Eagle, and in terms of strength, skills, and various attributes, the Heavenly Ruined Divine Phoenix utterly outclasses the Blazing Flame Eagle. In the presence of the Heavenly Ruined Divine Phoenix, the Blazing Flame Eagle has no chance of putting up a fight. In this battle, Cthulhu didn't even bother to intervene.
Seeing the originally dangerous situation turned around in an instant, Lu Jinghong was astonished, and his admiration for Liemo Ran grew deeper and deeper. He truly was the man she had chosen. Although she had always claimed she would surpass Liemo Ran, upon witnessing his true abilities, she felt no disappointment, only genuine joy. The battle did not last long. About half an hour later, all the fiery giant eagles had been killed. Liemo Ran saw this and recalled all his followers back to the divine realm.
Lu Jinghong asked in confusion, why hasn't the leader of the Blazing Flame Eagles appeared? This remark also caused Liemo Ran to feel a moment of confusion.
After all, as a gregarious spirit beast, the Blazing Flame Eagle must have a leader. However, he had just killed all the Blazing Flame Giant Eagles and still hadn't found the so-called leader.
Could it be that this group of Blazing Flame Giant Eagles has no leader? That's impossible. Liemo Ran said, I'll look for it.
As he spoke, he immediately activated the Great Eye. Under his gaze, he soon made a discovery. A massive flame giant eagle, unusually large in size, was hiding on a rock below, staring intently at the two of them, its eyes filled with murderous intent. However, it remained hidden, even as all the other fiery giant eagles were slaughtered, refusing to reveal itself. Li Machen immediately understood, it's hiding, probably waiting for an opportunity to ambush us and take revenge.
Supernatural bloodline beasts are different, they even have a bit of cunning.
If it had been anyone else, the leader of the Blazing Flame Eagles might have succeeded in his plan.
But under the watchful eye of the Great Eye, all was in vain. Xiao Ke used the madness of the crowd. Liemo Ran didn't hesitate and immediately took action. The Cthulhu horde erupted into a frenzy, surging toward the location of the fiery giant eagle. The intense mental fluctuations caused the leader of the fiery giant eagles to let out a piercing scream, followed by a flapping of wings, and it finally appeared. Screech! Its two wings flapped wildly, continuously sweeping toward Liemo Ran. Streaks of flame transformed into whirlwinds, charging forward. However, Cthulhu's speed was extremely fast, and it dodged the flame whirlwinds in an instant.
At the same time, the collective madness's psychic power grew even more intense. Although the leader of the Blazing Flame Eagles was ferocious, its mental power was extremely weak and utterly unable to withstand the onslaught. Before long, the once ferocious Blazing Flame Giant Eagle leader bowed its head, submitting to Liam O'Ran.
Subdued 39th level Blazing Flame Giant Eagle, obtained 208 faith points. Nice, another follower. After tossing the Blazing Flame Eagle into the Divine Realm, Liam O'Ran and Lu Jinghong continued on their journey.
Time passed, and night fell.
Liam O'Ran found a clearing by the woods and set up a tent with Lu Jinghong, preparing to rest. Although Liam O'Ran was capable enough to travel at night, he chose not to. However, it would inevitably increase unnecessary risks. Rustling. Just as the two were about to rest, they suddenly heard a commotion. This immediately aroused their suspicion. Lu Jinghong whispered, "Be quiet. It sounds like footsteps. Someone's coming." Liam O'Ran said, "Don't make a sound." Then, he immediately ordered Cthulhu to transform into a behemoth. Immediately afterward, the behemoth emitted a powerful mist, enveloping Liam O'Ran and Lu Jinghong, along with the tent they had erected, within its embrace. From the outside, all that could be seen was a hazy blur, making it impossible to discern that there were actually people within the mist. However, Liam O'Ran and Lu Jinghong could see the outside world with perfect clarity. Soon, several figures emerged from the woods. "Damn it! Where did that great Xiaoman go? Why haven't we found him yet? The stone tablet is in that man's hands. If we don't retrieve it quickly, we won't be able to explain ourselves to Lord Watanabe. Ha! Why is it getting so cool and foggy here?" These few people were all dressed in standard samurai attire, so the two immediately recognized where they were from. Lu Jinghong's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness as he lowered his voice and said, "Moran, they're from the Cherry Blossom country." Liam O'Ran nodded, his eyes also flashing with a hint of murderous intent. The enmity between the Great Xia Kingdom and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom need not be elaborated upon. The two nations have engaged in numerous wars, and countless ancestors of the people of the Great Xia Kingdom have suffered persecution at the hands of the Sakura Kingdom. Even in the seemingly peaceful present, there are countless instances of people from the Great Xia Kingdom being assassinated or ambushed and killed by the people of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom abroad. When beast tamers from the two nations meet, even if they don't immediately engage in combat, they rarely exchange pleasantries. Liam O'Ran said, "Let's hear what they have to say first." Several samurai from the land of cherry blossoms looked at the fog with puzzled expressions. "I remember this place was fog-free. What's going on? Yabe, go check it out." The leader of the samurai immediately ordered one of them to go, and although the man was reluctant, he dared not refuse. He grunted and immediately entered the mist. Just as this person entered the mist, Liam O'Ran immediately activated the mental power of the Baimon. Hum. A tremor sounded, and Yebian's spirit was immediately shaken by Baimon. Ah! All they heard was a piercing scream from the wild, and he immediately collapsed into the mist. His consciousness had been completely erased by the behemoth. At the same time, Liam O'Ran also accessed the thoughts of the wild beast. According to various rumors, a secret realm would appear somewhere in the 10,000 Beasts battlefield. This secret realm contained countless rare treasures, and even the eggs of mythical beasts with divine bloodlines might not be limited to just one. This includes various rare divine abilities, and even legendary beasts may make an appearance. Therefore, multiple factions within the battlefield have begun preparing for this secret realm. To find and enter the secret realm, one must collect 4 special stone tablets to piece together the key to the secret realm. These people from the land of cherry blossoms were sent by an officer named Watanabe Hayakushi to the battlefield of 10,000 beasts to search for the key. Fortunately, they found one of them. However, just as they were about to succeed, the key was suddenly snatched away by a man from the Great Xia dynasty. Currently, these individuals are pursuing the Great Xia man to determine his whereabouts. After finishing his reading, Liam O'Ran finally understood what had happened. At the same time, people outside heard the screams and immediately became alert. Who is it? Chapter 91, Yi Jiwei First Update, please vote. Several people from the Cherry Blossom country immediately summoned their beasts and charged into the mist. And this was exactly what Liam O'Ran had been waiting for. Kill them. Liam O'Ran did not hesitate. Since he had already obtained the information through Baimon, the remaining individuals were no longer of any use. Before the few people from Sakura country could react, their consciousness was erased by Baimon. Their beast tamers naturally had no chance to resist. After resolving everything, Liam O'Ran instructed Baimon to restore Cthulhu to its original form. Lu Jinghong exclaimed in astonishment, O'Ran, did you kill them all? Is there a problem? Lu Jinghong shook his head, the person is dead. How can we question them? As a young woman from a military family, she naturally couldn't feel any sympathy for the people of Sakura country. Any normal citizen of Great Xia would never feel any sympathy for the people of Sakura country, and would even want to kill them with their own hands. However, these people clearly had secrets. Now that they're all dead, how can we possibly uncover that secret? Does that mean Li Mo-ran doesn't care? Upon hearing this, Li Mo-ran laughed heartily. I already know, no need to ask. As he spoke, he proceeded to explain the matter of the stone tablet. So, if we find all the stone slabs, wouldn't we be able to find that secret realm? Li Mo-ran nodded. Let's adjust the plan slightly. Once we've completed the task of collecting the materials, we'll figure out a way to find the other stone tablets. I wonder if the person they're chasing is still nearby. As he spoke, Li Mo-ran activated the Great Eye. The surroundings were pitch black, appearing empty, but through the Great Eye, Li Mo-ran immediately detected something amiss. His gaze fixed on a figure hiding behind some bushes in the distance. He said, "Come out. I've seen you." The figure visibly trembled slightly but remained motionless, seemingly unable to believe that Li Mo-ran had noticed him. Upon seeing this, Li Mo-ran curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. "Xiaoku, say hello to this friend." As soon as he finished speaking, Cthulhu's tentacles shot through the air, piercing the bushes. However, due to Li Mo-ran's orders, the tentacles did not harm the figure, only destroying the hidden bushes. After confirming that it had been discovered, the figure finally revealed itself. Under the moonlight, a bright light appeared in the previously empty forest, and a slender girl dressed in light gray leather armor appeared before Li Mo-ran. Her features were delicate and refined, giving off an impression of purity rather than the kind of breathtaking beauty that takes one's breath away at first glance. However, her features were striking, and her eyes were exceptionally clear and bright, as if they could see through everything. Upon closer inspection, she had a unique charm. Beside the young girl floated a jellyfish the size of a human, its translucent body shimmering with tiny, star-like lights. I was just passing by, I had no ill intent. Is that so? In that case, why not come over and sit down for a while? It's getting late, and it's dangerous for a young woman to be wandering around here alone. The young girl furrowed her delicate brows, unwilling to agree. However, the Cthulhu beside Li Mo-ran's side had its tentacles trembling slightly, ready to attack at any moment. She quickly assessed the situation in her mind and concluded that she was no match for it. So she spoke softly, "Very well." As he spoke, he slowly walked over. However, the jellyfish beside him remained vigilant, ready to strike at any moment. Li Mo didn't intend to confront her. He relit the campfire and then took out a folding chair for her. The three of them slowly sat down around the campfire. Li Mo-chen pointed at the corpses nearby and said, "These people were after you, weren't they?" "I don't know. I was just passing by." Li Mo-ran ignored him and continued, "I heard there's a secret realm that's pretty good, but you need a stone tablet to open it. Do you have any leads?" At these words, the young girl's expression changed slightly, and a look of intense caution flashed in her eyes. In fact, she instinctively reached out to act. At that moment, Lu Jinghong, standing nearby, playfully scolded, "Enough, Mo-ran, don't scare her." "I'm sorry, that's just how he is. He was just joking with you earlier." The young girl whispered, "What do you want to say?" Li Mo-chen didn't answer but smiled instead. "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Li Mo-chen, and she is Lu Jinghong. We come from the Imperial Capital Academy and have been sent here to this battlefield on a mission." "What's your name, and where are you from?" "You're also from the Imperial Capital Academy? Did you say that?" The young girl sighed in relief and slowly said, "My name is Yi Jiwei. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Capital Academy. I'm here on a mission as well." Hearing her say this, both of them felt a bit surprised. The world is indeed small. They never expected the other person to also be from the Imperial Capital Academy. "We're classmates. We're freshmen this year, so maybe we should call you senior." Li Mo-ran suddenly became much more enthusiastic. "I thought you were one of those cherry blossom country people earlier." "I'm really sorry." Yi Jiwei exclaimed in surprise, "You're freshmen?" "As far as I know, freshmen aren't allowed on this battlefield. Our mentor is Professor Jiang Ru, so we were granted an exception to come here." "Professor Jiang Ru?" Yi Jiwei was even more surprised. But this made her believe Li Mo-ran's words a lot more. Given Professor Jiang Ru's capabilities, he could indeed make an exception and allow freshmen to come to this battlefield. Despite this, Yi Jiwei couldn't help but feel a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Are this year's freshmen really that powerful? Even she felt a huge threat when facing Li Mo-ran. Li Mo-ran said, "Let's get back to the matter of the secret realm. The stone tablet those people from Sakura country are looking for is on you, isn't it?" Yi Jiwei nodded and immediately took out a stone slab, which was engraved with special symbols and emitted a purple glow. "This is the key to the secret realm, but only a quarter of it. Currently, the people of Sakura country are actively searching for the remaining 3 pieces." Yi Jiwei then put away the stone slab, thought for a moment, and said, "If you wish to explore the secret realm, I can accept your request to form a team." Li Mo-ran looked interested. "I've heard that the secret realm is filled with rare treasures and mythical beasts with divine bloodlines. That sounds amazing. But how do we find the remaining stone tablets?" Yi Jiwei said, "There's no need to search. As long as I keep the stone slab, when the people of Sakura country find the other 3, they will come to me on their own. Liam Ran smiled and said, "That's a great idea. Since that's the case, let's form a team."
Saying this, he extended his hand. Yi Jiwei hesitated for a moment before finally reaching out and shaking hands with Liam Ran.
"Let's work together." Then, Liam Ran took out a piece of grilled meat and placed it over the campfire to cook.
He asked Yi Jiwei if he wanted to eat something, but Yi Jiwei shook his head, took out his own rations, and ate them without touching Liam Ran's food. Although she had agreed to cooperate, she was clearly still wary of Liam Ran and Lu Jinghong.
Liam Ran didn't say anything.
After eating their fill, the two returned to their tent to rest.
Liam Ran did not put away Cthulhu but left it by the side of the tent to guard it.
Yi Jiwei had intended to leave, but upon seeing Cthulhu still nearby, he hesitated for a moment before eventually setting up a makeshift tent and resting.
Inside the tent, Lu Jinghong asked, "Are we all going to have to take her with us on the mission?" Liam said, "Of course. After all, she has the stone tablet. We can't just take it from her like the people of Sakura country, can we?
I think she doesn't really trust us."
"Aren't you afraid she'll sneak away?"
"Take it slow, no rush.
With Cthulhu around, she won't run away." Seeing Liam Ran say that, Lu Jinghong didn't say anything else.
Although both were students of the Imperial Capital Academy, they had never met before. Neither side knew the other, so some caution was understandable. If Yi Jiwei were from another country, Liam Ran would have snatched the stone tablet without hesitation. However, she was, after all, a citizen of the Great Xia Kingdom and an upper-class woman at the Imperial Capital Academy, so Liam Ran changed his mind and decided to collaborate with her instead.
He didn't want to miss out on the matter of the secret realm. The next morning, Liam Ran and his group set off on their journey. Lu Jinghong, of course, accompanied Liam Ran.
As for Yi Jiwei, she summoned another beast of falcon with extremely odd eyes, and after mounting it, she followed closely beside Cthulhu.
Liam Ran glanced at it and exclaimed in surprise, "This beast is none other than the thousand-eyed swift falcon, is it not?" Yi Jiwei was a bit surprised. "You recognize it?" Chapter 92, The Complete Annihilation of the Dragon Clan's Second Update. Please vote. The thousand-eyed swift falcon is a mutated species of spirit beast resembling a falcon. Though its bloodline is only of the supernatural rank, it possesses vision hundreds to thousands of times sharper than that of ordinary swift falcons, granting it utterly extraordinary reconnaissance capabilities. Hearing Liam Ran casually mention the various details about the thousand-eyed swift falcon, Yi Jiwei couldn't help but feel a growing curiosity toward this young man. After all, it was an extremely rare spiritual beast. Without an in-depth understanding of various beast taming techniques and a broad range of knowledge, it would be virtually impossible to know about the thousand-eyed swift falcon. Even Lu Jinghong has only heard of it. But when it came to understanding the thousand-eyed swift falcon, he was still only scratching the surface. Liam Ran said, "I loved spending time in the library during high school. I read a lot of books, so I came to know about it." Yi Jiwei heard this and became even more curious. She glanced at Cthulhu and asked, "What is your beast? I don't think I've ever seen one before." "Its name is Cthulhu. I think it's the only Cthulhu in the entire world." "Cthulhu?" Hearing this strange name, Yi Jiwei was filled with confusion. She wanted to take a closer look, but whenever she stared directly at Cthulhu, her mind was overwhelmed by an intense sense of chaos, nearly driving her mad, so she dared not look for long. She didn't ask any further questions, instead burying her doubts deep within her heart. Cthulhu's speed was extremely fast, and although the thousand-eyed swift falcon was no slouch, it was quickly left behind. This was even though Liam Ran had intentionally slowed down. If Cthulhu were to advance at full speed, it would likely only take a few seconds to leave the thousand-eyed swift falcon far behind. However, since they were carrying Yi Jiwei, the journey took considerably longer. It was around evening when the two finally arrived at their destination. The area around them was a barren wasteland, and not far ahead lay the tribe of the dragon people. Yi Jiwei exclaimed in surprise, "You're coming here on a mission? There's nothing around here except the dragon tribe." The Dragon Clan tribe is renowned for its brutality in the 10,000 Beasts battlefield. Countless beast tamers have met their end here. Even those who have fought countless battles on the battlefield of 10,000 Beasts dare not approach the Dragon Clan under normal circumstances. And Liam Ran and Lu Jinghong are just newcomers. Lu Jinghong asked in confusion, "Is there a problem?" Yi Jiwei said, "The dragons of the Dragon Clan are all at least level 35, and there are even some powerful dragons over level 40. Moreover, this clan is exceptionally united. Once attacked, they will counterattack as a whole." Liam Ran impatiently said, "I know. So just stay there and watch. Take care of yourself." As he spoke, he immediately ordered Cthulhu to move forward and charged ahead alongside Lu Jinghong. Seeing this, Yi Jiwei's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this person so reckless? Just charging straight into the dragon tribe like that? He'll die without even knowing how. However, Yi Jiwei immediately realized. Liam Ran and Lu Jinghong had left, and this was her chance. She could have simply chosen to flee. Although Liam Ran and Lu Jinghong were both students at the Imperial Capital Academy, Yi Jiwei did not trust them. Who knew if they might suddenly attack and take her stone tablet? But if I run away, what will happen to them if they encounter danger? Yi Jiwei hesitated. Last night, she had been chased by several people from Sakura country. Although she managed to escape by hiding, it was still Liam Ran who had come to her rescue. Moreover, these two individuals did not exhibit any intentions to harm her. Thinking this, Yi Jiwei silently decided to look around the area again. If they were in danger, he would rescue them, which would also repay the favor. As for going into battle with Liam Ran, that was out of the question. Yi Ziwei was well aware of the dragon's strength. Thus, she stepped onto the thousand-eyed swift falcon and slowly rose into the sky, using the swift falcon's gaze to lock onto Liam Ran and his companion, ready to strike at any moment. Looking down from Cthulhu's perspective, several small settlements could be seen below. Within these settlements, there are tall, dragon-headed creatures moving about. These are the dragon men. Liam Ran immediately ordered Cthulhu to land. Roar! The moment Cthulhu landed, the numerous dragon men surrounding him immediately sensed something amiss, and countless dangerous glances turned toward the area. Who dares to intrude into our dragon tribe? Upon hearing this voice, Liam Ran sneered, a couple of lizard-like creatures, and you dare to call yourselves dragons? These words immediately enraged a large number of dragon people. How dare you insult my dragon clan? Kill him! The nearby dragon people immediately rushed over. Their speed was incredible, and they were by Cthulhu's side in the blink of an eye. The dragon men opened their mouths and spat out streams of flame. At that moment, Cthulhu also sprang into action. Swish! Tentacles erupted, instantly killing several nearby dragon men. Killed 38th level dragon men, Cthulhu gained 1,200 points of spiritual power. How dare you kill my people? Notify the other tribes to exterminate the invaders. Woo! A series of trumpet blasts rang out, one after another, instantly echoing throughout the surrounding area. As the trumpet sound spread, a large number of dragon men immediately rushed toward this location. In the sky not far away, Yi Jiwei witnessed this scene, and his brows furrowed even deeper. In ordinary dragon-slaying tribes, they almost always relied on ambushes, striking quickly to escape and avoid being surrounded by the dragon men. What was he doing, daring to provoke the dragon-slaying tribe? Had he lost his mind? Yi Jiwei simply couldn't understand. Even if one is extremely powerful, such behavior is simply too arrogant. Unlike Yi Jiwei, Lu Jinghong's heart was as calm as Liam Ran's. Having witnessed Liam Ran's true strength on multiple occasions, she had long since come to trust him unconditionally. Even when faced with all the dragon people, she believed that Liam Ran could handle it. Step. One after another, figures approached. They were dragon people from nearby tribes, all gathering together to block the two's retreat. Each of these dragon men glared with furious eyes, their expressions filled with intense murderous intent. Damn humans, how dare you kill one of our kind? Let's go and annihilate them. A large number of dragon men immediately charged forward, heading toward the two of them. However, a sinister smile curled at the corner of Liam Ran's lips. I've been waiting for you all to gather here. Shao Kuo used the 1,000-layered wave. At Liam Ran's command, Cthulhu immediately unleashed his skill. Clatter! A massive spray of water erupted from Cthulhu's body, instantly transforming the surrounding area into a vast expanse of water. Immediately afterward, towering waves resembling walls surged outward from Cthulhu, crashing violently against the surrounding area. Boom! The first wave alone was enough to swallow countless dragon people. The 1,000-layered waves are a legendary skill of level 3, with power that is extremely terrifying. Under the blessing of Cthulhu, the power of the waves is unstoppable. With a single strike, the dragon men fell one after another. Cthulhu simultaneously received a massive influx of spiritual energy. Ah! Quick, get out of the way! Don't get swallowed by those waves. How can this human be so strong? Liam Ran deliberately gathered the dragon people tribe together. If they hadn't gathered, how would he have had the opportunity to wipe them all out in one fell swoop? As they surrounded Liam Ran, they were unaware that Liam Ran had also surrounded them. In the sky, Yi Jiwei's eyes widened in disbelief. How powerful! Could this be a divine ability? The power of the 1,000-layered waves shook her to her core. However, upon closer inspection, one could immediately discern that this was not divine power, but pure beast-taming skill. How could his skill be so powerful? Yi Jiwei couldn't believe it. This was beyond her comprehension. Even a level 3 legendary skill couldn't be this powerful, could it? 1,000-layered wave surge not only possesses immense power but also has a vast range. Under the waves, almost no dragon people can escape unscathed. Once all the waves had dissipated, there were no living dragon people left in sight, only a field of corpses. Liam Ran led Lu Jinghong off the Cthulhu and said, "Alright, let's quickly collect the loot." Lu Jinghong nodded in agreement. The two immediately began cleaning up the battlefield, collecting dragon claws, dragon bones, dragon teeth, and the core from the dragon's body. Although many of the dragon men's bodies had been shattered, there were still many intact ones remaining. Therefore, collecting them is not particularly difficult.
Before long, the two had gathered all the materials.
Liam Oran smiled and said, "This is great. After completing the task, we'll be able to obtain permanent battlefield credentials." Lu Jinghong was also delighted. "Does that mean we'll be able to move around freely now?" "Yeah." As he spoke, Liam O raised his head, and the great eye immediately swept over a figure. "What are you standing there for? Get down." Chapter 93, The Stronghold of the Battlefield of 10,000 Beasts. In the sky, Yi Jiwei rode the thousand-eyed swift falcon, descending slowly. Her eyes still sparkled with disbelief. "Are you really a freshman?" The power of the thousand-fold waves was immense. Just look at the of the Dragon Clan to see for yourself. Such power is something she could never achieve. However, Liam Oran managed to do it. Liam Oran's lips curled into a smile. "Doesn't it look like it?" Yi Jiwei had no response. After exterminating the Dragon Clan, the rest would be easy. Having finally made it to the battlefield of 10,000 beasts, he couldn't just go back so easily. Yi Jiwei had originally planned to find an opportunity to leave, but after witnessing Liam Oran's overwhelming strength, he was overcome by a strong curiosity and decided to stay. The three of them began to slaughter monsters indiscriminately on the battlefield. Along the way, Liam Oran encountered several elite monsters and subdued them all. Upon learning that Liam Oran could subdue spirit beasts, Yi Jiwei was even more astonished. This newcomer had already surpassed her imagination. Time passed slowly, and 7 days had gone by. On this day, the Divine Realm sent a message. The Divine Realm training ground had been completed. Liam Oran issued the command once more to construct more Divine Realm altars. Within these 7 days, he had recruited nearly 300 elite and leader-level spirit beasts as followers. Now, a single altar is no longer sufficient. As the number of spirit beasts increased, his faith points began to grow abundant. Soon, Liam Oran felt he could begin constructing the church. Once the church was built, he would unlock more content. In the future, temple construction will also be available. The temple is capable of transforming divine abilities into special abilities suited for the ancient rulers. Liam Oran was eagerly anticipating this. After walking a short distance further, they reached the battlefield outpost. Yi Jiwei, who had always been quiet and reserved, suddenly spoke up, catching the attention of Liam Oran and Lu Jinghong. "What is a battlefield stronghold?" "It is a base established by various nations within the battlefield of 10,000 beasts, featuring administrative and rest areas for each nation, forming a secure zone. Within the base, one can not only rest but also engage in various transactions." "Sounds pretty good." Liam Oran immediately became interested and ordered Cthulhu to move forward. After walking for about 15 minutes, the area became much more crowded with people. In the distance ahead, they could see the outline of a town. Cthulhu's mental fluctuations were extremely intense, immediately drawing the attention of everyone around. One after another, glances swept over Liam Oran. He had long since grown accustomed to such stares. The three of them immediately arrived at the town. "Stop. Summoning beasts is strictly prohibited within the outpost. Violators will be punished by the Joint Enforcement Team." A law enforcement officer dressed in white uniform immediately shouted at Liam Oran and the others. Yi Jiwei said, "Let's quickly recall the beasts. No fighting is allowed inside the base." Li Machin nodded and recalled Cthulhu. Yi Jiwei also recalled the thousand-eyed swift falcon. The three quickly entered the base. Although it looked like a town, the entire base was actually quite large and spacious, though the buildings were somewhat rudimentary. It had everything one could need. Nearby, there are many vendors setting up stalls and hawking their wares. Healing potions for sale. Drink them to quickly restore your stamina. We also have wound healing potions, starting at 50 gold coins, with prices negotiable. Beast eggs. Elite bloodline beast eggs. Any takers? High-grade beast taming materials, Swiftwind wolf claws and blazing flame master's teeth. Interested parties, please contact us. We purchase all types of materials at high prices. The cries of vendors turned the entire town into a bustling marketplace, with many people moving in and out of the various stalls. Liam Oran and his group looked around but didn't find anything particularly worth buying. Just then, an announcement over the loudspeaker caught everyone's attention. The 10,000 Beasts auction is about to begin. Those interested are encouraged to proceed to the venue promptly. The auction will commence once everyone is present. This voice spread throughout the entire town through a special power. As soon as it appeared, people began to react. Is the 10,000 Beasts auction being held again? Hurry up! Go there quickly. If you're late, you won't get a seat. I wonder what good stuff they have this time. I hope there's an egg from a high-tier beast with a powerful bloodline. I remember there was one with a dominant bloodline last time. The once bustling marketplace suddenly grew much emptier. Even many vendors hurriedly packed up their stalls and rushed off to attend the auction. This phenomenon left Liam Oran deeply puzzled. Could this auction be that important? Yi Jiwei, standing nearby, immediately said, "Let's hurry over there too. The 10,000 Beasts auction is extremely famous in the 10,000 Beasts battlefield, and we might even find the stone tablet we need." Upon hearing this, Liemo Ran immediately made his decision. Alright, let's go too. Alright, let's go too. Soon, the three of them followed the crowd and left. Before long, they arrived at an enormous venue.
The venue stood out starkly against the simple town, and by now, it was already crowded with people, nearly blocking the entrance. There was no doubt about it, this was the venue for the 10,000 Beasts auction. Although there are many people, there are quite a few staff members nearby maintaining order. Under the watchful eyes of the staff, people lined up one by one to enter the venue. Liemo Ran and the other two immediately joined the queue. Although the line was long, the waiting time wasn't too bad. A few minutes later, the three of them successfully entered the venue. Since the three of them arrived early, there were still seats available. Liemo Ran found a seat and sat down. Shiwei, continue telling me about the situation at the 10,000 Beasts auction.
Yi Jiwei nodded and continued. The 10,000 Beasts auction is an auction jointly organized by the nations at the 10,000 Beasts battlefield outpost. The host nation rotates among the 5 nations of the Great Xia Kingdom, the Lighthouse Kingdom, the Bear Empire, the Never-Setting Sun Empire, and the Gaul Empire. This year's host is the Lighthouse Kingdom.
This auction exclusively sells items obtained from the 10,000 Beasts battlefield, such as high-grade bloodline spirit beast cubs, spirit beast eggs, various rare materials and fruits, as well as props that appear on the battlefield, such as secret realm keys and ancient inheritance maps.
Even divine abilities might make an appearance.
The auction schedule is irregular, ranging from multiple times a month to several months without any events. As per tradition, it is typically held once enough auction items have been collected. Moreover, the most distinctive feature of this auction is that it supports bartering. If you don't have enough gold coins, you can use other valuable items, which will be appraised by the auction house and converted into auction funds. After listening to Yi Jiwei explain in detail, Liemo Ran now had a better understanding of the auction.
What nonsense! We are noble samurai of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, and yet we have to queue up. Exactly.
Our Cherry Blossom country has such a good relationship with the Lighthouse country.
Can't we have a little privilege? Mr. Noda, there's still room here.
Ha, the sun goddess is looking out for us.
After a flurry of chatter, several people from Sakura country sat down beside Liemo Ran and his two companions.
They looked around, their eyes landing on Lu Jinghong, and immediately their expressions sharpened.
Hey, there's a little beauty. Chapter 94, Cherry Blossom Country's Provocation? Direct Expulsion.
Upon seeing Lu Jinghong, several people from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom immediately revealed lecherous grins.
Little beauty, come here and give this old man a smile? Which country are you from? Lu Jinghong's expression grew colder and colder as he barked, get out.
This harsh command startled the few people from Sakura country.
People from the Great Xia Kingdom? Ha! So rebellious, I like it.
As he spoke, one of them reached out his hand, intending to grope her. Just then, Liemo Ran suddenly stood up with a loud thud, delivered a flying kick, and directly aimed it at the man's face.
Ah!
The people of this Cherry Blossom country didn't even have time to react before they were kicked flying by Liemo Ran. Several Japanese people nearby immediately stood up, their faces filled with anger. You bastard, are you looking for trouble? The people around them were also startled by the sudden commotion.
What's going on? Someone actually got into a fight? Aren't they afraid of being expelled?
Liemo Ran ignored the commotion and coldly said, if anyone dares to look again, I'll make sure you die here today. The voice was unusually cold, sounding like nothing more than a threat. But the murderous intent in his eyes was blatant.
Several people from Sakura country were instantly terrified.
The gaze of the young man before them seemed as though he had truly killed someone. At that moment, the young man who had been kicked flying got back to his feet, his face twisted in fury. You bastard. I'll kill you. He was a genius from the land of cherry blossoms, yet he had been so humiliated. If he doesn't kill the other person, he'll never be able to swallow his pride.
What's going on? How dare you fight? Don't you know the rules of the auction? Stay where you are and don't move.
Just then, several law enforcement officers dressed in white rushed over and surrounded both sides. At the same time, the organizer of the auction, a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes, also arrived.
What's going on here? How dare you fight inside the auction house? Are you looking for trouble?
Upon seeing the staff members, the few people from Sakura country immediately changed their expressions and began wailing, Lord of the Lighthouse Nation, you must stand up for us. This despicable person from the Great Xia Nation dares to attack us without provocation.
That's right. This person from the Great Xia Kingdom is too arrogant.
You must punish them severely.
Seeing this scene, Yi Jiwei's brows furrowed. She was a bit confused. Although the people of Sakura country had provoked them first, Liemo Ran's actions seemed a bit excessive, didn't they? If they're expelled because of this, what will they do? The blonde-haired, blue-eyed man, upon hearing this, cast a look of disgust at Liemo Ran and the others. You're from the Great Xia Kingdom? Liemo Ran remained composed. Is there a problem? Humph. I knew it. The people of the Great Xia Kingdom are the worst at following rules and have no sense of contract. They attacked innocent people. The enforcement team, expel them immediately.
At those words, everyone around froze in shock.
Liam O'Ran and the others' expressions grew even more somber. What? You've only heard their side of the story and already concluded that we're at fault?
The blonde-haired, blue-eyed man said impatiently, people from the Great Xia Kingdom are all like this. If you don't leave immediately, I will take forceful measures. These words immediately sparked anger among many people from the Great Xia Kingdom present.
What the hell do you mean? What do you mean all people from the Great Xia Kingdom are like that? Are you saying that you people from the Lighthouse Kingdom are so great? FCKU.
It was clearly those Japanese people who provoked him first.
He was just defending himself. Brother, don't be afraid. We've got your back. How dare someone look down on us like that overseas? Give it to him.
At the auction venue, there were indeed quite a few people from the Great Xia Kingdom. One after another, they stood up, and their voices quickly drowned out the crowd. Seeing this, Liam O'Ran's lips curled into a faint smile.
He addressed the blonde-haired, blue-eyed man. These Japanese people provoked us for no reason. I was merely defending myself. Why aren't you punishing them?
Upon witnessing this scene, the Japanese men immediately softened their stance, their expressions shifting slightly.
Are you planning to rebel? How dare you question the judgment of the great leader of the Lighthouse Nation? You have some nerve. Lighthouse Nation, these people from the Great Xia are all rebels. Hurry up and expel them all.
The blonde-haired, blue-eyed man furrowed his brows. He clearly hadn't expected his words to cause such a strong reaction.
There were quite a few people from the Great Xia Kingdom in the crowd. If things got out of hand, it would be highly detrimental to the auction.
Moreover, the people of the Great Xia Kingdom have always been the main consumers at auctions.
If they all leave, the auction's business will undoubtedly suffer a significant decline.
Thinking of this, the blonde man's gaze toward Li Machen grew even more contemptuous.
What's going on? What's happening?
At that moment, another team of law enforcement officers also arrived on the scene. The difference was that the members of this team were all standard-looking people from the Great Xia Empire. Upon seeing this individual, many daxia people in the crowd immediately shouted, Captain Zhou, those damn Lighthouse Nation people are enforcing the law arbitrarily. Come and judge this for us. Zhou Huaping heard this, furrowed his brows slightly, and turned to Li Moran, saying, tell me exactly what happened.
Liam O'Ran began, this group of Japanese people provoked us without cause.
I was acting in self-defense, but they turned it around on me. Upon hearing this, Zhou Huaping's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness.
Another person from the land of cherry blossoms?
His gaze fell on a few Japanese people, and they immediately felt as though they had been targeted by a venomous snake, feeling uneasy all over.
The blonde-haired, blue-eyed man frowned and said, Captain Zhou, what are you planning to do?
Zhou Huaping replied, Captain Jarvis, our citizens have the right to enjoy a normal auction process without interference.
The people from Sakura country are clearly disrupting the order. Are you going to protect them?
Jarvis replied coldly, you people from the Great Xia Kingdom are the best at lying.
Who knows if you're telling the truth? Upon hearing this, many people grew even more uneasy. What do you mean? You damn Lighthouse country people.
I said you were the most barbaric and uncivilized. As the tension around him escalated, Jarvis's expression grew slightly grim. At that moment, he received a message. After reading the message, his expression changed slightly, and he finally said, Captain Zhou, you've won. With that, he turned and left. The enforcement team following him also departed together.
Seeing Jarvis leave, several people from Sakura country immediately grew anxious. Lighthouse country official, where are you going?
Sir, you must still stand up for us.
However, Jarvis paid no attention to them and walked away.
Zhou Huaping immediately ordered, I hereby declare that these individuals from Sakura country have violated the auction rules and are permanently expelled from the auction.
Take action immediately.
Subsequently, members of the enforcement team rushed forward, subdued these individuals, and dragged them out of the auction house amid their screams. Many citizens of the Great Xia Kingdom clapped their hands in delight and cheered enthusiastically.
Liam O'Ran also breathed a sigh of relief.
It seemed that the Great Xia Kingdom still held significant influence in this region. After the few people from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom were expelled, Zhou Guoping approached Liam O'Ran, patted him on the shoulder, and said, Good job, you've got guts.
I'm Zhou Guoping, the 7th captain of the Outpost Enforcement Squad. What's your name, and where are you from?
Captain Zhou, good day.
My name is Liam O'Ran, and I come from the Imperial Capital Academy. Chapter 95, The Auction of 10,000 Beasts. The Imperial Capital Academy? Zhou Huaping's eyes widened in surprise, then he burst into laughter. Top students, huh? Who are these two?
Lu Jinghong and Yi Jiwei also introduced themselves. Upon hearing that both of them were from the Imperial Capital Academy, Zhou Huaping grew even more delighted. He took out 3 business cards and handed them to the 3 of them. This is my business card. The 10,000 Beasts battlefield is a place where all sorts of people gather.
If you encounter any trouble, feel free to contact me. Whatever I can do to help, I will.
Liam O'Ran and the others, upon seeing this, all expressed their gratitude. Zhou Huaping waved his hand dismissively, no need to thank us.
As citizens of the great Xia kingdom abroad, we must unite to face threats from all sides.
At the same time, when faced with injustice, we must dare to take action.
What you did just now was very commendable. By the way, after the auction, come by the base. I'll treat you to a meal. There's a top student from the Imperial Capital Academy on this battlefield who's quite remarkable. Liamo Ran and the others were all taken aback. Captain Zhou is being way too enthusiastic, isn't he? This is really. Zhou Huaping burst into laughter. It's settled then.
When the time comes, just go to the Daxia Kingdom's office and ask for Zhou Huaping.
I'll be waiting for you.
Without giving the three a chance to refuse, he led the group away.
Seeing this, Liamo Ran couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. After Zhou Huaping left, Liamo Ran and the other two also sat back down.
Lu Jinghong was particularly delighted, hugging Li Moran's arm. Moran, you look so cool just now.
Liamo Ran was completely taken aback. Could this young girl actually say something like that?
He suddenly felt a bit teasing again.
So stunning, how do you plan to repay me?
Lu Jinghong blushed slightly upon hearing this. After spending so much time with Liamo Ran, she immediately realized that he was probably up to something.
I cook breakfast for you every morning. That's not enough. Then what do you want in return?
Liamo Ran wrapped his arms around her waist, pressed his lips to her ear, and whispered a few words.
Upon hearing what Liamo Ran said, Lu Jinghong's face flushed red all the way to her ears. You're up to no good again, aren't you? We've been married for so long, what haven't we done together?
Jinghong, these are the few wishes I have left in this life. Lu Jinghong bit her lip, as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle.
Could she really do this? That's way too embarrassing. But I've done even more embarrassing things before. This doesn't seem like something completely unacceptable, does it? Liamo Ran saw her hesitation and made a decisive decision. That's settled. Jinghong. What? I haven't agreed yet. Liamo Ran saw this and immediately cupped Lu Jinghong's face, about to kiss her. Don't do that here, there are too many people around. So, will you agree or not? I've already agreed. Isn't that enough?
Lu Jinghong was on the verge of tears. Every time she tried to refuse Liamo Ran's suggestive proposals, he would suddenly kiss her forcefully, leaving her limp and flushed with desire.
This had almost become Liamo Ran's go-to tactic to manipulate her, a tactic that never failed. Lu Jinghong was truly at a loss. How could she have ended up kissing him while drunk?
Jinghong, I love you so much.
Liamo Ran embraced Lu Jinghong, looking exceptionally happy.
Lu Jinghong was very shy, but seeing Liamo Ran's joyful expression, she thought to herself that although this was a shameful thing to do, it didn't seem entirely impossible. Only Yi Jiwei, standing nearby, watched the two of them playfully bickering, his face filled with suspicion.
Once they stopped, she finally asked, "What were you talking about? What did you promise him?" Lu Jinghong's face turned red again, and he glared at her and said, "You don't understand. You have no experience with this kind of thing, so even if I told you, you wouldn't understand." Although Yi Ziwei was 1 year older than her and her senior. However, she had never been in a relationship before and had never even held a boy's hand. Therefore, Lu Jinghong felt that in this regard, she was the more experienced one. She had already surpassed Yi Ziwei by a wide margin. Yi Ziwei grew even more suspicious. However, she didn't really care. Yi Ziwei was a highly rational young woman. Rationality meant she rarely experienced emotional fluctuations. As a result, she had never tasted the sweetness of love, but she didn't care either. She even believes that living a quiet, ordinary life is not so bad after all. After some commotion, the auction finally began. An elderly man dressed in a luxurious suit slowly walked onto the stage and spoke. "Good evening, everyone. I am Donald Melken, the host of this auction. You may address me as Mr. Melken. I hereby declare that this auction is officially open." McKen did not waste any time and got straight to the point. After the announcement, 2 staff members immediately came forward carrying a tray. On the tray lay a crystal stone. Merken introduced, "This is the first item up for auction, a level 2 rare skill stone death coil. Starting bid, 5 million gold coins, with each bid increase of no less than 300,000 gold coins. Begin." As soon as Merken finished speaking, the auction began immediately. Suddenly, bids started flying in one after another. 5.3 million. 5.6 million. 6 million. 6.5 million. As people bid repeatedly, the price quickly rose, but it hadn't reached its peak yet. A few minutes later, the price broke through the 10 million gold coin mark. After all, a level 2 skill stone typically costs over 10 million gold coins. Skill stones that can be auctioned off are the cream of the crop, commanding even higher prices. In the end, this skill stone was sold for 13.7 million. Immediately afterward, the second item up for auction was brought out. It was a spirit beast egg the size of a basketball. This egg belongs to a spirit beast of an extraordinary bloodline. Upon hatching, it will yield a young spirit beast of the same extraordinary bloodline. Starting bid, 10 million gold coins.
Each bid must be increased by at least 1 million gold coins.
Spirit Beast Egg.
The second item was a Spirit Beast Egg, and many people immediately became excited.
If that's the case, there must be a lot of good things coming up later. Although it's just an extraordinary bloodline, it's already a rare treasure for many people. 11 million. 12 million. 15 million.
Liamo Ran cast a glance at the Spirit Beast Egg with his great eyes.
Ancient Bloodline Compatibility 36. Ancient Bloodline Compatibility 36.
Upon seeing this, he immediately lost interest. In the end, the Spirit Beast Egg was auctioned off for 28 million. Following that, a number of other valuable items were also auctioned off. Materials, Spirit Beast Eggs, still stones, potions, and more, everything you could possibly need.
Every single item was sold for a hefty price. Liamo Ran couldn't help but whistle in admiration. These people are really rich.
Just then, the staff suddenly brought out a strange object. It was a piece of amber about half a person's height, containing a lifelike figure sealed within a lake. It resembled a small fairy, shaped like the wind, and exuded a sense of fluidity.
The host announced, the next item up for auction is extremely unique. This is a wind spirit sealed within amber.
Based on our calculations, it has been sealed for over 10,000 years. Due to the unique nature of this amber, it has completely isolated the wind spirit from the outside world, thereby sealing its life force. As such, we dare not cut it open, as doing so might cause both the amber and the wind spirit to vanish together. At present, we are unsure of its value. However, it has been sealed for 10,000 years, and may contain information from a time long ago, making it worthy of further research. Therefore, we have decided to put it up for auction.
Starting bid 5 million gold coins.
Each bid must be increased by at least 100,000 gold coins. Upon hearing the auctioneer's words, the crowd shook their heads in disbelief.
What value could a wind spirit sealed in amber possibly have?
Even if it's something from 10,000 years ago, it's probably just a mineral at best. Therefore, many people had no intention of bidding.
Liamo Ran glanced around with his keen eyes and suddenly froze. The sealed wind spirit. Ancient Bloodline Compatibility 976.
A bloodline compatibility of 976.
Liamo Ran's heart surged with excitement.
This was exactly the candidate he had been searching for to become the next ancient ruler.
At that thought, Liamo Ran gripped Lu Jinghong's hand tightly. Lu Jinghong asked in confusion, Mo Ran, what's wrong? Liamo Ran, though his heart was racing, maintained a calm expression.
He whispered, Jinghong, I want this amber at any cost. Lu Jinghong heard this, though puzzled, nodded immediately. I have roughly 200 million gold coins on me.
Feel free to spend them as you see fit. Not right now. I have some money too. Let's see how things go. Maybe we can snag a bargain.
After the price was announced, no one bid higher.
The auctioneer sighed at this.
This piece of amber had been put up for auction 7 times and had failed to sell every time.
Could it be that it would fail to sell again this time?
Seeing that no one was bidding, he could only announce helplessly, I declare this item unsold. Before he could finish speaking, a voice suddenly rang out.
I'll offer 5 million gold coins. It's Liamo Ran.
Seeing him raise the price, many people looked puzzled, and bidders from other countries even mocked him.
Spending 5 million on a useless piece of amber? Must be out of your mind.
Ha, that's just how people from the Great Xia Kingdom are. They love flashy, useless things. Even Yi Jiwei looked puzzled.
Liamo Ran has so much money he doesn't know what to do with it. He's buying this thing? Liamo Ran completely ignored these comments.
Seeing that someone had made an offer, the auctioneer was overjoyed and repeated 5 million for the first time.
5 million for the second time. Any higher bids? 5 million, third time. Great deal. Just as his hammer was about to come down, another voice rang out. 5.1 million.
Upon hearing this, people were even more astonished.
Liamo Ran buying this item was already puzzling enough, but now someone was actually bidding on it? Who is it? Even Liamo Ran didn't expect it, and his expression changed slightly. Who was bidding against him? Glancing around, Liamo Ran spotted a Japanese man holding a sign and bidding. He turned to look at Liamo Ran and gave him a challenging glance. Chapter 96, You Won Extra. Chapter 210.
Seeing that it was someone from the land of cherry blossoms who had ruined his plans, Liamo Ran's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent. Lu Jinghong, standing nearby, looked grim and was about to speak, but was stopped by Liamo Ran.
Jinghong, don't move. I'll handle this.
Seeing Liamo Ran say this, Lu Jinghong hummed in agreement and said nothing more.
Yi Jiwei, however, looked at Liamo Ran with great curiosity. She wondered how Liamo Ran would handle this situation. Will she have to compete with the people of Sakura country? The Japanese person who had just placed a bid flipped Liamo Ran the middle finger. Wow. You Chinese, weren't you so confident just now? If you're so capable, come compete with me.
Around him, many other Sakura country people were also chattering and taunting him.
Everyone's attention in the crowd shifted to Liamo Ran as a result. Everyone wanted to see what Liamo Ran would do next. Maiken spoke up. 5.1 million any takers? 5.1 million for the first time. 5.1 million second time. 6 million.
Before he could finish speaking, Liam Ran immediately raised his paddle and shouted the bid. When the price was announced, many people were stunned.
Raising the price to 6 million in one go, that's quite a hefty sum. Liam Ran stood up and sneered, "You poor bastard from the land of cherry blossoms, I've raised the price. Do you dare to match it?
I may not have much, but I've got plenty of money." These words caused an uproar among the crowd.
The atmosphere grew tense.
Seeing this, the people of Sakura country naturally became furious and continued to raise their bids.
6.1 million.
After the bidding ended, it was naturally another provocation toward Liam Ran.
Liam Ran raised his bid again, 7 million. You Japanese devils from Sakura country, don't be so stingy. Add 100,000 at a time, are you beggars?
The crowd grew even more chaotic.
Ha!
No wonder you're the one who kicked the cherry blossom country people flying.
You're amazing, brother.
I've hated those cherry blossom country people for ages.
Come on, man, keep your spirits up. You're doing great. Don't lose face. Merkin smiled as he watched the scene below.
It seemed that the atmosphere at the scene had been completely stirred up.
That's good.
This piece of amber has failed to sell at auction 7 times already.
This time, even the key couldn't be sold. It seems the auction house will have no choice but to throw it into the trash heap.
Now that people from the Great Xia Kingdom and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom are competing for it, this piece of junk might just fetch a high price.
For Melken, this is a huge opportunity. 7 million for the first time. 7 million for the second time. Is anyone else bidding?
Friends from the land of cherry blossoms, if you don't bid higher, this item will be snapped up by the other bidder. Several Japanese people's eyes immediately turned red. The scene of Liam Ran kicking his own clan member earlier was still fresh in their minds.
If they let their momentum falter now, wouldn't they be the laughingstock of everyone? 7.5 million. The people of Sakura country have once again raised their bid. People cheered once again. 7,500,000.
This piece of broken rock has been bid up to such a high price, something no one could have anticipated.
However, Liam Ran's next move left everyone speechless. 10 million. Liam Ran continued to bid. This time, the price skyrocketed to 10 million. This price not only left everyone speechless but also prompted many to begin quietly contemplating the implications. Is this really just a matter of pride? Could it be that this piece of amber holds some secret they are unaware of? And Liam Ran's bid left the people of Sakura country speechless. At the same time, they were even more furious. Damn it! This person from the Great Xia Kingdom is picking a fight with us. Keep bidding, drive him out.
Driven by anger, the people of Sakura country bid again.
15 million. Boom! The entire venue was stunned. The people of Sakura country really went all out. 15 million. All for a piece of rock.
Maken's face remained calm, but inside, he was nearly laughing himself silly. A piece of junk that had failed to sell 7 times was actually auctioned off for $15 million.
This is truly surprising. He must thank this person from the Great Xia Kingdom properly. If it weren't for him, this worthless rock probably wouldn't have sold at all today. At that moment, everyone's attention was focused on Liam Ran. What price will he ask? Liam Ran stood up under everyone's gaze and smiled slightly, revealing a row of clean, white teeth. He gave the Japanese people a thumbs up. You won. This worthless rock worth 15 million is yours. Saying that, he sat down and stopped bidding. Melken seized the opportunity and quickly shouted, 1,500,000 once. 1,500,000 twice. 1,500,000 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to the guest from Sakura country for successfully bidding 15 million gold coins for the amber sealed with the wind spirit. After the hammer fell, the entire hall fell silent for several seconds. Then, bursts of laughter erupted. Ha! It's a deal. The Japanese have struck a deal. 15 million pieces of junk, it's theirs now. This guy is really smart. He stirred up the anger of the Japanese people, and now he doesn't have to shout anymore. Ha, you Japanese people, you love bidding, don't you? Keep shouting. How does it feel to spend 1.5 million on a piece of junk? At this point, the Japanese people there were well aware of the situation. They had been tricked. They had only bid against Liam Ran to save face. In the end, they ended up getting involved themselves. Damn it! People of the Great Xia Kingdom, dare you play tricks on us? Liam Ran sneered, that's the price you shouted out yourselves. What's it to me? Ah! You people of the Great Xia Kingdom, we will never let you off the hook. Several people from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom were brimming with murderous intent. If fighting weren't prohibited here, they would have already attacked. Melken said, guests from Sakura country, please don't forget to swipe your cards at the backstage. The people of Sakura country forced a smile that looked even more painful than crying. That Mr. Melken, can we return him? Return it? Merkin's expression turned icy cold. Once an item is sold at this auction, no returns or exchanges are permitted.
Furthermore, I advise you to prepare sufficient funds. If you lack the necessary funds yet insist on bidding, the auction house reserves the right to impose any and all disciplinary measures against you. As soon as he finished speaking, several Japanese individuals trembled uncontrollably. They dared not argue further and could only sit down dejectedly. Although they could come up with 15 million, once they handed over the money, it would mean they had no further involvement in the auction.
Damn those great Xia people. It's all their fault. Lu Dinghong asked, Moran, is it okay to give that item to the people of Sakura country? Li Moran coldly replied, how could it be okay? That piece of amber is something I must have. Without the Japanese meddling, everything would have gone smoothly, but they ruined my plans. Then why didn't you bid? If you don't have enough money, I have plenty. Li Machin shook his head, we can't be too reckless otherwise, it'll arouse suspicion.
If I spend tens of millions on this piece of amber, everyone will start to suspect us, and we'll become the target of everyone's scrutiny.
What should we do now? The amber is already in their hands. Li Moran's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent. Though he didn't speak, Lu Dinghong understood his intentions from his expression. She took Li Moran's hand of her own accord, and everything was understood without words. Chapter 97, The Second Stone Tablet. Fierce bidding. After Li Moran's little performance, the atmosphere at the auction finally became lively. The subsequent items that appeared on the auction block sparked intense bidding wars. Skill stones, spirit beast cubs, rare materials, rare potions, and more all fetched unexpectedly high prices. One of the spirit beast cubs of the royal bloodline even fetched an astonishing price of over 100 million gold coins. As he watched the fiercely competitive atmosphere unfold, a smile spread across Merkin's lips. As the auctioneer, his promotion and compensation were directly tied to the total sales at the event. Judging by the current momentum, this auction might just break the record. After auctioning off more than a dozen items in quick succession, the staff quickly brought out the next item. As soon as the item appeared, it immediately drew the attention of countless people. On the tray lay a stone slab. The stone slab emitted a faint glow, and mysterious runes were carved into it. The moment Yi Jiwei saw the stone slab, his expression immediately grew solemn. She whispered, it's the stone tablet. The auction really has it. Li Moran and Lu Jinghong's expressions grew more serious. He looked around and noticed that many people were eager to try. It seemed that many people were determined to get their hands on this stone slab. Merkan spoke slowly, ladies and gentlemen, the next item to be auctioned will be the most valuable item of this auction. I am sure you are all already familiar with this item. As he spoke, Merkan picked up the stone tablet and showed it to everyone. This was a broken stone tablet. Though it looked insignificant, it held a great secret. That's right, it was actually 1/4 of a key. There were 4 such stone tablets in total. Once all 4 were gathered, they could be pieced together to form a complete key. Some might wonder, what is the purpose of this key? Let me explain, this key is the gateway to the most mysterious ancient realm of the beast battlefield, the ancient beast ruins. It is also the only item that can unlock the ultimate treasure of the ancient beast ruins. Those who gather all 4 stone tablets can use the key to locate the ancient beast ruins, open them, and enter its depths. The ancient beast sanctuary hides countless treasures and is home to countless spiritual beasts that have never existed in the real world. These beasts possess ancient bloodlines and are far more powerful than their counterparts of the same bloodline. You may even discover ancient divine abilities within the ancient beast sanctuary, granting you immense power. Friends, the treasures of the ancient era are endless, but they have been hidden away. Now, the key is here. Those with the strength to obtain it can unlock the mysteries of the ancient treasures before anyone else. Merkin's words completely aroused everyone's desire. The ancient beast ruins, anyone who had fought in the battlefield of 10,000 beasts for years knew of it well. This is the most mysterious and wealthiest hidden realm of the 10,000 beasts battlefield. Its appearance is unpredictable. It can range from a few years to as long as 3 to 5 decades without appearing. Once it does appear, it will undoubtedly cause a huge sensation. Every time the ancient beast ruins appear, 4 meteors fall from the sky, transforming into 4 stone slabs upon impact. Only when all 4 stone slabs are combined will the ancient beast ruins fully reveal itself. Listening to Merkin's explanation, Li Moran was greatly surprised. He hurriedly asked Yi Jiwei, the ancient beast ruins, is that the secret realm of the stone slabs? How much do you know about it? I don't know much either, but the only thing I can confirm is that the ancient beast ruins have existed since the day they first appeared on the 10,000 beasts battlefield. To date, they have appeared dozens of times, and each time, it has caused a bloodbath. Yi Jiwei replied, I don't know much either, but the only thing I can confirm is that the ancient beast ruins have existed since the day the 10,000 beasts battlefield appeared. It has appeared dozens of times since then, and each time it has caused a bloody storm. Over the centuries, countless people have found various treasures within the ancient beast abyss. However, the most mysterious treasure of the ancient beast abyss has remained beyond the reach of all who have sought it. Liam Oran frowned. Is it because no one has been able to gather all 4 stone tablets at the same time?
Yi Jiwei shook his head. I'm not sure either. I've only been at the 10,000 Beasts battlefield for 3 months. Liam Oran heard this and thought to himself, it seems I need to gather more information about the ancient beast ruins. Friends, the key to the ancient beast ruins is up for auction. Starting bid, 0 gold coins, with no minimum bid required. We believe it is a priceless treasure. Whatever you think it's worth in gold coins, that's what it's worth. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into a commotion. There were no low prices, not even bidding. Many people were even thinking to themselves, if this is the case, can we buy the stone slabs at a low price? Bidding begins. As soon as Mel Ken finished speaking, the bidding began immediately. Immediately afterward, the entire venue erupted into chaos. 1 million gold coins. The first bidder immediately raised the price to 1 million. This left countless people who wanted to keep things simple beating their chests in frustration. Judging by the setup, this stone slab must be quite expensive. 1.1 million gold coins. 1.2 million gold coins. 2 million gold coins. 2.3 million gold coins. One after another, prices were shouted out, and before long, the price of the stone slab skyrocketed. Within just a few minutes of the auction beginning, the prices were already nearing the 10 million mark. Liam Oran looked at the scene and was also surprised. The bidding was so intense? Lu Dinghong asked, Moran, should we bid? Liam Oran shook his head, let's hold off for now. Let them compete first. I think the truly capable ones are all waiting. Upon hearing this, Lu Dinghong nodded in agreement. As Liam Oran had anticipated, many people were still watching and waiting. A few minutes later, the price of the stone slab had skyrocketed to over 10 million. However, the enthusiasm for bidding did not wane. 12 million. 12.8 million. 13.5 million. The bidding was getting more and more frenzied. Judging by the situation, it's only a matter of time before the price of the stone slabs reaches 20 million. Sure enough, just a few minutes later, the price of the stone slabs broke through the 20 million mark. At this point, the number of bidders had decreased significantly. Many people look at the high prices and can only shake their heads and sigh. 20 million is not something the average person can afford. 20 million, is anyone else bidding? 20 million, first time. 20 million, second time. As soon as Merkin finished speaking, a middle-aged man dressed in samurai attire immediately raised his bid card, 30 million. Hearing this price, the crowd was taken aback. A one-time price increase of 10 million, what a bold move. People looked up in astonishment. The warrior sat down, and beside him was a young man in a kimono, smiling and sipping tea. I recognize him. He is Watanabe Hayakushi of Sakura Country. I heard he's the strongest SSS-ranked beast tamer in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, and the only genius who's contracted a mythical bloodline beast. That's really exaggerated. Judging by his actions, he must be determined to get that stone tablet at any cost. This conversation also caught Liam Oran's attention. Liam Oran looked at Yi Jiwei and noticed that Yi Jiwei's expression was cold, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. That person is the one who ordered your assassination, isn't he? Yi Jiwei nodded and said, he is very powerful, and he is also a 2-star beast tamer with 3 fully evolved beasts, one of which is of mythical bloodline. He is extremely dangerous. Upon hearing Yi Jiwei's words, Liam Oran's expression grew more serious. He appraised Watanabe Hayakushi and immediately activated his great eyes. Soon, a message appeared in Liam Oran's eyes. Name, Watanabe Hayakushi. Talent Amaterasu's Divine Gift SSS rank. Contract Beast Yamada no Orochi Mythical, Complete Form Yin Yang Children Dominant, Complete Form, Great Tengu Dominant, Complete Form. Spiritual Power Index 178, 900. Divine Ability 8 Demon Swallowing the Tide. Upon seeing Watanabe Hayakushi's message, Liam Oran couldn't help but reveal a look of astonishment. 17,000 Spiritual Power Index, and he also possesses a divine ability. 3 spirit beasts, all of which were at least at the sovereign bloodline level. 3 tamed beasts, with the lowest being of the overlord bloodline. This scale is even greater than that of Bai. This display of power is even greater than Bai's. This is truly astonishing. Liam Oran whispered, is the Watanabe family very wealthy? Yi Jiwei replied, Watanabe Hayakushi is the heir to the Watanabe family of Sakura Country. The Watanabe family is the most powerful financial conglomerate in Sakura Country. It is said that over half of the members of the Sakura Country Parliament are under the Watanabe family's control. Upon hearing this, Liam Oran understood. The Watanabe family had almost complete control over the entire Sakura Kingdom. As a result, Watanabe Hayakushi has effectively been nurtured with the full support of the entire Sakura Kingdom. With such strength, it was only natural. Just as Liam Oran was about to continue observing, Watanabe Hayakushi suddenly sensed something, turned abruptly, and his gaze locked with Liam Oran's. Chapter 98, 5 billion. The Lavish Lighthouse Nation. Watanabe Hayakushi narrowed his eyes, revealing a dangerous gleam. Seeing him turn back, Li Mo-ran's expression remained unchanged, his gaze locked on him, staring at him openly and unabashedly.
Interesting.
Watanabe Hayakushi's lips curved into a slight smile as he turned his head and whispered to the person beside him.
I want all the information on that person. Hey, Watanabe-san.
The bidding is still ongoing. Although Watanabe Hayakushi shouted out a high price of 30 million, this clearly won't be the final price for the stone slab.
Soon, others followed suit. 31 million. 32 million.
After surpassing 30 million, the bidding became less intense, but everyone knew that the real competition had only just begun.
This price will exclude most people from the competition.
Then comes the true test of strength. The price of 3 million hadn't even been held when a voice once again echoed throughout the venue.
50 million. Boom. The crowd was once again shaken to its core. 50 million. Someone actually bid 50 million.
Everyone turned to look and saw a young man dressed in luxurious attire, with blonde hair and blue eyes. Seeing him, the crowd was even more astonished.
Could that be Solomon Herman, the eldest son of the Herman family from the Lighthouse Nation? That's him.
I heard he's also one of the 7 geniuses of the Lighthouse Nation.
Seeing another heavyweight figure, Li Mo-ran couldn't help but sigh. Are there really so many important figures at this auction? Turning around, Li Mo-ran noticed Lu Jinghong's serious expression and asked, Jinghong, what's wrong? Nothing's wrong. I just didn't expect him to be here too. Lu Jinghong shook his head, I'm fine. I just didn't expect him to be here too. Do you know him?
Lu Jinghong's eyes flashed with hatred. He was my cousin. He was severely wounded on the battlefield by a man, all his beast tamers were killed, and he nearly died himself. The man who severely wounded him was Solomon Herman. At the time, my cousin was already a 3-star beast tamer, yet he was still no match for him.
Upon hearing this, Li Mo-ran's expression grew solemn.
So, this Solomon Herman is an even more troublesome individual. Yi Jiwei, who was standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. This man isn't even the strongest in the Lighthouse Nation. I heard that he actually ranks last among the 7 geniuses.
The Lighthouse Nation is almost the dominant power in the world today. Decades ago, the Great Xia Kingdom was once crushed under the weight of the Lighthouse Nation, with the entire country even being blockaded. Had it not been for the entire nation sacrificing 2 generations of silence, enduring humiliation, and biding its time, the Great Xia Kingdom might have been completely crushed by the Lighthouse Kingdom. Today, although the Great Xia Kingdom has risen and begun to possess the capability to rival the Lighthouse Nation. However, the Lighthouse Kingdom's underlying strength remains formidable and should not be underestimated. Things are starting to get interesting. Lu Jinghong asked, Moran, should we continue bidding? Li Mo-ran sneered, of course we have to. As he spoke, he immediately raised his bid card and shouted, I'll offer 100 million. His eyes sparkled with excitement. What's the point of shouting about a few million? If you're going to play, play big. 100 million. When everyone present heard Li Mo-ran's bid, they were all stunned. This price was even more outrageous than Herman's. Even Herman himself was surprised and couldn't help but look over, only to see Li Mo-ran. A person from the Great Xia Empire? He was very surprised. A man from the Great Xia dynasty dared to bid against him like this? After Li Mo-ran sat down, Yi Jiwei frowned, do you really have that much money? And by bidding like that, won't we become the target of everyone's criticism? Li Mo-ran wrapped his arm around Lu Jinghong and said, what's wrong? Don't you believe in our strength? And look, this bidding is far from over. Lu Jinghong, being held like this, blushed slightly and struggled to pull Li Mo-ran's hand away. Seeing that he wouldn't let go, she could only give in and let him hold her. Myrekan was filled with excitement. 100 million. 100 million. He had originally thought the stone slabs would fetch at most a few million, but he had underestimated the intensity of the competition. 100 million. A friend from the Great Xia Kingdom has offered 100 million. Is anyone willing to match that? If not, this stone slab will fall into the hands of our friend from the Great Xia Kingdom. 100 million gold coins, all at once. 100 million gold coins for 2 times. 100 million gold coins 3. Just as Merkin's hammer was about to fall, Solomon shouted again, 200 million gold coins. Boom! People were once again shocked. Li Mo-ran's bid of 100 million was already enough to make people feel crazy. And Solomon actually followed suit. Not only did he follow, but he doubled the amount. This bidding war is simply outrageous. Even Yi Jiwei himself couldn't believe it. How could this stone slab be worth so much? Lu Jinghong's expression darkened as he whispered, Moran, I only have a little over 200 million in funds. If we continue bidding, I might not be able to come up with that much money. She felt a touch of apology. If only I had told my dad earlier, he could have given me more money. Li Mo-ran laughed and said, it doesn't matter. If not, then forget it. Li Mo-ran didn't have much money himself, just a few million. Judging by Solomon's attitude, he seems determined to obtain the stone tablet at all costs. Competition? We can't possibly win.
Lu Jinghong still felt a bit regretful. Just give up the stone slab like that?
Liamo Ran shook his head. This is just one of them. Don't forget, we still have another one.
As he spoke, he immediately turned to look at Yi Jiwei.
Jiwei, you must stay by our side at all times.
The news that you have the stone tablet might get out, and if you're alone, the tablet will definitely be lost.
Yi Jiwei nodded seriously.
Seeing how intense the competition for the stone slab was, she also realized the importance of the matter. 200 million gold coins were offered, and the entire hall fell silent.
Herman sneered at Liamo Ran with disdain and coldly laughed. A piece of trash from the Great Xia Kingdom dares to bid against me? Don't you know how weak you are? Liamo Ran did not respond.
Mai Ken was extremely excited and hurriedly shouted, 200 million gold coins. The price of the stone tablet has reached 200 million gold coins.
Is there anyone else willing to bid higher?
In the crowd, almost no one spoke.
At this price, the vast majority of people couldn't afford it.
Most importantly, this is merely the price of a single stone slab.
To unlock the ancient beast ruins, a total of 4 stone slabs are required. Even if they purchased this stone tablet, could they truly protect it under the watchful eyes of everyone? They weren't very confident. Seeing no one else bidding, Melkan was about to strike the final blow. At that moment, Watanabe Hayakushi made a bid. 210 million gold coins. Herman's icy gaze immediately fell upon Watanabe Hayakushi. Watanabe Hayakushi's expression was a bit unnatural, but he still managed to calm himself down.
He could remain composed and confident in the presence of countless people from other countries, but when faced with the genius from the Lighthouse Nation, there was an innate sense of fear deep within him.
However, the stone slab was too important to risk losing. Therefore, even if it means bidding against the Lighthouse Nation, Watanabe Hayakushi must act. Liamo Ran sneered coldly. Look, the show is about to begin.
The land of cherry blossoms is competing with the Lighthouse Nation. The son is about to challenge the father.
Upon hearing Liamo Ran's words, Lu Jinghong couldn't help but chuckle.
That description was really apt.
Herman snorted coldly. The Watanabe family dares to compete with me for something?
Watanabe Hayakushi spoke slowly. Respected Mr. Herman, I have no intention of competing with you. However, the stone tablet is too important.
Please forgive me. Your mother. 300 million. With another bid, Herman's momentum overwhelmed everyone. 300 million. That's so generous. No wonder it's the Beacon Nation. They really know how to get things done.
Watanabe Hayakushi's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth before continuing his bid, 35 billion. As soon as he finished speaking, Herman didn't hesitate and raised the bid again.
500 million. After saying that, he didn't hesitate to give Watanabe Hayakushi the middle finger. The dogs of Sakura country, when did they dare to compete with me?
This remark left countless people from the land of cherry blossoms feeling deeply humiliated, yet they dared not utter a word in response.
Even Watanabe Hayakushi dared only to seethe in silence.
The butler beside him said, Sir, our funds are insufficient.
If we are to continue bidding, we must obtain the master's approval.
Watanabe Hayakushi's face turned pale, then flushed with anger, before he reluctantly said, I understand. After that, he no longer raised the price.
500 million for the first time. 500 million for the second time. 500 million, going once, going twice, sold.
Congratulations to Mr. Herman of the Lighthouse Nation for successfully acquiring the stone tablet for 5 billion.
Chapter 99, Murder and Treasure Hunting.
The dust has settled.
The final resting place of the stone slab is Solomon Herman of the Lighthouse Nation. When the hammer fell, Herman looked at Watanabe Hayakushi, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as if to say, You dare to bid against me? Although Watanabe Hayakushi felt deeply annoyed, he knew that the man across from him was a genius from the United States.
He suppressed his frustration and forced a flattering smile. Congratulations to Mr. Solomon on winning the tablet.
Herman snorted coldly, Shut up. Do you think you're worthy to even mention Solomon?
In the Lighthouse Nation, unless you're particularly close friends, people generally address each other by their surnames, not their first names.
Watanabe Hayakushi saw this and felt even more annoyed, but he kept apologizing on the surface. Melken said, Alright, everyone. Today's auction has come to an end. Please proceed to the backstage area to swipe your cards and collect your items. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone stood up. All headed to the backstage area. Liamo Ran's expression turned serious. Jinghong, get ready. Lu Jinghong understood what he meant and nodded. Yi Jiwei, standing nearby, sensed something was amiss and asked, What are you doing? Liamo said, Just follow us. We'll explain everything later. Upon hearing this, Yi Jiwei said nothing more.
Liamo's gaze remained fixed on the few Japanese people who had taken photos of the amber. Soon, they also headed to the backstage area to collect their items.
Damn it. It's all ruined. 15 million, and we only bought some useless junk. It's all that damn Xia countryman's fault. I'll never let him get away with this. We've already found out about him.
That guy from the Great Xia Kingdom is this year's national top scholar.
He's very powerful.
We're no match for him.
Humph. Let's go back and report this to Lord Watanabe.
He hates the people of the Great Xia Kingdom the most. He will definitely stand up for us.
A few Sakura country people muttered angrily. Under Merkin's tyranny, they dared not disobey and had to pay the money to take Amber away. Soon after, they left the auction.
Unbeknownst to them, Liam Oran, Lu Jinghong, and Yi Jiwei were quietly following behind.
Yi Jiwei immediately understood Liam Oran's intentions. But she didn't say anything. The three Japanese people did not linger at the base and soon departed. Liam Oran and the others followed closely behind. Hey, Yeda, did you feel that? I have a bad feeling about this. Inoue, what are you talking about? You're being so dramatic, like a woman. Just a few minutes after leaving the base, Inoue's brows furrowed tightly. Ha, you three, how have you been?
Just then, several figures appeared before the three of them. The massive Cthulhu emanated a strong mist and brought with it an intense chill.
Liam Oran emerged from the mist, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Upon seeing Liam Oran, the few people present immediately grew furious. You damned Disyaman.
You dare show your face before us. A few people from the Cherry Blossom country were furious.
If it weren't for Liam Oran, how could they have spent so much money on a piece of amber that's completely useless? Inoue's expression changed slightly. You from the Great Xia Empire, what do you intend to do?
Li Machin coldly replied, at the auction, it was only the few of you who dared to bid against me.
Hand over the items, and I'll spare your lives. The few Japanese men were taken aback. Are you trying to take that thing? Damn it! Could it be that this thing really has some secret we don't know about?
They thought it was worthless amber, but Liam Oran went to great lengths to block them here and wait for them, determined to get his hands on it.
Could it be that the amber truly holds some hidden secret? Inoue shouted sharply, Noda, Kishimoto, let's get out of here quickly. This amber might be a treasure. We should take it back and present it to Lord Watanabe. We can't let those people from the Great Xia Kingdom get their hands on it. Upon hearing this, the others immediately reacted and began summoning their beasts. Horse. Roar.
A series of furious roars erupted, and several ferocious-looking beasts were summoned by them.
Liam Oran saw this and sneered, trying to escape? Xiao Ko, attack.
Cthulhu's tentacles erupted instantly and charged forward. The few beasts were about to attack, but were swept up by Cthulhu. In an instant, the tentacles exerted their force, and the beasts didn't even have time to react before they were killed by Cthulhu.
Ah!
As the beast was slain, several people from the Cherry Blossom country let out agonized groans, their bodies feeling as though they had been shattered into pieces.
How is this possible? He killed our beast master in an instant. How could this person from the Great Xia be so powerful? Liam Oran coldly said, hand over the amber immediately, or I'll make you wish you were dead. As he spoke, he continued moving forward. His gaze was icy, and his face betrayed a murderous intent. Upon seeing Liam Oran's gaze, several Japanese nationals trembled uncontrollably. Don't kill me. I'll give you the item. Don't kill me. Inoue immediately knelt down, crying and shouting, while quickly taking out the amber. The massive piece of amber appeared before Liam Oran. He scanned it with his divine eyes, confirmed it was genuine, and finally smiled before storing the amber in his spatial pocket. Here's the item. Can we go now? Liam Oran impatiently waved his hand, get out of here. Seeing this, the few Japanese people were overjoyed and scrambled away. However, just a few steps away, a tentacle from Cthulhu shot out, instantly piercing through the chests of several people. The leader, Inoue, widened his eyes. Then, unwillingly, he closed his eyes. Liam Oran coldly said, I only said I won't kill you. I never said Cthulhu won't kill you.
The three Japanese men were completely turned into corpses. At that moment, Lu Jinghong and Yi Jiwei also arrived beside Liam Oran.
Yi Jiwei asked in confusion, why do you insist on this amber? Could it really hold some secret?
Liam O smiled faintly, to you, it might be a useless object, but it's different for me.
Come with me.
As he spoke, he wrapped his left arm around Lu Jinghong and his right arm around Yi Jiwei, then, with Cthulhu's assistance, leaped directly onto Cthulhu's back.
Ah!
A sharp cry rang out, tinged with shame and anger, as Yi Jiwei let it escape.
Upon reaching Cthulhu, Liam Oran set the two women down. Yi Jiwei glared at Liam Oran, her face flushing slightly. You, what are you doing? Liam Oran acted as if he hadn't noticed her anger and said, you wanted to see what this amber is for, didn't you? I'll show you. That's not what I meant. Liam Oran didn't even acknowledge him, instead wrapping his arms around Lu Jinghong and shouting, Shaoko, fly.
Immediately, Cthulhu's wings began to flap, and it shot forward at an incredible speed. Yi Jiwei hadn't even regained her balance and was about to fall when Liam Oran acted swiftly, grabbing her hand. With a firm tug, he pulled her into his arms.
This scene caught Yi Jiwei completely off guard. Due to the extreme speed of Cthulhu's flight, she could only instinctively cling to Liam Oran. Even the sense of shame seemed to fade away.
As for Lu Jinghong, upon seeing Li Mo Ran's actions, he felt a surge of anger welling up inside him.
She was certain that Li Mo Ran was doing it on purpose. Just like when she faced Lin Jianqing at the time. She was right there beside him. How could Li Mo Ran do that? Lu Jinghong felt wronged and angry, and immediately squeezed Li Mo Ran's waist tightly. Jinghong, what are you doing? Humph. Lu Jinghong didn't say anything, he was just angry.
Li Mo Ran saw this and suddenly chuckled, then leaned in closer.
As Li Mo Ran's face grew closer and closer, Lu Jinghong panicked. Mo Ran, what are you doing?
She pushed against Li Mo Ran's chest, trying to move her face away, but Li Mo Ran was faster. He leaned in and kissed her directly.
Lu Jinghong's eyes widened, and then her entire body went limp.
A few seconds later, he began to show signs of intoxication.
This was a lesson. See if you dare to sneak up on your man again.
Lu Jinghong grumbled under her breath, wanting to be defiant, but her condition wouldn't allow it. This scene made Yi Jiwei, who was standing nearby, feel even more embarrassed.
Could you please consider others when doing these things? I'm still here. Li Mo Ran chuckled and didn't say anything, but took the opportunity to hug her tightly.
A few minutes later, Cthulhu arrived at an empty, deserted area.
Li Mo Ran immediately ordered Cthulhu to land. Once Cthulhu had landed, Yi Jiwei immediately broke free from Li Mo Ran's embrace, biting her lip as she tried to say something. But in the end, she only glared fiercely at Li Mo Ran. As for Lu Jinghong, she was still flustered from being kissed forcefully earlier, and hadn't recovered yet. Alright, there should be no one here now. Yi Jiwei asked, why did you bring us here? Li Mo took out the amber. Now you'll understand. As he spoke, Li Mo Ran walked toward Amber. He shouted in his heart, System, how do I contract this beast? Answering the host, this beast has been sealed and does not require a contract. You may directly fuse with its ancient bloodline. No contract required? Excellent. Li Mo Ran immediately retrieved his ancient bloodline. Should I fuse the ancient bloodline? Merge. Fusion successful. The wind spirit sealed within the spirit beast has evolved. Congratulations. You have successfully contracted the former ruler, the yellow-robed King Asta. Chapter 100, The Yellow-Robed King Haster. 310. As the sound of the successful contract echoed, the amber before his eyes immediately began to change. Click. The massive amber shattered into pieces, and wind spirits drifted and floated in the air. Suddenly, the wind spirits, which had seemed so fragile, transformed into a whirlwind. At first, it was only very faint and seemed completely powerless. But soon, the whirlwind grew larger and larger, and then began to sweep relentlessly in all directions. A violent storm erupted all around Li Mo Ran. This storm was almost strong enough to sweep away Lu Jinghong and Yi Jiwei. Only Li Mo Ran remained completely unaffected. As the storm threatened to sweep them away, Li Mo Ran stepped forward without hesitation, wrapping his arms around the two beautiful women on either side. Yeah. Just then, Yi Jiwei suddenly let out a shriek. Instantly, her previously calm face flushed red, resembling a fully ripened apple. Jiwei, what's wrong? What is this place? It's so soft, and it feels nice. Li Mo Ran instinctively squeezed it. Turning his head, he discovered that his hand was, by some strange coincidence, needing something. And the source of Yi Jiwei's screen was precisely that. Oh, sorry, my mistake. You, let go of me. No way. Li Mo Ran frowned and said, let go of them. You'll get swept away. Seeing Li Mo Ran being so shameless, Yi Jiwei tried to struggle. But she was just a girl, how could she possibly match Li Mo Ran in strength? Struggling was naturally useless. Moreover, with such a fierce storm raging all around, Li Mo Ran was right, he would indeed be swept away by this storm. In the end, Yi Jiwei could only blush and tacitly agree to Li Mo Ran's actions. She watched the storm unfold, her heart filled with shock. What on earth was this? Lu Jinghong, standing nearby, seemed to have guessed something and asked, Moran, could this be the second beast you're planning to contract? Li Mo Ran smiled and said, just watch and see. One on the left and one on the right, the two beautiful women were held tightly by Li Mo Ran, growing closer and closer as the storm raged around them. Lu Jinghong had at least confirmed their relationship with Li Mo Ran. Aside from the final step, they had done almost everything else. But Yi Jiwei was a different story. Standing so close to Li Mo Ran, her heartbeat quickened involuntarily. At that moment, the storm grew increasingly fierce, nearly flattening the entire landscape. At the center of the raging wind, a beam of light began to coalesce, resembling a core or an eye. Finally, the storm gradually solidified. It took the form of a figure resembling a human, clad in a tattered yellow robe and wearing a pale mask. Notably, the figure's feet were not human legs but countless tentacle-like appendages resembling the tentacles of Cthulhu. Ha! A storm swept around Li Mo Ran. Immediately afterward, the monster before him approached Li Mo Ran, gradually lowering its body in submission. There was no doubt about it, it was the second of the ancient ones, the yellow-robed King Haster. The sudden appearance of this figure caused Lu Jinghong and Yi Jiwei to exchange startled glances. Silence fell. What on earth was this thing? Liemo Ran smiled and said, "Let me introduce you. This is my second beast companion, transformed from the wind spirit within this piece of amber.
You may address him as the yellow-robed king, Asta."
The yellow-robed King Asta, Lu Dinghong murmured. Could it be another beast companion on par with Cthulhu? Pop. Liemo Ran quickly kissed Lu Jinghong on the lips. That's right. Jinghong, you're so smart. Lu Jinghong hadn't had time to react.
Upon realizing she had been kissed, she blushed slightly. However, seeing Liemo Ran praise her, she felt quite pleased inside. Of course. Over the past 3 years of high school, my grades have never been worse than yours. Yi Jiwei, standing nearby, was even more surprised than Lu Jinghong.
She recalled the rumors about Liemo Ran's chain talent. Could it be that your talent is to mutate spirit beasts into such creatures? Liemo Ran nodded. That's right, and only spirit beasts that meet certain conditions can mutate.
I've been searching for so long, but aside from the wind spirit in this piece of amber, none of the others meet the criteria.
No wonder you bought this piece of amber. Yi Jiwei finally understood. Liemo Ran immediately began to check Asta's information. Name, Asta.
Title: The Indescribable One, the Yellow-Robed King.
Level: Progression Stage: Infant Stage. Race: The Ancient Ones, hidden, only visible to the Beastmaster. Race: Ancient Rulers, hidden, visible only to the Beastmaster themselves.
Attributes: Wind cannot be suppressed by Beastmasters with a bloodline lower than the Forbidden Bloodline.
Attributes: Wind cannot be suppressed by beast tamers of a lower bloodline than the Forbidden Bloodline. Bloodline forbidden.
Avatar: Yellow-Robed King. Current state: upon reaching full growth value, the next avatar can be awakened.
Talents:
Immortality, immune to aging, disease, and death. Even if destroyed, its consciousness can be reconstructed by a Beastmaster without any side effects.
Regeneration: severed limbs or damaged organs can be restored within seconds.
Energy attacks such as fire or radiation can only temporarily slow down the regeneration process.
Skills: Yellow Mark LV1, generate a yellow mark to target an enemy. The marked target will gradually descend into madness and be relentlessly pursued by the Asta avatar until death. Note, those who witness the yellow mark will gradually lose their minds, descend into madness, or become followers of Hastur.
Wind Element Control LV1, manipulate all wind elements within a 500-meter radius around oneself. Drawbacks: constantly emits intense mental interference, causing unparalleled mental torment to Beastmasters. Disadvantages: emits a strong mental disturbance at all times, causing unparalleled mental torment to beast tamers.
Affinity max locked.
After looking at Asta's panel, Liemo Ran felt a surge of excitement.
Asta is different from Cthulhu.
Upon its birth, it awoke its first avatar, the Yellow King. Moreover, he always appeared in the form of the Yellow-Robed King. Asta's innate abilities are similar to Cthulhu's, both being immortal and capable of regeneration.
Perhaps all the Ancient Ones possess this trait.
However, their skills are different. Yellow Seal causes the target to fall into madness and be permanently pursued.
No mercy.
It's somewhat similar to Cthulhu, but with distinct differences.
Most importantly, the Yellow Seal doesn't necessarily require Hastur to personally mark it.
As long as Asta draws the yellow mark, anyone who sees it will be converted into a follower. However, Cthulhu requires a collective frenzy to personally convert them.
In addition to that,
Asta controls the element of wind, so his skills are equally exaggerated. He can manipulate all wind elements within his range at will. This means that the space within 500 meters of oneself is almost entirely Asta's domain of wind. Within this domain, it is almost like a black hole for Asta.
If anyone wants to defeat Asta, they'd have to do it from at least 500 meters away.
However, as Asta's level increases, his control over wind elements also grows stronger, much like the tentacle attacks of Cthulhu.
This is merely the juvenile stage. What new abilities will Asta acquire once it rapidly grows into the growth stage and then the mature stage? Liemo Ran is growing increasingly eager. The wind element has so many possibilities for manipulation.
Liemo Ran clearly remembered that in the Cthulhu mythos, Hastur could even manipulate hurricanes to tear apart space.
This Hathor is far more powerful than the one we have now. Liemo Ran recalled Asta back.
After all, it was still in its juvenile stage and was extremely dangerous in this battlefield of 10,000 beasts. It would be best to have Cthulhu take Asta to level up first, at least until it reaches maturity.
Alright, the show's over. We should head back to base. Captain Zhou is waiting for us to eat. As he spoke, Liemo Ran summoned Cthulhu once more.
The two women were still reeling from the shock of Hastur and hadn't regained their bearings when, suddenly, Liemo Ran grabbed them from both sides and hoisted them onto Cthulhu.
You!
Yi Jiwei glared at Liemo Ran, her face brimming with anger.
Has this man become addicted to hugging her? I can fly on my own. I don't need you to carry me. Liemo Ran was extremely domineering and wouldn't let go.
Your thousand-eyed swift falcon is flying too slowly. It can't compare to my little K's. Without waiting for a response, he also pulled her onto K's. Yi Jiwei saw this and could only sigh in resignation. She herself might not have noticed, but after Liam Rant's repeated advances, her resistance was slowly weakening.
Chapter 101, Zhou Huaping's Request.
The stronghold of the battlefield of 10,000 beasts, the office of the Great Xia Kingdom.
Liam Ran and the other two quickly met Zhou Huaping. Ah, here you are. Come with me.
Zhou Huaping greeted the three warmly.
Here, Liam Ran also encountered many members of the Daxia Kingdom's enforcement team.
Upon learning that they were students of the Imperial Capital Academy, they all became extremely enthusiastic. Under Zhou Huaping's hospitality, the three of them had a good meal. After eating their fill, Zhou Huaping specially escorted Liam Ran and the others to the guesthouse to rest.
This Captain Zhou is really hospitable,
Lu Jinghong said, feeling both puzzled and surprised.
Although they were students of the Imperial Capital Academy, Zhou Huaping was really being too enthusiastic, wasn't he?
Yi Jiwei said, perhaps he has something he needs our help with.
Liam was a bit confused. What do you mean?
During the meal, I noticed that he tried to speak several times but held back. I suspect that inviting us to dinner wasn't his real purpose, but rather to build a relationship. Just as I finished speaking, Zhou Huaping happened to walk toward the guesthouse.
Hey, how are you three feeling? My hospitality, not too bad, right? Liam Ran said, thank you for your hospitality, Captain Zhou. If there's anything we can do to help, please let us know.
Upon hearing Liam Ran's words, Zhou Huaping's eyes lit up instantly.
However, he did not rush to speak. To entertain Liam Ran and his two companions, Zhou Huaping had indeed spared no expense. He had prepared an array of exotic delicacies, none of which came cheap, and had even hired two renowned chefs to prepare the meals all at his own expense. Although the total amount was only around 7,000 or 8,000 gold coins, it was still a substantial sum for the average person. Zhou Huaping sat down. All three of you are top students from the Imperial Capital Academy and the pillars of our Great Xia Kingdom. I, Zhou Huaping, have no special abilities and can only serve as a squad leader in the law enforcement squad of the 10,000 Beasts battlefield. My future is likely to remain the same. But you are the rising sun of the morning. One day, you will shine brightly. Liam Ran didn't rush, merely exchanging polite banter with Zhou Huaping. After several exchanges, the two sides got along very well. Finally, sensing that the atmosphere was right, Zhou Huaping spoke slowly. Within the battlefield of the myriad races, various dangers lurk, and the life of the enforcement team is not an easy one either. Liam asked, Captain Zhou, have you encountered some trouble? Zhou Huaping nodded. In a nearby wasteland, a pack of black wolves has arrived. There are nearly 200 of them.
They are of high rank, ranging from 30 to over 40 levels, and have claimed a territory for themselves. This area happened to be within the patrol zone of our Great Xia Kingdom's enforcement squad, and many patrol members had been injured by the black giant wolf pack.
We have previously organized enforcement teams to eliminate them, but all attempts have been unsuccessful.
We have issued several eradication tasks, but no one has been able to succeed. Most importantly, since the territory has already been established, more and more black wolves have been joining from nearby areas, causing the local wolf pack to grow steadily larger. It is said that the leader of the pack has already reached level 49, and soon it may even grow to level 50, which would be extremely troublesome.
Upon hearing this, Liam Ran finally understood.
But he was still a bit confused.
Are there no strong warriors within the stronghold capable of eliminating these wolf packs?
Zhou Huaping sighed wryly. There are strong ones, but they are not responsible for this area and cannot leave at will.
At this point, Zhou Huaping's expression grew very sincere. I wonder if any of you can eliminate this pack of black wolves? Of course, as revenge, I am willing to offer 50,000 gold coins. 50,000 gold coins are actually nothing to Liam Ran. However, eliminating the black giant wolf was also no easy task.
Moreover, Zhou Huaping had indeed come to his rescue when he faced the Cherry Blossom Nation.
Liam Ran said, we can accept this mission, but there's no need for the gold coins. Captain Zhou helped us refute the slanders of the Sakura Nation, which is already sufficient compensation.
Zhou Huaping shook his head. No, that's not how it works.
We can't mix the two.
Helping you is my duty as a member of the Great Xia Enforcement Squad. It can't replace payment.
Although I know 50,000 gold coins may not be much for you, the Enforcement Squad can only afford that much at the moment. Seeing that he was insistent, Liam Ran said nothing more and agreed directly. Zhou Huaping was very pleased. Is there anything you need to prepare? Just let me know, and I'll take care of it. Liam Ran said, no need. Captain Zhou, just provide the location details, and we can get started right away. Soon, Zhou Huaping provided the location information. At the same time, he also provided the three with a highly accurate map of the 10,000 Beasts battlefield. Upon receiving the map, Liam Ran immediately departed with Lu Jinghong and Yi Jiwei. After Liam Ran and the others had left, several middle-aged men entered the guest house. They were deputy captains of the enforcement team and subordinates of Zhou Huaping. Captain Zhou, are you really going to send these people on such a dangerous mission? They're just college students. Zhou Huaping laughed heartily. If you think that, then you're wrong. This Liam Ran is this year's national top scholar.
I heard through the grapevine that he's also the only candidate to pass the 5th layer of the trial tower this year, and apparently he's even contracted a heavenly void divine phoenix as his beast companion.
Tianqiu Divine Phoenix? Several deputy captains stared wide-eyed, unable to believe their eyes. Zhou Huaping said, although you and I are both 3-star beast tamers, in terms of strength, we might not even match those few people. The other side, are all the students at the Imperial Capital Academy this exaggerated? Zhou Huaping's beast taming ability is no more than an extraordinary bloodline at its peak. The 2 deputy captains, however, are merely of the epic bloodline. Most members of the enforcement team are merely 2-star beast tamers. The reason the enforcement team can enforce the law is not because they are particularly strong, but because each base is guarded by true masters from various countries. For example, the Great Xia Kingdom has dispatched a 6-star beast tamer and several 5-star beast tamers to station there. That 6-star beast tamer possesses a beast with the form of a beast king. It is said that the beast itself stands 40 to 50 meters tall, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. A single skill is said to be capable of shattering an entire mountain. Without such power to back them up, who would obey the enforcement team? Li Mo-ran was unaware of Zhou Huaping and the others' conversation. Upon arriving on Cthulhu, he followed the map and quickly reached the territory of the black giant wolf. Looking down from the sky, he could see that the area was a dense forest. Though the trees were sparse, there was plenty of greenery. At the center of the forest was a lake, creating a pleasant environment. No wonder the black giant wolf chose this place as its territory. In the forest, there were black wolves of all sizes lying around, seemingly at rest. Yi Jiwei asked, "Are you going to use the same tactic you used to eliminate the Dragon Clan?" During the annihilation of the Dragon Clan, Li Mo-ran left a profound impression on Yi Jiwei. Especially the 1,000-layered waves, a skill almost on par with divine abilities, left her utterly shocked. Li Mo-ran laughed, "Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut?" As he spoke, he immediately ordered Cthulhu to land. The 3 of them landed in front of the forest. Roar! The black giant wolves in the forest immediately sensed something and let out a series of low growls. Shortly after, a large number of black wolves emerged from the forest, their eyes gleaming with malice, ready to attack at any moment. Li Mo-ran said, "Xiaoko, use the breath of the abyss, but don't kill them." Under Li Mo-ran's command, Cthulhu immediately sprang into action. Immediately afterward, intense steam erupted from Cthulhu's body and continued to spread forward. Awah! Awah! The massive black wolf's body was instantly filled with seawater, emitting agonizing howls as it struggled to resist, but to no avail. Soon, these black giant wolves began rolling on the ground one after another. If it weren't for Cthulhu showing mercy, they would have already exploded and perished by now. Li Mo-ran immediately summoned Haster. "Kill them!" At Li Mo-ran's command, Asta immediately sprang into action. His eyes emitted a series of intense beams of light, followed by a series of yellow marks striking the massive black wolf. In the next instant, Asta's body suddenly split into numerous clones, which charged forward and attacked the black wolf. The countless tentacles at its feet coiled around the black giant wolf like those of Cthulhu, eventually crushing them to pieces. Additionally, he manipulated wind elements to form sharp wind blades that pierced through the bodies of the black wolves. Thus, the scene at the site took on such a form. Cthulhu used the breath of the abyss to render the black giant wolf incapable of fighting. Asta remained behind to finish off the remaining enemies. Streams of spiritual energy poured into Asta's body. Asta killed a 37th level black giant wolf, gaining 1,890 spiritual energy points. Asta killed a level 38 black giant wolf, gaining 2,130 spirit points. Asta killed a level 38 black giant wolf. Soon after, the system notification appeared. Your beast companion, Asta, has successfully entered the growth phase. Its skill Yellow Seal has become stronger. His skill Wind Elemental Control has become stronger, now able to manipulate all wind elements within an 800-meter radius around himself. Asta has gained a new skill, Summoning the Servant Bayaki. Chapter 102, Master of the Wind. When the prompt appeared, Asta suddenly changed. His body grew as large as Cthulhu, and not only that, but the storms surrounding him also grew more intense. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Jinghong and Yi Jiwei realized that Li Mo-ran's beast summoning ability was about to evolve. After all, defeating enemies of a higher level always yields more spiritual energy. Having killed fewer than 10 black giant wolves, Asta had already entered the growth phase. Once in the growth phase, Asta, like Cthulhu, awakened the ability to summon minions. Asta's minions are called Bayaki. Li Mo-ran immediately checked. Summon Bayaki, the servant. This is a direct descendant of Asta, capable of spaceflight and high-speed flight within the atmosphere. It can fight for you, construct yellow seals, and develop followers, among other abilities. Special ability, Bayaki has no time limit on its existence and can communicate with Cthulhu without delay, regardless of distance. Limitations, Bayaki can exist simultaneously in a maximum of 10 instances. This number can be increased through upgrades. Spaceflight? That does fit the setting.
In the Cthulhu mythos, the Byakuya not only have the ability to fly in space but can also use special organs to increase their flight speed to over 400 times the speed of light, making them absolute masters of interstellar travel. Of course, within the atmosphere, its flight speed isn't quite that extreme. However, even so, in terms of speed, Asta is absolutely no slouch compared to anyone else.
Lu Jinghong asked, Moran, after your beast has grown, what abilities has it gained? Li Moran laughed, let me show you. Then, he immediately ordered Asta to summon Byakuya.
Horse. As a series of sharp sounds echoed through the air, one by one, half-human, half-beast bat-winged creatures appeared before the crowd. This monster had a segmented body, bat-like wings, bird-like claws, and its body was filled with numerous insect-like features. Its screech is extremely piercing, sending chills down the spine of anyone who hears it.
Lu Jinghong was startled, what on earth is that? Li Moran smiled and said, it's called a Byakuya. It's a follower of Asta.
As he spoke, Li Moran casually waved his hand. Horse.
The figure of a Byakuya suddenly vanished from its original spot, startling Lu Jinghong and Yi Jiwei. When they reacted again, the Byakuya had somehow appeared in front of a massive black wolf. It opened its blood-stained maw and immediately clamped down on the black wolf's body. With a swift twist of its head, the wolf's body was torn to shreds by the Byakuya. Yi Jiwei exclaimed in shock, when did it get there? I didn't even see it at all. Li Mo said, Byakuya's speed is unmatched, even Cthulhu can't compare. Then, the remaining Byakuya also charged forward. They darted through the forest, leaving no trace behind. Li Moran put away Cthulhu. After reaching its growth phase, Hastur had become powerful enough to fight on its own, no longer needing Cthulhu's assistance to eliminate these black wolves. Ha! Who?
A series of eerie winds swept through the forest, as if ghosts were present.
Asta peered through the winds and locked onto one after another of the black giant wolves.
Only the figure in yellow could be seen slowly floating upward, using the storm's lift to make it appear as though he were walking on air. The tentacles beneath its feet trembled constantly. Its hands were raised toward the sky, as if summoning something.
Asta! Asta!
A series of incantation-like sounds spread out in all directions. Countless winds, as if imbued with life, surged toward the countless black wolves under Asta's control.
Howl! Howl! Roar!
The storm transformed into blades, swords, thunderbolts, and soul-reaping hooks, striking toward the massive black wolf. These black wolves didn't even have time to see what was attacking them before they were sliced in half by the storm. Meanwhile, Asta manipulated the storm, causing Li Moran, Lu Jinghong, and Yi Jiwei to slowly rise into the air.
Ah!
Both girls were startled, one stumbled, and was about to fall.
Li Moran acted swiftly, once again catching them on either side.
Perhaps because Li Moran had held her like this several times before, Yi Jiwei no longer resisted.
Instead, she stared blankly at the ground below and exclaimed in astonishment, what's going on? Li Moran smiled and said, we're walking on the wind. Riding the wind?
That's right, Asta can manipulate all wind elements within his range.
Did you see that?
Those black wolves are being killed by the wind.
The two women looked on, their eyes filled with shock. The massive pack of black wolves was in complete disarray. They keep howling wildly, but each one is like a headless fly, unable to locate their enemies. Who could have imagined that their enemy was the wind? Seeing this scene, Yi Jiwei's eyes widened in disbelief. In that case, wouldn't your beast tamer be invincible? Within the range of Asta, who could possibly stand against the storm? Li Moran smiled without a word.
One after another, the black giant wolves were slain, and streams of spiritual energy light fell into Hastur's body. In the end, all the black wolves were slain by Asta. Not even the Wolf King was spared. In a burst of frustrated roars, his body was slashed by countless wind blades, bleeding to death.
Seeing this, Li Moran finally managed to smile. Alright, the matter has been resolved.
Then, Asta gradually calmed the chaotic storm and returned Li Moran and the others to the ground.
They were all killed.
Yi Jiwei still couldn't believe it. Asta was only in the growth stage, yet he already possessed such terrifying power. The original Cthulhu was already terrifying enough, and Hastur seems to be no less formidable.
Just how powerful is Li Moran's talent? Alright, it's time to go.
Startled, Yi Jiwei hadn't realized she was still being held by Li Moran.
It wasn't until Li Moran summoned Cthulhu that she snapped back to reality.
Yi Jiwei tried to struggle, but Li Moran once again lifted her onto Cthulhu. This sudden action left her both ashamed and furious.
How many times has this happened?
Yi Jiwei really wanted to scold him, but in the end, he could only speak helplessly.
Never mind, never mind. It's not easy for anyone. After slaying all the black giant wolves, Li Moran returned to the base to report. Seeing that the three had resolved the issue so quickly, Zhou Huaping was deeply shocked. He had already overestimated Li Moran and his group's capabilities as much as possible, yet he still underestimated them in the end. However, he was also extremely pleased and readily handed over 50,000 gold coins to Li Moran, and additionally sponsored each of the three with 10,000 gold coins. Though not much, it was a token of his goodwill.
Zhou Huaping also had his own motives. Li Mo Ran and the others were destined to become top-tier powerhouses, and might even become the pillars of the next generation of the Great Xia Kingdom. As for Zhou Huaping, the gap between him and Li Mo Ran and the others would only grow wider over time. Now that he has finally established some connections, if he doesn't maintain them, he will have no opportunities in the future.
After completing the task, Li Mo Ran once again took the two women to the battlefield to fight monsters.
Of course, the most important thing was to level up Asta as quickly as possible. Time passed slowly, and it had been nearly a month since Li Mo Ran arrived at the 10,000 Beasts battlefield. During this month, he has been traveling with Lu Jinghong and Yi Jiwei.
After witnessing Li Mo Ran's abilities, Yi Jiwei went from initial shock to gradually growing accustomed to it.
Additionally, Yi Jiwei seemed to have gradually accepted some of Li Mo Ran's unconventional actions. For example, when he carried her on the Cthulhu while rushing along, the Cthulhu suddenly braked, causing them to accidentally bump into something.
Lu Jinghong naturally noticed Li Mo Ran's little movements. She wasn't immune to jealousy, but every time, Li Mo Ran would resolve it with a forceful kiss.
In the end, she had no choice but to pretend not to notice.
Anyway, I'm the real girlfriend, the one who's silent and true. I'm the legitimate wife.
Every time she saw Li Mo Ran and Yi Jiwei being intimate, she comforted herself with this thought.
At least, Li Mo Ran spends most of his time being affectionate with her. This also made Lu Jinghong's jealousy not as intense. Ha!
The fierce winds of Asta continued to sweep through, nearly destroying everything in their path. The system's business has returned once more. Your beast companion, Asta, has successfully entered the mature stage.
Its skill, the Yellow Seal, has grown stronger and can now transform targets into fervent followers of Asta.
His skill Wind Elemental Control has become stronger, now able to manipulate wind elements within a 1,500-meter radius around himself. His skill, Summon Minions, has become stronger. Each Byakuya now has significantly enhanced stats, equivalent to a level 35 Spirit Beast, and up to 30 can exist simultaneously.
Asta has gained a new skill, Will Drain. Chapter 103, The Assault. Chapter 103, The Assault. Willpower Absorption LV1, Asta releases a mysterious aura within a 1,500-meter radius around itself. Within this aura, up to 1,000 tentacles are generated. These tentacles have no physical form but constantly disrupt the target's mental state and absorb their willpower, rendering them unable to resist. Note: 1. This skill cannot kill the target. 2. Multiple tentacles targeting the same target can be released simultaneously, and their effects can stack. 3. The willpower absorbed by Asta can be converted into its own energy, greatly enhancing the power of its next attack. Upon seeing the description of the new skill, Li Mo Ran was even more thrilled. Although Asta's new skill couldn't kill the target, its power was still incredibly impressive. By absorbing the target's will, it renders the opponent unable to resist. Doesn't this mean that once someone falls victim to this technique, no matter how strong they are, they will be at Li Mo Ran's mercy? Moreover, the loss of willpower would gradually erode the target's psychological defenses, leaving their mind completely unguarded. Moreover, multiple tentacles can be stacked. What does this mean? Even when facing a powerful enemy, Li Mo Ran can use this technique to shatter their will. Once the opponent's willpower is shattered, he can directly collaborate with Cthulhu or use Hastur's own Yellow Seal to convert the opponent into a follower. If I had Hastur when I first encountered the Desert Tyrant, perhaps it wouldn't have self-destructed, and I could have gained another follower. Thinking of this, Li Mo Ran couldn't help but feel a pang of regret.
He still admired the Desert Tyrant. This quality of never giving up, even in the face of death, is equally precious for believers.
After the maturation period, one reaches full maturity. Li Mo Ran glanced at Hastur's panel.
Like Cthulhu, Hastur also needed to recruit 1,000 followers to become a complete form.
However, Li Mo Ran's current focus was on Cthulhu.
Over the past month, Li Mo Ran has already recruited over 800 followers, and is now just short of 200 more to meet the conditions for Cthulhu to achieve its complete form.
Yi Jiwei's expression grew complex. Your beast has entered its mature phase again? Li Mo Ran smiled. That's right.
It had only been a month, and Asta had already entered its mature phase.
This growth rate is truly astonishing. Lu Jinghong asked, Moran, where should we go next?
Li Mo Ran was about to say keep fighting the monsters, but suddenly froze. His expression changed slightly, and he immediately lunged toward the two women.
Quick, get out of the way.
Lu Jinghong and Yi Jiwei didn't realize what was happening and were immediately tackled by Li Mo Ran. At the same time, Cthulhu burst out and flew toward the sky.
Boom!
A loud explosion suddenly rang out in the sky. The explosion was incredibly exaggerated, with the airflow alone seemingly capable of leveling the ground.
Countless energies poured down, nearly destroying everything around them.
Fortunately, Cthulhu charged forward and used his own body to block most of the explosion's energy.
Otherwise, if the explosion had hit the three of them, they might have been killed instantly.
This scene also shocked the two women.
What was going on?
They stared wide-eyed, as it all happened too suddenly. Liamo Ran slowly stood up and pulled the two of them up as well. He looked up. Boom! Cthulhu's mangled body plummeted downward, its entire body tissue nearly completely destroyed. Its head, wings, and body were indistinguishable, resembling nothing more than a pile of shattered flesh.
Silence. Your beast?
Yi Jiwei saw Cthulhu's appearance and his face turned deathly pale in an instant.
Cthulhu, dead?
The pile of flesh before him was undoubtedly Cthulhu.
Earlier, Liamo Ran had sacrificed so much to protect her? In an instant, Yi Jiwei's heart was thrown into turmoil.
Her heart pounded so violently it felt as though it might burst through her chest. A surge of emotion erupted like a volcano, nearly overwhelming her. Yi Jiwei didn't even realize that, upon seeing Cthulhu in this state, she who had always been emotionally stable had shed 2 tears.
Ha! The national champion of the Great Xia Kingdom? Turns out that's all you've got.
In the sky, 2 figures stood. One was a dragon-like monster with wings and 9 heads, its skin as crimson as blood, and its gaze alone seemed capable of killing. Standing atop its body is a young man dressed in a lavish white robe, with golden hair and blue eyes, his expression arrogantly defiant.
Though somewhat unfamiliar, Liamo Ran and the others recognized him immediately. Solomon Herman? It's him! The attack just now was launched by him.
Herman sneered coldly, I finally managed to collect 3 stone tablets, but I can't find the last one no matter what. If I hadn't interrogated those idiots from Sakura country, I wouldn't have known you took it.
Damn it, you wasted so much of my time. How do you want to die? Upon hearing his intentions, Liamo Ran did not grow angry but instead smiled.
Over the past month, Liamo Ran had been killing monsters while also collecting stone slabs. Unfortunately, since the auction, he has not heard any news about the stone slabs. On the contrary, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom sent numerous people to hunt him down, but all were defeated by Liamo Ran. The ancient beast ruins remained sealed and untouched, as the stone tablets had not been gathered and thus never appeared. Unexpectedly, the other 3 stone slabs were all found by Herman. No wonder he's one of the 7 geniuses of the Lighthouse Nation, he truly has the skills.
Herman rode the 9-headed dragon and landed slowly in front of Liamo and the other 2.
His eyes were filled with mockery. In his eyes, Liamo Ran, whose beast had been killed, had become a lamb awaiting slaughter. Upon seeing Lu Jinghong and Yi Jiwei, Herman's eyes flickered with a lecherous glow.
Damn, he's even brought 2 pretty women with him.
I've slept with plenty of women, but I've never tried one from the Great Xia Kingdom.
Hand over the stone tablet and leave these 2 behind, and I might consider letting you go. Liamo Ran was about to say something when he suddenly noticed Yi Jiwei grabbing his wrist. A look of determination flashed in her eyes. Mo Ran, I'll stay behind and block him. You all escape quickly. Seeing her expression, Liamo Ran froze. What do you mean? Your beast has been killed, we're no match for him. Don't worry, I have a way to escape. I'll cover the rear, you go first. At that moment, Yi Jiwei's face was streaked with tears, but his gaze remained unwavering. Seeing her like this, Liamo Ran admitted that his heart had been deeply moved. Lu Jinghong, standing nearby, looked utterly confused. What are you running for? Liamo Ran didn't say a word, but instead hugged Yi Jiwei tightly, his face getting closer and closer to hers under her startled gaze. But after a moment's hesitation, he finally kissed her forehead. What are you doing? Yi Jiwei froze. Lu Jinghong, standing nearby, also froze. What is he going to do? Lu Jinghong saw it. Just now, Mo Ran definitely wanted to kiss this woman, right? Liamo Ran ran his fingers through Yi Jiwei's hair and smiled. Why are you running? Look at you, you're crying so much. Don't be afraid, I'm here. As he spoke, he gently wiped away Yi Jiwei's tears. Immediately afterward, under her astonished gaze, he issued the command to attack Cthulhu. Little K, get up. Ha! The Cthulhu, which had been reduced to, suddenly emitted a mysterious glow from its entire body. Immediately afterward, the flesh on the ground began to tremble. The surrounding mist continued to spread. Within the mist, countless fragments of flesh began to reassemble, and before long, they transformed into a colossal Cthulhu. It reappeared before Liamo Ran, as if nothing had ever happened. Herman couldn't believe it and shouted, "What's going on? How is this possible? Your beast was clearly killed by me." Yi Jiwei's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had witnessed a miracle. Liamo Ran smiled faintly, "My Cthulhu isn't so easily killed." Seeing this scene, Yi Jiwei couldn't help but feel a sense of relief wash over him, despite his earlier tension. He felt like crying, yet also wanted to laugh. She bit her lip and playfully punched Liamo Ran's chest. "Why didn't you tell me sooner? You made me so worried." This was a side of Yi Jiwei that Liamo Ran had never seen before. If it were just the two of them, Liamo Ran would even want to hug her tightly and kiss her passionately. Unfortunately, Lu Jinghong was still there. Herman was still watching intently. There are too many light bulbs. Lu Jinghong didn't say a word, but his gaze grew increasingly dangerous. Liamo Ran composed himself and his gaze grew cold. Alright, we can talk about it later. Let's deal with the immediate problem first. Chapter 104, The Terrifying Willpower.
Liemo Ren hesitated not a moment, summoning Cthulhu and the yellow-robed king together. Two massive figures stood beside Liemo Ren, exuding an air of mystery and power. Ginghong, Jiwei, be careful yourselves, I can handle him alone.
Both women were a bit worried, but seeing Liemo Ran's confident expression, they didn't say anything.
After spending so much time together, they were well aware of how powerful Liemo Ren truly was.
Seeing that Liemo Ran dared to face her alone, Herman let out a mocking smile. What's the matter, you Desya person? Can't wait to die? Liemo Ran sneered, it's you who's asking for death. As soon as he finished speaking, Liemo Ran didn't hesitate and immediately attacked. Whoosh! Cthulhu's attacks erupted instantly, charging toward the nine-headed dragon. However, upon seeing Cthulhu's attack, Herman merely sneered. His nine-headed dragon possesses mythical bloodlines and has reached its complete form. The Liemo Ran before him is merely a novice beast tamer who only awakened this year. In front of Herman, he is no different from an ant. Nine-headed dragon, teach this arrogant great Xiaoman a lesson he won't forget. As soon as Herman finished speaking, the nine-headed dragon let out a furious roar. Immediately afterward, the nine heads began to tear and bite at each other. The tentacles that had been charging toward the nine-headed dragon were suddenly torn to pieces in an instant. With its tentacles destroyed, Cthulhu withdrew its attack without uttering a sound. Soon, the tentacles that had been bitten to pieces began to regrow, as if nothing had ever happened. Herman saw this and his gaze turned icy. Your beast seems to possess an incredibly terrifying regenerative ability. Since that's the case, I'll kill you completely and see if your beast can regenerate again. As soon as he finished speaking, Herman mounted the nine-headed dragon and immediately charged into the sky. Immediately afterward, storms and lightning erupted all around the nine-headed dragon. The sky around them seemed to grow dark. Terrifying energy poured out from all around. You, a man of the great Xia, have witnessed this move of mine. Even if you die, you can die with pride. Nine-headed dragon, unleash the nine-dragon divine punishment. With a fierce shout from Herman, the nine heads of the nine-headed dragon all burst forth with intense light. Immediately afterward, an unparalleled flame emerged from their mouths. These flames seemed capable of burning everything, causing the temperature around them to rise to an extreme. The light emitted by the nine-headed dragon is so bright that it resembles 9 small suns. Feeling this energy, Yi Jiwei's expression changed drastically, and he shouted, Moran, be careful. Lu Ginghong was equally filled with concern. Such a powerful skill was something they had never encountered before. If anyone else were in their place, they would likely not survive such a skill. However, Liemo Ran remained completely calm. Asta, attack. At Liemo Ran's command, Asta charged forward instantly. Herman sneered, go to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, the nine-headed dragon immediately spat out 9 fireballs. These fireballs were enormous, each as large as a meteorite, even more terrifying than the fireballs that had shattered Cthulhu earlier. However, Hastur showed no sign of fear and charged straight toward them. Wind elemental control. Asta's yellow-robed form vanished instantly, and in its place appeared an enormous octopus-like monster that was Asta's true form. It bore a resemblance to Cthulhu but lacked the latter's human form and wings. However, beneath Hastur's feet lay an endless expanse of wind. Its form also changed instantly, its original octopus-like body merging into the countless whirlwinds. Whoosh! Ha! A fierce storm erupted from all directions, and countless gusts of wind rushed toward Asta, forming a terrifying wall of wind. Roaring! 9 fireballs were directly blocked by Asta's wind wall, unable to advance any further. The moment they touched the wind wall, they exploded. 1. Rolling flames spread out in all directions. The sky seemed to have turned into flames, and the terrifying heat scorched the earth. Endless energy swept through, but not a single thread reached the ground below, all blocked by Hastur's wind wall. Even the flames are completely reduced to ashes by the fierce wind. How is this possible? Herman stared blankly at everything, his face filled with disbelief. His 9-dragon divine punishment was a level 3 skill he had paid a fortune to obtain. The power of this skill is even on par with divine abilities. It was actually blocked by Asta. What kind of monster is your beast? My 9-dragon divine punishment would never be blocked by you like this. Herman couldn't believe it. Liemo Ran sneered coldly, a beast tamer of mythical bloodline dares to challenge the principal in front of Asta? Have you ever heard of the Ancient Ones? The Ancient Ones? Herman looked completely bewildered, he had never heard of such a concept before. Li Machen barked harshly, Asta, absorb it with your willpower. The order was given, and Asta reacted once more. Clatter! Countless tentacles sprouted from the ground all around, transforming the area into a stormy realm, even darkening the sky. These tentacles seemed to have come to life, rushing toward Herman. Before Herman could react, they immediately surged into his body. What did you do? Herman shouted harshly. In that instant, he felt as though his body was no longer under his control. It was as if his entire body had been paralyzed, and he couldn't muster any strength. It wasn't just him, the 9-headed dragon beside him also felt his entire body grow weak and powerless, unable even to maintain his flying posture. Boom!
Soon, the man and the dragon plummeted straight down from the sky. Herman's face was filled with terror. He realized that at that moment, even speaking had become an impossible luxury. What on earth was this ability? Liamo Ran looked at Herman and the nine-headed dragon's condition and was very satisfied. No wonder he's a Asta. This skill seems even stronger than Cthulhu's. Wow! A gust of wind swept past Liamo Ran, followed by the tentacles of Cthulhu swaying slightly. Liamo Ran immediately understood Cthulhu was displeased. Liamo Ran laughed heartily. I was praising Haster, and you're jealous? Cthulhu couldn't speak, but through mental fluctuations, it perfectly conveyed its meaning. Liamo Ran recalled that in the Cthulhu mythos, Cthulhu and Haster are both cousins and enemies. Their relationship is actually quite complicated. No wonder Cthulhu was dissatisfied. Although both have been contracted by Liamo Ran, the hostility between them likely hasn't faded yet. This feels a bit like a battlefield. Liamo Ran suddenly found it quite amusing. However, he quickly cleared his mind of these jumbled thoughts and slowly walked up to Herman. Herman's face was filled with terror, and he couldn't move a muscle. After his will had been drained, he had lost all ability to resist. Not only Herman, but the nine-headed dragon beside him was no exception. Liamo Ran's lips curled into a wicked smile. You were so arrogant earlier. Now, it's my turn. Chapter 105, Gather the stone slabs and head to the ancient beast ruins. Chapter 105, Gathering the stone slabs and head to the ancient beast ruins. Liamo Ran immediately searched Herman's body and retrieved 3 stone tablets. Looking at the 3 stone slabs emitting a faint glow, Liamo Ran finally smiled. With this item, he would be able to open the ancient beast's lair. This is the most important treasure of the battlefield of 10,000 beasts. Thinking of this, Liamo Ran felt much better. He quickly put the stone tablet away. Liamo Ran had originally intended to kill Herman outright, but upon seeing the nine-headed dragon nearby, he suddenly had other ideas. Could another person's beast companion be converted into a follower of Haster? Liamo Ran immediately became interested. Asta, unleash the yellow seal. At Liamo Ran's command, Asta immediately imprinted the yellow seal onto the nine-headed dragon's body. Boom! A yellow glow erupted around the nine-headed dragon's body, then transformed into a mark filled with mysterious runes. It continued to expand until it completely enveloped the nine-headed dragon's entire body. The next moment, Herman revealed a look of despair. He could only hear a single sound. Your nine-headed dragon has severed its contract with you. Herman's pupils contracted sharply as he stared at Liamo Ran, as if he had seen a demon. He couldn't believe it. If he could speak, he would be demanding an explanation right now. Liamo Ran actually forced the contract between him and the beast to come into contact. The nine-headed dragon has become a follower of Asta. Upon hearing this news, Liamo Ran smiled. Someone else's beast tamer can also be recruited as a follower? Isn't that the ultimate powerhouse? The nine-headed dragon? That's a mythical beast with divine bloodline. Though it doesn't compare to the Heavenly Ruins Divine Phoenix, it still ranks among the top in the mythical bloodline of beast tamers. Liamo Ran immediately summoned the nine-headed dragon into the Faith Divine Realm. Good. Now it's time to deal with you. As he spoke, Asta summoned a wind blade. Under Herman's terrified gaze, the wind blade instantly sliced its body into pieces. After finishing all this, Liamo Ran was about to leave. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared on Herman's body. Immediately afterward, the light transformed into a barrier, enveloping a shadowy figure that slowly drifted away. That shadowy figure was none other than Herman. Seeing this, Liamo was greatly surprised. He didn't even kill him? Herman's soul was enveloped in a shadowy figure, his face twisted with hatred as he roared, You people of the Great Xia, I will never let you go. Never. Liamo Ran frowned and ordered Asta to launch the attack. However, countless wind blades struck the light sphere, yet had no effect whatsoever. The light sphere moved at an incredible speed, vanishing into the sky in an instant. Silence. At that moment, Lu Jinghan and Yi Jiwei rushed over immediately. Yi Jiwei hadn't even regained his composure yet, his eyes filled with shock. Seeing them, Liamo Ran's mood improved slightly. The matter was resolved. The 3 stone slabs were also in his possession. Although he failed to kill Herman, Liamo Ran had achieved his objective. Yi Jiwei hesitated and asked, What was that just now? Perhaps his soul was taken away by something, and I couldn't kill him. Lu Jinghong immediately realized what had happened. It was a soul crystal. An extremely rare item. Once one's essence blood is infused into the soul crystal, upon death, the soul crystal carries the soul back to a designated location, where it can then be used to reshape the physical body and achieve rebirth. Upon hearing this, Liamo Ran was greatly astonished. There's actually such a thing? Lu Jinghong's expression grew solemn. Moran, soul crystals are extremely rare. Even if you combined all the soul crystals in the world, there would probably be no more than a few dozen. Anyone who possesses a soul crystal must be protected by an extremely powerful force. The circumstances of your killing that person will also be recorded by the soul crystal, and you may be hunted down by the forces behind him. Liamo Ran laughed. What's there to fear?
Does he think he can run all the way to the Imperial Capital Academy to kill me? If he's afraid of being hunted down, how could he have dared to lay a finger on Herman?
Seeing Li Mo ran like this, Lu Jinghong felt slightly reassured, but still cautioned, although that's true, you must still be careful.
Li Mo ran nodded. Then, Li Mo ran took out 3 stone slabs.
The 2 women's eyes were immediately drawn to the stone slabs.
Is this the key to the ancient beast's lair? That's right. With the piece from Jiwei, we'll have them all. Looking at the few stone tablets, everyone felt a bit excited.
Li Mo ran said, Jiwei, bring out the stone slabs.
There's no time to waste, let's piece them together now. Yi Jiwei nodded and immediately retrieved the stone slab.
All 4 stone slabs were now in Li Mo Ran's hands. Based on the missing pieces, Li Mo Ran quickly pieced them together.
Hum.
When the stone slab was finally pieced together, it suddenly emitted a purple glow, and the cracks vanished, transforming into a complete stone slab. On the stone slab, there were still complete runes.
Li Mo Ran held the stone slab, feeling an inexplicable force surging from within it. The light on it quickly faded away. Is this the key? How do you use it?
Lu Jinghong furrowed his brows slightly, looking puzzled. Yi Jiwei also looked a bit lost.
Li Mo Ran examined the situation with his keen eyes. Teleportation array key.
Effect, place it in the core of the teleportation array to summon a special secret realm and teleport into it for exploration. Once the secret realm appears, it will cause severe disturbances that can be detected even at extreme distances. Usage, by infusing it with spiritual energy, you can locate the teleportation array that uses this key.
Upon seeing this, Li Mo Ran immediately understood.
He immediately channeled his spiritual energy toward the stone slab.
Soon, a faint outline of a map appeared before the group.
Yi Jiwei exclaimed in surprise,
is this the map of the 10,000 Beasts battlefield? Li Mo nodded, that's right.
He examined it closely and noticed a marked area at the center of the map, resembling the pattern of a teleportation array.
Li Mo Ran immediately realized that this was the location of the ancient beast ruins. The mark in the center is where we need to go. Let's move quickly and enter before anyone else reacts. Once the ancient beast ruins appear, they will cause massive tremors. Moreover, after Li Mo Ran and the others entered, others could follow suit. Therefore, they needed to act quickly. Li Mo Ran did not summon Cthulhu again, but instead summoned 3 Byakuya. Raspy. After Byakuya appeared, he immediately knelt down before Li Mo Ran and the other 2. What was this? Cthulhu isn't fast enough, just ride Byakuya over there. Immediately afterward, Li Mo Ran mounted the Byakuya.
Lu Jinghong and Yi Jiwei hesitated for a moment before also getting on.
A hoarse cry.
Byakuya let out a sharp cry and, under Li Mo Ran's command, swiftly charged toward the sky.
Byakuya's speed was too fast, so fast that the 2 women couldn't react in time, not even catching a glimpse of his shadow. They let out a startled cry, and it wasn't until Byakuya's figure soared into the sky and gradually stabilized that they came to their senses. That was way too fast. Lu Jinghong's face turned pale. Byakuya's speed was so fast that it almost knocked her out of her wits. Cthulhu was already moving quickly. But the speed of the Byakuya far surpasses Cthulhu's. Li Mo Ran laughed, Byakuya's greatest strength is its speed. Not to mention now, it can even travel between stars. Interstellar travel? Both girls stared wide-eyed, their eyes sparkling with disbelief. Such a tiny body could possess such immense power? Under Byakuya's terrifying speed, the 3 were rapidly approaching their destination. Meanwhile, Herman's soul was also sent back to the Lighthouse Kingdom. Chapter 106, The Ancient Beast Ruins Open. Lighthouse Nation, Herman Corporation. This is one of the oldest and most influential conglomerates in Lighthouse Nation, with a history said to span over a century. The Herman family, which controls the conglomerate, is also one of the oldest and most prominent families in Lighthouse Nation. Although the Herman family is no longer prominent on the global stage, many prominent figures in the Lighthouse Nation continue to receive financial support from this family. In alliance with several other major conglomerates, they have nearly complete control over the upper echelons of society in the Lighthouse Nation. The Lighthouse Nation is different from the Great Xia Nation. The president of the country is elected, and elections mean manipulation of public opinion. Therefore, the president of the Lighthouse Nation is merely a spokesperson for vested interests. The real power lies with the major interest groups that have entrenched themselves within the state. They control the vast majority of resources in the Lighthouse Nation. As the head of the Herman family, Edward Herman can be considered one of the most influential people in the Lighthouse Nation. He had just concluded a meeting with several other major conglomerates to determine the next steps and sanctions against the Great Xia Kingdom. Just then, several servants rushed over and whispered something in his ear. Old Herman turned pale upon hearing this. Watfa, is that true? Master, it's the real deal. The young master's soul has already been sealed inside the soul monument. Otherwise, he would have disintegrated instantly. Old Herman's expression changed instantly, and he immediately ordered his servants to take him there. Before long, he arrived at the deepest part of the Herman family estate. There were many soul monuments here.
A soul stele is a stone monument capable of containing souls, allowing them to exist within it indefinitely without the risk of dissipation. Once suitable materials are found, it may even be possible to use the soul stele to recreate a physical body and achieve rebirth. Without a soul stele, souls in the wild would completely dissipate within a few seconds. That would be complete death. One of the soul steles contained a figure none other than the soul of Solomon Herman. Upon seeing the old Herman arrive, Herman immediately cried out, "Grandfather! You must avenge me! Those damned Great Xia people killed me!" Old Herman's face turned ashen. Although the Herman family was not well known, its actual influence extended to almost every aspect of the Lighthouse Nation. His grandson, the heir whom the family had pinned all their hopes on, was murdered. What on earth is going on? Solomon, explain this to your grandfather. No one can provoke the Herman family without paying the price. No one. Herman, tears streaming down his face, recounted his ordeal on the battlefield of the 10,000 beasts. Upon hearing not only that he had been killed, but also that his beast-taming 9-headed dragon had been reclaimed by a person from the Great Xia Empire, old Herman couldn't help but flash a look of shock in his eyes. You have 10 minutes. Go find information on this Great Xia man immediately. The servants scrambled about and hurriedly left. Before long, a detailed report on Liam O'Ran was delivered to old Herman. After reviewing the information, his expression grew even more somber. Immediately recreate Solomon's physical form, then find him a mythical bloodline beast to serve him. Also, keep a close eye on this person from the Great Xia Kingdom. I will not let him escape. Amidst old Herman's roaring, the entire Herman family lived in constant fear this year. Ah, choo! Liam O'Ran suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose and asked in confusion, "Who's talking about me?" He had no idea about the Herman family's movements. But even if he did, he probably wouldn't care. Could the Herman family's influence really extend all the way to the Imperial Capital Academy? Rough! Bayaki let out a few screams, conveying some information to Liam O'Ran through the screams. Alright, we're here. After a few minutes of flying, they had arrived at their destination. Bayaki's figure swiftly descended. After Liam O'Ran and the others landed, they flew away. Is this the location of the ancient beast ruins? Before my eyes lay a desolate and lonely landscape. There was no sign of life anywhere, and all that could be seen ahead was a pile of ruins. Liam O'Ran approached and discovered that the ruins were actually an abandoned altar. At the center of the altar stood a stone platform. The stone platform has grooves that perfectly align with the stone slab in Liam O'Ran's hands. Lu Jinghong saw this and said, "Do we need to place the stone slab into the grooves to open the ancient beast's lair?" Liam O said, "Let's give it a try." Then he immediately put down the stone slab. The moment the stone slab was placed into the groove, a tremor rippled outward, like an invisible wave, nearly pushing Liam O'Ran and the others backward. Immediately afterward, a blinding light erupted from the stone platform. Boom! A violent tremor erupted all around. Ah! The three of them stumbled, all about to fall. Liam O'Ran was the first to react, regaining his balance. Lu Jinghong and Yi Jiwei weren't so lucky and were about to fall to the ground. Liam O'Ran acted swiftly, grabbing Lu Jinghong with one hand and catching Yi Jiwei with the other. Yeah! At that moment, Yi Jiwei suddenly let out another shrill scream. Jiwei, what's wrong? Hand! Liam O'Ran looked down and realized that his hand had accidentally clenched something again. Sorry, my hand slipped. Liam O'Ran said, quickly letting go of his hand, but ended up holding Yi Jiwei even tighter. Whether intentionally or accidentally, when he let go, Liam O'Ran's hand seemed to squeeze her once more. Yi Jiwei bit her lip, trying to suppress her embarrassment. If this had been before, she would have already shouted at Liam O'Ran and pushed him away. But now, she doesn't know what's going on. Perhaps I've just gotten used to it. Or maybe it's because the ground is too shaky to stand steady. In any case, to prevent themselves from falling, both women clung tightly to Liam O'Ran. The ground's trembling didn't last long. The intense light also gradually faded away. When everything returned to calm, Liam O'Ran and the others suddenly froze in place. Before their eyes, a massive teleportation gate as tall as a mountain had appeared out of nowhere. It emitted a blinding light, resembling an eye, observing the entire battlefield of 10,000 beasts. Is this the teleportation gate to the ancient beast wasteland? The light from the portal shot up into the sky, forming an enormous illusory figure in the heavens. Li Machin snapped back to his senses. This commotion could be seen by everyone in the 10,000 beasts battlefield. Let's hurry inside and explore the area before the others arrive. Upon hearing this, the two women immediately perked up. Then, the three of them immediately entered the teleportation gate. What is that thing? A door. A huge teleportation gate. It's the projection of a teleportation gate. Oh my goodness, is some hidden realm emerging? I know what it is. It must be the ancient beast ruins. The ancient beast ruins have appeared. Hurry over there. Across the entire battlefield, no matter which direction or who it was, everyone could now see the shadow of the ancient beast's teleportation gate. This shadow stood tall on the horizon, appearing exceptionally grand. Those who realized what was happening rushed toward the shadow.
The emergence of the ancient beast's lair was no ordinary occurrence.
Over the centuries, every appearance of the ancient beast ruins has caused a sensation in the world, including Watanabe Hayakushi, who immediately gathered all his forces and set off in a massive procession toward the ancient beast ruins.
Chapter 107, Yi Jiwei's Talent.
After passing through the teleportation array, Liu Ran and the others found themselves in an unfamiliar place. There were towering mountains, lush forests, and snow-capped peaks stretching as far as the eye could see. The vast expanse of the world seemed to be filled with a touch of fantasy. In the sky, colorful birds soar through the clouds. In the haze, the roars of beasts in the mountains and forests shake the surrounding area. The sky and earth blend into one color, and the mountains and waters are clear and bright. Liu Ran and the other two were almost mesmerized by the scene before them. This place was vastly different from the desolate battlefield of 10,000 beasts. Lu Jinghong couldn't help but mutter, "How beautiful." The arrival of the three did not cause any changes.
Ling.
Just then, a spirit beast radiating golden light flew across the sky. Its feathers were incredibly vibrant, as if covered in shards of gold, dazzling the eyes.
Is that the golden-feathered divine phoenix? Liu Ran recognized it immediately.
Lu Jinghong was even more astonished. Its bloodline is probably even higher than Xiao Jin's. The golden-feathered phoenix is born with the bloodline of a ruler. Yet this one before us is clearly more than that.
Upon entering, I immediately spotted the golden-winged divine phoenix. How many more high-ranking spiritual beasts of noble lineage are there in this place? Liu Ran immediately summoned Cthulhu. Let's go, we'll catch up.
Under the stunned gazes of the two women, Liu Ran embraced them and jumped onto Cthulhu.
Immediately afterward, Cthulhu charged toward the golden-feathered phoenix. Silence, what are you doing? Do you even need to ask?
Of course, we're going to capture that golden-feathered phoenix. Such a spiritual beast, if you ever come across one outside, you could win the lottery jackpot. Even in the battlefield of 10,000 beasts, spiritual beasts of royal bloodline or higher are extremely rare. Only in the ancient beast wasteland can such a spirit beast as the golden-feathered divine phoenix appear. The golden-feathered divine phoenix, which was fading into the distance, seemed to sense something and immediately came to a halt. Turning its head, it saw Cthulhu rapidly approaching. Screech!
The golden-feathered phoenix let out a warning cry, its feathers bristling, its gaze growing more dangerous.
It seemed to be saying, "Dare to come any closer, and I'll strike."
Liu Ran sneered and shouted, "Xiaoko, use the breath of the abyss." Cthulhu received the order and immediately sprang into action.
A thick fog spread out in all directions, then transformed into countless wisps of mist. The sky seemed to suddenly fill with a vast expanse of water. Screech! Seeing that the warning was useless, the golden-feathered phoenix grew furious and immediately sprang into action. Its wings flapped violently, unleashing a powerful flamestorm that surged toward Cthulhu.
However, Cthulhu was completely unafraid.
Clatter! A massive torrent of water erupted from its body, instantly dousing the flames of the golden-feathered phoenix.
These flames could not be extinguished by ordinary water, but what was Cthulhu? The water summoned by the Ancient Ones, could it be ordinary water?
Furthermore, Cthulhu's water-based abilities also exert an elemental advantage over the golden phoenix.
Cthulhu charged straight through the flamestorm and immediately arrived in front of the golden-feathered phoenix.
Immediately afterward, the breath of the abyss trapped it.
Gak, gak, gak. Gak, gak, da.
The golden phoenix suddenly felt a wave of pain, causing it to flutter wildly and let out a piercing scream. Then, it plummeted straight down from the sky. However, Cthulhu spared its life and did not kill it. "Become my follower, and I'll spare your life."
Liu Ran spoke slowly.
The golden phoenix tried to struggle, but the breath of the abyss filled it with an overwhelming fear of death. In the end, it could only nod and become a follower of Cthulhu.
Well done. Liu Ran was in an excellent mood. The golden phoenix was far superior to other followers. Apart from the few followers like the Heavenly Ruins divine phoenix, who can compare?
I didn't expect to gain such a high-quality follower so soon after arriving.
I wonder how many good spirit beasts there are in this place. If possible, once Xiaoko's followers are fully recruited, I'll also take in Hasuta's followers. Thinking of this, Liu Ran felt much better. He explored the continent with the two women, and before long, they found many more high-quality spirit beasts. Liu Ran discovered that the spirit beasts in the ancient beast ruins were all of royal bloodline, even the lowest-ranked ones. Even spiritual beasts of the Overlord's bloodline were not uncommon.
After a few hours, Liu Ran found two of them, and both were fully converted into his followers.
As they walked, Liu Ran asked, "Jiwei, is there any spirit beast you'd like to recruit? If so, just let me know." "Ah, me? Ah, me?"
Yi Jiwei paused for a moment, as if she hadn't even considered it.
Liu Ran smiled and said, "Speaking of which, what exactly is your talent?"
"We've been together for so long, and aside from that thousand-eyed swift falcon, I don't think I've ever seen any of your other beasts." Lu Jinghong also asked curiously, "Jiwei, I want to know too.
Can you tell me?"
After spending over a month together, Lu Jinghong and Yi Jiwei had developed a pretty good relationship.
Although Lu Jinghong occasionally felt jealous because Liam Oran and Yi Jiwei were too close, that was all there was to it.
She didn't want to see Liam Oran and Yi Jiwei getting too close, but she couldn't stop Liam Oran from insisting on getting close to them. Moreover, if she opposed it, she would be punished with a forced kiss from Liam Oran. Over time, she had grown accustomed to it. At least, she was the official girlfriend, the main woman.
Since I can't stop Liam Oran from getting close to other women, I might as well just give up.
Yi Jiwei shot Liam Oran a disdainful glance and said, "For the past month, you've been the only one fighting.
I haven't even had a chance to act. How could you possibly know about my talent?"
Though her tone seemed accusatory, in Liam Oran's eyes, it only made her seem all the more adorable.
Li Moran couldn't help but pinch Yi Jiwei's nose. "Come on, tell me."
Yi Jiwei's face flushed slightly. "Don't touch me." Though it was a refusal, her voice was soft. Then, she spoke helplessly. "My talent is SSS rank whisper of all things, granting me an extraordinary affinity and understanding of the fluctuations of life. I can comprehend the intentions, emotional states, and even vague desires of living beings. As my abilities advance, I can engage in clearer, deeper spiritual communication similar to telepathy not only with spirit beasts but also with various plants and spiritual herbs, fully understanding their conditions."
Upon hearing this, Lu Jinghong exclaimed in astonishment, "Does that mean you can understand the language of beasts?"
Yi Jiwei shook his head.
"I don't actually understand the specific language of beasts, I can only comprehend their requests."
Just then, Yi Jiwei suddenly stopped. Her expression changed slightly.
This expression left Liam Oran and Lu Jinghong both somewhat puzzled. Liam Oran asked, "Jiwei, what's wrong?"
Yi Jiwei didn't speak but closed his eyes, as if listening intently to some sound. Liam Oran and Lu Jinghong, seeing this, did not disturb her.
After about half a minute, Yi Jiwei finally opened her eyes.
In silence, a spirit beast was calling for help. It was a newly born spirit beast cub.
A spirit beast is calling for help? That's right, the sound is very faint. It must have gotten separated during its migration. Oran, can you go take a look? I want to save it. Liam Oran smiled and said, "Alright, let's go take a look." Soon, Liam Oran followed the direction indicated by Yi Jiwei and headed there. Chapter 108, The Flame-Weaving Fox. Awu. Awu. When Cthulhu drew near, Liam Oran finally heard the sound.
A faint, crisp cry of a young creature.
Following the sound, Liam Oran and the others quickly spotted their target.
It was a fluffy little creature with fur as vibrant as flames. It resembled a fox, with an exceptionally bushy tail. Though it was engulfed in flames, the flames were blocked by its fur, leaving the little fox unharmed.
Is this the flame-weaving fox?
Upon seeing the little fox before him, Lu Jinghong spoke up immediately.
The Zhiyan fox is an extremely rare spiritual beast.
Generally speaking, the bloodline of wild Zhiyan foxes can reach the extraordinary level or higher, with a small number even possessing the royal bloodline.
However, few are willing to form a contract with such weaving flame foxes. This is because the flame-weaving fox itself does not possess much combat power. Although it possesses fire attributes, it has very few fire-based attack skills. These flames can only dispel some negative status effects or be used for warmth. As for attack power, it cannot compare to other spiritual beasts. Upon reading this, Liam Oran immediately abandoned any thoughts of recruiting followers.
On the other hand, Yi Jiwei, after carefully examining the Zhiyan fox, couldn't help but reveal a look of astonishment.
Liam Oran saw this and asked, "Jiwei, what's wrong?"
Yi Jiwei whispered, "It seems different from ordinary Zhiyan foxes."
Different?
Liam Oran was puzzled and was about to open the great eye to investigate, but Yi Jiwei slowly stepped forward.
Woof!
When the flame fox saw humans, it immediately became tense, its cries growing sharper, looking somewhat frightened. Yi Jiwei spoke slowly, "Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you."
Remarkably, under Yi Jiwei's voice, the Zhiyan fox actually calmed down.
Yi Jiwei gently picked up the little fox and examined it closely, noticing a large wound on its leg, possibly caused by something sharp, with blood flowing continuously.
No wonder the little creature had been abandoned. With such severe injuries, it has basically lost the ability to move.
In the wild, a spirit beast losing the ability to move is essentially a death sentence. Yi Jiwei seemed highly skilled at treating the spirit beast's wounds. She retrieved potions, bandages, and other items, soothing the little fox's emotions while tending to its injuries.
"Yuning beast, come out. I need your help," Yi Jiwei whispered, and a transparent jellyfish the size of a human appeared beside her.
The jellyfish drifted gently, then emitted a stream of light points that landed on the legs of the flame fox. A few seconds later, the Zhiyan fox, which had been unable to move, slowly got to its feet.
Woo woo.
The little guy let out a few soft cries, then showed a happy expression. It rubbed against Yi Jiwei's leg, looking particularly excited.
Liam Oran looked at the jellyfish and sighed, "This is the first time I've seen a contract jellyfish tamer. Aren't Yunin beasts usually just used as decorations?" Lu Jinghong countered, "How could that be? I think Sister Jiwei's jellyfish is very beautiful."
It's beautiful, just like she is. You're not allowed to have feelings for her.
At that moment, Yi Jiwei walked over, holding the Jiyan fox, her face slightly red. What are you talking about? Liamo Ran changed the subject. What are you planning to do with this Jiyan fox? Yi Jiwei said, I intend to form a contract with it. A contract? Liamo Ran opened the great eye. Name, Weaving Flame Fox. Race Fire Fox. Attributes Fire. Race Fire Fox. Bloodline Supernatural. Bloodline Supernatural. Talent Heart Flame. Skills Heart Flame Healing LV1, Purify Heart Flame LV1, Flame Conduction LV1, Eternal Flame LV1. Upon seeing these attributes, Liamo Ran furrowed his brows slightly. Because it looked extremely ordinary, with nothing particularly special about it. The great eye can see through everything. If the flame-weaving fox has any hidden talents, they will certainly be discovered. Are you really going to make a contract with this thing? Its bloodline isn't very high, and with your talent, it's completely unnecessary, isn't it? Yi Jiwei shook his head. It's different. My talent allows me to choose beasts without considering their bloodline. How do you mean?
My talent also includes the ability that the deeper my bond with a beast, the stronger its power becomes.
If I can achieve complete unity of mind, its power would even rival that of a mythical beast with divine bloodline.
Upon hearing this, Liamo Ran and Lu Jinghong were greatly astonished and finally understood why Yi Jiwei had chosen to contract this fox. It had been saved by Yi Jiwei and had a high level of goodwill toward him, making it easy to cultivate a bond.
Since Yi Jiwei had already said that, Liamo Ran naturally had nothing to add. Soon, Yi Jiwei entered into a contract with the Jiyan fox. Roar! Just then, a furious roar shook the surroundings. The entire mountain forest seemed to tremble. This roar startled Liamo and his two companions. What's going on? Liamo Ran furrowed his brows and said, let's go check it out. Both women nodded, and Yi Jiwei put away the Jiyan fox. Then, Liamo Ran led them onto the Cthulhu. As soon as they took off, a beam of light shot toward Cthulhu. However, Cthulhu was extremely powerful. Its tentacles swung wildly, and the beam was shattered instantly. Yi Jiwei observed keenly and shouted, it's an attack from a light attribute beast. It might be a spirit light beast. Just then, several figures appeared in the distance. They were engaged in battle with a giant eagle. One of them was riding a beast that was none other than the spirit light beast. Upon seeing these figures, Liamo Ran immediately understood what was happening. It seemed that the others had also entered the ancient beast's lair. Lu Jinghong asked, Moran, what should we do now? Let's go deeper. The key to the ancient beast ruins is in our hands. Let them explore here while we venture further into the depths to see if we can find the treasures of the ancient beast ruins. Immediately, he ordered Cthulhu to change course and no longer pay attention to the battle here. Liamo Ran had guessed correctly. Just moments after he had left, more people entered the ancient beast ruins. Everyone was utterly amazed by the breathtaking beauty of the ancient beast ruins. Amidst their astonishment, many were particularly excited. Because there were simply too many high-level bloodline spirit beasts in the ancient beast ruins. Almost all of them start out as kings, and even the bloodlines of overlords can be encountered. If these spiritual beasts could be captured, their value would be immeasurable. People immediately began to celebrate wildly. However, the arrival of humans also aroused the anger of many spiritual beasts in the area. Some fierce spirit beasts immediately began attacking the beast tamers. The battle between the two sides was about to erupt. Wow! Is this the ancient beast's lair? If only this were the territory of the Great Cherry Blossom Empire, how wonderful that would be. Lord Watanabe, what are your orders? At that moment, Watanabe Hayakushi, accompanied by his men, also entered the ancient beast's lair. Upon witnessing this breathtakingly beautiful scene, many people from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom couldn't help but drool, their eyes widening as if they could grow 10 times larger. Watanabe Hayakushi, however, remained composed and coldly remarked, what a disgraceful spectacle. I hear there are mythical beasts with divine bloodlines in the ancient beast ruins. Go find them immediately. Report any leads to me without delay. This matter concerns the great rise of the Great Cherry Blossom Empire. There can be no mistakes. Hey! Many samurai from the land of cherry blossoms have set off in various directions toward the ancient beast ruins. And Watanabe Hayakushi, surrounded by a crowd of people, began to explore this hidden paradise. Chapter 109, The Depths. Successfully subdued the Eastern Tiger. The number of Cthulhu's followers has reached the maximum limit. Please upgrade Cthulhu to its fully evolved form before converting followers. When this voice appeared, Liamo Ran finally smiled. 1,000 followers finally enough. Since the ancient beast ruins first appeared, a week has already passed. During this week, Liamo Ran and his two companions have been battling deep within the beast wasteland and have not encountered anyone else. Most of the others, who were slower than Liamo Ran and his group, are still lingering in the outer regions. The spiritual beasts within had extremely high bloodline ranks, with numerous kings and overlords. Liamo Ran even encountered a spiritual beast with a mythical bloodline.
As a result, over the course of the week, he recruited followers almost to his heart's content. By now, he had finally gathered enough followers to reach the 1,000 mark. Next, he must quickly obtain spiritual energy to evolve Cthulhu into its complete form.
Just thinking about the fully evolved Cthulhu made Liam O'Ran's heart race with excitement. A mature Cthulhu could already effortlessly overpower the vast majority of fully evolved spirit beasts. How much stronger must a fully evolved Cthulhu be?
During this time, Yi Jiwei also had the Zhiyin Fox continuously upgrade, reaching its mature stage.
At this moment, Liam O'Ran,
accompanied by the two women, arrived at the deepest part of the ancient beast's lair aboard the Cthulhu.
This place was completely different from the outside world. The ancient beast ruins outside are breathtakingly beautiful.
However, the deepest part of the ancient beast ruins resembles a hellish realm. The surrounding area was extremely hot, as if lava were about to erupt from the earth, and even the sun seemed to have turned blood red.
Those barren rocks looked like blood.
As soon as they set foot in this place, the two felt an oppressive aura, as if there were faint growls echoing in their minds.
This place is so oppressive.
Lu Jinghong looked around, his brows furrowing slightly.
It is indeed oppressive. The spiritual beasts here are probably no ordinary creatures.
Cthulhu slowly approached, and the mist gradually enveloped the three of them.
A cool sensation washed over them, making them feel a little better. Roar! Just then, a loud roar caught the attention of the three. Liam O'Ran looked ahead and saw that the ground suddenly erupted with cracks, and countless streams of magma gushed out from the earth. Immediately afterward, an enormous figure slowly rose from the magma. Clatter! A large amount of magma, influenced by the enormous figure, splashed in all directions. Sizzle!
The earth was struck by the lava, erupting in a series of searing sounds. Cthulhu swiftly swung its numerous tentacles, deflecting the lava that was about to strike the three people. Although the tentacles hit by the lava were quickly burned away, Cthulhu recovered swiftly.
That's the lava giant.
Upon seeing that figure, Yi Jiwei suddenly shouted out. The giant emerging from the lava was over 20 meters tall, resembling a small mountain. Lava giants are extremely dangerous monsters.
It is extremely tall and possesses immense strength. Upon its appearance, it is almost equivalent to a minor natural disaster. None of the three had ever seen such a massive creature before. The lava giant's immense size created an overwhelming sense of oppression. Both Lu Jinghong and Yi Jiwei looked grim at that moment. Liam O'Ran, however, remained completely calm. Roar!
The lava giant had spotted the two and was charging toward them at that very moment.
Boom! Boom!
Its footsteps echoed across the earth, causing the entire ground to tremble. The ground seemed to sink inward as a result.
Xiao Ke, use 1,000-layered waves. Liam O'Ran immediately issued the order, and upon receiving it, Cthulhu charged forward. Clang!
A large amount of water splashed out, forming what looked like an ocean.
Immediately afterward, the water droplets created by Cthulhu transformed into towering waves, instantly surging toward the lava giant. The force of the waves was utterly terrifying. With a single strike, they actually knocked the lava giant to the ground. Roar! The lava giant roared angrily. It is a fire attribute monster, and as it is pelted by a torrent of water, it immediately feels intense pain. The lava giant, knocked down by the waves, tried to stand up, but the next wave erupted instantly. Wave after wave crashed down, trapping the lava giant within the surging currents, leaving it utterly unable to rise. The two women watched this scene, both feeling a sense of awe. Although she had seen it once before, Yi Jiwei had never experienced the power of the 1,000-fold waves up close like this. Finally, under the relentless assault of the waves, the lava giant could no longer withstand the onslaught. Cthulhu defeated the level 48 lava giant, earning 5,800 spirit points. Finally, a voice echoed in Liam O'Ran's ears. The lava giant was simply crushed to death by Cthulhu. Alright, that's settled. Liam O'Ran smiled.
Then, the three of them slowly walked toward the corpse of the lava giant. The dead lava giant's body began to boil, and soon it turned into a series of glowing points. Among the countless points of light, a red sphere the size of a basketball appeared.
It emitted an intense fiery glow. As soon as the two approached, they felt the unbearably scorching heat. Liam O'Ran activated the Great Eye.
Lava core, the core formed from the remains of a lava giant after its death, containing immense energy that can be used to craft certain equipment.
Liam O'Ran glanced at it and then put the lava core away.
This core should be quite valuable.
Lu Jinghong asked, Moran, where should we go next?
Liam O'Ran did not speak, but instead continuously scanned the surroundings with the Great Eye. We had been exploring this place for a week, but it seemed that we hadn't found the so-called treasure. After the lava giant died, Liam O'Ran looked around and realized that besides vast stretches of lava, there was nothing else to be seen.
Never mind, let's keep looking. Liam O'Ran said, then led the two women onto the Cthulhu.
As the Cthulhu rose into the air, Liam O'Ran suddenly froze, his expression growing somber. The two women beside him also changed their expressions. Up ahead, numerous figures appeared, numbering in the dozens. They were all dressed in the attire of samurai from the cherry blossom country. Among them stood a young man dressed in elaborate attire, his lips curled into a faint smile. People of the Great Xia Kingdom, I never expected to encounter you here.
Liemo ran and the others all grew solemn. Watanabe Hayakushi? It's me. You lot made me lose face at the auction. Are you ready to die? No one can withstand the wrath of Watanabe Hayakushi.
Liemo Ran heard this and sneered. When someone from the Lighthouse Nation insults you, you dare not even respond like a timid quail.
Now that you're facing me, you dare to be so arrogant?
You people from the Cherry Blossom Nation really know how to choose when to kneel.
As soon as the words left his mouth, Watanabe Hayakushi's expression turned icy cold. Attack them!
Kill these 3 people from the Great Xia Empire. As soon as he finished speaking, a large number of Sakura country warriors summoned their beasts and charged toward the 3.
Chapter 110, Will the 8-headed serpent tremble in fear when facing the 9-headed dragon? Dozens of samurai from the land of cherry blossoms charged forward in an instant.
They summoned various beasts, their forms ranging from massive to minuscule, yet all exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure, their dark masses seeming poised to crush everything in their path. Lu Jinghong and Yi Jiwei immediately grew tense and prepared to summon their beasts. At that moment, Liemo Ran smiled and said, "Don't worry, leave it to me." Then, he immediately summoned Asta. As soon as the figure of the yellow-robed King Hastur appeared, it brought with it a series of intense storms. The whirlwinds seemed to have taken on a life of their own, swirling and howling around Liemo Ran and his 2 companions.
Kill them! Liemo Ran gave the order. The next second, Asta's body slowly floated upward. Hoo-oo! Winds from all directions began to converge toward Asta. Centered on Asta, a powerful storm vortex immediately formed. After erupting, the vortex immediately began to spread outward. Boom! The storm grew increasingly fierce, with violent winds erupting thousands of meters around Asta. What's going on? Seeing the whirlwind, Watanabe Hayakushi couldn't help but look surprised. The gale gave him a sense of danger. It's the wind.
This beast tamer from the Great Xia Kingdom seems to be able to control the wind.
Hearing his subordinate's words, Watanabe Hayakushi was even more astonished. There were many beast tamers who could manipulate wind elements, but Watanabe Hayakushi had never seen one as powerful as Asta. It doesn't seem to be manipulating the wind, it is the wind itself. Wow! The storm finally erupted, sweeping toward the crowd in all directions.
They transformed into swords and blades, into wind blades, into everything in the world, instantly killing many people and beast tamers.
Blood scattered in the wind in an instant. Ah! What's going on? My beast suddenly died. What the heck is this skill? Asta's wind left everyone in awe.
These beast tamers didn't even get close to Asta before they turned into corpses.
Watanabe Hayakushi witnessed this scene, and his eyes widened instantly. How is this possible? He could hardly believe it.
After all, everyone who served as his bodyguard was highly skilled. Their beasts are all at least of epic lineage, and have already reached their fully evolved forms.
Even Watanabe Hayakushi himself would struggle to hold his own against all his bodyguards. However, Liemo Ran's single beast companion had actually killed all of those guards? What the hell are you doing? So many of you were killed by just one person from the opposing side? The Watanabe family spent so much money to train you, and this is how you repay them. Watanabe Hayakushi was furious.
He kept shouting, trying to get his men to work harder.
How could so many of them not be able to defeat a single person from the Great Xia Kingdom? This was unacceptable. Liemo Ran saw this and sneered, "Your guards are nothing but paper tigers. They can't even get close to me, yet you dare to say you'll kill me?"
Then, he ordered Cthulhu to attack immediately. With a flash, one after another, tentacles rushed forward, sweeping up a large number of guards.
With a single effort, they crushed them to pieces.
Under the relentless assault of Cthulhu and Hastur, the dozens of guards were unable to hold out for long and were all slaughtered. By the time the last guard fell, the ground was littered with corpses and blood.
Watanabe Hayakushi watched all this unfold, unable to accept what he was seeing. How could this happen? This is impossible. You actually killed them? They were all bodyguards of the Watanabe clan. You people of the Great Xia Kingdom, I will never forgive you. Watanabe Hayakushi was furious beyond control.
Training a bodyguard costs a fortune, but now it's all been wasted by Liemo Ran. Without hesitation, he immediately summoned his beast. Horse. A massive figure over 10 meters tall appeared on the ground, with Watanabe Hayakushi standing atop its head. It was an enormous serpent with 8 heads and 8 tails, its appearance fierce and menacing. Its eyes glowed a blood-red hue, sending a chill down the spine of anyone who looked upon it.
This is the 8-headed serpent of the legendary bloodline of Watanabe Hayakushi's beast-taming deity. Ha! After summoning the 8-headed serpent, Watanabe Hayakushi burst into a maniacal laugh. He looked down at Liemo Ran and the others. Even if you manage to kill my guards, so what? Before the 8-headed serpent, no one stands a chance.
Liemo Ran saw this and was about to order Cthulhu to attack, but suddenly thought of something.
Is your Yamata no Orochi really that powerful?
I heard that people from your cherry blossom country can't help but tremble in fear when they see people from the lighthouse country.
I wonder if the spiritual beasts of the cherry blossom country are like this too. Thinking of this, Liemo Ran immediately summoned the 9-headed dragon from the divine realm. Roar!
A massive 9-headed dragon also appeared before Liemo Ran, its appearance even more ferocious. It let out 9 furious roars, nearly shaking the heavens and the earth.
The once arrogant Watanabe Hayakushi froze in place, his eyes vacant. Is that the 9-headed dragon? That's impossible. How could you have contracted the 9-headed dragon? Isn't that Lord Solomon's beast?
Seeing the familiar 9-headed dragon before him, Watanabe Hayakushi's body began to tremble slightly.
Liemo Ran said, "Attack him. Kill him."
The 9-headed dragon obeyed the order and charged forward immediately.
Watanabe Hayakushi saw this and his face turned pale.
The sudden appearance of the 9-headed dragon left him completely caught off guard.
In the blink of an eye, the 9-headed dragon charged toward Watanabe Hayakushi. Roar!
They launched their attack together, and immediately, the 9-headed dragons all breathed out 9 dragon breaths, like beams of light and flames, crashing into the body of the 8-headed serpent.
A hoarse cry echoed through the air. The 8-headed serpent felt the pain and became enraged, immediately counterattacking. Watanabe Hayakushi, seeing this, no longer cared about the consequences and ordered the 8-headed serpent to fight.
Both sides immediately engaged in a fierce struggle. The 8-headed serpent and the 9-headed dragon were both top-tier mythical beasts of legendary lineage. When they clashed, the scene became earth-shaking and sky-shattering. Both sides are evenly matched in combat power, unleashing a barrage of attacks that leave spectators dazzled.
Meanwhile, Liemo Ran and his 2 companions were watching the battle from a distance. Lu Jinghong was greatly surprised. "Mo Ran, the combat power of the beasts you've tamed doesn't decrease at all?" Liemo Ran laughed, "Of course not.
Whether it's the Heavenly Ruins Divine Phoenix or the 9-headed dragon, becoming followers doesn't affect their combat power. In fact, they become even stronger."
Yi Jiwei heard this and suddenly realized something. "Doesn't this mean you can assemble an army of beasts?" "You're right. Jiwei, you're really smart." Upon hearing this, both women fell silent. What did an imperial beast army signify?
Generally, a person can contract with no more than 5 to 7 beasts. This is because beast tamers also expend energy during battles, and commanding multiple beasts simultaneously causes their stamina to deplete rapidly. Therefore, even if one has many contracted beasts, it does not significantly enhance one's combat strength. On the contrary, contracting a few complementary beasts and having them work together in battle is the most effective way to maximize combat power.
Is it because people don't want more beast tamers? Not at all.
Everyone knows that the more beast tamers you have, the stronger your overall combat power becomes.
It's simply impossible. But Liemo Ran is different. But Liemo Ran was different. He merely took the beast as a follower without forming a contract.
However, the effect was virtually identical to that of a contract.
This means that Liemo Ran can now subdue countless beasts. His combat power has almost unlimited potential for growth.
At this thought, Yi Jiwei felt a chill run down his spine. The young man before him seemed to be heading down a terrifying path.
It wasn't just Yi Jiwei who felt this way.
Lu Jinghong also found it harder to read Liemo Ran.
She knew that Liemo Ran still had a Tianshu Divine Phoenix that he hadn't summoned yet. If the Heavenly Ruins Divine Phoenix were to emerge alongside it, that would mean 2 fully evolved divine beasts of mythical bloodlines.
Horse. The battle between the 8-headed serpent and the 9-headed dragon has reached a fever pitch. At that moment, the 9-headed dragon exerted its full strength and bit off one of the 8-headed serpent's heads. Having lost one of its heads, the 8-headed serpent roared furiously and cried out in pain, blood gushing out continuously from the wound.
Upon witnessing this scene, Watanabe Hayakushi was utterly enraged. "You people of the Great Xia Empire, I will never let you off the hook." Though he spoke thus, Watanabe Hayakushi ordered the 8-headed serpent to attack with full force.
With a single flick of its tail, it sent the 9-headed dragon flying. Just as the 9-headed dragon was about to attack again, the 8-headed serpent struck the ground with its tail, creating a thick cloud of smoke that obscured the sky, making the entire world seem shrouded in mist.
"Asta, disperse the smoke."
At Liemo Ran's command, Asta immediately manipulated the storm, dispersing all the smoke. Just then, Liemo Ran noticed that Watanabe Hayakushi, riding the 8-headed serpent, had already gone a considerable distance. As the smoke was blown away, Watanabe Hayakushi shouted, "People of the Great Xia Kingdom, you just wait. I will definitely return." Liemo Ran's gaze grew icy. "Think you can escape? Asta, go after him." Then, Asta summoned a whirlwind and rushed forward with Liemo Ran and the others. Cthulhu spread his wings and gave chase after Watanabe Hayakushi. Chapter 111, The Elite Spirit Beast Army. Asta's speed was extremely fast. It would be more accurate to say that Asta can move as fast as a storm. Although the Yamata no Orochi had already traveled a great distance, Asta was still closing in rapidly. As soon as Watanabe Hayakushi turned around, he was instantly terrified. Impossible. All that could be seen was Asta leading Liam Ran and the others, riding the wind and approaching at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, they were even closer. At this speed, he had already far surpassed the 8-headed serpent. By the time he came to his senses, Asta had already arrived in front of Watanabe Hayakushi. It happened in the blink of an eye, and Watanabe Hayakushi didn't even have time to react. Ha! The howling wind forced Watanabe Hayakushi to stop. He stared wide-eyed. How can you move so fast? The gale dragged Liam Ran and the others along, making them look as though they were walking in midair. Liam Ran sneered, or should I say, your snake is moving too slowly. Competing with Asta in speed? How reckless can you be? Asta, who embodies the wind, possesses speed that nearly surpasses the limits of human imagination. Watanabe Hayakushi's face paled slightly. At that moment, he was truly panicking. Roar! At that moment, Cthulhu and the 9-headed dragon had also charged forward, flanking Liam Ran from front and back, completely cutting off Watanabe Hayakushi's retreat. Liam Ran's lips curled into a mocking smile. Now, what are you going to do? Watanabe Hayakushi's expression grew unusually somber. A single 9-headed dragon was already more than he could handle, and now there was also Cthulhu and Hastur. Though he didn't recognize these two beasts, seeing how easily they had slaughtered his guards, he knew these two beasts were no pushovers. It might be on the same level as the 9-headed dragon. If Watanabe Hayakushi were to learn of Cthulhu and Hastur's true power, he might just lose all hope. Watanabe Hayakushi shouted fiercely, "You great Xia people, don't get too cocky. I haven't lost yet. Yin Yang Boy and Great Tengu, come out." As soon as he got serious, he immediately summoned the remaining beasts. Soon, a beast tamer creature appeared, its body striped black and white and resembling a child. It stood atop a pattern resembling a Tai Chi symbol, its hands pressed together in prayer. At the same time, a massive beast, 5 or 6 meters long, with a face resembling a lion, also appeared. It was the Great Tengu. Though these two beasts were not as powerful as the 8-headed serpent, they still emanated a dangerous aura. Watanabe Hayakushi said solemnly, 3 against 3 I won't lose. Ha! Liam Ran suddenly burst into laughter. Hearing the laughter, Watanabe Hayakushi's expression changed slightly. What are you laughing at? Limachan said, I'm laughing at your foolishness and lack of self-awareness. 3 against 3? Who's going to fight you 3? Li. The next moment, a massive figure was summoned forth from the realm of faith by Liam Ran. Its entire body radiated golden light, with flames rising, as if it had hidden away the passage of time, making it extremely ancient. It is none other than the heavenly void divine phoenix. Could this really be the heavenly ruined divine phoenix? You guessed right. You have good eyesight. How come Watanabe Hayakushi can't speak? The heavenly ruined divine phoenix is one of the most powerful mythical beasts, even stronger than the 8-headed serpent. Such a terrifying beast has actually been contracted by Liam Ran? And that's not all. Not only that. Liam Ran waved his hand, and a large number of top-tier spiritual beasts were summoned. All of them were descendants of the dominant bloodline. The Eastern Tiger. Phantom Golden Mantis. Skeleton War Wolf. Golden-winged Divine Phoenix. One after another, divine beasts were summoned from the divine realm. These top-tier spiritual beasts, which had previously only been seen in textbooks, now appeared all at once. Even more astonishingly, the one summoning them was none other than a single individual. Watanabe Hayakushi was completely stunned, unable to fathom such a scene. How many spirit beasts did you contract? It's absolutely impossible. How could a beast tamer contract so many spirit beasts? I don't believe it. Watanabe Hayakushi was on the verge of breaking down. These spirit beasts are almost all of royal lineage, overlords, or mythical bloodlines. These spiritual beasts were almost all descendants of kings, overlords, and mythical bloodlines. They form a dense, dark mass. This scene was like a natural disaster. It wasn't just Watanabe Hayakushi. Lu Jinghong and Yi Jiwei were also stunned. They had originally thought that Liam Ran summoning a spirit beast army was something that might happen in the future, but now, it seemed like the spirit beast army was already taking shape. With so many spirit beasts, others would be grateful just to contract one of them. Yet Liam Ran has them all. Kill him. Liam Ran showed no mercy and immediately gave the order. In truth, even if it were just Cthulhu or Hastur alone, they would be more than enough to kill Watanabe Hayakushi. But Liam Ran felt it was insufficient. He harbored a deep hatred toward the people of Sakura country. His parents were soldiers who had fought against them before heading to the abyss. Liam Ran remembered that when he was a child, the Great Xia Kingdom and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom had waged a war. Although the Great Xia Kingdom ultimately emerged victorious, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, with the support of the Lighthouse Kingdom, still inflicted significant losses on the Great Xia Kingdom. His father had participated in that war. That was probably when he was 4 or 5 years old. His father was ambushed by a general from the Cherry Blossom country during that war. Not only was his beast companion killed, but his arm was also severed. Fortunately, the Great Xia Kingdom responded swiftly and managed to reattach his father's arm. Due to his military achievements, the state also provided his father with a suitable beast companion, preventing him from falling into despair. Although Liu Ran was a time traveler, he was born into this world, and the first people he saw were his parents. From another perspective, one could say that he was reborn in this world. This feeling is not fake. Whenever he mentions the land of cherry blossoms, Liu Ran feels a surge of hatred in his heart. Killing Watanabe Hayakushi cleanly and efficiently was simply too lenient. Attack! Attack! Yamada no Orochi, Great Tengu, Yin-Yang children, kill him. At that moment, Watanabe Hayakushi was in a frenzy. The three beasts, having received their orders, hesitated for a moment. Liu Ran wasn't about to show any mercy. He immediately gave the order, and the beasts launched their attack. A flood of skills poured down upon Watanabe Hayakushi like a tidal wave. With a thunderous roar, crackle, lightning, fire, rocks, and various other attacks came one after another, instantly overwhelming Watanabe Hayakushi's beast. Roar! The Great Tengu let out a piercing scream, attempting to counterattack, but the attacks coming from all directions were simply too overwhelming. It was pinned down by the onslaught and couldn't even get to its feet. Finally, Asta intervened, channeling a wind blade that completely pierced the Great Tengu's body. No! Great Tengu, you dared to kill my Great Tengu? You people of the Great Xia, I will never forgive you. With the Great Tengu dead, Watanabe Hayakushi immediately felt a sharp pain, his face turning deathly pale. Liu Ran snorted coldly, this is nothing yet. Keep going, don't stop. A barrage of attacks poured in, and soon, the Yin-Yang children were also killed. Watanabe Hayakushi's eyes bulged in fury. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? He hated Liu Ran with every fiber of his being. At that moment, only the eight-headed serpent was struggling to hold on. The eight-headed serpent is a legendary spirit beast of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, and his clan had to pay a tremendous price to successfully contract him. If even the eight-headed serpent were to die, he dared not even imagine the consequences. I surrender. People of the Great Xia, I surrender. Please stop fighting. At that moment, Watanabe Hayakushi was truly afraid. Under no circumstances could the eight-headed serpent be killed again. Liu Ran's gaze was cold and unwavering. He did not pause for a moment, instead intensifying his attacks. Watanabe Hayakushi shouted, you people of the Great Xia. The eight-headed serpent is the very foundation of the Watanabe clan. If you kill the eight-headed serpent, the Watanabe clan will pursue you for all eternity, and we will never forgive you. I dared to kill Solomon Herman. What are you, a mere member of the Watanabe clan? You're nothing. At those words, Watanabe Hayakushi froze in place. Solomon Herman was killed by Liu Ran? At that moment, he finally realized where Liu Ran had obtained the nine-headed dragon. In an instant, Watanabe Hayakushi was filled with deep regret. This is a madman. This person is a madman. Even Solomon Herman dared to kill him. Why would he provoke this madman? But Watanabe Hayakushi had no room for regret. Ling. The celestial phoenix of the heavenly ruins unleashed a single flame, completely obliterating all the heads of the eight-headed great serpent. The eight-headed serpent, which had been desperately resisting, now lay motionless. No! With the death of the eight-headed serpent, Watanabe Hayakushi was completely devastated. However, what made him even more despairing was that Liu Ran clearly had no intention of sparing him. Cthulhu's massive form loomed overhead. Tentacles shot toward him. Chapter 112, Kill Watanabe Hayakushi. An unexpected turn of events. No! Don't kill me! I am the heir to the Watanabe family, you can't kill me! Watanabe Hayakushi was utterly despairing. He cried out, but the tentacles paid no attention to him. All three beasts were dead. How could he possibly resist alone? In the end, Cthulhu's tentacles crushed him into a pile of flesh. Watanabe Hayakushi didn't even have time to utter a scream before he was dead. However, after Watanabe Hayakushi's death, a beam of light erupted from his body. Immediately afterward, a light sphere enveloped Watanabe Hayakushi's ethereal form and drifted off into the distance. Another soul crystal? Within the light sphere, Watanabe Hayakushi's eyes widened in fury, and hatred seemed to take on a tangible form. You people of the Great Xia, I will never let you off the hook. Do you think killing me will let you escape? You will pay the price. His voice echoed across the sky. Under the protection of the soul crystal, Liu Ran's attacks couldn't even touch him. Seeing this, Liu Ran no longer attempted to attack. In the end, Watanabe Hayakushi departed with the soul crystal. What a pity! Without the soul crystal, both he and Herman would have died. Liu Ran felt a sense of regret. However, even if he couldn't kill Watanabe Hayakushi, it didn't matter. If he can defeat Watanabe Hayakushi once, he can defeat him a second time. Liu Ran waved his hand, and the followers and Haster were all recalled, leaving only Cthulhu behind. Lu Jinghong and Yi Jiwei approached. Although they had already witnessed Liu Ran kill Herman, they were still deeply shocked. Yi Jiwei even had the feeling that she and Liu Ran were not on the same level. Liu Ran was just too strong. Alright, it's time to continue exploring this mysterious realm.
Liam Ran smiled.
Both women nodded in agreement. Although a series of fierce battles had taken place here, for Liam Ran, it was merely a minor incident.
The emergence of the ancient beast ruins drew an ever-growing crowd.
Large crowds have flocked to this place to explore the continent.
Liam Ran, accompanied by the two women, boarded the Cthulhu once more.
Just as the three were about to depart, the Cthulhu suddenly halted its movement.
What's going on? Liam Ran frowned. Soon, Cthulhu conveyed the message to Liam Ran. Following Cthulhu's instructions, Liam Ran turned to look behind him.
There lay a pile of corpses, blood flowing everywhere, all the guards of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom who had been killed moments ago.
Liam Ran was puzzled, as he had not noticed anything unusual. However, since it was Cthulhu's warning, Liam Ran activated the Great Eye to take a closer look. Just then, Liam Ran's expression suddenly changed.
Suddenly, a large amount of black mist began to rise from the bodies, resembling a dark fog. These black gases were invisible to the naked eye, and only Liam Ran could detect them while in the Great Eye state. They continuously gather and accumulate above the three of them, forming a dense, pitch-black cloud.
Liam Ran used the Great Eye to analyze these clouds. Abyss contamination. The unique air of the abyss is highly polluted.
Any living beings that remain in this atmosphere for an extended period will have their vitality drained and be transformed into abyss monsters.
It's abyss contamination? Liam Ran was utterly shocked. How could these corpses be contaminated by the abyss? At this moment, Lu Jinghong and Yi Jiwei were both startled. Lu Jinghong hurriedly asked, Morin, what did you say? What deep abyss contamination? Liam Ran said solemnly, these corpses are heavily contaminated by the abyss.
At these words, both women widened their eyes in shock. However, when they looked at the body, there was nothing unusual about it.
There were no signs of anything unusual happening in the vicinity either. But I can't see anything unusual. You can't see it, only I can see it now.
The Great Eye can see through all the secrets of the world. These abyssal pollutants are still gathering unless they have become extremely severe, ordinary people cannot see them at all.
Liam Ran immediately sensed a touch of difficulty. He was puzzled. Where had the abyss contamination come from? Could it be that the people of Sakura country have colluded with the demons of the abyss?
Just then, Yi Jiwei suddenly let out a startled cry.
Lu Jinghong frowned and asked, Jiwei, what's wrong? In the sky. In the sky?
Lu Jinghong looked up at the sky in confusion and suddenly froze. The previously undetectable abyssal pollution was growing increasingly intense, and a faint layer of black clouds had begun to form in the sky above. The clouds are gathering rapidly, emitting a foul odor. Li Machin immediately summoned Asta and ordered, Asta, disperse this dark cloud. Upon receiving the order, Hastar immediately sprang into action, unleashing countless whirlwinds in an attempt to completely disperse the dark cloud. Whoosh! The wind howled, but it was useless against the dark clouds. The wind that could once disperse everything now has no effect on the dark clouds. The three could only watch helplessly as the dark clouds gathered. Huff! The next moment, the black clouds rapidly expanded in all directions. Raspy! A sharp sound rang out, followed by the Cherry Blossom country guard killed by Liam Ran, who, despite his mangled body, slowly rose to his feet. They emitted various strange cries, resembling zombies, and moved toward Liam Ran and his companions.
Those people have been corrupted by the abyss.
Seeing this scene, the two women were even more astonished.
Liam Ran frowned and immediately ordered the Cthulhu tentacles. With a flash, tentacles erupted, and the person who had just stood up was once again crushed by Cthulhu, their body squeezed into a pile of sludge, dead beyond all hope of revival. Although all the people had been killed, the black clouds did not dissipate but continued to spread further. At that moment, Lu Jinghong suddenly let out a cry of pain and collapsed into Liam Ran's arms. What's wrong? Liam Ran was startled and hurriedly said, I'm fine, just a little dizzy. Lu Jinghong's body felt weak, but fortunately Liam Ran was holding her, preventing her from falling. It wasn't just Lu Jinghong. Yi Jiwei, who was standing nearby, also began to sway, and the next moment, she too collapsed into Liam Ran's arms. Seeing this, Liam Ran seemed to realize something. Looking up, he noticed that the dark clouds in the sky were gathering in an increasingly exaggerated manner, moving faster and faster. It's the abyss corruption. Lu Jinghong and Yi Jiwei have likely both been affected by the profound aura. Although it is unclear why he was not affected, this is not a good sign. Let's leave first, this place is no longer safe. Liam Ran felt a sense of foreboding in his heart. He immediately activated Cthulhu and departed from the area. After several minutes, once they had completely left the range of the black clouds, the two women felt slightly better. However, the contamination did not disappear so easily. They still felt dizzy and leaned against Liam Ran's chest, in poor condition. Liam Ran scanned the two women with his great eye. Lu Jinghong abyss contamination level 017. Yi Jiwei abyss contamination level 019. Recommendation that abyss contamination level is relatively low.
It is recommended to immediately evacuate the contaminated area and rest for several days, after which the condition should improve on its own.
Upon reading this, Liemo Ran sighed in relief. Just as Cthulhu departed, the others within the secret realm had also noticed the abnormal black cloud. What is that thing? Are those dark clouds? No, they're not dark clouds. That cloud is getting bigger. It looks just like a dark cloud from the abyss. Am I seeing things? Chapter 113, The Black Clouds of the Abyss. Dark clouds loomed over the city, the oppressive atmosphere almost suffocating. People had no idea what was happening. Those who acted quickly and were closer to the center were soon engulfed by the black clouds. Then, a strong sense of discomfort began to spread. At that moment, everyone finally understood everything. It's the abyss corruption. The abyss corruption has appeared in the ancient beast ruins. Hurry! Get out of here! Stay away from that cloud. He's fainted. Quickly, take him away. The abyss contamination spread extremely quickly, and before people could react, many had already fainted due to the contamination. Those with milder symptoms might only feel dizzy but could still move around. Those with severe symptoms may collapse and lose consciousness. The emergence of the abyss corruption has plunged the ancient beast wasteland into chaos. Liemo Ran led Lu Jinghong and Yi Jiwei out of the depths. Cthulhu's speed was extremely fast, leaving the black clouds far behind. However, when they looked back, they could still see the black clouds continuing to spread. Liemo Ran's expression grew solemn. What on earth was going on? He couldn't help but think of the dozens of Sakura country people he had killed. Could it be because of them? If that was the case, how had they managed to do it? Liemo Ran was completely baffled. Jinghu, Jiwei, are you feeling any better? Liemo Ran looked at the two women in his arms. Lu Dinghong hummed in agreement, sounding a bit better, but he still looked completely drained. Yi Jiwei's condition seemed even worse. He had already closed his eyes. Fortunately, after Liemo Ran called out, she responded as well. It seems we have no choice but to leave the ancient beast ruins early and bring this news out to find out what exactly is going on. The exploration of the ancient beast ruins is far from over. Liemo Ran has not yet fully explored the depths of the beast ruins, and the so-called treasures are still nowhere to be found. But Liemo Ran could do nothing about it. Facing the abyssal contamination, further exploration was simply impossible. Ah! Suddenly, a piercing scream caught Liemo's attention. As he turned around, he saw a group of people fleeing in the distance. Behind the group, a monster shrouded in black mist was chasing after them. Upon seeing the monster, Liemo Ran's expression immediately changed. A demon from the abyss? Roar! The abyssal monster had a human body, dragon wings, and fierce horns. Its entire body was pitch black, resembling a demon. When it opened its mouth, blood-red teeth were exposed, looking particularly terrifying. Ha! Humans, you think you can escape? It accelerated and immediately gave chase, pouncing on one of the people. The person let out a scream and was knocked to the ground by the abyssal creature. Roar! At the same time, several blood-red canine monsters nearby also pounced forward, furiously tearing at the man's body. Before long, the man was bitten to death. Covered in blood. He Chang! His companions saw this and their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Several people summoned their beasts to confront the abyssal monsters. However, before they could even confront the abyssal monsters, several abyssal hounds pounced, instantly biting and wounding the tamed beasts. The strength of the two sides was simply not on the same level. Seeing this, Liemo Ran immediately sprang into action. He summoned Asta and ordered him to go forward and rescue them. Who? A strong wind suddenly arose, howling continuously around them. This commotion immediately alerted the creatures of the abyss. What is that? The abyssal monster narrowed its eyes, revealing a dangerous gleam. Who? At that moment, several wind blades rushed toward the abyss hounds, swiftly slicing them in half with just a few strikes. Seeing this, the abyssal monsters widened their eyes in shock. Who dares to kill my pet? I won't let you get away with this. The demon from the abyss roared. However, Asta's gale continued unabated. Soon, the endless storm completely engulfed him, with countless wind blades tearing through the abyssal monsters around him, instantly inflicting countless wounds. Ah! The abyssal monster roared in anger, wanting to attack, but there was nothing but wind all around, making it impossible to find a target. In the end, countless storms transformed into wind blades, tearing the abyssal monsters to pieces. Seeing this, Limachan said to the two women in his arms, "You two stay here for a moment, I'll go check out the situation." After placing them on Cthulhu, Liemo Ran immediately went down himself. He approached the group. What is happening? How did the abyssal monsters appear? These people were all from the Great Xia Empire. Upon seeing Liemo Ran, they all looked at him with a touch of gratitude in their eyes. We don't know how to thank you for saving our lives. After that cloud appeared, some of the spiritual beasts in this secret realm were contaminated and transformed into abyssal monsters. Liemo Ran looked up at the clouds in the sky, his expression growing even more somber.
The abyssal monsters chasing us appeared suddenly, as if they had been teleported from the abyss.
He Chang was moaning.
One of them walked over to his dead companion and, seeing his companion's gruesome state, burst into tears. The beastmaster named He Chang had been torn to pieces by the abyssal hounds, his body reduced to a bloody mess, barely recognizable as human. Several people felt a heavy weight in their hearts as they silently approached to collect their comrade's remains. Although you saved us, we are sorry, but we cannot repay you. He is dead, and we must take him out. After properly arranging their companion's body, the group left silently, their faces filled with sorrow.
Li Mo Ran sighed.
In the world of beast tamers, death was not uncommon.
Especially on various battlefields, countless lives are lost every day.
But Li Mo Ran watched the scene unfold and still felt a sense of oppression in his heart. The dark clouds in the sky were spreading faster and faster.
Li Mo Ran sensed that something big was about to happen. He returned to Cthulhu.
At that moment, both women had fallen into a deep sleep due to the influence of the abyss's corruption. Li Mo Ran used the great eye to inspect and found that the influence had deepened slightly, but it was not a major concern.
He sighed in relief and embraced the two women once more.
Lu Jinghong seemed to sense something and shifted into a more comfortable position in Li Mo Ran's embrace, clinging tightly to her waist. Yi Jiwei, on the other hand, furrowed his brows slightly, looking as though he were having a nightmare.
She was unexpectedly beautiful while asleep.
In terms of appearance alone, Yi Jiwei was not as beautiful as Lu Jinghong, nor did she possess that breathtaking beauty that left a lasting impression. However, her features are very delicate, and she exudes a natural elegance.
This was quite different from Lin Jianqing's scholarly and refined demeanor.
Lu Jinghong appeared very rational and wasn't particularly attractive at first glance, but as time went on, he found that spending time with such a young woman was truly very comfortable. It was like drinking water subtly and gradually, one had already fully accepted her presence.
Li Mo Ran's hand gently caressed Yi Jiwei's face.
The more he looked, the more he found himself unable to tear his gaze away. His heartbeat began to quicken involuntarily. Li Mo Ran's thumb slowly moved from his face to his lips. Yi Jiwei's lips were soft and moist. As he looked at them, a flame ignited in Li Mo Ran's heart.
He gripped Yi Jiwei's chin. The next moment, Li Mo Ran leaned down and kissed Yi Jiwei's lips. MMM.
Yi Jiwei, who was asleep, seemed to sense something and let out a soft moan.
Li Mo Ran ignored her, slowly reaching up with one hand and gently grasping something.
At the same time, the kiss grew deeper.
This unreasonable action finally made Yi Jiwei realize something.
She, who had already fallen asleep, slowly opened her eyes. The next moment, her eyes widened in shock.
Chapter 114, Yi Jiwei accepts his fate.
Originally, Yi Jiwei still felt a bit dazed and confused. When he opened his eyes, he didn't even realize what was happening to him. In fact, she felt as though she were dreaming. However, when she felt something moving in her mouth, she realized that this was not a dream.
She had been kissed by Li Mo Ran.
However, Yi Jiwei's first reaction was not resistance, but stupor and astonishment. For over a month, she had been spending every day with Li Mo Ran. At first, she made a conscious effort to keep her distance from Li Mo Ran. Because Lu Jinghong and Li Mo Ran were in a relationship, and she was just an outsider. However, Li Mo Ran's abilities had piqued her curiosity deeply. Moreover, as they spent more time together, Li Mo Ran, whether intentionally or unintentionally, would often do things that were slightly offensive to her. Over time, she gradually developed a tolerance for many of Li Mo Ran's behaviors and no longer resisted them as strongly. In fact, after witnessing Li Mo Ran's heroic deeds in battle on multiple occasions, Yi Jiwei began to harbor a growing admiration for him in her heart. However, she did not let any of this show on the surface. Because Li Mo Ran already had Lu Jinghong. When Li Mo Ran forcefully embraced her and stepped onto the Cthulhu, Yi Jiwei didn't know from which day onward she had begun to feel at ease leaning against Li Mo Ran's embrace, with Lu Jinghong on either side. At that moment, she couldn't help but wonder, if she had met Lu Jinghong first, would the spot by his side now belong to her? Sometimes, she would sigh because of this. In the evenings, Li Mo Ran and Lu Jinghong shared a tent, while she stayed in her own tent. Occasionally, when she woke up in the middle of the night, she could hear moans coming from the tent across from hers. Lu Jinghong spoke various words in a shy and delicate manner. Don't squeeze so hard, I can't hold it anymore, it's so uncomfortable. I can't get it. Do I have to eat it? Ugh, I've already had it twice today. It doesn't taste good at all. Marin, you're not lying to me, are you? Does this really work for beauty? It's not working there yet. Every time she heard this, Yi Jiwei would blush and quietly leave. Sometimes, she would even dream about it. In her dreams, she becomes Lu Jinghong, and Li Mo Ran does all sorts of terrible things to her. Perhaps because of this mindset, she always tolerated Li Mo Ran's inappropriate actions. But Yi Jiwei never expected Li Mo Ran to dare to go this far. Finally, she came to her senses. Woo woo. Yi Jiwei began to struggle, trying to push Li Mo Ran away. However, upon seeing her awake, Li Mo Ran grew even more excited, hugging her tighter and showing no signs of stopping. Seeing that she couldn't push Li Mo Ran away, Yi Jiwei seemed to resign herself to her fate, closing her eyes and letting Li Mo Ran kiss her.
It wasn't until several minutes had passed that Li Mo-ran finally pulled away from her lips, still reluctant to let go. Yi Jiwei slowly opened her eyes and saw Li Mo-ran's face just inches away.
Besides shyness, her gaze was filled with complexity. Li Mo-ran showed no sign of guilt, but instead smiled and said, "Jiwei, you have such a sweet mouth.
You're really not a good person, doing these things while I'm asleep. Hee, but you didn't resist, did you? I can tell you're enjoying it."
Yi Jiwei turned her face slightly away, not daring to meet Li Mo-ran's gaze. After a few seconds, she finally spoke softly, "This was my first kiss, and it was gone so easily."
Li Mo-ran embraced her and said, "It's okay, I'll take responsibility." "Take responsibility? Are you planning to abandon Lu Jinghong and be with me?"
Yi Jiwei looked at Lu Jinghong sleeping peacefully beside him, unsure of how to feel. She was asleep, while her boyfriend was kissing another woman beside her.
Li Mo-ran said, "I wouldn't do that." Yi Jiwei immediately understood, and a flash of anger crossed his eyes. "You won't do that? What do you plan to do? Does he really intend to take both of them?" Li Mo-chen remained silent, simply staring at Yi Jiwei.
Seeing him like this, even if Li Mo-ran didn't say anything, Yi Jiwei could tell that this was exactly what he was thinking. She clenched her teeth and said, "You have no shame.
I've never seen anyone as shameless as you." I. Jiwei, what did you say?" Yi Jiwei couldn't hold back and shouted, "I'll report you as soon as I get back. You're playing with a woman's feelings and getting her expelled from school." She had originally intended to say, "I'll sue Li Mo-ran as soon as I get back, take her to court, and accuse her of indecent assault." However, looking at Li Mo-ran, she simply couldn't bring herself to say those words, and what came out instead was this single sentence. Li Mo-ran showed no sign of fear. Instead, he embraced Yi Jiwei. "Do you know?
Jiwei, it's exactly this about you that I like. You seem so proper, but I can actually see through your feelings."
Yi Jiwei remained silent. She kept her head down.
Li Mo-chen whispered softly, "Jiwei, I like you." These gentle words fell heavily on Yi Jiwei's heart. She recalled the past month they had spent together. Though she didn't want to admit it, she knew deep down that she had also fallen for Li Mo-ran. When she heard him say those words, she was actually very happy inside. However, seeing Lu Jinghong sleeping peacefully beside her, she felt a pang of guilt.
"How do you plan to explain this to Jinghong? If she finds out about our relationship, I'm afraid she won't be able to accept it."
Although Jinghong always follows Li Mo-ran's lead and is very obedient, Yi Jiwei can see clearly that this young girl is actually very proud inside. Such a proud young woman, once she falls in love with someone, would almost cling to them for life. But this also means that her feelings are likely to be difficult to share with others. Yi Jiwei even felt a bit relieved that Lu Jinghong was asleep. If she were awake, Yi Jiwei truly didn't know how he would face her.
Li Mo-ran said, "It's okay, leave it to me." As he spoke, Li Mo-ran suddenly reached out and grabbed onto Yi Jiwei's front. Feeling the touch in front of him, Yi Jiwei's face flushed red. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Li Mo-ran's voice. Feeling the touch in front of him, Yi Jiwei's face turned red. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Li Mo-ran's voice. "Listen, your heart is beating so fast. Isn't that proof that you like me too? That's enough." Yi Jiwei clenched her teeth again. "Have you always been so serious when flirting with girls?" Li Mo-chen chuckled, "Of course not. I'm being completely serious." Sighing, Yi Jiwei didn't know how to handle this relationship.
On the other hand, Li Mo-ran was quite pleased. Judging from Yi Jiwei's behavior, she seemed to have accepted herself.
This is also one of the things Li Mo-ran really likes about Yi Jiwei. This young girl is actually quite good at accepting reality.
Such a girl is actually not difficult to win over. Once he saw through her, Li Mo-ran felt that even if his methods weren't very nice, as long as he forced her into a relationship, she probably wouldn't resist. Of course, all of this hinged on the fact that Yi Jiwei also liked him. Otherwise, her resistance would likely be more intense than anyone else's.
Li Mo-ran said, "Don't sigh. I told you to leave it to me. How do you feel?
If you're uncomfortable, rest in my arms."
"We have to leave now."
Yi Jiwei softly nodded in agreement. Although she didn't know how to face Lu Jinghong, at least her relationship with Li Mo-ran had made substantial progress.
Moreover, Li Mo-ran isn't the kind of person who would abandon someone after causing trouble. He's willing to take responsibility.
Although he is a bit of a playboy, it is also something that cannot be helped.
Who can resist her? Since she couldn't be firm herself, she couldn't blame Li Mo-ran for being firm either. Of course, this is also quite good. At least, Li Mo-ran is someone she likes.
Perhaps the knot in her heart had been untied. Yi Jiwei soon fell asleep again. This time, her brows did not furrow tightly. Instead, they relaxed, and the corners of her mouth curled upward slightly without her noticing. Li Mo-ran saw this and felt his heart stir once more, continuing to kiss her. However, this time he was more careful not to wake Yi Jiwei.
Cthulhu flew swiftly, and before long, the three of them had left the ancient beast's lair. Chapter 115, On Alert. An abnormal occurrence has been reported at the ancient beast ruins. All non-essential personnel are ordered to evacuate immediately and avoid approaching the area. Repeat.
The ancient beast ruins have undergone a sudden change.
All unauthorized personnel must evacuate immediately and stay away.
A series of voices echoed outward from the entrance of the ancient beast ruins, preventing anyone from approaching further. At that moment, within the ancient beast lair, vast black clouds had already engulfed most of the area.
A large number of abyssal monsters also surged forth. Many people were attacked, and there were even casualties. People are fleeing in droves from the ancient beast ruins.
This sudden transformation came too abruptly. Many people were completely unaware of what had actually occurred. News of the anomaly spread extremely quickly, and before long, everyone on the entire 10,000 beasts battlefield was aware of it.
They couldn't help but know. Because numerous monsters have already escaped from the ancient beast's lair.
Liam Oran, accompanied by Lu Jinghong and Yi Jiwei, hurried back to the Great Xia Kingdom region under the swift guidance of Cthulhu.
Is that you, kid? Zhou Huaping was overjoyed to see Liam Oran. You're finally back. What happened at the ancient beast ruins? How did the abyss monsters appear? Li Moran didn't respond immediately. After landing, he shook Lu Jinghong and Yi Jiwei awake.
The two women sat up with bleary eyes, looking extremely weak.
Zhou Huaping was startled and exclaimed, "What's wrong with them?" Liam Oran said, "A dark mist of abyssal contamination has appeared in the ancient beast's lair. They inhaled some of it and may have been contaminated. Can we find a place for them to rest? Is that even possible?"
Zhou Huaping looked extremely serious and immediately ordered someone to clean the room.
Liam Oran helped the two women down. "How are you? Can you walk?"
Both nodded slightly, but they were both leaning against Liam Oran, looking exceptionally exhausted. "Captain Zhou, there happens to be an empty reception room available."
"All right, let's go."
Under Zhou Huaping's guidance, Liam Oran led the two women into the room and helped them onto the bed. As soon as they lay down, they closed their eyes and fell back into a deep sleep. Zhou Huaping was a bit worried. "I'll go contact a doctor."
"They don't look too good." Liam Oran nodded.
Although the Great Eye deemed the two women's conditions not serious, it would be better to have a doctor take a look. Soon after, a middle-aged woman approached with a medical kit.
"Auntie, please take a look at these two people."
Upon hearing Zhou Huaping's instructions, Auntie nodded and immediately began examining the two women. She could be seen taking their pulses while fiddling with something.
After a short while, Auntie sighed in relief and said, "Thank goodness. It's only mild abyss contamination. In the early stages, drowsiness is normal. As long as they stay away from the source of contamination, they should recover in 3 to 5 days. I'll prescribe some medicine for them. After taking it, they should feel much better tonight." Upon hearing Auntie's conclusion, Liam Oran immediately relaxed and said thank you. After dispensing the medicine, Auntie left. Liam Oran first fed the two girls their medicine before leaving with Zhou Huaping. "Oran, tell me, what exactly happened?" As soon as he came out, Zhou Huaping spoke seriously, sensing something unusual. Liam Oran hesitated for a moment before revealing that he had killed Watanabe Hayakushi and his guards. He also explained in detail how the bodies had produced black mist and how the ancient beast's lair had subsequently changed. Upon hearing Liam Oran's account of his exploits, Zhou Huaping was utterly stunned. However, the subsequent developments only made him even more somber. "Do you suspect that this black mist is connected to the Watanabe family?" "I don't know. It's just speculation at this point. Rest here for now. This is a serious matter, and I must report it. During this time, do not leave the base. The Watanabe family may seek revenge, and I have heard that members of the Herman family from the Lighthouse Nation have also arrived at the battlefield of 10,000 beasts, and it seems to be related to you." The Herman family. Upon hearing this, Liam Oran immediately realized that they must have come to seek revenge. After all, he had not only killed Herman but also subdued his 9-headed dragon. There was no room for reconciliation between the two sides. Li Machen nodded firmly. Zhou Huaping immediately left. Since the two women were still asleep, Liam Oran decided to linger around the base. Inside the base, several teams were on patrol, while others were training. On a large screen nearby, today's base news was being broadcast. According to reports, a deep abyss mist has appeared in the ancient beast ruins, suspected to have been contaminated by the abyss. Abyss monsters are continuously emerging and attacking people. This station urges everyone to avoid the ancient beast ruins and surrounding areas in the near future to prevent attacks by abyss monsters. As time passed, night soon fell. Lu Jinghong and Yi Jiwei also woke up. Their complexions looked much better. When Yi Jiwei saw Liam Oran, a hint of unease flashed in her eyes. Lu Jinghong, however, noticed nothing and smiled sweetly as she threw herself into Liam Oran's arms. Liam Oran did not notice that, upon seeing this scene, Yi Jiwei's gaze seemed to grow slightly dim. Zhou Huaping prepared dinner for the two of them.
Li Moran asked about the situation, and Zhou Huaping said they were still waiting for orders from higher-ups, but the Daxia Kingdom area around the base had already begun to be placed on alert.
Upon hearing this, Li Moran did not press further. The next morning, the alert remained in effect.
Woo! Just then, a loud trumpet blast echoed throughout the area, and everyone at the outpost heard the piercing sound. Not only the Great Xia Kingdom, but also the territories of other nations were shaken by the sound of the trumpet.
What's going on? What happened? The alarm was sounded. Assemble! Quickly assemble!
Upon hearing the bugle call, people began to gather, and members of the Great Xia enforcement team immediately stopped their training and rushed to the assembly point.
Zhou Huaping, in particular, looked solemn and left immediately. Li Moran and the other two were also greatly surprised. What was going on? Let's follow them and see. Li Moran said, then immediately ran over.
Seeing this, the two women also immediately followed Li Moran. Before long, the three of them arrived at a square within the base. Most of the enforcement team members were gathered here, along with many others from the base who had also come to see what was happening. Roar! Just then, several beastly roars erupted, followed by several figures descending from the sky. Several elderly men riding large beasts arrived at the center of the square. Their beasts were all different, but they all exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure.
Upon seeing these individuals, those nearby couldn't help but stare in shock. Aren't these the 6-star beast tamers who guard the 10,000 beasts battlefield? That's right, it's them.
Lin Song of the Great Xia Kingdom, Edward of the Lighthouse Kingdom, Talatop of the Bear Kingdom, Newsom of the Never-Setting Sun Empire, and Goodman of the Gaul Empire.
Most people may not be aware of the significance of these individuals. However, anyone who has been fighting on the battlefield of 10,000 beasts for a long time knows this well. These few individuals have been stationed at the 10,000 beasts battlefield for over 2 decades, almost becoming its guardian deities. Although they are 6-star beast masters, they are just one step away from becoming 7-star beast masters. Normally, these few individuals are as elusive as a dragon, but now they have actually appeared. What on earth is going on?
At that moment, Lin Song of the Great Xia Kingdom, standing on a golden eagle, slowly made his way to the center of the crowd.
Gentlemen, I have urgent matters to discuss. A war is likely to break out on the battlefield of 10,000 beasts.
For unknown reasons, the forces of the Abyss have begun to descend upon the battlefield of 10,000 beasts, including abyssal demons, who may very well appear here. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire crowd was filled with shock. There was a loud rumbling sound. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed through the air, followed by a cacophony of various growls, growing louder as they drew nearer. As soon as people looked up, they were all stunned. In the distance, something dark and ominous was approaching. As it drew nearer, everyone froze in place.
Abyssal monsters. Chapter 116, The Abyssal Monsters Invade. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Abyssal monsters attacked, immediately causing chaos among the people.
Lin Song had just finished speaking when the abyssal monsters suddenly appeared. Their speed was truly astonishing.
Quick! Non-essential personnel, return to the base immediately. Soldiers of the Great Xia Kingdom, follow me to engage the enemy.
Lin Song's voice was strong and resolute. As soon as he spoke, everyone felt as though they had found their leader.
The members of the enforcement team of the Great Xia Kingdom were, in fact, all soldiers of the Great Xia Kingdom.
They were the first to react and quickly gathered together. Seeing this, the other countries also began to gather in a flurry of activity. All members of the Great Xia Kingdom are to immediately proceed to the Great Xia Kingdom's designated evacuation zones.
People began to leave in a hurry.
Zhou Huaping also ran over and shouted at Li Moran, "You guys, get out of here quickly.
The abyssal monsters have invaded. It's dangerous." Li Moran said, "Don't worry about me. I've got this under control."
Seeing this, Zhou Huaping said nothing more and left immediately. At that moment, the abyssal monsters were drawing nearer, their deafening roars echoing like the very essence of despair.
Ha! The scent of humans, the scent of deliciousness.
I haven't tasted human flesh in ages.
Today, I'm going to have a feast. Kill every human here. I will make this place a river of blood. A massive horde of abyssal monsters surged forward. At the same time, the soldiers of the Great Xia Kingdom charged forward. Hold them back. Don't let them cross the outpost.
In an instant, countless people summoned their beasts and charged into the ranks of the abyssal monsters. They defended the territory of the Great Xia Kingdom, preventing these abyssal demons from advancing a single step.
However, other regions were not so fortunate. Apart from the Lighthouse Nation, the enforcement teams in the Bear Nation, the Sun Never Sets Empire, and the Gallic Empire are all extremely poorly organized.
Many deep-dwelling demons, after suffering losses in the Great Xia Kingdom, immediately shifted their attacks to other regions. These areas soon saw a significant number of casualties. Horse. A deep-dwelling demonic creature emitted a piercing scream, instantly tearing a person to pieces and devouring their body in a matter of seconds.
Yes. That's the taste I've been craving, the taste of humans. I've missed it so much.
The power of the abyssal monsters is extremely formidable. Ordinary beast tamers are no match for them. When faced with abyssal monsters, many people can only flee, and even then, they may not be able to escape. Kill. Brothers, kill all these monsters. Damn you, abyssal monsters. I'll fight you to the death. Attack. On the side of the Great Xia Kingdom, the crowd was growing larger and louder. Having prepared in advance and trained regularly, these soldiers, once organized, immediately unleashed tremendous combat power. The vanguard of the abyssal monsters were stopped in their tracks as soon as they approached. Although the abyssal monsters were powerful, the soldiers of the Great Xia Kingdom were well trained. Despite facing immense pressure, they did not panic or lose their composure. However, the situation is clearly not as optimistic as it seems. Yeah, there are so many humans. I'm going to eat my fill today. At that moment, a pitch-black figure descended from the sky, its face distorted in a hideous grimace, its eyes blood-red, and its body shrouded in black mist. Upon seeing it, many felt a chill run down their spines. Is that a demon from the abyss? Oh my god! Even the abyssal demon has appeared? The appearance of the black shadow caused panic among many people. The power of the abyssal demon had already penetrated deep into everyone's hearts. When Liamo Ran saw the abyss demon, his expression grew even more solemn. He still remembered the day he encountered the abyss demon in Yulin City. That was merely a manifestation, yet it had already brought utter destruction to the entire city. Demon, dare not act so boldly. At that moment, Lin Song charged forward on a golden eagle, immediately locking onto the abyssal demon. Upon seeing the human, the abyss demon sneered, "You, a mere human, dare to block my path?" Lin Song remained silent, waved his hand, and summoned 3 beasts. Roar! Scream! A celestial horse, a giant eagle, and a dragon-shaped beast were all summoned by Lin Song. They let out various angry roars, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Upon seeing these few beasts, the abyss demon finally furrowed his brows. He sensed a hint of threat. Lin Song coldly said, "With me here, you dare not harm a single person from the Great Xia Kingdom." "Humph. The one who can stop me hasn't even been born yet. I'll use your blood as a sacrifice today." Then, the battle between the abyss demon and Lin Song erupted instantly. The sky erupted with terrifying bursts of energy, and even the aftershocks that reached the ground were enough to send shivers down one's spine. Silence. Are we just going to stand here and watch? Lu Jinghong furrowed his brows, watching the soldiers of the Great Xia Kingdom engaged in battle, his expression filled with concern. Although the abyss demons had not yet breached the defenses, their numbers were growing rapidly. If this continues, this outpost will become extremely dangerous. Liamo Ran said, "You all go back first. I'm going to fight them." The 2 women heard this and shook their heads in unison. "No way. We're going too." However, Liamo Ran shook his head firmly. "You've just been contaminated by the abyss's aura, and your physical condition isn't good yet. Listen to me, go back immediately." They tried to say something else, but Liamo Ran glared at them, and they immediately fell silent. Though they were reluctant, they soon left. Once the 2 women had departed, Liamo Ran immediately summoned Cthulhu and Hastur and charged into the battlefield. Charge! Slaughter all these abyssal monsters. Liamo Ran gave the order, and Cthulhu and Hastur immediately understood. With a flash, tentacles extended from Cthulhu's body, rapidly growing hundreds of meters long, sweeping downward, and instantly engulfing a large number of abyssal monsters. With a sudden burst of force, Cthulhu crushed the abyssal creatures into a pulp. Meanwhile, Hastur was not to be outdone. He soared into the air and immediately summoned countless whirlwinds. These winds transformed into wind blades, sweeping toward the battlefield. In an instant, a large number of abyssal monsters were dismembered by Hastur. Asta's movements were swift and precise. The abyssal creatures didn't even have time to utter a scream. The arrival of the 2 ancient rulers immediately turned the tide of battle. The previously deadlocked battle suddenly turned one-sided. What is that thing? Oh my god. It looks like a giant octopus, but its tentacles are hundreds of meters long. Whose beast is that? It killed so many abyssal monsters in an instant. Upon seeing Cthulhu and Hastur, everyone present was utterly shocked. Their combat power was utterly overwhelming. A single one of them could match an entire army. Liamo Ran ordered them to charge toward the center of the abyssal monsters, and after a fierce battle, the ranks of the abyssal monsters immediately began to falter. However, that was not all. Not far away, there were still numerous abyssal monsters charging toward them. Li Machin shouted fiercely, "Xiao Ko, use the 1,000-layered wavetide." Chapter 117, One Man Forms an Army. Clatter! The sound of rushing water filled the air, as if a tsunami had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Cthulhu's body was engulfed by waves, roaring toward the surroundings. These waves surged toward the abyssal monsters, instantly engulfing countless creatures. The force of the waves was immense, and the creatures were completely helpless against the relentless onslaught of the waves. In the blink of an eye, one after another, the monsters were swept away and crushed by the towering waves. Whether they were charging forward or rushing in from the rear, not a single one could withstand the impact of the 1,000-layered waves.
Towering waves dozens of meters high resembled gigantic organs, leaving onlookers in awe. The soldiers of the Great Xia Kingdom, who had been engaged in battle, were all stunned, staring blankly at the waves as tall as the Great Wall. Wave after wave, it was nothing short of a natural disaster, swallowing up countless monsters. What kind of skill is this? That's so powerful. Could it be a supernatural ability? It's not supernatural powers, it's probably a legendary skill. Goodness! Legendary skills are this powerful? I've never seen a legendary skill this powerful before. The impact of the 1,000-layered wave tide sends a chill down the spine. It was akin to the shock Yi Jiwei felt when Liam Ran annihilated the Dragon Clan. At that moment, the Cthulhu before his eyes, and Liam Ran standing atop it, seemed to grow towering in stature. The deep abyss demons above were engaged in battle, but suddenly sensed something and looked down sharply, their eyes widening in shock. What's going on? My minions have been wiped out. Who could have done this? A massive army of abyssal demons, numbering in the thousands, yet even such a vast force was utterly powerless against the 1,000-layered waves. This was not even Liam Ran's full strength. After all, he still has his divine abilities yet to be used. Demon, die. Just as the abyss demon was distracted, Lin San seized the opportunity and launched an attack on the abyss demon. He commanded his beasts, who unleashed a variety of skills. Flames, lightning, and various energies poured down from above. The abyssal demon immediately sensed a threat. Before he could react, a massive surge of energy rushed toward him. Worst of all, because he had been distracted, it was now too late to defend himself. Boom! Several powerful skills from the beast tamers struck simultaneously, causing an extraordinarily terrifying explosion. The entire sky seemed to be obscured by the blinding light of the explosions, and the energy from the skills pressed down on the ground below, causing countless people to feel as though they were being forced to their knees. This energy was simply too powerful. Even Liam Ran, after feeling the impact of this force, felt as though he couldn't stand on his feet. Fortunately, Cthulhu stabilized Liam Ran's body with its tentacles, otherwise, he might have fallen to the ground. Meanwhile, Hastur, even in the form of a raging wind, was still knocked to the ground by the force of the impact. Is this the skill of a 6-star beast tamer? Liam Ran felt a chill run down his spine. The power of this skill was terrifying. It was far more powerful than any of his own supernatural abilities. How many years would it take him to reach Lin San's level? A 6-star beast tamer is already among the top combatants in this world. After all, there are only a few hundred beast masters of 7 stars or higher in total. 6-star beast masters number only over 3,000 worldwide. Moreover, they are almost all distributed among the 5 major nations. In some smaller nations, the most powerful beast tamers may only be 5-star or even 4-star. The vast majority of beast tamers worldwide spend their entire lives stuck at 2 or 3 stars. At this level, a beast tamer has already begun to possess the power to destroy. Liam Ran was certain that this was not Lin San's full power. He had heard that the strongest 6-star beast tamers could even destroy a small city with a single strike. After a long time, the smoke and dust in the sky gradually dispersed. Soon, the true form of the abyssal demon was revealed. Although he was constantly attacked by Lin San's several great beasts, he did not die as a result. Nevertheless, his entire body was covered in wounds, and he had lost an arm and a leg. His chest bore a deep gash. If an ordinary person had suffered such injuries, they would likely not survive for long. However, the life force of the abyss demon is incredibly powerful. Not only could it survive such injuries, but even if its body were completely shattered, it would still have a chance to recover. Nevertheless, having sustained such severe injuries, this abyss demon is clearly unable to continue fighting. His eyes bulged with fury as he gritted his teeth and said, "In hundreds of years, you are the first human to wound me so severely. I am Nobodon, the demon general of the abyss. Human, remember this. Though I am defeated today, I will eradicate every last one of you humans in the future. Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful black mist erupted from his entire body. Lin San saw this and coldly snorted, "You still want to escape?" He immediately ordered his beast to charge forward, intending to intercept the abyssal demon. But as soon as he charged forward, he felt a surge of intense energy. The abyssal demon had used some unknown skill, instantly blocking Lin San's path. This also prevented Lin San from continuing his pursuit. Damn it! Lin San's gaze was extremely cold. The escape abilities of the abyss demons were extremely powerful, and they employed a variety of hidden techniques. While many human warriors could match the abyss demons in combat, those who could actually defeat or even kill them were few and far between. Needless to say, the abyssal demon before them was no weaker than Lin San. He was able to win solely because Liam Ran had eliminated the other abyssal creatures, drawing the abyssal demon's attention and giving him the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Otherwise, this battle would have dragged on for much longer. Dark clouds continued to spread out before slowly contracting. Nobodon's figure was about to disappear into the black clouds and leave completely. Just then, a figure suddenly charged forward. Kill!
Liemo Ran commanded Cthulhu, who swiftly charged toward the dark clouds on the horizon. Seeing this figure, everyone froze in shock. Someone was charging toward the dark clouds in the sky.
It's Liemo Ran. I know him. What is he doing? Oh my god. He wouldn't be trying to stop the abyssal demon, would he? Is he out of his mind? Seeing Liemo Ran charging forward, everyone froze in shock. They couldn't even begin to imagine that someone would do such a thing. Even Lin Song couldn't help but look surprised at that moment. What are you doing? Come back. Lin Song immediately mounted the giant eagle and gave chase. Liemo Ran, a mere first-rank beast tamer, was charging toward the abyssal demon. Wasn't that a suicide mission? However, the distance between him and Liemo Ran was still considerable.
Though they were moving at incredible speeds, they couldn't catch up in the short term. Meanwhile, Liemo Ran had already charged forward and reached the front of the dark cloud.
Ha!
The abyssal demon, who had just been about to leave, immediately noticed Liemo Ran. Turning around, he revealed a hint of anger.
Human, is that you? I recognize you. You are the one who shattered my king's avatar.
Nobudan saw Liemo Ran and immediately revealed a dangerous gaze.
How dare you charge at me like that? I'll kill you right now and bring your head back. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the abyssal demon was about to strike. Just then, Liemo Ran roared fiercely, the wrath of Cthulhu.
As Liemo Ran's voice echoed, the surrounding black cloud suddenly froze, and a powerful energy erupted from Cthulhu's body. The abyssal demons that had been about to attack froze in place.
Chapter 118, The Abyssal Demon Dies. A shadow, a massive shadow.
It transformed into a city, as if rising from the depths of the sea, a city of death.
This is the city of Laya.
It floats above the black clouds, appearing even more terrifying and malevolent than the clouds themselves, shrouded in an air of mystery and dread. This shadowy outline of the city actually overshadowed the dark clouds. Upon seeing the silhouette appear, Nobutan's eyes widened in astonishment.
Because he sensed a threat emanating from the shadowy figure. How is this possible?
The other party was merely a pitifully weak beast tamer, while he was the mighty demon of the abyss.
How could such a human being possibly threaten it? Kill!
Liemo Ran roared fiercely, and the illusory figure of the city of Lalai instantly crashed down.
He didn't give Nobudan any time to prepare.
The wrath of Lala's anger erupted within the black clouds.
Boom! Another terrifying explosion.
This explosion unleashed an extremely powerful shockwave, with a fierce storm sweeping out in all directions. Though not as terrifying as Lin Song's skills, those who witnessed it still felt their scalps tingle. They even felt that the skill before them faintly resembled Lin Song's style.
How is that possible? Liemo Ran is just a one-star beast tamer.
Meanwhile, Lin Song stands at the pinnacle of this world's hierarchy as a 6-star beast tamer.
How could the two possibly be compared? That must be divine power. It's definitely divine power, no doubt about it. Goodness! He's actually mastered supernatural powers? But even if it is supernatural powers, isn't it too much to use them against the demons of the abyss?
Compared to ordinary people, Lin Song's eyes twitched slightly. He could tell that Liemo Ran was using supernatural abilities, but the power of these abilities was truly terrifying.
This was not something an ordinary beast tamer could possibly perform. Just how powerful is this young man? After exhausting his supernatural abilities, Liemo Ran split open and allowed Cthulhu to carry him to the ground. Soon after, the explosion of Laya's wrath also gradually faded away. The condition of the abyss demon had deteriorated further, but Liemo Ran was no match for Lin Song.
Even though he had unleashed his divine abilities, he was still blocked by the abyss demon.
Damn humans! How dare you make me suffer such humiliation? One day, I will kill you.
If it weren't for his severe injuries, he would have already charged forward and killed Liemo Ran. But now, all he could do was flee. Nobutan was about to charge into the dark clouds and leave, but at that moment, Lin Song had already mounted his beast and given chase.
Liemo Ran's Lalai's wrath had delayed him. Demon, be gone!
Lin Song, accompanied by several tamed beasts, immediately charged into the dark clouds. Nobutan, who had originally intended to flee, widened his eyes in shock upon seeing Lin Song.
Die, demon!
Lin Song immediately sprang into action, and several beasts he controlled unleashed powerful skills, charging toward Nobudan. This time, Nobudan finally felt a threat as deadly as death itself.
Human, you cannot kill me.
I am a demon general under the command of Abaddon, the Demon King.
If you kill me, my king will never spare you.
However, in the face of the demon's threat, Lin Song merely snorted coldly. You, a demon from the abyss, have killed countless of my kind.
You think you can survive? It's impossible. Then, various skills overwhelmed Nobudan.
After a piercing scream, the abyssal demon Nobudan vanished into the black clouds. The black clouds that had been spreading gradually dissipated due to Nobudan's death.
Oh!
Upon seeing Nobudan's death, the people below erupted into a series of cheers.
Old Lin is amazing. Ha! The abyss demon has been killed. That's fantastic. Guys, we won. Lin Song killed the Abyss Demon, marking the definitive end of this war. The remaining Abyss monsters posed no threat at all. With a single wave of his hand, Lin Song unleashed his beast summoning skill, and countless Abyss demons instantly turned to dust. In this battle, the Great Xia Kingdom emerged victorious. The tension that had been building up in people's nerves suddenly eased. Li Mo Ran also smiled. This adventure was worth it. He took the risk of using his divine abilities, naturally, to keep the Abyss Demon at bay and buy time for Lin Song. It seems that he has succeeded. People are cheering non-stop. By the time Li Mo Ran returned to the base, countless people had gathered around him. Brother, you're amazing. Damn it, you actually managed to hold back the Abyss Demon. Wow, taking out so many Abyss monsters by yourself is amazing. Wow, no wonder you're the pillar of our Great Xia Kingdom. Facing the cheers of the crowd, Li Machen smiled and nodded. At that moment, Lin Song slowly descended and shouted, "Soldiers of the Great Xia Kingdom, all present, assemble." Upon hearing Lin Song's voice, the people who had been relaxing immediately tensed up and hurried to assemble. Though they were not real soldiers, their movements were swift and disciplined, obeying orders without question. Lin Song looked at everyone and smiled, "Everyone, thanks to your efforts, the crisis of the abyssal monsters invading has been temporarily averted. You may all go rest now." Dismissed. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted into cheers once more. Just as Li Mo was about to leave, Lin Song walked up and smiled, "Young friend, may I ask you to stay?" Upon seeing Lin Song, Li Mo Ran immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, Elder Lin." Lin Song waved his hand and said, "No need for formalities. I should be thanking you. Thanks to you, I was able to find an opportunity to severely injure the Abyss Demon. And it was also because of you that I was able to catch up to the Abyss Demon and completely defeat it." Looking at Li Mo Ran, Lin Song's eyes were filled with admiration. "I heard you're this year's national top scholar. Truly, the young are formidable, the young are formidable." Li Mo Ran smiled and said, "Mr. Lin is too kind." Lin Sang said, "You have made tremendous contributions in this war. I have nothing of value to offer, so I have taken the liberty of presenting this item to you as a reward." Saying this, Lin Song took out an object resembling a medal. Li Mo Ran asked in confusion, "What is this?" "Pick it up and take a look." As soon as he picked it up, Li Mo Ran felt a surge of information. Great Xia Star Medal. This medal is only awarded to young individuals who have made significant contributions to the Great Xia Kingdom. Medal effects. 1. Beast Taming Affinity plus 30. 2. Enjoy a permanent 20% discount on all purchases at any trading post in the Great Xia Kingdom. Upon seeing these two effects, Li Mo Ran was greatly surprised. Beast Taming Affinity is extremely important for beast tamers. Beast tamers with high affinity can more easily cultivate and increase the affection of beasts, enabling them to more effectively harness their power. Those with low affinity not only struggle to coordinate with their beasts but may even cause them to rebel. Of course, this is just one of the issues. Most importantly, this medal allows any trading house in the Great Xia Kingdom to offer a 20% discount. Although it may seem like a simple discount at first glance, once the volume of purchases increases, this discount becomes extremely significant, saving a considerable amount of gold coins. Moreover, as the honorary medal of the Great Xia Kingdom, it also comes with numerous hidden benefits. After receiving the medal, Li Mo Ran immediately expressed his gratitude. Lin Song smiled and said, "This is what you deserve. I can only offer this as a token of my appreciation. Your contributions are far greater than just this medal. On behalf of all the soldiers at the Great Xia Outpost, I extend our deepest gratitude to you." Chapter 119, The Complete Form of Cthulhu. Li Mo Ran thanked him again. Although the battle was over, it didn't mean that everything was over. The soldiers rushed to clean up the battlefield. After the abyssal demons were slain, the area was littered with countless corpses of abyssal creatures. These corpses were imbued with a powerful abyssal corruption, and if not cleared promptly, the area risked being completely corrupted by the abyss. Fortunately, the people of the Great Xia Kingdom are highly experienced. These soldiers have all dealt with the abyss monsters before and handle them with ease. As for Li Mo Ran, he returned to the Great Xia Kingdom's base to rest. Mo Ran. Seeing Li Mo Ran return safely, Lu Jinghong rushed over joyfully. Behind her, Yi Jiwei hesitated slightly. Li Mo Ran noticed her gaze, smiled slightly, and after embracing Lu Jinghong, walked straight up and embraced her as well. Yi Jiwei was momentarily stunned, unsure of what to do. Fortunately, Li Mo Ran quickly let her go. Lu Jinghong, who was standing nearby, saw this and felt a bit jealous, but since this wasn't the first time Li Mo Ran had done something like this, he didn't think much of it. "Alright, the matter is temporarily resolved. You should rest first. Once the deep abyss contamination has been completely expelled from your bodies, we will depart." "Alright." Both women nodded in agreement. Over the next few days, Li Mo Ran's place was bustling with activity. His performance during the invasion of the abyssal monsters had already spread throughout the 10,000 beasts battlefield. Many people came to visit, eager to catch a glimpse of the grandeur of the Great Xia's top scholar. This made Liu Ren feel a bit uneasy, while Zhou Huaping burst into laughter. This is the trouble of fame. Fortunately, Lu Jinghong and Yi Jiwei recovered quickly. 2 days later, after undergoing examinations, the deep abyss contamination within their bodies had completely vanished. Liu Ren inquired about the situation at the ancient beast ruins and was told that the ancient beast ruins had been closed. After the invasion of the abyss monsters ended, it was sealed off. Specific speculations suggest that the abyssal monsters may have opened a teleportation fissure within the ancient beast ruins, allowing them to emerge from the battlefield and attack the 10,000 beasts battlefield. Liu Ren examined the stone slabs and found that these few slabs had also turned into ordinary stone slabs, with no special features remaining. What a pity the treasures of the 10,000 beasts battlefield have not been found. Nevertheless, Liu Ren wasn't entirely without gains. After all, he had recruited hundreds of followers in the ancient beast ruins, all of whom were beast tamers with extraordinary bloodlines. If this were to get out, it would terrify countless people. After recovering, Liu Ren continued with the 2 women to the ancient beast ruins to slay monsters. Currently, there was still more than half a month remaining until the deadline for Zhang Ru's mission. Liu Ren and Lu Jinghong both need to use this final half-month to fully develop their beast companions. Therefore, Liu Ren began to frantically grind monsters. Along the way, every monster he encountered, regardless of its type, was powerless to resist Cthulhu. Seeing this scene, Lu Jinghong couldn't help but recall the day during the national exams when Liu Ren had taken him monster hunting. Back then, Liu Ren was just as he was now. It was precisely because Liu Ren was so relentless in defeating monsters that the 2 of them were able to increase their spiritual power at an astonishing rate. A week later, Lu Jinghong's golden feathered phoenix had fully matured. Meanwhile, Liu Ren's Cthulhu was almost ready as well. 5 days later, Cthulhu finally began to change. Your Cthulhu has met the conditions and is about to enter its complete form. Upon hearing this voice, Liu Ren was filled with excitement. At the same time, Cthulhu's entire body began to emit patches of black mist. The black mist rapidly spread outward, darkening the surrounding space. Cthulhu's body continued to grow larger. What was once only 3 or 4 meters in length was growing at a visible speed. Not only that, but its body, wings, and sense of oppression all increased exponentially. Cthulhu's growth this time was extremely exaggerated, growing directly to over 10 meters before slowly coming to a halt. From a human perspective, Cthulhu now resembled a small mountain. Lu Jinghong and Yi Jiwei stared at Cthulhu, their eyes filled with shock. Although the size of beasts of burden does increase significantly after entering their growth phase, none had ever reached such an exaggerated scale as Cthulhu. Moreover, merely glancing at Cthulhu caused their minds to become utterly chaotic, as if they were on the brink of madness. The 2 women immediately looked away, unable to bear to watch any longer. Looking at the Cthulhu before him, Li Mo's lips curled into a smile. Your Cthulhu pet has successfully entered the growth phase. Its group-wide madness skill has become stronger, with its range expanded tenfold. His skill tentacle attacks have become stronger and can now extend up to 5,000 meters. His skill Deep Diver has become stronger. Now the attributes of Deep Divers have been upgraded to level 50 spirit beasts, and the number of summoned units has been increased to 300. The number of his followers has increased, and he can now recruit up to 10,000 followers. Cthulhu has obtained a new skill, Summon Stars Chosen LV2. Cthulhu has obtained a new skill, Divine Tremor LV3. A series of information appeared in Li Moran's mind. The fully evolved Cthulhu was immeasurably more powerful than its mature form. Take Group Madness as an example. The range of the fully evolved Group Madness has increased by a full tenfold. That's 10 times. Not just 1 or 2 times. Such an increase can only be described as terrifying. And the tentacle attacks can extend up to 5,000 meters. And the tentacle attacks can extend as far as 5 kilometers. What does this mean? Liu Ren could even attack and kill enemies directly using his tentacles without the opponent even noticing. If the range of his tentacle attacks is further enhanced in the future, one day, Liu Ren might even be able to kill enemies from 1,000 miles away. The Deep Divers have also seen significant improvements, not only in strength but also in numbers, now reaching 300 individuals. As a result, the number of followers has also increased. With 10,000 believers, the number has increased by a full tenfold. Of course, what delighted Liu Ren the most were Cthulhu's 2 new skills. Summon Minions, Stars Chosen LV2, minions dressed in black robes, resembling Cthulhu in appearance but significantly smaller in size, possess abilities similar to Cthulhu's, including the ability to release shockwaves and anti-gravity fields. Divine Tremor LV3, Cthulhu simultaneously summons all its tentacles to unleash a furious attack within a 1,000-meter radius, knocking back all targets within range and dealing a single shockwave damage. All targets suspended in the air are instantly reduced to dust. 2 skills, one is a rare level 2 skill, and the other is an even more powerful legendary level 3 skill. Reading the skill descriptions, Liu Ren couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The Chosen of the Stars, the true descendants of Cthulhu.
Not only do they possess abilities similar to Cthulhu's, but most importantly, they wield shockwaves and anti-gravity force fields, the most powerful abilities of this clan.
Its shockwaves can destroy everything.
The anti-gravity force field can instantly disrupt gravity within a certain area.
If used suddenly in combat, it would catch opponents completely off guard. And the Divine Tremor is a skill even more powerful than the 1,000-layered wave. With this skill, Cthulhu truly deserves to be called terrifying. If Cthulhu is this powerful in his complete form, how much more powerful would Hastur be if he were to reach his complete form? Liamo Ran grew increasingly eager. Chapter 120, The Black Eagle Assassin Group. Alright, we should head back now.
Now that Cthulhu has evolved into its complete form, the events at the battlefield of 10,000 beasts can finally come to a close. A hint of excitement flashed across Lu Jinghong's eyes.
A 2-month journey through the battlefield of 10,000 beasts was a torment for anyone, both physically and mentally. For both of them, this mission was successfully completed.
Although Jiang Ru's task was quite exaggerated, it was still within the bounds of reason.
Yi Jiwei, however, hesitated. Was it time to return? There was always a touch of sadness in her heart. After leaving, will she still be able to maintain this relationship with Liamo Ran?
Since Liamo Ran made their relationship clear, Lu Jinghong had been in a state of turmoil and sweetness for the past month.
She didn't know how to handle this relationship.
To this day, she still dares not confront Lu Jinghong directly.
Yi Jiwei wasn't as bold as Lin Jiancheng.
If it weren't for Liamo Ran forcing himself on her, she wouldn't even dare to show how close she was to Liamo Ran in front of Lu Jinghong.
Liamo Ran noticed the change in Yi Jiwei's mood, but he didn't say anything.
In truth, Liamo Ran was also torn inside, unsure whether he should tell Lu Jinghong about this matter.
However, he always felt that the time wasn't right yet. As for giving up, that was definitely out of the question. Let's keep it under wraps for now and see how things develop.
We can discuss it further later. A Cthulhu over 10 meters tall loomed like a small mountain. Liamo Ran and the two others stood on its back, surveying the surroundings, feeling the vastness of the world around them.
Lu Jinghong exclaimed in astonishment, "Mo Ran, your fully evolved beast is already this large? If it continues to grow, how big will it become?" Liamo Ran smiled without responding.
Cthulhu, a deity from the Cthulhu mythos, is as tall as a mountain and may grow to hundreds of meters in height, or even more.
Among all known beasts, none exceed 100 meters in size. It can be said that Cthulhu was almost a dimension-lowering blow to beast tamers. Cthulhu's wings slowly spread out, ready to depart. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "Hey, you bastard from the Great Xia Kingdom, are you leaving already?" Liamo Ran and the other two froze for a moment, then turned around, their expressions growing colder. In the distance, several middle-aged men with blonde hair and blue eyes were each riding beasts resembling griffins, hovering in the air. The griffins' eyes were fierce and menacing, resembling knives ready to pierce the hearts of the group. As Liamo Ran and the others turned around, the middle-aged men immediately charged forward, arriving before Cthulhu. "Who are you?" Liamo Ran spoke in a low, unfriendly tone. The middle-aged man at the front coldly said, "You're all going to die anyway, so let you die knowing the truth. You Xia people, it was you who harmed the Solomon prince of the Herman family, wasn't it? Not only that, but you also took his 9-headed dragon." Upon hearing this, Liamo Ran immediately understood. "What? Are you here to avenge him?" The middle-aged man burst into laughter. "Revenge? No, we're members of an international assassin organization hired by the Herman family to kill you all." Then, 3 griffins blocked Liamo Ran's retreat, with the leader at the front, blocking his path. There were 4 of them in total, all glaring menacingly. This scene made the 2 women beside him feel a bit tense. The middle-aged man said, "My name is Hodgson Edmund. I am a Black Eagle assassin, a 1-star assassin, and a 5-star beast master. The griffin at my side is an extraordinary beast with an extraordinary physique, a beast master's griffin that can tear through the sky. You are merely a 1-star beast master. If you die by my hand, you can consider yourself fortunate." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Liamo Ran and the others all changed. 5-star beast tamer. Superhuman physique. Such a grand gesture is truly intimidating. After all, Liamo Ran's Cthulhu is merely in its complete form. Between the complete form and the transcendent form, there are 2 more stages, the awakening phase and the evolution phase. Liamo Ran said solemnly, "You've sent a 5-star beast tamer to kill me. You really are willing to go to such lengths." Edmund sneered, "The Black Eagle assassins are renowned for a 95% success rate in assassinations. Before taking action, we will ensure that we have gathered all available information about the target. I am aware that you possess a technique of immense power, and I have assessed your strength to be on par with that of a 4-star beast master. To ensure the success rate of the hunt, we have dispatched a 5-star beast tamer to eliminate you." Not only Liamo Ran, but even the 2 women, Lu Jinghong and Yi Jiwei, had a pale expression on their faces. Lu Jinghong gripped Liamo Ran's arm tightly. A 5-star beast tamer, such a formidable display was something they had never encountered before. "Silence. What should we do now?" Lu Jinghong whispered. Liam O'Ran said, "Don't worry, leave it to me." At that moment, Edmund immediately ordered, "Attack! Kill them all." He felt he had been sufficiently merciful to explain so much to Liam O'Ran. The Herman family had paid the Black Eagle assassin group several million gold coins to kill Liam O'Ran. Otherwise, the group wouldn't have sent him, Edmund, to handle the job. You must understand that his ranking within the group is already among the top ranks. Many 5-star beast tamers have been killed by him alone. Now, his target is merely a 1-star beast tamer. It seems like a waste of his abilities. Moreover, the organization has even assigned him 3 4-star beast tamers as assistants. The other 3, upon hearing Edmund's orders, immediately launched an attack on Liam O'Ran. Horse. 3 griffins charged toward Cthulhu. Though not as massive as Cthulhu, each griffin was nearly 10 meters long, and their charging speed was utterly staggering. Little Ku, charge. Liam O'Ran immediately ordered Cthulhu to counterattack. Immediately, Cthulhu extended its tentacles and struck at the griffin. The fully transformed Cthulhu was enormous, and its tentacles were as thick as pillars. With a single strike, the force was terrifying. Moreover, Cthulhu's tentacles move at an incredible speed. One of the griffins was unable to dodge in time and was struck down with a single blow. However, the other 2 griffins immediately charged forward, their claws tearing through Cthulhu's tentacles and shredding them to pieces. The griffin that had been struck was unharmed, adjusting its posture in mid-air before charging once more. Although Cthulhu is extremely powerful, the griffin's level is too high, and it still manages to exert some suppression over Cthulhu. Most importantly, Edmund did not intervene. Even if Cthulhu's attacks could constantly regenerate, they still posed little threat to the griffin. Seeing this, Liam O'Ran shouted fiercely, "Shaku, use the 1,000-layered wave tide." As soon as the order was given, a massive surge of water erupted from all directions. Boom! Immediately afterward, a towering tidal wave formed around Cthulhu's body. In its complete form, Cthulhu unleashed the power of the 1,000-layered waves, making them even more powerful and exaggerated. The massive wave completely engulfed the griffin before crashing down with tremendous force. Boom! All 3 griffins were engulfed by the massive wave, letting out piercing screams. They struggled to fly out of the waves, but just as they broke free, another massive wave crashed over them. Wave after wave crashed down, relentlessly pounding the griffins into the ground. They rose again and again, only to be suppressed time and time again. The power of the 1,000-fold waves was ultimately overwhelming. Edmund, who was nearby, saw this and snorted coldly, a bunch of amateurs, actually being toyed with by a 1-star beast tamer. It seems I'll have to step in myself. He immediately ordered the griffin, use the sky-splitting slash. Scream! The griffin let out a piercing scream, flapping its wings wildly. Instantly, a terrifying slash sliced through the air, heading straight for Liam O'Ran. Liam O'Ran immediately felt a deathly threat. Chapter 121, The Beastmaster Army. Frightening away a 5-star Beastmaster. That slash was like an incredibly sharp blade. In that instant, Cthulhu's movements were faster than Liam O'Ran's. A single strike instantly swept Liam O'Ran and his 2 companions away, while the slash struck down in an instant. Swish! BRR! This slash is simply too powerful. Even the fully evolved Cthulhu was sliced cleanly in half by the slash. From the head down, the body was split into 2 sections. Upon seeing this scene, several assassins all smiled. The beast was cut in half, leaving almost no chance of survival. However, Edmund's expression remained calm, showing no signs of triumph. Not only that, but even though his body had been severed into 2 halves, Cthulhu's tentacles clinging to Liam O'Ran and the others refused to let go. Edmund shouted, "Stop pretending. Great Xiaoman, I know your beast can regenerate." Upon hearing this, the assassins around them all looked surprised. They stared intently at Cthulhu. The next moment, Cthulhu, who had been sliced in half, slowly began to regenerate. Its shattered body began to reassemble itself. A few seconds later, Cthulhu returned to its original form. Reborn? How is this possible? These assassins were all Edmund's assistants and therefore had no knowledge of Cthulhu's situation. But as the assassin tasked with the mission, how could Edmund have failed to prepare? Herman had already informed Edmund of Cthulhu's ability to regenerate, so even if he had cut Cthulhu in half, Edmund remained vigilant. Sure enough, Cthulhu immediately regenerated. Liam O'Ran said, "It seems you've really prepared well for me." Edmund sneered, "You people of the Great Xia, even if your beasts can regenerate endlessly, the gap in strength is still there. As long as I get past your beasts and kill you, you won't be able to do anything." Those words were indeed true. If it were in the past, Liam O'Ran's expression would likely have been extremely gloomy. Because, given Edmund's strength, the other skills of Cthulhu might not have any effect. After all, his griffin has reached the extraordinary realm. The difference in levels is simply too great, even Cthulhu would find it difficult to overcome. His only option might be to forcefully use his divine abilities and gamble for a chance. But now, Liam O'Ran remained remarkably calm. "It seems that Herman told you a lot. However, I would like to ask you, do you know about this method of mine? Upon hearing Liam O'Ran's words, Herman furrowed his brows slightly. He instinctively felt a sense of unease. The next moment, Liam O'Ran shouted fiercely, "Followers of the Divine Kingdom, come out!" As soon as Liam O'Ran finished speaking, countless figures suddenly emerged from all around him. The bloodline of kings, the bloodline of overlords, and the bloodline of legends. All sorts of powerful bloodline-bound beasts were summoned by Liam O'Ran. Their numbers were staggering, ranging from a few to dozens, and even hundreds, an utterly extravagant display. Liam O'Ran had even summoned an entire army. A dark, overwhelming horde of beasts surrounded the assassins. Flying in the sky, running on the ground, burrowing in the earth, every kind of beast imaginable was present. Their sudden appearance left Edmund and his companions completely speechless. What was going on? Spirit beasts. So many spirit beasts. How is this possible? Could it be that this person from the Great Xia has contracted hundreds of spirit beasts? Goodness! There's even a 9-headed dragon. What am I seeing? The assassins felt their scalps tingle, as if they were in a dream. They could hardly believe what they were seeing. No one had ever been able to control such a large number of beasts, not even the most skilled beast tamers. But Liam O'Ran, standing before them, had done exactly that. Attack them! Kill them all! Liam O'Ran simultaneously released the yellow-robed king and also set free his followers. Thousands of spirit beasts charged forward at Liam O'Ran's command. Several assistants didn't even have time to react before they were torn to pieces by the overwhelming number of spirit beasts. They didn't even have time to utter a scream. At the same time, a large number of flying beasts also charged into the sky, heading toward Edmund. Edmund's expression completely changed. The spiritual beasts before him were all fully evolved forms. Even though his griffin is an extraordinary being capable of instantly slaying numerous spirit beasts, their sheer numbers are simply overwhelming. Most importantly, as an assassin, his contracted spirit beasts were either extremely powerful or capable of hiding, and their weakness was that they were fragile. Additionally, none of them possess large-scale area of effect attack capabilities. Because such measures are unnecessary for assassins. Therefore, he simply couldn't handle so many spirit beasts at the same time. Once surrounded by them, he would be in grave danger. Damn it! Edmund felt his face go pale. He knew this mission was a failure. He glared at Liam O'Ran and shouted, "You Xiaman, don't get too cocky. After our Black Eagle assassins failed to kill you, we'll send even higher-ranked assassins to finish you off. Next time, you'll be facing our group's top-tier assassin, the 6-star Beast Master. Go!" At Edmund's command, the griffin spread its wings and vanished from the spot at an incredible speed. Countless spirit beasts charged forward, but all their attacks missed their mark. Liam O'Ran saw this and, though somewhat disappointed, could do nothing about it. After all, the other party was a 5-star beast tamer. Keeping him there was simply too difficult. Once Edmund's figure had completely disappeared, Liam O'Ran also withdrew his Beastmaster army. Lu Jinghong and Yi Jiwei, seeing this, finally let out a sigh of relief. Silence! Lu Jinghong couldn't help but rush forward and embrace Liam O'Ran. She was truly worried. A 5-star beast tamer is truly too dangerous. If the spirit beast army hadn't scared him off, all of them might have been in danger. Liam O'Ran patted her on the back and smiled, "It's okay now. Everything's fine." Seeing Yi Jiwei standing nearby, he also walked over and embraced her. Lu Jinghong chuckled, "Moran, you were really cool just now. The other person was completely scared off by you." "Of course. Do you think I'm just anyone?" After Edmund left, Liam O'Ran took the two women and quickly departed as well. Soon afterward, the three arrived at the outskirts of the 10,000 Beasts battlefield. Through the teleportation array here, they could return to the Imperial Capital Academy. The three of them felt much more relaxed, as if Edmund's earlier scene had already been forgotten. After entering the teleportation array, they finally returned to the Imperial Capital Academy. "I'm back." After feeling the air of the Imperial Capital Academy, Lu Jinghong couldn't help but shout out. The 2-month journey through the battlefield of 10,000 beasts had finally come to an end. The three of them even felt as though a day had passed. Yi Jiwei looked at Liam O'Ran and Lu Jinghong holding hands, hiding the sadness in his eyes, and forced a calm expression. "It's time for us to part ways. I'll leave first. Wishing you both happiness." Lu Jinghong heard this and was overjoyed. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Jiwei. I hope you find a good boyfriend too." Yi Jiwei sighed bitterly in her heart. He had found it, but he didn't know how to face it. Liam O'Ran smiled and said, "You go back and rest first. Jinghong and I will submit the task first. See you tomorrow." Lu Jinghong didn't think much of the words "see you tomorrow." But Yi Jiwei's heartbeat suddenly quickened. Liam O'Ran didn't say much, just gave her a wink. Then, he left with Lu Jinghong. Chapter 122, Return. The 5-clawed golden dragon hatches. Creators Academy, Office. Welcome back. Upon seeing the two arrive, Jiang Ru immediately smiled and invited them inside. He was not entirely unaware of Liamo Ran and Lu Jinghong's behavior. With Zhang Ru's influence, he could easily find out what these two had done in the battlefield of 10,000 beasts. He was highly satisfied with their performance. In fact, he was extremely satisfied. He had never seen such an outstanding student before. Liamo Ran immediately took out the materials and said, "The task is already completed, and our beast tamers have also evolved into their fully evolved forms." Zhang Ru took the dragon bones, dragon claws, and other materials, examined them briefly, and nodded in approval. "Not bad, you've done well. I heard from the battlefield outpost that you seem to have obtained the Great Xia Star badge?" "That's correct." "Ha, you're truly my disciple." After praising him for a moment, Zhang Ru asked about the situation at the 10,000 beasts battlefield. Liamo Ran then recounted how he had killed Herman, Watanabe Hayakushi, and others, the abnormal occurrences at the ancient beast ruins, and the fact that they had been targeted by the Shadow Assassin group. These matters were beyond Zhang Ru's ability to verify through other channels, so he could only listen to Liamo Ran's account. After listening, Zhang Ru's expression clearly turned grim. "It seems that the past 2 months have not been peaceful for you too." The appearance of the ancient beast ruins in the 10,000 beasts battlefield has also reached Zhang Ru's ears. As for the specifics of the invasion by the abyssal demons, he is unaware of the details. Liamo Ran said, "I feel that this abyss invasion may be related to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom." The black mist emanating from the bodies of those who were killed has been weighing heavily on Liamo Ran's mind. Zhang Rudeo said, "Regarding the matter of the abyss invasion, you need not concern yourself with it for now. The state will intervene and investigate. As for the Shadow Assassin group, dare they bully my student? Do they truly believe that the Great Xia Kingdom has no one left? Rest assured, leave it to me." Hearing him say this, the two of them felt relieved. Even if the Black Shadow Assassins were as powerful as they would never be able to enter the borders of the Great Xia Kingdom to kill someone. At school, Liamo Ran is safe. After finishing his story about the battlefield of 10,000 beasts, Zhang Ru mentioned another matter. "Since you have already evolved your beast tamers to their complete forms, starting tomorrow, you can begin challenging the Contract Secret Realm." "What is the Contract Secret Realm?" "It is a highly unique secret realm that can only be challenged solo. This realm creates a mirror image of yourself, and through dual combat, you deepen your contract bond with your beast. Upon completing the challenge, you will receive contract evolution rewards." At this point, Zhang Ru explained the contract evolution rewards in more detail. This reward can make your body stronger, allowing you to keep up with your contracted beasts. At the same time, it will also make your contracted beasts easier to control. After completing the contract dungeon challenge, I will take you to register as a 2-star beast master. Upon hearing this, both of them nodded in agreement. Zhang Ru then set a time to meet him at the academy tomorrow afternoon. After finishing their conversation, both of them left Zhang Ru's office. Liamo Ran and Lu Jinghong also parted ways. Returning to the dormitory once more, Liamo Ran took a shower, lay on the bed, and felt utterly exhausted all over. Finally back. 2 months of life in the wild was truly grueling. Even Liamo Ran was starting to feel the strain. No matter how you look at it, life in the wild can't compare to life at home. Let's go to the Advanced Divine Kingdom and see what's going on. Liamo Ran was about to enter the Divine Realm when he suddenly heard a voice. The 5-clawed golden dragon is about to hatch. Upon hearing the sound, Liamo Ran was filled with excitement. The 5-clawed golden dragon is about to hatch? This was the dragon egg he had obtained in the trial tower, which he had kept in the Baimong space all this time. After so long, it was finally about to hatch. He immediately took the dragon egg out of the Baimong space. This was a mythical beast of the divine bloodline, and the highest ranked one at that. As soon as it appeared, another heavenly void divine phoenix emerged. A dragon egg half a person tall quickly appeared before Liamo Ran. The egg was a noble golden color, and cracks had already begun to appear on the shell. Within the cracks, a faint golden light was shining, as if it were the radiance of an emperor. Crack! The cracks on the dragon egg are getting more and more numerous. Soon, a fragment was pushed out, and the gap grew larger and larger. A golden dragon claw emerged from the crack. The crack grew larger, and another claw soon emerged from the fissure. A beam of light spread out in all directions, and eventually, countless beams of light erupted around the cracks of the dragon egg, causing it to vanish completely within the glow. A young 5-clawed golden dragon was born. Ah! The 5-clawed golden dragon was perfectly formed, with dragon horns and claws, and its entire body radiated golden light, exuding supreme nobility. Despite its young age, it already exudes a sense of majesty. Its cry was very clear, and it seemed especially happy when it saw Liamo. The 5-clawed golden dragon twisted its body, and a wisp of mist slowly rose from beneath its claws. It then spiraled upward, continuously leaping around Liamo's surroundings. Upon witnessing this scene, Liamo Ran was overjoyed. He reached out his hand, attempting to touch the 5-clawed golden dragon. The 5-clawed golden dragon understood his intention and rubbed against the palm of his hand before coming to rest in Liamo Ran's hand. Li Moran opened his great eyes. Name, 5-clawed golden dragon. Species Eastern Dragon Clan. Attributes dragon, gold, fire, wind. Bloodline mythical. Bloodline mythical. Bloodline mythical. Talent divine dragon, born supreme. Skills dragon breath LV1, cloud riding LV1, dragon claw strike LV1, divine dragon's wrath LV2.
Upon seeing the information about the 5-clawed golden dragon, Liam Ran was particularly delighted. No wonder it's the 5-clawed golden dragon. It was born with a level 2 skill. Not only that, but it also possesses 4 attributes. Judging by its combat power alone, it might even be stronger than the heavenly ruined divine phoenix. After all, the 5-clawed golden dragon is often regarded as the supreme ruler among Eastern dragons. Its 2 innate divine dragons embody the concept of heavenly dragon and supreme destiny. Among these, the divine dragon enhances all its dragon attribute attacks by 200 and imposes a 30-point attribute suppression on all other dragon attribute beasts. Born supreme, it increases all attributes by 100 and skill effects by 100. Such an exaggerated effect clearly demonstrates the terrifying combat power of the 5-clawed golden dragon. The only downside is that when Liam Ran used the Great Eye to inspect it again, he discovered that the 5-clawed golden dragon's compatibility with the ancient bloodline was only 245, making it unable to become an ancient ruler. It seems that the ancient rulers have special requirements. Even if the compatibility is high enough, my current ancient bloodline is insufficient. So far, the system has not issued any new tasks. Liam Ran tried to inquire about the system, but the response was task release conditions not met. Please explore on your own. Although there were no more ancient bloodlines available for now, he wasn't in a hurry. After all, Cthulhu and Hastur were sufficient for now. Next, let's upgrade Hastur to its fully evolved form as well. Once that's done, we'll need to recruit more followers. We might even have to make a trip to the battlefield of 10,000 beasts. Thinking of this, Liam Ran felt a bit helpless. But there was nothing he could do about it. The quality of the spiritual beasts in the battlefield of 10,000 beasts was high enough. Aside from there, it was difficult to find many suitable followers elsewhere. However, for Asta to evolve into its complete form, it cannot do so without followers. Little one, you should also enter the divine realm. After being baptized in the Baimong space for so long, the 5-clawed golden dragon has already become a loyal follower of Cthulhu. Liam Ran immediately brought the 5-clawed golden dragon into the divine realm. At that moment, a voice rang out. The Cthulhu Temple has been successfully established. Chapter 123, Cthulhu Temple. Death Transfer. As soon as the words left his mouth, Liam Ran was immediately filled with excitement. The Cthulhu Temple was finally completed. Upon entering the divine realm, this place has undergone a complete transformation. The once barren and desolate land has been transformed into a landscape dotted with altars and churches. Roads have been constructed between these structures, and dwellings for the faithful have been established. Since all the believers were various spiritual beasts, their dwellings were also uniquely diverse. However, the churches and altars are filled with a sacred atmosphere. In the distance, there is a huge temple, exceptionally magnificent. This temple was constructed by all the believers over the course of a month. At the top of the temple stands a massive statue. It was a monstrous creature with the head of an octopus, the body of a human, and bat wings, the very form of Cthulhu in the mortal realm. Before the temple, many devotees were praying and offering sacrifices to the statue. Liam Ran opened the Divine Realm interface. Divine Realm of Faith. Ruler of the Divine Kingdom, Liam Ran. Divine Being of the Divine Realm, Cthulhu. Divine Realm Architecture, 18 Divine Altars, 2 Divine Cathedrals, 1 Divine Training Ground, and the Cthulhu Temple. Ordinary buildings, 5 large believer residences. Total faith value, 187,620. Faith value gain, 18,600 days. Upon seeing this panel, Liam Ran finally managed to smile. Now, his daily faith value earnings had reached over 18,000. Such a high faith value is what enables him to construct so many divine realm structures. Divine Altar, believers worship and make sacrifices here to gain faith. Each altar can accommodate 100 believers at a time. Divine Kingdom Church, a place for devout believers to pray and engage in other activities, earning more faith points and deepening their devotion. Number of devout believers, 126. Divine Realm Training Ground, believers train here to enhance their strength and have a chance to awaken skills. Currently, 36 believers have awakened skills. Cthulhu Temple, a place for core believers to pray and perform other religious activities, where they can earn a large amount of faith points and receive blessings from Cthulhu. Number of core believers, 2 Tianqiu Shenhuang, Wuzhao Jinlong. There are only 2 core devotees? Upon seeing this, Liam Ran was greatly surprised. Both of these were mythical bloodline beast tamers. Among them, the Tianqiu Divine Phoenix is Cthulhu's first follower. The 5-clawed golden dragon, however, has been kept in the Baimong space since Liam Ran obtained the dragon egg, undergoing a constant process of purification. In addition, most of the other followers were ordinary believers. Even the faithful make up only slightly more than 1/10 of the total.
How can the system attract more core followers? Ding! Core followers must be recognized by Cthulhu, and their bloodline must not be lower than mythical. Upon hearing this, Liam Ran was immediately at a loss. As for the mythical bloodline beasts he could control, he only had 3.
The third is naturally the 9-headed dragon, but it was forcibly converted into a follower by Cthulhu.
Currently, it is merely an ordinary follower and does not fully adhere to its faith in Cthulhu. The standards for core followers are so high that Liam Ran can only recruit a few. Never mind, let's just leave it at that for now. Liam Ran continued reading the introduction of the core followers.
This type of follower was already capable of accepting Cthulhu's blessings.
However, the blessings must be bestowed within the temple. Liam Ran immediately entered the Cthulhu temple. The interior was vastly different from a typical palace, lacking the opulence one might expect.
Instead, the colors were oddly unsettling, even eerie, as if countless eyes were staring back at him from every direction.
You have entered the Cthulhu temple. Upon entering the temple, Liam Ran saw several lines of light.
The temple has 3 functions: blessing of believers, temple renovation, conversion of followers, and temple creation. Among these, the clan conversion and temple creation functions are not yet available. The former requires reaching 1 million faith points to unlock, while the latter will only display its unlock cost once the first 3 functions are available.
The other 2 features. Liam Ran first looked at the temple renovation.
Temple renovation, skills, divine abilities, and other elements can be transformed into items suitable for Cthulhu's use. The amount of faith points required depends on the quality of the item being transformed.
With this, can I transform divine abilities now? Thinking this, Liam Ran immediately took out a supernatural ability stone. Divine Stone, Dragon Holding the Sun.
This is the divine stone he obtained alongside the 5-clawed golden dragon egg. At the time, since he had not yet constructed a divine temple, he was temporarily unable to transform it.
Should we transform this divine power? Or should we leave it for the 5-clawed golden dragon to use? Though hesitant, Liam Ran decided to check the modification page first. Renovation cost, starting at 1.58 million faith points. 158,000, and that's just the starting point? Upon reading this, Liam Ran's lips twitched slightly. Alright, no more hesitation. He can't afford to renovate it.
Forget it, let's leave it to the 5-clawed golden dragon.
In the short term, I'm afraid I don't have enough faith points to spare for transformation. Liam Ran exited the temple transformation page and immediately checked the temple blessing page. Cthulhu's Blessing. Immortality. Core followers gain Cthulhu's immortality, granting immunity to death. After death, they can be reborn in the Beastmaster's dream. Blessing cost, 30,000 faith points. Regeneration. Core followers can obtain Cthulhu's regeneration, granting immunity to disease and injury. Even if their bodies are destroyed, they can quickly regenerate. Blessing cost, 280,000 faith points per day. Skill, Tentacle Attack. Core followers can learn Cthulhu's Tentacle Attack skill, with a power of 4,080. Blessing cost, 1,200 faith points per day. Upon seeing these blessings, Liam Ran felt a chill run down his spine once again.
Damn it, how can the cost of these blessings be so high, and they're even charged by the day?
Liam Ran was truly speechless. As he flashed through these scenes, Liam Ran saw another image. Special Divine Power, Ruler of the Divine Realm.
Death Transfer. When facing a fatal attack, the damage can be transferred to any follower, allowing the follower to die in place of the Divine Ruler, ensuring the Divine Ruler's survival.
Cost, 50,000 faith points. Usage restrictions, none. Damage Transfer. When injured, you can transfer damage to any follower, causing the follower to take the damage instead. Cost, 1,800 faith points. Upon reading this, Liam Ran finally smiled. This was tailor-made for me. With these 2 features, I'm practically invincible. This means that no matter how many followers Liam Ran has, he has that many lives. In such a situation, even if he were to be assassinated, there would be no need to worry at all. Liam Ran didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately activated a death transfer and damage transfer. Please select your transfer follower. Liam Ran randomly pointed to a follower and succeeded.
In the future, if he were injured or killed, that follower would take his place and bear the consequences.
This follower is unaware that the fate of his own life has already been seized by a human being. After completing all this, Liam Ran departed. Currently, the various structures within the Divine Realm were sufficient. What he lacked were enough followers. Without enough followers, the harvest of faith points would be insufficient, and he couldn't even afford to transform a single divine ability. This is another challenging problem for Liam Ran.
After all, his standard for his followers was that he would rather have fewer but better ones than many mediocre ones.
2 weak believers simply cannot contribute much in terms of faith points. Take the Heavenly Ruin Divine Phoenix, for example.
The faith points it provides each day are several times, or even dozens of times, more than those of other believers.
After leaving the Divine Realm, Liam Ran immediately began to rest.
The next morning, he first sent a message to Lu Jinghong, telling her not to come looking for him yet. After finishing breakfast, he immediately rushed to the Supreme Academy. The reason for going there was because Yi Jiwei was a student at the Supreme Academy. She ranked 81st in last year's academy exams, just missing the cutoff for admission to the God-Creating Academy, which only admits the top 80 students each year.
This was a significant disappointment for her. Despite this, she was quite famous at the Supreme Academy and even ranked first in last year's final exams. Liamo Ran quickly looked up the academy's information and found her.
Actually, Yi Jiwei hadn't told Liamo Ran her address, but he managed to find out through some inquiries.
After a quick teleportation, Liamo Ran immediately arrived at the apartment where she was staying.
It didn't take long before he found her dormitory.
Liamo Ran was about to knock on the door when he suddenly noticed it was open.
Just as he was puzzled, a sound came from inside.
It sounded like an argument. I warned you to get out of my dorm right now. I didn't give you permission to come in. Jiwei, are you really going to do this? Given our relationship, are you really going to be so heartless?
These clear words immediately caused Liamo Ran to furrow his brows.
Chapter 124, Trouble.
Liamo Ran stood still where he was, neither opening the door nor uttering a word.
But he silently opened the great eye.
Through the great eye, Liamo Ran immediately peered through the door and saw the situation inside the room. Yi Jiwei furrowed his brows, his expression cold. Before her stood a tall, handsome young man dressed in luxurious robes. His gaze was lowered, and he appeared deeply affectionate.
Tang Gaoping, I have no connection with you whatsoever.
Upon hearing this, the young man named Tang Gaoping's expression darkened instantly, and his previously affectionate demeanor transformed into one of arrogance and superiority.
He sneered, it doesn't matter?
Yi Jiwei, don't forget that you still have a marriage contract with me.
I am your fiancé.
At those words, Liamo Ran's gaze outside the door grew colder.
Engagement? He had never heard Yi Jiwei mention this before. What's going on? Liamo Ran felt a flash of murderous intent in his heart.
Yi Jiwei shouted, I already broke off the engagement last year. This engagement has been cancelled for a long time.
Why are you still bothering me? What do you want?
She should have kept her mouth shut.
The moment she spoke, Tang Gaoping flew into a rage. Cancel? Ha, did you even ask my opinion? I'm not agreeing to it. Do you think you're some kind of big shot? My engagement with you, do you think you can just cancel it whenever you feel like it?
As he spoke, he reached out to grab Yi Jiwei and pull her toward him. Yi Jiwei's expression changed instantly, and he hurriedly stepped back.
Bang!
Just then, the dormitory door was kicked open.
Liamo Ran stood at the doorway with a cold expression on his face. Who is it?
The noise startled both people inside the door, causing them to turn around abruptly.
Silence. It's you?
Seeing the person before him, Yi Jiwei was both surprised and delighted.
Liamo Ran spoke in a deep voice, Jiwei, come here.
Yi Jiwei didn't hesitate for a moment, immediately running over and throwing himself into Liamo Ran's arms. Upon seeing this scene, Tang Gaoping's expression changed instantly, his gaze as if he were about to kill someone.
You all? He was so furious he could barely speak. The woman he had set his sights on, his fiancée, had thrown herself into another man's arms? Liamo Ran asked, Jiwei, what on earth is going on? You've never mentioned anything about the engagement to me before.
Yi Jiwei whispered, I'm sorry, I didn't want to involve you.
My father and Tang Gaoping's father once had a close relationship. When I was born, my father arranged this marriage for me, but I had no idea about it until I went to university, and even then, I didn't know who Tang Gaoping was. Because of my opposition, the engagement was cancelled. But Tang Gaoping wouldn't let it go and kept harassing me.
One of the reasons I went to the 10,000 Beasts battlefield was to avoid seeing him.
Upon hearing this, Liamo Ran immediately understood.
The look he gave Tang Gaoping grew even colder. Yi Jiwei said coldly, Tang Gaoping, our engagement has been dissolved long ago.
I have someone I love. Don't come bother me anymore. Tang Gaoping shouted angrily, who is this fair-faced young man?
Yi Jiwei,
if you don't want to acknowledge this engagement, that's fine, but are you deliberately bringing someone here to provoke me?
He hadn't noticed Yi Jiwei's expression, thinking it was just a play Yi Jiwei was putting on to force him to break off the engagement.
Yi Jiwei was about to speak, but Liamo Ran laughed. Interesting. As he spoke, he pinched Yi Jiwei's chin. Silence, you.
Yi Jiwei froze in shock because Liamo Ran suddenly kissed her. Right in front of Tang Gaoping.
At first, she didn't react, but after feeling Liamo Ran's kiss, she didn't resist.
Instead, she wrapped her arms around him and responded passionately.
However, she seemed unusually awkward and could only let Liamo Ran take the lead. After all, Yi Jiwei's only experience was the stolen kiss from Liamo Ran during the battlefield of 10,000 Beasts. When Tang Gaoping saw this scene, his eyes widened instantly. His fiancée, whom he had never even held hands with, was being kissed by another man? After the two parted, Liamo Ran looked at Tang Gaoping and said, Jiwei is my woman. Who do you think you are? Do I need to put on a show in front of you? These provocative words immediately sent Tang Gaoping into a rage. I'll kill you. He charged forward, ready to attack, aiming to pin Li Moran to the ground. But could Li Moran just take that? He's been trained in martial arts since he was a child. With a loud thud, he pinned Tang Gaoping to the ground and kicked him out the door. The disheveled Tang Gaoping immediately drew the attention of many people. Everyone around him was curious what had happened. Tang Gaoping felt a surge of anger rising in his head, ready to act, but Li Mo's gaze suddenly stopped him in his tracks. That gaze was extremely cold, filled with murderous intent. The person before him seemed as though he had truly killed someone before. Not just one or two, but dozens or even hundreds. Tang Gaoping felt as though he had been doused with a bucket of cold water, standing frozen in place. Li Mochen barked harshly, "Get out of here!" Tang Gaoping clenched his teeth and shouted, "You just wait. This matter won't be settled so easily today." With that, he scrambled to his feet and fled, rolling and crawling away under the astonished stares of the crowd. That must be Tang Gaoping, right? I must not have mistaken him. Yes, it's him. He ranked 8th in the entire college last semester. Why is he looking for Yi Jiwei again? I don't know, but he looks pretty disheveled. Although it's not very moral, I can't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Tang Gaoping's pursuit of Yi Jiwei is no secret at the Supreme Academy. After all, Tang Gaoping has always been very outspoken and has never had the habit of keeping things hidden. Of course, the fact that he has been rejected by Yi Jiwei on multiple occasions is also no secret. As a top student at the Supreme Academy, Yi Jiwei had a considerable reputation within the academy. Though her appearance was not breathtakingly beautiful, she was still considered quite attractive, and she exuded a down-to-earth, next-door girl charm that made her seem more approachable and relatable, rather than like an unattainable goddess. Within the academy, Yi Jiwei had also received more than one love letter, though she had thrown them all away. After sending Tang Gaoping away, Li Moran closed the door. Yi Jiwei sighed in relief, his eyes filled with gratitude. Silently, he said, "Thank you." Li Moran smiled and said, "Why are you thanking me? Are we that formal with each other?" He gently stroked Yi Jiwei's hair, his gaze softening slightly. As she met Li Moran's gaze, Yi Jiwei's heart began to race. She let Li Moran's fingers move from her hair to her cheek, then to her lips, gently caressing them. At the same time, her face flushed slightly. Li Moran suddenly pinched her delicate face and deliberately frowned. "Jiwei, tell me where you went wrong?" "Ah." Yi Jiwei looked completely bewildered. Li Moran's other hand gripped the other side of her face, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. "It seems I need to teach you a lesson." Saying this, he let go of her. But before Yi Jiwei could breathe a sigh of relief, Li Moran kissed her again. The kiss was so forceful that Yi Jiwei could barely breathe. Not only that, but Li Moran's hands were also wandering, reaching forward and immediately gripping her. Yi Jiwei's face grew even redder as she struggled to break free, but Li Moran held her tightly. In the end, she could only blush and let Li Moran have his way. When the two parted ways, the collar of Yi Jiwei's shirt was clearly disheveled. Just now, Li Moran had forcefully barged in here, directly gripping the heart of destiny. Li Moran said, "If I hadn't come today, you were planning to keep the engagement a secret from me, weren't you?" Yi Jiwei whispered, "I'm sorry, She didn't know how to explain, and she also felt a little guilty toward Li Moran. Seeing her like this, how could Li Moran bring himself to blame her? He gently stroked her cheek and said, "It's okay, there's no need to apologize. I'll handle Tang Gaoping's matter. I promise he won't dare to bother you again." Although Li Moran was just a first-year university student, his words gave Yi Jiwei a sense of reassurance. It was as though the man before him truly had no limits. She hummed in agreement, and a smile finally appeared on her face. After a moment of tenderness, Yi Jiwei finally asked, "Moran, how did you know I lived here?" Li Moran smiled and said, "You're the top student at the Supreme Academy. You're so famous, was it really that hard to find your information? Even as the top student at the Supreme Academy, you can't compare to the Creation God Academy." Failing to get into the God Creating Academy has always been a regret for Yi Jiwei. Because she was just one spot short. She had a good chance, but she didn't seize it at the time. Li Moran saw her disappointment and felt a pang of guilt. He was from the Creation God Academy, while Yi Jiwei was from the Supreme Academy. They didn't belong to the same academy, and their dormitories were also quite far apart. Li Moran even had to use a teleportation array to get there. He immediately thought of Tang Gaoping. At this distance, if Tang Gaoping were to harass Yi Jiwei, he might not be able to make it in time. Thinking of this, Li Moran spoke up, "Jiwei, do you want to go to the Creation God Academy?" Yi Jiwei's expression froze, and he immediately looked surprised. Chapter 125, Yi Jiwei's Resolution. If someone were to ask you if you wanted to attend the God Creating Academy, I doubt anyone would say no. The Creation God Academy is the most prestigious academy in the imperial capital. Every student admitted to this academy is among the most brilliant geniuses in the Great Xia Kingdom. It is important to note that the Creation God Academy only admits 80 students each year.
Those who manage to enter the Creation God Academy are already among the most exceptionally talented individuals in the entire nation of Daxia, with its population of over 100 million.
How could Yi Jiwei not want to? She stared blankly at Liam Oran, unsure of how to look at her.
Liam Oran said, I remember that the school never had a rule prohibiting students from transferring to other colleges. Yi Jiwei bit her lip, a fleeting shadow of sadness crossing her eyes. There are no specific rules, but transferring to another college requires passing an exam, especially the one for the Creation God College, which is extremely rigorous.
I'm afraid I won't be able to pass it.
Her most powerful beast, the Cloud-Hiding Beast, does not possess strong combat abilities. Although its bloodline is sufficiently high, it is essentially nothing more than a jellyfish. The Thousand-Eyed Swift Falcon possesses reconnaissance capabilities far surpassing its combat abilities.
The new contract's Flame-Weaving Fox, while possessing decent combat capabilities, is actually more of a support-type unit.
Historically, support-type beast masters have always found it difficult to enter the Divine Creation Academy. Yi Jiwei is already an exception. His beast mastery isn't a primary combat specialty, yet he managed to achieve first place at the Supreme Academy.
Liam Oran laughed. Why can't there be a way? I'm here to help you.
Yi Jiwei's eyes flashed with gratitude.
However, she shook her head and refused, saying, Moran, thank you, but this will be troublesome, won't it? I'm actually doing quite well at the Supreme Academy.
You don't need to worry.
Liam Oran snorted coldly in his heart. Is it really that good? Tang Gaoping even blocked the entrance to the dormitory. If he hadn't arrived in time today, Yi Jiwei wouldn't know what would have happened.
After their relationship became clear, Liam Oran had already regarded Yi Jiwei as his own. He certainly didn't want to see Yi Jiwei being harassed at the Supreme Academy.
Don't refuse. It's settled then. You sign up for the exam, and I'll help you.
Yi Jiwei wanted to shake his head, but when he saw Liam Oran's gaze, his heart trembled. His heart began to race uncontrollably. The words he had originally intended to refuse were pressed down on his heart, making them impossible to utter.
How can you help me? Liam Oran smiled and said, no matter how difficult the assessment is, it ultimately tests one's ability to control beasts. As long as you're strong enough, passing the assessment is easy. However, my strongest Cloud-Hiding Beast isn't particularly strong in combat.
It can hold its own in one-on-one battles, but once it faces a group of monsters, it's helpless.
Then I should contract a sufficiently powerful beast. As he spoke, Liam Oran summoned the five-clawed golden dragon from the divine realm. Roar!
The five-clawed golden dragon is still in its juvenile stage, but its majesty is already formidable. This five-clawed golden dragon is already a fervent follower of Cthulhu.
Upon seeing Liam Oran, it immediately became overjoyed and coiled itself around Liam Oran's side. Yi Jiwei was utterly astonished. Could this possibly be the five-clawed golden dragon?
That's right, the reward I got from the trial tower was a five-clawed golden dragon egg.
After 2 months of incubation, it has finally hatched. As he spoke, Liam Oran commanded the five-clawed golden dragon to fly to Yi Jiwei's side.
It has been by my side with no room to showcase its abilities.
I am giving it to you so you can form a contract with it. With a mythical bloodline beast, the Transfer Academy's assessment should not be too difficult for you.
Yi Jiwei immediately covered his mouth, utterly speechless.
A mythical beast of the divine bloodline was actually given to her like that?
She had never dared to imagine such a thing.
In fact, for Liam Oran, giving away the five-clawed golden dragon wasn't a loss.
The five-clawed golden dragon had already become a core follower of Cthulhu and would not change simply by becoming someone else's contract beast.
At most, Liam Oran will lose some faith points each day because he can no longer place the five-clawed golden dragon in the temple to pray. But that's nothing to worry about.
Faith points are like that. Once you have enough followers, they start growing at an extremely rapid pace. A five-clawed golden dragon has little effect. Furthermore, with the protection of the five-clawed golden dragon, someone like Tang Gaoping poses no threat to Yi Jiwei. Most importantly, Cthulhu can monitor the status of his followers at any time. Liam Oran can also use Cthulhu to check the status of the five-clawed golden dragon, thereby staying informed about Yi Jiwei's situation at all times. Once she is in danger, the five-clawed golden dragon can also send the message back at any time.
Sending the five-clawed golden dragon out does not weaken Liam Oran's control over it. On the contrary, it earns the young girl's full affection. What's there to lose? As expected, Yi Jiwei never anticipated that Liam Oran would give away such an item. Seeing that she hadn't made a move, Liam Oran said, "What's wrong? Don't just stand there, hurry up and make the contract." Liam Oran's words finally snapped her back to reality.
Yi Jiwei was about to shake her head, but Liam Oran immediately stopped her, no refusing.
I said I'm giving it to you, so take it.
The five-clawed golden dragon also circled around Yi Jiwei, brushing against her arm, signaling its willingness to form a contract with her. Perhaps moved, or perhaps overwhelmed with emotion, Yi Jiwei couldn't help but shed 2 tears.
Why are you being so kind to me? I haven't done anything to deserve this.
Liam Oran wiped her tears and smiled. Of course it's because you're my woman. I don't have a habit of being in a long-distance relationship.
Yi Jiwei whispered, "It's just different colleges, it's not long distance. It's too far. It's too far. We have to take the teleportation array. I say it's different locations, so it's different locations. But what about Jinghong's side? Don't worry about it. Leave it to me."
Yi Jiwei seemed to be having an internal struggle, hesitating for a moment before finally making up his mind.
He clenched his teeth and said, "Moran, please don't mention our relationship to Jinghong, okay? You can continue being with her. As for me, I can be your lover."
By the end, Yi Jiwei's voice grew softer and softer. Saying those words, she had also gone through a mental struggle.
Liam Moran never expected her to say such a thing.
In an instant, Liam Moran felt a pang of sympathy for the young girl before him. At the same time, his resolve grew stronger.
"I told you, you don't need to worry about anything else. Just stay by my side. Our relationship is straightforward and above board. There's no need to hide it."
Yi Jiwei wanted to say something else, but Liam Moran glared at her. In the end, she lowered her head and nodded. Liam Moran then had her sign a contract with the 5-clawed golden dragon.
Once the contract was established, Yi Jiwei looked at the dragon before her and still felt a sense of wonder. She couldn't believe that one day she would actually be able to contract a mythical beast with divine bloodline. Yi Jiwei suddenly felt that she owed Liam Moran so much. She suddenly stepped forward and planted a passionate kiss on Liam Moran. Liam Moran was overjoyed, hugging her tightly.
Before long, he regained control, kissing her passionately while exploring her body. Before long, he entered her.
There was no resistance at all.
Yi Jiwei didn't care at all, he just continued kissing passionately. They kissed for a long time until Yi Jiwei felt like he couldn't breathe, then they slowly pulled apart. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, but her gaze remained unwavering.
Silently, "Can you stay with me tonight?"
Liam Moran's expression froze as he stared straight into Yi Jiwei's eyes, until she felt shy and turned her head away.
"Just accompany you? You can do whatever you want. Have you made up your mind?" "Yes." "Okay, I'll accompany you tonight." Liam Moran never expected that the first person he would establish a relationship with would be Lu Jinghong. But the first person to break through that barrier might just be Yi Jiwei.
Despite all the things he and Jinghong had done together, the shy young girl had never taken that final step.
Thinking of this, Liam Moran felt an odd sensation. What would Jinghong think if she ever found out about this? Would she regret her former reserve? Of course, that's not something Liam Moran should be thinking about. Yi Jiwei had made his decision, how could Liam Moran possibly refuse? He had been planning to do this all along. However, Liam Moran currently had other matters to attend to. After spending a moment with Yi Jiwei, he took his leave and went to find Lu Jinghong. Chapter 126, Mirror Image Showdown. Silence?
Upon seeing Liam Moran come to find him, Lu Jinghong was overjoyed. After all, it had always been her who went to find Liam Moran, and this was the first time he had ever come to her dormitory.
"It smells so good. Are you cooking?" "Yeah, I just finished yours. I was going to ask if you wanted some, and if so, I'd bring it over." "Ha, looks like I came just in time."
After Lu Jinghong finished cooking, the two of them had breakfast.
Since Jiang Ru wouldn't be free until the afternoon, Liam Moran spent the entire morning accompanying Lu Jinghong. They didn't go to training but instead wandered around the academy and had fun. After 2 months on the 10,000 Beasts battlefield, they deserved a break. After lunch, Liam Moran rested in Lu Jinghong's dormitory.
Of course, there was no shortage of affectionate moments.
In the afternoon, the two finally made their way to Jiang Ru's office.
Upon seeing them arrive, Jiang Ru led them to a training field on the school grounds.
There were very few people here, or rather, almost no one. Only 2 teachers were sitting idly by. Upon seeing Jiang Ru arrive, they immediately perked up and became alert. "Good morning, Professor Jiang." Jiang Ru nodded and said, "My 2 students need to use the contract realm."
Upon hearing this, the two of them immediately looked surprised.
Professor Jiang Ru is taking on new students again? It's only been a couple of months since the start of the semester, and these 2 have already met the requirements to use the contract's secret realm? No wonder they're Professor Zhang's students, they're truly outstanding. They dared not delay and immediately opened the contract's secret realm. A massive teleportation gate appeared ahead, resembling a dungeon teleportation gate. A teacher said, "The contract dungeon has 3 difficulty levels. Which one will you choose?" Liam Moran asked, "What are the differences between the difficulty levels?" "The higher the difficulty, the greater the reward. I personally recommend trying the higher difficulty levels. The contract dungeon has no failure penalties, so you can try multiple times."
Upon hearing this, Liam Moran and Lu Jinghong didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately chose the highest difficulty level.
After selecting their difficulty levels, the 2 immediately entered the teleportation array. "You have entered the contract's secret realm. Please summon your beast." A voice echoed in Liam Moran's mind. Upon hearing this, Liam Moran immediately summoned Cthulhu.
Then, several beams of light enveloped Liam Moran and Cthulhu, continuously scanning them.
generating corresponding parameter mirror battlefield, transmission in progress. The next second, Liam felt his vision go black.
When he came to his senses again, he had already arrived in his special space.
The space was completely empty, stretching endlessly in all directions.
But ahead, he saw a very familiar face. It was himself.
Another Liam. Mirror image of Lee Moran.
With a wave of that face, a massive Cthulhu was summoned, looking identical to Liam Cthulhu.
Is this the contract realm? Liam immediately jumped onto Cthulhu, ready for battle.
At the same time, the scene across from him rushed toward him. The mirror image of Cthulhu's tentacles continued to grow, resembling strands of seaweed, wrapping themselves around Liam.
But Liam was not to be outdone. He immediately ordered Cthulhu to counterattack. Their tentacles instantly intertwined. Cthulhu's power was incredibly strong.
After the tentacles wrapped around him, he didn't hesitate at all. With a single struggle, he snapped all the tentacles off.
Then, it quickly created some distance.
A few seconds later, Cthulhu returned to its original state. The mirror image of Cthulhu was no different. The severed tentacles quickly regenerated.
Did it copy the innate abilities as well? Liam expression darkened slightly. If that's the case, then this will be difficult to deal with. Cthulhu can't be killed.
The tentacles attack was merely a test for Liam.
However, the result of the test did not bring him any joy. The mirror image before him seemed to possess strength that did not lag behind Cthulhu's. At that moment, the mirror image of Liam moved again. With a wave of his hand, the mirror image of Cthulhu before him reacted accordingly. Immediately afterward, massive waves erupted in all directions. Upon seeing the waves, Liam immediately realized what was happening. 1,000 layers of waves? At that very moment, the waves surged upward instantly, growing to an unimaginable height, resembling dozens of skyscrapers stacked on top of one another. Upon seeing this, Liam was certain that the mirror image's strength was indeed on par with the original. Shao Ku, attack! Liam immediately ordered.
Cthulhu, unwilling to be outdone, also unleashed a 1,000-fold wave of tidal surges.
The two waves surged upward, colliding with a thunderous crash. With a loud crash,
terrifying waves surged relentlessly, colliding with such force that the surrounding space trembled.
Liam could only feel a powerful force spreading out in all directions.
If it weren't for Cthulhu's tentacles holding him firmly in place, he would have been blown away by the force.
After the battle, both sides emerged unscathed.
Wave after wave crashed against the shore, creating a deafening roar, but none of them managed to harm the other side.
This made Liam expression grow even more somber.
This was the first time he had ever fought against himself. This mirror image possessed the same skills, the same strength, and even the same regenerative abilities as the original Cthulhu. Without a doubt, it is extremely formidable.
It's just one person. How can we break his moves? Liam pondered. If things continued as they were, this battle would likely never be decided. Whatever Cthulhu has, the enemy has too. Even if Liam manages to find an opportunity to shatter the mirror image of Cthulhu, it can still reassemble its body. To win, there may be only one way. Liam fixed his gaze on the mirror image across from him. The mirror image of Liam expression was calm, standing on Cthulhu's body, as if the sea was calm. Only by killing the mirror image of myself might I stand a chance of victory. Just then, the mirror image of Cthulhu charged forward once more. It spread its wings and flew at an incredible speed, appearing before Cthulhu in the blink of an eye. Liam was startled by the sight. Fortunately, Cthulhu reacted extremely quickly, and by the time the mirror image of Cthulhu arrived, countless tentacles had already surged forward. But there were also tentacles on the other side. The tentacles of both sides became entangled once again. Cthulhu unleashed a powerful punch, unleashing a surge of intense energy while his body continuously retreated, once again violently severing countless tentacles. Meanwhile, the mirror image of Cthulhu, struck by the punch and with its tentacles severed, momentarily staggered. Liam saw this and immediately rejoiced, shouting fiercely, "Use the divine tremor." This was an opportunity. Upon receiving Liam's orders, Cthulhu immediately responded. In an instant, countless massive tentacles emerged from all directions, crashing violently into the ground. Boom! 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 A powerful tremor echoed throughout the area. The entire space seemed to begin trembling. The mirror image of Cthulhu was immediately blown away by the violent tremor. At the same time, countless energies surged into Cthulhu simultaneously. The divine tremor is Cthulhu's most powerful technique, surpassing even his divine abilities. Even a mirror image of Cthulhu would be unable to withstand this attack without proper preparation. After being blasted into the sky, the mirror Cthulhu was immediately locked down. At the same time, the energy erupting from the earth surged toward it. In an instant, Cthulhu's body was shattered by the trembling energy. Not even a crack was visible as its body instantly shattered into countless pieces. Immediately afterward, it began to shatter into countless particles.
In the sky, the massive Cthulhu instantly transformed into a mist. As a result, the mirror image of Li Mo-ran also fell to the ground. However, the battle was far from over. Li Mo-ran could see that the mirror image of Cthulhu's body was constantly. Although the divine tremor had shattered it, the mirror image of Cthulhu before him had, after all, inherited Cthulhu's immortal trait. It reassembled at an astonishing speed, forming a rough outline almost visibly to the naked eye.
In just a few breaths, it might be reborn. But Li Mo-ran didn't give it that chance.
The mirror image before him was only Cthulhu. It could not summon a second beast.
Without the beast's protection, the mirror image of Li Mo-ran appeared exceptionally vulnerable.
A tentacle of Cthulhu erupted, instantly shredding the mirror image of Li Mo-ran.
Snap!
The next moment, the space around them shattered like a mirror. A voice surged into Li Mo-ran's mind.
Congratulations!
You have successfully completed the Contract Secret Realm Challenge.
You are about to receive the Contract Blessing. Chapter 127, International Young Beast Tamer Competition. As the blessing echoed, a brilliant light enveloped Li Mo-ran.
Immediately afterward, he noticed that his body had undergone a transformation. His muscles had become more defined, his bones were cracking, his internal organs seemed to be trembling and boiling, and his entire body was filled with power. Not only that, but his eyes seemed clearer, able to see farther than before. At the same time, he could feel that the contractual power between himself and Cthulhu had greatly increased. The closer the bond between a beast master and their beast, the stronger the contractual power becomes. These powers not only affect the level of understanding between the two parties but also influence the power of the beasts they control. Beast tamers with a strong bond often unleash unimaginable energy, enabling the weak to overcome the strong.
This transformation left Li Mo-ran utterly astonished. Congratulations! You have completed your physical evolution.
You have obtained the skill Master of Clarity.
Master of Beasts, passive skill.
The Beast Master and the Beast enter a state of mental connection, allowing them to understand each other's thoughts without communication. Even without summoning the Beast, when the Beast Master is in danger, the Beast can appear on its own from the Beast space to protect the Beast Master from danger.
Upon seeing this skill, Li Mo-ran was also greatly delighted.
Master of Beasts was an extremely rare skill among beast tamers. He had heard that only beast tamers with the closest bond to their beasts could awaken this skill.
I wonder if Jinghong can awaken it. But even if she can't awaken, it's not a big deal. This skill isn't mainstream. After completing the contract evolution, Li Mo-ran immediately departed. How did you come out so quickly? Seeing Li Mo-ran emerge, Zhang Ru was greatly surprised. After all, Li Mo-ran had only been in the secret realm for a mere quarter of an hour. This secret realm typically took most beast tamers 2 or 3 hours to complete. Li Mo-ran laughed. Once you've cleared the stage, you naturally come out. You completed the trial?
Not only Zhang Ru, but the two teachers beside him also widened their eyes in disbelief.
This is the highest difficulty trial. In just 15 minutes, it's already done?
They had never heard of such a thing before.
At that moment, the two teachers looked at Li Mo-ran as if he were a monster. Zhang Ru immediately inquired about the trial's progress. Li Mo didn't hide anything and also mentioned the new skill he had obtained, Master of Clarity. You've even awakened this skill?
At this point, Zhang Ru had no doubts left. He had already overestimated Li Mo-ran as much as possible, but he never expected that, in the end, he had still underestimated him.
This student is truly terrifying. Since Li Mo-ran had cleared the level too quickly, Lu Jinghong hadn't come out yet, so he waited here with Zhang Ru. During this time, the two teachers inevitably asked about Li Mo-ran's situation. Li Mo-ran casually mentioned a few things. Upon learning that Li Mo-ran was this year's national top scorer, they finally looked enlightened. So he's the top student. No wonder he's so strong. Ha, Mr. Jiang, you've got another outstanding disciple.
Even though they knew Li Mo-ran's identity as the top scholar, it didn't stop the two teachers from expressing their admiration.
Professor Jiang, you'll be taking them to register as 2-star beast tamers next, right?
That's correct.
You're really impressive, student. Speaking of which, a 2-star beast tamer should already meet the eligibility criteria for the International Youth Beast Tamer Competition, right? International Young Beast Tamer Competition? Upon hearing these words, Li Mo-ran immediately perked up and asked about it.
One of the teachers smiled and said, "This competition is very famous." Then he explained the details of the competition. The International Young Beast Tamer Competition is a major event co-hosted by the Lighthouse Kingdom, the Great Xia Kingdom, the Bear Kingdom, the Sun Never Sets Empire, and the Gaul Empire, with over 100 countries worldwide participating as co-organizers. It is a major event for young beast tamers worldwide and has been held for nearly a century. The tournament is held every 4 years, and the eligibility criteria have remained unchanged since the first tournament. Participants must be under 25 years old and hold the rank of 2-star beast tamer or higher. This year marks the 25th anniversary of the International Young Beast Tamer Competition. The competition is divided into 2 major categories and 3 stages. The The two categories are individual competition and team competition. The three stages are the preliminary round, the elimination round, and the final round. All individuals or teams that advance to the elimination round will receive extremely generous rewards. If they make it to the finals, the rewards will be even more extraordinary. Over the years, the minimum reward for the champion has always been a mythical bloodline beast egg. At the highest level, even advanced divine abilities may appear. As for the prize money, it starts at the $1 billion mark. In addition to the rewards, nearly all of the beast tamers who perform well in this competition will become famous throughout the land. Various investment opportunities and endorsement deals follow one after another. In the future, one will never have to worry about lacking resources for taming beasts for the rest of their life. Upon hearing the teacher's account, Liam O'Ran was immediately moved. A teacher chuckled and said, "Liam O'Ran, are you interested in participating? If you do, you'd better start preparing early. There are only 2 months left before the competition begins." Jiang Ru also looked at Liam O'Ran, but he said, "I won't interfere with your decision. However, I suggest you don't participate for now. You're still too young, you'll probably just be there to make up the numbers. Wait 4 more years and participate in the next competition. By then, your age and experience will give you a significant advantage. This is a decision made with your best interests in mind." After all, Liam O'Ran has only recently become a beast tamer, and participating in the competition now is indeed too early. Jiang Ru's words weren't without merit. Liam O'Ran was also considering whether to wait 4 years before competing again. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! A new mission is being assigned. Task name: Fame Across the World. Task content: participate in the International Young Beast Master Competition and win the individual championship. Task reward: 1 drop of ancient bloodline. A new task has arrived? Upon hearing the voice, Liam O'Ran initially felt a surge of joy, but when he saw the content of the task, he couldn't help but lose his smile. Damn it, system, do you have to be so cruel? Win the championship of the International Young Beastmaster Competition. Achieved. There's no need to hesitate now. You must enter the competition. However, this task still left Liam O'Ran feeling a heavy sense of pressure. After all, he wasn't competing against his peers. The International Young Beast Tamer Competition allows participants up to 25 years old. He's only 18 years old, that's a 7-year age difference. 7 years, how much of a gap can that create? This means that Liam O'Ran's opponents won't be 2-star Beast Masters, but 3-star, 4-star, or even 5-star Beast Masters. Last time he faced Edmund, a 5-star Beast Tamer, he could only flee in disarray. And those who manage to participate in the grand tournament and make it all the way to the end, aren't they all geniuses among geniuses? And he had only 2 months to prepare. Even if he had Cthulhu, he'd still be under immense pressure. But letting him just give up the mission is out of the question. This is the most challenging mission I've faced since joining the system, but no matter how difficult it is, I must go. Liam O'Ran took a deep breath and cleared his mind. Master Jiang, I've made up my mind, I'm going to enter the competition. Seeing Liam O'Ran so determined, Jiang Ru nodded. Since you've already made up your mind, I won't interfere. Prepare well, train hard, and even if the results aren't good, don't lose heart. You can still participate in the next competition 4 years from now. Liam O'Ran could only smile bitterly to himself. He couldn't afford to do poorly in his studies, he had to win the individual championship. Despite this, he remained calm on the surface and nodded. Liam O thought to himself, the most urgent task now is to quickly help Hastar evolve into his complete form. With 2 complete form ancient ones backing us up, we might stand a chance. Otherwise, relying solely on Cthulhu, it would be nearly impossible to win the championship. In addition, he must also cultivate the Celestial Phoenix and the 9-headed dragon as his beasts of burden. All of them are fully evolved and possess mythical bloodlines, which represents a significant boost to Liam O'Ran's combat power. Asta needs a sufficient number of followers to evolve into a fully evolved form. It seems like another trip to the battlefield of 10,000 beasts is in order. Thinking of this, Liam O'Ran couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Just as Liam O'Ran was deep in thought, Lu Jinghong finally emerged. I've completed the challenge. After coming out, Lu Jinghong was full of surprise. By her side, the golden-feathered phoenix also let out a joyful cry before being summoned back into her beast summoning space. Good, very good. Jiang Ru nodded. Lu Jinghong approached Liam O'Ran and smiled mischievously. Liam O'Ran knew what she meant, immediately patted her head, and encouraged her. Only then did she reveal a satisfied smile. After she came out, Liam O'Ran also told her about the International Young Beast Tamer competition. Upon hearing that Liam O'Ran was going to participate, she naturally didn't want to be outdone and decided to join as well. Jiang Ru didn't say anything, just assuming that the 2 disciples were going out to have some fun. Even if Liam O'Ran was exceptionally talented, Jiang Ru didn't think he could achieve much in the competition. After all, he was too young. Among the competitors, who among them hadn't been ahead of Liam O'Ran by several years?
Jiang Ru believed that if Liu Ran could make it to the elimination round, it would already be a worthwhile experience. Alright, follow me. I'll take you to register as a 2-star beast tamer. The two immediately followed Jiang Ru as he left. Before long, they arrived at the registration office. After completing the trial, Liu Ran and Lu Jinghong officially became 2-star beast masters. After Jiang Ru left, Liu Ran was about to go training with Lu Jinghong. At that moment, he suddenly received a message. It was from Bai Yi. Are you back yet? If you are, come to the guild headquarters immediately. There's something very important I need to tell you. Upon seeing this message, Liu Ran felt a bit puzzled. Under Bai Yi's management, the Zhuang Yuan Guild had already grown to a considerable size. Liu Ran had to go to the 10,000 Beasts battlefield, so he informed Bai Yi in advance. Unbeknownst to him, upon his return, Bai Yi was already in urgent need of his presence. Thinking of this, Liu Ran and Lu Jinghong immediately rushed to the guild headquarters. Vice President, you're back? Vice President, where have you been for the past 2 months? We haven't seen you anywhere. The President is waiting for you upstairs. Upon arriving at the base, many people in the guild were surprised to see Liu Ran. Liu Ran also saw many unfamiliar faces in the guild. It was clear that they were all new members who had joined recently. However, everyone's expressions were not very good, their faces were somewhat gloomy, and many even looked angry. This atmosphere is very off. Soon, Liu Ran arrived at the conference room. Lu Jinghong, not being a core member, waited for him downstairs. I'm here. Is there anything I can help with? As soon as he opened the door, Liu Ran saw Bai Yi and Lin Jiancheng. Upon seeing Liu Ran, Lin Jiancheng was overjoyed and hurriedly stood up, exclaiming, Ran, you're finally back. Bai Yi also looked delighted. Come, sit down quickly. We've been waiting for you. After Liu Ran sat down, he hurriedly asked, what happened? You all look pretty upset. Bai Yi sighed and said, let me first tell you what has happened over the past 2 months. Shortly after Liu Ran departed for the 10,000 Beasts battlefield, Lu Shaojuan's Overlord Guild was also established. Naturally, as soon as the guild was formed, it began challenging the Zhuang Yuan Guild in a series of battles. The Zhuang Yuan Guild's mission is to disrupt it. The members targeted by the Zhuang Yuan Guild must be intercepted. The activities of the Zhuang Yuan Guild, it will sabotage them. Anyway, they just don't want the Zhuang Yuan Guild to have it easy. Bai Yi is not the type to take things lying down. After several fierce counterattacks, the Overlord Guild ended up losing more than they gained and became much more cautious. However, the turning point came half a month ago. Bai Yi said solemnly, Lu Shaojun must have obtained some extraordinary opportunity. Not only did he quickly become a 2-star beast tamer half a month ago, but he also contracted 2 mythical bloodline beasts, both of which are fully evolved. Originally, my strength had always been superior to his, but after this transformation, I can no longer defeat him. Over the past 2 weeks, Lu Shaojun has been pushing his advantage further and further, using threats and bribes to lure away members from the Zhuang Yuan Guild. Many of the people we had our eyes on have been poached by the Ba Wang Guild. If it were just poaching members, I could handle it. After all, my reputation as Bai Yi is far more renowned than his. But what I cannot tolerate is that Lu Shaojun has actually demanded a merger with the Zhuang Yuan Guild, aiming to forcibly swallow us whole. Upon hearing this, Liu Ran's brows furrowed, and his gaze grew colder. Chapter 128, The Provocation of the Tyrant Guild. What does this mean? Bai Yi explained, the Imperial Capital Academy has implemented a competitive mechanism to prevent an excessive number of guilds from forming. A guild can initiate a merger war against another guild. As long as both guilds agree, the war will take place on the school's special battlefield. The defeated guild will be dissolved by the school and merged into the victorious guild. Upon hearing this, Li Machin spoke solemnly, is this war something we must participate in? Bai Yi shook his head with a bitter smile, there is no mandatory requirement, but Lu Shaojun has already started building momentum. Over the past 2 days, news of the merger war between the Zhuang Yuan Guild and the Ba Wang Guild has spread throughout the entire school. If we refuse, the Zhuang Yuan Guild will likely lose face at the Imperial Capital Academy. In the future, whenever this matter is brought up, we will always be overshadowed by the Overlord Guild, which is extremely detrimental to the guild's development. Li Mo Ran understood. Bai Yi must definitely want to participate in the annexation war. After all, if he wins, he will have the opportunity to resolve the matter with Lu Shaojun once and for all. However, at the moment, he has no confidence in himself. Lu Shaojun not only quickly became a 2-star beast tamer but also contracted 2 mythical bloodline beasts. His strength has been greatly enhanced overnight. Li Moran asked, how exactly will the annexation war be carried out? Bai Yi replied, the annexation war will take place in the virtual battlefield of the Creation God Academy. Everyone will be teleported into the virtual space. There, even if you die, you can quickly revive. The conditions for the annexation war are very simple, as long as all members of one guild are completely wiped out, the war ends. Li Moran immediately smiled, is that all? I understand. Don't worry about Lu Shaojun. Hearing these confident words, Bai Yi and Lin Jianqing both lit up with joy. Are you sure? If Lu Xiaojun doesn't have any other trump cards up his sleeve, we've got this war in the bag. Both of them were highly puzzled by Li Mo Ran's unwavering confidence. Suddenly, Lin Jianqing noticed a medal on Li Mo Ran's chest and exclaimed in surprise, Mo Ran, you become a 2-star beast tamer too? At that moment, Bai Yi also noticed it and looked equally surprised. Li Mo Ran nodded, that's right, I just received the medal not long ago. Seeing this, Bai Yi sighed in relief. Li Mo Ran had also become a 2-star beast tamer, which made him feel much more at ease. When will the annexation war take place? It can begin at any time. Li Mo Ran said, since that's the case, let's do it today and resolve this matter as soon as possible. Seeing that Li Mo Ran had spoken, Bai Yi did not object, then I'll go register first and send out the message. You all wait for my update. The matter was settled. Soon, Bai Yi left the meeting room first to start making arrangements for various matters. The room was now empty, with only Li Mo Ran and Lin Jiancheng remaining. At that moment, Lin Jiancheng's gaze grew tender and loving. Her eyes held a hint of playful reproach. You left without a word for 2 months, didn't you even bother to tell me? Li Machen was at a loss for words. But Lin Jianqing didn't make things difficult for her. He slowly walked up to her, took her hand, and smiled, never mind. I'm already very happy that you're back. Congratulations, Mo Ran. You've become a 2-star beast tamer so quickly. How were the 2 months in the 10,000 beasts battlefield? Were they tough? It was a bit tough. After I got back, I just lay in bed and didn't want to get up. Thinking about the 2 months of life in the wilderness, Li Mo Ran felt a bit helpless. This environment was simply unbearable. Lin Jianqing whispered, it's a pity I didn't go with you. But if there's a chance next time, could you take me along? The battlefield of 10,000 beasts requires an access pass. I know that, so I've already taken care of it in advance. As he spoke, Lin Jianqing took out a pass. Upon seeing this, Li Mo Ran was immediately taken aback. Lin Jianqing chuckled, although I'm not a 2-star beast tamer yet, I had my dad use his connections to arrange this for me. So, next time I can go to the 10,000 beasts battlefield with you. Alright, let's go together next time. After receiving Li Mo Ran's promise, Lin Jianqing hugged Li Mo Ran's arm and was very happy. Feeling the pressure of the arm against his side, Li Mo Ran couldn't help but feel a moment of distraction. However, this was still a meeting room, so he didn't do anything too extreme. After exchanging pleasantries, the two quickly departed. Silently, has the meeting ended? Upon seeing Li Mo Ran come out, Lu Jinghong immediately walked over. However, when she noticed Lin Jianqing standing nearby, her expression grew slightly uneasy. Lin Jianqing, however, was very enthusiastic and greeted her with a smile. Jinghong, hello. Oh, hello. Lu Jinghong didn't want to dwell on the matter with Lin Jianqing and quickly changed the subject, asking about the content of Li Mo Ran's meeting. Li Mo Ran then revealed the details of the guild war. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinghong's beautiful face immediately grew angry. It's that Lu Xiaojun again. He's really persistent. Just then, Li Mo Ran received a message from Bai Yi. He had already signed up and instructed Li Mo Ran to gather the guild members and head to the virtual battlefield as soon as possible. Upon seeing this, Li Mo Ran quickly gathered the guild members. As soon as the news of the annexation war was mentioned, the people below immediately fell into chaos. Some were excited, some remained calm, while others hesitated or looked worried. A variety of emotions spread among the people. Li Mo Ran knew that none of them felt confident. Vice President, do you really think we can win this war? I heard that Lu Xiaojun has already contracted 2 mythical bloodline beasts and become a 2-star beast tamer. Moreover, the members of the Overlord Guild are more than twice our number. Does that mean we're going to be swallowed up by the Overlord Guild? It's not like no one has thought of that. In fact, many people are not optimistic about the prospects of this guild merger war. Li Mo Ran said, are you all afraid? Afraid of Lu Xiaojun, so no one dares to resist? The crowd fell silent. What's so special about 2 beast tamers with mythical bloodlines? If you're too cowardly to join, just leave the guild now and let those with the courage to face me join me. This old-fashioned tactic of goading them may have been predictable, but it did stir things up. What the hell are you afraid of? We're all students of the Imperial Capital Academy. Does that mean Lu Xiaojun has 3 heads and 6 arms? Vice President. Let those cowards leave immediately. We'll go fight with you. Soon, the atmosphere around them was stirred up. There were also fewer people making sarcastic remarks. Li Mo Ran saw this and nodded in agreement. Since that's the case, everyone follow me immediately to join the battle. Rest assured, we will not lose this war of conquest. Following that, Li Mo Ran led the guild members and stepped onto the teleportation array one after another. At the same time, news of the merger war between the Zhuang Yuan Guild and the Ba Wang Guild spread like wildfire throughout the entire Imperial Capital Academy. Chapter 129, Guild Merger War. Have you heard? The Zhuang Yuan Guild and the Ba Wang Guild are about to launch a merger war. Really? That sounds intense.
The Overlord Guild has been provoking us for days, and the Top Scholar Guild hasn't responded.
I thought Bai Yi had chickened out.
I heard that Lu Xiaojun has contracted 2 mythical bloodline beast tamers and has become a 2-star beast tamer. The Zhuang Yuan Guild really dared to agree to that.
I guess they were cornered.
They claimed they wanted to become the top guild in the Imperial Capital Academy, but they didn't even dare to respond to the annexation war.
That's truly embarrassing. I can't wait. Where's the battle? I have to go check it out.
News from the Imperial Capital Academy spread extremely quickly, and before long, everyone had received the news. Countless freshmen were eagerly anticipating the event and rushed to the scene to watch the competition.
The Zhuang Yuan Guild and the Ba Wang Guild are the 2 largest guilds among this year's freshmen. Every freshman at the Imperial Capital Academy knows them by name. Countless people even aspire to join these 2 guilds.
It is said that the Zhuang Yuan Guild has fewer than 100 members to this day, with nearly half of them being from the Creation God Academy. The Overlord Guild has even more members, with over 200, more than twice the number of the Zhuang Yuan Guild. As for the members, they almost encompass all the remaining students of the Creation God Academy and the majority of the students from the Supreme Academy. It can be said that the members of these 2 guilds represent the most outstanding geniuses of this generation at the Imperial Capital Academy.
Moreover, the freshmen of the Imperial Capital Academy are also well aware of the conflict between Bai Yi and Lu Xiaojun.
A young master from the Bai family of the Imperial Capital and a young master from the Lu family of the Demon City. Their rivalry naturally generates immense buzz and intrigue. When Liemo Ran arrived at the simulated battlefield with his guild members, Bai Yi was already waiting for them.
You're here? Great. Upon seeing Liemo Ran, Bai Yi smiled.
The members behind them all shouted, "President!"
Ha, Bai Yi, you finally dared to accept the challenge? I thought you were going to hide like a coward for the rest of your life, too afraid to face me.
Not far away, Lu Xiaojuan's lips curled into a cold smile, his gaze filled with contempt. Behind him, the scale of the was clearly larger than that of the.
Many members followed Lu Xiaojun in mocking them. Ha! What, Champion Guild? I think it's more like the Cowards Guild. After dragging it out for so long, the Zhuang Yuan Guild isn't all that.
Today, I will put an end to the Zhuang Yuan Guild once and for all.
My Ba Wang Guild is the top guild in the Imperial Capital Academy. These words left many members of the Zhuang Yuan Guild seething with anger.
Lately, the members of the Overlord Guild had been mocking them relentlessly. On both sides of the battlefield, spectators witnessed the scene and cheered enthusiastically. Even before the battle began, the tension was already palpable. At that moment, a middle-aged man walked over.
I am the impartial referee for this annexation war. My surname is He. You may address me as Mr. He. I will confirm once more, have all members of both guilds arrived? Bai Yi and Lu Xiaojun spoke in unison, everyone is here. Are you all aware that you are about to participate in the guild merger war? The losing side will have their guild dissolved and be absorbed by the winning side. Understood. Have you officially confirmed your participation? You have one final opportunity to confirm. Confirm participation. After several confirmations, Mr. Yi nodded. I hereby declare that the merger war between the Zhuang Yuan Guild and the Ba Wang Guild has officially begun. Members of both guilds, please enter the virtual battlefield. As Mr. Yi's voice faded, Bai Yi and Lu Xiaojun led their respective guild members onto the massive arena. A beam of light descended, enveloping both sides. Then, their figures vanished into thin air. Boom!
The next moment, a massive light screen appeared at the center of the stage, revealing a vast virtual battlefield. Both sides would engage in a guild merger war within this battlefield.
Ha, I'm not late, am I?
I heard it's very lively here.
Youth is wonderful, so full of vigor and vitality. I'm truly getting old.
A few hoarse voices immediately caught the attention of everyone in the crowd.
As several figures arrived, everyone looked on in astonishment. It was Zhou Lao, the dean of the Creation God Academy, and the headmaster of the Supreme Academy, Mr. Lu. The headmaster of the Zhuli Academy, Mo Lao, has also arrived. Oh my goodness, even Professor Jiang Ru has appeared. The appearance of several influential figures in quick succession left everyone stunned. The Dean of the Creation God Academy, Zhou Zhengdao, the Dean of the Supreme Academy, Lu Jin, and the Dean of the Zhuli Academy, Mo Shuwen. These 3 academies are the strongest in the Imperial Capital Academy, and they have consistently held the top 3 spots for decades. Apart from the principal and vice principals, these 3 individuals are virtually the highest-ranking figures within the Imperial Capital Academy. Professor Jiang Ru, on the other hand, is one of the most renowned professors at the Imperial Capital Academy. The outstanding students he has mentored are too numerous to count, and each of them plays a pivotal role in the Great Xia Kingdom. No one could have anticipated that a guild merger war would draw these powerful figures to the scene. Zhou Zhengdao chuckled. Old Jiang, the vice president of the Zhuang Yuan Guild seems to be your disciple, doesn't he? I hear he performed quite well on the 10,000 Beasts battlefield. Jiang Ru replied, not at all. It took him 2 months to become a 2-star beast tamer. He still needs a lot of polishing. Mo Shuwen immediately glared at him. You're just trying to boast indirectly to us, aren't you? Mo Shuwen immediately glared at him. You're such a Jiangru. You're just trying to boast to us in a roundabout way. Becoming a 2-star beast tamer in just 2 months is an astonishing achievement, no matter where you look. Lu Jindao said that Lu Xiaojun is no slouch either. He became a 2-star beast tamer half a month ago. This annexation war is going to be interesting. Zhou Zhengdao spoke up. Both sides are getting heated. Let's hope nothing goes wrong. With us keeping an eye on things, it shouldn't come to that. Several deans in Jianru came over. Besides watching the commotion, they actually had some important business to attend to. Whether it was Bai Yi or Lu Xiaojun, both represented immense power behind the scenes. Li Mo Ran is the latest rising star to emerge recently. These individuals are all crucial to the Imperial Capital Academy. An annexation war is often extremely fierce, even brutal. In previous years, the annexation battlefields of the guilds have almost always seen unexpected incidents occur. A few people have come here specifically to prevent such situations from occurring. At this moment, the people on the battlefield were unaware of the situation outside. Li Mo Ran and his men had already entered the battlefield. The battlefield of the guild's annexation war was vast, with the surroundings exceptionally desolate. The sun was nowhere to be seen, and the weather seemed gloomy and oppressive. Members of the Zhuang Yuan Guild and the Ba Wang Guild were teleported to 2 separate directions. Attention all personnel. The rules of the annexation war will now be explained. The battlefields are divided into 2 factions, the Zhuang Yuan Guild and the Ba Wang Guild. Members of the same faction cannot harm each other, while members of different factions can attack each other. Once the war begins, both factions will attack each other until one faction completely eliminates all members of the opposing guild, ending the war. During this process, the use of any items other than beast tamers is strictly prohibited. Any violation of this rule will result in the offending party being immediately expelled from the battlefield and declared the loser. The rules are very simple, and everyone is well aware of them. With all the rules explained, the voice fell silent. Guild Merger War officially begins. Chapter 130, one after another, they fall. As the voice faded, both sides summoned their own beasts. A variety of beasts appeared, and the roars of countless beasts echoed throughout the area, none willing to back down. Bai Yi immediately summoned the white dragon and roared, "Kill!" On the other side, Lu Xiaojun also shouted loudly. Both sides immediately engaged in combat, unleashing a barrage of skills as the battle erupted. Countless beams of light instantly engulfed the surrounding area. Within the virtual battlefield, combat had no real consequences, even death merely resulted in being teleported out of the battlefield. As a result, both sides fought with extreme ferocity once the battle began. However, at present, only ordinary guild members are participating. Li Mo Ran, Bai Yi, and Lu Xiaojun have not yet made their moves. Even Lin Jiancheng was watching. Lu Jinghong stood beside Li Moran. Since Li Moran didn't move, she had no intention of acting either. The high-ranking members of the Overlord Guild were no different. Only ordinary members from both sides are currently engaged in combat. However, the Zhuang Yuan Guild has fewer members than the Ba Wang Guild, so while they may be able to hold their ground at the start of the battle. However, as time goes on, the members of the Zhuang Yuan Guild will eventually be unable to hold out. The numerical disparity was simply too great. A 2-to-1 ratio meant that the members of the Zhuang Yuan Guild had to fight 2 enemies at once just to maintain an even match. But isn't everyone here a genius? The gaps between them weren't that great, but taking on 2 at once was still too difficult. Sun Hua of the Top Scholar Guild eliminated. Zhuang Yuan Guild Huang Tao eliminated. Bao Wang Guild's Qin Shaozhang eliminated. Zhuang Yuan Guild's Lu Ziwen eliminated. The sounds of eliminations kept coming one after another, and the number of members on both sides was steadily decreasing. However, it was clear that more members were being eliminated from the Zhuang Yuan Guild. The elimination ratio between the 2 sides is roughly 1 to 3. At this rate, it won't be long before all members of the Zhuang Yuan Guild are eliminated. At this point, Bai Yi clearly couldn't sit still anymore. Li Yuan, attack! Roar! Bai Long Li Yuan suddenly let out a furious roar and charged into the battlefield alongside Bai Yi. In an instant, the entire battlefield was engulfed in a whirlwind of chaos. The white dragon unleashed a massive storm accompanied by torrential rain, instantly sweeping up numerous people in the midst of the chaos. A single skill strike sent numerous members of the Overlord Guild flying through the air. Bai Yi's arrival instantly turned the tide of battle. His strength was formidable. Though he had not yet attained the rank of a 2-star beast tamer, he far surpassed everyone else on the field. Facing 5 or even 10 opponents at once is no challenge for Bai Yi. Upon seeing Bai Yi enter the battlefield, the members of the Zhuang Yuan Guild were greatly inspired, and their attacks became even more fierce. From a distance, Lu Xiaojun noticed this and narrowed his eyes slightly. Couldn't you resist any longer? Bai Yi, do you really think that your downfall can change everything? The next moment, Lu Xiaojun also stepped down. Roar! Horse! He immediately summoned his beast.
One of them was a massive black western dragon, while the other had an extremely bizarre appearance, resembling a star with 4 arms and enormous fangs, its entire body emanating a blood-red glow.
Ha! Lu Gongzi is finished. Is this Lu Gongzi's new beast companion?
A mythical bloodline abyssal black dragon, and a mythical bloodline night king beast. Lu Gongzi is still only a 2-star beast tamer.
Let's see how the people from the top scholar guild will handle this. Bai Yi immediately leaped onto the abyssal black dragon and then sent the 2 beast tamers charging into the battlefield. Roar! The abyssal black dragon spat out a jet of black flame, instantly scorching countless people in the arena.
The members of the Zhuang Yuan guild immediately felt a temperature akin to death, and many were struck directly by the flames, dying instantly. Meanwhile, the Night King beast beside it struck the ground with its 4 hands, causing the earth to crack open into a massive fissure.
Countless black rock spikes emerged from the crack, piercing through many people's beast riding mounts. Li Yan of the Zhuang Yuan guild eliminated. Zhuang Yuan guild Zheng Zitao eliminated. One by one, the voices fell, and many members of the top scholar guild were instantly eliminated.
Upon seeing this, Bai Yi's expression grew extremely somber.
The power of these 2 beasts was terrifying. His white dragon was merely of the overlord bloodline and had not yet evolved into its complete form and was no match for these 2 beasts. Liam Ran, who was nearby, finally took action upon seeing this situation. He immediately summoned Cthulhu. Who? Suddenly, Cthulhu's towering form appeared on the battlefield.
Standing over 10 meters tall, Cthulhu looked incredibly majestic, even more so than the abyssal black dragon and the Night King beast.
Upon seeing Cthulhu, many were left speechless with awe. Even Lu Xiaojun furrowed his brows. How could his beast companion be so enormous? Liam Ran shouted fiercely, "Xiaoko, attack!"
Under Liam Ran's command, the countless tentacles of Cthulhu erupted instantly, moving so swiftly that no one could react in time. Instantly, many members of the Tyrant Guild were swept up by the tentacles.
With a single effort, Cthulhu crushed them, along with their beasts, into oblivion. Ah! One after another, agonizing screams erupted as members of the Overlord Guild were eliminated one by one.
These people had no chance against Cthulhu. Meanwhile, Lin Jianqing and Lu Jinghong also joined the battle.
Lu Jinghong did not summon the Tianshu Divine Phoenix but instead continued to summon the Jinling Divine Phoenix.
After all, the Tianshu Divine Phoenix had not yet reached its fully evolved form, and at present, his primary combat power still relied on the Jinling Divine Phoenix. Meanwhile, Lin Jianqing summoned the Qingxiang Ancestral Tree once again. The addition of the 2 had little impact, but Liam Ran, upon the appearance of Cthulhu, began to slaughter everything in sight. This battle was turned around by the side of the Zhuang Yuan guild.
Outside. Is this what the battle between top guilds is like?
Bai Yi's white dragon was already impressive enough, but I never expected Lu Xiaojun to have contracted a deep abyss black dragon and a Night King beast. Both of these beasts are extremely aggressive, and almost no one dares to contract them.
Not only did Lu Xiaojun manage to do it, but he contracted 2 at once. What kind of beast is Liam Ran's? I've never seen anything like it before. I heard it's called Cthulhu. Could it be 20 meters tall? This beast is so huge. Besides the intense battles, what amazed people the most were the various beasts on both sides. The Abyss Black Dragon and the Night King Beast are 2 types of spiritual beasts that dwell in darkness, even in the depths of the abyss. These 2 spiritual beasts are extremely arrogant, extremely bloodthirsty, and extremely evil.
Generally speaking, it is virtually impossible for them to be contracted by anyone. Throughout history, there have been only a handful of beast tamers who have ever contracted these 2 types of beasts, and almost all of them were killed by their beasts in the end, with no good outcome whatsoever.
Lu Xiaojun has managed to do it.
This left many people deeply shocked, and also a bit worried.
And Liam Ran's Cthulhu has caused an even greater sensation. The fully realized Cthulhu was so enormous that its size exceeded everyone's imagination. Even in this growth stage, it's already over 10 meters tall. Once it reaches its transcendent form, could it possibly exceed 100 meters? Once a beast reaches its complete form, each subsequent evolution will result in an even larger and more exaggerated body size. Therefore, the size of a fully evolved beast often determines how large it can grow in subsequent stages. In addition, several elders, including Jiang Ru, were also greatly surprised. Old Jiang, what kind of beast is your student's contract beast? I have never seen anything like it before. Chapter 131, The Divine Tremor. Jiang Ru laughed heartily, don't mention you. Even I, an old man, have never seen this before. He then proceeded to tell them about Cthulhu, especially Liam Ran's chain talent. Upon hearing this, the several deans were all greatly astonished. Chain talent? Such a talent. No wonder he was able to contract a beast that had never appeared before. Ha, our great Xia kingdom is truly blessed to have such a genius. It is a great fortune for the nation. As they spoke, their interest in Li Machen grew even stronger. The Overlord Guild's Lu Ru has been eliminated. Bao Wang Guild's Wang Haoran eliminated. In the face of Cthulhu, the members of the Overlord Guild had no ability to resist at all.
One after another, the sounds of defeat echoed, and this war, because of Li Mo Ran alone, was completely turned around. Lu Xiaojun watched the scene unfold, growing angrier with each passing moment, his face darkening to the point of seeming to bleed. Even Bai Yi couldn't make him feel this humiliated. Only Li Mo Ran. Not only has he repeatedly humiliated him, but even his repeated acts of revenge have all failed. One day, I will definitely kill you. Lu Xiaojun's heart was filled with rage. He immediately ordered his two beasts to charge toward Li Moran. Roar! The Night King beast let out a furious roar, charging forward first and immediately rushing toward them. As a mythical beast of divine lineage, the Black Night King beast emanated a dark mist from every part of its body as it moved, exuding an air of pure evil. It seems as though simply standing there is enough to bring the night upon the land. The moment it charged forward, four hands immediately tore at him, moving so swiftly that he couldn't even react in time. Cthulhu's tentacles reached out, about to wrap around the Night King beast. At that very moment, the Night King's four hands swiftly grabbed Cthulhu's tentacles and forcibly dragged him toward itself. In terms of raw power, the Night King beast was actually stronger than Cthulhu. This scene left Li Mo Ran utterly astonished. How powerful! Cthulhu's tentacles tried to pull back, but they couldn't match the Night King beast and instead kept getting pulled further away by it. Despite this, Li Mo Ran's expression remained calm. After all, Cthulhu's true strength does not lie in his power. Roar! The Night King beast roared furiously, seeing that it had already dragged Cthulhu to its feet. A black beam of light erupted from its eyes, quickly transforming into a black orb, which then charged toward Cthulhu. This black sphere contained an incredibly terrifying energy, nearly turning the surrounding area into complete darkness. At that moment, Li Mo Ran finally gave the order. Xiao Ku, use the breath of the abyss. At Li Mo Ran's command, Cthulhu immediately sprang into action. Its entire body erupted with powerful waves of water, followed by countless streams of water vapor bursting out in all directions. In an instant, the mist completely enveloped the Black Night Beast. Splash! The Night King beast immediately felt a surge of pain. Within its body, countless waves of seawater began to accumulate, surging upward, causing its entire body to swell as if it were expanding. Not only that, but it suddenly found itself unable to breathe. This change caused the Night King beast to feel a sudden sense of dread. Meanwhile, Cthulhu seized the opportunity and immediately wrapped itself around the Night King beast. Seeing this, Lu Xiaojun ordered the Abyssal Black Dragon to attack again. Roar! The Abyssal Black Dragon immediately charged at Cthulhu, its claws tearing relentlessly, shredding Cthulhu's tentacles in an instant. The Night King was freed, but the influence of the abyssal breath had not been completely eliminated. It wanted to roar, but no sound came out, and its entire body began to tremble. Lu Xiaojun saw this and ordered the Abyssal Black Dragon to charge forward again, aiming to interrupt Cthulhu's spellcasting. However, Li Mo Ran's lips curled into a cold smile. Upon seeing this, Lu Xiaojun immediately sensed a sense of danger. For some reason, Li Mo Ran's gaze seemed as cold and unforgiving as that of the Grim Reaper. Swish! The Abyssal Black Dragon roared, spewing streams of black flames while its claws tore at the air, attempting to engulf Cthulhu. Cthulhu spreads its wings and soars into the sky, evading the Abyssal Black Dragon's attacks, but the breath of the abyss is thus interrupted. The Night King beast slowly regains its strength, roaring furiously as it stares at Cthulhu in the sky, its eyes filled with murderous intent. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, the battle raged on. After the Night King beast held Li Mo in place, the other members of the Overlord Guild seized the opportunity to launch another fierce attack on the members of the Champion Guild. However, due to Bai Yi's intervention, the casualties among the Zhuang Yuan Guild were not significant. However, Bai Yi was alone and couldn't handle so many people at once. Therefore, the Zhuang Yuan Guild as a whole is still at a disadvantage. Li Mo Ran saw this and spoke slowly, this farce should come to an end. The next moment, he acted again. Divine Shock. As Li Mo Ran let out a fierce shout, the surroundings suddenly changed in an instant. A powerful illusory figure suddenly appeared around Cthulhu. The once flat ground began to tremble slowly. The shadowy form of Cthulhu grew larger and larger, and those engaged in battle felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom, as if death itself were approaching. Especially the members of the Overlord Guild, who felt as though Cthulhu was literally gripping their hearts in its claws. What's going on? Why do I have a feeling of dread? Even Lu Xiaojun felt a chill run down his spine at that moment. What was he planning to do? Looking up at Li Mo Ran in the sky, Lu Xiaojun felt a sense of unease. He immediately ordered the Night King beast and the Abyss Black Dragon to charge forward. No matter what Li Mo Ran intended to do, he would stop him. At that moment, Li Mo Ran let out a cold smile, and then the divine tremor erupted. Boom! The shadowy form of Cthulhu transformed into countless tentacles, crashing down onto the ground with tremendous force in an instant. The members of the Tyrant Guild who had been fighting felt an unstoppable force, and were actually blown away by it. Ah! What happened? We were blown away. The entire earth shook violently. On the ground, whether it was or rubble, under the tremors of the divine quake, they were either shattered into pieces or sent flying into the air. Even Lu Xiaojun was not spared. Even though he was riding the Abyss Black Dragon in mid-air, he was still knocked back by the force, leaving him completely immobilized.
An extremely exaggerated scene unfolded across the entire battlefield. The members of the Zhuang Yuan Guild were all stunned, their faces filled with disbelief.
Meanwhile, everyone from the Overlord Guild was sent flying into the air by Cthulhu's power.
Not only that, but they were also trapped in mid-air by this force, unable to descend. What are you doing? Let us down immediately. Lu Xiaojuan's face darkened, and he shouted harshly. Upon hearing this voice, Liam Oran burst into laughter. The guild merger war, and you actually let you go? That's ridiculous. Boom! The next moment, Cthulhu struck.
The shockwaves of the divine tremor erupted.
Centered around Cthulhu, an unimaginably terrifying energy begins to spread outward in all directions.
Wherever this energy touched, the members of the Overlord Guild were instantly reduced to dust. One after another, the sounds of defeat echoed, all reporting the elimination of members of the Overlord Guild.
Over 200 members of the Overlord Guild were eliminated in an instant by Liam Oran. One after another. This war seemed to have become Liam Oran's personal show. Chapter 132, Are your abilities as powerful as the Wrath of Cthulhu? How is that possible? That's too exaggerated. Is he using supernatural powers? It doesn't look like it. Goodness gracious, just how powerful is Liam Oran? It feels like he could wipe out the entire opposing force by himself in this battle. The scene of the divine tremor caused a huge stir. Whether it was the members of the Zhuang Yuan Guild or the external audience. Even Jiang Ru and the few deans were wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. They were people who had weathered countless storms, yet even now, witnessing Liam Oran's true strength, they still found it hard to believe. The display of the divine tremor was simply too exaggerated, so exaggerated that it was beyond imagination. They had never seen anyone this powerful before. Old Jiang, do you really know your student? That move didn't look like a supernatural ability to me. Jiang Ru smiled bitterly, this is my first time seeing him too. This kid is really hiding his abilities well. The divine tremor, though only a level 3 legendary skill, was exceptionally exaggerated when used by Cthulhu, even surpassing some divine abilities in its extravagance. On the stage, figures began to appear one after another. All of them were members of the defeated Overlord Guild. Many of them didn't even realize they had been eliminated. This war ended too quickly. At that moment, on the entire battlefield, aside from the members of the Zhuang Yuan Guild, only Lu Xiaojun remained from the Ba Wang Guild. Under the dual protection of the Night King Beast and the Abyss Black Dragon, Lu Xiaojun managed to withstand the damage from the divine tremor. Despite this, the two mythical bloodline beast tamers were now covered in wounds, appearing to have little combat ability left. Boom! Lu Xiaojun and the two beast tamers landed on the ground, erupting in a series of loud noises. Liam Oran also descended slowly, his gaze cold and piercing. He looked at Lu Xiaojun and sneered, now, what are you going to do, Lu Xiaojun? Cough. Lu Xiaojun slowly got to his feet. Under the protection of the beast, he was unharmed, but due to the intense impact, he was still coughing violently. His eyes were filled with hatred. How could this be? Lu Xiaojun clenched his teeth, almost unable to believe it. Liam Oran, alone, had wiped out everyone in his top-ranked guild. If he hadn't become a 2-star beast tamer, he would probably have been eliminated by Liam Oran as well. You're so arrogant, Lu Xiaojun. How can you not accept reality now? Behind Liam Oran, countless members of the Zhuang Yuan Guild cheered enthusiastically. The vice president is amazing. Ha! What a tyrannical guild, always targeting us, yet they couldn't even handle a single person from the vice president's side. Li Guo, you're my hero. Even Bai Yi is filled with admiration at this moment. He felt a bit relieved that he had taken the risk to strongly recruit Liam Oran back then. This decision wasn't well received by the family members and was even mocked by many of his cousins. But now, it was clear that the decision had been absolutely correct. With such a talented individual by his side, is there anything he cannot accomplish? At that moment, Lu Xiaojuan's face alternated between pale and red. The mocking laughter felt like sharp knives, piercing his nerves. Liam Oran said, Xiaoko, act now and send him away. Cthulhu's tentacles began to sway, then moved toward Lu Xiaojun. Lu Xiaojun suddenly shouted fiercely, do you think I've lost already? You're wrong, Liam Oran. Even if I lose, you won't win. Upon hearing this, Liam Oran felt uneasy. The next moment, the Night King Beast and the Abyss Black Dragon beside Lu Xiaojun suddenly rose to their feet. Their bodies were covered in wounds, especially the Night King Beast, whose two hands had been shattered by Liam Oran, and the Abyss Black Dragon's wings were torn apart, looking utterly pitiful. But at that moment, the two severely injured beast tamers suddenly erupted with an incredibly powerful aura. Black mist swirled around them. Cthulhu's tentacles erupted suddenly, only to be blocked by an invisible barrier. This scene caused Liam Oran to furrow his brows. Lu Xiaojun laughed loudly, ha! By E. Liam Oran, you don't really think I'd rely on these useless members of the guild to deal with you, do you? I knew they were unreliable all along. Now I'll handle this myself, and all of you will die. The next moment, darkness erupted. Intense energy spread outward in all directions. Divine power, dark meteorite. The sky plunged into darkness as an overwhelming sense of pressure descended. It was a massive meteorite. It's divine power. Lu Xiaojun has actually used divine power. Disperse quickly. Don't get hit by the divine power. Upon hearing Lu Xiaojun use his supernatural ability, Bai Yi's expression immediately changed, and he quickly issued orders to those around him. Everyone was utterly shocked. Countless people scattered in all directions. The power of divine abilities was extremely terrifying, especially when wielded by fully evolved beast masters, whose divine abilities were filled with destructive force. As the dark meteorite erupted, countless people immediately felt an overwhelming sense of death. Liam Oran saw this and coldly shouted, "Do you think you're the only one with supernatural abilities? Let me show you my power, the Wrath of Lalai." In the next instant, the previously dark sky underwent another transformation. The gigantic silhouette of the city of Laya erupted, forcefully pushing back the darkness in the sky. The city's phantom was more terrifying than the meteors in the sky. When it comes to supernatural abilities, Liam Oran is even less afraid. The Wrath of Lalai, a supernatural ability specifically modified for Cthulhu, is far more powerful than any other supernatural ability. Liam Oran unleashed the Wrath of Lalaya in an instant. Boom! Intense energy exploded in the sky. The shadowy form of the city of Lalai collided with the dark meteorite, instantly unleashing an unimaginably terrifying energy that reverberated in all directions. The clouds in the sky seemed to disperse completely. However, what was even more astonishing was that the massive meteorite was shattered in an instant by the illusory form of the city of Laya. The energy that spread out was mostly the energy of Laya's wrath itself. Whoosh! Countless storms raged. The aftermath of the Wrath of Lalai left people trembling in fear. Some people were even experiencing weakness in their legs. Finally, the Wrath of Lalai slowly dissipated. Lu Xiaojuan's supernatural powers seemed so fragile in the face of Lala's wrath that they didn't even cause a ripple. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Xiaojuan's eyes widened in shock, his face turned deathly pale, and he stood there speechless, unable to utter a single word. The power of the Wrath of Lalai was almost enough to drive one to despair. Liam Oran no longer held back, and Cthulhu charged forward instantly, its tentacles swirling, killing Lu Xiaojun. Lu Xiaojun of the Overlord Guild eliminated. All members of the Overlord Guild have been eliminated. The victor of this guild merger war is the Zhuang Yuan Guild. As the announcements echoed through the hall, the crowd finally snapped out of their shock. Immediately afterward, a series of cheers erupted. The members of the Zhuang Yuan Guild were overjoyed. They had won the war. Beams of light surged in, and the members of the Zhuang Yuan Guild were immediately teleported away. Countless people appeared on the external arena. He Laosher, the official in charge of notarization, announced, "In this guild merger war, the Zhuang Yuan Guild has emerged victorious. I hereby revoke the guild status of the Overlord Guild. All members of the Overlord Guild will be decided by the Zhuang Yuan Guild regarding their future status." Oh! After the announcement, the crowd erupted into loud cheers once again. Ha! We won! We won! The vice president is amazing. Bai Yi smiled broadly and looked toward the direction of the Overlord Guild, saying, "Everyone, follow me now to take over the Overlord Guild." The crowd grew exceptionally excited and followed closely behind Bai Yi. Just then, a harsh shout rang out, "I'll see who dares." Chapter 133, Outside Intervention? The three deans step in. As the sound erupted, a middle-aged man dressed in white robes slowly walked into the arena. Upon seeing the man in white, the crowd immediately wore expressions of astonishment. "Isn't that Lu Lianping, the dean of the Imperial Academy?" "Yes, it's him. He's also the youngest college president at Imperial Capital Academy. I heard that President Lu is not even 40 years old this year. Goodness gracious. To become the dean of the Imperial Capital Academy before the age of 40, that's truly remarkable. It is said that this Lu Dean is also a 6-star beast tamer. Given his age, he can truly be called a genius among geniuses." Upon hearing this discussion, the crowd was even more astonished. A 6-star beast tamer under 40, that was truly intimidating. Once a beast is fully evolved, its subsequent growth rate becomes extremely slow. Therefore, from the fully evolved stage to the evolutionary stage, spiritual energy alone is insufficient. Various materials must also be collected to facilitate the beast's evolution. From the evolved stage to the transcendent stage, the amount of spiritual energy required not only increases exponentially, but the materials needed are also staggering. Relying on an individual alone is simply insufficient to gather them all. One must have the support of a sufficiently powerful faction. As a result, individual beast tamers, even the strongest among them, generally reach their limit at the 4-star level. Let alone 6-star beast tamers, who must further refine their extraordinary physiques to elevate their beast tamers to the level of beast kings.
Combined, there are only a few hundred 6-star beast masters in the entire world. This truly highlights the rarity and value of 6-star beast masters.
Although Lu Liangping's arrival surprised everyone, it left them with more questions than answers. The few elderly men in the crowd also furrowed their brows. What was he up to? Lu Liangping walked to the center of the crowd and coldly declared, "This guild merger war does not comply with regulations. I hereby declare this battle cancelled.
All members of the Zhuang Yuan Guild who initiated this illegal merger war must immediately follow me for investigation. If the evidence is conclusive, I have the authority to revoke the Zhuang Yuan Guild's guild status." Upon hearing this, everyone around him froze in shock. Who would have thought that Lu Liangping would say such a thing? Bai Yi's expression darkened instantly, and he snapped, "Director Lu, what do you mean by that? How could the Zhuang Yuan Guild have violated the rules?" Lu Liangping retorted sharply, "I said it's a violation, and it's a violation. Don't think that just because you're from the Bai family, you can defy the words of a dean. At the Imperial Capital Academy, even dragons must coil, and tigers must lie low. If you dare to argue further, I will dissolve the Zhuang Yuan Guild on the spot." At that moment, not only the members of the Zhuang Yuan Guild were stunned. Even the audience present were left speechless with astonishment. What on earth had happened? Ha! Lu Xiaojun burst into laughter. "Bai Yi, didn't you expect this? Even if you defeated me in the guild merger war, so what? The Zhuang Yuan Guild will still be disbanded." Bai Yi immediately realized what was happening and shouted, "You're the one behind this?" Li Machen said in a deep voice, "Lu Xiaojun and Lu Liangping both have the surname Lu. Could it be?" At that moment, some of the audience members also remembered. "I heard that the Imperial Capital Academy was not originally included in the Imperial Capital Academy's plans. It was fully funded by the Lu family of Magic City, who even handed over ownership and management rights to the Imperial Capital Academy for free, ultimately securing the establishment of this academy." So does that mean the Imperial Academy is now under the Lu family's control? That can't be possible. The appointment of the academy's principal and teachers must go through the school, but over the years, I've heard that the principal of the Junlin Academy has always been surnamed Lu. Some well-informed audience members also began to speculate at this point. However, they can only speculate. At the Imperial Capital Academy, the dean holds immense authority, and students have virtually no chance of defying him. Lu Liangping shouted, "What are you waiting for? Disobeying the dean's orders, do you not want your diplomas?" At that moment, the members of the guild all wore expressions of frustration. "This isn't fair. Why are we being accused of violating the rules for no reason? Protest. We must protest. Damn it, even if you're the dean, you can't just do whatever you want." The members of the Zhuang Yuan Guild were filled with righteous indignation, and Bai Yi's face was also filled with anger. This blatant targeting is something no one can accept. However, a hint of sarcasm flashed across Lu Liangping's eyes that was exactly the reaction he wanted. "As the Dean of Junlin Academy, I hereby declare that the members of the Zhuang Yuan Guild have deliberately disobeyed orders, causing severe disruption. The guild's status is hereby revoked." As soon as the words left his mouth, the surrounding area fell into a sudden silence. Everyone was stunned, almost speechless. The guild merger war ended with the top-ranked guild emerging victorious, but their guild status was revoked? "Lu Liangping, you dare!" At that moment, a harsh shout rang out. Immediately afterward, an old man walked down from the audience platform. Upon seeing the old man, many were taken aback. "Is that old Master Jiang?" "Yes, it's him." The man who arrived was none other than Jiang Ru. Upon seeing Jiang Ru appear, Lu Liangping's expression changed slightly. He had not expected Jiang Ru to be here. Although Lu Liangping's expression was not pleasant, he still asked proactively, "Mr. Jiang, what do you mean by this?" Jiang Ru sneered, "Without any evidence, you're arbitrarily declaring the guild in violation of the rules and even daring to demand the revocation of its qualifications. I had no idea that as the Dean of Junling Academy, you had such authority." Although Jiang Ru's position was inferior to Lu Liangping's, his experience was extremely deep. Within the entire Imperial Capital Academy, aside from the principal and vice principal, who else dares to look at him without addressing him as Master Jiang? If anyone else had said that, Lu Liangping would have already scolded them harshly. But the speaker was Jiang Ru, and although Lu Liangping was furious inside, he dared not speak angrily. "Mr. Jiang, this matter has nothing to do with you. You are merely a professor at the school and are only responsible for teaching duties. You have no right to interfere with the dean's decisions. Since Jiang Ru claims he has authority, let him exercise it to the fullest. He dared to make this decision today because he was determined to succeed. The Zhuang Yuan Guild must be abolished." Jiang Ru exclaimed angrily, "Lu Liangping, you are the dean of the Imperial Capital Academy, yet you fabricate lies out of thin air. Have you lost even the basic principles of being human?" Lu Liangping replied calmly, "Master Jiang, I understand that this involves your student, and you feel unfairly treated. However, the fairness of the academy must not be compromised. The top scholars guild and the relevant officials must be held accountable.
You cannot stop this. With that, he turned away from Jiang Ru and insisted on taking him away.
At that moment, 3 voices spoke in unison.
What about us?
Zhou Zhengdao, Dean of the Creation God Academy Lu Jin, Dean of the Supreme Academy and Mo Shuwen, Dean of the Jolie Academy, all walked down from the stage together. Upon seeing the 3 of them, Lu Liangping's expression suddenly changed, and a hint of shock flashed in his eyes.
How did you end up here? Zhou Zhengdao said in a low voice, why we're here isn't the point. The point is, Lu Liangping, you said the Zhuan Yuan Guild violated the rules. Where's the evidence? Lu Liangping's heart sank heavily. He had made a mistake. He never expected that 3 deans would be here watching the match. Jiang Ru was just a professor, he could ignore him or even force his way past Jiang Ru to get things done. But these 3 deans, in terms of status, are even higher than him. Lu Liangping said, the evidence is naturally prepared. We can wait until the public trial phase to disclose it. Zhou Zhengdao sneered, the public trial stage? Aren't you just afraid that it will be convenient for you to fabricate evidence? What do you mean?
Zhou Zhengdao had no desire to continue the conversation with Lu Liangping and declared, as the Dean of the Creation Academy, I hereby announce that this guild merger war is valid. The Zhuan Yuan Guild has emerged victorious, and the Ba Wang Guild will be stripped of its guild status.
Upon hearing this, Lu Liangping's expression darkened completely. Not far away, Lu Shaojuan's gaze also grew more venomous. Zhou Zhengdao, are you really going to do this? Don't forget, you may be the Dean of the Imperial Capital Academy, but without the Imperial Capital Academy, what are you?
Zhou Zhengdao spoke calmly, I will bring this matter to the attention of the principal and oppose your unauthorized actions.
Seeing that Zhou Zhengdao was unyielding, Lu Liangping knew the matter was completely hopeless.
He snorted coldly and stormed out.
Upon seeing Zhou Zhengdao leave, the members of the Zhuan Yuan Guild erupted into cheers. Although there was a minor hiccup along the way, the outcome was ultimately in their favor. Bai Yi also breathed a sigh of relief.
At that moment, Jiang Ru, Zhou Zhengdao, and the others slowly walked over and came to Li Moran's side.
Li Moran immediately greeted them, good afternoon, Dean. Zhou Zhengdao chuckled, Jiang Ru, didn't you say this student was giving you a headache? He seems quite polite to me. Jiang Ru's lips twitched. That's because you haven't seen his mischievous side yet. Several deans offered words of encouragement to Li Moran.
His performance in the virtual battlefield was truly astonishing, and he was clearly in a league of his own compared to the others.
After exchanging a few polite words, Zhou Zhengdao and the others departed. Li Moran and the others headed toward the location of the Overlord Guild. Bai Yi shouted, Lu Shaojun, you've already lost. No matter what tricks you pull, it won't work. From now on, the Overlord Guild will be taken over by the Champion Guild. Lu Shaojun glared at him with hatred, don't get too cocky. One day, I'll kill all of you. After delivering this threat, Lu Shaojun left in disgrace.
Many people shouted after him, but none of them managed to stop him.
Bai Yi ignored their words, burst into laughter, and then said, everyone, follow me to take over the Overlord Guild. Chapter 134, The End of a Long Day. The reason why the guild's annexation war is called an annexation and not something else is because there is a reason for it. The losing side not only loses all its members, who are then at the mercy of the winning side, but also loses its territory, which is taken over by the victorious guild. Even the guild's various assets, except for the personal assets of the guild members, all belong to the winning guild. The Zhuan Yuan Guild won more than just these members.
This includes the Strongmen Guild's stronghold, guild funds, and various resources stored in the guild warehouse, all of which have now been taken over by the Top Scholar Guild.
The Lu family is also renowned for its immense wealth and influence.
Inside the warehouse, various materials were abundant, including beast tamer equipment, various beast eggs still in incubation, and various skill stones. Bai Yi estimated that the profits from annexing the Overlord Guild would likely amount to several hundred million. This time around, the Zhuan Yuan Guild is raking in the profits. Guild members are enjoying themselves, counting their various assets. Lin Jianqing is responsible for reviewing the membership list of the Overlord Guild. If he finds suitable members, they can stay. Those who are unsuitable or have clearly offended the Zhuan Yuan Guild are simply left to fend for themselves. Although many were eliminated in succession, after adding this group of people, the members of the Zhuan Yuan Guild still exceeded 200, significantly expanding their ranks. Wow! Li Gu is so amazing. Without him, we would never have one. I never expected Li Gu to take out the entire opposing team by himself. Li Gu, you're my hero. I'll follow you for the rest of my life. Within the guild, many people held Li Moran in the highest regard. Had it not been for Li Moran's timely intervention, they would have been swallowed up by the Tyrant Guild. As Li Moran's top lieutenant, Huashan had even gained some fame within the guild. Many of the top-ranked participants who had joined Li Moran in the secret realm back then now even regretted their decision. Why didn't I have as much luck as Huashan back then? Joining the Overlord Guild would take a considerable amount of time and wasn't something that could be accomplished in a day or two. However, news of this guild merger war has already spread throughout the entire school.
Seeing Liamo Ran's performance, not to mention the freshmen, countless senior students were utterly shocked, even finding it hard to believe.
A single person had wiped out 200 opponents, and most of them were top-tier geniuses from the 3 major academies.
Even fourth-year students couldn't do it. Liamo Ran's abilities are truly extraordinary. Junlin Academy, Dean's Office.
Lu Liangping sat with a gloomy expression, while Lu Xiaojun, sitting across from him, wore a face filled with hatred.
Damn it! If it had only been Jian Ru, today's plan would have succeeded. How did the deans of the 3 major academies end up there? This is definitely not right.
Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaojun's expression grew even colder, and he shouted angrily, "It's all your fault.
Thiguild is now ruined. All the assets invested by the family have been taken by that Bai. Didn't you promise me that everything would go smoothly?"
Hearing Lu Xiaojun's accusation, Lu Liangping not only didn't get angry, but instead whispered, "This was an act of God.
Who could have predicted that Zhou Zhengdao and the others would go to watch the battle? I don't care. You must take responsibility for this.
Lu Liangping, don't forget that your position as dean was secured by my Lu family. If you don't provide a satisfactory answer, my Lu family can elevate you, and we can also bring you down." These words sparked a flash of anger in Lu Liangping's heart.
But he dared not rebuke him. Lu Xiaojun was right.
In fact, Lu Liangping, strictly speaking, is not a member of the Lu family but an infant adopted by the previous head of the Lu family.
The Lu family often took in various infants, instilling in them from an early age the idea of loyalty to the Lu family, and then raising them well. Once any of them show promise, they are sent to various parts of the country to gain experience, where they are provided with opportunities to achieve great deeds and climb the ranks to high positions. This is why there are members of the Lu family scattered across the country. This practice has also solidified the Lu family's position. Apart from a few families in the imperial capital, no other family in the entire Great Xia Kingdom dared to challenge the Lu family. Lu Liangping spoke solemnly, "I will explain this matter to the family head myself at the appropriate time." Lu Xiaojun said, "This matter cannot be settled so easily. We absolutely cannot let Bai Yi take over these so easily. I must avenge myself." Lu Liangping frowned, "But how do we take revenge? Even if we defeat Bai Yi, if we don't deal with Liamo Ran, our plan will still fail." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaojun's face twisted in anger.
He never expected that as a 2-star beast tamer with 2 mythical bloodline beasts, he couldn't defeat Liamo Ran.
This was a huge blow to him. You must understand that the Lu family had paid a hefty price to obtain these 2 beasts and ensure that Lu Xiaojun had complete control over them. A fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in Lu Xiaojun's eyes. "No matter what it takes, I will eliminate them. You just cooperate with me. If we fail again, you can go straight to my father and commit suicide to atone for your failure."
Seeing this almost distorted gaze, Lu Liangping felt a chill run down his spine.
What does Lu Xiaojun intend to do?
Unfortunately, Lu Xiaojun had no intention of telling him and turned away angrily.
Soon it was evening. People began to leave one after another.
After bidding farewell to Lu Jinghong and Lin Jianqing, Li Machen did not return to the dormitory but turned around and headed toward the Supreme Academy. Upon arriving at Yi Jiwei's dormitory door, Liamo Ran knocked once and saw the young woman coming out to greet him.
Mo Ran?
Seeing it was Liamo Ran, Yi Jiwei felt both delighted and shy.
After Liamo Ran entered, he immediately closed the door. "Morin, is it true that you participated in the guild merger war today?" Upon hearing Yi Jiwei's question, Liamo Ran was taken aback. "You know about it too?" "Yes, the entire school is abuzz with it, and the video has even been leaked online." "Yeah, the whole school is talking about it, and the video has been leaked." "What do you think about it?" Yi Jiwei's eyes sparkled with admiration. "You're so strong. Watching you fight, I couldn't believe it was real." The Liamo Ran within the annexation war was even more powerful than the Liamo Ran from the battlefield of 10,000 beasts. Yi Jiwei felt that the gap between himself and Li Muran was rapidly widening.
Liamo Ran chuckled softly, pinching her nose, causing Yi Jiwei to blush once more.
"Alright, there's no need to say more about these things." He took a close look at Yi Jiwei.
The young girl in front of him was wearing a white long dress and had applied a light touch of makeup, looking much more beautiful than usual. Especially the plain white dress, which had a hint of a wedding gown's elegance. "You look so beautiful today." Yi Jiwei hummed in agreement and whispered, "I've been waiting for you to come." There was no need for further words. The two slowly entered the bedroom. Liamo Ran immediately kissed Yi Jiwei. She let out a soft moan and wrapped her arms around his waist, passionately returning his kiss. The air around them was slowly warming up. Liamo Ran's hand slowly moved up from Yi Jiwei's waist and then slid inside. The two figures were tightly entwined, like the fusion of water and moonlight. A faint cry of pain echoed through the air. Snowflakes fell gently, faintly illuminating the red plum blossoms. Chapter 135, The Three Women Meet. The morning sunlight gradually illuminated the balcony. Liamo Ran slowly opened his eyes from a soft, sticky sensation, with the young girl clinging to him like an octopus. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and the corners of her mouth curved into a smile, as if she were still lost in a pleasant dream.
Seeing her face, Liam Ran also smiled.
One night, both of them ended their long-held firsts.
Recalling the intensity of last night, Liam Ran felt as though a fire was burning within him.
He gently stroked the young girl's face. Just then, Yi Jiwei slowly regained consciousness. Opening her eyes and seeing the man beside her, Yi Jiwei's face flushed slightly, but her eyes were filled with tenderness.
Alright, it's time to get up.
Liam Ran sat up, and Yi Jiwei hummed in response before getting up as well. The quilt slipped down, revealing the girl's skin as white as milk.
Liam Ran looked closely, wondering if it was because of last night, but Yi Jiwei seemed even more charming than before. After getting dressed, Liam Ran made breakfast for Yi Jiwei.
She hadn't fully recovered from the previous night, and her gait was still slightly unnatural.
After breakfast, Liam Ran didn't leave but stayed in the dormitory to take care of her. After all, she was Liam Ran's first woman. Now that he had acknowledged it, Liam Ran would not let go.
Yi Jiwei looked at him, feeling a bit happier.
She thought that although Liam Ran was a bit of a playboy, following him like this wasn't so bad after all. Time continued until noon.
Yi sent him a message, telling him to come to the guild for a meeting, and Liam Ran finally left. The meeting didn't cover much, it was mainly about taking over the. Liam Ran wasn't interested in such trivial matters, so after the meeting, he handed the task over to Bai. Bai, however, was more than happy to take on the task. To him, it didn't matter whether Liam Ran was in charge of the guild or not. As long as his combat skills could be put to use when the guild needed him, that was enough.
Just like this time, without Liam Ran, the Zhuang Yuan guild might have been swallowed up by the Ba Wine guild.
In the days that followed, Liam Ran occasionally made an appearance at the guild, but most of the time, he was shuttling between Lu Jinghong, Yi Jiwei, and Lin Jiancheng. Sometimes he would go with Lu Jinghong to clear dungeons, and other times he would visit Yi Jiwei's dormitory to keep her company. As for Lin Jiancheng, he would either invite Liam Ran himself, treat him to a meal, or ask him to join him in clearing dungeons or completing quests.
Compared to Lu Jinghong and Yi Jiwei, Lin Jiancheng was clearly much more proactive. Liam Ran did not refuse either.
Lin Jiancheng didn't need to guess what Liam Ran meant, the young girl had made her intentions all too clear.
Anyway, there was already an extra Yi Jiwei, what harm could another one do?
As for Yi Jiwei, after obtaining the 5-clawed golden dragon, she was filled with confidence about transferring to the academy.
However, she hasn't registered yet.
Instead, she plans to first cultivate the 5-clawed golden dragon to its fully evolved form before participating in the academy's entrance exams.
Time passed slowly, and 5 days went by. The Zhuang Yuan guild had completely taken over the Ba Wang guild. No matter how angry Lu Xiaojun was, he couldn't change the school's rules. After everything was settled, Liam Ran no longer needed to stay at the academy. He contacted the 3 women separately and planned to head back to the 10,000 Beasts battlefield once again. 2 months later, the International Young Beast Tamer competition would take place. He had to evolve Asta to its complete form within those 2 months. To do so, he will need a large number of high-quality beast tamers as followers. The only place capable of achieving this is the battlefield of 10,000 beasts. Silence.
As Liam Ran opened the door, he saw Lu Jinghong with a happy expression on her face.
She was holding a boxed meal and walked in with a smile. I brought you breakfast again. Great. Liam Ran had already gotten used to Lu Jinghong's breakfast.
This young girl's cooking skills were exceptional. The meals she prepared were far more delicious than anything Liam Ran could make himself. It was no wonder she had studied cooking professionally. Today was the day they were to set off for the battlefield of 10,000 beasts. After finishing their meal, Liam Ran and Lu Jinghong headed to the school square. Before long, they spotted a familiar figure. It was Lin Jiancheng.
Silently, I arrived. The moment she saw Lin Jiancheng, Lu Jinghong's smile faded.
For some reason, she could accept Liam Ran and Yi Jiwei's intimate gestures, but when it came to Lin Jiancheng, she felt a natural aversion.
Liam Ran also noticed Lu Jinghong's unusual behavior, but he pretended not to see it and smiled at Lin Jiancheng, nodding his head. A few minutes later, Yi Jiwei also arrived. Upon seeing Liam Ran, she also broke into a bright smile. Liam Ran walked over and embraced her directly.
Perhaps due to the 2 months they had spent together, Lu Jinghong had grown accustomed to such scenes. On the other hand, Lin Jiancheng's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise.
Silence. Who was she? Yi Jiwei also noticed Lin Jiancheng and was immediately surprised. Could it be that this girl is the same as her?
At that thought, her heart eased slightly.
Liam Ran said nothing, merely introducing the two to each other, and the 2 women were considered acquainted. Alright, let us just go.
After everyone had gathered, Liam Ran led the 3 women to the teleportation array heading for the 10,000 beasts battlefield. As the light of the teleportation array flickered, the 4 figures vanished into thin air. When they reappeared, they had already arrived at the outskirts of the battlefield of 10,000 beasts. After Lin Jiancheng finished the formalities, the 3 of them immediately entered the battlefield. Before that, Liam Ran had already informed Lin Jiancheng and Yi Jiwei about the International Young Beast Tamer competition.
Upon learning that Liu Ran and Lu Jinghong were participating, the two women did not hesitate and also decided to join.
4 people could form a team to participate in the team competition.
Upon arriving at the battlefield of 10,000 beasts, Liu Ran immediately summoned Asta.
Yi Jiwei, Lu Dinghong, and Lin Jianqing also summoned their own beasts. The difference was that this time, Lu Jinghong summoned the golden-feathered divine phoenix, while Yi Jiwei summoned the 5-clawed golden dragon.
Seeing the two mythical beasts, Lin Jianqing was greatly surprised. Even more astonished was Lu Dinghong. Is that a 5-clawed golden dragon?
Lu Jinghong stared intently at Yi Jiwei, his face filled with astonishment and doubt.
How could you possibly possess such a beast? Could it be? Lu Jinghong suddenly had a bad feeling.
She still remembered that within the trial tower, Liu Ran had obtained a 5-clawed golden dragon egg as a reward. Yi Jiwei looked at Liu Ran, unsure whether to speak up.
Liu Ran smiled and said, "Come on, why bother with such things? Jinghong, let's hurry up and go kill some monsters." Oh. Upon hearing Liu Ran speak thus, Lu Jinghong no longer pressed the matter. But he still couldn't help but feel a lingering resentment. Hoo.
Just then, a loud beastly roar echoed through the air, catching the attention of everyone present. Liu Ran looked over and saw a large number of lion-like spiritual beasts gathering not far away, glaring at them menacingly. These lions were emitting a chill from their bodies, and some of them even had ice forming on their fur. Upon seeing this, Lin Jianqing immediately recognized them and shouted, "Those are ice crystal lions." The ice lion is an extremely powerful and ferocious spiritual beast, typically living in packs.
Once it appears, there are at least a dozen of them in the group. The ice lion pack before them numbered as many as 2 or 30 individuals. Lin Jianqing said, "Wild ice lions are at least level 35, and most are above level 40. Plus, they can manipulate ice to attack, so they might be tough to handle."
Just then, the ice lions began to slowly approach the 4 of them.
Chapter 136, The Caesar Knights. Upon seeing these ice lions, Liu Ran felt no desire to intervene. For ordinary beast tamers, ice lions might be quite threatening, but for Liu Ran, such low-level spirit beasts were not worth his effort. Sure enough, Lu Jinghong took the lead and immediately ordered the Heavenly Void Phoenix to launch an attack. In an instant, intense flames engulfed the ice lion herd.
Though they were only in their mature stage, the Tianshu Divine Phoenix, as a mythical beast of divine lineage, possessed power that was utterly overwhelming.
These ice lions had no chance of resisting the Tianshu Divine Phoenix. Before long, all the ice lions were completely annihilated by Lu Jinghong.
She gently flipped her hair and said, "Done." As she spoke, she couldn't help but glance at Lin Jianqing, as if to show off. But Lin Jianqing merely smiled and said nothing.
"Let's keep going," Liu Ran said, then led the women forward.
With this group, even the powerful spirit beasts of the 10,000 beasts battlefield were no match for them.
The group charged forward, advancing with ease. Even Liu Ran didn't need to intervene. Liu Ran didn't even need to lift a finger. The 3 women were already capable of handling all the spirit beasts. After all, the 5-clawed golden dragon and the heavenly ruined divine phoenix were both spirit beasts of mythical bloodlines, while Lin Jianqing's Qingqiong ancestral tree was a spirit beast of the overlord bloodline. Such high-ranking bloodlines were extremely rare even on the 10,000 beasts battlefield, and this lineup would be more than enough to dominate any region. Along the way, Liu Ran only intervened to subdue spiritual beasts of royal bloodline or higher, converting them into followers of Hastar. In all other cases, he would leave them for the women to handle. What they need most right now is spiritual energy. However, Asta's spiritual energy is already sufficient. What he lacks is the number of followers. Currently, Asta has nearly 200 followers, still far short of the 1,000 needed. Of course, the number of people in the 10,000 beasts battlefield has been increasing steadily over the past period. People from all nations are present, with the vast majority being young individuals. Perhaps due to the upcoming International Young Beast Tamers tournament, most people have chosen to come to the 10,000 beasts battlefield for training. The entire 10,000 beasts battlefield began to buzz with activity. Time passed slowly, and a month had gone by. During this month, the heavenly phoenix of the wasteland successfully attained its complete form, and Lu Jinghong's strength also saw a significant boost. Meanwhile, the 5-clawed golden dragon is also not far from achieving its complete form. It is estimated that with another half-month of training, it should be able to complete its evolution. Liu Ran, accompanied by the 3 women, set off toward the depths of the 10,000 beasts battlefield. The deeper one ventured into the 10,000 beasts battlefield, the higher the rank of the spiritual beasts, the stronger their bloodlines, and the more formidable they became. Additionally, various tribes and secret realms would begin to appear. Although the difficulty increases, the rewards are often greater. I heard there's a very special dungeon here where you might actually drop a level 3 skill stone. Along the way, Lin Jianqing was responsible for gathering various pieces of information. At that moment, she looked at the map and spoke. "Is it far?" "Not far, it's just ahead." Soon, the 4 arrived at the dungeon Lin Jianqing had mentioned. There were many people gathered here, from various countries.
Upon seeing Liam O'Ran and the others approach, they all looked at them with surprised expressions.
Who is that person? He's even accompanied by 3 stunningly beautiful women. Those are the uniforms of the Imperial Capital Academy. These people are all students of the Imperial Capital Academy. Does that mean they're from the Great Xia Kingdom? I heard that the Imperial Capital Academy is quite famous in the Great Xia Kingdom. None of them paid much attention to these discussions. The 3 women were all very beautiful, and Liam O'Ran, accompanied by them, naturally attracted a lot of attention at the battlefield of 10,000 beasts. They had all grown accustomed to it. The 4 slowly walked toward the dungeon portal, when suddenly a young man blocked their path. Stop! You are not allowed to enter this dungeon today. These words immediately caused Liam O'Ran and the others to frown. What does that mean? Before them stood a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes, dressed in a black suit. He spoke coldly. The Prince Caesar of the Roman court is about to arrive at the dungeon for training. He intends to break the record that has been unbroken for over a decade. All non-essential personnel are prohibited from approaching. If you wish to challenge him, wait until after Prince Caesar has broken the record. Liam O'Ran's expression darkened. What? This dungeon was opened by the Roman royal court? The young man said arrogantly, it's no use if you're not convinced. I am Call, the captain of the Caesar Knights of the Roman Imperial Court. If you come any closer, don't blame me for taking action. At the same time, several young men dressed in black suits were slowly approaching, their expressions hostile. Just then, the people around them all began to speak. Brother, why don't you come over and rest? Don't get into an argument with them. The weakest members of the Caesar Knights are all 3-star beast tamers. They outnumber you and have the upper hand. You can't stand up to them. That Call is a 4-star beast master, we're no match for him. Brother, let's just endure it for now and the storm will pass. Take a step back and the sky will open up. On the battlefield of 1,000 beasts, such behavior is not uncommon. Some powerful or well-connected individuals, in order to ensure they obtain a specific reward, often choose to directly lock down a particular dungeon, preventing others from farming it. They will only lift the lock once they have obtained the corresponding reward. Those who lack the necessary strength can only watch helplessly as the lockdown is enforced, unable to do anything about it. Some who have been fighting on the battlefield of 10,000 beasts for years have even grown accustomed to it. Upon seeing the Caesar Knights blocking the dungeon entrance, they all rested nearby, waiting for the blockade to be lifted before entering. Zhou Yancheng looked at Liam O'Ran and whispered, O'Ran, what should we do now? Liam O'Ran sneered and said to Cao, what if I refuse? A hint of contempt flashed in Call's eyes. You ignorant people of Daxia, if you dare take another step forward, I will make you regret it. Roar! As soon as the words left his mouth, several people immediately summoned their beasts. They were all identical giant lions, their fur a sinister black, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Upon seeing these beasts, the people nearby began to whisper among themselves. They're the Caesar Knights beast-riding Xianfo mad lions. It is said that these beast tamers all possess extraordinary bloodlines and are extremely aggressive. In battles against opponents of the same bloodline, they are almost always among the very best. Oh, those few people are really unlucky. Such a pity for such a beautiful girl. Even if they're from the Imperial Capital Academy, they shouldn't act like that. They're just being reckless. Ha, foolish people of the Great Xia Kingdom, you're in for a world of trouble now. Even if Liam O'Ran is from the Imperial Capital Academy, how strong could he possibly be? Cao is a 4-star beast tamer. The members of the Caesar Knights surrounding him are all 3-star beast masters as well. And with such powerful beast tamers, who would dare to face the Caesar Knights' assault? They're pushing it too far. O'Ran, I'm furious, I want to act, but Liam O'Ran reached out and stopped her. You don't need to act. Let me handle this. Saying that, he summoned Asta directly. Who? A violent gale erupted suddenly, sweeping in from all directions. As soon as the massive Asta appeared, a fierce storm pressed down on the surrounding area. Seeing this enormous figure, people were all taken aback. What kind of beast is this? Chapter 137, The Wind of Murder. Brush. Brush. Liam remained silent as Asta's gale erupted suddenly. Instantly, several wind blades charged toward the members of the Caesar Knights. The expressions on their faces changed instantly. These wind blades appeared light and delicate, yet they carried an aura of death. Even the 3-star beast tamers felt a tremendous threat when faced with this wind blade. Quick, get out of the way. The leader, Kair, was the first to react and shouted. The others around him finally snapped out of it, and their beasts immediately sprang into action, carrying them out of the way of the wind blade's attack. Boom! One after another, wind blades struck the ground behind them, causing small explosions that sent clouds of dust into the air. As the dust settled, the ground revealed the marks left by the wind blades as they sliced through the earth. If they hadn't dodged in time, those wind blades could have decapitated them in an instant. The strength of the wind blades astonished the members of the Caesar Knights, and the others were even more shocked. How powerful! Just a single skill was enough to send shivers down their spines.
Among those present, few could unleash a skill of such intensity. Cao's face darkened. You people from Daxia, it seems you're determined to die. Kill him. At his fierce command, the few people around him immediately sprang into action. Several Shenfeng mad lions roared furiously, their black fur standing on end, looking as though they had gone mad, and charged forward immediately. Roar! Xuanfeng's gaze was as sharp as a knife, and his claws tore at Asta. However, the moment they made contact with Asta, the massive figure suddenly vanished, transforming into a gust of wind, leaving the Shenfeng mad lions to attack nothing but air. Roar! Shenfeng the mad lion looked left and right, but there was no target in sight. What's going on? Cao was startled. Such a large Asta, how could it have disappeared? In an instant, Asta suddenly appeared behind a Shenfeng mad lion. The next moment, his hands transformed into giant swords, striking down immediately. Whoosh! This is a large knife formed by the wind. Although it is wind, it is extremely sharp. As a storm swept past, the Shenfeng mad lion locked onto by Asta was instantly severed at the waist. Clang! A large amount of fresh blood erupted in all directions, instantly staining the ground red. Ah! The owner of the Shenfeng mad lion, a member of the Caesar Knights, immediately clutched his chest and screamed in agony. When a beast is killed, the Beastmaster also suffers backlash, enduring immense pain. How is that possible? In the blink of an eye, Liamo Ran had actually killed a Shenfeng mad lion. As a 3-star beast tamer, the Shenfeng mad lion had already entered the awakening stage. The Liamo Ran before him was merely a 2-star beast tamer, yet he had dared to kill an awakened beast tamer of a higher rank. The people around him couldn't help but gasp in shock. He actually did it? No wonder he's a top student at Imperial Capital Academy. It seems he does have some real ability after all. What on earth is that beast he's controlling? It looks just like a mysterious figure wearing a yellow robe to me. Maybe it's just this person's quirk. Shenfeng Quangshe was killed, and those around him were all shocked. However, Cao was furious. As a member of the Caesar Knights, he had actually been defeated by a 2-star beast tamer. This was absolutely unacceptable. Roar! All around, several Shenfeng mad lions immediately charged toward Asta, determined to tear him to pieces. However, Asta transformed into a whirlwind, formless and intangible, leaving the Shenfeng mad lions unable to harm him in the slightest. Not only that, but Asta manipulated the wind elements to form various techniques, and in the blink of an eye, he killed all the remaining Shenfeng mad lions. A series of agonizing screams echoed through the air. The Caesar Knights, except for Call, were all wiped out. Liamo Ran said, "You think a 3-star beast tamer can kill me? You're still too naive. What are you going to do now?" Cao's face turned ashen. This outcome was the last thing he had expected. In the blink of an eye, he had killed so many Shenfeng mad lions. Even if it were him, he would have found it difficult to achieve such a feat. Moreover, Liamo Ran's calm expression left Cao even more baffled. Could it be that the man before him hadn't yet shown his true strength? Liamo Ran saw that he hesitated to speak, sneered, and said, "So this is the Caesar Knights? They're nothing special. Let's go. Don't bother with them." Then, he led the 3 women past Call and directly entered the dungeon. Call hesitated, unable to bring himself to act, and ultimately allowed the 4 to enter the dungeon. The others, seeing this, were even more astonished. The renowned Caesar Knights had been soundly defeated by a young man? All the Knights beasts were killed, and the commander dared not move a muscle. Is he really a student? Even if he's a student from the Imperial Capital Academy, it's hard to believe someone could be this powerful. However, having offended Caesar, I don't think he'll end up well. I hear the Roman court is very protective of its own, and Caesar is especially vengeful. Unless he stays hidden away in the Imperial Academy for the rest of his life, the Roman royal court will inevitably seek revenge. You're still too young. You act too recklessly. Although Liamo Ran is very strong, many people still don't think highly of him. The Roman court has a formidable reputation on the international stage. As a small country, it actually has 2 7-star beast masters stationed there. It goes without saying how powerful its strength must be. Most people would just endure the Roman court's various maneuvers and move on. Confronting them directly is absolutely unwise. About 15 minutes later, a young man dressed in a purple robe arrived, surrounded by a group of bodyguards. Upon seeing the young man, the crowd was immediately taken aback. Could that be Caesar, the prince of the Roman court? Yes, it's him. That purple robe is so eye-catching. I heard he's only 23 years old and has already become a 4-star beast tamer. He even boasted that he'll win the International Young Beast Tamer Championship this year. Hey, that's pretty ambitious, but I wonder how he compares to the geniuses from the Lighthouse Nation? Facing the people's discussions, Caesar paid no attention. He had heard such praise too many times before. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of the dungeon, he saw several people lying on the ground, and Caesar's brows immediately furrowed. "Core, I need an explanation." Cao's face turned pale, and he immediately knelt down on one knee, trembling as he recounted everything that had just happened. In his embellished account, Liu Ran was portrayed as having committed a heinous crime, showing utter disrespect toward His Majesty Caesar, while he himself had merely stumbled upon a formidable enemy and fought with all his might but was unable to prevail.
Caesar's expression darkened immediately. A student from the great Xia kingdom dares to challenge me? I am the prince of the Roman court. What right does he, a commoner, have to offend me?
Caesar whispered, Caesar, they have already entered the dungeon.
Should we block the entrance and wait for them to come out?
Generally speaking, once a team enters a dungeon, other teams must wait for the first team to exit before they can enter.
However, in special instances like the ancient beast ruins, multiple teams can enter simultaneously.
But Caesar had no patience.
He coldly said, I am a prince, yet I have to wait for commoners to come out? What kind of nonsense is this? I'm going in to kill them right now. Caesar, are you really going to do that? My father once bestowed upon me a special artifact that allows me to forcefully enter the dungeon.
At this point, he immediately turned to look at the guards behind him.
Caesar's knights, follow my orders.
Enter the dungeon with me and kill those who have dared to offend the royal court.
Chapter 138, Dragon Man Outpost, Hell Dragon Man.
This dungeon is called the Dragonfolk Outpost, and it contains an extremely powerful monster known as the Hell Dragonfolk. Although they are dragon-like creatures, they are far more powerful and capable of manipulating hellfire to attack, making them extremely challenging to defeat. As soon as they entered the dungeon, Zhou Yancheng explained the situation of the dungeon. At that moment, the group had arrived at an open field, with several massive sentry posts ahead. Looking around, they could see numerous monsters with bright red skin and lizard-like appearances guarding the outposts. They were the Hell Dragon Men.
Zhou Yancheng said, the condition for clearing the stage is to break into the sentry post and kill the few elite Hell Dragon Men stationed inside. Liu Ran nodded and said, got it. Let's get started.
Then, everyone summoned their beasts and charged toward the outpost. Horse. A sharp sound rang out the screech of Hell Dragons.
They immediately detected the anomaly. Upon seeing Liu Ran and his group approaching, several Hell Dragon Men immediately sounded their horns. Woo! Woo!
A massive trumpet blast echoed in all directions, followed by a large number of dragon men swarming in. The hellish dragon men were extremely tall, averaging nearly 3 meters in height, wielding massive spears, broadswords, or shields, resembling fully armed soldiers. When they run, the ground trembles slightly.
Scratch! One of the Hell Dragons immediately threw its long spear. With a swish, the spear traced an arc through the air and then burst into intense flames. The speed was so fast that it was impossible to react in time. Just then, Asta charged forward, unleashing a whirlwind that actually intercepted the spear mid-air. Not only that, but it was also bounced back. Boom! After the long spear hit the ground, it immediately triggered a massive explosion. Immediately afterward, rolling flames spread outward in all directions, quickly igniting a massive fire. Horse! Roar! The hellish dragon men were scorched by the flames, instantly feeling intense pain, and began to roar and howl incessantly. At the same time, more Hell Dragon men charged forward, filled with rage, intent on tearing the few people apart. Xiao Hong, kill them!
Lu Jinghong, riding the Tianshu Divine Phoenix, immediately unleashed his skill. The heavenly ruined Divine Phoenix flapped its wings, instantly unleashing a fierce flamestorm that swept toward the hellish dragon men. The hellish dragon men in its path were unable to withstand the onslaught and were immediately engulfed by the heavenly ruined Divine Phoenix's flames, vanishing in an instant.
Yi Jiwei was not to be outdone.
The 5-clawed golden dragon unleashed a powerful golden lightning bolt, which erupted among the hellish dragon men.
Boom!
Lightning struck the hellish dragon, reducing it to a charred heap. Even Zhou Yancheng was unable to escape, as vines continued to wrap around the hellish dragon men. The beast-taming bloodlines of the few individuals present were of an extremely high grade, and the Hell Dragon men before them had no chance of putting up any resistance. Under the barrage of various skill storms, lightning, flames, and vines, numerous hellish dragon men fell dead. Then, the 4 of them charged deep into the outpost, where they encountered elite monsters. This was a much larger Hell Dragon, its body likely exceeding 6 meters in length, and its height more than double that of the other Hell Dragons. Upon seeing Liu Ran and his companions, it spoke in a human voice, "Damn humans! How dare you kill all my sentinels? I will annihilate you all." As soon as the words left his mouth, the Hell Dragon's body burst into intense flames, and he charged toward Liu Ran and his group.
Zhou Yancheng shouted, "Be careful! That's hellfire! Once you're touched by it, there's no way to extinguish it." Liu Ran saw this and snorted coldly, "Asta, stop it." At Liu Ran's command, Asta immediately sprang into action.
It immediately created a powerful wind barrier, blocking the hellish dragon men and halting their movements in their tracks.
What's going on?
His eyes widened in surprise. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lu Jinghong, Yi Jiwei, and Zhou Yancheng immediately launched their attack. Several beasts erupted, and several skills exploded on the hellish dragon men.
Ah!
As the Hell Dragon screamed in agony, his body was instantly covered in wounds. Having taken such a powerful skill, he could no longer hold on and finally collapsed lifelessly.
The elite level Hell Dragon was now dead. Liam Oran laughed. Alright, let's head to the next outpost. The others nodded and immediately left the outpost. The difficulty of the Dragon Man outpost dungeon is actually quite high. For most people, dealing with the large number of dragon men inside the outpost is a huge challenge. After all, each dragon man is extremely powerful, and even facing just one, an ordinary person would need to spend a considerable amount of time to defeat it. Let alone so many dragon people? But for Liam Oran and his companions, this was no problem at all. Their beast tamers were far too powerful. These dragon warriors were no match for the 5-clawed golden dragons and the celestial phoenixes of the heavenly ruins. Soon, the group arrived at the second outpost. The Dragon Man outpost had a total of 5 outposts, and all 5 had to be eliminated in order to clear the dungeon. Woo! As soon as Liam Oran and the others arrived, a loud trumpet blast sounded immediately. The news that the previous outpost had been overrun had already reached the other outposts. At this moment, the Hell Dragons stationed there were already on high alert. Liam Oran, seeing this, immediately ordered Asta to launch a frontal assault, while Lu Jinghong and the other women followed Liam Oran in the attack. Hoo! A fierce wind arose again, accompanied by flames and lightning. Although the dragon people inside the outpost were on high alert, they could not withstand the fierce attack of Liam Oran and his men. Before long, the outpost fell as well. Even the elite-level Hell Dragons couldn't hold out for long against the few of them. There are still 3 outposts left. Hurry up and take care of them, let's see what we can get. The group chatted and laughed all the way, feeling no pressure at all. If it weren't for the chance to obtain a level 3 skill stone, Liam Oran wouldn't have much interest in this dungeon either. After all, Hell Dragons weren't particularly strong, and Liam Oran had no intention of turning them into followers. The group continued on their way toward the third outpost. Just then, a burst of light erupted, instantly catching the attention of everyone present. Immediately afterward, several figures suddenly appeared before them. These figures were accompanied by lions with entirely black bodies and exploding fur. They were the Xianfeng Mad Lions. Upon seeing these people, Liam Oran and the others' expressions immediately darkened. There was no doubt about it, these were all members of the Caesar Knights. At the forefront was a young man dressed in a purple robe, riding a massive black goat. The goat was covered in countless evil runes, giving it a terrifying appearance. Lin Jianqing whispered, "That's the Hell Black Goat Lord, a mythical beast of the divine bloodline. Only one person in the world has contracted such a beast, the prince of the Roman court, Caesar." Upon hearing this, Liam Oran suddenly understood. Caesar scrutinized Liam Oran, then glanced at the women beside him, his eyes flashing with a sharp gleam. Then, in the gaze he directed at Liam Oran, there was an added hint of murderous intent. "You dared to offend the Roman court, you Disya person?" Liam Oran coldly asked. "How did you manage to enter the dungeon?" Chapter 139, This is impossible. Caesar was shocked. Caesar sneered and then took out a mirror. The mirror reflected the sunlight, making it appear particularly blinding. "Have you seen this mirror? It is called the shuttle mirror and possesses the ability to traverse space. By using this mirror, one can forcefully enter the dungeon." After saying that, he put the mirror away. "Great Xiaoman, I'll give you a choice. Immediately send the 3 women by your side up here, then kneel before me and beg for mercy. Perhaps I might spare you." Around Caesar, the members of the knightly order had formed their ranks. By each person's side, the fur of the Xianfeng Mad Lions began to bristle, ready to attack at a moment's notice. Lu Jinghong, Yi Jiwei, and Lin Jianqing's expressions immediately darkened. Liam Oran's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent. "With just you?" Caesar burst into loud laughter. "Ha! No one has ever dared to speak to me like that before. You're asking for death, great Xia." Then, with a wave of his hand, the members of the Caesar Knights surrounding him charged forward. Roar! A large number of Xianfeng Mad Lions let out a series of furious roars, their black fur as sharp as swords. The Xianfeng Mad Lions charged forward, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Liam Oran coldly ordered, "Attack." The women immediately sprang into action. The heavenly ruined divine phoenix, the 5-clawed golden dragon, and the azure sky ancestral tree all unleashed their various skills. Flames, lightning, vines, and all manner of attacks erupted simultaneously. The few Xianfeng Mad Lions at the forefront were immediately struck by a barrage of skills, leaving them severely injured. Although the Xianfeng Mad Lions were of a higher level, their bloodline was far inferior to that of the Tianshu divine phoenix and others, so the gap in their strength was not significant. However, there is a significant disparity in numbers. Caesar brought dozens of bodyguards. Although Lu Jinghong and his men killed a few of them, the remaining Xianfeng Mad Lions quickly charged forward. Liam Oran saw this and immediately sprang into action. "Asta, absorb it with your willpower." As Liam Oran's words fell, Asta immediately transformed into a whirlwind, spreading out in all directions. Immediately afterward, a powerful aura erupted. Boom! The charging Xianfeng Mad Lions seemed to have encountered a mountain, and were suddenly halted in their tracks, unable to take another step forward. At the same time, countless massive tentacles emerged from all directions. They resembled towering mountains collapsing to the ground. Boom!
The tentacles slammed down violently, then transformed into countless streaks of light, rushing into the body of the Xianfeng mad lion. Roar! These Xianfeng mad lions immediately began to struggle, and then, as if possessed, they all suddenly became incredibly limp and collapsed. Not only that, but the guards surrounding Caesar also lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. As he watched the large number of guards and Xianfeng mad lions fall one after another, Caesar's eyes widened in horror.
What's going on? Great Xia people, what have you done?
Li Mo Ran sneered coldly, don't get so worked up.
It's not over yet.
Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lu Jinghong and the others immediately sprang into action, unleashing a barrage of skills within the lion pack of the Xianfeng mad lion. After being struck by the will-draining attack, the Xianfeng mad lions completely lost their ability to resist and were utterly unable to withstand these skills. As beams of light surged forth, the Xianfeng mad lions were instantly killed by the attacks of the few women. Numerous skills also swept through the crowd, affecting countless beast tamers and members of Caesar's knightly order, killing more than half of them instantly.
Upon witnessing this scene, Caesar's eyes widened in fury. You dare to kill so many of my knights? I will never let you get away with this. Li Mo Ran snorted coldly.
At that moment, the absorption of willpower continued. He ordered Asta to immediately begin absorbing Caesar's will. Caesar suddenly felt his entire body go limp and weak, his face turning deathly pale.
But he clenched his teeth and roared, you think you can take me down with such a measly skill? Don't even dream about it. Me.
The next moment, the Hell Black Sheep Lord let out a piercing scream. The sound transformed into intense sound waves, spreading in all directions, actually countering the will of Caesar and Asta.
Li Mo Ran instructed Asta to enhance his skills.
However, the cries of the Hell Black Sheep Lord formed a special mental barrier, and the willpower draining force was unable to penetrate the barrier to affect Caesar.
Seeing this, Li Mo Ran summoned Asta back.
The massive Asta materialized and appeared beside Li Mo Ran. Looking at Caesar, his gaze held a hint of surprise.
A beast tamer who can resist mental attacks is indeed rare. Caesar's face was filled with anger. You've angered me, you people of the Great Xia.
The Hell Black Sheep screamed again.
Bah! A huge black sheep carrying Caesar charged toward Li Mo Ran.
Seeing this, the women were about to act.
Li Mo Ran said, step back, I'll handle him.
Seeing this, the women said nothing and immediately retreated behind Li Mo Ran. At the same time, the Hell Black Sheep Lord had already charged forward to confront Li Mo Ran. The massive black ram collided violently with Asta. Although Asta's form was larger than that of the Hell Black Sheep, the force was too powerful, and Asta was unable to withstand it for a moment. However, he immediately transformed into a storm, thus evading the collision of the Hell Black Sheep Lord.
Li Mo Ran watched the collision and was deeply shocked.
The force of the collision was so great that it could even collapse a building.
Brush! Brush!
Asta unleashed a series of wind blades, charging toward the Hell Black Sheep Lord.
Caesar roared, with such trivial tricks, you dare to challenge me?
The beard of the Hell Black Sheep Lord erupted, then transformed into a swirling mist, forming a massive barrier that blocked Asta's wind blades. Then, several black beams erupted from the black mist, charging toward Asta. However, since Asta was in his wind form, he was formless and intangible, and these attacks were doomed to have no effect. However, as Asta wielded the wind element, he found himself unable to harm the hellish Black Sheep Lord for the time being. As expected of a 4-star beast master, it seems that Asta is no match for him.
After all, Asta hasn't reached his complete form yet. And the Hell Black Sheep Lord before him had already reached the evolution stage. The difference in their levels is simply too great. If it weren't for Asta's ability to transform into a storm, he might have been instantly shattered by the Hell Black Sheep Lord. Li Mo Ran hesitated not a moment, summoning Cthulhu directly.
Who? The moment the massive Cthulhu appeared, the surrounding space grew darker. Standing over 10 meters tall, Cthulhu resembled a small mountain. Caesar, upon seeing this, immediately revealed a look of astonishment.
How could it be so big? Li Mo Ran was only a 2-star beast tamer, and the monster before him was at most a fully evolved form. Generally speaking, fully evolved beasts that exceed 5 meters in height are extremely rare. His Hell Black Sheep Lord is also merely within this range. The Cthulhu before him completely defied all logic. Li Mo Ran coldly said, Little Ku, use the Wrath of Raya.
He no longer held back, intending to use his most powerful skill to kill Caesar.
Boom! A powerful aura spread out in all directions. Immediately afterward, Cthulhu carried Li Mo Ran into the sky.
The sky around them was instantly shrouded in black mist. The shadowy outline of the city of Laya began to coalesce within it.
A terrifying sense of oppression suddenly overwhelmed Caesar's heart.
As he gazed at the scene in the sky, his pupils contracted sharply, and he felt as though he were facing death itself. Kill! Caesar roared, and the Hell Black Sheep Lord's entire body erupted with intense black mist. The black mist continued to spread and condense.
Finally, it transformed into a massive black orb of light. Boom!
The black light ball suddenly shot toward the sky. This was the Hell Black Sheep Lord's most powerful skill, level 3 skill, Death God Light Sphere. It channels all of the Hell Black Sheep Lord's dark power, and once unleashed, it can obliterate all life within a radius of thousands of meters. Generally speaking, Caesar would never use this technique lightly, because this move requires an enormous amount of energy. In a single battle, he can only use it once at most. However, the feeling of death truly shocked Caesar. It was the first time he had ever experienced such a sensation. Caesar, who was naturally cautious, reacted like a startled cat and immediately released the death sphere. At that moment, the wrath of lawless fury had also fullied. Kill! Liam Oran roared fiercely, and the gigantic illusory form of the city of Laya immediately crashed down. Boom! The death god's light sphere collided with the wrath of Lala's. In an instant, a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. However, this deathly light sphere appeared unusually fragile in the face of the wrath of Laya. Countless black beams spread out endlessly, yet they were utterly powerless against the wrath of Laya. The gigantic, shadowy form of Laya's city continued to descend. At that moment, Caesar's face turned as pale as paper. How could this be possible? A 2-star beast tamer actually shattered his most powerful skill. This is absolutely impossible. How could Liam Oran be so powerful? But Caesar wouldn't give up so easily. Do you think you're the only one with supernatural powers? You people of the Great Xia Empire, you think you can use this against me? You're too naive. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the air, and the hellish Black Sheep Lord's entire body suddenly burst into countless black flames. Immediately afterward, it soared through the air like a celestial steed, charging straight toward the illusory form of the city of Laya. This is my divine ability, the extinguishing black flame. People of the Great Xia, I'll see if you can withstand it. Black flames erupted ceaselessly, as if they were burning away the very space around them. The wrath of Lalai erupted instantly, sending terrifying shockwaves rippling through the sky, even causing the clouds to scatter under the force of the energy. Lu Jinghong and the other women below watched in disbelief, utterly speechless and filled with astonishment. They naturally knew that Liam Oran possessed supernatural abilities, but the power of these abilities was simply too overwhelming. Only Lin Jianqing was slightly better off. After all, she had witnessed Liam Oran in action during the guild's merger war. But the divine abilities before her eyes were far more powerful than anything she had seen during the guild merger war. It was clear that Liam Oran's true strength had far surpassed their imagination. The two energies collided, as if mountains were collapsing. Terrifying energy and waves crashed down, and they were instantly swept away. At that moment, Asta charged forward, transforming into a storm barrier to shield the women from the residual energy waves, allowing them to steady themselves. However, the sky was now shrouded in a sea of black light. It felt as though night had fallen in an instant. It was impossible to see what was happening inside. Chapter 140, The Method to Break the Soul Crystal. Two divine powers erupted, producing a commotion that was astonishing and beyond belief. The three women stared blankly at the sky. The energy lingered for a long time. These two energies erupted in the sky, yet those below still felt the terrifying impact. Without Asta's intervention, they would have been injured. Lin Jianqing murmured, "Too strong." She had already overestimated Liam Oran's strength as much as possible, but she still underestimated him. She wondered, if Liam Oran had unleashed this power during the guild merger war, the members of the Overlord Guild would have been wiped out in an instant. At that thought, her heart seemed to make a decision. As she glanced at Yi Jiwei out of the corner of her eye, Lin Jianqing's gaze was clearly unusual. Over the past few days, Lin Jianqing had gradually come to understand the personalities of Lu Jinghong and Yi Jiwei. She was certain in her heart that Yi Jiwei and Liam Oran's relationship was definitely not as superficial as it appeared. Lu Jinghong might not have noticed, but it didn't escape her keen eyes. Perhaps she and Liam Oran had already taken their relationship to the next level. Thinking of this, Lin Jianqing felt a sense of crisis. After being saved by Liam Oran, she developed a deep fondness for him. Although she had always been proactive, their relationship had never progressed further. If things continued this way, no one knew what the future might hold. Sigh. The storm finally subsided, and the energy gradually dissipated. In the sky, two figures appeared. Liam Oran stood atop Cthulhu, his expression calm, showing no signs of being affected. However, Caesar was in a particularly dire state. Not only was he covered in blood, but even the Hell Black Sheep throne he was sitting on was badly damaged, making the scene look especially grim. There was no doubt that Liam Oran had emerged victorious in this divine power showdown. Caesar's eyes were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? I'm a 4-star beast tamer, how could I lose to you? Liam Oran snorted coldly, hard to understand? No problem, you'll still die by my hands. Cthulhu immediately sprang into action. Boom! A powerful tremor erupts, unleashing Cthulhu's skill, Divine Tremor. Huge tentacles slammed down violently, and Caesar couldn't dodge in time, watching helplessly as the attack engulfed him. In an instant, the shockwave tore Caesar and the Hell Black Sheep Lord to shreds. With a piercing scream, the two were reduced to a cloud of blood mist. Cthulhu slays the hellish Black Sheep Lord. The hellish Black Sheep Lord in its evolutionary stage still met its end at the hands of Cthulhu. However, a burst of light immediately enveloped the blood-red mist in the sky, then transformed into a sphere of light. Within the light sphere was the ethereal form of Caesar.
Another soul crystal? Upon seeing this, Liam O'Ran furrowed his brows. Within the barrier, Caesar's expression was particularly twisted. "You people of the Great Xia Empire, you will pay the price for this, you will." Then, the light sphere carried Caesar away from the dungeon. Upon seeing this, Liam O'Ran's expression grew slightly somber. Soul crystal. Caesar also has a soul crystal. How many is this now? From Herman to Watanabe Hayakushi, and now to Caesar. How come all his enemies have soul crystals? Are soul crystals just some commonplace trinket? How come he's never seen it before? Thinking of this, Liam O'Ran felt a bit depressed. The feeling of having killed the enemy yet still having to watch him escape was truly unbearable. Unfortunately, he had no means of dealing with the soul crystal. Sighing, Liam O'Ran slowly landed. M. O'Ran. The three women immediately ran over, filled with surprise. Facing Caesar, the Hell Black Sheep Lord who was a 4-star beast tamer and possessed mythical bloodline, Liam O'Ran actually won. And he won so convincingly. This was truly astonishing to them. Upon seeing the three women, Liam O'Ran finally smiled and walked forward to embrace each of them. Lu Dinghong had even grown accustomed to this. Watching Liam O'Ran and Yi Jiwei, Lin Jianqing's intimate demeanor, she had a premonition that this was probably not the end of it. However, Liam O'Ran was extremely domineering about this matter. Every evening when she brought it up, she was firmly rejected by Liam O'Ran, followed by a forceful kiss. In the end, Lu Jinghong had no choice but to accept it. Seeing Liam O'Ran hugging Yi Jiwei and still not behaving himself, with his hands trying to move around, Lu Jinghong immediately felt jealous. Enough! She stepped forward, grabbed Liam O'Ran's hand, and said, "Since the fight is over, let's continue with the dungeon run." "How long do you plan to keep hugging?" Seeing Lu Jinghong fuming with anger, Yi Jiwei couldn't help but smile. "Jinghong, you look quite adorable like this." Lu Jinghong's face turned red. "No way. Jiwei, don't say that." After parting ways with Yi Jiwei, Liam O'Ran said, "The matter isn't over yet. Caesar has escaped." Escaped? Lu Jinghong was puzzled. "Didn't you kill him? Could it be?" She suddenly remembered something. Liam O'Ran nodded. Yi Jiwei said, "Another soul crystal?" Soul crystals. This wasn't the first time she had seen them. Due to the existence of the soul crystal, Liam O'Ran was unable to completely kill the enemy. "Do you have any way to deal with the soul crystals?" Lu Jinghong and Yi Jiwei both shook their heads. Just then, Lin Jianqing spoke up. "Moran, I might know." "What is it?" Deep within the battlefield of 10,000 beasts lies a place known as the Eye of the Elements. There, a highly unique secret realm exists, where a material called elemental soul light can penetrate the protective barrier formed by soul crystals. Possessing it allows one to shatter the protective barrier of soul crystals, preventing the souls of the deceased from returning and ultimately causing them to dissipate. Upon hearing this, Liam O'Ran's eyes lit up instantly. Yi Jiwei asked in confusion, "I've never heard of this place before." Before Liam O'Ran arrived at the 10,000 Beasts battlefield, she had already been fighting there for several months. By all accounts, she should have known the most about the 10,000 Beasts battlefield, yet she had never heard of such a secret realm. Lin Jianqing smiled faintly, because the information about this secret realm has been sealed off. Elemental soul light is actually a material banned by the Lighthouse Nation, and that secret realm has been completely sealed off by the Lighthouse Nation. Not only people from other countries, but even those from the Lighthouse Nation itself cannot enter without permission. So there are powerful beings guarding it? I'm not entirely sure, but if they want to achieve such an effect, the powerful beings guarding there must at least be 5-star beast masters. Upon hearing this, Li Machin felt a bit disappointed. Lu Jinghong asked in confusion, "Why was the elemental soul light disabled?" Lin Jianqing replied, "The reason is simple, it can break through the protective barrier of soul crystals. With soul crystals, important figures from various countries can be revived even after death. However, the elemental soul light disrupts this. If it were to escape, it would pose a significant threat to those who possess soul crystals." "I see." Lu Jinghong said, silently, "Are you still going? If you insist on going, this trip is likely to end in failure." Moreover, the elemental soul light is not an essential item for Liam O'Ran. However, the fact that he had killed someone yet allowed them to escape left Liam O'Ran feeling deeply frustrated. Regardless, he had to go and take a look. If there was truly no other option, then so be it. Upon hearing this, the three women said nothing. Their hearts were all set on Liam O'Ran. Since he had decided to go, they would follow him as well. "Alright, let's finish this dungeon first. Being interrupted by Caesar's group has slowed us down considerably." The group put their thoughts aside and resumed their dungeon run. Before long, one outpost after another was taken down by the group. As the last outpost was dismantled, the group finally heard the sound of the gate opening. Congratulations! You have successfully cleared the sub-local Hell Dragon outpost. You have obtained Enhanced Dragon Claws X30, Enhanced Dragon Scales X10, Enhanced Dragon Teeth X20, Enhanced Dragon Tendons X20. You obtain Skill Stone 2. Chapter 141. I told you I killed Caesar, but you just wouldn't believe me. After clearing the dungeon, Liamo Ran obtained a large amount of materials. Additionally, there were 2 skill stones. One is level 1, and the other is level 3. The level 1 skill stone held no appeal for Liamo Ran. His attention was firmly fixed on the level 3 skill stone. Skill Stone, Xianfeng Danue. Upon use, you can learn the level 3 legendary skill Xianfeng Du on you. Upon seeing the skill stone, Liamo Ran immediately revealed a look of surprise. A wind attribute legendary skill stone. This is perfect for Asta. Thinking this, Liamo Ran immediately used the skill stone. Your beast companion, Asta, has successfully learned the skill Xianfeng Du on you. Your beast master Asta has successfully learned the skill Xianfeng Du on you. Xianfeng Danue releases a black storm that suppresses all creatures within its range. This storm cannot be dispelled or blocked, and all individuals within its range will suffer the same suppression effect. Upon reading the skill description, Liamo Ran knew immediately that this was another extremely powerful ability. Suppressing everything, and the suppression effect is the same for any individual. This means that unless the suppressed individual is far stronger than Asta, no matter how many people there are, they will all be suppressed by Asta in the face of this skill. After mastering the skill, Liamo Ran and the others left the dungeon. Upon seeing them emerge, the people around them all looked on in astonishment. They're out. Didn't Caesar lead his men in to surround them? They're out. Where are Caesar's men? They seem completely unharmed. Could this be a misunderstanding? When Caesar burst into the dungeon, everyone around was watching. However, when Liamo Ran and the others left the dungeon, they did not see any members of Caesar's Night Order, which left everyone deeply astonished. Liamo Ran ignored the commotion. Just then, a young man shouted angrily, "People of Dacia, how did you escape? Where is Prince Caesar?" Upon seeing the young man, Li Machen couldn't help but sneer coldly. This man was none other than Cao, the commander of the Caesar Knights. No wonder I didn't see him in the dungeon. He hadn't gone in with Caesar after all. Your Prince Caesar has been killed by me. All the knights who followed him inside are also dead. These casual words immediately caused a stir among those present. Caesar was killed? That's impossible. He was the prince of the Roman imperial court. Who is this great Xiaman? Is he lying? Kale didn't believe a word of it and sneered, Xiaman, stop bragging. You think you could kill Prince Caesar? You'd be better off believing I'm the Pope of Rome. Seeing that he didn't believe him, Liamo Ran didn't bother to explain. Cao immediately summoned his beast, his face filled with murderous intent. Prince Caesar wants to kill you, yet you dare to escape instead of obediently letting him kill you? Do you really think you can get away? You cannot leave until Prince Caesar has personally killed you. Hearing Cao speak thus, the people around them began to murmur in discussion. Could it be that Liamo Ran and the others had actually escaped? That makes much more sense. How could a man from the Great Xia Empire possibly kill the prince of the Roman court? Upon seeing this, Li Machen didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately summoned Asta. Phew! A fierce wind suddenly raged around him, adding an air of mystery to Liamo Ran's appearance. Since you long for me, I will grant your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, Liamo Ran immediately ordered Asta. Release the mystic wind to sever the peaks. This is the legendary skill he has recently mastered. Let's have Cao try it out and see just how powerful it is. When Cao saw Liamo Ran move, a flash of anger crossed his eyes. Xianfeng and Crazy Lion, attack. Kill him. Roar. Xianfeng the Mad Lion suddenly let out a furious roar, followed by his fur standing on end and a massive illusory figure appearing on his body, resembling a Lion King and exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Without hesitation, it charged toward Liamo Ran. As a highly ferocious beast, the Xianfeng Mad Lion created an overwhelming sense of pressure when attacking. In no time, it charged straight toward Asta. The massive lion's claws immediately struck down, ready to tear Asta to pieces. Just then, a black storm erupted in an instant. Whoosh! The massive black wind suddenly sent Xianfeng the Mad Lion flying. Roar! Xianfeng the Mad Lion let out a furious roar. His body was violently slammed to the ground, and when he landed, he actually created a large crater. Upon witnessing this scene, Cao was utterly astonished. However, what was even more shocking was yet to come. A massive black wind continued to spread out, and then, as if it had transformed into a mountain-like shadow, it suddenly descended with overwhelming force. Boom! Xianfeng the ground around the Mad Lion was instantly crushed into a deep crater. The Xianfeng Mad Lion itself was violently pressed into the center of the deep pit, unable to move. How is this possible? Kor's expression changed. His Xianfeng Mad Lion had actually been suppressed by a 2-star beast tamer? This is simply too outrageous. And the people around them were even more astonished.
Earlier, Liamo Rant's slaughter of numerous Xianfeng mad lions had already been shocking, but the scene before them now was even more awe-inspiring. Roar! Xianfeng the mad lion struggled relentlessly, roaring furiously, but he couldn't break free from the black wind's suppression.
Suddenly, the black storm transformed into a blade and struck down in an instant. A piercing scream erupted as Xianfeng the mad lion was cleaved in two by the black storm. Ah! Kair covered his chest, his face pale, and kept moaning.
Xianfeng the mad lion had been killed, and as a beast tamer, he had already suffered the backlash. Liamo Ran, seeing this, showed no mercy and ordered Asta to finish him off. A wind blade sliced down, and Cole was decapitated in an instant. Blood spilled everywhere.
As this scene unfolded, the surrounding area fell into an eerie silence. They even felt as though they were in a dream.
Liamo Ran coldly said, "I told you Caesar was killed by me, but you wouldn't believe me."
"Do you believe me now?"
His gaze swept across the room. Anyone caught in Liamo Ran's gaze immediately lowered their heads or turned away, dared not meet his gaze.
Liamo Ran snorted coldly and paid no further attention.
Then, he summoned Cthulhu and departed the area with the three women. Immediately afterward, a sensational piece of news spread throughout the battlefield of 10,000 beasts.
Shocking! Dacia students brutally murder Roman royal prince, where is justice?
The evil Dacia students finally show their true colors. Dacia is using its students to achieve its hidden political agenda.
A variety of sensational headlines appeared on the front pages of newspapers.
The scene of Liamo Ran killing Kair was clearly captured on video, uploaded to the internet, and subsequently spread across the country.
The gruesome scene of Kao's decapitation was particularly shocking. Among them, many people recognized Liamo Ran. Isn't that the man from Dacia who was at the auction that day? This guy must be Liamo Ran from the Imperial Capital Academy, right? I remember he performed exceptionally well during the invasion of the Abyss monsters. He actually killed Caesar? He truly lives up to his reputation as a genius from the Imperial Capital Academy. Liamo Ran knew nothing of all this. He was following Lin Jianqing's instructions and heading toward the Eye of the Elements. Chapter 142, The Revenge Plan. The Roman Imperial Court.
When Caesar's soul returned to the Soul Monument, the entire royal court exploded.
No one had anticipated it.
Prince Caesar was left with nothing but his soul. At that moment, the personnel stationed inside the Soul Monument turned pale, scrambling frantically before finally reporting the matter to their superiors. The news was swiftly relayed up the ranks, spreading like wildfire throughout the entire royal court.
Caesar has been killed.
Upon hearing this news, everyone's mind was filled with shock, as if they had witnessed something terrifying.
My son Caesar has been killed? Who did this?
The father of Roman Emperor Caesar, Gaius, was furious. Especially after seeing his son's soul, he was furious beyond control.
The attendants trembled as they said, "Your Majesty, we don't know either."
The prince's soul has drifted and lost much of its power. We must immediately recreate his physical body, or he will lose his memories. Upon hearing this, Gao Si no longer bothered to question further and immediately ordered someone to reconstruct Caesar's physical form. After a flurry of activity, Caesar's physical form was finally reconstructed. Once the soul from the Soul Monument was guided into the physical body, Caesar could be reborn. About 2 hours later, Caesar finally opened his eyes. "Father!" The moment Caesar saw Gao Si, he clenched his teeth in anger. Gaius said, "My son, who exactly harmed you? Tell me, and I will annihilate his entire clan." Soon, Caesar revealed the truth. Upon learning that Caesar had been killed by a 2-star beast tamer, Gao Si was utterly shocked. He immediately ordered someone to investigate Liamo Ran's background. Before long, detailed information about Liamo Ran was uncovered. Upon seeing Liamo Ran's various deeds, Gao Si's expression grew increasingly gloomy. Caesar coldly said, "Father, I must kill him. Otherwise, I will never be able to escape this shadow for the rest of my life." Gaius spoke solemnly, "The people of the Great Xia Kingdom are truly pushing their luck too far." However, he saw further than Caesar. After reviewing all the information about Liamo Ran, he realized that the Great Xia Kingdom would likely place great importance on this individual. If he were to use the power of the Roman court to kill a 2-star beast tamer, he could certainly succeed. But the consequences of such success might be more than he could bear. Although the Roman imperial court is renowned worldwide, at its core, it is merely a small nation. If the Great Xia Kingdom were to disregard all consequences and seek to destroy the Roman imperial court, the Roman imperial court would be utterly powerless to resist. Just then, a messenger arrived to report. "Your Majesty, the Herman family of the Lighthouse Kingdom, the Watanabe family of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, and the Shadow Assassin Group request an audience." Upon hearing this, Caesar was immediately taken aback. The Herman family was a renowned noble family in the Lighthouse Nation. The Watanabe family, on the other hand, holds significant power at the highest levels of Sakura Nation. The Black Eagle assassins are notorious worldwide. These 3 major factions have actually come together to his Roman court? Unusual. Very unusual. Gaius immediately stood up and shouted, "Take me to them." Soon, Gao Si arrived at the Grand Hall and saw 3 men. All 3 were middle-aged men with distinguished features. Upon seeing him, they not only showed no intention of kneeling on one knee but even stared directly at him. This was a grave insult to the emperor of the Roman court. However, Gaius dared not express any dissatisfaction. These 3 major powers were each far more powerful than the Roman royal court. He immediately shouted, "Please take your seats." After the 3 of them sat down, they introduced themselves one by one. "I am Royce Herman, the elder of the Herman family." "Your Imperial Majesty, I am Watanabe Junin, the elder of the Watanabe family." "I am Gree, the manager of the Eastern Division of the Black Eagle Assassins Group." After greeting the 3 of them, Gius finally asked about their purpose. The other 2 looked at Royce, clearly indicating that he was in charge of this matter. Moreover, given the status of the Herman family, this was only natural. Royce Herman snorted coldly, "I hear your son Caesar was killed by a great Xiaoman?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Gao Si's expression darkened. Royce said, "Humph. That great Xiaoman is audacious. It's not just that he killed your son. My family's Solomon young master, Watanabe Hayakushi of the Watanabe family, and many assassins from the Black Eagle Assassin Group all met their end at the hands of that great Xiaoman." Upon hearing this, Gao Si was startled. Liemo Rant's achievements are so impressive? He had never heard of this before. In fact, this is an embarrassing matter for all 3 major factions who would want to make it public. Gaius asked, "What do the 3 of them mean?" Royce said, "This man from Dacia is our common enemy. He is very difficult to deal with. To kill him, we must cooperate." "Is that really necessary? Does that Xiaoman have 3 heads and 6 arms? To be honest, Liemo Ran is just a 2-star beast tamer. Even if he were to kill Caesar, he would still be a 2-star beast tamer." This display truly astonished Gao Si. Royce said, "Killing that great Xiaoman is actually quite simple. All we need to do is send a 6-star beast tamer to the 10,000 beasts battlefield, and he'll be dead in an instant." However, this also means that aside from the 6-star beast tamer himself, it would be extremely difficult for anyone else to succeed. This was the conclusion reached by the Herman family after a series of evaluations of Liemo Ran. Upon hearing this, Gao Si finally realized the gravity of the situation. However, aside from the administrators of the 5 major nations, all other 6-star beast masters were strictly prohibited from entering the 10,000 beasts battlefield. Even 5-star beast masters required strict authorization to gain entry. Royce said, "Leave this matter to the Herman family. Roman Emperor, I ask you only this, are you willing to cooperate with us?" This tone was highly disrespectful to Gaius, causing him to furrow his brows. But when he thought about the fact that the other party was an elder of the Herman family, he couldn't bring himself to get angry. After all, this was one of the most prestigious families in the Lighthouse Nation. Moreover, the thought of his son being killed by Liemo Ran filled Gao Si with hatred. After all, soul crystals are extremely rare items throughout the entire world. Even the Roman imperial court only possesses 2 of them. One was for his own use, and the other was given to Caesar. This means that if Caesar were to die again, there would be no chance of resurrection. After all, as emperor, he couldn't possibly give Caesar the soul crystal that belonged to him. Upon realizing this, Caesar immediately made his decision. "I'm willing to cooperate." Royce finally smiled, "Roman Emperor, you are a wise man. I believe our plan will succeed, and that man from the Great Xia Kingdom will not survive." Gaius hurriedly asked Royce what to do next. Royce looked around, and Gao Si immediately understood. "3 of you, please follow me to the inner chamber. This place is extremely secluded, there is no risk of any leaks." The 3 followed Gao Si and immediately entered the inner chamber. Chapter 143, The Special Forces of the Lighthouse Nation. The Eye of the Elements, located at the deepest part of the battlefield of 10,000 beasts. To reach this place, one must traverse a long and perilous journey. For ordinary people, this journey is extremely dangerous, filled with various ferocious beasts and unforeseeable circumstances. The deeper one ventures into the 10,000 beasts battlefield, the stronger and more ferocious the spiritual beasts become. There are also various monster tribes. Ordinary beast tamers dare not venture there without sufficient strength. However, for Liemo Ran, none of this was a challenge. Liemo Ran led the 3 women forward, stepping over the Cthulhu as they continued on their way. Their pace was not fast, and one could even say they were taking in the scenery. Of course, they did encounter several spirit beasts along the way, as well as numerous tribes, but none of them posed a significant threat to Liemo Ran. Although the 10,000 beasts battlefield is called a battlefield, the power of the spiritual beasts within it has an upper limit. A 4-star beast tamer is already powerful enough to roam freely in the battlefield of 10,000 beasts. As for Liemo Ran's strength, it has already been more than enough to kill a 4-star beast tamer. Without external interference, the 10,000 beasts battlefield was actually not particularly dangerous for Liemo Ran. Since their speed was not particularly fast, it took them nearly a week to reach the area where the elemental eye was located. Stop! Just then, several heavily armed men blocked Liemo Ran and his companions. Each of them was accompanied by fierce-looking beasts. They were towering in stature, standing 6 or 7 meters tall, and though they appeared human-like, the proportions of their heads and bodies were wildly disproportionate. Especially its enormous mouth, which appears to be wide open. It was growling lowly, as if it might open its mouth at any moment and swallow the person in front of it whole. Zhou Yancheng whispered, "They're members of the Lighthouse Nation's special forces." Li Machen immediately stopped and asked, "What's going on?" One of them shouted, "This is the jurisdiction of the Lighthouse Nation. No one is allowed to enter without permission. If you take another step forward, we will kill you on the spot." Shout. As soon as the words left his mouth, the surrounding beast tamers let out a furious roar in unison. The roar was so loud that it nearly shattered the eardrums. Li Moran used his divine eyes to inspect them and immediately saw the attributes of these two beasts. Cleft Giant. Race Giant. Attributes Earth. Bloodline Supernatural. Bloodline Supernatural. Level Supernatural Body. Skills Devour, Roar, Death Blast, Death Strike. Upon realizing that the cracked giant was an extraordinary being, Li Moran's expression grew solemn. He spoke up, "Sorry, we got lost and didn't mean to intrude. We'll leave right away." Then, he immediately jumped onto Cthulhu and left with the three women. Even the people stationed at the outskirts possessed extraordinary beasts. This was the standard of a 5-star beast tamer. This means that those guarding near the elemental eye are likely also 5-star beast tamers. 5-star beast masters have already begun to possess destructive power. Even if Li Moran were as confident as ever, he could at most handle a 5-star beast tamer, and would still struggle to defeat them. Facing so many 5-star beast tamers, fighting head-on is definitely not a wise choice. Moreover, these individuals are all citizens of the Lighthouse Nation. Lin Jianqing asked, "Should we leave?" Li Moran sighed, "We have no choice but to leave. The entire opposite side is filled with 5-star beast tamers. With my strength, I'm no match for them." He finally understood the importance of the elemental eye. You must know that among all the beast tamers stationed on the 10,000 beasts battlefield, the highest ranked one was only a 6-star beast tamer. Yet the Lighthouse Nation has dispatched so many 5-star beast masters to guard a single location. One can only imagine how important this place must be. It seems that the elemental soul light is out of the question for now. This left Li Moran feeling somewhat disappointed. This trip was a complete waste of time. But he didn't lose anything either. At most, if he encounters another member of a prominent family in the future, he might not be able to kill them. After encountering Cthulhu, Li Moran and the others were about to leave. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out, "Stop." These words left Li Moran and the others speechless. As he turned around, he saw a guard staring at them with a scrutinizing gaze. Then, the two guards mounted their beasts and immediately blocked Li Moran's path. In the distance, several more guards were rushing toward them. Li Moran's expression darkened. "What are you doing?" Several guards immediately surrounded Li Moran and his group. "People from the Great Xia Empire?" One of them looked at Li Moran, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. The other person brought over a portrait. "Is it him?" "Yes, it's him." "Ha! It seems he is the Great Xia man wanted by the Herman family. I didn't expect him to come right to me. It's a stroke of luck." After a brief exchange, they immediately began to threaten him. "You, from the Great Xia Kingdom, are suspected of violating the laws of our Lighthouse Nation. Come with us. Otherwise, don't blame us for being unkind." Upon witnessing this scene, especially after overhearing their earlier conversation, Li Moran and the others' expressions darkened considerably. "Moran, what should we do now?" The eyes of the few women present all flickered with concern. These few people from the Lighthouse country clearly had no intention of letting them leave. Li Moran coldly replied, "Which of your laws have I violated? I'm not a citizen of the Lighthouse Nation." Several guards burst into laughter. "We said you violated the rules, so you did. Who told you to come here and get yourself killed?" "Ha! People of the Great Xia Kingdom, if you don't want to die, follow us immediately." These few people had no intention of reasoning. Seeing this, Li Moran whispered to the three women, "You three, hold on to me tightly." Seeing this, Li Moran whispered to the three women, "The three of you hold on to me tightly." The three women, seeing this, did not hesitate and immediately hugged Li Moran tightly. The next moment, Li Moran roared fiercely, "The wrath of Lalia!" Boom! Suddenly, a dark cloud erupted in the sky. Li Moran almost instantly unleashed the wrath of Lalai. The illusory form of Lia's city crashed down in an instant. The faces of several Lighthouse Nation citizens turned pale in an instant. "This is bad, it's divine power. Quick, block that strike." They all commanded their beasts, unleashed various skills, and charged toward the sky. A blinding light erupted suddenly. Several 5-star beast masters unleashed their skills without hesitation, their abilities colliding with the ethereal image of the city of Lia in the sky like a downpour. Boom! Boom! A violent explosion rang out, creating powerful shockwaves in all directions. The sky seemed as though a giant hand were constantly stirring the space around it.